Lin Xie, your comprehensive evaluation for the college entrance examination has been released. Genetic potential, 5%. Mental strength, 59. Physical fitness, 50. Comprehensive evaluation, fail. Conclusion, does not meet the admission standards of the Taurus 0755 star system public martial arts university. According to the Graduation Pathway Act, you have the following two options. 1. Apply to a private university, self-funded. 2. Accept the galactic government's graduation placement, effective immediately. You can go home and think it over, or discuss it with your family. Lin Xie walked out of the homeroom teacher's office and let out a deep sigh. His genetic potential had only developed to 5%, far below the minimum standard of 7% required by public universities. Simply put, he was an ordinary person. He had thought that after transmigrating to an interstellar era of martial arts, cultivating martial arts would lead to a life of distinction. Unexpectedly, his talents were mediocre, and he failed the martial arts college entrance exam. Graduation was imminent, and in this high martial age era, failing the exam was almost equivalent to being cut off from the path of martial arts unless he applied to a private university. But Lin Xie's family couldn't possibly afford the expenses. Back home, his father sighed, his voice hoarse as he said, "The family really can't come up with that kind of money. You still have 3 younger siblings who need to go to school." Lin Xie couldn't help but retort, "But their high school education is free." His mother interrupted, "Xie, there's nothing wrong with accepting the placement job. Look at your second and fourth brothers. After graduating from high school, they both accepted the placement. The government even arranged good partners for them. They're now raising 3 kids each, and their monthly childbearing subsidies are higher than their salaries. They're living stable lives." Lin Xie had no response. His second and fourth brothers indeed had stable jobs, both as farm administrators. Essentially, they were modernized farmers, operating machinery for planting and harvesting. In this grain-producing area, this was the typical path for most ordinary people. But Lin Xie didn't want to resign himself to such a fate, to have his life set in stone. Farming, marrying, having children, collecting subsidies, and raising the kids until they turned 18 like an endless assembly line, all the way until death. His parents, standing before him, had given birth to 10 children, and they weren't stopping. Lin Xie was the 7th child. When the 11th was born, would they name them Lin 11 or Lin 11 Lang? As a transmigrator, especially one from China, Lin Xie absolutely couldn't accept such a life. In this interstellar era dominated by martial arts, he still wanted to open his eyes and see the world. To cultivate martial arts, to attend a martial arts university. It was a journey Lin Xie had never experienced before. He still had a glimmer of hope. What if he succeeded in becoming a martial artist in university? Life would be completely different then. He had heard that those who became martial artists had the chance to join interstellar pioneering teams and become pioneers. The Taurus 0755 star system was once a desolate star system. 500 years ago, the first batch of pioneers arrived, beginning its development into what it was today. The first pioneers, even those of the lowest level martial artists, had become the heads of influential families, ruling over regions like local lords, their names etched into the history of the 0755 star system. Naturally, Lin Xie hoped for such an opportunity. Even if it meant taking out loans to attend a private university, Lin Xie planned to give it a try. The Galactic Empire encouraged college entrance exam failures to take out loans for private universities. The enrollment fee was 100,000 credits, followed by 100,000 credits annually. Though the chances of becoming a martial artist from a private university weren't high, official data showed that only 10% of private university students successfully became martial artists and graduated. It was still far higher than the 0.79% chance from placement jobs. The price was 500,000 to 1 million credits. Seeing his hesitation, his father couldn't help but add, "The 5th kid next door went to a private university, didn't he? Practiced some Gale kick, but still couldn't graduate. Now he's delivering packages for Hummingbird Express." The Imperial Basic Law stipulated that the choice of adult citizens was sacred and that parents had no right to interfere. This wasn't out of concern for human rights but to ensure that every cog could leave their original family and integrate into the vast social machine as quickly as possible. Once the college entrance exam ended, childbearing subsidies stopped, and parental responsibilities came to an end. This was why parents only advised rather than intervened. Lin Xie sighed. "All right, I'll think about it." His parents weren't wrong. If he couldn't become a martial artist and only reached the level of a quasi-martial artist, he'd only be slightly better than an ordinary person. He might even end up worse off than a regular person. If he graduated from a private university, there would be no government placement jobs. Without connections, he'd only be able to work for corporations. And the most common corporate jobs were as security guards, delivery drivers, or food couriers. That night, Lin Chia lay in bed, staring at the virtual nightscape outside his window. Should he settle for stability, or take a risk and shoulder nearly 1,000,000 credits in debt? At that moment, a grand mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Host detected to have reached the age of 18. Binding to the many offspring, great fortunes system. Binding successful. The more offspring you have, the stronger your bloodline becomes. The quantity and quality of descendants will directly enhance the host's strength. Lin Chia's eyes widened in disbelief. No way? Single for 18 years, and the system finally arrived? After confirming multiple times, it was indeed the system. After some research, Lin Chia roughly understood how the system worked. It enhanced his strength through bearing children. The stronger the partner, the stronger the offspring, and the higher the enhancement to himself. The more children, the greater the boost. Lin Chia clenched his fists in excitement and fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he saw one woman after another surrounding him. And in the arms of these women appeared one child after another. Honey, Daddy. The next morning, with his 3 younger siblings off to school, Lin Chia was having breakfast with his parents. Chia, have you made up your mind? Lin Chia's father asked, his voice a bit hoarse. He had already braced himself for the worst and was prepared to say, "We support your decision." There was no other way. Parents were no longer like those of the old era, holding authority and decision-making power. According to the imperial basic law, preventing a child from making their own choice was a crime, punishable by law. Unless, of course, you were a martial artist. Therefore, the children's choices could only be given their blessings. Lin Chia pulled out a chair and sat down, calmly announcing, "Dad, Mom, I've made up my mind. I won't go to the private university. I've decided to accept the graduation placement." Mrs. Lin abruptly lifted her head, her eyes instantly filled with joy and relief. "Really? Chia, you've truly thought it through?" A rare smile appeared on Mr. Lin's tense face. Mrs. Lin beamed with delight, her face glowing. "That's great. This is the right choice. A placement job is so secure. The government arranges everything perfectly. This is the proper path for a stable life." In their eyes, their son had finally matured, no longer blinded by the illusory dreams of becoming a martial artist. Accepting a placement meant a stable job, a suitable partner, and steady childbearing subsidies. Ordinary people should follow the trajectory of an ordinary life. That's the true happiness. Quickly confirm it on your personal terminal. The sooner it's processed, the better choices you'll have for a partner, Mrs. Lin urged. Lin Chia nodded, activating the personal terminal on his wrist. The moment he clicked on graduation placement application, the placement process was initiated. Citizen Lin Chia, ID number, do you accept graduation placement? Yes. The system is matching you to a position based on your overall evaluation. Match successful. Placement position, Grain District 16, Farm 939, Farm Administrator. Job description, this position requires operating and monitoring semi-automated agricultural production systems to ensure the healthy growth, periodic maintenance, and efficient harvesting of crops, such as high-energy nutritional grains, specialty economic crops, and medicinal exotic plants, within the assigned responsibility area. It also involves ensuring the daily operations of agricultural machinery, performing preliminary fault diagnosis and reporting, assisting in maintaining the farm's ecological stability, and providing reliable food and basic material resources for galactic citizens. Lin Chia shook his head helplessly. As expected, this was the most common position here. Like his second and fourth brothers, he would also become a farm administrator. Mrs. Lin smiled. Being a farm administrator is great. Although the work is a bit tough, the long holidays allow you more time to spend with your family and children. Lin Chia shook his head. A farmer was fine. His acceptance of the placement wasn't focused on the job arrangement. It was about the next arrangement, the partner arrangement. Position confirmed. Proceeding with partner matching. Matching pool generated. Please choose from the following 3 candidates to arrange a first meeting. The profiles and photos of 3 women appeared on the light screen. Candidate A, Li. Age, 20. Education, public high school graduate. Overall rating, average. Debt status, none. Matching fee, 0 credits. Introduction, gentle personality, strong family values, aligns with expectations for family life. Candidate B, Wang Feng. Age, 20. Education, public high school graduate. Overall rating, average. Debt status, none. Matching fee, 0 credits. Introduction, cheerful and outgoing, strong family values, aligns with expectations for family life. Candidate C, by Mushi. Age, 28. Education, 3rd Private Martial Arts Academy of the Grain District, unfinished. Status, quasi-martial artist. Overall rating, excellent. Debt status, education loan totaling 900,000 credits. Upon matching, the male party must assume half, i.e., 450,000 credits. Matching fee, 0 credits. Introduction, possesses martial arts foundation, strong willingness to bear children. Mr. and Mrs. Lin also leaned in to look. When they saw the first 2 options, their faces lit up with smiles. This Li and Wang Feng are both good choices. Exactly, they're both 20 years old, the perfect age for having children. However, when they saw Lin Xie scrolling to the 3rd option, they hurriedly stopped him. Xie, don't click randomly. But Lin Xie shook his head. I think it's worth talking to her first. This Bai Mushi may be beautiful, but she has a debt of 900,000 credits. Son, you're being foolish. Mrs. Lin said in shock. Do you know what a burden 900,000 credits is? Your job only pays 3,000 credits a month. Even if you don't eat or drink, it would take 30 years to pay it off. Mr. Lin couldn't hold back either. Don't be fooled by the claim that you only need to take on half. We're a family. In the end, the entire 900,000 credits would fall on all of us. And this woman is already 28 years old, a full 8 years older than the first 2 choices, right in the critical period for childbirth. She's also a quasi-martial artist. You wouldn't be able to control her. This kind of woman is a troublesome case that no one in the market wants. You're absolutely crazy to willingly jump into this pit. Xie, listen to your mother. These quasi-martial artists from private universities have their heads in the clouds. They won't settle down and live a stable life with you. Their minds are still on cultivation, dreaming of becoming true martial artists. By then, she'll find every possible way to make you spend money, draining this small family dry to support her cultivation. In the end, the money will be gone, she won't become a martial artist, and your life will be a mess. You'd be better off marrying a 20-year-old woman and leading a steady life. That's true happiness. In their eyes, Lin Xie's choice was even more foolish than going to the private university. At least the debt would have been his alone, but now he was volunteering to shoulder the lifelong burden of a stranger, a liability. Hearing his parents' words, Lin Xie hesitated for a moment. His reason for choosing Bai Mushi was the multi-child prosperity system. The stronger the mother, the higher the quality and quantity of offspring, which would significantly boost Lin Xie's progress. For this reason, Lin Xie wanted to choose Bai Mushi. However, the 900,000 credit debt his parents mentioned was indeed a major challenge. The main issue was that once a partner was chosen, it couldn't be changed, unless he became a martial artist. Only then could he choose a new partner. And selecting Bai Mushi seemed to offer more benefits to Lin Xie than the first 2 options. At this moment, Lin Xie's mind was solely focused on the multi-child prosperity mission, not on Bai Mushi's appearance. Lin Xie stuck to his decision. Facing his parents' earnest persuasion, he calmly expressed his intent to meet Bai Mushi for a first meeting. If they weren't compatible, he could always rematch. Seeing that he had made up his mind, his parents could only sigh, watching helplessly as he walked out of the house. The meeting place was on the 13th floor of the Grain District Administrative Building. A small meeting room had been specifically arranged here for partner matchmaking interviews. The room was not large, its decor exceedingly simple, even somewhat cold. There was nothing but a long alloy table, 2 chairs, and a water dispenser on the table. Lin Xie arrived early, and shortly after he had sat down, the door to the meeting room was pushed open. A tall figure entered. Lin Xie looked up and was momentarily stunned. Bai Mushi's appearance was exactly like in her photo, no, even more exquisite and captivating. She wore a clean white t-shirt and deep blue athletic shorts, paired with sneakers, yet those did little to hide her straight, slender legs, glowing with a healthy sheen. Her figure was proportional and exuded a sense of strength, without a hint of excess fat, brimming with youthful vitality. Her face was simple and elegant, her features delicate, her skin finer than even the girls in Lin Xie's class. Whether it was her looks or her figure, she was absolutely top tier. Lin Xie couldn't help but admire her in his heart, as expected of a prospective martial artist. Years of training had given her physical qualities far superior to ordinary people, with a robust metabolism. It was said that true martial artists experienced significant genetic enhancements, extending their lifespan greatly, such that even at 50 or 60 years old, they could appear like an 18-year-old. Although Bai Mushi was only a prospective martial artist, she already looked significantly younger than ordinary people. It was impossible to tell she was already 28 years old. As Lin Qiye was observing Bai Mushi, she was also sizing him up. The young man in front of her appeared youthful, even a bit immature. His eyes were bright but carried a scrutinizing and evaluative gaze. That made her uncomfortable. Yes, she disliked men looking at her with such an expression, as if appraising the value of a commodity. But she had no choice. Her current situation left her with no options. She could no longer afford to continue studying at the martial arts university, and her family no longer supported her, believing she had wasted too many resources and urging her to settle down and marry. According to imperial law, adult citizens like her, who were unable to repay their student loan debts and lacked family support, faced only one outcome if they refused partner matchmaking: forced labor until the debt was repaid. Such a life was more terrifying than death. Thus, accepting the government's arrangement and undergoing partner matchmaking was her only way out. The two stared at each other in silence for a while, an awkward tension filling the air. Finally, it was Bai Mushi who broke the silence. Her voice was cold, carrying a hint of distance. You must have reviewed my profile. The debt of 900,000 credits will need to be jointly borne. I'm 28 years old, 10 years older than you. I have only one request: after marriage, I wish to continue training and strive to become a martial artist. Her words were straightforward, with no beating around the bush. She laid out her terms plainly. This was already her 9th partner matchmaking meeting. The previous 8 men had all been scared off by her conditions. She believed that with another 3 to 5 years of training, she could definitely break through to the martial artist level. But at the most critical juncture, she had run out of money. Her family refused to support her. She herself could no longer accrue more debt. The only option left was partner matchmaking. Yet, she was unwilling to give up martial arts training. Lin Qiye frowned upon hearing Bai Mushi's words. You're saying you want to continue pursuing a private university that costs 100,000 credits a year? Lin Qiye thought this must be a joke, right? His job paid 3,000 a month, which amounted to 36,000 a year. Even if he didn't eat or drink, it wouldn't be enough to support her. Bai Mushi nodded and said, I know new graduates like you don't earn much. When I say support, I mean within our financial capacity. For instance, with 3 children, we'd receive annual subsidies of 54,000. I would contribute 30,000 myself, and you'd only need to provide an additional 16,000. That would suffice. Then Bai Mushi added, as for my 900,000 credit debt, I've already applied for a 5-year interest-free period. Lin Qiye was dumbfounded by her words. Such unwavering dedication to martial arts? Seeing Lin Qiye fall silent, Bai Mushi stood up and said, You don't agree, do you? Then there's no need to continue this conversation. She had already prepared herself to move on to the next candidate. If 9 didn't work out, then she'd try 19 or 29. Eventually, she'd succeed. Damn this world. However, the next moment, Lin Qiye looked up and said, Leaving just like that? I never said I disagreed. Bai Mushi froze for a moment, then quickly sat back down. Lin Qiye gazed calmly at the stunning woman before him and asked, Earlier, you mentioned having 3 or 4 children. And your profile states a strong desire for children. Are you serious about this? Bai Mushi's ears instantly turned red. She bit her lip and replied through gritted teeth, Yes. If children were necessary, then so be it. She had already decided to face reality. She understood her situation now. Men in good positions could offer a luxurious life but wouldn't accept her continuing martial training. Meanwhile, men in ordinary jobs could only support her through child subsidies. Combined with the couple's income, it still wouldn't be enough for private university tuition. As Bai Mushi had just said, she was ready. Having 3 children would take roughly 3 years, after which she could resume her martial arts path. Or even faster, having 1 child would yield a government subsidy of 18,000. Combined with 80,000 in savings between the couple in a year, it would almost suffice. Lin Qiye tapped the table, deep in thought. It seemed Bai Mushi's desire for children was indeed very strong. This was exactly what he wanted. All right, Lin Qiye said decisively. Then, looking at Bai Mushi, he added, I love children, the more, the better. His gaze at her was more serious than ever before. Can you have them? Bai Mushi's cheeks instantly flushed, a mix of offended indignation and astonished disbelief washing over her. She bit her lip and said coldly, As long as there are sufficient resources to maintain my physical condition, having children is not a problem. How many do you want? Lin Xie extended one finger. Bai Mushi frowned. 10? Lin Xie shook his head. A football team? Lin Xie spoke slowly, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. As many as you can, until you can't anymore. This statement struck Bai Mushi like a thunderclap, exploding in her mind. She jerked her head up, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Shame, shock, absurdity, all sorts of emotions intertwined, making her delicate face flush a deep red, as if it might drip blood. She had seen greedy men who made unreasonable demands, but she had never encountered someone who so calmly and matter-of-factly described the act of having children as if it were an endless production task. A football team? That was already the limit of what she could imagine. Keep having children until she couldn't anymore? What did he take her for? Bai Mushi's chest heaved violently, her powerful sense of pride as a martial artist in training suffering an unprecedented blow. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and re-evaluated the man before her, Lin Xie. The man's gaze was clear, as if he were stating the terms of a business contract, terrifyingly composed. He was serious. A wild thought arose in her mind, perhaps this was the most stable transaction. A man who had an almost obsessive desire for offspring, and a woman willing to do anything for cultivation resources. Their goals might have been poles apart. Yet on the matter of having children, they oddly aligned. The more children they had, the higher the maternity allowances. For her, that meant more cultivation resources and a faster path to becoming a martial artist. For him, it meant achieving his dream of having children. This was a cold, straightforward transaction where both parties got what they wanted. Understanding this, Bai Mushi's tense body unexpectedly relaxed. She raised her eyes to meet Lin Xie's gaze. Her voice, though still cold, had lost its earlier defensiveness. All right. But I have conditions. Go ahead, Lin Xie replied calmly, as if he had long expected her agreement. First, all maternity allowances will be fully managed by me and used solely for my cultivation. Your salary, after covering household expenses, must also support me. Agreed, Lin Xie nodded without hesitation. Bai Mushi paused, surprised at how readily he agreed. She continued, second, you cannot interfere with my cultivation. I need independent training space and time. Agreed, Lin Xie nodded again. The house will have 2 bedrooms, one can be converted into your training room. Third, Bai Mushi stared at him. Until we become a real couple, you cannot touch me. Lin Xie chuckled and said, Miss Bai, I think you're mistaken. We're not here to fall in love, we're here to fulfill an agreement. Our goal is to have children. So, the so-called process of becoming a real couple doesn't exist. From the very beginning, our union is for this purpose. As for when we begin, let's start tonight. The sooner you conceive, the sooner you can receive the allowance, right? His words hit Bai Mushi like a hammer, shattering the last remnants of her fantasies and dignity. Yes, what was she still hoping for? She looked at Lin Xie's outstretched hand, clean, slender, with distinct knuckles. She remained silent for a long time before finally extending her hand, lightly shaking his. Deal. Their hands touched briefly before separating. The subsequent process moved quickly. The two confirmed their match intentions on their personal terminals, and the system immediately generated an electronic partner agreement. They signed their names on the agreement, and their identity information was instantly synchronized to the citizen database. Citizen Lin Xie and Citizen Bai Mushi, partner relationship officially established. Allocating housing. Allocation successful. Housing address, Grain District 16, Sunflower Garden, Building B, Apartment 1314. Housing key permissions have been sent to both personal terminals. Wishing you a happy life and contributing more to the empire's prosperity. Back home, when Lin's parents saw Bai Mushi standing beside their son, and heard that Lin Xie had confirmed their partnership and officially registered, the old couple could only offer their blessings. While Bai Mushi was in the bathroom, Lin's mother pulled Lin Xie aside and said, Son, how could you be so foolish? 90,000 in debt. You're throwing yourself into a pit of fire. Lin Xie could only say what they wanted to hear, we've already discussed it. We'll start having children right away. She's very willing. Anyway, once they moved out, his parents wouldn't be able to interfere. For now, he just needed to keep them calm. Lin's father let out a heavy sigh. But hearing that Bai Mushi was willing to have children immediately and skip the wedding, keeping things simple, gave the parents some peace of mind. She seemed like a woman willing to settle down. Of course, Lin Xie couldn't tell them that Bai Mushi still wanted to focus on her cultivation. That was a matter strictly between the two of them. Seeing this, Lin's parents could only sigh. But what was done, and no amount of anger could change it. Lin's mother softly advised, you need to be frugal in life. That 90,000 is no small amount. And she's not young anymore. You should hurry up and have a few children while you can. The more maternity allowances you get, the lighter the burden will be. After introducing Baimushi to his parents, Lin Chia decided to have a family meal with them and his 3 younger siblings the next day. Then, they would move into their new home and begin their life as partners. Skipping the wedding and keeping everything simple was Baimushi's suggestion. My parents have long been disappointed in me, especially after I rejected their plans, chose to continue pursuing martial arts, and selected a farm administrator as my partner. They've made it clear they won't be involved anymore. So, we can skip meeting them. That was Baimushi's explanation. Lin Chia nodded silently. This was better, less unnecessary trouble and fewer social obligations. He had little interest in those complicated relationships anyway. Now, with the system in place, his goal was crystal clear: to complete the more children, more happiness mission. The more children, the better. The next day, Lin Chia and Baimushi, along with Lin's parents and his 3 school-aged siblings, had a meal at a restaurant on the residential district's commercial street. It was a simple family gathering. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat stiff. Lin's parents' smiles were a bit forced, while the younger siblings curiously studied their new sister-in-law. After the meal, Lin Chia and Baimushi went straight to their government-assigned housing Grain District 16, Sunflower Garden, Building B, Apartment 1314. This was a standard 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, approximately 50 square meters in size, featuring simple decor and standard furniture and appliances. 4 young people. Just starting out as a family, it was already a decent beginning. Most importantly, it was government-subsidized public rental housing, costing only 800 credit points a month. Baimushi had voluntarily chosen the smaller bedroom, saying she wanted to leave the larger one for him. Lin Chia knew she intended to turn the larger room into a training space and didn't object. After quickly unpacking their luggage, the sky gradually darkened. They had a simple dinner and finished their nightly routines. There was only one double bed in the apartment, located in the master bedroom. When Baimushi stepped out of the bathroom wearing a slightly loose silk nightgown, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, she saw Lin Chia already sitting on the edge of the bed. Her footsteps visibly paused. Under the light, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, a rare departure from her usual cold and resolute demeanor. Although she had mentally prepared herself and had been exceptionally decisive during their earlier negotiations, at this moment, as a 28-year-old prospective martial artist with no prior romantic experience, she couldn't help but feel nervous and uneasy. Lowering her head, her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her nightgown. Her voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. Lin Chia looked at her. The woman who was usually tough and fearless in front of others now resembled a startled little rabbit. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. After all, such a beautiful woman had once seemed utterly out of reach to him. That she could now become his partner in this lifetime was primarily because of her heavy debts and her insistence on continuing her martial training. And Lin Chia just happened to need a willing prospective martial artist as a partner. Their needs aligned perfectly. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement, and their terms were remarkably balanced. Looking at Baimushi's rare bashful expression, her damp black hair clinging to her smooth forehead under the light, her silk nightgown outlining her graceful figure, and the faint, fresh scent of her post-bath fragrance lingering in the air, Lin Chia took a deep breath to suppress his inner turmoil, trying his best to speak in a calm and natural tone. "It's late. We should get some sleep," he said. But even he felt his words were awkward, perhaps carrying a trace of barely noticeable nervousness. Upon hearing this, Baimushi's body trembled slightly. She raised her head and cast him a complicated glance. "Okay," she softly replied, her voice still barely audible. The atmosphere in the room grew even more delicate because of this simple exchange. Outside the window, the virtual nightscape remained dazzling, but neither of them paid any attention to it. Lin Xie was the first to lift a corner of the blanket and lie down, making an effort to stay near the edge of the bed to leave ample space. Baimushi hesitated for a few seconds before walking slowly to the other side of the bed. Gently lifting the blanket, she cautiously lay down. Though there was a gap between them, they could clearly feel each other's breaths and heartbeats. Silence enveloped the room. Lin Xie could sense Baimushi's stiff posture, as well as the slight sweat forming on his palms. He knew the agreement was officially in effect tonight. He needed a child, she needed resources. Lin Xie cleared his throat, breaking the silence. His voice was slightly husky. Should rest early. I have to report to the farm tomorrow. He wanted to say something to ease the tension, but it seemed to have the opposite effect, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Bai Mushi didn't respond. If anything, her body seemed to tense up even more. Lin Qiye closed his eyes, but his mind couldn't help replaying the stark contrast between Bai Mushi's decisiveness during the day's negotiations and her current shyness. He understood that for a proud and ambitious prospective martial artist, making this decision must have involved a great deal of struggle and pain. As for himself, as a transmigrator, he was embarking on an equally uncertain path for the sake of fulfilling some vague system task. After a long time, just as Lin Qiye thought Bai Mushi had fallen asleep, he heard her low voice, trembling yet resolute. "Lin Qiye, didn't you say it starts tonight?" Lin Qiye's eyes snapped open, and he turned to face her. In the dim light, he saw Bai Mushi also turning her head to look at him. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a complex mix of emotions, shyness, unease, and a hint of determined bravery. She bit her lower lip, as if summoning all her courage to say those words. Lin Qiye's heartbeat skipped a beat as he took in her bashful expression. He noticed that after speaking, her cheeks turned bright red, the blush extending to the tips of her ears. The air grew thick with her post-bath fragrance, mingling with a subtle tension. With the woman being so forward, how could the man back down? Lin Qiye took a deep breath, suppressing the swirl of emotions within him, and turned toward her. He could feel the tautness of her body, like a tightly drawn bow. Bai Mushi, Lin Qiye's voice was dry as he reached out and gently took her hand, which rested on the blanket. Her hand was cold and trembling slightly. Bai Mushi didn't pull her hand away, instead, she closed her eyes. Her long lashes cast faint shadows against her cheeks in the dim light, revealing the turmoil in her heart. Lin Qiye leaned closer. The lights in the room had long been turned off. Outside, the virtual nightscape cast a soft, hazy glow, illuminating the intertwined figures on the bed. Soon, the room returned to silence, broken only by their slightly heavy breathing. Bai Mushi curled up under the blanket, her back to Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye lay beside her, about to say something when a grand mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! First completion detected for the host. Condition met. The many Offspring system is now officially activated. Newcomer rewards have been issued. Please check. Host. Host, Lin Qiye. Genetic potential, 5.15%. Physical fitness, 51. Mental strength, 59. Psionic energy, 9. Techniques, 128th set of broadcast gymnastics. Partner, Bai Mushi, favorability, 50. Offspring, none. Lin Qiye was overjoyed. What are the newcomer rewards? Newcomer rewards. 1. Host's genetic potential plus 1%. 2. Partner Bai Mushi's chance of conception increased to 100% within 10 attempts, limited to first conception. The next second, Lin Qiye felt a faint but distinct warmth surge through his body, swiftly spreading to his limbs. Originally feeling dejected due to his failure in the college entrance examination, he suddenly felt a surge of energy, and his body seemed to become much lighter. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Qiye. Genetic potential, 6.15%. Physical fitness, 55 plus. Mental strength, 62 plus. Psionic energy, 10 plus. Technique, broadcast calisthenics set number 128, level 1. Partner, Bai Mushi, favorability, 50. Offspring, none. His genetic potential had indeed improved. In this interstellar era where martial arts thrived, the core standard of martial arts talent was genetic potential. Genetic potential represented the limits to which a person's cells could evolve and bear. According to the Galactic Empire's standardized martial arts rating system, the genetic potential of ordinary people typically fluctuated between 1% and 5%. Through cultivation, genetic potential could be enhanced. When a person's genetic potential surpassed the 7% threshold, they would qualify to become a martial artist, earning the title of preliminary martial artist. This was the minimum requirement for admission to most public martial arts universities. This was also the fundamental reason why Lin Qiye had failed his college entrance exam and was deemed unqualified. Once genetic potential successfully broke through the 10% milestone, it signified officially stepping into the ranks of martial artists. Becoming a true martial artist would significantly enhance physical fitness, mental strength, and lifespan. This was not only a leap in the level of life itself but also brought a massive elevation in social status. Physical fitness and mental strength were manifestations of genetic potential in combat and cultivation. Physical fitness represented overall qualities such as strength, speed, endurance, and recovery. Mental strength pertained to perception, willpower, concentration, and the subtle manipulation of energy. Though both were crucial, ultimately, they were limited by the upper bounds of genetic potential. The higher the genetic potential, the greater the growth space for physical fitness and mental strength. As for the final attribute, psionic energy, Lin Xie furrowed his brows. Psionic energy. He carefully searched his memory. In all the years of martial arts knowledge he had learned in school, the term psionic energy had never been explicitly mentioned. This might be a hidden attribute. Or perhaps it was a concept that only came into play at higher levels. Lin Xie vaguely sensed that this psionic energy attribute was extremely important. After all, in the system's attribute arrangement, it was listed alongside physical fitness and mental strength, clearly not something dispensable. For now, however, he couldn't grasp its specific function. Currently, the system displayed a plus symbol after all three attributes. This indicated that, based on his genetic potential of 6.15%, his physical fitness, mental strength, and psionic energy still had room for improvement. Lin Xie could distinctly feel his body growing stronger. The heaviness and fatigue that had once clung to his body now seemed to vanish, leaving him feeling light and exceptionally energized. Every cell seemed to brim with vitality, eager to burst forth. Lin Xie couldn't help but want to test his strength immediately to see just how far he had advanced. However, it was late at night. The public testing centers had long closed, and the community testing points required advance reservations during the day. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he redirected his attention to another reward displayed by the system. Bai Muxi's conception probability has increased to 100%, within 10 attempts. Lin Xie's gaze involuntarily shifted to Bai Muxi, who was lying beside him. She still had her back to him, her body curled slightly, her breathing steady, seemingly already asleep. Yet Lin Xie could keenly sense that beneath her seemingly relaxed posture, there was still a faint trace of tension. Beneath the blanket, her curves were alluring, even in the dim moonlight. For her, the earlier experience was probably far from pleasant, more like a transaction she had no choice but to complete. Throughout the process, she had bitten her lip tightly, silently enduring without making a sound. Only the faint trembling of her body had betrayed her nervousness and discomfort. But this was something Bai Muxi had insisted on herself. Lin Xie's lips curled into a meaningful smile. For him, the experience just now was quite satisfying. Not only due to the physical gratification but also because of the immense surprise brought by the system's activation. Since the system had provided such a clear beginner's benefit, a guaranteed conception within 10 attempts, what was there to hesitate about? Lin Xie was not a selfish person. Helping Bai Muxi conceive as soon as possible was also her wish. With this thought, all his hesitations instantly disappeared. He gently adjusted his position, his arm tentatively moving to wrap around her. Bai Muxi's body stiffened noticeably, her breathing suddenly quickening. What are you doing? Lin Xie understood clearly in his heart, but his arm didn't retreat, instead, it drew closer. Muxi, he whispered, his voice carrying an undeniable tone as he spoke softly near her ear, I think, our efforts aren't enough yet. Bai Muxi's body trembled slightly. The night stretched on endlessly, seemingly without a conclusion. The virtual nighttime scenery outside the window continued to flicker, casting ambiguous shadows. What follows is omitted for thousands of words. It was unclear how much time had passed. The virtual night scene outside the window seemed to grow weary as well. When everything finally settled down, the only sound left in the room was the heavy breathing of exhaustion. Another 3 times, added to the first, it totaled 4 times. Lin Xie's breathing grew labored, and his body felt a bit fatigued. There's still plenty of opportunity later, no need to rush it all at once. Just as Lin Xie was about to say something, perhaps suggesting, let's rest for now, or, we'll keep trying tomorrow, he noticed Bai Muxi's previously closed eyes were now wide open. Those cool and beautiful eyes, now shimmering with a watery light, looked enchanting. Her cheeks, still flushed from earlier, appeared even more alluring due to the recent intensity. Lin Xie paused, slightly stunned, unsure how to react. The next moment, Bai Muxi's actions made his eyes widen in shock. She curved her lips into a faint yet resolute smile, propped herself up lightly with her arm, and flipped herself over to press him beneath her. She gazed down at Lin Xie, her slightly damp black hair falling in a few strands against his cheek, carrying a faint fragrance and the warmth of moisture. She hummed again, her voice hoarse yet incredibly melodious. I think, we can put in a little more effort. Lin Xie. He stared at Bai Muxi, noticing the completely different spark in her eyes compared to before. Only then did Lin Xie suddenly recall she was, after all, a preliminary martial artist. Although his attributes had just improved, Bai Mushi's years of martial arts training meant her physical fitness and endurance were far beyond what a novice like Lin Xie could compare to. Currently, all of his attributes were rated at around 60. Meanwhile, the attribute ratings for a quasi-martial artist ranged between 70 and 100. Lin Xie felt both amused and helpless. Earlier, he had been calculating in his mind, thinking, there are 6 more times, right? He assumed he might need a few days to achieve this goal. But now, Bai Mushi didn't seem to have the same plan. Looking at the fighting spirit in her eyes and her unwavering, commanding posture, Lin Xie felt a rush of heat to his head, while a faint soreness crept into his waist. Was he about to be drained dry? A blissful kind of trouble. It seemed to have come a bit too quickly. The night stretched on, seemingly endless. 3 hours later, Bai Mushi stretched lazily, letting out a satisfied hum. Her voice, though hoarse, was undeniably seductive. She turned her head to look at Lin Xie, who seemed to have reached his limit, and a faint smile curled at the corner of her lips. That's it for today, she said softly, her tone carrying a hint of compassion, along with a small sense of pride in her stamina advantage. Lin Xie opened his eyes, his breathing still unsteady. He secretly checked the system panel in his mind. Partner Bai Mushi's pregnancy progress, September 10th. Only one more to go. Just one final step. Thinking of the immense benefits the system had provided upon activation and the possibility of even greater rewards in the future, Lin Xie felt a surge of newfound strength well up from deep within him. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening as he resolutely declared, "No. One more time." Bai Mushi's eyes widened in surprise, her watery, peach blossom eyes staring at Lin Xie in disbelief. She could sense his exhaustion. Just moments ago, he seemed like a spent arrow. "Skinny dog, can you even handle it?" Bai Mushi asked softly, her tone tinged with worry yet stirred by an odd emotion at his unyielding spirit. "How about we stop for today? I'll make you some soup tomorrow to replenish your strength." As she mentioned making soup, Bai Mushi's cheeks instantly turned crimson. When had she, Bai Mushi, ever considered making soup for a man? But then again, she was now his partner, making soup didn't seem like such a big deal. Although Lin Xie was a skinny dog, his effort and persistence tonight had genuinely impressed her. Especially that unrelenting determination to achieve his goal. It inexplicably made her feel a bit of admiration. Maybe she hadn't chosen the wrong man after all. As Bai Mushi's thoughts wandered, Lin Xie had already flipped over and taken the initiative once more. Bai Mushi was startled by his sudden movement, letting out an instinctive cry, "You're coming again?" Her tone was filled with disbelief. "Congratulations, host. Partner Bai Mushi is now pregnant. Reward obtained, random cultivation method unlocked. Permission to practice the 128th Galactic Calisthenics unlocked. 128th Galactic Calisthenics Level 1, 0/10. Lin Xie froze, his mind reeling. What does this cultivation method permission mean? The system's prompt appeared in his mind, clearly explaining the usage of the cultivation method permission. Soon, Lin Xie understood. Cultivation method permission unlocked meant he could now see his progress clearly on the system panel. Previously, practicing the 128th Galactic Calisthenics was like a blind man feeling his way around an elephant. He had no idea if he was doing it right, whether it was effective, or when he could level up. Now, the system explicitly displayed 128th Galactic Calisthenics Level 1, 0/10. This meant that as long as he practiced this set of calisthenics 10 more times, he could directly level up to Level 2. Lin Xie's eyes widened, waves of shock surging in his heart. 10 times? This was unbelievable. It was important to know that the 128th Galactic Calisthenics had been promoted by the Galactic Empire for over 1,000 years, refined through 128 iterations, and was hailed as the most fundamental beginner-level cultivation method. It didn't require consideration of the practitioner's physical constitution nor any complex auxiliary conditions. Anyone could practice it. Although the cultivation speed was relatively slow, it was safe and stable, serving as the Empire's foundational tool for selecting martial talents. Lin Xie had been practicing this set of calisthenics since elementary school, for a full 10 years, yet he had always been stuck at level 1 with no progress. This was also one of the main reasons his genetic potential and physical fitness scores in the college entrance exams were so low. After 10 years of being unable to break through this bottleneck, the system now told him he only needed to practice 10 more times to level up. This system was simply defying the heavens. A surge of indescribable excitement and regret rose in Lin Xie's heart. If this system had appeared just a year earlier, no, even 6 months earlier, his college entrance exam scores would have been much better, and he could have even gotten into a public martial arts university. No, he definitely would have. With that thought, Lin Chia couldn't care less about his physical exhaustion. The intense desire to improve drove him. He leapt off the bed, landing steadily on the ground. Bai Mushi, lying lazily on the bed, was just about to praise Lin Chia for his remarkable perseverance, but his sudden action startled her. She watched as he began practicing the 128th galactic calisthenics right there in the bedroom, completely dumbfounded. Her rosy lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes wide with shock and confusion. After such a long bout of exercise, he still had the energy to do calisthenics? And at a time like this? Had he gone mad? Under Bai Mushi's gaze, filled with utter confusion and incredulity, Lin Chia began his practice. His body was indeed at its limit, his stamina had long been depleted. Every movement appeared strained, and the once fluid motions of the calisthenics now looked clumsy and uncoordinated, far from standard. Bai Mushi frowned as she watched, her heart full of doubt. What exactly was this man doing? Calisthenics? He was already working, who still practiced this stuff? During her 8 years at university, she had taken on numerous part-time jobs, many involving tutoring children in martial arts. Even for middle-class families, let alone the wealthy, most had long since stopped practicing these routines. Simply put, the cost-effectiveness was too low. Take the Gold Bull Martial Arts Bureau's revised version of the 8 Treasures exercise, a favorite among middle-class families, for example. With a teacher's guidance, efficiency can improve by more than 10%. One step to heaven, one step to hell. Over time, for many students, the difference is like night and day. Looking at him now, shaky and unstable, there seemed to be no visible results of his training. Tonight marked the 10th round, could he really keep going? And yet, Lin Chia appeared to have entered a state of complete immersion. Clenching his teeth, relying on sheer willpower, he managed to complete the entire set of calisthenics. As the final move was completed, Lin Chia nearly collapsed in exhaustion, gasping for air, sweat pouring down like streams. He immediately glanced at the system panel in his mind. Set 128 of Broadcast Calisthenics, Level 1, 1/10. Success! It actually counted as a valid round of training. Overjoyed, Lin Chia felt a surge of elation in his heart. Although his body felt like it was falling apart, his spirit was unusually invigorated. However, this exhilaration didn't last long. His body had already reached its limit. The moment his nerves relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue engulfed him. Thud! Before Lin Chia could even explain a word to Bai Mushi, his vision went dark, and he collapsed backward. He fell directly onto the bed with a heavy thump, and soon his thunderous snores filled the air as he drifted into a deep slumber. Hey! Lin Chia! You haven't even showered yet. You stink, you smelly man. Bai Mushi looked at him with disdain, but seeing him sleep so soundly, she reached out her slender, fair fingers to gently brush aside the damp strands of hair on his forehead. Her gaze was complicated, her eyes shifting subtly as if lost in thought. Sigh. Bai Mushi sighed, staring at Lin Chia's sleeping face, her expression filled with puzzlement. What's with this man? She couldn't figure him out at all. After a long while, Bai Mushi sighed again and thought to herself, looks like I'll have to make some soup tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Chia was awakened by a tantalizing aroma. The scent wafted straight into his nose, teasing his already starving stomach. Groggily, he opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Oh, no, it was the ceiling of his new home. The hangover-like headache and bodily fatigue reminded him of last night's madness. You're awake? A cool voice came, tinged with a trace of warmth. Lin Chia turned his head to see Bai Mushi carefully stepping out of the modest kitchen, carrying a clay pot. She was dressed in a simple cotton house dress, her long hair casually tied up, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate profile. The morning light streamed through the window, casting a soft glow around her, diminishing her usual sharpness and adding a touch of gentleness. Her focused and earnest demeanor left Lin Chia momentarily dazed. Lin Chia struggled to sit up, watching as Bai Mushi placed the clay pot on the dining table, the aroma growing even richer. Bai Mushi didn't look at him. She simply served a bowl of soup for herself and said in a calm tone, "If you're awake, come drink the soup. You overexerted yourself last night." Hearing this, Lin Chia's face flushed slightly, the events of the previous night vividly replaying in his mind. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed. The moment he stood up, his legs felt weak, and a soreness spread through his waist. Lin Chia winced, realizing the gap between his stamina and that of a proper martial artist was truly significant. Bai Mushi noticed and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, but she quickly resumed her usual cold demeanor. She frowned slightly and said with a hint of disdain in her tone, "Go take a shower. You stink." Lin Chia instantly felt awkward. Lowering his head, he sniffed himself. The mix of last night's sweat and an unpleasant odor was indeed unbearable. He quickly responded, all right, I'll go right now. With that, he darted into the bathroom. Moving into this new place was truly satisfying. Although this government-allocated housing wasn't large, it had all the necessary amenities. Most importantly, he no longer had to queue up with his parents and 3 younger siblings to use a single bathroom. Hot water gushed out from the showerhead, washing away the fatigue and grime from his body while clearing his chaotic mind. Soon, Lin Xie finished showering. Wearing only a towel around his waist, he stepped out of the bathroom, drying his damp hair. Due to last night's efforts and the slight improvement in his stats, his physique seemed a bit more defined than before. While not muscular, faint outlines of abs were now visible on his flat stomach, exuding the health and vitality unique to young men. Bai Mushi was sitting at the dining table. Hearing the sound, she instinctively looked up. When her gaze landed on Lin Xie's faintly visible abs, her breath caught, and her cheeks instantly turned red, as if they were on fire. She quickly averted her eyes, her heartbeat accelerating and her earlobes warming. This man, his body actually looks not bad? How had she not noticed before? Oh, right, she never had the chance to notice before. Bai Mushi bit her lip, trying hard to regain her composure. Lin Xie didn't notice her unusual reaction. He walked straight to the dining table and sat down. Looking at the bowl of rich, aromatic soup, he noticed some unfamiliar herbs and chunks of meat floating in it. The enticing fragrance made his mouth water. He picked up the spoon and carefully took a sip. The delicious broth instantly exploded on his taste buds. The warm liquid slid down his throat into his stomach, spreading warmth throughout his body and dispelling fatigue and soreness. Delicious! Lin Xie couldn't help but exclaim. The taste of the soup was unexpectedly superb. Bai Mushi's eyes flickered with a hint of joy, but her tone remained indifferent. This is vitality soup, made with low-grade beast bones and meat, along with a few nourishing herbs. It's good for restoring stamina. If you keep overexerting yourself like last night, you should drink more of it. By the end, her voice grew softer, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Lin Xie detected the care in her words, and his heart warmed. He looked up at Bai Mushi and said sincerely, "Thank you, Mushi." Bai Mushi appeared slightly uncomfortable under his gaze. She avoided his eyes and murmured, "No need to thank me. We're partners, this is what I should do." Her voice was soft, but Lin Xie heard it clearly. Partners. Lin Xie silently repeated the word in his heart, a strange feeling sprouting within him. He said no more and focused on drinking his soup. A bowl of hot soup down his throat, Lin Xie felt the fatigue in his body dissipate greatly, and his strength restored significantly. He looked at Bai Mushi and noticed she was also sipping her soup in small gulps, though the flush on her face had yet to fully fade. Bai Mushi felt Lin Xie's gaze lingering on her face. Her movements briefly paused as she drank. She raised her head, meeting his eyes, and asked somewhat unnaturally, "Is there something on my face?" Lin Xie's lips curved into a faint smile, his gaze tender and focused, as he unabashedly replied, "You're beautiful." Those 3 simple words were like a pebble tossed into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples in Bai Mushi's heart. Whoosh! Bai Mushi's face instantly turned a deep red, like a ripe apple, even her ears tinged with blush. She gave Lin Xie an annoyed glare, her tone carrying a trace of bashful irritation. "Sweet talker." Though she said this, a hint of joy and shyness flashed in her eyes. Which woman doesn't enjoy compliments? Especially in such an intimate morning ambience, coming from her own partner. To cover her embarrassment, Bai Mushi quickly changed the subject, putting on a stern face as she reminded, "Hurry up and eat, finish quickly and head to work. It's your first day, you don't want to be late." Lin Xie nodded with a smile, then asked, "And what about you? Any plans for today?" Hearing this, Bai Mushi's expression flickered, and her movements stilled slightly. She set down her soup bowl, hesitated for a moment, and spoke in an uncertain tone, I might be pregnant. This morning, the automatic detection on my terminal suggested I go for a checkup. I've already scheduled a detailed examination at the community medical center for tomorrow." Although Lin Xie had already learned about this through the system and was mentally prepared, hearing Bai Mushi say it herself made his face immediately light up with joy. "Really?" Lin Xie's eyes sparkled with excitement, as though he had just heard the greatest news. Looking at his thrilled expression, Bai Mushi's heart swelled with mixed emotions, anticipation, unease, and a touch of relief. She nodded lightly, confirming, "Yes, the physiological indicators on my personal terminal this morning show a high likelihood." Hearing this, Lin Xie broke into a wide grin and said proudly, "Looks like my hard work last night paid off." "You?" Bai Mushi was both embarrassed and annoyed by his blunt and teasing comment. Her cheeks flushed even redder, like fire. She grabbed a napkin from the table, crumpled it into a ball, and pretended to throw it at him, scolding, "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and eat." Her flustered yet slightly angry demeanor only made her more charming in Lin Qia's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Qia quickly raised his hands in surrender, still wearing a smug smile. All right, I won't say anything. Let's eat." He knew Bai Mushi was thin-skinned, so it was best to stop teasing at this point. Still, his heart was brimming with delight. In a single night, he had not only activated a heaven-defying system but also successfully gotten his partner pregnant. This was the first step to becoming a true winner in life. Bai Mushi looked at his smug yet cheeky expression and couldn't help but feel both exasperated and amused. In the end, she merely let out a soft hum, ignoring him, and lowered her head to continue sipping her soup. However, the faint smile curving her lips and the glimmer of joy in her eyes betrayed her good mood. After all, for a woman longing to rely on maternity subsidies to support her cultivation, such quick signs of pregnancy were undoubtedly fantastic news. It meant that her plans to continue cultivating could start much sooner than expected. For a moment, the atmosphere at the dining table became subtle. Joy, anticipation, and a quiet sense of understanding born from their shared goals flowed silently between them. After breakfast, Lin Qia changed into the standard uniform for farm administrators, a durable, deep blue work outfit. Bai Mushi helped straighten his collar. "Be careful on your way," Bai Mushi reminded him. "You two rest well at home and don't overwork yourself," Lin Qia replied, his gaze tender. The two exchanged a smile. Without any more words, they both saw warmth in each other's eyes. As Lin Qia stepped out of the house, the system interface appeared in his mind. Host, Lin Qia. Gene potential, 6.15%. Physical fitness, 56+. Mental strength, 62+. Spiritual energy, 10+. Technique, broadcast exercise number 128, level 1, 1/10. Partner, Bai Mushi, affection level, 60, +10. Offspring, 1, in gestation. Bai Mushi's affection level had unknowingly increased by 10 points. Not only that, but his physical fitness had also improved by 1 point. Lin Qia was in high spirits, his steps noticeably lighter. At the express bus stop near the community entrance, Lin Qia found a few people already waiting. The air carried the crisp chill unique to the early morning, and in the distance, the outline of the energy tower gradually became clearer in the dawnlight. Just then, a somewhat familiar figure caught Lin Qia's attention. The person was also wearing the same deep blue farm administrator uniform as Lin Qia. He was slightly chubby and was looking down at his personal terminal, occasionally letting out a sigh. "How's he?" Lin Qia called tentatively. The chubby young man jerked his head up, his eyes widening in shock when he saw Lin Qia. "Lin Qia? Holy crap, what are you doing here?" He glanced at Lin Qia's uniform, his expression turning peculiar. Lin Qia greeted him proactively, smiling. "Hey, what a coincidence. I just accepted my graduation placement and got assigned to Grain District 16. Wang Hao was Lin Qia's high school classmate. His grades were slightly worse than Lin Qia's, with only 3% gene potential. He was one of the first in their class to give up on martial arts streams and opt for placement instead. Wang Hao nodded, unable to hide his surprise. "I'm in Grain District 16 too. Farm number 952. What about you?" "I'm at farm number 939, Lin Qia replied. "Hey, that's not far." Wang Hao stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Qia, I didn't expect this. I thought you'd try your luck at a private university. You've come around so quickly?" Lin Qia shrugged. "Private university tuition is too expensive." Wang Hao agreed with a nod. "True, starting work early isn't bad. For families like ours, placement is the safer choice. My parents said the same thing. As soon as the results were announced, they urged me to submit the partner matching application. Settling down early, having children to receive subsidies, that's the proper path in life." As he spoke, Wang Hao's gaze swept over Lin Qia. "Wait a second. Qia, this station is right outside the gate of the Sunflower Garden community. The apartments in this community are only allocated to citizens who have completed partner matching and registered to form a family. You've already matched? That quickly?" One has to understand, from the time the college entrance exam results are released to the placement allocation, and then to partner matching and housing distribution, even though the process is fast, it still takes several days. For Lin Qia to be here in a work uniform waiting for the bus so soon meant that he had completed all the procedures almost immediately after the exam results were out. Lin Qia nodded. "Yeah, just moved in yesterday." "Damn." Wang Hao was utterly shocked. "You're something else." He hadn't expected Lin Qia to act so fast. He had always thought Xie had high standards, and was solely focused on martial arts. Who would have imagined this guy with his thick eyebrows and big eyes would resolve his personal matters so quickly? Lin Xie smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. He certainly wouldn't admit that it was because of the system that he was so eager to act. At that moment, the personal terminal on Lin Xie's wrist suddenly lit up with a soft notification sound. Raising his hand to check, he saw a message from Bai Mushi. Opening it, Lin Xie's pupils slightly contracted. The introductory practice authorization for 8 Treasures Art has been sent to your account. I saw you still practicing broadcast calisthenics last night. This 8 Treasures Art is a bit more efficient than the calisthenics. Get familiar with it first, I'll teach you when I get back tonight. Attached to the message was an electronic voucher for the practice authorization. A warm current surged in Lin Xie's heart. 8 Treasures Art. This was an officially revised and promoted introductory martial arts method by the Taurus Martial Arts Bureau, at least 10% more efficient than the 128th set of broadcast calisthenics. Although it was just the introductory version, it was already an incredibly precious resource for ordinary people, especially for recent high school graduates. More importantly, in the Galactic Empire, all legitimate martial arts methods were strictly protected by copyright laws. To practice them, one must purchase authorization through official channels. Unauthorized sharing or practice of martial arts methods, if discovered, could result in severe consequences ranging from hefty fines to imprisonment. An introductory set of the 8 Treasures Art wasn't too expensive, around 1,000 credit points. However, tutoring fees were much steeper. Group classes could cost 200 to 300 credits per session, while one-on-one tutoring was over 500 credits. Lin Xie hadn't practiced before, mainly because his parents were unwilling to spend the money. But Bai Mushi had not only bought it for him but also offered to teach him personally. This could only mean one thing: martial arts trainees were indeed popular. Of course, this kind of generosity wasn't something the average man from a lower class could afford to accept. As Lin Xie was feeling touched, Wang Hao, standing nearby, happened to catch sight of Bai Mushi's small profile picture on Lin Xie's terminal. It was a standard ID photo, but the woman in the picture had flawless, exquisite features, porcelain-like skin, and a pair of cool, phoenix-shaped eyes that exuded a heroic air, along with an indescribable confidence. Even in a tiny profile picture, her stunning beauty and unique aura were undeniable. Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Grabbing Lin Xie's arm, he asked excitedly, Lin Xie, is this the partner you matched with? Lin Xie felt somewhat uneasy under Wang Hao's intense gaze but didn't intend to hide it. After all, they would be colleagues in the future, seeing each other regularly. Bai Mushi's existence would inevitably come to light sooner or later. He calmly nodded. Yeah. Holy sh*t. Wang Hao cursed, his tone filled with incredulity, jealousy, and bitterness. His features twisted with envy as he thought to himself. This has got to be a fake photo. If someone this pretty really existed, there's no way she'd end up with a farm administrator like Lin Xie. The partner Wang Hao matched with was decent looking, but compared to Lin Xie's, it was like comparing a background extra to a goddess. Why? At that moment, the hover train arrived at the station. Beep, the vehicle has arrived. Please mind your step. Lin Xie patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. Let's go, time to board. The two of them boarded the train one after the other. The carriage wasn't crowded. Lin Xie found a seat by the window, while Wang Hao sat across from him, separated by the aisle. Throughout the journey, Wang Hao was visibly distracted. He opened his personal terminal and looked at the photo of his matched partner, a plain-looking girl with a few freckles on her face, though her smile was honest and sincere. The more Wang Hao stared at the photo, the more uncomfortable he felt. Recalling Bai Mushi's profile picture, his sense of imbalance grew stronger. It's definitely a fake. Wang Hao gritted his teeth internally. He refused to believe that Lin Xie could match with someone so extraordinary. There had to be some hidden flaw with that woman, or maybe she had a terrible personality. Otherwise, how could she end up with Lin Xie? The hover train glided smoothly along, the scenery outside speeding past. Skyscrapers gradually gave way to vast fields. These farmlands were divided into countless large sections, with various crops thriving under artificial light and temperature control systems. Occasionally, enormous semi-automated agricultural machines could be seen stationed in the fields. These machines required operators like them to manage. Wang Hao remained lost in his thoughts, occasionally sneaking glances at Lin Xie, his expression complex. He couldn't wrap his head around how Lin Xie, with his good looks, also had such incredible luck. This is just too unfair. Wang Hao fumed silently. Asterisk, that woman must have some hidden health issue, or maybe an awful temperament. Otherwise, how could she end up with Lin Xie? Asterisk, the more he thought about it, the more convinced he became of his theory, and he started to feel somewhat better. Meanwhile, Lin Xie paid no attention to Wang Hao's inner struggles. With his eyes closed, he was mentally studying the asterisk 8 treasures art. Asterisk, this method was indeed far more complex than the asterisk 128th set of broadcast calisthenics. Asterisk had not only included specific breathing techniques but also required precise control over subtle movements of the body. This complexity was precisely why it couldn't be widely promoted. School teachers already found it troublesome to teach broadcast calisthenics for free. Why would they bother teaching something this advanced? When I get home tonight, I must study hard with my wife, Lin Xie thought to himself. Soon, the announcement of the express train's arrival echoed through the cabin. Grain Zone 16, station number 950 has arrived. Passengers heading to farms number 930 to 960, please disembark here. Lin Xie and Wang Hao stood up together. I'm heading to farm number 952, that way. Wang Hao gestured in one direction. What about you? Where's farm 939? I'm going this way. Lin Xie pointed in the opposite direction. Alright then, let's catch up later. Good luck with your work. Wang Hao waved casually and walked off toward his farm. Following the signs, Lin Xie quickly found the management office of farm 939. It was a modest, 3-story building with a simple and unassuming exterior. Lin Xie entered the reception hall on the first floor, where he presented his identification and assignment notice to a staff member operating a terminal. You must be Lin Xie? Welcome to farm 939. I'm Zhang, the logistics supervisor here. A man in his 40s, slightly overweight, greeted him warmly. Supervisor Zhang gave Lin Xie a brief introduction to the farm's basic operations, work responsibilities, and key guidelines. Farm 939 primarily cultivated high-energy nutritional grains and a few specialty cash crops. He led Lin Xie around to familiarize him with the work environment, provided him with basic tools, and activated his work badge using a personal terminal. Your designated area is Zone C7, where Golden Spike number 1 high-energy nutritional grain is grown. Here's the operations manual and a map of the area. Take some time to familiarize yourself with it. Today's mainly for orientation, you'll officially start tomorrow. Supervisor Zhang handed a datapad to Lin Xie. Lin Xie took the datapad and skimmed through it. The role of a farm administrator sounded straightforward but was actually quite intricate. First, he needed to proficiently operate various semi-automated agricultural machinery, including seeders, fertilizer applicators, irrigation system controllers, and most importantly, harvesters. While these machines were labeled as semi-automated, many critical processes still required manual intervention, especially when dealing with crops at different growth stages or unexpected situations. Second, he was responsible for daily monitoring of the crops in Zone C7. This included observing crop growth, recording data such as plant height, leaf color, and signs of pests or diseases. These records had to be uploaded in real time to the farm's central database for analysis by the technical team. Lastly, he was tasked with routine maintenance and troubleshooting of the equipment in his area, such as checking irrigation pipelines for blockages, ensuring sensor readings were accurate, and performing lubrication and cleaning of agricultural machinery. If he encountered problems he couldn't resolve, he would need to report them promptly. In short, this job required both physical effort and meticulous attention to detail. Supervisor Zhang led Lin Xie to Zone C7. Spanning before them was a golden expanse of grain, thriving and exuding a faint, pleasant aroma. This is Golden Spike number 1. It's one of the primary staple crops of our star system. It boasts high energy conversion efficiency and a decent taste, Supervisor Zhang explained. Your job is to ensure they grow smoothly until they're ready for harvest. Nearby, several pieces of agricultural machinery Lin Xie had seen earlier on the express train were parked. These are Tiller Type 3 multifunctional platforms. They can seed, fertilize, and weed. They're versatile and easy to operate. The tutorials are detailed in the datapad. Over there is the big machine, the Harvest Beast Type 5 Combine Harvester. You'll use that when the crops are ready for harvesting. Supervisor Zhang pointed to the machines as he provided explanations. Lin Xie listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Although his heart still longed for martial arts training, he was determined to give this job his all since he had committed to it. Moreover, a stable job meant stable income, a necessity for supporting his family and, more importantly, aiding Bai Mushi's cultivation journey. Alright, spend today getting familiar with the environment and reading through the manual. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me via the internal communication system or ask the other employees. The farm has a great atmosphere, everyone's happy to help. Supervisor Zhang patted Lin Qia's shoulder with a smile. Thank you, Supervisor Zhang, Lin Qia replied gratefully. After Supervisor Zhang left, Lin Qia began exploring Zone C7. He opened the datapad and earnestly studied the operation methods for the agricultural machinery and the knowledge necessary for crop maintenance. Occasionally, other farm administrators would pass by in small patrol vehicles, casting curious glances at him but saying nothing. Lin Qia found the quietness to his liking and fully immersed himself in learning. He realized that even with the advanced agricultural technology of this era, human management and decision-making were still indispensable. The so-called modern farmer was far more complex than he had imagined. The day passed quickly. When his personal terminal signaled the end of his workday, Lin Qia stretched, feeling a bit fatigued but more fulfilled. He had gained a preliminary understanding of the job and started to devise plans for his future life. Time to head home. My wife should have cooked dinner by now, and tonight she's going to teach me the 8 treasures technique. Thinking of Bai Mushi, a smile unconsciously curled on Lin Qia's lips, and his steps grew lighter. Lin Qia returned to Sunflower Courtyard, Building B, Apartment 1314, and used his terminal access to unlock the door. Wife, I'm back. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bedroom door swung open, and Bai Mushi stepped out. She was dressed in a tight black training outfit that accentuated her fiery figure. Sweat dampened her temples and clothes, clinging to her skin. A few strands of wet hair framed her smooth forehead, adding a touch of sensuality from post-exercise exertion. Her face was flushed from intense training, exuding a healthy glow, and her breathing was slightly labored. Upon hearing Lin Qia casually call her wife, Bai Mushi visibly froze, her cheeks turning an even deeper shade of red as her gaze faltered. She hesitated for a moment, as if building up her courage, and finally managed to muster the words in a voice as soft as a whisper yet clear to Lin Qia's ears. Husband, you're back. This was the first time Bai Mushi had called him husband. Lin Qia's heart fluttered. Watching her shy yet determined expression, he found her utterly adorable. Sensing the intensity of Lin Qia's gaze, Bai Mushi quickly changed the subject, pointing toward the kitchen. The food's ready. I saw there was still some time earlier, so I practiced for a bit. Lin Qia immediately understood. The soon-to-be martial artist's wife truly refused to relax her training for even a moment. Bai Mushi felt incredibly uncomfortable under Lin Qia's gaze, her cheeks flushing as her eyes darted about shyly. I'm all sweaty. I'll go take a shower first, she stammered with a hint of embarrassment. Turning around, she quickly walked toward the bathroom. However, just as she stepped into the bathroom without even closing the door, the sound of footsteps came from behind her. In the next moment, Lin Qia's figure appeared at the bathroom door. Ah! Bai Mushi exclaimed, startled. She instinctively tried to shut the door, but Lin Qia squeezed in before she could. What are you doing? She asked, both anxious and mortified. Lin Qia chuckled mischievously, wrapping his arms around her from behind. In a soft voice near her ear, he said, Wife, let's shower together. Save water, in line with the Empire's call. No. MMPH, the next several thousand words are omitted. An hour later, the bathroom door finally opened. Bai Mushi stepped out, her face flushed crimson. She was dressed in clean cotton loungewear, her hair still damp and exuding the fresh scent of soap. She kept her head lowered, not daring to look at Lin Qia, and quickly made her way to the dining table, silently serving him rice. However, her ears remained as red as apples. Thinking back to what had just occurred in the bathroom made her cheeks burn and her heart race. This man was getting more and more audacious. Lin Qia, on the other hand, sat by the table looking entirely refreshed. Watching Bai Mushi's shy demeanor filled him with delight. At the dinner table, Bai Mushi worked hard to steady her emotions and asked calmly, So, how was your first day at work? Lin Qia took a bite of food and replied with a smile, It was all right. The work isn't hard, just a bit tedious. The farm supervisor is nice, and the colleagues seem pretty easy to get along with. He briefly recounted the day's work and experiences. Bai Mushi listened attentively, nodding from time to time and occasionally asking a question or two. Though she was deeply invested in martial arts, she did not entirely disregard her partner's work and life. After dinner, Lin Qia suggested, Wife, let's go for a walk to digest the food. Bai Mushi was momentarily stunned. A walk? Seeing the anticipation in Lin Qiye's eyes, she subconsciously nodded, alright. The two changed into casual clothes, held hands, and walked out the door. Under the night sky, the sunflower courtyard was brightly lit, with many residents strolling and chatting, creating a lively community atmosphere. Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi walked side by side, saying little but enjoying the warm and comfortable ambience. Bai Mushi was tall, and even in flat shoes, she was nearly as tall as Lin Qiye. Walking beside him, she could feel the warmth of his hand, and an indescribable feeling surged in her heart. This peaceful and stable life didn't seem as hard to accept as she had imagined. As they enjoyed the rare serenity, an unwelcome voice suddenly interrupted the moment. Hey, Lin Qiye? What a coincidence! Lin Qiye turned around and saw Wang Hao walking toward them, his arm around a slightly plump girl. The sight of Bai Mushi made Wang Hao freeze instantly. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened slightly as if he had seen a ghost. Earlier in the day on the express line, he only saw Bai Mushi's profile picture. Though he was amazed, he still held on to the faint hope that it might have been a misleading photo. But now, the real Bai Mushi stood before him. She was even more breathtaking in person. Her tall figure, though dressed in simple casual wear, still showcased her graceful curves. Her delicate face, under the glow of the streetlights, appeared fair and smooth with a healthy radiance. Especially those cold phoenix eyes, which now, perhaps softened by her time with Lin Qiye, seemed even more captivating. She stood quietly beside Lin Qiye, exuding an ethereal aura, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Wang Hao's breath almost stopped. This was, without a doubt, a goddess in the flesh. Wang Hao's astonishment lasted only a moment. Understanding basic social etiquette, he quickly composed himself. Though his expression was stiff, he forced a smile and introduced, Qiye, this is my girlfriend, Zhang Qian. Shanqian, this is my high school classmate Lin Qiye. And, this must be your wife? Wang Hao's gaze lingered briefly on Bai Mushi. Zhang Qian, who appeared honest and straightforward, curiously observed Lin Qiye. Upon noticing his tall and handsome appearance, her eyes lit up, and a shy blush spread across her face. Hello, Lin Qiye, and hello to your wife, Zhang Qian greeted politely. Bai Mushi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Lin Qiye smiled and nodded as well. Hello, Wang Hao, Zhang Qian. This is my girlfriend, Bai Mushi. After the brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Sensing this, Lin Qiye took the initiative to break the tension. We just finished dinner and came out for a walk. What about you two? We're doing the same, just getting some fresh air, Wang Hao replied with a forced laugh. Alright, we won't hold you up then. We'll get going, said Lin Qiye, pulling Bai Mushi away by the hand. Sure. Let's catch up another time, Wang Hao quickly added. The two pairs passed each other. After walking some distance, Zhang Qian couldn't help but tug on Wang Hao's sleeve and whisper, Howsy, your classmate and his girlfriend look so perfect together. The guy is so handsome, and the girl is so beautiful. They're such a feast for the eyes. Her tone was full of admiration. Hearing this, Wang Hao felt even more unsettled, but he forced a nonchalant smile. Wrapping an arm around Zhang Qian's shoulder, he said, Oh, come on, everyone has their own preferences. Honestly, I don't like overly slim women. To me, someone with a bit of meat, like you, looks the best. You're more comfortable to hold. As he spoke, he playfully pinched Zhang Qian's waist. Zhang Qian let out a laugh at his teasing, her face flushing an even deeper red. She lightly punched Wang Hao's chest and said coyly, You're so annoying. Always saying sweet things to flatter me. Though her words were reproachful, the happiness and satisfaction in her eyes were unmistakable. After all, what woman doesn't enjoy hearing sweet words? Especially in moments of comparison, when her partner can still say such things, it made her heart melt. Seeing the joyful expression on Zhang Qian's face, Wang Hao's sense of imbalance faded significantly. He thought to himself, so what if someone's partner is beautiful? At the end of the day, life is about living practically. In his eyes, the more stunning a woman's looks, the higher her demands would be, and the more difficult she would be to please. Just like Lin Qiye's partner, at first glance, she seemed like the type of person who was cold and difficult to get along with. Perhaps, behind closed doors, she might even have quite a temper. Unlike his own Zhang Qian, who had a gentle personality, was considerate and family-oriented, the kind of woman who exuded the vibe of someone you could live a peaceful life with. Being with such a woman meant living comfortably and at ease. People, aren't they all like this? Contentment brings happiness, Wang Hao consoled himself internally. As long as I'm living comfortably, that's what matters most. He wrapped an arm around Zhang Qian's shoulder and said gently, Let's go, Zhang Qian. How about we check out that new dessert shop over there? I've heard it's pretty good. On the other side, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi continued their stroll through the neighborhood. Though Bai Mushi still maintained her cool demeanor. Her hand, which was holding Lin Xie's, never let go. Lin Xie noticed the subtle shifts in her mood and couldn't help but smile to himself. Mushi, Lin Xie suddenly asked, did you not go out much before? Bai Mushi paused for a moment, then shook her head and replied softly, no, most of my time before was spent cultivating, or worrying about tuition fees. Her tone was calm and betrayed little emotion. But Lin Xie could imagine the hardships she had endured in the past. A young woman, burdened with massive debts while chasing her martial arts dream, the pressure and pain of such a journey were beyond the comprehension of others. Lin Xie tightened his grip on her hand and said firmly, that won't happen anymore. With me here, all you need to worry about is cultivating. Bai Mushi trembled slightly, turned her head, and looked at Lin Xie's earnest and resolute profile. The streetlight cast its glow on his face, outlining his sharp features, and a warm light flickered in his bright eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. An indescribable feeling, like spring rain, quietly began to nourish her once parched soul. She didn't say anything, merely letting out a gentle as she leaned her head slightly against Lin Xie's shoulder. The night breeze brushed past, carrying a hint of chill, but it couldn't dispel the rising warmth and subtle intimacy between the two. Lin Xie felt the softness and faint fragrance resting on his shoulder, and warmth surged in his heart as his pace naturally slowed. The two of them walked quietly, leaning on each other, strolling slowly along the shaded paths of the neighborhood. The surrounding noise seemed to fade away, and the entire world narrowed to just their breaths and heartbeats. After walking for a while, Bai Mushi seemed to grow tired, her pace slowing down. Are you tired? Lin Xie asked softly. A little, Bai Mushi replied, her voice carrying a trace of drowsiness. Then let's head back. Okay. The two turned and headed home. Back at home, Bai Mushi took the initiative to propose teaching Lin Xie the cultivation method of 8 treasures technique. In the large bedroom they had converted into a training room, the two stood facing each other. Bai Mushi changed into loose and comfortable training attire, her expression focused and serious. Asterisk 8 treasures technique asterisk may be a basic cultivation method, but it lays a solid foundation and is very helpful for improving coordination and strength control. Memorize the movements first, and then I'll teach you the breathing techniques. As she spoke, Bai Mushi began to demonstrate the movements of the 8 treasures technique. Her motions were fluid and graceful, each transition filled with power and beauty. It was evident she had mastered this method thoroughly. Lin Xie watched intently from the side, making an effort to commit every movement to memory. After completing one cycle of the technique, Bai Mushi was slightly out of breath, her forehead dotted with fine beads of sweat. She turned to Lin Xie and asked, how much did you remember? Lin Xie replied awkwardly, I'm not sure. That's okay, don't stress about it, Bai Mushi said with a smile she couldn't suppress. She then explained, when I became a quasi-martial artist in my junior year of college, I started taking part-time jobs teaching kids this 8 treasures technique. By now, I have 5 years of teaching experience. Getting you started won't be a problem. As Lin Xie clumsily mimicked the movements under Bai Mushi's guidance, he curiously asked, honey, so when you taught kids, how much did you charge for tuition? Hearing this, Bai Mushi's lips curled into a faint, proud smile. At first, when I lacked experience, I only charged 300 credits per hour. Now that I've got more experience and a reputation, I've raised it to 500 credits per hour. Lin Xie's eyes lit up instantly. Wow! So doesn't that mean my wife just gave me a free lesson worth $1,000 tonight? Bai Mushi snorted haughtily, humph. Now you know, right? You better take this seriously. If you don't learn properly, I'm going to charge double to compensate for my time. Despite her words, the laughter in her eyes was impossible to hide. Yes, ma'am. Lin Xie immediately straightened his posture, putting on a serious learning face. For the rest of the evening, Bai Mushi patiently corrected each of Lin Xie's movements, explaining the techniques for exerting force and the coordination of breathing. As the night deepened, the lights in the living room remained bright, illuminating the two figures earnestly training. Lin Xie tried his best to mimic Bai Mushi's movements, striving for precision with each step. However, as it was his first time practicing the 8 treasures technique, his body coordination and strength control were still quite lacking. After practicing for a long time, his movements were still stiff and clumsy, far from achieving even the basics. Watching his earnest yet clumsy attempts, Bai Mushi found it amusing but refrained from pointing it out. She kindly reassured him, take your time, there's no need to rush. This technique may look simple, but truly reaching the beginner's level and achieving harmony of force and intent takes time. From my experience teaching others, most people take 3 to 6 months to get the hang of it. This is just your first day, so don't pressure yourself. Of course, she had also taught a few exceptionally gifted students who managed to grasp the essence of the 8 treasures technique and reach the beginner's level within a week. But seeing Lin Qiye's current performance, it was clear he wasn't one of those prodigies. Naturally, Bai Mushi wouldn't mention this to dampen his enthusiasm. After all, this was her partner, her husband, he deserved encouragement. Hearing this, Lin Qiye nodded, though he couldn't help feeling a bit resigned. He sneaked a glance at the system interface in his mind. In the Cultivation Techniques section, below the entry 4, Broadcast Exercise Routine number 128, a new line had indeed appeared, 8 Treasures Technique, uninitiated. Looks like I really haven't mastered it yet. Lin Qiye sighed inwardly. Clearly, the difficulty of the 8 Treasures Technique far surpassed that of the broadcast exercises. Seeing Lin Qiye deep in thought, Bai Mushi said, "Take some time to digest what I just taught you and feel the subtle changes in your body. I'll practice for a bit." With that, she moved to another spot and began practicing the 8 Treasures Technique. Bai Mushi's training focused on elevating the level of this technique to enhance her genetic potential. Once her genetic potential reached 10%, she would advance to become a martial artist. Observing her practice, Lin Qiye concluded that her mastery of the 8 Treasures Technique was far beyond the beginner's first level, it had to be at a much higher stage. Watching Bai Mushi's focused and dedicated demeanor stirred a sense of urgency in Lin Qiye's heart. He reasoned to himself that since mastering the 8 Treasures Technique was not something he could accomplish quickly, he might as well prioritize advancing in the 128th set of broadcast calisthenics for now. After all, the progress in practicing the calisthenics was visibly measurable. Each round would directly increase the progress bar on his system panel. This tangible sense of improvement was crucial for him. Having made up his mind, Lin Qiye stopped worrying about the 8 Treasures Technique. Taking a deep breath, he began performing the 128th set of broadcast calisthenics with meticulous precision. Though he had practiced this routine for a decade and was already intimately familiar with every move, the support from his system was remarkable. Regardless of how precise his movements were, simply completing the routine meant an increase in strength. During her practice breaks, Bai Mushi occasionally opened her eyes and noticed Lin Qiye diligently working on what she regarded as an inefficient exercise routine. Her brows furrowed slightly, but in the end, she chose not to say anything. Everyone has their own choices and habits, as long as he felt it was effective, that would suffice. Besides, seeing his earnest expression, she couldn't bring herself to lecture him again. Time ticked by second by second. Lost in his practice, Lin Qiye paid no attention to the passing hours. His clothes were soon drenched in sweat, yet he showed no intention of stopping. 128th set of broadcast calisthenics level 1, 2/10. 128th set of broadcast calisthenics level 1, 3/10. The hours slipped away quietly as he remained engrossed in his training. Sweat dripped from Lin Qiye's brow, falling onto the floor. After practicing the calisthenics for 2 consecutive hours, in addition to the earlier 2 hours of learning the 8 Treasures Technique from Bai Mushi, he felt every cell in his body crying out in exhaustion. Fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. His movements slowed, and his breathing grew heavier. Bai Mushi had already finished her own training. Seeing Lin Qiye's staggering figure, determined despite being on the verge of collapse, a complicated emotion flickered in her eyes. There was confusion, concern, and an inexplicable sense of being moved. This man, while mediocre in talent, possessed a tenacity and perseverance that earned her newfound respect. Finally, after barely completing the last round of calisthenics, Lin Qiye's legs gave out, and he nearly collapsed onto the floor. Bai Mushi quickly stepped forward to support him. "Alright, that's enough for today. You've worked hard," Bai Mushi said, her voice carrying a faint trace of warmth. Leaning against Bai Mushi, Lin Qiye gasped for air, too exhausted to speak. He could only nod weakly. Bai Mushi helped him into the bathroom and prepared a warm bath for him. Lin Qiye, running on autopilot, managed to take a bath before collapsing onto the bed. Without even pulling up the covers, he fell into a deep sleep, his snores soon filling the room. Bai Mushi looked at his sleeping face and shook her head with a helpless smile. She gently tucked him in before heading to wash up herself. Then, she returned to the bed. As she lay beside him, listening to his steady snores, Bai Mushi found herself unable to sleep. She couldn't understand why Lin Qiye was so fixated on such a seemingly ineffective calisthenics routine. Did he truly believe that relying on it alone could change his fate? The next morning, Lin Qiye was awakened by a faint pressure on his stomach. Groggily opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was a small, fair foot resting squarely on his abdomen. Smiling wryly, he carefully moved Bai Mushi's leg off him. Bai Mushi yawned and gradually woke up as well. In the bathroom, the two stood side by side at the sink, brushing their teeth. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow over the wash basin. With her mouth full of frothy toothpaste, Bai Mushi mumbled, I'm going to the community health center for a checkup today. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyue immediately turned to her, his concern evident. Do you want me to go with you? Bai Mushi rinsed her mouth and shook her head. No need. You just started your job, don't take time off. It's just a routine prenatal exam. I'll be quick. Then, with a playful grin, she raised her small, fair fist and declared, Besides, I'm a soon-to-be martial artist stronger than you now. Lin Xiaoyue couldn't help but laugh at her cute demeanor. He reached out and gently tapped her upturned nose. That's right, my wife is the best. #1 in the world. Blushing slightly at his compliment, Bai Mushi shot him a glare. Sweet talker. Though her words were dismissive, the smile in her eyes was undeniable. The two finished their morning routine with teasing and laughter. Bai Mushi wore a loose, comfortable light-colored dress that day, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She looked less sharp than usual and exuded the gentle serenity unique to expectant mothers. After a simple breakfast, Lin Xiaoyue reminded her, Let me know the results of the checkup as soon as you get them. Be careful on the way. Got it. You two don't be late for work. Bai Mushi nodded and walked into the door. Lin Xiaoyue kissed her lightly on the forehead before turning to leave. Watching his departing figure, a tender smile unknowingly graced Bai Mushi's lips. Being cared for and fussed over like this wasn't such a bad feeling after all. She gently touched her flat belly, her gaze filled with anticipation and a hint of unease. At the farmlands of Sector C7, Lin Xiaoyue activated the multifunctional Cultivator Type 3 platform, beginning to practice and familiarize himself with the machinery. Just as he settled in and adjusted the control panel, his personal terminal buzzed on his wrist. It was a voice message from Bai Mushi. Excited, Lin Xiaoyue quickly opened it. Honey, the test results are out. The doctor said, I'm pregnant. Bai Mushi's voice carried an unmistakable joy and subtle excitement, coming through clearly. Lin Xiao's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile. Though he had anticipated this news, hearing it with his own ears still filled him with immense happiness and exhilaration. Without hesitation, he switched to video call mode. Soon, the screen displayed Bai Mushi's gentle, smiling face. Wife, this is wonderful. Lin Xia exclaimed excitedly. How are you feeling now? Everything's fine, Bai Mushi replied, her cheeks glowing with a healthy blush. The doctor said I need to rest during the early stages of pregnancy, maintain a balanced diet, and prescribed some nutritional supplements for me. That's great, Lin Xia nodded repeatedly. When you get home, just rest well. Don't do any heavy or tiring chores. I'll handle everything after I get off work. Got it. Focus on your work. I'm not made of paper, you know, Bai Mushi playfully scolded, though her tone was filled with sweetness. The two chatted for a while longer, exchanging a few reminders before reluctantly ending the video call. Putting down the terminal, Lin Xia's emotions remained stirred for a long time. He was going to be a father. This feeling was both wondrous and full of anticipation. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and began familiarizing himself with operating the agricultural machinery. Today's work on the farm wasn't too demanding. Since it wasn't the busy farming season, most crops were in their growth phase and didn't require much intervention. Lin Xia drove the tiller Model 3 around his designated area, inspecting the irrigation systems and sensors, recording some basic data. After completing these routine tasks, he realized he didn't seem to have much else to do. Well, since there's nothing else, why not practice some calisthenics? The thought popped into his head and refused to be suppressed. After all, this was his designated work area, and people rarely came by. He parked the work platform by the field, found a relatively flat open space, and began seriously performing the 128th set of calisthenics. The morning sunlight was warm and gentle, and a light breeze rustled the golden waves of crops, creating a soft rustling sound, almost as if it was accompanying his movements. An hour later, after completing a set of calisthenics, Lin Xia felt refreshed and rejuvenated. He glanced at the system panel. 128th set of calisthenics, level 1, 4/10. Not bad, progressing further. After a simple lunch provided by the farm and a brief rest, Lin Xia found another free moment in the afternoon and once again immersed himself in practicing the calisthenics. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, yet he thoroughly enjoyed the process. Every effective practice session brought him one step closer to his goal. By the time the afternoon training ended, the system panel updated again. 128th set of calisthenics, level 1, 5/10. Great! Halfway there. Lin Chiye's spirits soared. Finally, as the workday ended, Lin Chiye boarded the express line back to his residential community, barely able to contain his excitement. The thought of a warm home, a gentle wife, and a delicious meal waiting for him quickened his steps. Upon reaching home, as expected, Baimushi had already prepared a sumptuous dinner and was bustling in the kitchen with an apron tied around her waist. "Wife, I'm home," Lin Chiye called out, gently hugging her from behind. Startled by his sudden gesture, Baimushi lightly patted his hand in mock annoyance. "You're back. Go wash up, dinner's almost ready." Her voice was soft and tender. Lin Chiye beamed with a bright smile, his heart enveloped in the warmth of home. After dinner, Baimushi patiently guided Lin Chiye through the movements and force techniques of the 8 treasures technique. However, considering her pregnancy, starting from today, her guidance sessions were shortened to an hour, and her own practice time was also reduced accordingly. "Your movements are more coordinated today than they were yesterday. Keep it up," Baimushi encouraged. Yet, she also knew deep down that Lin Chiye still had a long way to go before mastering the 8 treasures technique. Lin Chiye nodded earnestly, continuing to practice diligently. Once the hour-long guidance for the 8 treasures technique concluded, Baimushi sat quietly nearby to meditate and regulate her breathing, consolidating her cultivation. It was also a form of prenatal education. Meanwhile, Lin Chiye unhesitatingly resumed practicing the 128th set of calisthenics. For him, the 8 treasures technique was still far from being mastered. However, the progress in calisthenics was tangible. Moreover, according to the system, once the cultivation permissions were unlocked, he could directly train it to the maximum level. Under the glow of the lights, his figure repeated the now familiar movements again and again. Sweat soaked his clothes, and his muscles trembled slightly from exhaustion, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. 128th set of calisthenics, level 1, 6/10. 128th set of calisthenics, level 1, 7/10. 128th set of calisthenics, level 1, 8/10. That night, Lin Chiye practiced for 3 full hours, completing 3 rounds of calisthenics. When the final round ended, he nearly collapsed, panting heavily. Despite his body being utterly exhausted, the progress bar on the system panel filled him with anticipation. Just 2 more rounds. Tomorrow, I'll definitely level up. This thought sustained him, filling him with immense excitement. After washing up, Lin Chiye fell asleep almost instantly after hitting the bed, too tired to even engage in much conversation with Baimushi. Watching Lin Chiye's sleeping profile, Baimushi shook her head helplessly. She sighed softly, thinking to herself, "Ordinary people are like this. When faced with challenges, they often fall back on what's familiar and comfortable, struggling to persist with tackling new hurdles." In her eyes, Lin Chiye's decision to abandon the more promising 8 treasures technique in favor of obsessing over the less efficient calisthenics was a typical case of path dependency. While she could understand his choice, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. After all, the potential of calisthenics was far too limited. However, thinking about how he worked hard during the day for their family and diligently trained at night for their unborn child, Baimushi's dissatisfaction gradually faded. Never mind, as long as he's happy. Baimushi lay down beside him and slowly drifted into sleep. The next morning, Lin Chiye headed to the farm as usual. Just arriving at Sector C7, Lin Chiye hadn't even started up the tiller Type 3 when Logistics Supervisor Zhang drove over in a small patrol vehicle. "Shaolin, how's it going? Getting used to the work? Are you familiar with the machinery operations?" Supervisor Zhang stopped the car, poked his head out, and asked cheerfully with a smile. "Hello, Supervisor Zhang." Lin Chiye quickly responded, "I've basically gotten familiar with everything. I've finished reading the operation manual, and there aren't any major issues." Good, Supervisor Zhang nodded in satisfaction. "Our farm work isn't exactly difficult, but it's not that simple either. It mainly depends on proficiency and a sense of responsibility. You're young, so you learn quickly and should adapt fast. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask. Don't hesitate." "Understood. Thank you for your concern, Supervisor Zhang. Alright, then. I'll let you get back to it. I'm off to check the other areas." Supervisor Zhang gave a few more reminders before driving off in the patrol vehicle. Watching Supervisor Zhang leave, Lin Chiye understood. This must have been a routine check to see how new employees were adapting. Since the supervisor had already come by, he could now arrange the rest of his time more freely. Skillfully starting up the work platform, Lin Xie followed the daily procedures to first inspect the growth status of the crops in his area and the operational state of the equipment, recording data along the way. Everything was normal. After completing these necessary tasks, Lin Xie parked the work platform by the field and began his daily practice of the broadcast calisthenics. Warm sunlight bathed his body, the expansive farmland stretched endlessly, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of soil and crops. Practicing in this environment was a unique experience. He focused intently, and time flew by as he practiced diligently. Sweat quickly soaked through his work clothes, but he showed no signs of stopping. An hour later, Lin Xie exhaled deeply. Broadcast calisthenics said 128, level 1, 9/10. Just one more time to go. In the afternoon, during a break from work, Lin Xie resumed practicing the broadcast calisthenics. When he completed the final movement, sweat poured from him like rain. He leaned on his knees, panting heavily. At that moment, the long-awaited system notification echoed in his mind. Broadcast calisthenics said 128, level 1, 10/10. Ding! Broadcast calisthenics said 128 has been upgraded to level 2. Host's genetic potential plus 0.2%. Suddenly, an indescribable wave of comfort surged through his body, spreading rapidly to every cell. The fatigue and soreness in his muscles seemed to vanish, replaced by a sense of rejuvenation and immense strength. What astonished Lin Xie even more was the clarity of the movements for broadcast calisthenics set 128 that appeared in his mind. Each action became more precise and refined, as if he had practiced the level 2 calisthenics countless times before. Every detail, every point of exertion was vividly clear, as though etched into his very being. Simultaneously, his body movements naturally became more fluid, coordinated, and rhythmic. Every stretch, leap, and bend seemed honed through countless repetitions, exuding an inexplicable sense of power and grace. This is, Lin Xie widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. He could distinctly feel that his control over his body had improved significantly. Every movement felt effortless, as if it were a natural instinct. This technique's upgrades don't require understanding or breakthroughs. Lin Xie thought with delight. As long as I keep practicing, I'll automatically break through and master higher levels. He quickly opened the system panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 6.35% plus 0.2%. Physical strength, 58 plus. Mental strength, 64 plus. Spiritual energy, 11 plus. Techniques, broadcast calisthenics set 128, level 2, 0/20, 8 treasure technique, uninitiated. Partner, by Mushi, favorability 60. Offspring, 1, in gestation. Indeed, broadcast calisthenics said 128 had been upgraded to level 2. Moreover, upgrading to level 3 now required 20 practice sessions. Although the required number had increased, with his current speed of practice, it would only take 2 or 3 days to achieve. More importantly, his genetic potential had indeed improved by 0.2%, from the initial 5% to the 6.15% from the beginner bonus, and now to 6.35%. Over the past year, his genetic potential hadn't budged, yet within less than a week, it had surged by 1.2%. At this rate, I'll soon break through the 7% threshold and become a true quasi-warrior. Lin Xie's heart swelled with unprecedented confidence and anticipation. That evening, back home, after dinner, Bai Mushi spent another hour instructing Lin Xie on the 8 treasure technique. Lin Xie studied earnestly, but the system still showed that he hadn't entered the beginner stage. An hour later, Bai Mushi went to meditate in a quiet corner, while Lin Xie began practicing the broadcast calisthenics again. However, as he started, Bai Mushi, who had her eyes closed in meditation, suddenly opened them. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes reflected a mix of surprise and confusion. What was going on? Why did she feel that Lin Xie's broadcast calisthenics were different from before? His movements seemed smoother and more precise. It was as if he had made a breakthrough. Bai Mushi suppressed her astonishment and observed carefully. As time passed, her shock grew stronger. She wasn't mistaken. Lin Xie's broadcast calisthenics were undoubtedly different from before. Every movement was more accurate, and his exertion was more coordinated. This was unmistakably the sign of a breakthrough to level 2. 2 hours later, Lin Xie finished his practice. Although still fatigued, his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. Bai Mushi could no longer contain her curiosity. She approached him directly and asked, Lin Xie, did your broadcast calisthenics break through? Lin Xie chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head. I think so. It feels much smoother than before. What's your genetic potential now? Bai Mushi pressed on, her tone slightly urgent. Without hesitation, Lin Xie replied, I measured it this morning, 6.35%. 6.35%? Bai Mushi gasped sharply, her eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be? Could it really be that he was born to practice this most basic form of calisthenics? This seemingly inefficient cultivation technique was showing unexpected results when practiced by him? Time passed like a fleeting horse. Over the next 5 days, Lin Xie persistently practiced the calisthenics. Whether it was during breaks from working on the farm or after returning home in the evening, as long as he had free time, he would immediately immerse himself in cultivation. On average, he managed to practice 4 to 5 times a day. Effort pays off for those who are committed. Soon, the level of his 128th set of calisthenics successfully advanced from level 2 to level 3. When the energy from the level 3 breakthrough once again surged through his entire body, Lin Xie felt that his physical strength had reached a new peak. He quickly checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 6.55%, plus 0.2%. Physical fitness, 60 plus. Mental strength, 65 plus. Spiritual energy, 11 plus. Techniques, 128th set of calisthenics, level 3, 1/30th, 8 treasure technique, not initiated. Partner, Bai Mushi, affection, 65, plus 5. Offspring, 1, in gestation. His genetic potential had increased by another 0.2%, reaching 6.55%. He was now one step closer to the 7% threshold required to qualify as a martial artist. His physical fitness had also successfully surpassed 60 points, meaning his strength, speed, and endurance had all significantly improved. Mental strength had similarly risen to 65 points, making his perception sharper and his focus more concentrated. The only aspect that hadn't changed was his spiritual energy, which remained at 11 points. Meanwhile, the 8 treasure technique was still in the not initiated state. Despite Bai Mushi's patient guidance every evening, it seemed that Lin Xie was genuinely lacking talent in this area, and his progress remained slow. However, Lin Xie wasn't discouraged. After all, he had the steady path of improvement offered by the calisthenics. What surprised him was that Bai Mushi's affection for him had unknowingly increased by 5 points, reaching 65 points. Although it wasn't much, it was still a positive sign. During this week, the relationship between the two grew increasingly harmonious. Bai Mushi gradually adapted to her new role as a wife. The initial awkwardness and discomfort slowly faded through their daily interactions. Lin Xie's attentiveness and diligence did not go unnoticed by her. Although his talent was mediocre and he was only practicing the most basic form of calisthenics, his persistence and determination touched her heart. Moreover, Lin Xie treated her very well. He always took the initiative to handle household chores and let her have the best food first. This steady flow of care warmed her heart, which had grown somewhat hardened by martial pursuits and financial debts. In the 0755 star system, a week consisted of 9 days, 7 workdays followed by 2 rest days. After his 128th set of calisthenics broke through to level 3, Lin Xie welcomed his first full rest day since moving into this community. He wanted to properly test the progress of his strength during this period. After all, the system's numbers were only a reference. He was more curious about the actual power of his punches. At the breakfast table, Bai Mushi had prepared a hearty meal, a steaming bowl of exotic beast bone porridge, accompanied by a few light side dishes. Since becoming pregnant, her taste had leaned towards lighter foods. Wife, I want to go to the community gym's public testing area today to measure my strength, Lin Xie said as he sipped his porridge. Bai Mushi was slightly surprised but quickly nodded. Alright, I was thinking of getting some light exercise myself. Let's go together. Although she was pregnant, as an aspiring martial artist, proper activity was beneficial for both her and the baby. She was also curious about Lin Xie's progress. After breakfast, the two of them tidied up briefly, changed into sportswear, and headed to the community gym together. It was still early, but the gym was already bustling with people. Sweat poured from individuals at various training machines, and the atmosphere was thick with the fervor of cultivation. This was a typical hallmark of the flourishing martial arts era. Even though most people were failures in the martial arts college entrance exams, many still maintained the habit of training, yearning for even the slightest improvement. As they entered the strength testing area, Lin Xie heard a familiar voice. Hey, Lin Xie? He turned towards the voice and saw a young man of average build and looked staring at him in surprise. Zhang Wei? Lin Xie recognized him. He was a high school classmate. Zhang Wei was equally surprised. Lin Xie. He glanced at Bai Mushi and instantly looked a bit embarrassed. She was too beautiful, with an amazing figure. He couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. This guy Lin Xie, what luck does he have to find such a gorgeous partner? Lin Xie smiled and introduced, this is my partner, Bai Mushi. Oh, hello, Zhang Wei nodded, thinking to himself, asterisk Lin Xie's luck is terrible compared to mine. His partner is way better than mine, asterisk. Unaware of Zhang Wei's thoughts, Lin Xie continued, we came to test our strength. Perfect timing. I just finished warming up. Let's check it out together, Zhang Wei replied, with a faint hint of superiority in his tone. After all, he had been much stronger than Lin Xie back in high school. In school, Zhang Wei's genetic potential had been 6.5%, significantly higher than Lin Xie's initial 5%. He was among the top 10 in their class, narrowly missing the admission cutoff for public martial arts universities. Lin Xie remembered that their martial arts teacher once evaluated Zhang Wei, stating that although his 128th set of calisthenics had also reached level 3, it still lacked the refinement needed to fully unleash his genetic potential. The teacher had said that calisthenics needed to reach at least level 5 for genetic potential to possibly hit the 7% qualifying threshold. Of course, while Zhang Wei was stronger than Lin Xie, he had also failed the martial arts entrance exams. Now, however, Lin Xie's calisthenics had also reached level 3, and his genetic potential was at 6.55%, beginning to catch up to Zhang Wei. The three of them approached a public strength testing machine. This machine was a standard punching target that could precisely measure the force of a strike. Want to go first? Zhang Wei asked politely. Sure, Lin Xie replied without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, he planted his right foot firmly, engaged his core, and transferred all his power from his waist through his spine to his arm. Finally, he unleashed it in a devastating punch at the target. Boom! A muffled impact echoed. The numbers on the display above the punching target rapidly fluctuated before finally settling. 602 kg. 602 kilograms. Zhang Wei was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. He vividly remembered Lin Xie's punch strength test before the college entrance exam, where he could barely reach 500 kilograms. How long had it been since then? And now, he could actually hit 602 kilograms. To put this into perspective, Zhang Wei's own punch strength was only around 650 kilograms. Even Bai Mushi, who stood nearby with her usual cool and composed demeanor, couldn't hide the flicker of surprise in her eyes. She knew Lin Xie had been diligently practicing the broadcast exercises recently, but she hadn't expected such a dramatic improvement. A punch strength of 600 kilograms meant that his genetic potential had reached at least 5.9%. However, upon seeing this number, Lin Xie frowned slightly. He understood that, with his current genetic potential of 6.55%, his maximum punch strength should theoretically approach 700 kilograms if his control over his power was optimal. Even if not hitting 700 kilograms, it should at least be above 650 kilograms. But now, it was only 600 kilograms. This indicated that his control and explosive application of power were still lacking, and his body's potential had not been fully tapped. It seems that although the level of my broadcast exercises has improved, I still need more practice and insight to refine my precise control over strength, Lin Xie thought quietly to himself. Zhang Wei, oblivious to Lin Xie's frown, exclaimed in amazement, Xie, what's your genetic potential now? 600 kilograms, such a huge improvement. Lin Xie didn't hide it. 6.5%, he replied. Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. What? No way. This was incredible to him. How was it possible? Lin Xie had always been just average in their class, with genetic potential hovering around 5% at most. How could he suddenly skyrocket to 6.5%? Even Bai Mushi was visibly surprised. 6.5%, that was higher than her own genetic potential when she graduated from high school. Although Lin Xie's 6.55% genetic potential still fell short of the 7% minimum required for admission to a public martial arts university, the speed of his progress was nothing short of astonishing. If he chose to attend a private martial arts university, with his current potential and determination, his future achievements might very well surpass hers. In fact, among his peers, he might even be one of the first to step into the ranks of true martial artists. Yet, despite all this, he had unhesitatingly chosen to support her in continuing her martial arts training, even being willing to shoulder the burdens of the family himself. Thinking of this, Bai Mushi felt an indescribable sense of emotion and sweetness welling up in her heart. Her gaze toward Lin Xie became even gentler. After finishing his test, Lin Xie stepped aside and gestured for Zhang Wei and Bai Mushi to give it a try. However, Zhang Wei waved his hand, his expression complicated, and said, I'll just go over there and practice on the equipment. Lin Xie turned to Bai Mushi and smiled. Wife, why don't you give it a try? Let me see the true strength of a prospective martial artist and give me some motivation. Hearing this, Imushi gently shook her head. My genetic potential is already at 9.5%. Compared to your current state, there's no point in testing. Her tone was calm, but Lin Xie detected a faint trace of pride. A genetic potential of 9.5%, just one step away from the 10% threshold to becoming a martial artist. Lin Xie persisted, come on, wife, just try it. Bai Mushi was amused by his insistence, her cheeks slightly flushed. In the end, she couldn't resist him and nodded, alright, just once. She walked up to the strength tester and took a deep breath. Unlike Lin Xie's somewhat clumsy burst of power, Bai Mushi's movements were smooth and coordinated. She seemed to stand casually, and in an instant, her right fist turned into a blur, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, slamming fiercely into the punching target. Boom! A sound even deeper and more penetrating than Lin Xie's earlier strike reverberated through the testing area. The numbers on the display above the punching target skyrocketed, finally freezing at a figure that left everyone stunned. 972 kilograms. Instantly, the entire testing area fell silent. Everyone around, whether they were doing strength training or practicing combat techniques, stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes toward Bai Mushi. His 972 kilograms. My God! Is she a prospective martial artist? So strong. That power is nearly a ton. Who is she? I don't think I've seen her before. Exclamations and discussions erupted one after another. Some who had previously looked down on Lin Xie now gazed at him with envy and jealousy. Lin Xie was also stunned by the power of Bai Mushi's punch. Although he knew she was strong, witnessing her deliver a punch close to a ton still left him feeling exhilarated. Wife, you're amazing. Lin Xie praised sincerely. Bai Mushi, under everyone's gaze, blushed slightly, but her eyes sparkled with confidence. She tugged at Lin Xie's sleeve and whispered, alright, let's go home. Okay. Lin Xie nodded and left the gym with Bai Mushi. As the level of the broadcast calisthenics increased, reaching level 5 would allow one to enter the 7% genetic potential range, and at the maximum level of 10, it was said one could break through to 9% or even reach 10%, directly becoming a martial artist. Such power, he could achieve it too. After Lin Xie and Bai Mushi left, Zhang Wei, who was silently training in the strength area, overheard a few young men resting nearby whispering to each other. That girl just now was incredible, punching over 900 kilograms. She must be a prospective martial artist. Yeah, I wonder which faction she's from. There aren't many prospective martial artists around here. The guy next to her must be her partner, right? He doesn't seem all that strong, though. These days, it's not uncommon for the woman to be stronger than the man. Maybe he has other qualities. Hearing this, Zhang Wei froze for a moment. He instinctively thought of Lin Xie's handsome face and Bai Mushi's stunning beauty. Could it really be Lin Xie's partner? He shook his head vigorously, thinking to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. Back at home, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi shut the door, shutting out the noise of the outside world. Bai Mushi poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to Lin Xie. She was silent for a moment, as if organizing her thoughts, then looked at Lin Xie seriously and said, Xie, your genetic potential now is much stronger than mine. Was at your age. She still remembered that when she graduated from high school at 18, her genetic potential had only just reached 6%, but Lin Xie's was 6.55%. If I can successfully break through to the warrior realm, Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie, her eyes full of determination and a hint of apology. By then, the family's financial situation will be much better. Would you consider going to martial arts university? Lin Xie was slightly shaken upon hearing Bai Mushi's words. He hadn't expected Bai Mushi to proactively suggest supporting him to attend martial arts university after she became a warrior. Her words carried sincerity and hope, filling his heart with warmth. He didn't immediately agree, nor did he outright refuse. He understood that Bai Mushi's words were imbued with her longing for the future and deep affection for him. To reject her outright would be too hurtful, but to agree, he wasn't sure if martial arts university would be of any use to him. Lin Xie's current situation was that as long as his cultivation method could break through the training limitations, even something as simple as radio calisthenics would show progress bars upon practice, allowing him to directly break through without needing any comprehension. In such a scenario, would martial arts university still be useful to him? Lin Xie felt uncertain about this. So, after pondering for a moment, he raised his head, looked at Bai Mushi gently, and asked. With a smile, honey, I've always been curious. Since I haven't been to martial arts university, could you tell me what life there is like? Bai Mushi was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. She put down her water cup, thought for a moment, and said, martial arts university, it's actually very different from high school. As for the specific proportion of theoretical classes in high school, I can't quite remember, Bai Mushi recalled slowly, but the biggest difference is that most of the time at martial arts university is spent on cultivation. Non-martial arts theoretical classes, such as martial arts history, galactic flora and fauna, mechanical principles, and so on, account for a very small proportion, probably less than 10%. She paused and continued, the remaining 90% or more of the time is basically spent on cultivation, and more cultivation. The school provides specialized training facilities, including gravity rooms, simulated combat rooms, meditation rooms, and so on, with very comprehensive equipment. Every week, the school schedules a mentor Q&A session, Bai Mushi added. You can consult the martial arts teacher responsible for your major about any issues encountered during cultivation. The teacher will provide targeted guidance based on your specific situation. For example, the 8 treasures technique I practiced before, Bai Mushi explained, according to our teacher, as long as you can cultivate the 8 treasures technique to level 8 and lay a solid foundation at each level, your genetic potential will definitely break through the 10% threshold and reach the true warrior standard. Lin Xie couldn't help but ask curiously, then why is it necessary to cultivate at school? Can't you cultivate at home? Bai Mushi gently shook her head and explained, there are many reasons for this. First, the cultivation atmosphere is different, she said. At school, you're surrounded by classmates who are also working hard on their cultivation. Everyone is striving for the same goal, and that kind of positive atmosphere is highly motivating for individuals. Second, the school provides specially tailored nutritional meals based on students' cultivation intensity and physical condition, Bai Mushi continued. These meals can maximize the replenishment of energy consumed during cultivation, repair physical damage, and promote the development of genetic potential. Such precise nutritional ratios and ingredient selections are difficult to achieve at home. Third, the weekly mentor Q&A session is actually very important, Bai Mushi emphasized. Many times, you might feel that your cultivation is going smoothly and have no particular questions for a month. But sometimes, you suddenly encounter a bottleneck or feel confused about a specific detail. At such times, receiving immediate answers from an experienced martial arts teacher tailored to your characteristics is vastly different from relying entirely on your own exploration. A teacher's words can often make you see the light and save you from taking many detours. Oh, right, Bai Mushi suddenly remembered something. At martial arts university, whether at the school level, within each department, or even in every class, there are various rankings and competitions. There are monthly evaluations and annual grand competitions. Outstanding students can receive generous rewards such as rare cultivation resources, partial authorization for advanced techniques, or even one-on-one guidance from renowned mentors. As she spoke, a hint of regret crept into Bai Mushi's tone. Of course, my talent is average, and I've always been at a mid to lower level, so I haven't really received many rewards. Listening to Bai Mushi's description, Lin Xie gained a general understanding of life at martial arts university. It seemed that the university indeed provided an excellent environment and resource platform for cultivation, especially the 2 aspects of mentor guidance and nutritional meals, which were undoubtedly important aids for martial arts training. However, his current situation didn't seem to fully apply. With the system's support, his cultivation didn't rely much on comprehension or guidance. As long as he practiced step by step, he could steadily improve. As for the nutritional meals, they might help with physical recovery and enhancing genetic potential, but did he really need them? That said, the various rankings and competitions Bai Mushi mentioned, along with the generous rewards. Rankings, competitions, rewards. These words stirred a sense of competitiveness and anticipation deep within him. After all, on the surface, he appeared to have mediocre talent, practicing the most basic calisthenics. But in reality, with the system's support, his cultivation speed and potential had already far surpassed ordinary people's imagination. Given enough time, whether it was calisthenics or other techniques he might unlock in the future, he could rapidly improve in a way that was almost cheating. A genius with unparalleled comprehension? Lin Xie silently pondered this term. Judging by his cultivation results, he indeed deserved this title. He didn't need to understand bottlenecks or seek guidance from renowned mentors, he just needed to practice to break through and grow stronger. Wasn't this the hallmark of a cultivation prodigy? If he really entered martial arts university and participated in those rankings and competitions, with his current situation, wouldn't he easily dominate? Just imagining such a scenario made Lin Xie's heart race. Who wouldn't want to be the center of attention? Who wouldn't want to obtain precious cultivation resources? If additional resources could accelerate this process, why not? He also wanted to know how far he could go when facing true martial arts geniuses. Moreover, there was one more thing Bai Mushi hadn't mentioned, but it was common knowledge in the Galactic Empire. The cultivation techniques accessible to ordinary people were almost all authorized by Martial Arts University. In other words, if one didn't enter Martial Arts University, the techniques they could access in their lifetime would basically be limited to calisthenics. So, for Lin Xie to rely on the system for steady improvement, he would need a continuous supply of new techniques. And the only way to achieve that was by entering Martial Arts University. What kind of rewards do those rankings and competitions offer? Lin Xie suppressed his excitement and asked casually. Bai Mushi thought for a moment and replied, the rewards come in many forms. The most common are credit points, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. In fact, at private martial arts universities, as long as you rank in the top 10 of your class for the year, the credit points you earn can cover your tuition fees. There are also cultivation resources, such as high-quality genetic enhancement serums. Even more valuable are technique authorizations, and sometimes there are partial cultivation permissions for special techniques or secret skills that aren't publicly available. Of course, the top-tier rewards might include opportunities to train in certain secret realms or receive personal guidance from renowned martial arts experts. Lin Xie's eyes lit up as he listened. Credit points, genetic serums, technique authorizations, secret realm training, expert guidance. Every single one of these things held immense appeal for him. If these rewards can be obtained, whether used to improve oneself, enhance family life, or support Bai Mushi's cultivation, they would be excellent. Sounds quite interesting. Lin Xie stroked his chin thoughtfully. The balance in his heart seemed to tilt slightly toward going to Martial Arts University. After all, it wouldn't do to miss out on a good opportunity. Moreover, staying on the farm as an administrator, while stable, ultimately offered limited growth. Martial Arts University might truly be a platform that could help him soar faster. Bai Mushi looked at the glimmer in Lin Xie's eyes and smiled gently, saying, after I break through, we can plan things out properly. Hearing Bai Mushi's plans for the future, Lin Xie's heart stirred, and a sudden thought popped into his mind. He grinned and teased, honey, is there a chance I might break through to the warrior realm faster than you? Bai Mushi was momentarily stunned by his words, then burst into laughter. She certainly didn't believe Lin Xie could become a warrior faster than her. After all, she was already at the threshold of 9.5% genetic potential, just one step away from becoming a warrior. Genetic potential was something that became increasingly difficult to improve with cultivation. It had taken Bai Mushi 8 years to go from 6.5% to 9.5%, even with the resources of a private martial arts university. As for Lin Xie, he was currently only at 6.55% genetic potential and was merely practicing basic broadcast exercises. If Lin Xie continued cultivating this way, Bai Mushi thought it would already be quite impressive if he became a warrior within 20 years. Catching up to her, let alone surpassing her, seemed utterly impossible in her eyes. However, to preserve her husband's dignity and express her encouragement and love, Bai Mushi hugged Lin Xie's arm and said, yes, yes, yes. My husband is the best. I believe you can do it. I'll be waiting for you to become a great warrior. After speaking, she playfully winked at Lin Xie, her eyes sparkling with charm. Lin Xie was amused by her adorable demeanor and laughed heartily, but he secretly made up his mind. Supporting you? Absolutely. And I will definitely become a warrior faster than you. Looking at Bai Mushi's gentle smile, Lin Xie reached out, pulled her into his arms, and planted a light kiss on her smooth forehead. Don't worry, honey, we will both become warriors, and not just any warriors, very powerful ones. Bai Mushi nestled in Lin Xie's embrace, feeling his strong heartbeat and warm breath, her heart filled with peace and happiness. Although she didn't believe Lin Xie could break through faster than her, she loved his confidence and his determination to work hard for her. With a husband like this, she truly had no complaints. Perhaps this was the best decision she had ever made when she chose Lin Xie. As for who would become a warrior first and who would support whom, it no longer mattered much to her. What mattered was that they were each other's support, working together for a bright future. That was enough. The 2-day weekend passed quickly. On a weekday morning, the express station at the entrance of the Shenyang Huayuan residential area became increasingly lively. Lin Xie noticed that more and more of his high school classmates were showing up. As the graduation placement process progressed, more classmates had completed their partner matching and were assigned to nearby communities and workplaces. When they met, they couldn't help but catch up on each other's recent situations, talk about work, and discuss their newly formed families. Some were happy, while others were troubled. Some classmates had been matched with partners in good conditions, had easy jobs, and their faces radiated anticipation for their new lives. Others seemed dissatisfied with their current situation, sighing and complaining about the monotony of their placement jobs and the shortcomings of their partners. Lin Xie listened silently, occasionally chiming in, but he didn't participate much in their discussion. To him, none of this mattered. What mattered was that he was steadily growing stronger every day. Moreover, he had discovered a loophole. That was, regardless of whether his radiocalisthenics movements were precise or whether he exerted himself fully, as long as he completed an entire set of radiocalisthenics, the progress bar on the system panel would increase tangibly. Additionally, as his genetic potential steadily improved, Lin Xie's physical stamina and mental strength also rose significantly. The most direct manifestation of this was that, during the day, while working on the farm, he could easily sneak in 2 sessions of radiocalisthenics without expending much energy. After returning home and having dinner, he temporarily paused the slow progress of the 8 treasures technique lessons and devoted all his energy to practicing radiocalisthenics. If he followed the standard requirements and performed the level 3 radiocalisthenics with full effort, he would feel exhausted and reach his physical limit after about 4 consecutive sessions. But if he just went through the motions, with sloppy movements and no pursuit of perfection, merely completing the gestures, then he could persist for 10, 8, or even 20 sessions. Thus, in the evenings, a peculiar scene unfolded at home. Lin Xie's radiocalisthenics movements became increasingly casual. Sometimes he swayed unsteadily, sometimes he moved listlessly, making it completely unclear that he was seriously practicing. It looked more like he was just stretching his limbs randomly. Bai Mushi watched from the side, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. She couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, "Xie, are you sure this kind of practice is effective? Your movements are all out of shape." Lin Xie, who was flailing his arms and legs, chuckled at her words and replied mysteriously, "Wife, you just don't understand, do you? This is called focusing on intent, not form. It's about the essence, not the moves. The key is grasping the core of calisthenics." Focusing on intent? Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie's deliberately profound yet somewhat comical expression, and shook her head helplessly. She felt that her husband was sometimes like a child who never grew up, always coming up with strange and quirky ideas. "All right, you go ahead and focus on intent. I'm going to bed first." "Don't stay up too late, get some rest early," Bai Mushi said with a yawn, giving him a reminder before ignoring her silly husband and heading to bed. Seeing that Bai Mushi didn't press further, Lin Xie secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued his slacker style practice. This way, he could practice radiocalisthenics several more times than before. Although his body still felt a bit tired, the thrill of rapid improvement made him enjoy it immensely. The next morning, when Bai Mushi saw Lin Xie looking quite energetic, she couldn't help but ask, "What time did you go to bed?" "Last night?" Lin Xie smiled easily, "Not long after you went to sleep." Of course, he wouldn't tell Bai Mushi that he had practiced until midnight. Lin Xie sneaked a glance at his attribute panel. Technique, 128th set of radiocalisthenics, level 3, November 30th, he felt a surge of joy. Yesterday, he had completed 10 sessions of radiocalisthenics. 2 sessions sneaked in during the day on the farm, and 8 more after Bai Mushi went to bed. At this rate, he only needed 19 more sessions, less than 2 days. Great! At this pace, I'll definitely break through to level 4 by tomorrow night. Lin Xie calculated secretly. After some thought, he decided to push himself harder today. Maybe he could reach level 4 tonight. By then, his genetic potential would increase again. That day, on the farm, Lin Xie fully utilized his initiative, squeezing out time from various small gaps to complete 4 sessions of radio calisthenics. The progress bar on the system panel steadily advanced. Skill, the 128th set of radio calisthenics level 3, 15/30ths, just 15 more times. Lin Qiye silently calculated in his mind. Based on his current slacking off method, 1 session of radio calisthenics took about 45 minutes. 15 sessions would be roughly a little over 11 hours, less than 12 hours. If he got home at 6 p.m. and trained straight through until dawn, pulling an all-nighter tonight could indeed get me to level 4. This thought made Lin Qiye somewhat tempted. But, isn't that pushing it too hard? He hesitated. However, he quickly firmed his resolve. Push it, then. What's the big deal? With such a heaven-defying system and a chance to change my destiny, if I don't give it my all, wouldn't I be letting myself down? Besides, many people want to push themselves but don't have the opportunity one have now. Go for it, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Having made up his mind, Lin Qiye was full of energy. The next morning, the clock pointed to 6 o'clock sharp. Lin Qiye let out a long sigh of relief, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. After a night of battle, he had finally succeeded. Ding! The level of the 128th set of radio calisthenics has been upgraded to level 4. Host's genetic potential plus 0.2%. In his mind, the system's notification sounded right on time. A stronger, more soothing warm current surged from within his body, quickly flowing through every part of him. The drowsiness and fatigue caused by the all-night training miraculously dissipated for the most part under the wash of this warm current. His spirits lifted, and his body seemed to be infused with new vitality. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Qiye genetic potential, 6.75%, plus 0.2%. Physical strength, 63 plus mental strength, 67 plus spiritual energy, 12 plus skills, the 128th set of radio calisthenics level 4, 1/40th, 8 treasure skill, not started, partner, by Mushi, affection level 65, Offspring, 1, in development, success. Radio calisthenics level 4. Lin Qiye was ecstatic. His genetic potential had increased by another 0.2%, reaching 6.75%. He was now only 0.25% away from the 7% threshold to become a quasi-warrior. At his current training speed, leveling up the radio calisthenics to level 5 would probably take just a few days. At that moment, Mushi, lying beside him, seemed to be awakened by his movements. She groggily opened her eyes. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked at the energetic Lin Qiye and asked in surprise, "Qiye, why are you up so early?" In her impression, Lin Qiye usually stayed in bed in the mornings. Hearing this, Lin Qiye immediately suppressed his excitement, turned to Mushi, and flashed a bright smile, nodding vigorously. "Yeah, the morning air is great, and I feel refreshed." Of course, he wouldn't tell Mushi that he hadn't slept all night. At the express train station in the morning, Lin Qiye stood among the crowd, trying hard to stay alert but still feeling sleepy, unable to resist yawning. Even though the system upgrade had restored his state, the body's natural reaction to an all-nighter was still there. "Hey, Lin Qiye, what a coincidence!" A familiar voice called out. Lin Qiye turned to see Wang Hao and Zhang Wei. Wang Hao and Zhang Wei noticed Lin Qiye's slightly fatigued appearance and exchanged knowing smiles. "Young man, you need to pace yourself and take care of your health. Your health is the foundation of everything." Lin Qiye was amused and exasperated by their teasing but couldn't explain. After all, he couldn't exactly say he had stayed up all night training radio calisthenics, could he? That would be too absurd. He could only respond vaguely, yeah, I know. Works. Been a bit busy lately, so I haven't rested well." Wang Hao and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance, tacitly understanding each other, chuckled, and said no more. The floating express soon arrived at the station, and the three boarded the train together. Along the way, Wang Hao and Zhang Wei enthusiastically chatted about work and family trivialities, occasionally trying to pull Lin Qiye into the discussion. However, Lin Qiye seemed somewhat distracted, with most of his attention focused on the changes in his body. After upgrading his broadcast gymnastics to level 4, he clearly felt a new leap in his physical fitness. Strength, speed, and endurance had all significantly improved, his mind was more focused, and his perception sharper. Most importantly, he felt his control over his body had also strengthened. Previously, performing some high-difficulty broadcast gymnastics moves felt somewhat strenuous. But now, he could execute them effortlessly, as if those movements were deeply ingrained in his bones. If I test my punching power again, I should be able to break through 650 kilograms, right? Lin Chia secretly anticipated. His genetic potential had now reached 6.75%, and theoretically, his maximum punching power should be around 700 kilograms. Although he couldn't fully unleash it yet, it was certainly a significant improvement over the previous 602 kilograms. Once my broadcast gymnastics reaches level 5, and my genetic potential breaks through 7%, becoming a quasi-warrior, I must test it properly again. While Lin Chia was quietly planning, the express had already arrived at station 950. Lin Chia bid farewell to Wang Hao and Zhang Wei, each heading to their respective farms. Farm 939, Zone C7. As usual, Lin Chia first inspected the crops and equipment in his assigned area. Everything was normal. Then, he eagerly began today's broadcast gymnastics training. Despite staying up all night, the recovery brought by the upgrade left him still full of energy. Moreover, he found that after upgrading to level 4, the training seemed to flow more smoothly, and the energy consumption was slightly less than before. During the morning, he seized every opportunity and completed 2 more rounds of broadcast gymnastics training. Technique, broadcast gymnastics set 128. Level 4, 3/40ths, the progress bar steadily advanced. After lunch, just as he was about to take a nap, the logistics supervisor arrived in a patrol vehicle. Xiao. Lin, busy? Supervisor Zhang greeted with a smile. Hello, Supervisor Zhang, Lin Chia quickly responded, just finished lunch, about to rest for a bit. Here's the thing. Supervisor Zhang took a data tablet from the vehicle and handed it to Lin Chia. The farm is conducting a comprehensive crop growth data survey soon. Each administrator needs to record detailed information for their assigned area. These are the specific requirements and forms. Start this afternoon and complete it. Within 3 days, Lin Chia took the data tablet and glanced through it. The survey was far more detailed than the routine inspections, requiring records of crop height, leaf color, pest and disease conditions, as well as sampling and analysis of soil moisture and nutrient content. The workload was indeed substantial. Understood, Supervisor Zhang, I'll take care of it. Lin Chia nodded in agreement. Alright, contact me if you have any questions, Supervisor Zhang instructed before leaving. Looking at the data tablet in his hand, Lin Chia sighed helplessly. It seemed his afternoon plan for relaxed training was going to be scrapped. However, work still had to be done seriously. In the afternoon, Lin Chia immersed himself in the crop growth data survey. He drove the cultivator Type 3 back and forth in Zone C7, carefully observing, recording, and sampling. Although the task was tedious, it also gave him a deeper understanding of the land and the crops growing there. He worked until the end of the day, barely completing 1/5 of the workload. It really will take 3 days to finish, Lin Chia thought to himself, rubbing his sore shoulders. Back home, Bai Mushi had already prepared dinner. Seeing Lin Chia's slightly fatigued expression, she asked with concern, was work tiring today? Yeah, the farm is conducting a data survey, so there's a lot to do, Lin Chia explained. Then hurry up and eat, and rest well afterward, Bai Mushi said with concern. Lin Chia smiled and asked, how's your work going? Since Bai Mushi was already pregnant and had registered her pregnancy information in the citizen database, the relevant department of the galactic government quickly contacted her and arranged a mom position for her. The so-called mom position is a special role established by the empire to care for pregnant women and breastfeeding mothers. The working hours are flexible, the intensity is low, and the main purpose is to provide them with stable income during pregnancy and postpartum while also allowing them to balance family life. Most importantly, the workload is light. But the salary is no less than Lin Chia's. This is both an encouragement for childbirth and a necessity for the expansion of the banking empire. Bai Mushi was assigned to the second public elementary school in the nearby community as a martial arts introductory teacher for first graders. This position was perfect for her. She was already a prospective martial artist and had experience tutoring children in the 8 treasures technique, teaching first-grade kids the most basic martial arts moves and radio calisthenics was a breeze for her. Moreover, the elementary school's working hours were relatively fixed, and school ended early in the afternoon, giving her more time to rest and focus on her own cultivation. Both Bai Mushi and Lin Chia were very satisfied with this arrangement. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Chia, a sincere smile appearing on her face. Lin Chia, thank you. Lin Xie was momentarily stunned, then smiled and asked, "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for choosing me," Bai Mushi said softly, a trace of complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Lin Xie held her hand and said earnestly, "Mushi, we are partners, thanking me for this is too formal. Besides, I should thank you too for being willing to have a child with me and for being willing to build this home together with me." The two exchanged smiles, understanding each other without words. After dinner, Lin Xie didn't immediately dive into cultivation as usual but instead accompanied by Mushi in the living room to watch some Starnet videos. Seeing her gentle profile, a wave of warmth surged in Lin Xie's heart. Around 9 o'clock, Bai Mushi started feeling sleepy and went to the bedroom to rest. Lin Xie then began his overtime cultivation for the night. He had to make up for the progress he missed during the day. Late at night, when all was quiet, only Lin Xie remained in the cultivation room, sweating as he worked. The progress bar on the system panel kept moving forward, a testament to his effort and perseverance. In the blink of an eye, another week of hard work had quietly passed. On the last day of the week, known as week 7 in the star calendar, Lin Xie once again chose to cultivate through the night. Although the farm's data survey had taken up much of his daytime hours, he managed to rely on nighttime overtime and the entire night of week 7 to successfully level up the 128th set of radio calisthenics. As the first ray of virtual sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains at dawn, a highly anticipated system notification sounded in Lin Xie's mind. Ding! The 128th set of radio calisthenics has been upgraded to level 5. Hosts genetic potential plus 0.25%. In an instant, an unprecedented warm current surged through his body like a flood breaking through a dam. Every cell seemed to cheer, as if undergoing a complete cleansing and transformation. His body, mind, and perception all reached a new height at that moment. Fatigue and drowsiness vanished instantly, replaced by an unparalleled sense of energy and control. Lin Xie abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze shining brightly. He could clearly feel that something inside his body had been broken through, an invisible shackle had been shattered. He eagerly checked his attribute panel. Host, Lin Xie genetic potential, 7.00%, plus 0.25%. Physical fitness, 68 plus mental strength, 70 plus psionic power, 13 plus. Techniques, 128th set of radio calisthenics level 5, 150th, 8 treasures technique, not initiated, partner, Bai Mushi, favorability 70, offspring, 1, in. Gestation, 7%. Finally reached it. Lin Xie looked at the clearly displayed 7% in the genetic potential column, so excited that he almost jumped out of bed. A quasi-martial artist. From today onward, Lin Xie could finally count himself as a true quasi-martial artist. Moreover, after upgrading the radio calisthenics to level 5, the progress bar had reached 50 repetitions. Although the number of repetitions had increased, he believed that with his current training speed and determination, it wouldn't be a problem. What delighted him even more was that Bai Mushi's favorability had unknowingly risen to 70 points. This indicated that their relationship was developing in an increasingly positive direction. A great sense of joy and accomplishment filled Lin Xie's heart, but along with it came the intense fatigue from staying up all night training. Although the state recovery brought by leveling up was significant, his body still craved rest. He forced himself to glance at Bai Mushi, who was sleeping soundly beside him, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Unable to resist the drowsiness any longer, he fell into a deep sleep. That night, Lin Xie slept exceptionally well. He had a dream where he became a powerful martial artist, embarking on a new journey with Bai Mushi as pioneers. In the blink of an eye, 45 days passed. Lin Xie's life was regular and fulfilling. During the day, he trained on the farm, and at night, he returned home to enjoy Bai Mushi's tenderness. Over these 45 days, Bai Mushi had fully adapted to her role as an elementary martial arts teacher. Her slightly rounded belly added a touch of maternal softness to her heroic and commanding aura. And today, Lin Xie achieved his first max-level technique. Level 10 Radio Calisthenics. Ding! The 128th set of Radio Calisthenics has been upgraded to level 10, max level. Congratulations, host, for reaching max level. Genetic potential plus 1%. Host, Lin Xie genetic potential, 9.5% physical fitness, 90 plus mental strength, 90 plus psionic power, 19 plus techniques, 128th set of radio calisthenics level 10, max. 8 Treasures Technique Level 1 Partner, by Mushi, Favorability 80, Offspring, 1, in gestation, 9.5%. Just 0.5% more, and he would officially step into the realm of martial artists. Lin Xie felt the surging power within him, every cell brimming with explosive energy. This sensation was far more intense than any of his previous upgrades. He even had the illusion that his current self could crush his 2 months ago self with a single punch. For now, he had no intention of testing his strength, as it was unnecessary. During a period of rapid growth, any test data would quickly become outdated, and exposing his strength would only invite unnecessary trouble. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. What surprised Lin Xie was that the moment the radio calisthenics reached max level, the previously obscure and incomprehensible barriers of the 8 Treasures technique in his mind suddenly became crystal clear, like ice melting away. Every force exertion, technique, every breath circulation, became vividly apparent and naturally fell into place. On the system panel, 8 Treasures technique, not initiated, quietly transformed into 8 Treasures technique level 1. He had finally entered the first stage. However, when he tried to use his mind to check the progress of the 8 Treasures technique, he found that the space behind it was completely blank, with no progress bar like the one for radio calisthenics, 0/XX. As expected, Lin Xie understood in his heart the progress bar of the radio gymnastics is the permission for practicing the technique, a reward given by the system when Bai Mushi was pregnant. However, the system did not grant permission to practice the 8 Treasures technique. This means that although Lin Xie managed to grasp the basics of the 8 Treasures technique through his mastery of the radio gymnastics, any further improvement would require him to rely on his own talent and effort, just like Bai Mushi, to refine and break through step by step. The fast track of the radio gymnastics had come to an end. From now on, it would be the slow ordinary person cultivation mode. The morning sunlight gently streamed through the window, falling softly on the bed. Lin Xie turned his head to look at Bai Mushi, who was still sound asleep beside him. 3 months pregnant, her sleeping face appeared increasingly serene, her slightly rounded belly outlined under the thin quilt, sketching a curve of life. Although she knew Lin Xie was constantly improving, she could never have imagined that the genetic potential of the man beside her was already catching up to hers. She thought it was already an extraordinary achievement for Lin Xie to reach the 7% threshold within a few years using this basic technique. Lin Xie's gaze fell on her slightly rounded belly, his expression becoming complicated. Bai Mushi seemed to sense something, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, meeting Lin Xie's focused gaze. What are you looking at?" she asked with a hint of drowsy laziness, instinctively pulling up the quilt. Her delicate face flushed slightly, showing a trace of shyness. Lin Xie did not answer, his mind occupied with another matter. The inability to quickly upgrade the 8 Treasures technique meant that relying on his own hard work to break through to 10% and become a martial artist could take an unknown amount of time. As Bai Mushi had said, it might take 3 to 5 years to become a martial artist. That was too slow. How could he obtain system rewards faster? The core of the system was more children, more blessings. Having children one by one was far too inefficient and couldn't fully utilize the system's advantages. He had to find a way to break this deadlock. Suddenly, Lin Xie's eyes lit up. He thought of a nearly crazy yet extremely reasonable possibility. A way to truly break free from constraints and soar to new heights. Yes. Why hadn't he thought of this before? The next day after work, Lin Xie looked at Bai Mushi, who was watering several pots of exotic plants on the balcony. Her profile appeared particularly gentle in the morning light. He took a deep breath, walked up to her, and gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. "Dear, I want to discuss something with you." What is it?" Bai Mushi put down the watering can, leaning into his embrace and enjoying this rare moment of leisure. "I want to visit the Reproductive Management Center," Lin Xie said casually. Bai Mushi froze. For a moment, turning around to look at him in confusion. "What for?" "I saw some promotions online saying that they're encouraging the spread of high-quality genes. If you register and sell reproductive data at the center, you can earn quite a few credit points at once," Lin Xie said earnestly. "I want to give it a try and earn some money for baby formula." Hearing this, Bai Mushi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She reached out to tap his forehead with her finger, laughing. As she said, What are you thinking about? A quasi-martial artist gets a reward of 5,000 credit points for registering once. For someone like you, an ordinary Person, the most you can get is 500 credit points, and that's only if all your physical indicators are extremely healthy. It's not worth the hassle for just a few $100. What if I can also get 5,000? Lin Xia's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Bai Mushi's smile froze instantly. She stared into Lin Xia's eyes, her tone filled with disbelief. Your genetic potential has reached 7%? Lin Xia smiled faintly, not answering directly, but ambiguously said, yes. Bai Mushi clearly didn't believe him, but after glancing at Lin Xia, she didn't insist on stopping him. In her view, men were bound to be curious about where the collection robots were. If he wanted to go there out of curiosity, so be it. Let him have his fun, you can't possibly be jealous of a collection robot, right? And so, an hour later, Lin Xia still found himself at the city's reproductive management center. It was a white building with a futuristic design, its interior bright and spotless, with a faint smell of disinfectant lingering in the air. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, a professional-looking female staff member, dressed in a well-fitted business suit with black stockings and an air of competence, greeted him with a smile. Hello, sir. How can I assist you? Lin Xia felt a bit awkward at first and had planned to find the office by following the signs himself. But since the staff member approached him proactively, he decided to state his purpose directly. The staff member seemed accustomed to such situations, and showed no sign of surprise, maintaining her professional smile as she gestured politely. All right, sir. Please follow me. The registration is on the second floor, where there are dedicated guidance and reception rooms. 2 hours later, Lin Xia walked out of the reproductive management center feeling refreshed. On his personal terminal, the record of a 5,000 credit transfer was clearly visible. Hey, this is actually a pretty good way to make money. Most importantly, the reproductive data of quasi-warriors is highly sought after. It might not be long before a child is conceived. But I wonder if this method of conception meets the system's standards. Lin Xia stroked his chin, feeling quite pleased with himself. Just then, a grand mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched, and conception is complete. Reward obtained, random activation of cultivation technique permissions. Permission for cultivation of official Taurus Revised Edition, 8 treasures technique activated. In an instant, Lin Xia felt a sudden clarity in his mind. His previously vague understanding of the 8 treasures technique now felt as if a veil had been lifted, with every detail becoming crystal clear. He immediately checked the system panel. Technique, Broadcast Calisthenics Set 128, Level 10, Max, 8 Treasures Technique, Level 1, 0/20, it worked. His method really worked. And it was so fast. He was well aware that in this era, there were many single women. For various reasons, they had missed the opportunity to find a partner and, as they grew older, had accepted their single status. Yet, they still longed to have their own children. After all, the galactic government offered extremely generous rewards for childbirth. Whether it was subsidies or benefits in housing, education, and healthcare, these were enough for single mothers to lead a decent life with their children. For these women, the only legal way to have children was to apply to the Reproductive Management Center to match suitable genetic data. In the center's gene bank, the genetic data of quasi-warriors and warriors were extremely rare. Most of the entries were from ordinary people. Thus, Lin Xia knew very well that his quasi-warrior genetic data, with a 9.5% potential rating, was undoubtedly a hot commodity in the market, a top-tier resource coveted by countless single women dreaming of having an exceptional child. What he hadn't expected was just how in demand it would be. He had only just entered his genetic data into the gene bank, and it was immediately matched, resulting in conception. Fantastic! Lin Xia was ecstatic. This meant he could use this method to quickly earn system rewards. Looking at the system panel displaying 8 treasures technique, level 1, 0/20, Lin Xia thought to himself, just 20 sessions of cultivation would raise it to level 2. Clearly, this 8 treasures technique was far superior to the universal broadcast calisthenics. Moreover, it was infinitely faster than cultivating on his own. When he returned home, Bai Mushi saw Lin Xia and immediately asked, "How did it go?" Lin Xia smiled and waved his personal terminal. "Take a look." Bai Mushi leaned in to check, and when she saw the 5,000 credits transaction record, she still couldn't quite believe it. But when Lin Xia handed her the genetic potential evaluation certificate stamped with the official seal of the Reproductive Management Center, her eyes widened. Like saucers, the string of bold, enlarged numbers at the bottom of the evaluation certificate struck her mind like a thunderclap. 9.5%. How is this possible? Bai Mushi's voice trembled as she repeatedly stared at the certificate, confirming that her eyes weren't deceiving her. Lin Xiye, observing her stunned expression, chuckled inwardly. He stepped forward, wrapped her in his arms, and offered an explanation he had prepared in advance. I don't know why either, honey. Maybe you're my lucky star. Ever since being with you, it feels like I've suddenly had an epiphany. My cultivation has been twice as effective with half the effort, improving every single day. This half-true, half-false explanation was the only reason Lin Xiye could provide at the moment. Though rare, there were similar cases in existence. Bai Mushi bit her lip tightly, her chest heaving violently. Shock, ecstasy, disbelief, a mixture of emotions churned within her, leaving her mind blank. She raised her head, looking at the face of the man before her. This man, whom she had once assumed to have mediocre talent, had suddenly awakened? After a long silence, the confusion and shock in her eyes gradually gave way to determination and resolve. She abruptly grabbed Lin Xiye's hand and said in an indisputable tone, "Why didn't you say something sooner? A 9.5% potential rating, and you're still farming in the fields? Isn't that a waste? Tomorrow. We'll register tomorrow. Don't worry about the tuition fees, I'll borrow the money for you." Though their relationship wasn't particularly deep, there was an undeniable mutual attraction between them. 2 months ago, Bai Mushi had agreed to be his partner primarily because he supported her dream of continuing her studies at a private martial arts university. Unexpectedly, when she discovered he possessed top-tier talent, her first reaction wasn't jealousy or insecurity but rather an unwavering desire to pave the way for him. Despite carrying nearly 1,000,000 credits in debt, she didn't hesitate to consider borrowing more. Lin Xiye extended his arms, pulling the trembling and emotional Bai Mushi tightly into his embrace. His chin rested gently on her head as he spoke with warmth and conviction. "Having you say that, honey, means more to me than anything else." In his arms, Bai Mushi's emotions remained turbulent. "You idiot! With such incredible talent, why didn't you tell me earlier? Private martial arts universities may have expensive tuition fees, but there are plenty of opportunities to earn it back once you get in." Lin Xiye chuckled and teased, "Don't worry, if it comes to it, I can just keep selling my reproductive data." Bai Mushi's face instantly flushed red, and she gave him a light punch. Breaking free from his embrace, her cheeks still rosy, she picked up her personal terminal. Her fingers flew across the glowing screen. "There's no time to hesitate." Bai Mushi's voice brimmed with urgency. "The registration deadline for private martial arts universities is 5 p.m. the day after tomorrow. We need to decide immediately." Lin Xiye hesitated for a moment before asking, "How much is the registration fee?" "The registration fee is 100,000 credits, Bai Mushi replied without looking up. "After registering, there'll be a screening exam. The exam center will determine whether the scores meet the entry threshold for private martial arts universities. Based on the results, the universities might offer rewards like waiving the registration fee or tuition." She paused, lifted her head, and her eyes sparkled with hope. "With your 9.5% potential, as long as you perform normally, getting into a mid-tier university and securing a half scholarship shouldn't be a problem. Lower-tier universities have poor teaching quality. Even if they waive the registration fee and tuition, it's not worth it." "What about full scholarships?" Lin Xiye asked in surprise. "Or top-tier universities?" Bai Mushi looked at him and said, "You can definitely get into the top 10 private universities, but forget about the registration fee or scholarships. Those slots are essentially reserved for martial arts prodigies who become martial artists before the college entrance exams." Hearing this, Lin Xiye couldn't help but ask, "Martial arts prodigies? Aren't they usually recruited by public universities during the martial arts entrance exams? Why would you still choose a private university?" Bai Mushi shook her head, a hint of understanding in her eyes. "You're oversimplifying things. Do you think only public universities compete for talent?" she explained. "For true top-tier geniuses, both private and public universities start vying for them long before the college entrance exams, sometimes as early as their first or second year of high school. You might not know this, but the truly elite private martial arts universities are no worse than public ones in terms of faculty or resources, and in some fields, they are even stronger. For those geniuses," Bai Mushi said with a touch of emotion in her tone, "tuition fees are not their primary concern. Think about it, anyone who can become a martial artist during high school must have strong family support behind them. When they choose a school, they care more about whether it offers the best development path, top-notch mentors, and extensive networks." Lin Xiye was stunned as he listened. What Bai Mushi was describing was a world he had never been exposed to. But upon careful thought, it made sense. His high school was just an ordinary public school, where the best class was the so-called key class. The school would boast endlessly if even a few quasi-martial artists emerged from it. As for the martial arts geniuses Baimushi mentioned, those people were probably in the key classes of the most elite high schools in the entire galaxy, right? That was a circle he hadn't even dared to dream of before. Seeing Lin Xie deep in thought, Baimushi took a deep breath, her tone becoming resolute. Stop overthinking it. It has nothing to do with us. Our goal is to seize this opportunity. The 100,000 enrollment fee, we'll figure it out together. Lin Xie snapped out of it and quickly grabbed her hand. Wife, you still owe 900,000. Baimushi looked at the guilt and hesitation in his eyes and instead smiled, a confident smile. Those are interest-free loans. I currently have 50,000 credit points saved. Lin Xie's heart trembled. Those 50,000 credit points were meant for Baimushi's own tuition. Yet now, she seemed ready to place all her hopes on him without hesitation. But the enrollment fee was 100,000. Still half short. Even if they managed to pay the fee, there would still be the annual tuition of 100,000 to worry about. Could it be they really had to gamble on that scholarship? Looking at Baimushi's determined eyes, Lin Xie felt his own blood boil. Gamble? Why not? He currently had 9.5% potential, plus the heaven-defying system. If he couldn't even muster this bit of confidence, how could he ever dream of becoming strong? Lin Xie nodded firmly. All right. I've been working for 2 months, and with my previous savings, I have about 10,000. For the remaining 40,000, I'll take out a consumer loan. Baimushi nodded and quickly operated her personal terminal. Before long, Lin Xie's personal terminal on his wrist emitted a crisp notification sound. Ding! You have received a transfer of 50,000 credit points. Baimushi gave Lin Xie no chance to refuse and urged him, hurry. Register now. Don't waste time. Looking at the 50,000 displayed on the screen, Lin Xie felt his heart tighten. He took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions and determination, and nodded heavily. Lin Xie accessed the consumer loan payment system on his terminal. With his current job, he could apply for a maximum of 50,000 in consumer loans. He withdrew the full amount. Next, he opened the unified registration portal for private universities under the Galactic Ministry of Education. Identity verification. Uploading the Genetic Potential Assessment Certificate. Finally, on the payment page, he entered the amount of 100,000 credit points. Balance remaining, 10,000 plus. Debt to the bank, 50,000. Ding! Enrollment fee successfully paid. Citizen Lin Xie, ID, you have successfully registered for the Taurus 0755 Galaxy Private Martial Arts University Joint Selection Exam. The exam schedule, location, and specific arrangements will be sent to your personal terminal after the registration deadline. Please stay tuned. Registration successful. Seeing these 4 words, Lin Xie let out a sigh of relief, his heart ignited with determination. He turned to Baimushi and asked, Honey, what exactly is this selection exam about? What do they test? Understanding the competition would help him prepare better. Baimushi quickly browsed through relevant information on her personal terminal while replying, let me check the situation from the past 2 years. Back when I took it 8 years ago, the process must have changed. Her fingers moved swiftly across the light screen, and her brows gradually furrowed. Back then, it was simple basic physical fitness tests, like punching power, speed, neural response, mental strength, and so on. Once the data was out, universities would select candidates based on it. But Baimushi's expression turned somewhat peculiar. She zoomed in on a document, carefully reading it several times, her eyes filled with surprise and confusion. What's wrong? Lin Xie noticed her unusual expression and grew nervous. Baimushi looked up and said in an almost incredulous tone, last year and the year before, the selection exam actually turned into a practical combat test? She pointed at the information on her terminal for Lin Xie to see. Dungeon combat test. The first stage requires all candidates to enter the first level of the dungeon, where monsters will appear. Rankings are based on completion time. And this is just the first stage? The later stages are likely classified, and ordinary people can't access related information. Baimushi couldn't help but complain, is the competition this intense now? Seeing her shocked and worried expression, Lin Xie instead felt a surge of boldness. He pulled her into an embrace and said confidently, let it be competitive, who's afraid of whom? Bai Mushi was infected by his spirit, and her worries were instantly replaced by trust and pride. She looked up and saw the fighting spirit in Lin Qiye's eyes, thinking he looked incredibly handsome at that moment. Yes. Bai Mushi nodded firmly, her eyes burning with determination. Exactly. Since we've registered, let's give it our all. The stronger the performance, the higher the exam ranking, the better the schools we can attend, and the more rewards we can earn. With the goal clear, all that remained was to give it their all. Lin Qiye knew that the most important thing now was to race against time, quickly improve his skills, and enhance his genetic potential. So, he immediately dialed the number of logistics manager Zhang. Manager Zhang, I've registered for the selection exam at the private martial arts university and would like to apply for unpaid leave. On the other end of the line, Manager Zhang was silent for a moment before letting out a sigh. Shaolin, have you thought this through? I've thought it through, Manager Zhang. I want to give it one more shot. Lin Qiye's tone was resolute. All right. Manager Zhang's voice carried a hint of regret. I respect your decision. According to regulations, citizens who have accepted placement but choose to pursue further education can apply for unpaid leave, with their original position held for up to 2 years. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Manager Zhang. After hanging up, Manager Zhang shook his head and complained to his colleagues in the office. Another impulsive young man. That Shaolin from Farm 939 only worked for 2 months, and now suddenly says he wants to take the private university exam. The office immediately echoed with agreement. Every year, there are always 1 or 2 like this, won't turn back until they hit a wall. Exactly. Giving up a stable life to chase something, only to come back dejected in the end. Young people always think they can achieve something extraordinary. It's understandable, though. Lin Qiye, of course, was completely unaware of these discussions and didn't care. After resigning from his job, he devoted all his time and energy to practicing the 8 treasures technique. Bai Mushi, seeing his dedication, proactively offered to continue tutoring him, helping him refine details and improve efficiency. However, Lin Qiye shook his head and declined her offer. Honey, there's no need. I can handle it myself. He wasn't joking. If he followed Bai Mushi's standard and rigorous training methods, not only would it be slow, but it would also be incredibly exhausting. How could anything compare to his own slacking off technique for sheer enjoyment? As long as he performed the moves, the progress bar would still advance, with less physical exertion and much faster speed. Thus, in the training room. At home, the eye-burning scene played out once again. Lin Qiye's 8 treasures technique was executed in a manner that could only be described as free-spirited and unrestrained, completely devoid of any structure or method, essentially just random gestures. Bai Mushi watched from the side, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. This was practically a challenge to the martial arts training philosophy she had built over the years. She really wanted to rush over, grab Lin Qiye's arm, and loudly tell him, "You're training the wrong way. Completely wrong." However, as the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back down. She recalled that over the past 2 months, Lin Qiye had been training in this haphazard manner. Yet, his genetic potential had astonishingly increased to 9.5%. Could it be that a genius's training methods are truly different from those of ordinary people? An absurd thought involuntarily surfaced in Bai Mushi's mind. Maybe he really has his own unique training habits and insights? With this realization, Bai Mushi's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed, replaced by a complex expression of helplessness mixed with curiosity. She no longer tried to correct Lin Qiye but simply sat quietly to the side, watching him flail about, silently thinking to herself, "Fine, I don't understand the world of geniuses. As long as he feels it's effective, that's all that matters." The 8 treasures technique truly lived up to its reputation as an advanced method. Even with Lin Qiye's slacking off technique, its demands on physical and mental energy far surpassed those of the 128th set of broadcast gymnastics. As night gradually faded and the sky outside the window turned pale, Lin Qiye had already completed 15 rounds of training. His limbs felt as heavy as lead, and sweat had soaked him completely. But when he glanced at the clear progress bar in his mind, 15/20ths, he realized he was just 5 rounds away. If he could push through 5 more rounds, he would achieve another breakthrough. Let's do this. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth, forcing out the words through clenched jaws, and once again pushed his exhausted body into a new round of training. The bedroom door was gently pushed open, and Bai Mushi, rubbing her sleepy eyes, walked out in a daze. When she saw the figure still sweating profusely in the training room, she instantly woke up, paused for a moment, and asked in surprise, "Honey, you haven't slept?" Lin Qiye was already in a semi-dazed state, his entire focus immersed in training and battling fatigue. Completely oblivious to Bai Mushi's words, he was mechanically repeating his movements, driven by sheer willpower. Nearly an hour later, when he finally completed another round of training and stopped, he noticed Bai Mushi standing at the door. Gasping for breath, his voice hoarse, he said, "Once I started, I couldn't stop." At this moment, Lin Qiye was in a pitiful state. He was drenched in sweat, looking as if he had just been pulled out of water. The floor beneath him was pooled with sweat, and even some white salt crystals from dried sweat were visible. Yet, his bloodshot eyes burned with a fierce flame, fixated on the invisible progress bar, relentlessly squeezing out the last ounce of potential from his body. Bai Mushi felt a pang of heartache as she looked at him. She quickly went to freshen up and then prepared a nutritious breakfast. Standing at the training room door, she waved her delicate white fist to cheer him on. "Honey, keep it up." But she couldn't help but remind him, "Honey, make sure to rest too. I'm heading to work now." Bai Mushi's mommy job was quite relaxed. She usually only taught for half a day and could return home in the afternoon. "All right." Lin Qiye squeezed out a word from his throat. Bai Mushi gave him a deep look before reluctantly turning to leave. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Lin Qiye forced himself to complete another round of cultivation. Then, dragging his heavy steps, he walked to the dining table and looked at the loving breakfast Bai Mushi had prepared for him, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. He devoured the food ravenously, clearing the plate, and felt a trace of strength return to his body. After resting briefly, he stood up again. 3 more times. 3 hours later, when he was on the verge of fainting, the long-awaited voice finally rang in his mind like heavenly music. Ding! 8 treasures technique level upgraded to level 2. Host's genetic potential plus 0.2%. Host, Lin Qiye, genetic potential 9.7%, physical strength 93+, mental strength 93+, spiritual energy 20+, techniques level 10 max of the 128th set of broadcast gymnastics, level 2 0/40 of 8 treasures technique, partner. Bai Mushi, affection level 75, offspring 2, in gestation. In an instant, a surge of energy, purer and more overwhelming than ever before, erupted within him like a volcanic explosion. Lin Qiye suddenly felt that his previously powerless hands were instantly filled with immense strength. Every cell in his body greedily absorbed this energy, undergoing earth-shattering changes. The body, exhausted from overnight cultivation, was instantly restored to peak condition under the impact of this energy, even stronger and more vibrant than before. He could even hear the crackling sounds from his bones, while his muscles and fascia became sturdier and more powerful. 9.7%. Only 0.3% away from the martial artist realm. Lin Qiye clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes shining brightly. "I'm so hungry." At that moment, the door clicked open. Bai Mushi returned with a bag full of groceries. Seeing Lin Qiye standing in the living room, radiating a powerful aura, she froze for a moment. "Wife, I'm starving." Lin Qiye's eyes lit up when he saw her and immediately called out. "Ha? Oh, okay." Bai Mushi snapped out of her daze at his booming voice and quickly responded. "I'll start cooking right away." She hurriedly placed the groceries in the kitchen and began to work. 20 minutes later, Bai Mushi brought out the first plate of fragrant stir-fried meat. Lin Qiye, freshly showered, sat down without hesitation and devoured the entire plate along with a large bowl of rice in no time. When Bai Mushi brought out the second dish, she was stunned to see the empty plate and bowl on the table. Lin Qiye, however, was already helping himself to the second dish, praising indistinctly, "Wife, your cooking is amazing." Bai Mushi immediately realized that this was a result of overcultivation, with his body urgently needing energy. She quickly turned back to the kitchen and began cooking all the ingredients she had originally prepared for lunch and dinner. Thinking to herself, "I'll go out and buy more in the afternoon, I can't let my husband go hungry." Thus, by the end of the meal, Lin Qiye had eaten 3 to 4 times his usual amount, finishing all the rice in the rice cooker and sweeping through 4 large dishes. Only then did he feel satisfied, letting out a contented burp and finally feeling full. Bai Mushi looked at the spotless plates on the table, not feeling distressed but instead smiling warmly. She said gently, "Now that you're full, go get some sleep. You haven't slept all night." Lin Qiye nodded, indeed feeling a bit sleepy, and obediently went to the bedroom, falling asleep as soon as he lay down. He slept deeply, as if the world had faded away. When he woke up again, the sky outside was already shrouded in twilight. It was time for dinner. At the dining table, Lin Chia continued to eat voraciously. Although his appetite wasn't as exaggerated as it had been at noon, it was still twice as much as usual. Bai Mushi sat across from him, quietly watching Lin Chia eat, her heart filled with mixed emotions and countless thoughts. She recalled a sentence her teacher had once said at Martial Arts University. When your cultivation reaches a bottleneck or is about to break through, your body will instinctively send signals. The most common manifestation is a sudden increase in appetite. This indicates that your body is accumulating energy for the next transformation. Seize this critical period and supplement with sufficient nutrition. You might break through to the next level in a short time. Bai Mushi remembered her teacher saying that if one seized this critical period, a prospective martial artist could advance to the martial artist level within 1 to 2 years. Watching Lin Chia devour his food, a thought emerged in Bai Mushi's mind, one so unbelievable that even she hesitated to believe it. Lin Chia, could he have already reached this critical period? Could he truly become a martial artist within 2 years? Bai Mushi's heart raced. 3 days later, in the training room, Lin Chia was deeply immersed in cultivating the 8 treasures technique. The personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated, emitting a notification sound. However, Lin Chia was at a critical moment in his training, feeling the energy within him gathering and impacting an invisible barrier. He ignored the terminal's notification and gritted his teeth to persist. 2 hours later, when he finally completed the last round of training, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! 8 treasures technique level increased to level 3. Host's genetic potential plus 0.2%. Host, Lin Chia genetic potential, 9.9% physical strength, 95 plus mental strength, 95 plus spiritual energy, 21 plus cultivation techniques, 128th set of broadcast gymnastics level 10, max, 8 treasures technique level 3, 0/60, partner, Bai Mushi, affection level 75, offspring, 2, in gestation, 9.9%. Lin Chia's breathing instantly became heavy, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He was just 0.1% away. Only this final, most challenging step remained between him and the true martial artist realm. The immense energy consumption from the breakthrough left him feeling an intense hunger, as if he could devour an entire cow. He walked out of the training room, and at the dining table, Bai Mushi had already prepared a sumptuous meal, smiling as she waited for him. Over the past few days, Lin Chia's appetite had been consistently large, and Bai Mushi had grown accustomed to it, often preparing his meals in advance. As Lin Chia devoured his food, he raised his hand to check the notification on his terminal. It was an official notice from the Taurus 0755 Star System Admissions Examination Center. Dear Candidate Lin Chia, ID, greetings. The specific arrangements for the Taurus 0755 Star System Private Martial Arts University Joint Screening Examination have been confirmed. Exam location, Provincial Capital City of Taurus 0755. Star System, Tiantai City, Provincial Admissions Examination Center. Check-in period, Imperial Calendar 40918, August 21st to Imperial Calendar 40918, August 30th, a total of 9 days. Please ensure you arrive at the examination center within the specified period, carrying your personal ID and registration certificate to collect your admission ticket. Failure to check in on time will be considered an automatic forfeiture of your examination eligibility, and the registration fee will not be refunded. Wishing you success in your examination. 9 days to reach the provincial examination center. Lin Chia chewed his food as he quickly calculated in his mind. In the evening, soft lights illuminated the Sunflower Garden residential area. Lin Chia and Bai Mushi strolled hand in hand, enjoying a leisurely walk. Bai Mushi, who was over 2 months pregnant, showed no obvious signs of a baby bump. The two relished the tranquility after dinner, but suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. Ha! Lin Chia? Haven't seen you in days. Turning his head, Wang Hao and his partner Zhang Qian appeared in front of them. Wang Hao curiously sized up Lin Chia. Indeed, he hadn't seen him at the express station for a few days. Lin Chia smiled and, without intending to hide anything, said directly, "Well, I quit my job at the farm and am preparing to apply to a private martial arts university." As soon as he said this, Wang Hao's expression instantly became complicated, and his smile froze. Zhang Qian, on the other hand, showed a look of surprise and envy, quickly congratulating him. Wow. That's amazing. Congratulations. Wang Hao also snapped out of it and hurriedly echoed, yes, congratulations. Xie, you're really something. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi continued their walk, brushing past them. Once the two figures disappeared, Zhang Qian was still in shock and couldn't help but grab Wang Hao's arm, exclaiming, your classmate must be really rich to be able to attend a private martial arts university. The tuition and registration fees are no joke. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded, his gaze complicated as he looked in the direction Lin Xie had left. But what he was thinking was something else entirely. Lin Xie, rich? Impossible. He knew Lin Xie's family situation well. 7 kids, parents who were ordinary workers. It was already impressive that they managed to support him through high school. The only explanation was, he found a wealthy girlfriend. Wang Hao's gaze once again fell on Bai Mushi's elegant figure in the distance. TSK, I really don't know how this guy managed to convince that beautiful woman to willingly pay for him to attend a private university. Wang Hao simply couldn't believe Lin Xie had money. Even if he was lucky enough to win the lottery, would his partner necessarily agree? Take himself, for example. At this thought, Wang Hao subconsciously glanced at Zhang Qian beside him. Zhang Qian seemed to sense his gaze and tilted her head to ask, what? Are you thinking about going to a private university too? Wang Hao's heart stirred, and he tentatively asked back, would you be willing to sponsor me? Zhang Qian immediately rolled her eyes at him and said bluntly, dream on. The money I work hard to earn isn't for you to waste on dreams. Wang Hao laughed awkwardly, but a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. Yeah, that's reality. People, the scariest thing is comparison. Without comparison, living steadily as a farm manager, marrying a practical wife, having a few kids, and collecting subsidies could be a pretty comfortable life. But once there's comparison, seeing others make different life choices, the dissatisfaction and envy in your heart grow wildly like weeds. Wang Hao put his arm around Zhang Qian's shoulder and said with a smile, let's go home. 2 days later, Lin Xie and Bai Mushi were packing their luggage, preparing to head to Tiantai City, the provincial capital. Lin Xie's personal terminal suddenly rang. It was a video call request from his mother. Lin Xie hesitated for a moment but still answered. On the screen, his mother's worried face appeared. Xie, how have you been lately? I heard you enrolled in a private university? His mother's tone carried a hint of reproach. Xie, how have you been lately? I heard you enrolled in a private university? Lin Xie nodded, but before he could speak, his mother's voice rose by several octaves. Xie, are you out of your mind? On the other side of the screen, his father squeezed in, his face full of anger. If you do this, don't ask us for tuition money in the future, we don't have a penny to give. Lin Xie sighed helplessly and shook his head. He had never planned to ask his family for money, nor did he want to hear this kind of nonsense, which was why he hadn't told them about his decision in the first place. Unexpectedly, the news still got to them. His mother kept talking, your genetic potential is only 5%. Why are you going to a private university? Isn't that a waste of money? Listen to your mom, cancel your enrollment, and focus on working at the farm. That's the right thing to do. My genetic potential is now 9.9%. Lin Xie finally couldn't hold back and interrupted her directly. I'm preparing to become a martial artist. Why can't I go to a private university? My decision was made after careful consideration, and my partner supports me. We won't ask you for money, so you don't need to worry about the future. As soon as he said this, Lin's father and mother on the other end of the video call were stunned, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Genetic potential of 9.9%? How is that possible? Their first reaction was that Lin Xie was lying to them, making things up. You? Stop lying to us. Lin's mother snapped back to her senses, her tone more urgent. You child, how could you lie? Listen to me, don't go paying that registration fee, it's a waste of money. Lin Xie felt irritated and didn't bother explaining further. He said directly, I told you, this has nothing to do with you. That's it, we're heading to Tiantai City now. After saying this, he didn't wait for a response and directly hung up the video call. The room returned to silence. Bai Mushi, who had been watching the entire process from the side, hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Lin Xie's parents didn't believe their own son at all? In contrast, her parents had supported her for 4 years before giving up on her dreams. Looking at it this way, her parents were already quite good? Bai Mushi hesitated for a moment but still asked softly, Xie, should we visit my parents? Lin Xie was surprised and raised his head, is it convenient? He remembered clearly that when the two were matched, Bai Mushi had mentioned that her parents were utterly disappointed in her and wouldn't care who she married anymore. Bai Mushi's family wasn't an ordinary working-class family but a typical martial arts family. In this era that revered strength, all emotions and resources seemed to be tied to martial arts talent. Bai Mushi had been unable to advance as a martial artist for years, gradually exhausting her parents' patience and expectations. What was even more cruel was that Bai Mushi had a younger sister who was more talented than her. Naturally, the limited family resources were tilted toward the more promising sister. As a result, Bai Mushi gradually became a dispensable presence in her family. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie, a complex smile appearing on her face. They said before that they wouldn't care about me anymore. But the situation is different now. Before you head to Tiantai City this time, I think visiting them might be a good idea. There might be unexpected gains. She paused, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. After all, you're not the same as before. A prospective martial artist with 9.9% genetic potential, a future martial artist. Such a son-in-law would be impossible for any martial arts family to ignore. This wasn't just about face, it was about the family's future interests and connections. Lin Xie instantly understood Bai Mushi's meaning. He just hadn't expected Bai Mushi to mention unexpected gains. This wasn't a simple family visit, it was more like a show of strength. To tell her parents, the daughter you once looked down on has now found a partner far better than you ever imagined. All right. Lin Xie nodded without hesitation. He held Bai Mushi's hand and said seriously, then let's go. On the other end of the terminal, at the Lin family home, Lin's father stared at the disconnected call, his face livid with anger, slamming the table. Unbelievable. That brat dared to hang up on me. He fumed, just watch. When he comes back asking us for money, I won't give him a single cent. Lin's mother, sitting nearby, sighed heavily, her eyes reddening. She murmured, Xie is a good kid at heart, he's just been led astray by that partner of his. I said from the beginning that woman has high ambitions and isn't someone who'll settle down, but you didn't believe me. Behind them, the younger siblings, old 8, old 9, and old 13, stood quietly, watching their parents, unsure of what to say. Bai Mushi's parents' home wasn't in an ordinary resettlement community like Xiangyang Huayuan but in a villa district on the outskirts of the city called Jinghua Garden. The environment here is serene, with security guards at the entrance. Rows of townhouses stand tall, forming a villa community for middle-class martial arts families in the city, far better than Lin Xie's parents' home. When the hover car carrying Lin Xie and Bai Mushi slowly entered Jinghua Garden, Lin Xie truly felt the vast disparity between the two families. The Bai family's villa was a 3-story townhouse, with a modern and minimalist design, occupying a considerable area. As the two approached the entrance, the villa's door automatically opened. A middle-aged man, dressed neatly and exuding a refined demeanor, stood at the door. Upon seeing Bai Mushi, a faint, somewhat distant smile appeared on his face. Mushi, you're back. This was Bai Mushi's father, Bai Jinfeng. Bai Jinfeng's gaze lingered on Bai Mushi for a moment before shifting to Lin Xie beside her, a trace of subtle scrutiny in his eyes. Father, Bai Mushi greeted plainly, her tone devoid of much emotion. She stepped aside and introduced, this is my partner, Lin Xie. Hello, sir, Lin Xie greeted politely. Come in. Your uncle and younger brother are here as well. Bai Jinfeng nodded slightly in acknowledgement before turning to walk inside. Uncle and younger brother? Lin Xie glanced at Bai Mushi, who shook her head and said, I didn't know either. In the living room, a well-maintained, elegant, middle-aged woman was seated on the sofa. She glanced at Bai Mushi indifferently upon seeing her. This was Bai Mushi's mother, Lu Yuqin. Mother, Bai Mushi's voice remained calm. Bai's mother nodded slightly and turned her gaze to the two guests in the living room. One was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Bai Jinfeng but appeared shrewder. Beside him sat a young man about Lin Xie's age, with a slightly arrogant expression. These two were Bai Jinfeng's younger brother, Bai Jinyun, and his son, Bai Mushi's cousin, Bai Mushi. When Bai Jinyun and Bai Mushi saw Bai Mushi entering with Lin Xie, they both displayed surprised expressions. Mushi, you're back? Bai Jinyun was the first to speak, his tone carrying a hint of polite surprise. Uncle, Mushi, Bai Mushi greeted calmly. Lin Xie followed suit, hello, uncle. Hello, Mushi. Bai Jinfeng and Lu Yuqin merely nodded slightly in response. Although they didn't act overly cold in front of outsiders, the inherent sense of detachment was still palpable. "Sis, why did you suddenly come back?" Bai Mushi asked, his gaze sweeping over Lin Xie with an undisguised hint of scrutiny. Bai Zhenfeng picked up his teacup, gently blew on it, and said, "Jinyun and his family came over today to discuss Mushi's upcoming exam in Tiantai City." Bai Jinyun smiled and added, "Yes, Mushi has registered for this year's private university selection exam. We're planning to send him over the day after tomorrow." A flicker of something unnoticeable flashed in Bai Mushi's eyes. She glanced at Lin Xie beside her and said calmly, "What a coincidence. My partner, Lin Xie, has also registered. We're planning to head over in the next couple of days as well." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the living room froze. All eyes instantly turned to Lin Xie. Bai's mother, Lu Yuqin, was the first to lose her composure. She frowned and asked, "A private martial arts university? Where did you get the money?" Although Bai Jinyun and Bai Mushi didn't speak, their gazes at Lin Xie were filled with surprise. In their view, Bai Mushi, the daughter who had been abandoned, couldn't possibly have found a capable partner. Most likely, he was another impractical young man hoping to gamble on loans. Sensing the cold stares around them, Bai Mushi's expression darkened. However, Lin Xie remained calm and composed, a faint smile on his face. He took out a document from his bag, stamped with an official seal, and gently placed it on the coffee table, sliding it toward the others. "Father, mother, uncle. This is my recently completed evaluation. Please take a look." His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present, carrying an undeniable confidence. Bai Zhenfeng, Lu Yuqin, Bai Jinyun, Bai Mujie, everyone's gaze involuntarily fell on that certificate. When they saw the bold, enlarged numbers at the bottom, the entire living room instantly plunged into a deathly silence. Gene potential, 9.9%. Moreover, the document clearly stated age, 19. Everyone was dumbfounded, their minds blank. 9.9% gene potential. What kind of concept was this? This was already the pinnacle of a quasi-warrior, just one step away from becoming a true warrior. Even more terrifying was the fact that he was only 19 years old. Among the Bai family's current generation, the most outstanding was the eighth sister Bai Mulan, who had monopolized most of Bai Mushi's resources. At 19, during her college entrance exams, her gene potential had barely reached 8.5%. After 3 years of rigorous training at a private university, she had only just stepped into the warrior realm. Yet this Lin Xie, whom they had underestimated and who was virtually unknown, possessed a potential of 9.9%. This was simply a genius among geniuses. The first to react was Bai Jinyun. The coldness and scrutiny on his face instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by an almost obsequious enthusiasm. He suddenly stood up, took 2 steps to reach Lin Xie, and said excitedly, "Nephew, your talent is simply extraordinary." Then he warmly extended an invitation to Lin Xie. "Nephew, when are you heading to Tiantai City? Why not go with Mujie? It would be good to have someone to look after you on the way." Bai Mushi shook her head and said indifferently, "No need to trouble uncle, we can go on our own." "Oh, it's no trouble at all," Bai Jinyun immediately replied, his tone leaving no room for argument. "We're family, there's no need to talk about trouble or not. It's settled then. When are you planning to leave? Tomorrow or the day after?" At that moment, a crisp and pleasant voice, tinged with a hint of playfulness, came from the staircase. "Sis? You're back." A young girl, bearing some resemblance to Bai Mushi but exuding a more youthful and lively aura, came bounding down the stairs. She was dressed in branded sportswear, her high ponytail radiating youthful energy. She was Bai Mushi's 12th sister, Bai Mushue. Bai Mushue ran to Bai Mushi's side, affectionately holding her arm, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Lin Xie and blinked. "Brother-in-law, hello. I'm Bai Mushue." "Hello, Mushue," Lin Xie responded with a smile. Compared to the coldness of her parents upon their first meeting, this younger sister was much more enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Bai Mujie, who had previously carried an air of arrogance, now had an expression that was nothing short of spectacular. He hadn't changed his demeanor as quickly as his father, but his eyes, white as copper bells, were filled with shock, confusion, and even an unmistakable jealousy. He stared blankly at Lin Xie, then glanced at the glaring evaluation certificate on the coffee table, his mind buzzing. Was it really 9.9% gene potential? What kind of joke was this? He was a student in the honors class of a key district high school, and even the martial arts genius who ranked first in their college entrance exams had only achieved a gene potential of 9%. At the time, this result had caused a sensation throughout the school, with countless teachers and students idolizing him. But now, this seemingly ordinary brother-in-law was nearly 1% higher than their class's top student? This wasn't just excellence, it was monstrous. Bai Mujie felt his worldview being violently shaken. He had always been quite proud of his 6.8% gene potential, believing that while he couldn't compare to top-tier geniuses, he was still among the best of his peers. But now, in comparison to Lin Xie, it was like the difference between a firefly and the moon, utterly insignificant. He looked at Lin Xie's calm and confident face, his heart a mix of emotions. At this moment, Bai Muxue, the 12th sister who had just run downstairs, had no idea what had happened. She only felt that the atmosphere in the living room was a bit strange, and the expressions of the adults were peculiar. Curious, she leaned over to the coffee table, stretched her neck, and glanced at the evaluation certificate. Wow! 9.9%. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Bai Muxue exclaimed sincerely, her eyes instantly lighting up with admiration. Unlike the others, she didn't have complex thoughts and simply found the number impressive. Lu Yuqin, Bai Muxi's mother, had a completely different expression at this moment. She looked at the certificate, then at her daughter, whom she had always underestimated, and at her son-in-law, whom she was meeting for the first time. Her heart was in turmoil. She couldn't understand how her average daughter could find such an outstanding partner. It was simply unscientific. Meanwhile, Bai Jinfeng, the head of the family, although equally shocked internally, quickly regained his composure outwardly. He took a deep look at Lin Xie, then picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said in as steady a tone as possible, "Jinyin is right. We're all family, so let's go together. It's good to look out for each other on the way." His words set the tone for the matter. Bai Muxi glanced at Lin Xie, who smiled and nodded, saying, "Since Dad and Uncle have said so, then we should accept the arrangement. We can set off tomorrow." He understood that the Bai family wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to him. He didn't mind this closeness. After all, having one more friend was better than having one more enemy. Moreover, this was his wife's family. Improving relations would also be good for Bai Muxi. And besides, it would save on transportation and accommodation costs. He had heard that Tiantai City, as the provincial capital, was quite expensive. At night, in the basement of the Bai family's villa, there was a specially designated training room. The lighting was bright, and various professional training equipment was fully equipped, far better than the public gym in the community. Lin Xie was preparing to start his slacking off technique when he noticed two little heads at the door. Bai Muxue, the 12th sister, had brought along a little one who looked only 7 or 8 years old. They were clinging to the doorframe, their eyes full of curiosity as they watched him. "Brother-in-law. This is the 13th sibling, Bai Muxue introduced. Call him brother-in-law. Brother-in-law." Bai Muxue timidly hid behind his sister, his big, shiny eyes filled with admiration and curiosity for Lin Xie. Looking at the pure and admiring gazes of these two little ones, Lin Xie secretly smiled wryly. Well, the slacking off plan was ruined. He couldn't just casually go through the motions in front of the kids. It wouldn't be good to set a bad example for them. The reason he was training here was that Bai's father and mother had strongly insisted they stay at the villa tonight. That 9.9% evaluation certificate was like a key, instantly opening the tightly closed door of familial affection in the Bai family. Lin Xie was happy to give them the opportunity to let Bai Muxi bond with her parents. As for himself, he wasn't much of a talker anyway, so he simply proposed using the training room to practice. Thus, he put away his playful demeanor, straightened his expression, and began to seriously practice the 8 treasures technique. Although this method of training was more tiring, the standard poses indeed gave off a certain masterly aura. Bai Muxue and Bai Muwa, the two little ones, watched in fascination, their eyes unblinking. The next morning, when Lin Xie and Bai Muxi were preparing to say goodbye, Bai's father and mother had a completely different attitude compared to the day before. Their enthusiasm was almost overwhelming for Lin Xie. "Xie, if you need anything in Tiantai City, just let us know. Don't hesitate." "That's right, Muxi, take good care of Xie and yourself too." Lu Yuqin held Bai Muxi's hand with great concern, as if the cold and distant noblewoman from yesterday was merely Lin Xie's illusion. Sitting in the hover car heading back to Xiangyan Huayuan, inside the cabin, Bai Mushi tilted her head, leaned close to Lin Xia's ear, and with a sly smile, whispered softly, "My dad said he'll cover your 100,000 enrollment fee. He'll also take care of your future tuition." Lin Xia's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief. Bai Mushi, seeing his surprised expression, smiled even brighter. "See? Isn't this a win for you?" "Yes, a win, a win." Lin Xia nodded emphatically, gaining a deeper understanding of reality in his heart. Back at the Xiangyang Huayuan home, the two hadn't even had time to sit down and drink water when Bai Jinyun's call came through. Half an hour later, a spacious and luxurious 7-seater hover business car steadily stopped at the entrance of the Xiangyan Huayuan community. The car door slid open, and Bai Jinyun poked his head out, smiling broadly as he waved to them. "Xie, Mushi, hop in. We're heading straight to Tiantai City." Inside the car, the spacious and comfortable 7-seater hover business car drove smoothly. The atmosphere was harmonious. When Bai Jinyun casually asked about Lin Xia's family background and learned that he came from an ordinary working-class family, the surprise on the father and son's faces was evident. Bai Mushi couldn't help but sincerely exclaim, "Brother-in-law, you're way better than those so-called second-generation kids in my class. Which of them isn't relying on their family's resources? Someone like you, relying entirely on your own talent, is the first I've ever seen." Lin Xia laughed heartily, nodding calmly, though inwardly he was silently retorting, "Kid, aren't you a second generation yourself?" As the conversation continued, Bai Mushi curiously leaned over and asked, "Brother-in-law, what brand of nutrient solution do you usually use for cultivation? Is it Titan Strength or Galaxy Spring? My dad bought me the enhanced version of Titan Strength, and it's pretty effective." Lin Xie was momentarily stunned by the question. He had never used any proper nutrient solution. His cultivation energy was replenished entirely by Bai Mushi's cooking. Thinking quickly, he replied with a straight face, "What I use is Love brand nutrient solution." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mushi's face turned bright red with embarrassment. She reached out her small hand and pinched Lin Xia's waist hard, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes in mock anger. Love brand? Bai Jinyun and Bai Mushi's father and son were both dumbfounded, looking at each other in confusion. Is this some new high-end brand? Why have they never heard of it? 2 hours of travel passed quickly amidst light-hearted chatter. The hover car gradually slowed down, and ahead, an incredibly magnificent and towering urban skyline came into view. Countless skyscrapers, shorter on the outside and taller toward the center, formed a pyramid-like structure that reached into the clouds. In the air, densely packed hover car lanes crisscrossed, forming a massive web of light. Multicolored neon signs twinkled like stars, adorning the entire city with a dreamlike quality. Lin Xie gazed out the window at the dense, flowing neon traffic and the awe-inspiring cityscape, unable to help but marvel. So this is the provincial capital, Tiantai City. The hover car navigated through the complex aerial lanes and finally landed gently in front of a skyscraper named Tianyue International Hotel in the 4th or 5th ring area. "All right, we're here," Bai Jinyun said as he parked the car, smiling at Lin Xie and Bai Mushi. "I've already booked the rooms in advance. Let's go up and settle in first. Then head to the exam center in the afternoon." Lin Xie looked up at the luxurious hotel, which was at least 200 stories high, and once again sighed inwardly, being rich is great. The four of them walked into the opulent hotel lobby. Bai Jinyun skillfully handled the check-in process and booked 2 adjacent luxury suites. After settling their luggage, Bai Jinyun suggested, "There's still plenty of time. Let's have lunch at the hotel's restaurant first, and then head to the exam center in the afternoon." Lin Xie and Bai Mushi naturally had no objections. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the hotel, one could overlook the bustling scenery of the surrounding area through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Xie suddenly thought that the restaurants in the 2nd and 3rd rings probably looked down on these skyscrapers from above. A sumptuous lunch was served, featuring a variety of rare, high-end ingredients meticulously prepared by the chef, offering a feast for the senses. At the dining table, Bai Jinyun remained as enthusiastic as ever, constantly serving Lin Xie food and asking about his impressions of Tiantai City. His words and actions clearly revealed his intent to invest in and win over a future powerhouse. Bai Mushi was also very humble, occasionally asking Lin Xie for advice on cultivation matters. Although Lin Xie responded perfunctorily, Bai Mushi listened intently, as if he had obtained some kind of secret manual. After lunch, the four of them took the hotel's private car to the provincial admissions and examination center on the other side of the city. The examination center was a sprawling modern complex with a solemn and majestic style. At this moment, the entrance was already packed with a sea of people. Candidates and parents from various star systems crowded the square, leaving no room to move. The air was filled with a tense yet excited atmosphere. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Chia couldn't help but feel a surge of ambition. This was the first checkpoint on the road to becoming a strong individual. The four of them finally squeezed into the registration hall and, following the signs, found the corresponding window. They presented their ID, verified their registration information, and received their electronic admission ticket. The process went smoothly. Lin Chia looked at the electronic admission ticket displayed on the terminal. It showed his photo, name, exam number, exam time, and a QR code. Exam time, Imperial Calendar Year 40918, September 1st, 9 a.m., September 1st, 5 days to go. Lin Chia put away the admission ticket, thinking to himself. Just as they were about to leave, a slightly surprised voice came from the side. Mushi, is it really you? You're here for the exam too? Lin Chia turned toward the voice and saw a tall, handsome young man dressed in branded casual wear walking toward them with a smile. Beside him were several other young people who also exuded an air of affluence, clearly children of wealthy families. When Bai Mushi saw the newcomer, a smile appeared on his face as well. Oh, Li Mingao. What a coincidence, you're here too. The two sides exchanged warm greetings and chatted briefly before going their separate ways. Some second-generation kids from the neighboring class, Bai Mushi explained to Lin Chia, then enthusiastically suggested. They said they're going to check out the Shinnon Potion specialty store up ahead. Brother-in-law, let's go take a look. 2. Potions? Lin Chia was puzzled and looked at Bai Mushi. Bai Mushi nodded and explained, yes, some wealthy second-generation kids prepare various auxiliary potions in advance to go further. In the practical exams, reach the third stage, or even higher. For example, potions that instantly restore stamina, temporarily boost explosive power, or heal injuries. She looked at Lin Chia with a serious expression and said, however, with your current strength, you should aim to go as far as possible. These potions are a must for you. Let's go pick some out. Before Lin Chia could respond, Bai Mushi shook his head with a smile and said, sis, that was 10 years ago. Things are much more complicated now. With a look that said you're outdated, he continued, nowadays, unless you've decided from the start to just scrape by and attend the lowest-tier private universities, you'll need potions just to pass the first stage and reach the second. The most basic energy drinks and nutritional fluids are standard for everyone, Bai Muji counted on his fingers and said, and there are things for handling various emergencies, like antidotes, quick-acting hemostatic sprays. These are all essential. Otherwise, in the dungeon, if you're bitten by some random poisonous little monster or get slightly injured, you might be eliminated right away. Lin Chia listened in stunned silence and couldn't help but say, this exam can be like this? Doesn't this mean whoever has money gets first place? Bai Mujie heard this, looked at Lin Chia with an expression as if he were looking at an alien, and then said matter-of-factly, no money? Then why practice martial arts? After leaving the exam center, the afternoon sunlight in Tiantai City was somewhat dazzling. Bai Mujie enthusiastically suggested, directly pulling the group into a bustling commercial street nearby. At the end of the street, a building with a strong sense of technology displayed a huge three-dimensional sign, Shinong Pharmacy. Inside the store, the air conditioning was sufficient, and the air was filled with a unique scent of mixed herbs and strange minerals. In the crystal-clear glass counters, rows of potions emitting various glowing colors were displayed, while holographic projections showcased their enticing effects in the air. Blood Burst Number 1. Slightly increases explosive power within 3 minutes, priced at 1,000 credit points. Swift Number 1 slightly increases speed within 5 minutes, priced at 1,000 credit points. Lin Chia looked at the jaw-dropping prices and instinctively frowned. This was a bit expensive. Even the lowest level number 1 cost 1,000, while number 2 was 2,000, and so on, with the highest level number 9 priced at 9,999. Wife, we don't need to buy these, right? Lin Chia whispered to Bai Mushi. Lin Chia was still staring at the jaw-dropping prices, not yet having time to express his too expensive sentiment, when he saw Bai Mujie's eyes light up as he walked toward the cashier. Li Mingao. Bai Mujie quickly walked over and greeted enthusiastically, Mingao. What good stuff are you guys buying? Everyone turned to look. Li Mingao and his group of second-generation friends were standing confidently in the checkout line, each holding a gift box with the Shinong Pharmacy logo. Bai Mujie quickly returned and said, they bought. Before Bai Mujie could finish, Bai Jinyun immediately broke into a hearty smile and said, I saw it too. Let's buy this premium package. One set for you, one set for Chia. Perfect. He cast a sharp glance at Lin Chia, instantly making a decision in his mind. This was a once-in-a-lifetime investment opportunity, just 50,000 credit points. If it could earn the goodwill of a future martial artist, it was a guaranteed profit. Dad. Bai Mujie wanted to explain that the 50,000 package wasn't what he wanted, but Bai Jinyun stopped him with a single look, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. Bai Mushi quickly stepped forward, her attitude polite but slightly distant, and said, Uncle, this is too generous, we can't. Hey! Bai Jinyun waved his hand, interrupting her, his face showing an undeniable smile as he looked at Lin Chia and Bai Mushi. You young people shouldn't be so polite. He looked at them, his tone becoming serious. This isn't generosity, this is called investment. Investment in your future. All you need to do now is focus on the exam and achieve good results. That's the best way to repay your uncle. At this point, refusing would seem ungrateful. Lin Chia looked at this shrewd yet understanding middle-aged man and understood. Back at the hotel suite, Lin Chia placed the premium package gift box worth 50,000 credit points down. He roughly understood the value of martial artists. This was Bai Jinyun's goodwill. It felt like everyone around him was a good person now. Lin Chia calculated in his mind that, at his current cultivation speed, breaking through another level of the 8 treasures technique within the next 5 days was almost a certainty. By then, his genetic potential would undoubtedly break through the 10% limit, becoming a true martial artist before the exam. Once this thought ignited, it spread like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. Night fell, deep and tranquil like water. The spacious living room of the luxurious suite was temporarily turned into a training ground by Lin Chia. Outside the window, the never-ending neon lights of Tiantai City cast mottled shadows through the floor-to-ceiling glass, outlining his sweat-drenched silhouette as he repeatedly practiced his training moves. Even with light training, his clothes were already soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his body, while his muscles trembled incessantly from extreme fatigue. The bedroom door gently opened, and Bai Mushi stepped out. Watching the man focused on his training in the living room, she wanted to urge him to take a break. But as the words reached her lips, she swallowed them back. She saw the determination in his eyes, and more importantly, the flames of resolve burning within them. She knew he was pushing for a breakthrough. At this moment, any words of concern or persuasion might disrupt his momentum. Her support could not become his burden. Bai Mushi took a deep breath, suppressing the worry in her heart. She didn't go over to disturb him, nor did she return to her room to rest. Instead, she quietly curled up on the sofa, dimmed the light of her personal terminal to the lowest setting, and lowered her head, her fingers gently sliding across the screen. Key points for energy replenishment during the martial artist breakthrough phase. Recipes for quick recovery after high-intensity training. Methods for preparing mild medicinal dishes that stabilize mental strength. She accompanied him silently in this way. And so, over the next few days, a crazy scene unfolded in the hotel suite. Lin Chia almost turned himself into a perpetual motion machine, dedicating all his time to training in the 8 treasures technique, except for meals and brief sleep. His sloppy method might look awkward, but it was enduring. Bai Mushi transformed into an all-around caretaker, preparing high-energy nutritional meals for him daily, calculating his energy consumption after each training session, and even spending a fortune to order some nourishing medicinal soups. On the first day, Lin Chia completed 15 training sessions. On the second day, 15 sessions. On the third day, still 15 sessions. Lin Chia deeply understood that the path of training lies in balancing exertion and relaxation. While training diligently every day, he deliberately set aside time for his body and mind to rest and recover fully. He knew there was ample time left for the breakthrough, and there was no need to rush. The exam was imminent, and overexerting his potential could backfire. By the evening of the 4th day, only 1 day remained until the exam. The system panel clearly displayed the progress bar, 8 treasures technique. Level 3, 59/60ths, just 1 more session to go. Sitting on the sofa, Bai Mushi could distinctly sense the intense changes in the aura surrounding Lin Chia's body. A faint yet palpable pressure made her, a quasi-martial artist, feel uneasy. Bai Mushi couldn't believe it. Was he about to break through? Impossible, right? After watching 4 days of such clumsy training, was he really about to break through the 10% genetic potential and become a martial artist? Bai Mushi found it all too sci-fi, Utterly impossible. She had struggled for 8 years. It had taken her nearly 3 years just to increase her potential from 8.5% to 9.5%. No matter how much of a genius Lin Xie was, it couldn't be this fast, could it? One last time. Lin Xie roared, clenching his teeth, and began the final round of training. Finally, as the last move was completed, Lin Xie's figure suddenly froze, as if time had stopped. The next moment, an incomparably vast and pure surge of energy, far exceeding any previous instance, erupted within him like a dormant volcano awakening. Boom! In Lin Xie's mind, it was as if a thunderclap resounded. Ding! 8 treasures technique level increased to level 4, 0/80. Host genetic potential plus 0.2%. Genetic potential 10.1%. Click! A crisp cracking sound seemed to resonate from the depths of his soul. Lin Xie felt the invisible yet solid barrier within his body crumble in an instant. From this moment on, the world was completely different. If the energy flow he had felt before was like a gentle stream, then what surged out from the source of his life now was akin to volcanic magma tearing through heaven and earth. An unprecedented, overwhelmingly powerful torrent of energy coursed through his body, exploding into every corner with an unstoppable force. The soreness and exhaustion in his limbs and bones vanished in an instant, replaced by an unparalleled sense of fullness. He could clearly hear the crackling sounds of his bones, like beans popping in a hot pan, as they became more robust and compact under the rush of energy. Every muscle fiber seemed to undergo a reforging, brimming with explosive power. Scorching blood surged through his veins like roaring rivers, delivering immense vitality to every extremity of his body. In that instant, Lin Xie felt as though his entire being had been liberated, as if he had broken free from an invisible shackle. Every cell within him was wildly cheering, transforming. His previously exhausted body, under the relentless surge of energy, not only recovered to its peak state but saw his strength, speed, and mental acuity skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. The entire world, in his perception, became clearer and more vivid than ever before. This is the realm of a martial artist? Lin Xie's world had fundamentally changed. In his vision, the dust particles floating in the air were no longer vague specks but distinct entities with defined contours and trajectories. He could see the subtle hues refracted by light as it passed through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Is this the transformation brought by a 10% genetic potential breakthrough? To his ears, Bai Mushi's accelerated heartbeat, caused by nervousness and excitement, echoed clearly like war drums. His skin could sensitively detect every wisp of airflow, discerning the minute temperature difference between the night breeze outside the window and the indoor air conditioning. The entire world seemed to have shed its hazy shell, presenting itself with unprecedented, intricate detail before his eyes. Host, Lin Xie. Genetic potential, 10.1%. Physical strength, 100+. Mental strength, 100+. Psionic energy, 50+. Skills, radiocalisthenics set 128, level 10, max, 8 treasures technique, level 4, 0/80. Partner, Bai Mushi, affection, 80. Offspring, 2, in gestation. Staring at the stats panel, Lin Xie's heart pounded uncontrollably. His physical strength had surged directly to 100 points. His mental strength had also broken through 100. Not to mention the remarkable doubling of his psionic energy. Xie. A trembling voice pulled Lin Xie back to reality from his euphoric days. He raised his head, meeting Bai Mushi's beautiful eyes, which were filled with shock. As a quasi-martial artist with 9.5% genetic potential, she could sense the dramatic shift in Lin Xie's aura more clearly than anyone else. This wasn't merely the strength of a quasi-martial artist, it was a genuine, fundamental dominance at the level of life itself. The energy fluctuations emanating from him, even unintentionally, instinctively filled her with awe and unease. I've broken through. Lin Xie looked at her, his face breaking into a radiant smile. He took a step forward, his figure seemingly teleporting, instantly appearing in front of Bai Mushi. Startled by his ghost-like speed, Bai Mushi instinctively took a step back. Lin Xie extended his hand, gently pulling her into his embrace. In a soft voice, he said, "Wife, I've succeeded." The warmth of his chest, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and the overwhelmingly powerful yet familiar aura finally brought Bai Mushi back to her senses. You really did? She had struggled for 8 years, exhausting her youth and her family's expectations, yet she still couldn't achieve the realm she had dreamed of. And the man before her had effortlessly crossed that threshold. It would be a lie to say she wasn't envious. But she also felt proud and joyful for her man. Lin Xie gently patted her back, feeling her excitement, his heart filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Bai Mushi looked at the man in front of her, seeing the gentle smile and strong confidence in his eyes, and suddenly stood on tiptoe, taking the initiative to kiss him. This kiss was passionate and tender, filled with all her pride, joy, and love. The next morning, daylight streamed in. Lin Qiye opened his eyes, feeling refreshed, the exhaustion from an all-night cultivation and breakthrough long gone, replaced by an unparalleled sense of control. Beside him, Bai Mushi was sleeping soundly, a satisfied and sweet smile lingering at the corner of her lips. Lin Qiye leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. Bai Mushi slowly opened her eyes. When Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi stepped out of the room, the doors to Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujie's rooms also opened at the same time. "Good morning, Qiye," Bai Jinyun greeted warmly. However, the moment his gaze met Lin Qiye's, his smile froze slightly, and a trace of barely noticeable surprise and doubt flashed in his eyes. Bai Mujie, standing beside him, was even more stunned, instinctively rubbing his eyes. The Lin Qiye before them seemed different from the day before. Although it was still the same handsome face, his entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. His gaze had become deeper and sharper. His posture, though casual, was as upright as a spear, steady as a mountain. A faint but powerful aura naturally emanated from him. Bai Xinyan and Bai Mujie didn't dwell on it too much, only feeling that Lin Qiye exuded an imposing presence before the exam. 8:30 a.m., Provincial Admissions Examination Center. On the vast square, tens of thousands of examinees had already gathered in their designated areas according to their exam numbers, forming a dense crowd, creating an awe-inspiring scene. The loud voice of the broadcast echoed above the square, announcing the exam rules and important notices. Lin Qiye and Bai Mujie stood among the examinees, waving goodbye to Bai Mushi and Bai Jinyun, who had come to see them off. "Good luck, hubby." Bai Mushi mouthed the words to Lin Qiye with a determined expression. Lin Qiye smiled and nodded at her, his eyes full of confidence. At 8:50 a.m., with a long blare, the massive alloy gates slowly opened. "All examinees, please enter the examination site in an orderly manner, dungeon number 1. Over 1 million examinees surged like a tide, heading toward the deep entrance of the dungeon. Lin Qiye took a deep breath and followed the crowd, stepping into this unknown battlefield. His gaze was calm yet sharp, with only one thought in his mind. "All right, the exam begins." As he stepped into the dungeon entrance, the scene before him was not the dark and narrow passage he had imagined. Instead, it was an unimaginably vast underground platform, spacious enough to accommodate 1 million people with room to spare. The cold alloy floor gleamed with a metallic sheen, and the ceiling was a dome structure, with glaring industrial lights illuminating the entire space as bright as day. The air was filled with a peculiar mix of motor oil, dust, and disinfectant. At the front of the platform stood a towering alloy gate, 100 meters high, tightly shut. It resembled an ancient beast lying in wait, silently proclaiming the dangers and unknowns of the world beyond. Tens of thousands of examinees gathered here, their chatter, nervous breaths, and excited conversations merging into a hum that echoed throughout the vast space. "Hey, Qiye, over here." Bai Mujie tugged at Lin Qiye's sleeve, skillfully leading him through the crowd to a relatively open area. A few young men and women saw them and immediately waved enthusiastically. "Mujie, you're here. How's your preparation? I heard it's even harder this year." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Bai Mujie's attention was drawn to a scene not far away. It was Li Mingao and his group again. However, at this moment, those second-generation elites, who usually exuded confidence in front of ordinary students, were standing respectfully beside another group of young men and women. They bent slightly at the waist, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles, their posture exceedingly humble. The group of people they surrounded, both men and women, all bore indifferent expressions and exuded an extraordinary aura. Simply standing there, they naturally formed a circle, emanating a powerful keep-out vibe that starkly contrasted with the noisy surroundings. "Who are they?" Lin Qiye asked in confusion, glancing at Bai Mujie. Bai Mujie followed his gaze, his expression instantly becoming complex. Lowering his voice, he spoke with a hint of undisguised reverence and envy. "They are students from the genius class of first high school." "The genius class of first high school?" Lin Qiye repeated. "Yes." Bai Mujie nodded emphatically and began explaining in detail. "The one in the white martial arts uniform, the tallest and coldest looking, is Lei Qianjun. The short-haired girl next to him, who looks very cool, is Su Qingying. And the one sitting on the ground is Yen Feilong. They are all students from the top high school and the top class in our galaxy, geniuses among geniuses. He paused and added, I saw them from afar during the 10-school league. Their strength was simply unbelievable. The 10-school league? Lin Chiye searched his memory but found no recollection of the term. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that the ordinary high school he had attended before didn't even qualify to participate in such a league. Bai Mujie showed no intention of going over to greet them, clearly considering himself unworthy, as they were not part of the same circle. Lin Chiye looked at the group of geniuses with their overwhelming presence. Feeling a stir in his heart, he asked, so, are they all martial artists? Yes, Bai Mujie replied decisively. The students in the genius class are all martial artists even before the martial arts college entrance exam. Lin Chiye was deeply shaken. So, this was what the world's true top students look like? This was the reality of the world? While he was still struggling to scrape together the 100,000 yuan registration fee, these true prodigies of his age had already left him far behind, stepping into a realm he could only look up to. Just then, boom! A sudden loud noise erupted from the center of the platform, as if a bomb had gone off in the crowd. The sturdy alloy platform trembled violently. The buzzing voices of tens of thousands of examinees were instantly silenced by the overwhelming sound wave, plunging the entire platform into an eerie silence. Everyone turned in shock toward the source of the noise. A towering man, over 3 meters tall, with muscles as solid as forged steel, had appeared on the central stage of the platform. His bronze skin gleamed with a metallic sheen under the lights, and veins bulged like steel cables. Across his body, exuding an intense sense of power, perched leisurely on his broad, mountain-like shoulders was a slender woman, dressed in a fiery red combat suit. Her long, flame-colored hair cascaded down, her face was stunningly beautiful, and a faint, enigmatic smile played on her lips, forming a stark contrast to the wildness of the giant beneath her. Silence, the giant bellowed, his voice resonating like a great bell, clearly audible across the entire platform. We are the examiners for your first test. My name is Changshi, Li Senior. The red-haired woman on his shoulder also smiled, her voice crisp and pleasant yet tinged with a dangerous laziness. My name is Deng Hong. She scanned the dense crowd of examinees below, her smile widening slightly as she began to explain the rules of the first test. The rules are simple, follow us. The first test's dungeon has countless branching paths. If you lose track of us, don't blame us for what happens. She paused, her smile growing more playful. If you get injured during the test, handle it yourself. If the injuries are severe and you feel you can't go on, you can call for rescue on your personal terminal. Of course, calling for rescue means you automatically forfeit this test. Understood? As soon as she finished speaking, the massive alloy gate, which had been tightly shut for a long time, began to emit the grating sound of metal scraping against metal. As it slowly rose, a cold, damp gust carrying the scent of earth and decay rushed out from behind the door. Now, the exam begins. Before Deng Hong's words had even fully landed, the giant man beneath her, Li Xin, bent his legs sharply and shot into the air. Like a cannonball, he soared over the heads of tens of thousands of examinees, cutting through the air with a howling wind, and charged directly into the gate that had just opened. Deng Hong, seated on his shoulders, even casually waved at the examinees below. For a moment, the tens of thousands of examinees were stunned, but they quickly snapped back to their senses. Follow them! Hurry! Someone shouted, and the entire platform erupted in chaos. Tens of thousands of examinees surged toward the massive gate, like a flood breaking through a dam. The moment the gate opened, the platform turned into a violently shaking beehive, descending into a chaotic frenzy. Keep up! Don't block the way! Charge! Tens of thousands of examinees, like a panicked herd of beasts, desperately pushed toward the only exit. Shoulder to shoulder, packed tightly together, the person you were chatting with just a moment ago could become the obstacle in your path the next second. Lin Chiye's pupils contracted sharply. A commotion suddenly broke out ahead, right in the direction of the elite class. The disturbance in the crowd seemed like nothing more than a gentle breeze, rippling across a lake to them, completely unfazed. The short-haired girl named Su Qingying curved her lips into a confident smile. With a light step on the shoulder of an examinee in front of her, she floated upward like a feather. In a few graceful leaps, she stepped across the heads of the crowded masses below, her movements as light as if she were performing martial arts. In an instant, she had bypassed the throng and reached the front of the line, closely following the examiners. Meanwhile, the young man, named Yin Filong, was even more direct. Spreading his arms wide like a great rock spreading its wings, he forcefully carved a path through the crowd, moving with astonishing speed. At the same time, the situation in the elite classes area, centered around Lei Xianjun, underwent a sudden shift. "Get out of the way!" A cold, low growl rang out. A formless, violent shockwave exploded outward from their center. Boom! 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 The ordinary examinees who had been pressing close to them, trying to ride the wave of the crowd, were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer. One by one, they spat. The next second, Bai Mujie felt a gentle yet irresistible force lightly pulling him. His body seemed to lose all weight as Lin Qiye shielded him behind. Facing the surging crowd, Lin Qiye neither dodged nor retreated. In that split second, Lin Qiye's mind had already analyzed the best solution to the current situation. Retreat? He would be swallowed by the crowd. Defend? He would be crushed by the forces pressing in from all directions. Unable to move forward. In that case, there was only one choice left: advance. Using sheer brute force, he would push his way to the very front. As long as he reached the front of the line, all resistance would come from a single direction, and he would no longer have to worry about being dragged down by forces from all sides. Lin Qiye had never learned any advanced light-footed techniques, nor did he understand the art of deflecting force. What he had was a body brimming with explosive power, honed after becoming a martial artist. So, he would use the simplest, most violent method: charge straight ahead. Apologies, everyone. A trace of determination flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes. He could see clearly that in this chaotic surge forward, conflicts were happening everywhere. It wasn't just in the area of the gifted class, every corner was rife with shoving, collisions, and even underhanded tricks. Since no one was stopping it, it meant this was a rule tacitly approved by the examiners. Having figured this out, Lin Qiye hesitated no longer. He took a step forward. Buzz! A powerful, invisible force erupted from his body, surging forward. The crowded mass of people ahead was like a train colliding head-on at high speed. Boom! A muffled sound echoed within a 3-meter radius. In front of Lin Qiye, the examinees toppled like dominoes, falling to the sides in unison. A straight, empty path leading to the gate was forcibly carved out by his brute strength. Who the hell? Which bastard did this? Angry curses erupted from the displaced crowd. Among them, a burly young man with a face full of scars reacted the fastest. Stumbling from the push, he steadied himself, his eyes flashing with ferocity. With a roar, he charged at Lin Qiye, his fist whistling through the air, aiming directly for Lin Qiye's face. Courting death. Lin Qiye's gaze turned icy. He couldn't be sure if the exam rules allowed for injuring others. However, since no one stopped the gifted class from making moves, and since this brute dared to attack him, it meant it was allowed. He swung his fist to meet the attack. Fist against fist. The burly man saw Lin Qiye's punch, which lacked any technique, no advanced energy manipulation, no tricky angles, just a straightforward strike. A sinister, victorious grin spread across his face. He had trained in the renowned shattering rock fist, known for its raw power. When it came to a contest of strength, he was absolutely confident. However, the moment their fists collided, the grin on the burly man's face froze instantly, replaced by utter shock and disbelief. Crack! A sharp, bone-chilling sound of fracture rang out. Lin Qiye didn't know any fancy fist techniques, but his punch carried the full force of a true martial artist, exceeding 1,000 kilograms. In the face of absolute power, all techniques were rendered meaningless. Overpowering skill with sheer strength. The burly man's seemingly formidable fist crumbled like paper under Lin Qiye's strike, utterly destroyed in an instant. An unstoppable force surged through his arm, flooding his body with overwhelming power. Ugh! The burly man spat out a mouthful of blood midair, his entire body flying backward like a kite with a broken string. His outstretched arm twisted at an unnatural angle, with jagged white bone piercing through his skin. Exposed to the air. Severely injured. Bone fractured. Thud! The burly man crashed heavily into the crowd over 10 meters away, causing another wave of chaos and screams. As for Lin Qiye, he never even spared him a glance from start to finish. He simply withdrew his fist and continued walking forward with a calm expression, as if he had just casually swatted a bothersome fly. Behind him, Bai Mujie, who was closely following, witnessed everything clearly. His jaw nearly dropped in shock, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Brother-in-law, is this fierce? He knew Lin Xie was strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. One punch. Just one punch had rendered a candidate, whose strength seemed comparable to his own, unconscious or worse. The decisiveness, the sheer dominance, it left him both terrified and inexplicably excited, filling him with a sense of safety. With a brother-in-law like this, what was there to fear? The surrounding candidates, stunned by the earlier scene, gradually regained their senses. They looked at Lin Xie, who was fearlessly forging ahead like a bulldozer, their eyes filled with awe and a hint of fervor. Quick, follow him. Follow the guy up front. Someone immediately made the wise choice. In an instant, the candidates began trailing behind Lin Xie's bloody path, forming a new, unstoppable torrent surging madly toward the gate. Lin Xie charged forward with overwhelming momentum. Anyone who dared to block his way was swiftly and directly knocked aside by his raw power. Gradually, he broke free from the most crowded and chaotic middle section. The closer he got to the front, the more spacious the area became. The truly capable candidates had long distanced themselves from the ordinary ones, keeping pace with the examiners at astonishing speeds. As they raced through the wide underground passage, they maintained a certain safe distance from one another, a mix of vigilance and tacit understanding. While advancing at full speed, each kept a wary eye on their competitors. Lin Xie was also observing them. As the examiners ahead accelerated, Lin Xie had no choice but to speed up to keep up. The candidates who had been following him gradually fell behind. Lin Xie gestured to Bai Mujie behind him, who watched as Lin Xie gradually disappeared into the distance. Powerless due to his lack of strength, Bai Mujie could only follow from afar, praying he wouldn't take a wrong turn at the upcoming forks. At this moment, at the very front, Lin Xie's appearance was like a stone dropped into a calm lake, immediately drawing the attention of the first-tier candidates. These individuals were the elite prodigies from various cities. The ones closest to Lin Xie were naturally a few from the genius class of his own city. A cold-faced young man named Lei Qianjun swept his sharp gaze over Lin Xie, his brows slightly raised. A new face. Interesting. Beside him, Su Qingying also noticed Lin Xie, a flicker of curiosity flashing in her keen eyes. Judging by his earlier performance, his strength is impressive, but his technique is crude. It seems he hasn't been guided by a master, she said softly. Who cares who he is, as long as he doesn't block our way? Yen Feilong snorted coldly, quickening his pace. Although these prodigies had taken note of Lin Xie, the dark horse, they didn't take him seriously. In their eyes, Lin Xie was merely lucky or had stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter, a wildcard at best. No matter how strong his power was, without systematic training and refined combat skills, he would never amount to much. Lin Xie, meanwhile, was observing them. He could clearly sense the powerful aura emanating from the genius class members, which was no weaker than his own. In some aspects, such as the refinement and control of their aura, they were even more advanced than him, a fast-track martial artist. These guys are not to be trifled with, Lin Xie thought warily. He was well aware of his strengths and weaknesses. His advantage lay in possessing genuine martial artist-level power and physical attributes. His disadvantage was his lack of combat skills. He had immense strength but didn't know how to use it most effectively. No martial arts techniques, no footwork, no movement skills. If he were to face off against these prodigies, who had been trained in top-tier education and high-level techniques since childhood, he would likely struggle to gain the upper hand at the same level. This is just the first stage, there's no need to compete with them. Thus, Lin Xie deliberately controlled his speed, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close to the few individuals from the gifted class and several other strong contenders he had secretly noted. He neither lagged behind nor recklessly rushed to the front to grab the spotlight. His goal was to pass the exam smoothly and achieve good results, not to clash head-on with these top-tier prodigies right from the start. At this moment, Bai Mujie could no longer see the first echelon or the examiners. He was panting heavily, his face pale. Although he was competitive, he was also aware of his own limits. Being able to follow Lin Xie to the forefront of the second echelon was already his limit. Bai Mujie gritted his teeth, pulled out a bottle of basic energy drink from his pocket, and downed it in one go. A surge of warmth flowed into his stomach, restoring some of his depleted strength. He let out a roar, took another step forward, and stubbornly kept up. Meanwhile, ahead, the examiners Li Xin and Deng Hong had already led the first echelon into a fork in the path. The entire underground city resembled a massive ant nest maze, with countless intersecting passages leading into the unknown depths of darkness. An hour later, Lin Chiye was still steadily following behind the first echelon. The wide underground passage seemed endless, with cold alloy walls on both sides. Every so often, a dim industrial light cast long, shifting shadows of the group. Lin Chiye was filled with amazement. Just how vast was this underground city? At their current speed, an hour would have been enough to cover over 100 kilometers, yet ahead of them was still the same deep, unending darkness. Unconsciously, his gaze fell on the burly figure ahead. Examiner Li Sin, the giant man who resembled a moving mountain, was still carrying the relaxed red-haired female examiner Deng Hong on his shoulder. An hour of high-speed running seemed like nothing more than a post-meal stroll for him. His breathing remained steady, his steps firm and powerful, showing no signs of fatigue. Just how strong is this guy? Lin Chiye marveled inwardly. At that moment, changes finally began to appear within the first echelon. The prolonged full-speed running was taking its toll. Some of the weaker candidates started to breathe heavily, their pace visibly slowing. Some began secretly taking out potions, drinking them as they ran. Meanwhile, the more devious candidates set their sights on those around them. Suddenly, a candidate not far ahead of Lin Chiye abruptly slowed down. Instead of drinking a potion, he twisted his body sharply, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes, and unleashed a heavy punch he had been preparing, the sound of it cutting through the air as it struck toward the unsuspecting Lin Chiye behind him. His plan was cunning. He was about to fall behind, so before completely slowing down, he wanted to drag someone else down with him. As long as the person behind him was disrupted, he could buy himself precious time to catch his breath and drink his potion. However, he chose the wrong target. Faced with the sudden attack, Lin Chiye's eyes turned icy cold in an instant. Over the past hour, he hadn't just been running mechanically, he had been constantly observing and analyzing. He had already taken note of everyone's condition and had anticipated such scenarios. At high speeds, neither blocking the attack head-on nor stopping to counterattack was ideal, as both would disrupt his rhythm. The only option was dodge and overtake. The moment the attacker turned, Lin Chiye was already prepared. His body tilted slightly to the right, narrowly avoiding the punch. At the same time, he pushed off the ground with explosive force. Whoosh! Not only did his speed not decrease, but it also increased. His figure became a blur as he instantly swept past the attacker, overtaking him completely. The candidate's punch missed, and the excessive force caused him to stumble, his speed dropping even further. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Chiye's figure grew smaller and smaller in the distance. Furious, he roared repeatedly, but there was nothing he could do. Lin Chiye's actions were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately triggering a chain reaction die in the latter half of the first echelon. As candidates began to falter due to exhaustion, many started to imitate others. For a moment, sneak attacks and underhanded tricks emerged one after another. Fists flew, feet struck, and some even secretly threw small concealed weapons. However, Lin Chiye's perception at this moment was exceptionally sharp. After becoming a martial artist, his mental focus was highly concentrated, and every movement within a radius of several dozen meters was vividly reflected in his mind. In the next few minutes, he moved gracefully like a butterfly, weaving through flowers, navigating effortlessly through the gaps between various attacks. A slight shift to the left, a quick dodge. To the right, a low crouch, a burst of acceleration. He always managed to avoid all attacks with the smallest movements and the fastest speed. He was like a slippery eel, leaving all those who tried to drag him down empty-handed. These guys are probably quasi-martial artists, with genetic potential around 8% or 9%, Lin Chiye thought to himself. Although their strength isn't weak, when it comes to endurance, they still fall short compared to me, a true martial artist. He even had enough energy left to accelerate further. After evading 3 or 4 waves of attacks, Lin Chiye no longer held back. Taking a deep breath, the power of a martial artist surged within him, and his legs exploded with immense strength. His speed increased once again, completely leaving behind those scheming individuals and catching up with the core group of the first echelon, steadily following behind the few members of the elite class. Lin Chiye's sudden display of explosive power naturally caught the attention of the elite class members ahead. The short-haired, purple-clad Su Qingying glanced back discreetly while running. When she saw Lin Chiye, who was breathing steadily not far behind her, a genuine look of surprise appeared in her sharp phoenix eyes for the first time. So it's him. Su Qingying was somewhat astonished. She had initially thought that this dark horse who had suddenly appeared would at most struggle at the tail end of the first echelon. Unexpectedly, after enduring a round of brutal internal elimination, not only did he not fall behind, but he easily surged forward, keeping up closely with them. This level of endurance and strength was not to be underestimated. Su Qingying instinctively glanced back again but quickly lost interest, a faint, imperceptible cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. In the second echelon, which had been left far behind, she spotted several familiar figures, former classmates, who had once been in the elite class with her but were later expelled due to insufficient strength. As expected, still not good enough. The gap between quasi-martial artists and true martial artists may seem like just a single step, but in reality, it is an insurmountable chasm. Especially in this kind of long-distance pursuit that tests comprehensive qualities and endurance, the disparity becomes infinitely magnified. Ultimately, they were mercilessly eliminated by the first echelon, just as they had been ruthlessly expelled from the elite class before. The weak are destined to be eliminated. Su Qingying withdrew her gaze, no longer paying attention to those failures, and refocused on the exam ahead. She glanced at Lin Xie, this newcomer who had suddenly entered their field of vision, and for the first time, a trace of curiosity arose in her heart. Who exactly was this guy? At that moment, the female examiner Deng Hong, who had been leisurely sitting on Li Sen's shoulder, suddenly let out a crisp laugh. Her voice echoed through the deep passage, clearly reaching the ears of every candidate. All right, little ones, keep up. The warm-up is over. Next comes the final sprint stage. Her voice carried a hint of playful excitement. The scoring criteria for the first phase are simple. The first 100 to reach the finish line will receive a full bonus of 100 points. For every subsequent 100, the score decreases by 1 point, and so on. Beyond 10,000, there will be no bonus points. Before her words had fully settled, Deng Hong's figure leapt gracefully from the shoulder of the burly Li Sen like a nimble cat. The moment her feet touched the ground, she didn't pause for even a second. Her fiery red figure suddenly transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, her speed increasing several-fold. As she dashed into the darkness ahead, the speed of the burly examiner, Li Sen, slowed down in response. He grinned, revealing a simple and honest smile, and shouted to the examinees chasing closely behind him, "Keep up, little ones." Although his speed decreased, it was still astonishingly fast, steadily maintaining at the extreme edge of what the first-tier examinees could keep up with. Deng Hong's speed was simply too fast. Her figure left a long afterimage in the dim passage, and she was about to rush into a fork in the road ahead. Left. Lin Xie's heart skipped a beat. He saw clearly that Deng Hong had entered the left fork, and her figure disappeared around the corner. A strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. This dungeon was full of forks, and once they lost track of her, finding the correct path again would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. He immediately realized that this was not just a test of speed but also a brutal selection process. Only those who could keep up with Deng Hong were qualified to talk about scores. Those who couldn't would be eliminated directly. There are still tens of thousands of people in the first tier. Lin Xie calculated rapidly in his mind. At most, only 1,000 people will be able to keep up with Deng Hong's speed. And among these 1,000, only the fastest 100 will get full marks. With this thought, Lin Xie held nothing back. Boom! The martial power within him erupted without reservation. A powerful wave of energy exploded from under his feet, and his body shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, his speed instantly soaring to the limit. Lin Xie's sudden burst of speed immediately caught the attention of a few people from the genius class ahead. A trace of surprise flashed in Lei Qianjuan's cold eyes. Su Qingying even turned her head in astonishment, not expecting this newcomer to have such a powerful burst of strength hidden within him. However, there was no time for them to think further. They too were accelerating with all their might. Charge! Keep up! At this moment, the core group of the first tier was completely ignited. Everyone pushed their speed to the limit, transforming into streaks of light as they madly rushed toward the fork where Deng Hong had disappeared. Everyone knew this was the moment that would decide their fate. Lin Xie's full-force burst was like a torpedo launched into the battlefield, instantly tearing a path through the first tier. He overtook one examinee after another who had slowed down due to exhaustion, chasing straight ahead. The underground passage suddenly narrowed in front of them, shrinking from a width that could accommodate thousands of people side by side to a narrow section that could only fit 300 or 400. This abrupt change tightened everyone's nerves to the extreme. A narrower path meant fiercer competition. As Lin Qiye prepared to slip through the gap on the right side of Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, a figure suddenly shifted like a ghost, blocking his path in an instant. It was Yan Feilong. A disdainful smirk played on his face, and his eyes were filled with unrestrained provocation. "Newcomer, this isn't a place for you." Before his words had even finished, Yan Feilong's right fist shot out with a dull whooshing sound, carrying a fierce momentum. This punch seemed as straightforward as the one from the burly man earlier, but Lin Qiye's pupils suddenly contracted. Danger! Extreme danger! His martial instincts were screaming warnings at him. This punch carried an invisible, highly concentrated force, as if it had compressed the surrounding air into a tangible mass. This wasn't just raw power, it was technique, a martial skill. Lin Qiye reacted almost instinctively, shifting his body to the extreme left in an attempt to dodge as he had before. However, a mocking curve appeared at the corner of Yan Feilong's mouth. Just as the fist was about to graze past Lin Qiye's body, the concentrated force suddenly exploded. Shaking sky fist. Boom! A visible shockwave erupted from Yan Feilong's fist, spreading outward in a fan shape with violent intensity. Although Lin Qiye had avoided the direct hit of the punch, he was struck squarely by the residual force of the ferocious energy. There was no escape, there's no way to dodge this. This was a wide-area attack technique. Lin Qiye felt an overwhelming and unstoppable force crash into his chest and arms, as if he was struck head-on by a high-speed armored vehicle. He let out a muffled groan, his entire body flying uncontrollably backward and slamming heavily onto the ground with a near-splitting crash. Clang! Agonizing pain surged through him. A tearing pain radiated from his arms, leaving them numb and powerless as if even his bones were wailing. His chest churned with blood and energy, a metallic taste rising to his throat. He almost spat out blood. Is this the power of the genius class? Lin Qiye scrambled to his feet, unable to pause even for a moment. Forcing himself to stabilize his body, he pushed off with all his strength and continued sprinting forward. The spot where he had just fallen was suddenly slammed by another person with immense force. If Lin Qiye had lingered there even a second longer, he would have been severely injured or, worse, needed emergency rescue. For the first time, Lin Qiye realized so starkly the gap between himself and true geniuses. It wasn't merely a gap in strength, it was a chasm in the mastery and application of power, as well as experience. Despite having 10% genetic potential and 100 points of physical fitness, his strength was scattered when unleashed. Meanwhile, his opponent could concentrate and even amplify their power, exponentially increasing its impact. At this moment, Yan Feilong was already far ahead. To him, this small fry had already been dealt with and was no longer worth his attention. Nearby, Su Qingying, who was also leading the pack, shook her head slightly. It's not over yet. Lin Qiye gritted his teeth, forcefully swallowing the metallic taste rising in his throat. His legs pushed off the ground with a powerful burst, accelerating once again. In the blink of an eye, a thought flashed through his mind: Bai Xinyun's medicine. He hadn't expected to use it so soon. Without hesitation, he reached into the tactical pouch at his waist with his still-functioning hand and quickly pulled out a syringe. Without even looking, he plunged it fiercely into his throbbing right arm. Vitality Serum number 5. The cold liquid coursed into his veins, and a peculiar warmth spread rapidly through his body, like parched earth receiving blessed rain. The excruciating pain subsided visibly, diminished, as though being suppressed. The agony in his arms eased significantly. Though they still felt numb and weak, at least they regained mobility. Just then, a fierce-eyed female examinee charged toward him. Noticing his injuries, a flash of greed flickered in her eyes. Clearly, she intended to strike while he was down, taking him out of the competition entirely. If he were eliminated, her ranking would rise by 1 position. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Qiye's eyes. He refused to back down. Swiftly, he unscrewed another bottle of nutrient solution and gulped it down. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he hurled the empty bottle like a concealed weapon straight at the woman's face. Startled, the female examinee instinctively thought it was some kind of poison or dangerous projectile. Her expression shifted, and she abruptly stopped and dodged to the side. That single moment was all Lin Qiye needed. Without even waiting to see the result, he pushed off the ground, his body transforming into a streaking arrow as he rapidly widened the gap between them. Ignoring the curses emanating from behind, he continued his mad dash forward. That split-second maneuver had already set him several hundred meters apart from top-tier contenders like Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying. Staring at the distant figures ahead, Lin Chie's unwillingness and fury morphed into a primal driving force. He no longer aimed to catch up to Yin Filong but instead set his sights on the other examinees ahead who were fighting with all their might. He was like a wounded lone wolf, burning with rage, beginning his final, desperate pursuit and evasions. Indeed, he was a lone wolf. He noticed that among the first-tier examinees, whether it was Lei Qianjuan's group of true martial artists or the quasi-martial artists around him with 8% or 9% genetic potential, almost all of them moved in groups of 3 to 5. They came from the same schools, sometimes even the same classes, with inherent camaraderie, instinctively covering for one another and advancing as a team. Only Lin Chie stood alone, making him appear so conspicuous. He was acutely aware of his current advantages and disadvantages. His advantage was the genuine physique of a martial artist, far superior in strength, stamina, and recovery compared to the quasi-martial artists around him. His disadvantage, however, was a complete lack of martial combat skills. Ordinary high schools only taught the standardized calisthenics routine, leaving no opportunity to learn real martial techniques. His fighting relied solely on primal instincts, dodging. A slender candidate launched a side attack. Lin Chie powered his legs, forcefully elevating his body and narrowly evading the strike. Surpassing. He leapt over the candidate's head without pausing and continued forward. Dodging. Another gust of fist wind came at him. He twisted his body with all his might, letting the force graze his back, leaving a burning pain. If hit, he would drink medicine, use the bottle as a weapon to intimidate the opponent, and create space. Once again, he was swept by a residual force, staggering slightly. Without hesitation, he jabbed another syringe into himself and hurled an empty energy drink bottle at his pursuer. Surpassing. Dodging. Surpassing again. Each advance was accompanied by perilous evasions and intense physical exertion. Yet, like an untiring beast, his eyes grew brighter, his resolve firmer. With every person he surpassed, the pain in his arms seemed to lessen, and the fire in his heart burned stronger. Despite this, in the endless dark tunnel, the fiery figure of the female examiner Deng Hong remained his sole beacon and direction. Finally, after traversing the tunnel for what felt like hours, a dazzling light appeared ahead, the finish line. Lin Chie's eyes lit up instantly. He saw Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, Yin Filong, and others effortlessly crossing the finish line, standing there with calm expressions, as if the extreme sprint had been nothing more than a warm-up for them. Behind them, other candidates began crossing the finish line one after another. Lin Chie took a deep breath, squeezing out the last ounce of strength in his body. The pain in his arms seemed to have numbed. With a roar, he abandoned all unnecessary dodging, transforming himself into a cannonball, a blurred shadow. At the final moment, facing the attacks of 7 or 8 candidates ahead, he charged through like a raging bull. Bang! 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 He endured several blows, carving out a bloody path in the most brutal and desperate manner, risking further injuries to break through the light curtain. The moment his feet landed on the finish platform, an overwhelming fatigue surged over him like a tide. He gasped heavily, sweat pouring down like rain, his arms still trembling. Candidate Lin Chie, rank 498, congratulations on completing the first stage. Bonus points, 95. The cold electronic voice echoed in his ears. Rank 498, 95 points. Lin Chie's taut nerves finally relaxed. He plopped down on the ground, a smile involuntarily forming at the corner of his mouth. Though the process was messy, the result was decent. The few people he had surpassed with his suicidal charge were now standing behind the finish line, glaring at him with dark expressions. If not for this lunatic's sudden appearance, they might have squeezed into the top 500. In such a critical exam, a difference of 1 point could determine whether their future university was heaven or earth. Idiot. One of them raised a middle finger at Lin Chie, his eyes filled with resentment and frustration. Lin Chie merely glanced at them before withdrawing his gaze. All he wanted now was to rest. At that moment, the female examiner Deng Hong casually scanned the crowd, her gaze briefly stopping on Lin Chie, who was sitting alone on the ground. Then she raised her voice and announced, "Congratulations to all of you for completing the first stage of selection. Rest here for 24 hours, then prepare for the second stage of the exam." Lin Chie froze for a moment. Rest here, this means they couldn't return to the hotel for deeper rest and replenishment. He glanced around. Those geniuses from various prestigious schools had already begun methodically taking out various recovery tools from their backpacks, with some even producing portable energy recovery pods. The gap was evident everywhere. Since returning for supplies was not an option, Lin Xie could only take out a nutrient solution from his tactical bag and continue drinking to replenish his energy. The effects of the blood circulation number 5 were wearing off, and the pain in his arms became clear again. He took out another dose and injected himself without hesitation. He wondered how many students would be eliminated in the first phase. Lin Xie calculated silently in his heart, estimating that he could make it into the top 500 among tens of thousands of candidates as a wildcard. This result should be enough to get him into most excellent private martial arts universities, right? Thinking of this, he slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over the crowd and landing on Yin Feilong in the distance, who wore an arrogant expression. The other seemed to sense his gaze and returned a cold look. Lin Xie slowly withdrew his gaze, feeling no anger, only a cold calmness. He knew that his current strength was inferior, but that didn't mean it would always be so. He raised his still sore and bruised arms, slowly, clenching his fists. Pain was the best teacher. This clash had convinced him and, for the first time, clarified the direction of his progress. Martial techniques. Lin Xie murmured to himself, his eyes burning with an unprecedented fire. I need real martial techniques. Only by mastering true martial techniques could he fully unleash his immense strength, 100%, or even 200%. Time ticked by, and more candidates gathered on the finish platform, but many others were forever left behind in the dark passage. When the number on the electronic timer reached the 10,000th candidate crossing the finish line, the massive alloy gate representing the starting point in the distance let out a heavy rumble and slammed shut. Lin Xie scanned the area but didn't see Bai Mujie. On second thought, it made sense. Nearly 1 million candidates, and only the top 10,000 could advance to the second phase. Bai Mujie's genetic potential didn't even qualify him as a quasi-martial artist, so being eliminated in such a brutal selection process was highly likely. Still, eliminating over 1 million candidates Since there was nothing else to do, Lin Xie decided to silently practice the 8 treasures technique. To his surprise, as the technique began to circulate, a gentle warm current emerged from within his body, slowly flowing through his injured arms. Wherever the warm current passed, the soreness and pain were gradually alleviated and dissolved. This was it. Lin Xie's heart stirred, and he instantly understood. Whether it was the 8 treasures technique or broadcast gymnastics, their essence lay in being foundational methods for strengthening the body and enhancing genetic potential. Although they lacked flashy moves and powerful offensive capabilities, their direct effects on nourishing and restoring the body were unparalleled. Having grasped this point, Lin Xie no longer hesitated and devoted himself wholeheartedly to practicing the 8 treasures technique. Time flew by, and 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When Lin Xie opened his eyes again, the injuries on his arms had mostly healed. Though there was still some residual pain, it no longer hindered his movements. His physical and mental state, nourished by the technique, had also returned to peak condition. At that moment, the timer at the center of the platform hit 0. The towering, iron-like examiner, Chang Shirlisen, stepped forward, his heavy footsteps causing the entire alloy platform to tremble. Rest time is over. His booming voice echoed across the venue, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The second phase of the exam begins now. Chang Shirlisen's cold gaze swept over the 10,000 candidates present, and everyone who met his eyes felt an immense pressure. The content of the second phase is simple yet brutal, he said, extending a finger thicker than most people's arms to point toward the rear of the platform. There, a massive alloy gate was slowly opening. Beyond the gate was no longer a monotonous corridor but a simulated, expansive scene of an abandoned city. Crumbling walls, collapsed skyscrapers, and a jungle of steel and concrete exuded an aura of desolation and danger under dim lighting. In this examination site, known as City of Relic No. 3, there are 1,000 of our prey scattered throughout mechanical sentinels. Chang Shi's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. Your goal is to hunt these mechanical sentinels and retrieve score badges from their bodies. The closer you get to the center, the stronger the sentinels, and the more score badges they contain. Each badge represents 10 points. The exam duration is 48 hours. Your final score will be determined by combining your points from the first phase with the total points earned in the second phase. 1,000 targets, 10,000 candidates. A candidate muttered to himself, his face turning pale in an instant. 10 people fighting over one target. This meant that at least 90% of the people might not get a single badge. Chang Shi seemed very satisfied with the shock on everyone's faces. He bared his sharp white teeth, his smile appearing particularly sinister. Oh, By the way, I forgot to tell you the most important rule. He paused for a moment and enunciated clearly, in the examination field, snatching is not prohibited. As long as you have the ability, any badge you seize from others is valid. Of course, if you are seriously injured, you must call for rescue immediately, otherwise, you bear the consequences yourself. Boom! These words exploded like a bomb in the hearts of all the candidates. Snatching is not prohibited. Bear the consequences yourself. This was no longer an exam, it was clearly a bloody game encouraging mutual slaughter. The law of the jungle was laid bare for all to see. Now, you have 5 minutes to form teams freely. The exam officially begins in 5 minutes. As soon as Changshur finished speaking, the entire platform erupted. Brother, want to team up? We're all from Tiannan No. 2 High School. Let's do this together. We'll split the badges evenly. Anyone good at scouting? You can be the scout. Candidates from the same school or those who had formed revolutionary friendships during the first round quickly gathered together in groups of 3 to 5, or even dozens, eyeing the others around them warily. Top-tier geniuses like Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying naturally formed their own factions, disdaining to associate with ordinary candidates. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and the 5 other lone wolves who were also isolated became the most conspicuous and awkward presence in the crowd. From time to time, glances swept over them, filled with scrutiny, pity, or even malicious greed. Under such rules, lone individuals were often the easiest prey. Lin Qiye ignored the gazes around him, his mind racing. Team up? With whom? Lin Qiye scanned the surroundings and realized he knew nothing about the people here. Joining a random team was a gamble. If danger arose or he was discovered, he, as the outsider, would undoubtedly be the first to be sacrificed or betrayed. Unless. He glanced at the few others who were also isolated in the distance, their eyes glinting with wariness. As Lin Qiye was deep in thought, a cool voice sounded beside him. Alone, you won't last long. Lin Qiye turned his head to see the lone female candidate who had also been isolated. At some point, she had walked up to him. She was tall, with a delicate face, short hair that gave her a sharp and efficient look, and eyes as piercing as an eagle's, exuding a cold and distant aura. Temporary team-up, how about it? She said bluntly, her tone crisp and to the point. The 6 of us are all that's left. Instead of becoming prey for the big teams, we might as well band together for warmth. At least it gives us a slightly better chance of survival. Lin Qiye looked at her, then glanced at the 4 male candidates not far away who were also casting interested glances in their direction. Their rankings in the first stage had been decent. For them to make it into the top 10,000 as lone wolves indicated that their strength and mindset were far from ordinary. How do we cooperate? How do we divide things? Lin Qiye asked, getting straight to the point. Simple. The short-haired girl held up 3 fingers. First, no attacking each other. Anyone who backstabs will be dealt with by everyone. Second, whoever takes down a target keeps it, no one else can snatch it. Third, if danger arises, you can call for help, but whether to help or not depends on individual willingness and circumstances, no obligations. These rules, though cold, minimize the chances of internal conflict. No false promises, no forced obligations, everything was based on voluntary and self-interest. This, ironically, made Lin Qiye feel a sense of reliability. I agree, Lin Qiye nodded. I agree too. A burly man, as towering as an iron tower, spoke in a loud voice. He was one of the other 4. Count me in. A thin young man with flickering eyes also expressed his stance, seemingly the scout type. The remaining 2 were a pair of twins. They exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. We brothers will join too. Very well. The short-haired girl nodded in satisfaction, her gaze sweeping over everyone. My name is Hanyu. Since this is a temporary team, let's all introduce ourselves for easier communication. Tai Meng, said the burly man. Zhao Shu, said the thin young man. Chun Feng. Chun Yun, said the twin brothers. Just call me Shaolin, Lin Qiye said, unwilling to reveal his full name since it was only a temporary team. The 6 of them formed a makeshift team of lone wolves, hastily assembled in the final few minutes. 5 minutes are up. The voice of the examiner, Changshur, rang out again. The exam begins. Boom, the alloy gate behind them fully opened, revealing a vast and desolate abandoned city. Charge. Seize advantageous positions. Almost the moment the gate opened, the large, well-organized teams surged forward like tigers unleashed, rushing madly into the city. The teams formed by top talents like Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying turned into streaks of light, heading straight for the most prominent skyscraper ruins in the city center without hesitation. Clearly, the closer to the center, the more likely high-level mechanical guards would appear. Moreover, the elevated terrain there provided a clear view of events in other areas, making it the best spot for ambushes. Thousands of people followed closely behind, creating utter chaos. Small-scale conflicts erupted on the outskirts of the city as soon as they entered the ruins. What should we do? Tai Meng looked at the group, clearly uncertain. Everyone's gaze instinctively fell on Lin Xie and Han Yu. Not only because Han Yu had initiated the team, but also because the two of them had arrived first. Han Yu looked at Lin Xie, seemingly wanting to hear his opinion. Lin Xie calmly surveyed the chaotic scene before them and said in a deep voice, "We won't go to the city center." "Why not?" Zhao Shu asked, puzzled. "Aren't all the good things in the center? The center is a meat grinder right now." Lin Xie shook his head and analyzed. "The top teams are fighting for territory, and the large groups are hunting for kills. If the six of us go in, we won't even make a ripple, we'll just be devoured without a trace." He pointed to the outskirts of the city, to the inconspicuous ruins of low residential buildings. "Our goal is the badges, not to fight to the death. Let's head to the outskirts first. There may be fewer targets there, but there's also less competition. Survive first, familiarize ourselves with the environment, and then plan further. Survival always comes first." This suggestion immediately gained everyone's approval. "That makes sense. Let's do it." The six reached a consensus. Without hesitation, quickly breaking away from the large groups rushing toward the center, they turned and, like unremarkable shadows, silently slipped into the shadows of the city's outskirts. The abandoned city was even more dilapidated than expected. Collapsed walls were covered in moss and vines, and the streets were littered with the rusted remains of scrapped hovercars. The wind whistled through hollow windows, adding to the eerie atmosphere of the dead city. Lin Xie's six-person team moved cautiously through the ruins, tightly arranged in a combat formation. "I'll scout ahead," Zhao Shu, the thin young man, said in a low voice. His movements were agile, like a boneless cat. He quickly climbed a broken wall and disappeared into the shadows with a few silent leaps. "Tai Meng, you and Chen Feng, Chen Yun, keep an eye on the sides. Han Yu, you and I will watch the rear and the front." Lin Xie decisively assigned tasks. The group nodded, each taking up their positions and staying on high alert. Soon, Zhao Shu darted out from an abandoned mall ahead, signaling safety to the group while whispering, "It's safe up ahead." No signs of people or mechanical guards. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and continued forward. As they passed through the mall's main hall and prepared to exit through the back door, Lin Xie suddenly stopped in his tracks. "Wait." His gaze locked firmly on a pile of collapsed shelves not far ahead. Ever since becoming a martial artist, his perception had far surpassed that of ordinary people, and he had detected a faint, almost imperceptible energy fluctuation that didn't belong to the environment. "Something's there," he said, in a low voice. The group immediately halted, gripping their weapons tightly as they followed his gaze, but they saw nothing. Lin Xie didn't explain. Instead, he slowly picked up a chunk of concrete about the size of half a head from the ground. With a sudden burst of strength, he hurled it fiercely at the pile of shelves. Bang! The concrete struck the shelves with a loud crash. The next second, a red light suddenly flared. The pile of collapsed shelves exploded, and a humanoid machine, 2 meters tall and made entirely of dark silver metal, emerged from the debris. Its form resembled a spider, with 6 sharp legs. A red, single eye glowed coldly on its chest, locking onto Lin Xie and his teammates. "Intruders detected, activating elimination mode." A cold, synthetic voice echoed as the 6 metallic legs, gleaming with a chilling light, slammed into the ground. The mechanical spider launched itself at the group like a cannonball. "Mechanical guard!" Tai Meng growled, a mix of excitement and tension flashing in his eyes. They hadn't expected to encounter their first prey so soon. However, just as the mechanical spider appeared, an even colder and deadlier sense of danger erupted simultaneously from behind and on both sides of Lin Xie. His martial artist instincts screamed in alarm, and he roared almost reflexively, "Die!" The faces of Chen Feng and Chen Yun, usually simple and honest, were now twisted with murderous intent. Their fists, like iron hammers, struck simultaneously, one aiming for Lin Xie's back and the other for his temple. On the other side, Han Yu, who had always been calm and composed, moved like a phantom. Her vicious whip-like kick, as sharp as a steel rod, swept toward Lin Xie's lower body, cutting off his escape route. The three attacked in unison, their tim when their bodies stiffened from exerting too much force. Lin Qia's figure had already appeared like a phantom behind the mechanical spider. The mechanical spider, which had just activated, clearly hadn't anticipated such a maneuver of slipping through its legs. Its single red eye flickered, losing sight of its initial target, and immediately locked its hostility onto the three individuals closest to it who had just attacked its teammate. New threat detected, initiating elimination mode. Swish. 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 6 sharp metallic legs, like 6 unsheathed blades, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, instantly enveloping Chen Feng, Chen Yun, and Han Yu. Damn it! Han Yu's face changed drastically. She reacted swiftly, pressing her toes against the ground and retreating quickly, narrowly avoiding the 2 cold flashes coming straight at her. Chen Feng and Chen Yun, however, weren't as fortunate. Their strength had just been depleted, and faced with the sudden attack, they could only cross their arms in a desperate attempt to block it. Clang! Clang! 2 harsh metallic clashes rang out. The brothers were forced back repeatedly by the immense force, deep wounds exposing bone instantly appearing on their arms, blood streaming down. The seemingly unbreakable backstab alliance crumbled in an instant under the mechanical guardian's frenzied assault. Meanwhile, Tai Meng and Zhao Shu finally snapped out of their shock and quickly retreated to avoid Bikomi. She never expected that the guy called Shaolin would react so swiftly and with such bizarre tactics. Not only did he evade the deadly strike, but he also countered, turning their plan against them. Chen Feng and Chen Yun, the brothers, leaned against a crumbling wall, injecting themselves to stop the bleeding and bandaging their wounds while casting venomous glares around, searching for Lin Qia's whereabouts. Their failed ambush had left them humiliated, and instead of diminishing their intent to kill, it only grew stronger. Meanwhile, Tai Meng and Zhao Shu had retreated even farther away. They exchanged a glance and saw the lingering fear and relief in each other's eyes. At this point, they trusted no one and were solely focused on self-preservation. No one needed to speak, everyone understood. The first to make a move would likely become the next target. A stalemate was forming. Everyone's thoughts were surprisingly aligned. Wait. Wait for someone else to lose their patience. Wait for someone else to make a mistake. Or perhaps, wait for a new prey to enter this area and break this cursed equilibrium. Time ticked by second. The abandoned mall was eerily silent. Above this graveyard, in a damaged office on the 3rd floor, Lin Qia was observing everything below through a shattered window, his gaze cold and detached. He had concealed his presence to the extreme, blending seamlessly into the surrounding shadows. He was in no hurry, because he knew that in this hunting game, those who lost patience first were often the first to die. Tai Meng and Zhao Shu were the weakest among the 6. They were fully focused on guarding against the hidden Lin Qia, Han Yu, and the Chen brothers ahead of them, completely oblivious to the most lethal danger lurking behind them due to their momentary negligence. In the deathly stillness, 2 dark silhouettes suddenly erupted from the shadows behind them like specters, unbelievably fast. Zhao Shu only felt a chill on his shoulder before an unbearable, searing pain shot through his entire body. A blood-stained, rusty steel rod had pierced through his shoulder blade, pinning him to the ground. Weapons weren't allowed during the exam, but the environment provided them. Ah! A blood-curdling scream shattered the silence of the mall. Zhao Shu didn't even have time to see who attacked him. Overwhelmed by pain and fear, he hurriedly pressed the rescue button. Help! I need help! The moment he was attacked, Tai Meng immediately realized the situation. With a furious roar, his muscles tensed, and he turned to flee. But though he was fast, the attacker was faster. The second shadow's steel rod shot out like a venomous snake as Tai Meng turned, striking with deadly precision and force, stabbing straight into his back. Put! Tai Meng's body froze abruptly. In disbelief, he looked down at the bloodstained tip of the rod protruding from his chest, his eyes widening like bronze bells, filled with resentment and terror. The next moment, a flash of white light appeared. A medical staff member dressed in a white emergency uniform materialized in front of Tai Meng. His expression was blank as he spoke. Your condition is critical. Your direct survival rate is 80% if extracted for treatment. Would you like to use a booster serum? The cost is 100,000 credit points, raising your survival rate to 99%. I want it. Tai Meng used the last shred of his strength to pull a green-glowing syringe from the tactical pouch on his waist, trembling as he injected it into his thigh. As the serum entered his system, a faint, unhealthy flush spread across his pale face. Finally, he gasped weakly, "Let's go." The medical staff member took out a small pack, which unfolded instantly into a portable medical stretcher. Placing Tai Meng onto it, the medic dragged the stretcher away, leaving the area in full view of everyone. Meanwhile, the fight near Zhao Shu came to a sudden halt due to his rescue call. Another medic appeared and dragged him away as well. This intense and shocking scene, from start to finish, lasted no more than 10 seconds. Lin Xie, watching from the third-floor office, witnessed everything clearly. A chill ran from his feet to the top of his head, and his heart sank. Death wasn't the issue here, but what the hell was with the 100,000 medical fee? That was 100,000 credit points. At the beginning, he couldn't even afford the 100,000 registration fee. Yet Tai Meng had actually prepared such an expensive life-saving medicine himself. My goodness! Only now did Lin Xie realize that he was completely unaware of the hidden rules of this exam. He knew nothing. Bai Muxi and Bai Mujie hadn't told him either. This thought flashed through his mind, but Lin Xie quickly dismissed it. Bai Muxi and Bai Mujie might not know about these rules either. After all, they were just ordinary students from a key high school, already marginalized. To use a popular phrase, they were falling downward from a middle-class family. Ultimately, in the eyes of true geniuses, both he and they were likely insignificant. Such life-saving trump cards were probably only disclosed to the top 5% of geniuses among the million test takers by their teachers or schools. As for someone like Lin Xie, who had accidentally stumbled into this, you'd be hard-pressed to find even 2 among 10,000. These stray thoughts lasted only a moment. Lin Xie shook his head helplessly and refocused his attention on the battlefield below. There were at least more than 5 attackers. Lin Xie had already spotted 5 sudden black shadows. Although they quickly found new cover after striking, avoiding exposure to sight, their positions and general movements were still clearly discernible to Lin Xie's keen martial artist senses. This was a tightly organized, highly coordinated hunting squad. Their timing, attack angles, and retreat routes were textbook-level precise. Meanwhile, Tai Meng and Zhao Shu were under attack, and Han Yu, along with the Qin brothers, Chen Feng and Chen Yun, reacted swiftly, instinctively retreating in the opposite direction to create distance. Lin Xie didn't move, nor did he pursue them. Han Yu and the Chen brothers' actions naturally drew the hunting squad's attention. Several black shadows, like ghosts, immediately flanked them from different directions, chasing after the three. Han Yu and the Chen brothers instantly transformed from hunters to prey. Lin Xie, on the other hand, shifted from prey to a lofty observer. He now had 2 advantages. First was his martial artist-level perception, physical strength, power, and recovery speed. Second, and most crucial, his enemies were in the open, while he remained hidden. He didn't want to become the mantis among the predators, only to be targeted by the oriole. While the mantis might catch the cicada, it would ultimately be captured by the oriole. What he needed to do was patiently wait for the oriole and the venomous snake to fight each other to exhaustion, then swoop down leisurely like a vulture to claim all the spoils. Several black shadows chased after Han Yu and the Chen brothers, and the abandoned mall quickly returned to silence. After a few minutes, there was no sound of fighting, nor did the figures that had gone out return. Lin Xie understood that Han Yu and the Chen brothers were not simple characters. If they fled with all their might, it would be difficult to catch them in such complex terrain. But then, Lin Xie's pupils slightly contracted. Within the range of his martial artist perception, 3 new presences approached from afar and quickly merged into the hunting squad, filling the gaps left by those who had gone out to pursue. This squad now had at least 8 people, possibly more. Moreover, they hadn't abandoned this area despite Han Yu and the others' escape. Lin Xie saw the 8 individuals, like well-trained soldiers, begin to fan out around the mechanical guard disguised as scrap metal. They moved alternately behind various covers, slowly advancing outward. Their movements were cautious and professional, clearly conducting a thorough sweep and clearing of the area. They intended to comb through this region completely, leaving no potential threat or prey unchecked. Lin Xie's heart sank. One of them was heading directly toward the abandoned office building where he was hiding. Closer and closer. Lin Xie immediately withdrew his gaze, his body retreating silently like a feather, concealing himself in the deepest shadows of the office. He held his breath, suppressing his presence to the extreme, as if he had merged with the darkness. Relying on the extraordinary perception of a martial artist, he could clearly hear the sound of those footsteps. Shoo, shoo, neither hurried nor slow, with a unique rhythm, they approached step by step. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. The person had already arrived beneath the office building. Lin Xie's heartbeat seemed to slow by half a beat, his entire body tensed. ready to strike like lightning at any moment. However, just as Lin Xie thought the person was about to enter the building, the footsteps abruptly stopped not far from the building. Silence. A deathly silence. After the footsteps below ceased, there was no further movement, as if the person had vanished into thin air. Yet, in Lin Xie's perception, that presence not only hadn't disappeared but had become even more solid, like a leopard lurking in the grass, restraining all unnecessary movements, waiting to deliver a fatal blow. What is he waiting for? Lin Xie's mind raced as he maintained absolute stillness, even deliberately slowing the rhythm of his heartbeat. Suddenly, whoosh, thud. A chunk of concrete, about the size of half a brick, was hurled upward with great force, smashing precisely into a glass window in the second-floor corridor. Crash! The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed sharply in the deathly silent abandoned building, reverberating endlessly in the empty corridor. A test. Lin Xie instantly understood the other party's intention. The person was using sound to create chaos, attempting to flush out any prey hiding in the building. Any abnormal noise, such as rapid breathing from being startled or the sound of an instinctive step, would immediately expose one's position. What a cautious guy. Lin Xie not only remained motionless but further melded his body into the shadows, becoming like a lifeless statue. His martial artist's perception allowed him to clearly hear the steady heartbeat and breathing of the person below. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. After a long silence, the person below still made no move. Is he not coming in? Or have I already been exposed? A trace of doubt arose in Lin Xie's mind, but he firmly suppressed the impulse, making no movement. In this suffocating standoff, a new sound suddenly came from the direction of the mall in the distance. Buzz, that familiar mechanical sound rang out again. The mechanical sentinels had been activated. Immediately after, the clashing of metal, the explosive blasts of energy impacts, and the shouts of humans intertwined. Clearly, a fierce battle had erupted. However, even with the intense fighting in the distance, the person guarding below remained as still as a rock, his presence unwavering. It was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through Lin Xie's mind, instantly connecting all the clues. He roughly understood the situation. This person wasn't here to search the building at all. His mission was to stand guard here. To guard this building, or rather, to secure a critical point in this area. To prevent anyone from entering the hunting ground where the battle was taking place from this direction. And those who had pursued Han Yu and the Chen brothers earlier likely hadn't truly gone after them either. Instead, they had set up defenses further away, carrying out the same task. A blockade. This team, upon confirming the presence of prey, mechanical sentinels, in this area, didn't immediately rush in to encircle and annihilate them. Instead, they split up, swiftly sealing off and clearing the entire area. They intended to turn this area into a closed cage, ensuring that the prey inside, whether mechanical sentinels or hidden examinees like Lin Xie, had no way to escape, while also preventing any outsiders from coming in to claim a share of the spoils. And the ones responsible for the battle were the remaining group. Hunting, blocking, guarding, their roles were clearly defined, and their execution was efficient. Damn it, don't tell me this is something they teach in school too. Lin Xie cursed inwardly. This level of tactical teamwork in squad combat was definitely not something a group of students thrown together at the last minute could possess. It was obvious. Lin Xie speculated that this was most likely part of the curriculum in those elite high schools. His own rough and tumble experience, gained from clawing his way up from the bottom, was nothing more than child's play compared to their systematic tactics. If he continued to wait, it would undoubtedly lead to a dead end. Once they dealt with the mechanical sentry and had their hands free to reap the rewards, it would be even harder for him. By then, he wouldn't just be facing one person but a well-coordinated team. Lin Xie quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Finally, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he decided to go all in. Now was the best opportunity. Most of the opposing team's attention was focused on their battle with the mechanical sentry. And the only thing standing in his way was the sentinel downstairs. As long as he could silently take out this person, he could immediately transform from a trapped prey into a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. From there, whether he chose to escape the blockade amidst the chaos or lie in wait for a chance to strike back, both options were far better than sitting here waiting to die. He had to regain the initiative. With this thought, Lin Xie hesitated no longer. Like a cat, he silently moved to the edge of the shattered third-floor window. Quickly, he poked his head out and scanned the distant battlefield. Sure enough, a team of 5 examinees was methodically besieging a spider-like mechanical sentry over 3 meters tall. It was the same mechanical sentry from earlier, its 8 metallic legs gleaming coldly like sharp blades. The 5 examinees worked in perfect harmony. A burly young man stood at the forefront, holding a makeshift alloy door as a shield, firmly drawing the mechanical sentry's frontal firepower. The other 4 flanked it, launching constant harassment attacks to prevent the sentry from focusing its full strength on the front. At the same time, they were searching for the sentry's joint volley warrior. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Qia's full-powered strike, backed by over 100 points of physical strength, had already landed solidly on Ael's arms. Crack! A sharp, teeth-clenching sound of bone fracturing echoed. In the face of absolute power, Ael's defense was instantly torn apart like fragile paper. Both arms fractured. Before the excruciating pain could fully spread through his nerves, Lin Qia's landing movement showed no signs of hesitation. Following through with a downward motion, his other fist shot out like a cannonball, slamming ferociously into Ael's abdomen. Thud! A muffled sound. Ael's entire body bent into a ball-like shape, like a cooked shrimp. His feet left the ground, and he was sent flying backward by the immense force. He lost all strength mid-air and crashed heavily onto the ground, curling up in agony and convulsing. That single punch left him severely injured, completely stripping him of his ability to fight. A white flash streaked through the air, and a white-clad rescuer appeared once more, standing expressionless in front of Al. Al, groaning in pain, glared venomously at Lin Xia with a look of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Through gritted teeth, he spat out, "You damn seat candidate, showing up in the outskirts, to stomp on small fry." Even Lin Xia himself hadn't expected the fight to end this quickly and decisively. He was prepared for a drawn-out battle, ready to even resort to using potions. Yet, the opponent couldn't even withstand a single move from his full-powered strike. Was this the difference between a warrior and a pre-warrior? However, there was no time for Lin Xia to dwell on his thoughts. The guards in the other directions, upon seeing the signal of their comrade being instantly defeated, had already reacted and were charging toward him at full speed. Before they arrived, their attacks did whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Pieces of rubble, twisted metal scraps, and even several sharpened steel rods came hurtling toward Lin Xia like a rainstorm, accompanied by the sound of wind howling. Lin Xia's expression shifted. With a quick step, his figure darted and weaved like a phantom through the dense barrage of projectiles. Clang! 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 Countless attacks struck the spot where he had been standing moments ago, sending sparks and dust flying. At the same time, a cry of delight came from the mechanical guard's direction. Found it! The weak point is here. From the corner of his eye, Lin Xia caught a glimpse of the battlefield. He saw the attack frequency of 4 other examinees suddenly increase while their strikes became more aggressive. It was evident they had discovered a breakthrough point. He didn't know where this so-called weak point was, nor did he have time to observe closely. Because 2 figures were now pouncing toward him simultaneously from the left and right, like leopards, cutting off most of his escape routes. One from the left, one from the right, forming a pincer attack. A cold glint flashed in Lin Xia's eyes as he made a split-second decision. He didn't choose to defend or retreat but instead opted for a proactive strike. His target, the short-haired girl on the right, whose aura was relatively weaker. Boom! The ground beneath Lin Xia's feet quaked violently as his entire body transformed into a blurred shadow. Rather than retreating, he surged forward, charging ferociously toward the short-haired girl on the right. The short-haired girl clearly hadn't anticipated that Lin Xia, rather than dodging, would launch an aggressive charge, and at such an astonishing speed. Her eyes widened, and just as her petite mouth opened to let out a sharp "ah," she hurriedly threw a punch toward Lin Xia's face. However, in Lin Xia's extraordinary warrior perception, her rushed punch was riddled with flaws. He slightly tilted his body, allowing her fist to graze past his cheek. The gust of wind from her punch blew his short hair backward. In that instant, Lin Xia's fist struck first. A flawlessly precise uppercut landed squarely on the girl's chin. Thud! A muffled impact. The girl's head snapped backward violently, and her entire body flew back as if she had lost all support. She traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Her eyes rolled back as she immediately lost consciousness, plunging into unconscious slumber. A white flash streaked through the scene, and yet another white-clad rescuer appeared. Lin Xia stared at the girl who had collapsed to the ground, momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected her to be so weak, or perhaps he hadn't realized he was this strong. On the other side, the male examinee who had planned to flank the girl and attack together was utterly shocked by the scene before him, his eyes nearly popping. out of their sockets. He abruptly stopped in his tracks, turned around without hesitation, and retreated rapidly. Are you kidding me? One move to instantly take down a teammate with strength comparable to his own? This guy was completely out of their league. As he retreated, the examinee roared internally. This guy must be a seeded contestant. How could someone like that appear in the outermost area? At this moment, he no longer cared about his team or his teammates. He had no intention of ending up like that girl, eliminated with a single punch before even having time to react. Lin Xie didn't bother chasing the fleeing examinee. His goal had been clear from the very beginning: points badges. After knocking out the short-haired girl with one punch, he didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, he turned swiftly, like a tiger descending the mountain, and charged straight toward the battlefield where others were besieging the mechanical guardian. The 5 people locked in combat with the mechanical guardian hadn't expected the situation to take such a drastic turn. In just a few moments, their 10-person team had suffered 2 injuries and 1 defection. 2 others were stationed farther away, keeping watch in other directions, and couldn't make it back in time. Now, a ridiculously powerful disruptor was charging toward their core battle formation with an unstoppable momentum. Keep going. Finish off the mechanical guardian first. I'll hold him off. The burly young man wielding an alloy door as a shield roared, clearly the leader of the team. He made a decisive choice. The mechanical guardian was on the verge of collapse, just a bit more effort, and they could take it down. They couldn't afford to fail at this critical moment. The moment the burly young man made his decision, Lin Xie was already closing in. Without any flashy moves, he casually picked up a steel rod that had been knocked to the ground earlier. His arm muscles tensed abruptly, and with all his strength, he hurled it like a javelin. Ha! Faced with this powerful strike, the burly young man didn't choose to dodge. With a roar, he planted his legs firmly on the ground, his arm muscles bulging as he slammed the alloy door shield upright in front of him, forming a solid defensive barrier. Clang! The steel rod collided with the alloy shield with a deafening crash, sending a visible shockwave rippling outward. The burly young man felt an overwhelming force transmitted through the shield, leaving his arms numb. His heart surged with shock and disbelief. What terrifying strength! This was definitely not the power of an ordinary martial arts candidate. On the other side, Lin Xie's heart sank as well. The collision just now had been far too loud. In this relatively quiet wasteland, it was like a beacon in the night, bound to attract everyone's attention. Whether it was other hunting teams or lone wolves like Hanyu, they would all be drawn here. He had to end this quickly. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. If he couldn't swiftly deal with the enemies in front of him and seize the badge, he would have to leave this soon-to-be storm center immediately. With that thought, Lin Xie didn't hesitate any longer. He pushed off the ground with explosive force, his entire body shooting forward like a cannonball, charging straight at the burly young man. Seeing Lin Xie's aggressive approach, the burly young man decisively abandoned the heavy alloy shield in his hands. With a loud clang, the shield hit the ground as he assumed a combat stance to meet the attack head-on. The two clashed instantly. Boom! 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 The sound of their blows landing was deep and resonant, like the pounding of war drums. After a few exchanges, Lin Xie quickly discerned his opponent's strengths and weaknesses. In terms of strength and speed, the opponent was slightly inferior to him. However, every move and technique the burly young man used was imbued with exquisite martial skill. Although Lin Xie had raw power, he found himself increasingly frustrated. Several of his powerful attacks were skillfully neutralized by the opponent's clever techniques. Instead, he himself narrowly avoided being struck in vital areas several times. I can't drag this out any longer. Lin Xie understood in his heart that, as a wild-card lone wolf, his chances would only diminish further. If he couldn't quickly deal with the opponent in front of him, the window of opportunity would shrink with time. He decided to go all out. Lin Xie's gaze instantly turned fierce, and a ruthless determination surged within him. He abandoned all clumsy dodging in defense, fully committing to a desperate strategy of trading injury for injury. Facing the young man's powerful hook punch, Lin Xie neither dodged nor evaded, instead using his shoulder to forcibly absorb the blow. Pain shot through him, but he didn't even furrow his brow. Immediately afterward, the opponent's attacks came at him like a torrential storm, enveloping Lin Xie. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xie endured it head-on. Finally, Lin Xie seized a fleeting opening. He took a risky step forward, channeling all his strength into his right fist, and with the most primal, savage force, he delivered a ferocious punch to the opponent's face. The burly young man hadn't expected Lin Xie to be so fearless, and it was too late for him to pull back and defend. Bang! Lin Xie's fist landed squarely on his face. At the same time, the burly young man also landed a heavy punch on Lin Xie's cheek. Lin Xie felt his head buzz, his vision spinning, and stars dancing before his eyes. But he bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him back to partial clarity. At this critical moment, the martial artist's superior physique proved decisive. When Lin Xie shook his head and steadied himself, the burly young man across from him had already rolled his eyes back and collapsed straight to the ground, landing heavily and falling into a sleep as deep as a baby's. A flash of white light appeared, and the familiar white-clad rescue personnel showed up again. Without expression, he glanced at Lin Xie, whose face was also bloodied. Despite the blood covering him, he confirmed that Lin Xie was still capable of fighting. Then, he opened a portable medical stretcher and skillfully dragged the burly young man away. Having dealt with the leader of the opposing group, Lin Xie wasted no time. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as lightning, instantly locking onto the 4 remaining candidates still entangled with the mechanical guard. The 4 watched in shock as their captain was KO'd in a single blow. Naturally, their attacks didn't stop. At that moment, the spider-like mechanical guard, already at the end of its strength, let out a piercing wail. Its 8 metallic legs collapsed limply, and the red light in its chest-mounted single eye extinguished completely. The battle was coming to an end. However, before the 4 candidates could breathe a sigh of relief, a whirlwind carrying a strong scent of blood was already sweeping toward them. It was Lin Xie. He gave them no chance to catch their breath. During his charge, his hands flashed to his waist, pulling out 2, vitality number 5, syringes. Stab! Stab! Without hesitation, he plunged the syringes into his sore and fatigued arms, which had borne the brunt of the attacks. The icy liquid coursed through him, and a powerful warmth instantly dispelled the pain and exhaustion in his arms, restoring him to peak combat. Readiness! Stop! Stop him! One of the candidates shouted in terror. But before the words were fully out, Lin Xie's figure had already charged into their midst like a tiger among sheep. Facing the 4's combined assault, Lin Xie repeated his earlier tactic, trading injury for injury. He completely ignored a sweeping kick coming at him from the side, using his back to absorb the blow, while channeling all his strength into a punch aimed at the candidate directly in front of him. Bang! The candidate hastily crossed his arms to block, but Lin Xie's overwhelming force sent him flying backward. A tearing pain shot through his arms as he let out a scream, crashing heavily to the ground. 1 down. Immediately afterward, Lin Xie raised his arms like 2 iron rods, deflecting the punches and kicks of the other 2. At the same time, his right foot shot out like a venomous snake striking, colliding fiercely with the supporting leg of one of the examinees. Crack! Another bone-crunching sound that made teeth ache echoed. The examinee let out a piercing scream, clutching his twisted ankle as he collapsed to the ground in agony. Another 1 down. In an instant, the 4-person squad was reduced to just 2. They stared at Lin Xie, who stood before them like a demon. God, their eyes filled with terror. "Let's go together," one of them shouted, summoning his courage. However, just as the words left his mouth, the 2 simultaneously turned around and bolted. As they turned, they suddenly stopped, exchanging a glance. Their eyes revealed shock and a hint of awkwardness. Weren't we supposed to go together? But there was no time to dwell on it. The 2 turned back again and fled desperately in opposite directions. Lin Xie watched the 2 fleeing figures but did not pursue them. His body was covered in injuries, and although he had forcibly suppressed them with medication, his stamina was severely depleted, leaving him at his limit. More importantly, his target had always been just one. He dashed toward the already destroyed mechanical guard, tearing open its alloy chest plate with force. Beneath the plate lay a palm-sized metal badge, faintly glowing blue, quietly nestled among the complex circuitry. Lin Xie grabbed it, feeling its icy touch. Ding! Point badge detected. Would you like to pick it up? A prompt immediately appeared on his personal terminal. Pick it up. Successfully picked up. Current points, 10. Success. Lin Xie's taut nerves finally relaxed, and an overwhelming wave of exhaustion and pain surged through his body. He glanced around, several eliminated examinees lay sprawled in disarray, and the air was tinged with a faint metallic scent of blood. I need to leave here immediately. Lin Xie knew that the smell of blood and the sounds of the recent fight would soon attract new sharks. Enduring the pain, he identified his direction and dragged his weary body into a nearby abandoned residential building, quickly disappearing into the shadows. Less than a minute after Lin Chiye's figure vanished completely, the two examinees who had fled earlier returned cautiously, bringing two other companions with them. They were the last remaining members of the hunting squad. The four spread out, using the broken walls and ruins as cover, vigilantly surveying the now empty battlefield. The companion whose ankle had been broken by Lin Chiye had already been taken away by white-clad rescuers. The mechanical guard, torn open like a lifeless corpse, lay silently, bearing witness to the brutal battle that had just occurred. "Where is he?" one of them asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with confusion and wariness. "He ran," said the first examinee who had fled, still shaken. "That guy, he's a monster. Definitely a top contender. The badge was taken by him," another said angrily, staring at the gaping hole in the mechanical guard's chest. They had fought hard for so long, only to have someone else reap the rewards. "What now? Should we chase him?" "Chase my ass." The atmosphere fell into silence. The four exchanged glances, their eyes filled with frustration, anger, and an undeniable fear. After a long pause, one of them broke the silence, his tone tinged with defeat and caution. "Let's go. We can't stay in this area. Next time we encounter a mechanical guard, we can't attack first. We have to wait for others to fight it and then look for an opportunity." Though the suggestion was bitter, it was the safest choice. Their once confident hunting squad had been shattered by the sudden appearance of a monster, leaving their morale in tatters. The other three nodded silently, saying no more, and quietly left. The battlefield returned to its eerie stillness. After a while, a tall and agile figure emerged from the shadows like a ghost. It was Han Yu. Her icy gaze swept across the deserted battlefield, finally landing on the wrecked mechanical guard. After confirming there were no other ambushers, she slowly stepped forward, crouched down, and carefully examined the hole in the mechanical guard's chest and the surrounding battle marks. She slightly furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly analyzing something. Moments later, she stood up, scanned the area again, a complex expression flashing in her eyes, then turned and left, quickly disappearing into the other side of the ruins. Not long after Han Yu departed, the brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun emerged from another direction. They looked at the chaotic battlefield, their expressions equally grave. They didn't linger and swiftly left this place of trouble. For a time, the area returned to complete silence, leaving only the mess behind, silently recounting the brief yet intense skirmish that had just occurred. On the top floor of an abandoned apartment, Lin Chiye twisted open the last bottle of nutrient solution and drank it all in one go. The warm liquid slid down his throat, replenishing his nearly depleted stamina. "I didn't expect the supplies to run out completely." Lin Chiye leaned against the dusty wall, muttering to himself, such an experience, truly fatal. He recalled the intense and thrilling battle earlier, replaying every detail in his mind. Things he had previously overlooked suddenly became clear. He remembered being punched away by Yin Feilong and the embarrassing experience of being surrounded by 7 or 8 examinees ranked around 500 near the end of the first phase. That painful memory led Lin Chiye to a serious misjudgment about the strength of the examinees in this test. He had subconsciously assumed that the top-tier geniuses and the main forces of the first echelon represented the average level of this exam. But after the recent battle, Lin Chiye realized he had misunderstood a fundamental fact. In the first phase, whom had he faced? It was people like Yin Feilong, the seed players at the pinnacle of the pyramid, the true top 100 geniuses. It was those elite candidates, ranked in the top 500, who stood out among millions of examinees. They represented the top 5% of the second phase examinees. And at this moment, there were still a full 10,000 examinees who had passed the first phase. He had mistaken the combat power of the top 5% for the general level of these 10,000 people. Lin Chiye couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. All this time, he had unknowingly become the boss that others referred to as fishing for easy prey. Just as he was mocking himself, his sharp martial artist senses suddenly detected a trace of movement. Someone was coming, following the path he had just taken. And it was only one person. Lin Chiye's eyes instantly turned sharp. He quickly jumped up from the ground, decisively shifted his position, and crouched like a leopard in the shadows on the other side. Soon, he recognized the identity of the approaching figure. Han Yu. Her movements were light, cautiously approaching the top floor. As for the brothers Chen Feng and Chen Yun, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Xie sneered inwardly. Those three could ruthlessly turn on him, their temporary teammate, so how could there be genuine trust among them? The possibility of cooperation was almost zero. Since that was the case, a hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. Strike first. Hanyu thought she was well hidden, carefully stepping on spots that made the least noise, vigilantly observing her surroundings. However, just as she was about to step onto the rooftop terrace, a deadly sense of danger surged from behind. A steel rod, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle, suddenly shot out from behind the wall beside her, aiming straight for her back. Of course, Lin Xie's throw was still inaccurate. But he never intended to kill with one strike. This was merely a distraction tactic. Hanyu's face changed drastically, instinctively rolling to the side to dodge. However, this time, the throw unexpectedly hit its target. If she hadn't dodged, the rebar that veered off course would have merely grazed her body, not injuring her in the slightest. But out of instinct, she reflexively performed a textbook lateral roll. The result, she ended up directly in the path of the flying rebar. Thud! A piercing, muffled sound. The thick rebar pierced straight through her right leg, its immense kinetic energy pinning her violently against the opposite wall. Boom! Ugh! Hanyu spat out a mouthful of blood as searing pain instantly coursed through her entire body. Her vision darkened, and she nearly passed out. However, before she could even process the sudden, devastating injury, a flash of white light streaked by faster than Lin Xie's movements. It was a rescuer. He appeared in front of Hanyu in an instant, positioning himself between her and Lin Xie. Your condition. I'm fine. Hanyu gritted her teeth, quickly reaching for a vial at her waist with her other hand, intending to inject it into her leg. But in the next moment, the rescuer extended his hand and firmly pressed down on hers. You've already lost. The voice of the white-clad rescuer was cold and unyielding. I have not. Hanyu struggled, her eyes filled with defiance and fury. The rescuer shook his head and suddenly leapt aside. The moment he moved, a shadow of a leg came whistling through the air. Smack! Hanyu's hand, which held the vial, was struck precisely by Lin Xie's kick, sending the vial flying. Han Yu's eyes widened in shock. The next second, slap! A crisp sound echoed as Lin Xie mercilessly slapped her across the face. That's for ambushing me. The slap sent the already severely injured Hanyu reeling, her vision swimming with stars. Her head tilted to the side, and she completely lost consciousness. Lin Xie watched her limp body collapse, his gaze falling on the tactical pouch at her waist. Without hesitation, he reached out and yanked it away. The rescuer nearby seemed to turn a blind eye to this, calmly setting up a makeshift medical stretcher and carrying off the unconscious Hanyu, still impaled by the rebar. Within the rules, looting was permitted. This, of course, included spoils of war. Lin Xie weighed the tactical pouch in his hand and slapped his thigh in frustration. He had taken down several people earlier but had foolishly let them be carried away without looting their tactical pouches. What a huge loss. He quickly walked over and picked up the vial that had been kicked away earlier. On the bottle, a few words were clearly printed, stimulant number 7. It was a high-grade item, 2 levels above the standard. Just as Lin Xie was putting stimulant number 7 into his pouch, a strong sense of danger suddenly surged from behind him. The warrior's instincts screamed in alarm. Without thinking, Lin Xie executed a forward roll. Boom! Boom! 2 powerful punches landed where he had just been standing, creating shallow craters in the ground. It was the Chen brothers, Chen Feng and Chen Yun. They had stealthily approached, launching a premeditated attack at the moment Lin Xie was most off guard. Their first strike missed, but the brothers didn't pause for a second. Their relentless assault came like a storm, perfectly coordinated, leaving Lin Xie with no room to retreat. Damn it! Lin Xie cursed under his breath. Facing their combined onslaught, he was once again forced into a defensive position. There was no other choice. Clenching his teeth, a fierce glint flashed in Lin Xie's eyes. He decided to use the move he was most confident in, one he had mastered through countless battles. Trading injury for injury. Though it seemed reckless, it was actually a calculated strategy, leveraging his superior warrior-level physical strength to overpower his opponents. Breaking through with brute force, Lin Xie suddenly shifted his body, using his left shoulder and back to endure Chen Feng's flurry of punches and kicks. Pain shot through him, but he grinned, baring his sharp white teeth. This was the opportunity. Ignoring Chen Feng's attacks, he channeled all his strength into his right fist and delivered a devastating blow toward Chen Yun on the other side. Chen Yun hadn't expected Lin Xie to be so ruthless. It was too late to dodge. Bang! A dull thud. Chen Yun's entire body was like being struck head-on by a battering ram. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was sent flying backward. He landed heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away, struggled to get up, and quickly fled. As for Qin Feng, how could he dare to continue fighting? Without hesitation, he turned around and ran at full speed. Lin Xie did not immediately give chase. Instead, he calmly took a bottle of nutrient solution from Han Yu's tactical pack, unscrewed the cap, and took a big gulp to replenish his stamina. Only then did he follow behind Qin Feng and Chen Yun from a distance, maintaining a gap that was neither too close nor too far. He was highly vigilant, worried that others might be lying in ambush nearby. Moreover, Chen Feng and Chen Yun's panicked escape, with all the noise they were making, was bound to attract new trouble, or perhaps new opportunities. Sure enough, his intuition was quickly proven right. At a crossroads in the ruins not far ahead, the sounds of intense combat suddenly erupted. Lin Xie trailed from a distance, preparing to watch the show. However, the moment he saw the new opponent in action, his pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, he turned and retreated rapidly. Too fast. Chen Feng and Chen Yun hadn't even had time to react before they were already down. Most likely a martial artist. Even if not, I don't have much of an advantage against him. And he's not a lone wolf. Alarm bells rang in Lin Xie's mind. He immediately suppressed his presence to the extreme and quickly disappeared into the depths of the ruins. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. On the top floor of an abandoned apartment building, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes. His injuries had mostly healed, and his stamina and mental state had returned to peak condition. In such a perilous environment, he dared not recklessly use the 8 treasures technique for deep healing. Over the past 6 hours, Lin Xie had focused solely on recovering his body and avoided any combat. The main reason was the lack of good opportunities. He had to steer clear of one battle after another. Lin Xie had no team and was entirely on his own. If he encountered another brutal fight like before, even if he won, he would inevitably be injured again. Without enough medicine, he would have to rely on sheer physical endurance. If he kept running into new enemies, he might truly be forced to exit early. And the second phase of the exam lasted a full 48 hours. Lin Xie calmly analyzed the situation. The examiners had only mentioned that badges represented points but hadn't clarified whether points would be retained after elimination. Based on such harsh rules, it was likely that calling for rescue and being eliminated would result in all previously earned points being reset to 0. Therefore, Lin Xie resisted the temptation in his heart and, after careful consideration, made a difficult decision. Without a great opportunity, he would no longer intervene in any battles. What he needed to do now was to preserve his 10 points at all costs and hide until the 48-hour exam period ended. Not exiting early would be a victory. Although he only had 10 points, combined with the 95 points from the first round, his total score would be 105. That was far better than fighting until he was out of resources and ending up with 0 points and elimination. Moreover, staying uninjured meant no need to worry about medical expenses. Having made up his mind, Lin Xie fully embraced the role of a master of survival. He found a structurally sound 5-story building and chose a dimly lit room on the 3rd floor to establish his temporary shell. While the view here wasn't expansive, the concealment was excellent, making it hard for enemies from higher ground to spot him. Additionally, the narrow staircase had only one entrance, making it easy to defend. If discovered, he would still have a fighting chance. In the time that followed, Lin Xie truly achieved a state of inner calm. He no longer paid attention to the sounds of distant battles or counted how many mechanical sentinels had been destroyed. All his focus was devoted to sensing his surroundings. Any slight movement, any suspicious presence approaching, would instantly put him on high alert. Time passed by second, in this tense state of hiding. The first day quickly went by. On the second day, the battles in the ruined city noticeably became much less frequent. After a day of brutal fighting, nearly 1,000 mechanical guards had been wiped out. The remaining candidates who had survived until now had become even more cautious and cunning. Now, the cause of the battles was no longer the fight over mechanical guards but rather the bloody infighting among candidates to seize each other's badges. Lin Xie sensed multiple times that small teams passed by the building where he was hiding, but they were in a hurry, clearly chasing a target, and didn't take the time to investigate this seemingly ordinary building. And so, another day passed. Only the final 12 hours remained until the end of the exam. Lin Qiye's nerves were stretched to the limit. This was the darkest moment before dawn, the time when accidents were most likely to happen. He didn't dare relax for even a second, remaining as still as a stone statue, quietly lying in wait. However, the unexpected still occurred. Boom! A sudden loud explosion erupted from the lower floor of the building where he was hiding. The entire structure shook violently, and dust fell from the ceiling. Lin Qiye's heart jolted, and he snapped out of his stealth state in an instant. He flipped over to the window and cautiously looked down. Below, two groups of people were engaged in a fierce battle. One of the groups was none other than the genius class, composed of Lei Qianjun, Su Qingying, and Yan Feilong. But at this moment, these prodigies looked rather disheveled. Clearly, they were injured. The other group, however, was larger, with over a dozen people, each exuding a fierce aura. Their coordination was seamless, their attacks and defenses well calculated, and they were faintly suppressing the genius class. What kind of team was this? Lin Qiye was shocked. They had actually forced Lei Qianjun and the others into such a dire situation. The aftermath of their battle was like an out-of-control battering ram, wantonly destroying everything around them. The earlier explosion was caused by one of their attacks, which had directly collapsed half of the load-bearing wall on the ground floor of the building where Lin Qiye was hiding. The entire structure was now compromised and could collapse at any moment. Damn it! Lin Qiye cursed inwardly. He knew this place was no longer safe. The building emitted a nerve-wracking creaking sound, swaying precariously. Large chunks of concrete and steel began to fall from the ceiling, and the floor beneath his feet started to tilt. Lin Qiye knew he had to leave immediately. Moreover, now was the perfect opportunity. The two groups below were locked in intense combat, and even if they noticed him, they likely wouldn't have the capacity to deal with him. A mere bystander. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed toward a window on the other side, preparing to escape from the back of the building. However, just as he leaped out of the window, there's someone over there. Both groups below almost simultaneously noticed this unexpected intruder. Lin Qiye's heart tightened, but his movements didn't falter. He prepared to flee the moment he landed. He had assumed that both sides would ignore him, an insignificant figure. Unexpectedly, the leader of the larger group of over a dozen people, a woman, ordered someone beside her, "Ahu, go. Take care of him." Then, she turned her gaze back to Lei Qianjun and the others, her tone full of mockery. "I'll give you a chance. If you don't want to be eliminated, hand over half of your points, and I'll let you leave." "Dream on," Lei Qianjun coldly retorted, his attacks growing even fiercer. The young man beside the woman snorted disdainfully. "You don't know what's good for you. If that's the case, then leave all your points behind. Even with one less person, we can still take you down." The young man called Ahu responded immediately, leaving the main battlefield and charging toward Lin Qiye's escape route like a hunting leopard. A cruel and confident smile spread across his face. In his eyes, dealing with a rat fleeing from a ruined building was nothing more than a trivial task. Lin Qiye never expected the other party to be so domineering, not even sparing a bystander like him. Anger burned within him, but reason told him that now was definitely not the time to confront the opponent head-on. First, he needed to confirm two things. First, was the pursuer behind him truly alone? Second, how strong was this person, and could he deal with them in a short amount of time? Lin Qiye's mind raced as he deliberately slowed his pace, maintaining a certain distance from the pursuer behind him. At the same time, he heightened his senses to the limit, staying alert for any other potential enemies nearby. To Ahu, who was chasing behind, Lin Qiye's slow running was clearly a sign of weakness. The sneer on his face grew more contemptuous as he pursued at a leisurely pace, shouting mockingly, "Hey, kid up front, stop wasting your energy. Surrender and call for help, and maybe you'll suffer less." After a round of pursuit, Lin Qiye led Ahu in several circles, confirming there were no other ambushes nearby. Then, he suddenly dashed into an abandoned building. Seeing this, Ahu sneered coldly and followed him in, continuing to taunt, "Do you think hiding in a rat hole will save you? I advise you." Before he could finish his sentence, his voice abruptly stopped. The moment he stepped into the building, the prey who was supposed to be fleeing in panic suddenly turned around at the stairwell entrance. With a resolute aura, Lin Qiye launched a fierce punch straight at him. In that instant, Lin Xie roughly gauged the opponent's strength. Very strong. But not a martial artist. The aura and power level of this man were on par with the squad leader Lin Xie had previously taken down using a mutual injury strategy. Since he wasn't a martial artist, things would be much easier. Lin Xie had chosen this location specifically to limit the opponent's ability to dodge, making it easier to execute his strategy. His killing intent surged as his punch gained even more momentum. The young man named Ah, who clearly hadn't expected Lin Xie to fight back. Caught off guard, he could only raise his fist to block. Bang! The two fists collided with a solid impact. A massive force surged through, and Ah Hu felt his arm go numb as he involuntarily staggered back half a step. A flicker of doubt flashed in his eyes. This kid's strength was almost on par with his own? But Lin Xie gave him no time to recover. Seizing the advantage, he lunged forward instantly. He completely and Ah Hu's head suddenly jerked backward, his eyes rolled white, and he completely lost consciousness, falling into a deep sleep. This time, the rescue personnel in white seemed to be a bit slower. It wasn't until Lin Xie skillfully looted a tactical pack from Ah Hu and saw the message. Item successfully picked up, current score, 30 points, on his personal terminal that the white light finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Lin Xie nodded at the expressionless rescue personnel and left without hesitation. Lin Xie did not immediately return to the main battlefield. Instead, he took a long detour, moving like a patient hunter, silently and stealthily approaching. On his way back, he saw smoke and dust billowing in the distance, buildings collapsing one after another, and the sounds of violent explosions echoing continuously. He could even clearly sense the commotion in that area. Obviously, the battle had resumed. A look of joy instantly appeared on Lin Xie's face. A fight breaking out was perfect. The fiercer the battle and the more chaotic the scene, the better his chances of taking advantage of the situation. Of course, such a commotion would surely attract more than just him. Soon, Lin Xie noticed other figures approaching. At this moment, the already fragile buildings were continuously collapsing amidst the clashes between Lei Qianjun and his opponents, stirring up clouds of dust. Several figures shot out from the chaos. It was none other than Lei Qianjun and his group. Clearly, they had reached some sort of tacit understanding, choosing not to linger in the fight but instead breaking into smaller groups and fleeing in different directions. This sudden turn of events instantly ignited the greed of all the lurking predators nearby. They're trying to escape. Stop them. They must have a ton of badges on them. Don't let them get away. In an instant, the predators revealed themselves, unaware that they had already become prey. Over a dozen figures suddenly sprang out from various hiding spots, like sharks smelling blood, fearlessly intercepting the fleeing Lei Qianjun and his group. However, they had severely underestimated the strength of these top-tier talents, even in their seemingly desperate escape. One examinee had just leaped out from behind some ruins when he ran straight into the graceful Su Qingying. Just as he was about to make a move, Su Qingying ghosted past him like a phantom, leaving only an afterimage. On the other side, a burly man attempting to block Lei Qianjun had just shouted, "Hand over the badges," when Lei Qianjun brushed past him without breaking stride. Meanwhile, Yen Feilong, who was fleeing eastward, caught a glimpse of the chaotic scene out of the corner of his eye. A cold smirk appeared on his lips as he sneered, "Looks like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong are getting a free ride." Before he could finish his sentence, the team of over a dozen people who had cornered Lei Qianjun and his group earlier suddenly charged out of the dust. They spotted the now exposed predators, who were caught in an awkward position. The woman leading the group, Qin Xiaoxiao, revealed a cruel smile and uttered just two words, "Clear them out." At her command, her team members pounced on the exposed examinees like tigers among sheep. Qin Xiaoxiao? Lu Jinlong? Ah! Squelch, screams, pleas for mercy, and the sound of fists meeting flesh erupted in succession. The examinees who had just hoped to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada trying to escape? Lin Xie had just entertained the thought when his pupils suddenly contracted. He caught sight of a disheveled figure charging straight toward the small building he was hiding in. It was Yen Feilong. From the beginning, Lin Xie had remained motionless like a stone to maximize his concealment. Both were martial artists, but Yen Feilong was in the midst of a high-speed escape, his aura dispersed, and his perception inevitably affected. He seemed completely unaware that there was another person in the building. Could it really be this coincidental? Just as this thought flashed through Lin Xie's mind, Yin Feilong's figure shot upward like a cannonball, accompanied by a loud boom as he smashed through the fourth-floor window and burst into the room. Good. In an instant, all of Lin Xia's escape routes and hesitation were severed, leaving him with only one choice: fight. Yin Feilong had just landed, his footing still unsteady, when his expression suddenly changed. After devouring the fat meat of Yin Feilong, Lin Xia's choices became even more cautious. At this point, there was no need to take risks anymore. He would rather miss the battles ahead than recklessly charge forward. Every time he reached a new hiding spot, his first priority was to ensure he wasn't blocked from retreating or at risk of being surrounded. Thus, under Lin Xia's extreme caution, he no longer found any good opportunities. Time slowly passed, and in the final hour, the atmosphere in the entire examination field became eerie intense. Most of the candidates had been eliminated or scattered, leaving only a few who could form small teams. These teams, without exception, consisted of the top-tier seed candidates among the seed candidates. The team of more than 10 people led by Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong, which had been seen earlier, not only avoided any losses but had even grown to 20 or 30 members. Lin Xia later overheard conversations from others and was shocked to discover that this massive team was composed entirely of students from Tiantai City's #1 high school. Tiantai #1 High School, ranked first in martial arts among high schools across the entire Tianhai province. As a small city, even the genius class of Haicheng's #1 high school seemed to have a clear gap in foundation and overall strength compared to the genius class of Tiantai City's #1 high school, a top-tier provincial capital school. Even powerhouses like Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying were ultimately forced to scatter and fight individually. Is this the strength of a provincial capital? In the final half-hour, it seemed that everyone had reached a tacit understanding to avoid engaging in battles lightly. Even the 2 or 3 super teams had stopped moving. Lin Xia hid in an inconspicuous basement, suppressing his presence to the extreme, with his breathing becoming almost imperceptible. He was like the most patient hunter, quietly waiting for the hunt to end. 1098. As the final countdown appeared on his personal terminal, Lin Xia's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. 3, 2, 1. Exam time is up. All candidates, please immediately cease all combat activities. As the cold electronic voice echoed throughout the ruins of City Number 3, the 48-hour trial finally came to an end. All surviving candidates returned to the platform. The platform was once again crowded with people, but the number had sharply decreased from the initial 10,000 to fewer than 2,000. The survivors displayed various expressions. Some were exhausted and injured but couldn't hide the excitement in their eyes. Others looked dejected, clearly having gained little, while core members of large teams like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong exuded arrogance and confidence, basking in the awe-filled gazes of those around them. Lin Xia blended into the crowd, completely inconspicuous. He didn't know anyone here, and the only slightly familiar faces were Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying from the genius class of Haicheng's #1 high school. Although both were injured, their aura remained strong, and their sharp gazes were like knives, clearly surviving the final melee through their individual strength. At this moment, the examiners Chang Shi, Li Sen, and Deng Hong appeared once again on the high platform. The second phase of the exam is over. Chang Shi's voice remained loud and clear, but it seemed to carry a hint of approval. Now, the final scores will be announced. A massive light screen unfolded in the center of the platform, and the names and scores of the candidates began scrolling rapidly before finally settling. Everyone held their breath, nervously searching for their names on the screen. Lin Xie also looked up, scanning the densely packed list. Soon, he found his name. Candidate, Lin Xie. Exam number, first phase score, 95. Second phase score, 210. Total score, 305. Overall ranking, 288. 288th place. Seeing this ranking, Lin Xie was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up with an incredulous brilliance. He had thought that giving up the latter part of the competition would mean barely staying within the top 1,000, but unexpectedly, he had managed to break into the top 300. He instinctively glanced at the surrounding rankings and instantly understood. It turned out that during the intense competition, in the latter half, many candidates experienced significant point fluctuations due to mutual contention, with some even being eliminated at the last moment, their points reset to 0. However, thanks to his decisive battle in the early stages, the gift package from Yin Feilong, and his barely hanging on strategy in the later stages, he managed to secure his score steadily and ultimately stood out from the crowd. On the light screen, the names Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong were prominently in the top 10. Meanwhile, Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying, relying on their tenacious individual strength, successfully entered the top 100. Among the top 100, Tiantai No. 1 High School had the most names. Occasionally, the names of other cities' No. 1 high schools or experimental high schools appeared. However, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, aside from discussions about these already renowned geniuses, an unfamiliar name and an equally unfamiliar school began to be frequently mentioned. Ranked 288, Lin Xie, Haicheng Grain, District No. 2 High School? What kind of school is that? Never heard of it. A regular high school in the Grain District? Are you kidding me? Can such a school produce a top 300 expert? Who is this guy? I remember this name. In the first round, he was already in the top 500. I thought it was strange back then. Various discussions reached his ears, and Lin Xie couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He hadn't expected that his performance would bring fame to his alma mater in such a way. Haicheng Grain District No. 2 High School, an ordinary high school that didn't even qualify for Haicheng's 10-school league. Yet now, its name appeared on the light screen alongside top-tier schools like Tiantai No. 1 High School and Haicheng No. 1 High School. It was truly a bit unbelievable. Alright, the final results have been announced. On the high platform, the female examiner Deng Hong's voice rang out again, interrupting the crowd's discussions. With a charming smile on her face, she scanned the survivors below, her gaze pausing briefly on top geniuses like Qin Xiaoxiao and Lei Qianjun. Finally, she seemed to glance at Lin Xie unintentionally. Congratulations to all of you for passing this joint selection exam. From now on, you are eligible to choose any private martial arts university within the scope of this joint exam. 3 days from now, the brochures and admission standards of various private martial arts universities will be uniformly sent to your personal terminals. At that time, you can fill in your preferences based on your scores and aspirations. Remember, you only have one chance to make a choice. Alright, this exam is officially over. Deng Hong's voice suddenly rose, her smile fading slightly as she became more serious. Lastly, let me remind you all of one thing. Her gaze turned sharp, like two swords sweeping across the crowd. Remember, do not bring the grudges from the exam into the outside world. Martial arts are forbidden within Tiantai City. Violators will face detention at best, imprisonment at worst, and may even lose their exam qualifications. Dismissed. With Deng Hong's command, the tense atmosphere finally dissipated completely. People left in batches according to their exam numbers. Lin Xie's number was in the last batch, so naturally, he was among the last to leave. At this moment, he only wanted to find Bai Mushi as soon as possible, have a good meal, and then get a good night's sleep. As he walked out of the entrance of the admissions exam center, the afternoon sunlight was dazzling and warm. Lin Xie squinted his eyes, momentarily unaccustomed to the brightness. The world inside and outside the exam venue felt like two extremes. He took a deep breath of the city's air, mixed with various scents, and found it incredibly familiar. Before he could open his terminal to contact Bai Mushi, he felt several unfriendly gazes directed at him. Lin Xie followed the gazes and saw Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying. Beside them was a person with thick bandages wrapped around his face, leaving only his eyes exposed, which were filled with venomous hatred. This was Yan Filong? Judging by the look of hatred in his eyes, it had to be him. Brother-in-law. Over here. At that moment, Bai Mujie's voice rang out. Beside him, Bai Mushi and Bai Jinyun were smiling warmly at Lin Xie. Lin Xie withdrew his gaze and strode toward them. Seeing Lin Xie walk out unscathed, Bai Mushi finally let out a sigh of relief. She quickly stepped forward, carefully examining Lin Xie. Noticing the bruises on his face and body, her eyes were filled with distress. Honey. Bai Mushi blushed and responded, Are you okay, hubby? Lin Xie grinned. I'm fine. You actually made it to the end of the second stage? Bai Muxi's eyes widened in disbelief, his tone filled with shock. He had been eliminated in the first stage, and after hearing other eliminated candidates discuss the brutality of the second stage, he was still shaken. In his view, it was already impressive that Lin Xie had passed the first stage. He never expected him to endure until the end of the life and death moment in the second stage. Bai Jinyun also looked at Lin Xie with a face full of astonishment, his heart surging with emotion. He knew all too well what it meant to last until the end. It meant that Lin Xie's Strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. Lin Xie gave them a slight smile, nodded, and said calmly, "Let's go. I'm hungry. Let's go, let's go." Bai Xinyan snapped back to his senses, nodding repeatedly, his smile brighter than the sun. Amazing. Only these 3 words remained in his heart. This nephew-in-law was truly a treasure. On the other side, Su Qingying watched Lin Xie and his family's retreating figures before withdrawing her gaze and turning coldly to Yin Feilong, whose face was wrapped in bandages. "Yin Feilong, what happened to you?" Her voice was icy, devoid of any emotion, yet carried a strong sense of interrogation. Yin Feilong gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. "I was ambushed." He didn't want to elaborate. Who would willingly admit that they, a top expert from Haicheng No. 1 high school's elite class, had been eliminated in the most crude and humiliating way by someone from an unknown place? It was the greatest humiliation of his life. Su Qingying glanced at him indifferently and didn't press further. She understood Yin Feilong's personality, proud and arrogant. For him to suffer such a loss and refuse to mention his opponent, there were only 2 possibilities. Either he had encountered a top-tier expert like Qin Xiaoxiao, leaving him utterly powerless and feeling that the defeat was justified, though too embarrassing to admit. Or he had been eliminated by someone he looked down upon, using underhanded means, which he found deeply humiliating and was even less willing to talk about. Regardless of the situation, the result was the same for him. If your skills are lacking, go back and train harder. Lei Qianjun, standing nearby, gave a curt evaluation, his tone cold and devoid of any comfort. Yin Feilong's face instantly turned red, but he couldn't refute. He could only suppress his anger and humiliation deep inside. His gaze once again turned venomously toward the direction where Lin Xie had left. "I will avenge this." Yin Feilong silently vowed, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. That evening, in the luxurious suite of the Tianqi International Hotel, Yin Feilong sat alone on the sofa, his expression as dark as a stormy sky. The personal terminal on his wrist suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered the voice call. A voice on the other end, tinged with flattery and obsequiousness, said, "Brother Feilong, it's me, Haozi." "Speak quickly," Yin Feilong said impatiently. "Brother Feilong, I found out. That guy named Lin Xie seems to be the boyfriend or something of the sister of a classmate of one of my brothers." "Lin Xie?" Yin Feilong sat up straight abruptly, frowning as he asked, "Is he from Haicheng?" Yes. Wang Hao quickly replied. "A buddy of mine, Li Mingao, has a classmate in the next class named Bai Muxi. This Lin Xie is Bai Muxi's brother-in-law." Yin Feilong's eyes instantly turned icy. "Dig deeper. Send me all his information." Lin Xie had no idea that Yin Feilong was secretly investigating his background. At this moment, he was fully immersed in the world of delicious food, enjoying himself to the fullest. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of the Tianyue International Hotel, the lights were dazzling, and the music was melodious. Bai Xinyan was hosting a lavish dinner to celebrate. Officially, it was to congratulate Lin Xie and his son, Bai Mujie, on successfully passing the exam. Although Bai Mujie hadn't even made it past the first round, that didn't stop Bai Xinyan from using the opportunity to strengthen his relationship with Lin Xie. At the dining table, Bai Xinyan and his son Bai Mujie showered Lin Xie with compliments and praise as if it cost them nothing. "Xie, you're truly a hidden gem. You've brought great honor to Haicheng this time." "Exactly, brother-in-law. You're amazing. Ranked 288th. In all of Haicheng, you're easily in the top 10. Bai Mujie had practically turned into Lin Xie's number 1 fan, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Xie, while stuffing roasted meat into his mouth, responded vaguely, his mind entirely focused on the food in front of him. Those days in the exam hall had left him starving. Sitting beside him, Bai Muxi gently poured him some juice, watching his ravenous eating with a smile full of affection and indulgence. After finishing a sumptuous buffet, Lin Xie let out a satisfied burp. Seeing that he was almost done eating, Bai Xinyan tentatively asked, "Xie, now that the exams are over, have you thought about which school you want to apply to?" Lin Xie wiped his mouth and honestly shook his head. "I haven't decided yet. I'll wait until all the schools release their admissions brochures before making a choice." Bai Xinyan nodded, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes, and continued, "Actually, with your results this time, even the top private universities wouldn't be a problem. Although a full scholarship might be a bit of a Stretch, for the second-tier key universities, a full scholarship is practically guaranteed. He paused, then shifted his tone to one of greater sincerity and generosity. But I think you should only consider the top-tier schools. Scholarships aren't an issue. Just pick the best school. As for tuition, we elders will take care of it. In fact, even before hosting this dinner, Bai Xinyun had already excitedly informed his elder brother, Bai Xinfeng, about Lin Qiye's perseverance in the exam. When the final results came out and they learned that Lin Qiye had made it into the top 300, Bai Xinfeng was completely stunned. He sat frozen on his sofa. At home, holding his personal terminal, repeatedly checking the screenshot of the results his brother had sent, unable to recover. For a long time. Top 10 in Haicheng. What did that mean? The Bai family, though they had produced martial artists in the past, had, at best, struggled for years in second or third-tier private universities before barely advancing. For generations, they had never produced a genius capable of even approaching the threshold of a top-tier university. Even his eighth daughter, Bai Mulan, whom he had always been proud of and into whom he had poured significant effort and resources, had only barely made it into the top 10,000 in Haicheng during her college entrance exams. And now, this young man he had once completely looked down upon had achieved such a dazzling result. After the initial shock came overwhelming joy and a hint of regret. Bai Xinfeng's attitude changed completely. In that moment, he immediately called his younger brother, his tone resolute, Xinyun. Make sure to treat Qiye well. As for tuition, he doesn't need to worry about it at all. Our Bai family will cover everything. He can go to any school he wants. Tuition is not an issue. Lin Qiye was about to refuse, not wanting to owe anyone a favor. However, Bai Xinyun seemed to see through his thoughts, waved his hand with a smile, and said, Qiye, don't rush to refuse. This isn't just my idea, it's also your father-in-law's, Mushi's father's, decision. It's something we brothers have agreed upon. Hearing this, Lin Qiye was momentarily stunned and instinctively looked at Bai Mushi beside him. Bai Mushi gently placed her hand on Lin Qiye's large hand, smiled warmly, and then nodded softly. Although she did not meet her father's expectations, the husband she chose far exceeded his expectations. This was both an acknowledgement of Lin Qiye and a recognition of her as a daughter. She felt secretly delighted. Lin Qiye noticed the smile in her eyes, and his heart warmed. He said no more, but solemnly addressed Bai Xinyun, then, thank you, uncle and dad. His gratitude was sincere. The atmosphere at the dining table became increasingly harmonious. After a while, Bai Mujie scratched his head, his face full of excitement and anticipation, and asked with a smile, brother-in-law, my classmates, especially Li Mingao and the others, are in awe of you, the super dark horse, and are very interested in meeting you. They want to organize a gathering to get to know you. What do you think? Hearing this, Lin Qiye's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. A gathering? He had little interest in such so-called class reunions. Moreover, he didn't know Bai Mujie's classmates at all. They were likely just impressed by his recent exam results and wanted to build connections or curry favor. Just as he was about to find an excuse to decline, Bai Xinyun spoke first, smiling as he said, Mujie, your brother-in-law just finished his exams and has been exhausted for days. Let him rest. Well, there will be plenty of opportunities for such socializing in the future. Although he hoped Lin Qiye could expand his network, he also understood the importance of moderation. Forcing Lin Qiye to deal with those second-generation elites with mixed motives right now would seem too opportunistic and might even cause resentment. At the moment, the priority was to let Lin Qiye rest and focus on choosing a school. Bai Mujie immediately realized his mistake after hearing his father's words. Scratching his head, he smiled awkwardly and said, right, I wasn't being considerate. Brother-in-law, you rest well. I'll turn them down for you. Seeing this, Lin Qiye was happy to have some peace and quiet. He smiled and nodded, maybe next time then. Back in the quiet suite, Lin Qiye finally relaxed completely. He lay down on the soft sofa and let out a long sigh of relief. Bai Mushi brought over a cup of warm water, sat beside him, and asked softly, exhausted? Lin Qiye took the cup, drank a sip, then pulled her into his arms. Inhaling the fresh fragrance of her hair and savoring this rare tranquility, he felt the fatigue accumulated over the past few days in the exam hall instantly dissipate. Not tired, he said softly. As long as you're here, I'm not tired. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Lin Qiye stayed indoors, completely relaxing his body and mind. Apart from taking walks and chatting with Baimushi, he spent his time in the room, leisurely practicing the 8 treasures technique, in the most laid-back manner. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, as he completed another round of practice, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind right on time. Ding! 8 treasures technique has been upgraded to level 5, 0/100. Hosts: genetic potential plus 0.2%. Host: Lin Chia, genetic potential, 10.3%, physical strength, 102+, mental strength, 102+, spiritual energy, 52+, techniques, 128th set of broadcast gymnastics level 10, max, 8 treasures technique level 5, 0/100, partner. Baimushi, affection level 85, offspring, 2, in gestation, feeling the newfound strength coursing through his body, Lin Chia opened his eyes with satisfaction. At that moment, his personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated, emitting a series of notification sounds. Lin Chia raised his hand to check, and the terminal screen displayed dozens of official emails from various private martial arts universities flooding in like snowflakes. The admissions brochures from all the schools had finally been released. Lin Chia casually opened one of the emails, and a beautifully designed electronic brochure unfolded on the light screen. Golden borders, a dynamic school emblem shimmering with brilliance, exuding understated luxury and profound heritage in its details. Galactic Martial Arts University, Taurus 0755 Star System Branch 40K Highlight Introduction. Our university was founded in the first year of the Empire. The branch campus was established in the year 38612 of the Empire, boasting a history of over 2,000 years, with a strong faculty that has cultivated countless pillars of the Empire and Starsea war gods. This year's enrollment plan: 500 students. Admission standards: 1. Candidates ranked in the top 10 of the comprehensive joint selection exam will receive the Prodigy full scholarship, covers all tuition and accommodation fees, provides an S-level training resource pack, and assigns a dedicated mentor. 2. Candidates ranked in the top 50 will receive the Elite Half Scholarship, covers 50% of tuition fees and provides an A-level training resource pack. 3. Candidates ranked in the top 500 must pay full tuition fees. 4. The minimum admission cutoff for this university, top 10,000 in the comprehensive ranking. Galactic Martial Arts University. Founded in the first year of the Empire. One of the schools with outstanding achievements during the Galactic Wars. These words seemed to possess a magical power that transcended time and space, causing Lin Chia's breath to catch. The name of this university had appeared countless times in history books, news, and heroic biographies since his childhood. It was not just a school but a symbol of the martial spirit of the entire Galactic Empire. Together with Longting Martial Arts University, it was hailed as one of the twin jewels of the Empire's top institutions. He quickly opened another email, and sure enough, it was from Longting Martial Arts University. The admission standards were almost identical to those of Galactic Martial Arts University, differing only in minor details. In addition, there was Taurus Martial Arts University, ranked first locally in the Taurus constellation, the Titan Martial Arts Academy, renowned for cultivating practical combatants, and so on. These prestigious institutions within the star system collectively formed the first tier of this year's admissions. Although his scores were sufficient to apply to second-tier universities and easily secure a full scholarship along with abundant training resources, after seeing the brochures of those two top-tier institutions, all other options seemed lackluster. In his eyes, there were only the top two. To attend the best school, receive the best education, and interact with the strongest peers, this was the path of a true powerhouse. Galactic Martial Arts University. Or Longting Martial Arts University? Which one should I choose? Lin Chia fell into deep thought. Baimushi curiously leaned over. When she saw the brochures of those two top-tier institutions on the screen, her eyes widened instantly, her cheeks flushed, and she was so excited that she almost floated. The ultimate goal of every student taking the martial arts entrance exam was none other than Galactic Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University. These were the sacred grounds of martial arts that countless prodigies dreamed of but found almost unattainable. Now, her husband, could easily secure admission letters from both of these sacred grounds. How could she not be excited? How could she not be proud? Baimushi's heart pounded wildly, and she even felt a warm flutter in her lower abdomen, as a gentle warmth flowed through her. She instinctively reached out her hand, gently stroking her still flat belly, her face radiating maternal glow and immense pride. She silently communicated with the baby in her womb. "Baby, can you feel it? This is your father. Can you sense how amazing he is? Are you cheering for him too?" At lunch, Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujie were also present. As soon as they sat down, the topic naturally shifted to choosing a school. "Chiye, you've read the brochures, right? Have you decided where to go?" Bai Jinyun asked, his face beaming with excitement, even more thrilled than if it were his own son getting admitted. "Brother-in-law, it has to be Galactic or Longtung. Is there even a question?" Bai Mujie interjected, his tone full of certainty. "If it were me, I'd pick one of those two with my eyes closed." Lin Chiye smiled and said, still considering, "Both schools are excellent, so it's a bit hard to choose." Bai Mujie, hearing Lin Chiye's enviable dilemma, showed an expression of extreme jealousy. He himself hadn't even passed the first round and could only pick and choose among third and fourth tier private colleges, while his brother-in-law was troubled over choosing between the top two elite academies of the empire. The gap between people, how could it be so vast? Bai Jinyun wore a broad smile, his mind as clear as a mirror. No matter which school Lin Chiye ultimately chose, at least for now, this nephew-in-law appeared to be quite amicable toward their family. On the surface, which indicated some level of goodwill. He also understood very well that this goodwill stemmed entirely from his niece, Bai Mushi. Bai Jinyun discreetly glanced at Bai Mushi, who was gently serving Lin Chiye food, and felt a sense of relief. His niece, though mediocre in martial arts talent, had an eye for people and luck that was simply extraordinary. What good fortune! "Brother-in-law, I think Longting is great. Longting Martial Arts University has become very strong in recent years. I heard their practical combat courses are extremely advanced, and many of the newly minted military war gods are graduates of Longting." Bai Mujie said excitedly, swiping through his personal terminal to show a trending forum post he had just found on the Starnet. Bai Jinyun shook his head, expressing his more traditional view. "You can't say that. The Galactic Martial Arts University has deep roots. Since its founding in the first year of the Empire, its alumni network has spread across the Empire's military, political, and business sectors. That's something Longting can't compare to. Connections are sometimes more important than strength." The two debated fervently, but Lin Chiye knew that this was just publicly available information circulating online. In reality, for a family like the Bai family, these two top martial arts schools were far out of reach. Even their branch campuses weren't located in Tiantai City but in the heart of the main star, the capital, Terra. In the vast galactic empire, there was an unspoken yet deeply ingrained tradition. The capitals of most civilized planets were often given the same name, Terra. This wasn't due to a lack of imagination but rather a profound homage rooted in their very bloodline. It was to honor that one and only origin and heart of the galactic empire, the true planet Terra. Terra was not just a planet or a name. It was a symbol, a sacred place, the origin point in the soul of every imperial citizen. It was the political center of the empire, where decrees affecting the rise and fall of countless civilizations were issued from among billions of stars. It was the economic engine, where wealth converged like a surging galactic river, and every pulse dictated the commercial lifeblood of the entire empire. It was the crucible and source of culture, where the most cutting-edge art, the deepest philosophies, and the most elegant fashions were nurtured and blossomed, spreading like dandelion seeds across the starry seas. It was also the holy ground of martial arts, where the twin pillars of Galactic Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University stood tall, surrounded by countless prestigious schools and a lineage of grandmasters. Every martial artist regarded setting foot on Terra as the ultimate honor of their life. However, 499.99999999999% of the Empire's ordinary citizens, Terra was merely a dreamland seen in holographic images, heroic epics, and bedtime stories. The prohibitively high cost of warp travel and the insurmountable barriers of status made this heart of the Empire utterly unattainable. To set foot on that land and breathe its air was a luxury they could never achieve in their lifetime. Thus, naming their own capital Terra became a complex cultural sentiment. The 0755 star system was no exception. The capital of the system's main star was also called Terra. In this Terra, numerous martial arts colleges led by the branch campuses of Galactic Martial Arts University and Longting Martial Arts University were gathered, along with the star system headquarters of the martial Artists Association, and the regional headquarters of various interstellar corporations. These places are too far from Haichang. Not to mention by family, even in Haichang, there are probably very few people who truly understand the reality of these two universities. Honey, what do you think? Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie gently. In her eyes, no matter what choice Lin Xie made, she would fully support him. Lin Xie ultimately chose Galaxy Martial Arts University. The two schools were equally strong, each with its own merits. Online opinions were divided. Some said Longting's practical courses were closer to the front lines, while others believed Galaxy's martial arts theory was more solid. But for Lin Xie, these were just references. What truly made up his mind was a passage in Galaxy Martial Arts University's admissions brochure, marked as the highest honor: all students of our university who achieve a 100% breakthrough in genetic potential within 10 years of enrollment and advance to the rank of extraordinary martial artist are eligible to apply to join the Galaxy Pioneer Team as deputy captains, participating in exploration and development missions in the Empire's frontier star regions. Pioneering planets. These 4 words instantly ignited Lin Xie's heart. This wasn't just a simple adventure, it was about igniting the spark of civilization in the endless unknown with his own hands, engraving his name in the history of a new planet. This was the ultimate romance unique to men. What's more, he had the many children, many blessings system. On a brand new planet, he could expand his lineage without restraint, spreading his descendants across vast lands. From an ordinary working-class family to the founder of a planet. Once this thought was sparked, it spread like wildfire. I decided. Lin Xie put down his utensils, his gaze firm and clear. Galaxy Martial Arts University. For Bai Jinyun and Bai Mujie, there was no essential difference between the two schools. Both were peaks they could only look up to for a lifetime. Whichever Lin Xie chose, they could only offer their congratulations. Brother-in-law, why? Bai Mujie asked curiously. Lin Xie smiled and slowly explained his reasoning. When he mentioned the Galaxy Pioneer Team and pioneering planets, Bai Mujie's eyes instantly lit up, shining like 2 little suns. Wow! Pioneering planets. Brother-in-law, that's so cool. Take me with you when the time comes. I'll run errands for you. Do you even have the qualifications? Bai Jinyun, standing nearby, couldn't resist striking a blow at his son. This was also his way of showing Lin Xie his stance, that Bai Mujie would absolutely not meddle in such matters. It was also to maintain their relationship. However, the pioneer team. Bai Jinyun thought of the Bai family. Their ancestors had once been members of the Taurus 0755 pioneer team on this very planet. Or rather, the ancestors of everyone on this planet had once been part of that great team. But over the course of more than 500 years, the passage of time had stratified society like sediment in a river. Some families seized the opportunities of the era, rising rapidly to become prominent clans in the city. Others, like the Bai family, barely maintained the facade of middle-class respectability. And the majority, like Lin Xie's parents, lived ordinary lives as the most common civilians. And now, his niece's husband would one day join the Galaxy Martial Arts University's pioneer team. Such opportunities in futures were far beyond what the local pioneer teams of the 0755 star system could ever compare to. Bai Jinyun looked at Lin Xie, his eyes filled with awe, excitement, and a trace of boundless hope for the future. When one person achieves greatness, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Perhaps the fates of their families were truly about to undergo an earth-shattering transformation in the hands of this young man. Bai Mushi said nothing, merely placing her hand silently over the back of Lin Xie's hand. She tilted her head up, gazing at the profile of her man, her eyes full of tenderness and pride. Honey, she said softly, her tone resolute, wherever you go, I will follow. He was about to press the submit button on the application page when his personal terminal suddenly vibrated, and a video call request popped up. Caller ID, homeroom teacher, Joe Deming. Lin Xie's eyes flickered slightly, and a nostalgic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Bai Mushi, who was equally curious beside him, and casually swiped to answer the call. The light screen lit up, revealing a face flushed with excitement. Almost distorted, belonging to his homeroom teacher of 3 years in high school, Mr. Joe Deming. Behind Mr. Joe, a crowd of people surged, forming a dense mass that almost overwhelmed the screen. Lin Xie could even clearly see the principal's shiny bald head gleaming behind Mr. Joe's shoulder. Mr. Zhou, long time no see, Lin Xie greeted with a smile, his tone calm and gentle. This greeting seemed to press the play button. On the other side of the video, Mr. Joe Deming's voice trembled with extreme excitement, almost shouting, "Xie! Lin Xie! Is it really you? Did you register for the private university entrance exam?" The school's information system was connected to the admissions examination center. When the final results were announced, the official notification email was simultaneously sent to the principal's office of Haicheng Grain District No. 2 High School. However, when Principal Wang opened the email and saw the glaring rank 288 and Lin Xie, his first reaction was system error. He couldn't believe it. What kind of joke was this? Their ordinary high school, which didn't even qualify for the 10-school league, had never had a student ranked in the top 300. The best historical achievement was barely squeezing into the top 10,000, just enough to secure the lowest-tier private university admission. He immediately had the academic affairs director verify the results repeatedly and even used his personal connections to call the city education system for confirmation. The responses he received all confirmed the accuracy. The principal's office instantly exploded. The news swept through the entire teaching staff like a tsunami, and none of the teachers could believe their ears. Lin Xie? That student from a financially struggling family, usually with average grades in class, quiet and reserved? Ranked 288th in the province? This was more unbelievable than the sun rising in the west. This led to the video call. Before pressing the call button, Mr. Joe Deming's heart was practically leaping out of his throat. He couldn't help but confirm again, "Principal, is it really our class's Lin Xie?" "Absolutely true." Principal Wang excitedly slapped the desk. As soon as the video connected, Mr. Joe couldn't help but confirm again because the reality was so exaggerated that he still felt like he was dreaming. He was so excited that he was incoherent, waving his arms. Ranked 288. The best result in the history of Haicheng Grain District No. 2 High School. No. It's the most incredible result in nearly a century for non-key high schools in all of Haicheng. You, kid, you really are. He struggled for a long time but couldn't find the right words to express his feelings. "Teacher, you're too kind. It was just good luck," Lin Xie responded with a smile, his calm demeanor forming a stark contrast to the frenzy on the other side. "Student Lin, I am Principal Wang of No. 2 High School." The principal's shiny bald head finally squeezed out from behind Mr. Zhou, his face beaming with joy. "The school is proud of you. So proud of you." Behind him, countless familiar and unfamiliar faces stared at Lin Xie on the light screen with expressions of shock, joy, and admiration. Principal Wang cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing his excitement, and asked in the most amicable tone he could muster, "Xie, where are you planning to apply? Are there any difficulties? The school can help you plan." Lin Xie blinked slightly, and, following the conversation, pretended to be troubled as he said, "Teacher, principal, you know my family's situation. About the tuition fees." Principal Wang's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this and immediately said, "Oh, you don't need to worry about that. With your ranking of 288, applying to a top private university like Golden Ox Martial Arts University should guarantee you a full scholarship, right? Thank you for your concern, Principal, but I plan to apply to Galaxy Martial Arts University." Principal Wang's smile froze instantly. He quickly adjusted his expression and adopted a tone of an elder. "Galaxy Martial Arts University is extremely competitive, filled with geniuses. And not just geniuses, but geniuses with connections. You haven't submitted your application yet, have you? Listen to me. Back when I was a teacher, I mentored many outstanding students, so I have more experience than you. As the saying goes, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix." He patiently advised, "Top-tier schools like Galaxy and Dragon Soar may not be as suitable for you as a top-tier university within the star system, like Golden Ox Martial Arts University. There, you can access the school's core resources and truly stand out. Moreover, to be honest, I have some connections with the admissions director at Golden Ox Martial Arts University. He's my senior. If you go there, I guarantee he'll take good care of you and might even secure double the S-grade cultivation resources for you." The principal spoke with heartfelt sincerity, as if he were genuinely considering Lin Xie's future. In reality, he was calculating his own gains. Just earlier, the admissions director of Golden Ox Martial Arts University had approached Principal Wang personally. In truth, they weren't even alumni. Principal Wang had graduated from a second-rate public martial arts university. The admissions director had promised that if Principal Wang could persuade Lin Xie to apply to Golden Ox Martial Arts University, he would receive a recommendation bonus of up to 1 million credits. Lin Xie listened quietly to the principal's words and slowly shook his head. "Thank you, principal and teacher, for your concern, but I've already decided to apply to Galaxy Martial Arts University." Seeing this, Principal Wang grew anxious, and his tone became heavier. "Xie, listen to me. I'm doing this for your own good. Let me tell you a true story. Just 2 years ago, there was a student from our school, not as outstanding as you, of course, who barely made it into the first-tier universities. At the time, several second-tier universities extended offers to him, promising the best resources and even a dedicated mentor. But that student was arrogant and only cared about the reputation of first-tier universities. He insisted on applying to Spark Martial Arts University. And what happened? Principal Wang slapped his thigh in frustration. He was completely overshadowed at Spark Martial Arts University by students with deeper connections and greater talent. He became utterly unremarkable. After 10 years, he barely broke through as a martial artist and couldn't progress further. In the end, he had to graduate in obscurity and return here. This is a bloody lesson, Xie. However, Lin Xie only found it amusing. What the principal said might be valuable advice for others, but it was meaningless to him. His greatest talent was the secret more children, more blessings system. As long as he kept having children, he could continue to grow stronger. Seeing that Lin Xie remained unmoved, Principal Wang's heart sank. He realized that his recommendation bonus was slipping away. However, Principal Wang had a backup plan. He had already looked into Lin Xie's family situation. For a family like Lin Xie's, which relied on having more children to earn higher subsidies, money was of utmost importance. Their vision and ambitions were inherently limited. To them, the lofty title of Empire's top 2 would never outweigh tangible benefits. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Xie hadn't ended the video call, Principal Wang secretly sent a message to Lin Xie's parents. The message promised that if Lin Xie applied to Golden Ox Martial Arts University, the school would reward the family with a scholarship, 200,000 credits. In his view, for a family that might not even be able to afford the 100,000 enrollment fee, the temptation of 200,000 credit points was absolutely irresistible. In the video, Principal Wang let out a heavy sigh. "Since you've already decided, I won't say much more. However, there are still a few days left for filling out your application. There's no need to rush to submit it. Take a day or two to think it over, discuss it with your family, and listen to their opinions." After ending the video call, Principal Wang immediately turned to Teacher Zhou and said, "Come with me to the office." Once the office door was closed, Principal Wang couldn't wait to ask, "Teacher Zhou, contact Lin Xie's parents immediately. I just spoke with them. As long as they can persuade Lin Xie to apply to Taurus Martial Arts University, the school will reward them with a 200,000 credit scholarship. Go confirm it." 200,000 credit points. Zhou Deming gasped, startled by the figure. He instantly understood. Principal Wang's efforts must be backed by a larger transaction of interests. But what did that have to do with him? He was just an ordinary homeroom teacher, with neither the authority nor the ability to investigate the dealings between the principal and the university. "Principal, rest assured," Zhou Deming took a deep breath, his gaze becoming resolute. I'll handle it right away." After Zhou Deming left, only Principal Wang remained in the office. He leaned back in the large leather chair, his fingers lightly tapping the desk as his thoughts churned. He recalled the recent contact initiated by the admissions director of Taurus Martial Arts University, Yan Xingzhan. This name was not unfamiliar to Principal Wang. He had looked into it. Yan Xingwu, one of the vice presidents of the Haichang Martial Artists Association, was Yan Xingzhan's younger brother. The Yan family, while not a top-tier aristocratic family in Haichang, was undoubtedly an influential and powerful clan. It seems that a younger member of the Yin family also participated in this exam, established a connection with Lin Xie, and holds him in high regard. Principal Wang silently speculated. This was the only explanation for why Yan Xingzhan would be willing to offer 1 million credit points as a recommendation fee to recruit an unknown Lin Xie. This kid really hit the jackpot. Principal Wang shook his head, feeling both envious and helpless. What a pity he doesn't know how lucky he is. There's a clear and promising path ahead, yet he insists on taking the narrow and risky one. In his opinion, gaining the recognition and connections of the Yin family was far more practical than the elusive title of Empire's top two. Meanwhile, in the luxurious suite of the Tiantai International Hotel, the personal terminal on Yin Feilong's wrist emitted a crisp notification sound. The light screen lit up, revealing a stern-faced, imposing middle-aged man, Yin Feilong's father, Yen Xingwu, one of the vice presidents of the Haicheng Martial Artists Association. Father, Yen Feilong greeted respectfully. The bandages on his face had been removed, but the bruises and scars were still evident, making his once self-proclaimed handsome face appear somewhat grim. How's your injury? Yen Xingwu's voice was deep and authoritative, betraying no emotion. It's mostly healed. Yen Feilong replied softly. Good, Yen Xingwu responded indifferently before getting straight to the point. Your uncle is very satisfied with your recommendation and is already working on persuading Lin Qiye to apply to Taurus Martial Arts University. Yen Xingwu's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, seemingly able to see through all of Yen Feilong's inner resentment and unwillingness. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud but carrying an undeniable authority. The grievances between you and him should end here. Your path is fundamentally different from that of someone like him. No matter how talented he is, at the end of the day, he's just a rootless expendable. Once he enters the university, he might be recruited by our Yin family and become part of our strength. So, you need to be magnanimous. This not only demonstrates the Yin family's grace and cultivation but also helps the family secure a talent in advance. Do you understand? Yen Feilong's expression instantly froze, however, when he met his father's stern and icy gaze. All the dissatisfaction and resentment in his heart seemed to be extinguished like a bucket of cold water. He knew that his father's decision represented the will of the family and was not to be defied. Yes, father, I understand. Yen Feilong took a deep breath, suppressing the humiliation in his heart, and said softly, after all, the path we take in the future is built upon stepping over these commoners. Good that you understand. Yen Xingwu nodded in satisfaction. This failure is also a form of training for you. It will help you realize that there is always someone better out there. Set aside your arrogance, it will benefit your future path. Father, Yen Feilong took a deep breath, his eyes flickering with an unwilling light. Then, can I still go to the Galactic Martial Arts University? Yen Xingwu glanced at him indifferently and said in a calm tone, the Taurus Martial Arts University is the most suitable for you. Understood, father. Yen Feilong's eyes dimmed instantly. He lowered his head, hiding the uncontrollable and growing hatred he felt toward Lin Qiye. This was all because of Lin Qiye. Of course, with the connections of his uncle at Taurus Martial Arts University, he would undoubtedly receive resources and privileges far beyond those of other students. Since it was the family's arrangement, he would make himself stronger in the shortest time at Taurus Martial Arts University. He would crush Lin Qiye underfoot and turn him into a dog at his side. In the luxurious suite of the Tiantai International Hotel, Lin Qiye was leaning on the sofa, reflecting on his recent phone call with Principal Wang. Connections, special care, words of wisdom. These seemingly grandiose phrases gave Lin Qiye an inexplicable sense of unease. He found it hard to believe that Principal Wang would be so kind-hearted. Even if everything the principal said was true, for someone like him who had a system, the so-called resource allocation and networking were not of much help. Having figured this out, Lin Qiye became even more resolute in his choice. Just then, his personal terminal vibrated again. Seeing that the caller ID read Mother, Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow slightly. His heart stirred as he swiped to answer the call. On the light screen, his mother's face appeared, tinged with a mix of flattery and excitement. His father was also squeezed in beside her, his face beaming with a smile. Qiye! Congratulations! You did so well on the exam. You're truly the pride of the Lin family. His mother began with a string of congratulations. After some brief pleasantries, she shifted the conversation to the main topic. By the way, Qiye, your high school teacher, Mr. Zhou, just called us and told us all about your situation. They are such responsible and good teachers, and they especially recommended that you go to Taurus Martial Arts University. They said the benefits and conditions there are excellent and would be the most advantageous for your future development. Your dad and I also looked into it. Taurus Martial Arts University is a top-tier university too. I think it's about the same as Galactic Martial Arts University. They're just branches of first-class private universities. How different can branches really be? A big name is nothing compared to tangible benefits. His mother chattered on, seemingly convinced that this was the best choice for her son. Lin Xie listened quietly without interrupting, his expression calm and unreadable. He understood that behind this phone call was Principal Wang exerting his influence. That's right, Xie. His father chimed in, his tone gentler than ever before. Your mom is right. We've been through this. We know that in this society, connections and relationships are more important than anything else. Your principal is being kind and paving the way for you. This is a great opportunity. You can't let him down. He had never expected his parents to understand his choice, but he hadn't thought they would so quickly become someone else's mouthpiece. Mom, Dad, Lin Xie finally spoke, his voice so calm it betrayed no emotion. I've already decided on my choice of school. This is my own matter. You child, why won't you listen to reason? Mother Lin's tone instantly became anxious. We're doing this for your own good. What's wrong with Taurus Martial Arts University? It's also a top-tier school. It can provide you with the best resources. Why do you insist on going to Galaxy Martial Arts University and competing with others? Lin Xie shook his head helplessly. As a child, he understood his parents' thoughts better than anyone. He could sense that Principal Wang had probably promised his parents some kind of benefit. I've already made up my mind. You don't need to say anything more, Lin Xie said calmly. Mother Lin was so choked by his firm attitude that she couldn't find the words to respond. Father Lin's face turned red with anger, but he held back his temper and said, Xie, we're doing this for your own good. All parents in the world act for the sake of their children. You're young and impulsive, you don't understand. We have experience. What top-tier university can compare to connections and relationships? If you go to Taurus Martial Arts University, you'll have the principal's network to rely on, the school's resources tilted in your favor, and a bright future. At that time, as your parents, we will give everything we have to support you. After all, you're our son. Seeing you bring honor to the family would make our lives worthwhile. He paused for a moment and then shifted the topic. But what benefits are there in going to Galaxy Martial Arts University? No full scholarship, no guaranteed resources, and no network support. How can you compete with those privileged elites who were born into wealthy families? Don't you understand our family's situation? Even if we fully support you, we can only manage 30 to 50,000 a year, which is nothing compared to what others can offer with just a snap of their fingers. At Galaxy Martial Arts University, whether we support you or not makes no difference. You'll still be at the bottom, with no resources. In that case, we won't provide you with any support. Lin Xie wanted to laugh. You never supported me in the first place. The 100,000 yuan for the application exam, half of it came from Baimushi, and the other half was borrowed through a loan. Lin Xie wasn't new to understanding his parents. Over the years, he had come to grasp the reality of the situation. Sensing the shift in Father Lin's tone, Mother Lin quickly added, Xie, don't get angry. Your father was just speaking out of frustration. Don't be so stubborn. We're doing this for your own good and would never harm you. Applying to Taurus Martial Arts University is definitely the right choice. Lin Xie shook his head. But I've already applied to Galaxy Martial Arts University. You might not know this, but according to imperial law, once you've applied, you can't change it. Rather than passively worrying, it was better to resolve the matter decisively and put an end to their hopes. Without hesitation, he opened the application page for Galaxy Martial Arts University and filled in his information one field at a time. When he reached the final Confirm Submission button, he pressed it without hesitation. Ding! Your application has been successfully submitted. Please wait for review. He didn't stop there. He immediately took a screenshot of the successful application page. Then, he opened the chat interface with Mother Lin and sent the screenshot over. Mom, take a look at this. I've really applied. There was a few seconds of silence on the video call with his parents. Father Lin turned and walked away in anger. Mother Lin's smile became a bit stiff. Xie, we saw your application. Since that's the case, as your parents, we respect your choice. Earlier, your father spoke a bit harshly. Don't take it to heart. As parents, how could we have bad intentions? It's all for your own good. It's just that we might see things from a different perspective and have different thoughts. You've grown up and have your own opinions now. We support you. Lin Xie nodded. Got it, Mom. Next, he opened the chat interface with his homeroom teacher, Joe Deming, and sent the screenshot there as well. Joe Deming replied almost instantly. He didn't mention Taurus Martial Arts University again, but instead sent a warm and enthusiastic congratulatory message, filled with pride and joy. Student Chia, congratulations. I saw that you've applied to Galaxy Martial Arts University. Well done. The teacher is proud of you. In the future, I can also show off to others, saying that I, Joe Deming, once taught a student from the Galactic Martial Arts University. Ha ha ha. Wishing you a bright future and hoping you become a pillar of the Empire. Lin Chia looked at the message, smiled faintly, and didn't reply. After finishing everything, he casually set his personal terminal to silent mode and tossed it aside. He didn't want to take any more calls or read any more messages. He raised his head and gazed at the bustling night view of Tiantai City outside the window. The neon lights resembled a flowing river of stars, dazzling and enchanting. From the moment he stepped into the examination hall, the world had changed for him. He knew his life was about to embark on a brand new path, full of unknowns and challenges. The past he had left behind, and the voices that tried to bind him with family ties and interests, would all become distant, blurred scenery along this new journey. Baimushi silently wrapped her arms gently around his waist from behind, resting her cheek against his back. She didn't say a word, but through this warm embrace, she quietly conveyed her support and companionship. Lin Chia held her hand in return, and the last trace of restlessness in his heart quietly dissipated in this tenderness. The efficiency of Galactic Martial Arts University was exceptionally high. Less than half an hour after Lin Chia submitted his application, an official email with a gold embossed school emblem arrived on his personal terminal. Dear Lin Chia, after review, your joint screening exam results meet our admission standards. Congratulations on being officially admitted to the Galactic Martial Arts University, Taurus 0755 Star System Campus. Please report to our school with your personal ID and this admission notice by October 1st, Imperial Calendar 40918. Reporting location, Taurus 0755 Star, Terra City. Galactic Martial Arts University New Student Reception Center. Wishing you martial arts prosperity and a brilliant journey among the stars. Within a month, he needed to report to Terra City, the capital of the planet. As the provincial capital, Tiantai City had a direct supersonic levitating high-speed train to Terra City, with a total travel time of about 10 hours. Looking at the admission notice, Lin Chia finally felt completely at ease. After dealing with his parents and the principal, he no longer had any intention of returning to Haicheng. He turned to Baimushi and suggested, "Wife, how about we go straight to Terra City? Let's head there early and get familiar with the environment." "Sure." Baimushi immediately nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Going to Terra City. It was the most prosperous center of the entire planet. Although Baimushi realized she had only brought a few changes of clothes and not much else, if her husband said to go, then they would go. The next morning, Lin Chia shared his plan with Bai Jinyun. Going straight to Terra City? Not returning to Haicheng? Bai Jinyun was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, and then a trace of undisguised disappointment appeared on his face. He hesitated and said, "Chia, your father-in-law was hoping you'd come back so he could throw a big banquet to celebrate. He's planning to invite all the relatives and friends to announce that Bai Jinfeng has a son-in-law who got into Galactic Martial Arts University." Before Lin Chia could respond, Baimushi spoke up directly. Her tone was gentle but firm. "Uncle, there's no need to go back. Chia just finished his exams and is physically and mentally exhausted. Let him rest properly. Those kinds of gatherings are too noisy, and he doesn't enjoy them." She didn't want Lin Chia to feel awkward. Bai Jinyun immediately understood his niece's intentions. He nodded and didn't insist further. Now, the opinions of Lin Chia and his wife were the most important. Since they didn't want to go back, then they wouldn't. That's fine, Bai Jinyun said with a smile. "It's good for young people to have their own ideas. So, when do you plan to leave? We'll see you off. Dad, how about you come with us to Terra City?" Baimujie, standing nearby, suddenly brightened up, his face full of anticipation as he said, "We haven't been to Terra in a long time. Let's treat it as a vacation." Bai Jinyun pondered for a moment and thought the suggestion was a good one. It was both a farewell and an opportunity to strengthen their relationship. "That works." He slapped his thigh and immediately made a decision. Then we'll go together and help you settle into school. I'll contact your dad right away to join us. Upon hearing this, Bai Mushi frowned slightly and was about to refuse again, but Lin Chia gently held her hand. In the luxurious suite of an international hotel, Yan Feilong's personal terminal on his wrist rang. The light screen lit up, revealing the stern and authoritative face of his father. Yan Xingwu. Your uncle got word that Lin Xia has enrolled in Galactic Martial Arts University, Yan Xingwu said in a calm tone, revealing no emotion. Upon hearing this, Yan Feilong's expression instantly darkened. Calm down, Yan Xingwu said coldly, fixing him with a warning gaze. Don't do anything that would harm your own interests or the family's interests. I understand youthful impulsiveness, but there must be limits. Do you understand? Yan Feilong's chest heaved violently as he forcibly suppressed the anger and jealousy surging within him. Through gritted teeth, he managed to say, "Understood, father. I know my limits." Good. Yan Xingwu nodded in satisfaction, his tone softening slightly. Think about it. What use is it for someone with no resources, no connections, and no foundation to go to Galactic Martial Arts University? With that, Yan Xingwu ended the call. The room fell silent again, leaving only Yan Feilong's heavy breathing. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Though resentment still lingered in his heart, reason told him that his father was right. Lin Xie going to Galactic Martial Arts University was a completely different matter. As his father had said, Lin Xie had no resources, no connections, and no foundation. This move was a grave mistake. It was even worse than going to Taurus Martial Arts University. At least at Taurus, with his talent, the school would value him, and his uncle would look after him, treating him as a promising talent, worth cultivating. But Galactic Martial Arts University? What kind of place was that? It was a gathering of the top geniuses from the entire galaxy and even neighboring galaxies. They had seen all kinds of talent. Lin Xia's modest achievements would barely make a ripple there. At that place, the competition wasn't just about talent, it was also about the family's heritage, connections, resources, and martial arts legacies. Lin Xia had none of these. Thinking about this, Yan Feilong suddenly felt much lighter. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. What could Lin Xia possibly achieve at Galactic Martial Arts University? When the time comes, reality will be merciless. He will be crushed by countless prodigies, exhaust all his potential, and end up as a mediocre nobody at the bottom. Meanwhile, I will thrive at Taurus Martial Arts University, basking in admiration and rising to prominence at the fastest pace. By then, the gap between us will only grow wider and wider. Confidence reignited in Yan Feilong's eyes. He could already envision the future Lin Xie, who had once humiliated him, being utterly destroyed under the iron fist of reality. In the afternoon, at the Tiantai City supersonic hovertrain station, the place was bustling with people. Bai Xinfeng and Lu Yuqin, a couple, had rushed over from Haicheng, looking visibly exhausted. Xie! Lu Yuqin immediately expressed her concern upon seeing him, her care surpassing that for her own son. Bai Xinfeng, too, was brimming with excitement, his gaze full of admiration and satisfaction. Xie! Well done! You've brought honor to the Bai family. He had already booked VIP tickets to Terra City and reserved a hotel. Xie, don't worry. Once we get to Terra, we'll take care of everything. Just treat it as an early vacation and relax. Bai Xinfeng said heartily. Lin Xie simply smiled and nodded, saying little. He knew this was the Bai family's way of extending goodwill to him. After all, they were in-laws, and he accepted this goodwill with composure. The train glided smoothly along the magnetic levitation track, the scenery outside the window retreating rapidly, transforming into streaks of flowing light. Inside the VIP carriage, the space was spacious, and the seats were comfortable. Bai Xinfeng and his wife, along with Bai Xinyun and his son, were enthusiastically discussing the prosperity of Terra City and the various legends surrounding the Galactic Martial Arts University. Their conversation revolved around Lin Xie, revealing their intent to invest in and win over this future powerhouse. Lin Xie responded casually, spending most of his time gazing at the fleeting scenery outside the window, though his thoughts had already flown to the capital of that unknown planet. Bai Mushi quietly leaned against him, engrossed in a book about prenatal nutrition. For her, as long as she was with Lin Xie, it didn't matter where they went. The 10-hour journey passed quickly in a relaxed atmosphere. When the train slowly pulled into Terra City's high-speed rail terminal, Lin Xie caught his first glimpse of the heart of this planet through The window. If Tiantai City was grand, then Terra City was a miracle. Skyscrapers soared into the clouds, resembling a crystalline forest, growing on the planet's surface, shimmering with a dreamlike brilliance under the sunlight. In the sky, there was a network of suspended roadways 100 times denser and 1,000 times more complex than those in Tiantai City, with countless vehicles weaving through the city's veins like glowing schools of fish. Lin Xie even saw small private starships streaking across the sky, leaving faint energy trails in their wake. This was truly the city of the future. As they stepped out of the high-speed rail station, an even more vibrant and bustling atmosphere greeted them. Bai Xinfeng had already arranged for a private car, and the group headed directly to their reserved hotel, the Star Crown Interstellar Hotel, located in the heart of Terra City. The hotel was perched atop a skyscraper over 800 stories tall, and from the suite's floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling night view of the entire Terra City unfolded before their eyes. "It's so beautiful." Bai Mushi couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Lin Xie stood beside her, gently pulling her into his arms, equally awestruck. Here, he truly felt his own insignificance and the vastness of this world. A surge of unprecedented ambition stirred within his chest. The next morning, after settling into the hotel, Bai Xinfeng eagerly suggested trying a traditional breakfast originating from ancient Terra Star, a delicacy passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was said to be the most authentic old Terra flavor, rarely found in other provinces and cities. The group arrived at a century-old establishment with a quaint decor, and when Lin Xie saw the price of 500 credits per serving on the menu, he couldn't help but be astonished. Was this the cost of living in the planet's capital? Compared to the agricultural zones, it was worlds apart. However, the unique taste made everyone frown, and they only sampled it lightly. After breakfast, Bai Mushi suggested heading to Galactic Martial Arts University to register. She knew her husband wouldn't feel comfortable bringing it up, so she took the initiative. The Bai family immediately responded with excitement. They were equally curious about this legendary martial arts sanctuary. After all, ordinary people had no chance of stepping through the gates of Galactic Martial Arts University. Only the families of examinees were allowed entry. "Let's go early and get familiar with the environment," Bai Xinfeng said with a smile. Lin Xie readily agreed. Galactic Martial Arts University wasn't located in the bustling center of Terra City but in the tranquil Scholars Forest area in the city's northwest. The environment here was serene, with towering ancient trees, forming a stark contrast to the skyscrapers of the city center. As the hovercar slowly entered the Scholars Forest, Lin Xie immediately noticed the significantly higher concentration of spiritual energy in the air compared to the urban area. The car finally stopped in front of an ancient and majestic gate. The gate was constructed from an unknown white megalith, devoid of ornate decorations. Above the gate, 4 powerful characters were carved: Galactic Martial Arts. These 4 characters seemed to contain a mysterious force. Just one glance was enough to stir one's emotions, as if glimpsing the boundless starry sea and the countless pioneers who had come before. At this moment, a large crowd had already gathered at the school gate, forming a long line. They were all new students and their families, like Lin Xie, who had arrived early to register. Lin Xie silently observed his surroundings while standing in the queue. He clearly sensed that the young woman ahead of him was wearing a lightweight combat suit, her expression cold and her aura heavy. She was evidently a martial artist. Beside her stood a middle-aged man with a steady and imposing presence, whose strength far surpassed his own. He appeared to be the young woman's father. Behind him were 2 elegant women, lecturing 4 indifferent-looking middle school students. "Xiaoya, Xiaoxian, I don't expect you to get into the Galactic Martial Arts University like your sister, but at the very least, you must aim for a top-tier university. In the first echelon. Do you understand? Yes, today we brought you here to let you experience the atmosphere of the Empire's most prestigious institution and set a goal for yourselves." The teenagers merely nodded indifferently and replied flatly, "Got it, got it." At this moment, another family joined the line behind Lin Xie. It was a pair of middle-aged parents with a restrained demeanor, accompanied by a young man and 2 younger sisters. Lin Xie was inwardly astonished. The depth and strength displayed by the families before and after him were truly impressive. Was this the kind of background required to gain admission to the Galactic Martial Arts University? The couple appeared friendly and struck up a conversation. Upon learning that Bai Mushi was Lin Xie's wife, they showed a surprised expression. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "I thought you 2 were siblings. I didn't expect her to be your partner." Married at such a young age, truly remarkable. His gaze swept over Bai Jinfeng and Bai Xinyan, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. In his view, marriages at such a young age were often political alliances between families. However, the two middle-aged men before him seemed ordinary, not even martial artists, and didn't appear capable of arranging such alliances. What he couldn't imagine was that, at the empire's lowest social strata, there was another reason for early marriages: to secure living and childbirth subsidies. Faced with the couple's friendliness, Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun responded with great humility. They understood well that families capable of standing here with martial artist descendants, unfazed, were far beyond what their middle-class family from a fourth-tier small city could compare to in terms of background or strength. You flatter us. The kids were young and impulsive, so we let them settle down early for our peace of mind as elders, Bai Jinfeng replied, with a humble smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation didn't go any deeper. Soon, it was Lin Chia's turn. He was stopped by two gatekeepers in silver-gray uniforms, their presence steady and imposing. The two stood silently, exuding an air of authority that subdued the surrounding clamor. Lin Chia's heart trembled. He could sense that these seemingly ordinary gatekeepers were undoubtedly stronger than him. He stepped forward respectfully and presented his electronic admission letter. One of the gatekeepers scanned the QR code with a terminal, confirmed its validity, and gave a gentle smile, nodding. Welcome, Lin Chia. He stepped aside to clear the way and reminded him, family members visiting hours end at 6 p.m., and their access is limited to the freshman plaza and residential area. Core areas such as the teaching zone and library are temporarily off limits. Understood, thank you. As Lin Chia stepped through the school gate, he was immediately enveloped by an even denser and purer spiritual energy. It was as if he were bathing in warm spring water, and every pore in his body relaxed. The view before him opened up. What lay ahead was an expansive plaza so vast it seemed to stretch beyond the horizon. The ground was paved with a jade-like material that emitted a faint azure glow, etched with ancient and mysterious star map patterns that shimmered under the sunlight. At the center of the plaza stood a towering statue, 100 meters tall. It depicted an unnamed hero clad in a starry battle armor, holding a giant sword, gazing out at the sea of stars. His face was indistinct, yet he exuded a powerful aura of forging the future and pressing forward, inspiring involuntary respect. This is the pioneer statue, Bai Jinfeng murmured to himself, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. This was personally built by our greatest emperor to commemorate the nameless heroes who sacrificed themselves during the era of exploration. The square was surrounded by lush greenery and towering ancient trees. In the distance, several buildings of varying styles, each radiating a profound sense of history, were nestled within the sea of trees, blending perfectly with the natural environment. There was no oppressive feeling of a steel jungle, nor the clamor of neon lights. Here, there was only tranquility and solemnity. So magnificent. Bai Mujie widened his eyes, utterly stunned by the scene before him, to the point where he stammered as he spoke. Even the usually composed Bai Jinfeng was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to speak for a long time. This was the Galactic Martial Arts University, the foremost martial arts sanctuary of the galaxy. Meanwhile, Bai Mushi's gaze remained tenderly fixed on Lin Chia. Watching him stand beneath the pioneer statue, her heart was filled with an unprecedented sense of pride and satisfaction. Soon, Lin Chia and his group arrived at the freshman registration area on one side of the square. Behind rows of neatly arranged tables sat several teachers and senior students responsible for reception. Lin Chia approached one of the windows and handed over his ID and admission notice. The person in charge of reception was a young female teacher. She wore a well-tailored black combat uniform that accentuated her alluring figure, her short hair neat and sharp, and her gaze piercing. She took Lin Chia's documents, quickly operated on the light screen, and pulled up his detailed file. When she saw the contents of the file, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. She looked up, her gaze sharp as lightning, scrutinizing Lin Chia before her. Her tone carried a hint of confusion and surprise. Lin Chia, ranked 288th in the provincial private admissions exam, genetic potential 10.3%, proficient in broadcast calisthenics set 128 and 8 treasures technique? She paused, seemingly confirming she hadn't misread, then continued. Based on your results and the system's evaluation, your comprehensive ranking at the start of the semester is 9,988th, assigned to Year 1, Class 10. Your genetic potential is fairly average, but your foundational techniques are extremely outdated. The female teacher's voice was calm, as if stating a fact. To think it's the lowest tier broadcast calisthenics and 8 treasures technique. Techniques of this level are considered too crude even for laying a foundation for 3-year-old children. I suggest you make the most of this 1 month before the semester begins to switch to more advanced techniques as soon as possible. With the aptitude you've demonstrated, if your techniques can keep up, you might have a chance to move from class 10 to class 9 within a year. The Bai family members standing behind Lin Qiye were instantly thrown into turmoil. Upon hearing the teacher's words, the 8 treasures technique was considered outdated? In their hometown of Haicheng, it was already a fairly decent technique accessible to ordinary families. Even Bai Mujie himself practiced the 8 treasures technique. Yet, in the eyes of a teacher at Galactic Martial Arts University, it wasn't even suitable for laying a foundation for 3-year-olds. Lin Qiye, however, appeared calm, as he had long anticipated this outcome. He humbly asked, "Teacher, do you have any recommendations for techniques?" The female teacher frowned, her tone slightly impatient. The choice of techniques determines a martial artist's lifelong path. This is a matter for your family and should be planned by your elders or family mentors. Why? Are you asking me? In her view, any student capable of gaining admission to Galactic Martial Arts University would undoubtedly have the backing of a powerful family. For such a fundamental and core issue as techniques, needing to ask a teacher responsible for freshman reception was simply unheard of. Behind him, Bai Jinfeng quickly stepped forward, his attitude extremely humble, and explained apologetically, "Teacher, we are truly very sorry. We don't really understand these things. We come from a grain-producing area in a 4th-tier city, and we don't have any connections, nor can we afford to hire any instructors for cultivation techniques." This child, Qiye, completely relied on his own determination and managed to get admitted here by sheer luck. The female teacher, upon hearing this, swept her scrutinizing gaze over the Bai family once more, her impatience slightly subsiding. So, they were grassroots talents with no background. A grassroots genius. This term reminded her of her childhood, when her father had mentioned that their family was merely a branch of the clan, abandoned by the main family, and had been of grassroots origin since her grandfather's generation. Her grandfather had relied on his passion and extraordinary talent to carve out a path, which eventually laid the foundation for the family's later success. She had even heard that one of the current vice principals was also of grassroots origin, rising against all odds to ultimately reach the pinnacle. But that was all a long time ago. Over the past decade, in this Galactic Martial Arts University that gathers the elite of the entire galaxy, she had seen very few grassroots geniuses with her own eyes. After thinking for a moment, her attitude softened considerably, and she said, "Recommending a cultivation method is a very rigorous matter. I can't casually give you advice here. How about this?" She pulled up her personal terminal and displayed a QR code. "Add me on WeChat, and you can book my offline tutoring session for tonight. In one session, I'll provide a comprehensive body data analysis and cultivation method matching assessment. As for the session fee, since you haven't officially enrolled yet, you can't use school credits to pay, so it'll cost 10,000 credit points. You can decide for yourselves." 10,000 credit points. This figure made everyone gasp. That was just the cost for one session. It was outrageously expensive. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan exchanged glances, their eyes showing both pain and determination. This money had to be spent, and it had to be spent willingly. But before the two could speak, Lin Qiye had already taken out his personal terminal, scanned the QR code, and quickly paid the 10,000 credit points. The female teacher saw the successful payment notification and smiled with satisfaction, nodding, very decisive. "My name is Lin Yuechan, a 10-star extraordinary martial artist. Guiding you won't be a problem. Tonight at 8 p.m. in room 2202 of building 10 in the core area of the school." After speaking, she entered Lin Qiye's information into the system and handed him a temporary electronic student card. "All right, the procedures are complete. You can take your family to the living area to check out the dormitory environment, and then you're free to move around." Lin Qiye accepted the student card and expressed his gratitude to teacher Lin Yuechan. The group left the registration area, and Bai Mujie couldn't help but mutter softly, "Brother-in-law, isn't this way too expensive? 10,000 for just 1 hour. It's practically daylight robbery. You don't understand." Bai Jinyun immediately glared at him and reprimanded in a low voice, "This is called an investment. Spending 10,000 credit points to get personal guidance from a teacher at the Galactic Martial Arts University and to plan the most suitable cultivation path for Qiye is absolutely worth it." Bai Jinfeng also nodded in agreement, "Exactly. We don't understand. these things, so spending some money to hire professionals to handle professional matters is the wisest choice. Otherwise, if the cultivation method is chosen incorrectly and delays Chia's future, that would be the real loss. Listening to their discussion, Lin Chia felt deeply moved. Following the map instructions on the electronic student card, the group took the campus's automatic floating rail car to the freshman living area. The rail car silently shuttled through towering ancient forests, with unique, futuristic buildings flashing past the windows, some even floating in mid-air, leaving them dazzled. "This place is practically like an independent city," Bai Xinyun exclaimed sincerely. Soon, they arrived at the freshman dormitory area. What greeted them was a towering skyscraper that covered tens of thousands of square meters. Bai Mujia looked up, his eyes almost popping out, and couldn't help but ask, "My goodness, this building must have 100 floors, right?" Bai Xinyun shook his head, his eyes also filled with awe, muttering, "More than 100 floors. Nearby, Bai's mother said, "The internet says this dormitory building has 300 floors and is one of the tallest buildings in the Scholars' Forest." Bai Mujia couldn't help but exclaim, 300 floors? Several passing students glanced at Bai Mujia's reaction with puzzled looks. The group entered the lobby on the first floor and found that there was also a freshman reception area here, with several queues already formed. It seemed that no matter where they went today, waiting in line was inevitable. Soon, it was Lin Chia's turn. This time, the staff responsible for reception was just an ordinary-looking, middle-aged man, with no trace of martial artist aura about him. Lin Chia thought to himself that perhaps in such purely administrative positions, martial artists were indeed unnecessary. The staff member took Lin Chia's electronic student card, scanned it on the light screen without even looking up, and said in a formulaic tone, "Lin Chia, your dormitory is arranged on the 298th floor, room 166. He paused, seemingly prompted by the system, and added, "A reminder, the concentration of spiritual energy inside the student dormitory is far higher than outside. It is strictly forbidden to practice any destructive cultivation techniques within the dormitory. If any damage is caused to the dormitory facilities, not only will you be required to compensate at full cost, but you will also permanently lose the qualification to reside in the student dormitory. Any destructive cultivation techniques should be practiced in the designated training halls of the school. The dormitory is only suitable for practicing non-destructive, gentle internal cultivation techniques." Additionally, the student dormitory has a total of 300 floors, with the concentration of spiritual energy decreasing layer by layer from bottom to top. The 300th floor is the area with the thinnest spiritual energy in this building. Since your comprehensive admission ranking is relatively low, you have been assigned to a higher floor. The lower you go, the more abundant the spiritual energy. If you want to move to a better floor, you'll need to strive for it through your own efforts. These words left the Bai family members stunned. It turned out that dormitory allocation was directly linked to strength and ranking. Even the spiritual energy resources for cultivation were clearly divided from the very beginning. Bai Xinfeng couldn't help but sigh softly, this is truly a sacred land of martial arts. Competition exists everywhere, starting from the place you live. Lin Chia nodded calmly, unsurprised by this. He looked at the staff member and asked the question he cared about most, "Excuse me, teacher, my wife has come with me. May I ask if she can stay with me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Mushi, standing beside him, instinctively held Lin Chia's hand, her palm slightly sweaty, showing a hint of nervousness. The staff member finally raised his head, glanced at Lin Chia and Bai Mushi, and asked, "Wife? Do you have a marriage certificate?" Lin Chia immediately opened his personal terminal and displayed the page of his electronic marriage certificate. The staff member carefully verified it, confirmed it was correct, and nodded, saying, "In such cases, the school allows it. However, for non-school residents, your wife will need to sign an agreement. Her activity range will be limited to the plaza and living areas. She cannot enter teaching areas, the library, or other core zones. She must also comply with all school regulations. If she agrees, I can process her temporary residence permit now." "Yes," Lin Chia answered without hesitation. The staff member operated the system for a moment and quickly issued Bai Mushi a temporary residence card. "All set. The elevator is over there. Only the two of you can enter. Enjoy your stay." The staff member pointed to one side of the hall and then turned to assist the next new student. Bai's mother immediately said, "All right, Chia, Mushi, you two go up. We'll look around nearby." Lin Chia then led Bai Mushi inside. The lobby housed 100 high-speed elevators, silently operating. Lin Xie approached one designated for floors 291 to 300, swiped his student card, and one of the elevator doors slid open. Quietly. After entering the elevator, as the floor numbers on the light screen rapidly climbed, a faint sense of weightlessness could be felt. Bai Mushi softly said to Lin Xie, "Honey, just from the dormitory allocation, you can see how intense the competition is at this school. Don't let the pressure get to you." Lin Xie smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, I understand. For me, this is motivation." Ding, the elevator stopped at the 298th floor, and the doors slowly opened. The scene before them was completely different from the grandeur of the first-floor lobby. A long corridor with a metallic sheen stretched to the edge of their view. On both sides were identical alloy doors, and the soft lighting overhead, while gentle, gave the space a somewhat monotonous feel. The entire area was so quiet it felt slightly oppressive. They quickly found room 166. Lin Xie lightly swiped his student card on the door lock, and the door opened with a click. The dormitory's interior space wasn't large, about 30 square meters, but it was compact and well-equipped. A bedroom, a small living room with a sofa and desk, and a separate bathroom, all designed with a simple yet futuristic style. Although we're on the 298th floor, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air is still much richer than the hotel we stayed at. Lin Xie took a deep breath and immediately noticed the difference. I really wonder what the dormitories on the lower floors are like. Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie gently, her eyes full of joy. This place is great, very clean. I'll tidy it up. From now on, this will be our home in the capital. Her words instantly filled the slightly cold metallic room with the warmth of home. Lin Xie felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He held her hand, looked around, and instead of feeling discouraged, his eyes burned with determination. Yes, this is our new starting point. The 298th floor. I think we'll be moving down soon. Bai Mushi had already started unpacking their few belongings, methodically organizing them to make the small space feel cozier. Lin Xie walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window and looked out from the height of the 298th floor. The magnificent view of most of the Scholars' Forest was laid out before him. In the distance, the steel forest of Terra City shimmered with golden light under the setting sun. This would be the place where he would live and fight for the next few years. "Mushi," he called softly. Bai Mushi looked up, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Lin Xie turned back to look at her, his gaze firm and filled with deep affection. Our new life officially begins now. Night fell, and the city lights came alive. The commercial street outside the east gate of the Galactic Martial Arts University had a youthful vibrancy and sense of order that the city center lacked. Floating neon signs shimmered and shifted, and the street was lined with unique shops. Most of the people coming and going were new students and their families here for registration. Lin Xie accompanied the Bai family as they found a clean and elegant restaurant on the commercial street for a simple dinner. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat quiet. Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan looked out at the confident and composed new students, feeling both proud of Lin Xie and a bit worried. Every new student here seemed to come from an extraordinary background, and the pressure of competition was everywhere. As the meal drew to a close, Bai Jinfeng put down his chopsticks and looked at Lin Xie with a serious expression. He pulled up his personal terminal and operated it for a moment. Soon, Lin Xie's terminal received a transfer notification, a hefty sum of 100,000 credit points. Lin Xie was startled and immediately tried to refuse. "Father-in-law, this." "Xie, listen to me." Bai Jinfeng raised his hand to stop him, his tone sincere and firm. "It's not much money, it's just a token of our support. You've just arrived in the capital, and you'll need money for everything. That tutor's course alone costs 10,000. Later, you'll need to buy technique copyrights and cultivation resources. None of these come cheap. We can't let money become an obstacle on your path forward." Bai Jinyan nodded vigorously beside him, speaking in a deep voice. "Exactly. Xie, don't be polite with us. You're now the greatest hope of the Bai family. Investing in you is investing in the future of our entire family. Just go all out, the family will always be your strongest support." Looking at the resolute and expectant eyes of the two elders, as well as the trusting gazes of Bai Mushi and Bai's mother, Lin Xie could no longer bring himself to refuse. This money carried not just monetary value but also the heavy weight of a family's hope and trust. He took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. "Father-in-law, uncle, I understand. I will make sure to use this money wisely and never let you down." Seeing him accept it, Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyan finally showed relieved smiles. "That's the spirit." Bai Jinfeng glanced at the time and said, "It's about time." Didn't you have an appointment with teacher Lin Yuechan tonight? That's your main business, so we won't follow along and cause any trouble, lest we distract you. Bai's mother also gently reminded, yes, make sure to consult with your teacher properly. We'll head back to the hotel ourselves. Mushi will stay with you, and after your class, you two can return to the dorm together. No need, Mom. Bai Mushi shook her head, looked at Lin Xie, and said softly, this is my husband's professional class. It's not appropriate for me to go. Let him go alone. Hubby, I'll wait for you in the dorm. She knew that starting tonight, Lin Xie would embark on a martial arts path entirely his own. What she could do was give him the utmost trust in space. 8 p.m., room 2202, building 10, the core area of the school. Lin Xie took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and gently knocked on the door. Come in. A cold and crisp voice came from inside. He pushed the door open and entered. The training room was very spacious, about 200 square meters, with all the necessary facilities. In the center of the room stood a figure. It was a woman who looked no more than 27 or 28 years old, with neat short hair, a delicate appearance, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. She was dressed in a tight-fitting black training outfit that perfectly outlined her powerful yet lean physique. It was none other than Lin Yuechan, whom he had met in the morning. She looked Lin Xie up and down, her gaze seemingly penetrating through flesh and straight to the bones. Lin Xie? Yes, Teacher Lin. Hello. Lin Yuechan nodded and got straight to the point. You're self-taught, and your foundation is unstable. If you want my advice, I need to first assess your basics. Perform the broadcast gymnastics and 8 treasures technique for me. Lin Xie's heart stirred. After a brief moment of thought, he decided not to hide his strength any longer. Among the freshmen at Galactic Martial Arts University, he was ranked 9,988. Lin Yuechan's evaluation of him as a grassroots, self-taught student left nothing to conceal. Yes, teacher. He walked to the center of the field, took a deep breath, and began performing the broadcast gymnastics. As his movements unfolded, Lin Yuechan's initially calm gaze gradually showed a hint of surprise. Lin Xie's movements, though seemingly simple, were fluid and seamless, exuding an indescribable rhythm. Every stretch and every twist perfectly mobilized his entire body's muscles and energy flow. When he finished the routine, his breathing was long and steady. Not only was he not fatigued, but he also seemed even more energized. A perfect level broadcast gymnastics. For the first time, a look of astonishment appeared in Lin Yuechan's eyes. This set of broadcast gymnastics was already rare to master, and achieving the perfect level meant fully comprehending the most basic technique to its utmost limit. She had initially thought that this grassroots student mastering the broadcast gymnastics to a proficient level was already impressive, but she hadn't expected perfection. It was worth noting that perfection was 10 times harder to achieve than proficiency. In that instant, Lin Yuechan's evaluation of Lin Xie completely changed. In the vast history of the Galactic Empire, there had been records of individuals with such extraordinary comprehension. Historically, the youngest recorded age to achieve perfection in broadcast gymnastics was 10 years old. Of course, even such prodigies had no other notable achievements recorded in history. Before she could ask further, Lin Xie had already steadied his stance and began performing the 8 treasures technique. The 8 treasures unfolded one by one in his hands. Although it didn't reach the return to simplicity perfect level of the broadcast gymnastics, each move was solid and steady, with energy surging, clearly the result of significant effort. When he finished and stood still, Lin Yuechan nodded, the astonishment in her eyes now replaced by deep contemplation. A proficient level 8 treasures technique. She did not immediately give a conclusion but took 2 steps back and forth in the spacious training room, her sharp gaze never leaving Lin Xie, as if pondering the best solution for him. Broadcast gymnastics is too universal. Although you've practiced it to an inconceivable level of perfection, this only proves your exceptional comprehension ability but doesn't determine the specific direction of your aptitude, she said slowly, her tone much more solemn than before. 8 treasures technique is a D-level method that consumes very few resources, but it is also one of the prerequisite techniques for the C-level method 8 treasures Dragon Tiger Force. If you further practice another specific D-level method, Dragon Tiger technique, the combination of the two will naturally lead to the comprehension of 8 treasures Dragon Tiger Force. And 8 treasures Dragon Tiger Force is the prerequisite for the B-level method Diamond Glazed Body. At the pinnacle of this progression lies the A-level method Immovable King Body. Then, Lin Yuechan shook her head and said, but the body refinement stream doesn't suit you, it's too expensive. Too expensive? Lin Xie asked. Lin Yuechan didn't hide anything and explained clearly. The 8 treasures technique is one of the prerequisite methods for the body refinement stream's iconic path, the immovable king body. What it represents is an extremely costly and ultimate path in the Empire's martial arts, the body refinement stream. It's a path that truly transforms the physical body into a supreme treasure. The ultimate goal of the body refinement stream is to train an ordinary body into a powerful warrior capable of walking the world. In the early stages, you can ignore attacks from ordinary weapons. At advanced levels, the physical body becomes like the legendary diamond glaze, impervious to water and fire, incredibly resilient, with earth-shaking power in every move. Lin Xie was thrilled upon hearing Lin Yuechan's words. A humanoid warrior. The 8 treasures technique is actually this powerful? It sounded absolutely astonishing. However, Lin Yuechan's tone shifted, but this path requires credit points to pave the way. The body refinement stream has never been accessible to ordinary people because it is one of the most resource-intensive systems among all cultivation methods. Every physical breakthrough and realm advancement requires substantial resources to support it. Otherwise, you simply cannot progress. Don't be fooled by how easily you've mastered the 8 treasures technique to the proficient level. When you attempt to advance both the 8 treasures technique and the Dragon Tiger technique to higher levels, you'll find their fusion extremely challenging. In ancient times, people used divine medicines to aid breakthroughs, but now the ingredients of such medicines have been deciphered and can be completely replaced with high-energy nutrient paste. However, consuming tens of thousands of credit points daily is likely beyond your means. Tens of thousands? Lin Xie's eyes widened instantly. Lin Yuechan was satisfied with his shocked expression and nodded, saying, "Yes, typically within 49 to 81 days, you can complete the advancement. Of course, with such an expensive cost, the fused 8 treasures Dragon Tiger Force will directly reach mastery, nearing perfection." Lin Xie swallowed hard and said, "Teacher Yuechan, you mentioned that the fusion breakthrough of the body refinement stream is very difficult and requires high-energy nutrient paste, right?" However, Lin Xie's mind began to race. Others rely on comprehension and resources for cultivation, but he relies on the system. As long as the number of practice sessions meets the requirements, everything can be upgraded. If he could train both the 8 treasures technique and the Dragon Tiger technique to the perfect level, eliminating any flaws and achieving theoretical perfection, would there still be bottlenecks during fusion? Once this thought emerged, it grew wildly like weeds. Even if fusion ultimately proved impossible, advancing both D-level methods to perfection would still bring tangible benefits to his genetic potential, making it far from a waste. Thinking of this, Lin Xie's gaze unconsciously changed. Lin Yuechan was very familiar with that look. After all, she had taught at the Galactic Martial Arts University for nearly 20 years and had seen countless geniuses. She almost immediately understood Lin Xie's gaze. "I don't believe it, I want to try." Instead of getting angry, she curved her lips into a faint smile. Geniuses are always proud. When they hit a wall, they'll naturally turn back. So, Lin Yuechan said, "Your 8 treasures technique has reached mastery, and your foundation is solid. You can go to the technique library to exchange for Dragon Tiger technique. Once you've cultivated both to the proficient level, you can then attempt to merge them." She paused for a moment and added, "By then, you'll naturally understand the bottleneck I'm referring to. If you fail, it means this path is not viable, and you shouldn't waste any more time." Then, Lin Yuechan continued, "Everything above is for you to decide whether to cultivate. Based on my professional judgment, I recommend 3 paths that are more suitable for your cultivation." She activated her personal terminal, projecting 3 sets of technique data glowing in different colors into the air, resembling 3 floating ancient books. She pointed to the first set, which burned with a fiery red glow. "First, Crimson Sun, Prison Technique, and A-grade technique, and the one I majored in at school. This technique simulates the core of a star, cultivating spiritual energy that is extremely firm and yang, with immense power. At advanced levels, your vitality will resemble a furnace, and every gesture will carry the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Its prerequisite technique is the C-grade Blazing Sun Chi technique. Once you begin, the spiritual energy in your body will transform into a flame attribute, allowing you to grasp the rudiments of energy projection ahead of time." As she spoke, Lin Yuechan brought her fingers together like a sword, and a strand of fiery golden flame ignited at her fair fingertips, dancing incessantly and bathing the entire training room in a warm red glow. Though the flame appeared small, it emitted an unsettling heat that distorted the surrounding air. At the warrior stage, spiritual energy is contained within vitality. But at my level as a 10-star extraordinary warrior, spiritual energy can be projected outward and materialized. Flame is the form of my spiritual energy. The flame at her fingertips quietly extinguished. You have exceptional comprehension. If you choose this path, the power will take shape the fastest and be the most direct in combat. If you opt for this technique, I can purchase the copyright for you and gift you the complete set of online courses, along with a total of 5 hours of one-on-one online Q&A sessions. Next, Lin Yuechan pointed to the second set of data, shrouded in deep black mist, titled Formless Tribulation Mind Technique. Second, Formless Tribulation Mind Technique, also an A-grade technique. This path is entirely different from all previous body strengthening and chi cultivating paths, focusing primarily on developing your brain and spirit. It uses spiritual power to interfere with reality, weaving mind tribulations to directly attack the enemy's will and soul. It is extremely difficult to master, with no prerequisite techniques, relying solely on personal comprehension. In the nearly 500-year history of the Galactic Martial Arts University branch, fewer than 100 people have successfully mastered it. But once mastered, its power grows rapidly, and its potential rivals even S-grade techniques. It is rated A-grade purely because of its high entry threshold. Her sharp gaze fell on Lin Xie. If you can practice broadcast gymnastics to perfection, it means your perception and control over every inch of muscle and every thread of vitality in your body have reached astonishing levels. This talent is often accompanied by strong spiritual perception. I recommend this because martial artists who successfully cultivate the Formless Tribulation Mind technique have a significant advantage when applying to become frontier team captains, almost never being rejected. For someone like you, a grassroots talent, this is a genuine shortcut to changing your destiny. Lin Xie's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Lin Yuechan, of course, understood how enticing the opportunity to explore new star domains and rise above others was for a grassroots genius with nothing to their name. Finally, she pointed to the third set of data, glowing with starlight in yellow. Third, Zhou Tian Star Body, an A-grade body strengthening technique. Its prerequisite technique is the B-grade Starlight Body Strengthening Method. This path also focuses on body strengthening, but unlike the costly immovable king body, it does not rely on precious materials or high-energy elixirs but instead teaches you how to continuously draw upon the omnipresent stellar radiation energy in the universe, using this gentle yet vast energy to temper the body and genes. This path is stable and enduring, excelling in adaptability, with the lowest resource dependency among all A-level techniques. Its drawbacks are also obvious. Its early-stage power is not as domineering as the Crimson Sun Prison Suppression technique, and its functionality is not as unique as the Formless Tribulation Heart Sutra, making it more of a jack-of-all-trades. Converting starlight into personal strength tests one's comprehension the most. But for you, this drawback is not an issue. As Lin Yuechan analyzed, Lin Xie could only smile bitterly in his heart. He knew she had completely misunderstood what she referred to as his exceptional comprehension was not the kind of innate talent that allowed him to grasp things instantly. His comprehension entirely came from the many children, many blessings system. As long as he successfully conceived once, the system would automatically unlock one of the techniques he had learned. His actual learning ability was quite ordinary. Just mastering the 8 treasures technique from scratch to entry level had taken him a full 2 months. He was well aware of this. That Formless Tribulation Heart Sutra, which fewer than 100 people had mastered in 500 years? If he tried, he might not learn it even in 500 years. Lin Xie pondered for a moment, organized his thoughts, and looked up at Lin Yuechan. Teacher, thank you very much for your recommendation. However, I have a question, or rather, a personal preference. Go ahead. Is there any technique that is easy to learn but hard to master? Something that is particularly easy to get started with, ideally something I can learn immediately, but becomes increasingly difficult to master or reach higher levels? Lin Xie carefully chose his words and added, I'm not a very patient person. If a technique takes too long to get started, I tend to give up easily. I hope to learn something quickly and see results, so I can build confidence and maintain the motivation to keep practicing. Lin Yuechan was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, her brows furrowing again. What? The path of martial arts most fears impatience and restlessness. Lin Yuechan's sharp gaze locked onto Lin Xie, her tone carrying a hint of stern admonishment. Lin Xie, you must understand that martial arts cultivation is not just about refining your blood and strength but also about cultivating your mind and will. True geniuses are those with steadfast determination, who can endure loneliness and withstand monotony. Your talent is 1 in a million, your greatest asset, but if your mindset cannot keep up, this talent will become your greatest obstacle in the future. Choosing the easiest entry-level technique now may seem like a shortcut, but in reality, you are laying a hidden trap for your future. Once you develop a mindset of avoiding difficulty and seeking ease, how will you face true bottlenecks in the future? Her words were like a heavy hammer, resounding and deafening. However, Lin Xie could only show a troubled expression, forcing himself to explain, "Teacher, I understand everything you're saying. But, my situation is beyond my control. If I can't get started for a long time, I become extremely irritable and restless, unable to calm down and focus on cultivation. That feeling, it's like countless ants crawling inside me, making me want to smash everything. Instead of wasting time and even hindering my progress, I'd rather choose a path where I can quickly see results, at least to keep my enthusiasm for cultivation alive." Hearing Lin Xie's almost twisted logic, Lin Yuechan's brows furrowed even deeper. What was this? Exceptional talent but a mindset as fragile as paper? But on second thought, she felt she could perhaps understand. She had seen many noble scions with steadfast minds because they had received the most systematic and rigorous education from a young age. Lin Xie, on the other hand, was just a grassroots individual from a remote city with no background. His upbringing must have lacked proper guidance. In that kind of environment, being able to break through relying solely on one's innate talent was already a miracle in itself. Having some peculiar obsessions in their mindset that outsiders found hard to understand wasn't entirely impossible. Geniuses always had their quirks. Perhaps this was his unique way of self-protection and motivation. She sighed inwardly. Forget it. She was only offering him some guidance out of sympathy for his humble beginnings and the fact that he was a paying client. Since he had his own ideas, she might as well respect his choice. With that, Lin Yuechan's expression returned to calm, and her imposing aura subsided. I understand. Let me filter it for you. What you want is something easy to learn but hard to master, with a simple entry point, correct? Lin Xie, seeing her relent, immediately felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and quickly nodded. Yes, Teacher Yuechan. Ideally, the entry difficulty should be similar to the 8 treasures technique. The entry difficulty of a D-level technique. Lin Yuechan's tone was a bit peculiar. She lowered her head and quickly searched through the light screen of her personal terminal, almost unconsciously muttering to herself, such techniques do exist, but most have obvious flaws, or their subsequent paths are cut off. To find one with a high upper limit but an entry point as simple as this. Such a contradictory requirement. Her fingers glided swiftly across the light screen, and a torrent of technique data flowed before her eyes like a waterfall. Her brows furrowed tightly as she continuously filtered and dismissed options. Frost and flame duality? No, the entry is simple, but it only goes up to B level, with no further path, too low of a ceiling. 100 battles blade technique? This is purely a skill technique, not involving core spiritual energy cultivation, not suitable. Titanic spirit manifestation? Requires a special bloodline for entry, not universal. What a strange request. She raised her head and looked at Lin Xie, her gaze full of oddity. The path of martial arts is inherently about facing challenges head-on. This preference of yours for walking on flat ground is something I've never seen before. Lin Xie could only offer an awkward yet polite smile. Just as Lin Yuechan was about to give up and persuade Lin Xie to reconsider, her fingers suddenly stopped. On the light screen appeared a document with an ordinary, even slightly yellowed, cover. Primordial Unity Technique. Lin Yuechan's expression turned subtle, a mix of surprise, nostalgia, and a hint of regret. Found it, she said, looking at Lin Xie with a complex expression. There's a technique that might perfectly meet your contradictory requirements. A B-level technique, the Primordial Unity Technique. Primordial Unity Technique? Lin Xie looked at Lin Yuechan. She had just mentioned that B-level techniques had too low of a ceiling, and now she was recommending one. Was it because there were no better options? Lin Yuechan explained, yes, this primordial unity technique was once an A-level technique but has since been downgraded to B-level. The core concept of this technique is arguably the simplest and most straightforward in the entire empire accumulation. It doesn't emphasize the transformation of spiritual energy attributes or the intricacy of techniques. Its sole purpose is to convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your own primordial unity energy in the gentlest, least resistant way. possible, and then continuously accumulate, compress, and refine it. Precisely because it doesn't require any specific attributes. For spiritual energy, its entry threshold is shockingly low. To put it bluntly, as long as a prospective martial artist is mentally sound, they can start practicing it within 3 days of receiving the technique. This perfectly aligns with your easy-to-learn requirement. Lin Chiye's eyes lit up instantly. Being able to start within 3 days. Wasn't this tailor-made for him? And what about hard to master? He pressed. Lin Yuechan's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Its difficulty stems precisely from its simplicity. Because it lacks attributes, the primordial unity energy it produces is unremarkable in power at the same level. Other spiritual energy might manifest as flames, frost, or wind blades, while yours would be nothing more than a pure mass of energy. To give it enough power, there are only 2 paths. First, rely on quantity. Use a total amount of spiritual energy several times, even dozens of times, greater than that of a martial artist of the same level to suppress the opponent. But how difficult is this path? This clumsy method is inefficient, time-consuming, and only suitable for martial artists with no other way forward. Second, it's about enlightenment. After cultivating the primordial unity technique to an extremely high level, you must comprehend the essence of heaven and earth and endow this pure energy with a unique attribute of your own. Fire, thunder, space, life. In theory, it can be any attribute. But this step is harder than ascending to the heavens. Countless martial artists who have practiced the primordial unity technique spend their entire lives stuck at this step, ultimately remaining mediocre. That's why it's difficult to master. She paused and added, in the early days of the Empire's expansion era, this technique was once extremely popular and the first choice of countless predecessors. But as the martial arts system continued to improve and various techniques with distinct attributes and powerful effects were developed, the primordial unity technique was gradually abandoned by the times. Today, it's merely a living fossil lying in the archives, treated as historical research material, with almost no one choosing it as their primary cultivation technique anymore. After hearing this explanation, Lin Chiye no longer hesitated. What others saw as poison was supreme nectar to him. Mediocre power? Difficult enlightenment? None of that was a problem in the face of his progress bar system. As long as he cultivated the primordial unity technique to perfection, it might bring him unexpected surprises. Teacher, I choose this one. Lin Chiye declared resolutely, his tone filled with firm determination. Are you sure? Lin Yuechan confirmed. Seeing the unwavering determination in Lin Chiye's eyes, the last bit of persuasion in her heart disappeared. She sighed, feeling a mix of regret and inexplicable anticipation. Perhaps this eccentric grassroots genius could truly carve out a unique path with this technique forgotten by the times? All right. She said no more and began operating her personal terminal. The primordial unity technique is a B-level technique, requiring 100 credits to exchange. You currently have no credits and cannot redeem it directly. However, you can apply for a school project called Ancient Text Research Support and choose the primordial unity technique. You only need to pay a deposit of 100,000 credits upfront. If you submit 100 credits worth of insights within 10 years, the deposit will be refunded. You can list me as your mentor. Thank you, teacher. Lin Chiye wasted no time and immediately began the process. Once he successfully transferred the funds on the official website, a complete copy of the primordial unity technique, including official cultivation insights, annotations, and copyright certification, was sent to his personal terminal. Then, the system notified Lin Chiye that if he gained insights into the primordial unity technique, he could submit them to the Empire's official platform to earn rewards such as credits and credits based on his contributions. Hearing this news, Lin Chiye's eyes lit up. He suddenly realized that this ancient text research support project contained many ancient techniques and might be a treasure trove. All right, you've received the technique. Lin Yuechan put away her terminal, her expression returning to calm. Tonight's guidance ends here. I've said all I needed to. You're free to go. Thank you again for your guidance, Teacher Yuechan. Lin Chiye bowed deeply. He understood that regardless of her motives, tonight's guidance had been thorough and earnest. Leaving the training room, Lin Chiye walked back to his dormitory, his emotions surging like waves. The 8 treasures technique, the dragon tiger technique, and the primordial unity technique. These 3 techniques were like 3 keys, now firmly in his grasp. He couldn't wait to return to his dormitory and begin his cultivation. He was already starting to feel excited. Returning to his dormitory on the 298th floor, he was greeted by warm lights and a gentle figure. Mushi hadn't gone to sleep. She was sitting on the sofa in the small living room, holding an e-book, but it was clear her mind was elsewhere. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she immediately looked up, her eyes full of concern. "Honey, you're back. How was it? Was the teacher easy to get along with?" "Yeah, I'm back." Lin Xie walked over to her, sat down, and held her slightly cool hand. The turbulence in his heart settled in the warmth of home. "Teacher Lin is very nice and gave me a lot of advice." "That's good." Mushi let out a sigh of relief, leaned closer, and softly asked, "What about the cultivation technique? Do you have a direction now?" "I do." Lin Xie smiled, pulled up his personal terminal, and showed her the information on the Hunyuan Unity technique. "I chose this cultivation technique." Mushi saw the words B-level technique on the light screen, along with annotations like easy to learn but hard to master, mediocre, power, and potential unknown. Without any doubt on her face, she looked earnestly into Lin Xie's eyes. "Honey, if you chose it, you must have your reasons," she said softly, her tone firm. "I trust your choice." A simple sentence, yet it gave Lin Xie more strength than any grand declaration. His heart warmed as he embraced her, gently resting his chin on her forehead. After a moment of tenderness, Lin Xie urged, "It's getting late. You should go rest." "All right, but don't stay up too late either." Mushi no, is it because the spiritual energy here is abundant? Maybe. Lin Xie nodded, pulled her hand, and sat on the sofa. But the effectiveness of the technique itself is definitely key. Right now, this technique seems better than radio gymnastics in one aspect: it doesn't require effort and can be practiced 24 hours a day without sleep. I haven't found anything else particularly special about it yet. Mushi smiled and said, "Just being able to practice continuously for 24 hours without needing rest is already amazing." Lin Xie chuckled. In a couple of days, I'll master the 8 treasures technique to perfection, and then I'll guide you." Mushi immediately shook her head and said seriously, "Don't waste time on me. You're at a critical stage right now, you should focus all your time on yourself. Anyway, I can slowly practice and still reach the martial artist level." Seeing how considerate she was, Lin Xie felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. "It's fine. A husband teaching his wife, it's only natural, isn't it?" Mushi hadn't expected Lin Xie to still care so much about her at this moment. A surge of indescribable emotion swept through her, making her eyes slightly red. The next second, she threw herself into Lin Xie's arms, hugging him tightly, burying her face in his chest, her voice choked with emotion. "Husband." Lin Xie gently stroked her back and said softly, "We're husband and wife. What's mine is yours. Your cultivation is, of course, my top priority." Mushi lifted her head from his embrace, her tear-filled eyes brimming with love and gratitude. She stood on tiptoe and kissed his lips. After a long moment, their lips parted. Mushi's cheeks were as red as ripe apples, and even her ears were tinged with pink. She dared not meet Lin Xie's amused gaze, let out a shy exclamation, and quickly slipped into the bathroom. After Mushi finished freshening up, the two tidied up briefly and dialed Jinfeng's terminal. "Father-in-law, we're coming down. Let's have breakfast together." Soon, they met up at the commercial street below the dormitory building and casually chose a clean and bright fast food restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Jinfeng couldn't wait to ask about last night's guidance. "Yeah, how was it? Did Teacher Lin help you plan your direction?" Everyone's eyes focused on Lin Xie. Lin Xie took a sip of soy milk, put down the cup, and was already prepared with his response. He didn't completely hide the truth but adjusted his explanation cleverly. "Yes, Teacher Lin is very professional and gave me a lot of advice," he said calmly. "Regarding the 8 treasures technique, the teacher mentioned that its advancement path is body strengthening, which is very powerful but also very expensive, so she doesn't recommend it. However, I think my comprehension might compensate for some of the resource gaps, so I plan to give it a try." Jinfeng and Jinyan exchanged glances, their brows slightly furrowed. They were aware that the body strengthening path was very costly and not something their level could afford. However, since Lin Xie said he wanted to try, they naturally chose to trust him. Lin Xie continued, "Additionally, based on my personal needs, I hope to lay the most solid and broad foundation in the early stages. So, the teacher helped me find a technique called Primordial Unity Technique as my main practice. Besides that, she also provided 3 other A-level techniques as alternative paths. Hearing this, the BI family members all breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 10,000 credit points spent were well worth it. Not only did they get a main practice technique, but also backup options. Bai Mushi's younger brother, Bai Mushi, perked up with curiosity and asked, "Brother-in-law, how is the primordial unity technique? It sounds impressive just from the name." Lin Xie thought for a moment and said, "The biggest feature of this technique is, it has no entry difficulty." "What? No entry difficulty?" Bai Mushi's eyes lit up instantly, and he excitedly slapped his thigh. "This is great. This suits me. When I get into college later, I'll go to the school's technique library to see if there's a copyright for it. Then I'll practice this too." As soon as he finished speaking, the back of his head received a not too light, not too heavy knock from Bai Xinyan. "Nonsense!" Bai Xinyan blared at him and scolded irritably. "That was recommended by Teacher Lin based on Chiya's special circumstances and talents. Can you handle it? What rank is he, and what rank are you?" Bai Mujie covered his head, muttering with a wronged expression. Seeing this, Lin Xie shook his head with a smile and stepped in to mediate. "Uncle, actually, it wasn't really a recommendation. This technique is very weak in functionality and average in power. It was chosen mainly because it's easy to get started with and suits my need to quickly build a foundation. If there's anything special about it," he paused and said in a slightly helpless tone, "it might be that after practicing it, you can go 24 hours without sleep, using cultivation to replace rest." "Ha!" Bai Mujie's face, which had been full of excitement and longing, instantly froze. He widened his eyes and looked at Lin Xie in disbelief. 24 hours without sleep? Cultivating all day? Then what's the point of life? Seeing his horrified expression, the whole family couldn't help but burst into laughter. Half an hour later, the group finished breakfast and walked out of the restaurant. The gentle morning sunlight bathed them, warm and pleasant. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted. A group of people approached from ahead, each exuding an extraordinary aura, their every move radiating the confidence and arrogance unique to the second generation of martial artists. Lin Xie's gaze sharpened slightly, and he immediately recognized them. The leading young men and women were the members of the elite class he had encountered during the provincial private school entrance exam. At the center of the group, like stars surrounding the moon, were the stern-faced Lei Qianjun and the aloof Su Qingying. Beside them, Yan Feilong, who had been thoroughly defeated by Lin Xie before, now wore a dark expression. "Qianjun, Qingying, you two are impressive. Yeah, one got into Galaxy martial arts, and the other into Dragon Sword martial arts, both are the Empire's top academies. We can only go to Taurus Martial Arts University. It's not bad, though, right, Yan Feilong?" At that moment, Yan Feilong's gaze happened to fall on Lin Xie and his group, who had just stepped out of the restaurant. His expression grew even darker. "Who's that?" His companions followed his gaze, and when they saw Lin Xie's group, playful expressions appeared on their faces. However, Lin Xie walked straight ahead, without even glancing at Yan Feilong's hostile glare, passing by with the Bai family as if nothing had happened. Behind him, Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun also sensed the tense atmosphere. "Feilong, what's wrong? Do you know them?" A young man beside him nudged Yan Feilong with his elbow, his tone full of teasing curiosity. Yan Feilong took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, and let out a cold laugh without answering. He understood that saying anything now would only make him appear more powerless and ridiculous. They were just waiting to see him clash with that guy in public and make a fool of himself. Strength. In this world, strength is the only true authority. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Just wait. 3 months from now is the joint exam for the first academy district. By then, I will stand out among the freshmen at Taurus Martial Arts University and become the core student representing Taurus in the competition. At that time, Lin Xie, you'll probably be sitting in the audience, looking up at my brilliance. You won't even qualify to step onto the stage." As the two groups brushed past each other, the ever-silent Su Qingying suddenly asked Lei Qianjun beside her in a clear voice, "That student from the Grain District School?" Lei Qianjun curled his lips in disdain. "Just someone who got lucky and won a move by surprise. His foundation is shallow, his martial arts path won't go far." His words were full of scorn and certainty, as if he had already seen through Lin Xie's future. The elites of this gifted class, upon hearing these words, looked at Lin Xie's back with a gaze that shifted from amusement to a natural disdain. In their eyes, Lei Qianjuan's evaluation was the final judgment. "Husband, are you Okay? After walking a short distance, Baimushi tugged at Lin Xia's sleeve with some concern and asked softly. Lin Xia turned his head and, seeing the worried expressions of her and the Bai family members, couldn't help but chuckle. He gently squeezed Baimushi's hand and said casually, "I'm fine, just ran into a defeated opponent." When Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun heard Lin Xia's nonchalant remark and recalled the young man's gloomy expression earlier, they immediately understood what had happened. It seemed that the student eliminated by Lin Xia during the exam was from a well-off family. Not only did Bai Jinfeng show no concern, but he also smiled with satisfaction. He patted Lin Xia on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "The path of martial arts is all about striving. You did well. Don't let them bother you. At Galactic Martial Arts University, there will surely be more things to strive for in the future. That's a good thing, it proves you're moving upward." Beside him, Bai Mujia, after digesting this information, widened his eyes in shock. He slapped his thigh and gave a thumbs up excitedly. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing," he exclaimed. "So that Yin Feilong was the one you eliminated. Let me tell you, before the exam, the gifted class practically worshipped him. They said he was a sure bet for the top 2 seed. And what happened? Didn't my brother-in-law knock him down with one punch?" He snorted, looking at Lin Xia with admiration written all over his face. "What kind of seed player is he? My brother-in-law is the real dragon." Later, Bai Mushi accompanied her family to stroll around the bustling city center. They were set to take the interstellar train back to Haicheng tomorrow, so today was their final farewell and sightseeing day. Meanwhile, Lin Xia had his own business to attend to. That was, to make another donation. He couldn't feel at ease until he unlocked the primordial unity chi technique. Following the map's navigation, he arrived alone at the Imperial Fertility Management Center, located on the edge of the Scholars' Forest in the First Academy District. However, as soon as Lin Xia reached the entrance of the imposing, futuristic white building, he was surrounded by a group of people. This group of middle-aged men and women, dressed neatly and wearing enthusiastic smiles, held stacks of QR code business cards, which they quickly stuffed into Lin Xia's hands. "Handsome guy, care to take a look? Take a card, no harm done." A middle-aged woman with permed hair squeezed to the front, her face full of wrinkles from smiling. "Whether you're looking to provide fertility materials or need high-quality fertility materials, we can help you match. Fair prices, excellent service." Another middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses followed closely behind, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. "Handsome guy, are you here to donate fertility materials? Judging by your demeanor, you must be a top university student. The official channels are too slow, long queues, low subsidies. I have private channels that can directly connect you with wealthy families sincerely seeking children. The price will definitely satisfy you." "Exactly. We can also provide a genetic potential enhancement assessment to make your materials more popular in the database, increasing your matching success rate. Young man, this is the real deal, direct access to buyers, no middlemen taking a cut." Lin Xia was momentarily stunned by this unexpected scene, his hands stuffed with several glowing electronic business cards. Looking at this overly enthusiastic group of agents, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. In Haicheng, the Fertility Management Center never had such a spectacle. Was this the capital of the planet? Without hesitation, he casually tossed the flashy electronic business cards into a nearby energy recycling bin. Lin Xia wasn't sure whether these intermediaries were trustworthy or not. There could be hidden risks and traps involved. For him, the benefits of official channels were never the priority. They excelled in being safe, reliable, and efficient. Familiar with the process, he walked into the solemn white building, approached the counter, calmly presented his personal ID, and filled out the electronic application. The entire procedure flowed smoothly without the slightest delay. Soon, he was guided by a nurse dressed in a crisp white coat and black stockings into a highly private, independent room. Moments later, Lin Xie emerged feeling refreshed, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Without lingering outside, he directly boarded the hover rail car and returned to the Galactic Martial Arts University. Just as he stepped into the dormitory building, the long-awaited electronic notification finally sounded in his mind. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and fertilization completed. Reward obtained, random unlocking of cultivation technique permissions. Primordial Unity Technique cultivation permission unlocked. In an instant, Lin Xie felt a sudden clarity in his mind. It was as if a tightly locked door had been flung open, and all the cultivation methods, blood circulation routes, and energy conversion techniques of the Primordial Unity Technique became instinctively clear, as if they were innate knowledge. He immediately focused his thoughts and checked the system panel. Primordial Unity Technique Level 1, 0/100, Success. However, before he could fully process his joy, a second notification followed. Closely behind. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and fertilization completed. Reward obtained, random unlocking of cultivation technique permissions. No unlocked techniques. Available, 1 permission point awarded. Then came the third notification. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and fertilization completed. Reward obtained, random unlocking of cultivation technique permissions. No unlocked techniques available, 1 permission point awarded. Lin Qiye's face instantly lit up with uncontrollable excitement. He hadn't expected 3 successful fertilizations this time. Could it be that after advancing as a martial artist, his abilities in that area had significantly improved? A huge harvest. A super harvest. Not only had he successfully unlocked the Primordial Unity technique, but he had also unexpectedly gained 2 precious permission points. System, how do I use these permission points? Lin Qiye immediately asked in his mind. The system's cold, mechanical voice promptly explained, permission points provide the host with additional methods to unlock cultivation techniques. 1 permission point can be used to unlock techniques that the host has independently cultivated to the beginner stage but have not yet been unlocked by the system. Lin Qiye instantly grasped the power of these permission points. Now, as long as he cultivated any 2 techniques to the beginner stage on his own, he could use these 2 permission points to immediately unlock them and activate the progress bar mode. In his mind, the image of the D-level technique Dragon Tiger technique surfaced. If he could cultivate Dragon Tiger technique to perfection and then merge it with the perfected 8 treasures technique, what kind of result would that yield? However, this thought only flashed briefly before he quickly shook his head and reined in his scattered thoughts. Biting off more than one can chew. The priority now was to focus on cultivating the newly unlocked Primordial Unity technique. Having made up his mind, Lin Qiye wasted no time and quickly returned to his dormitory on the 298th floor. Bai Mushi and her family were still out shopping, leaving the dormitory empty, an ideal environment for uninterrupted cultivation. He sat cross-legged in the center of the living room, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind of distractions. Begin cultivation. As the cultivation began, Lin Qiye could clearly sense the surrounding air filled with spiritual energy, which was being gently and steadily absorbed into his body. This spiritual energy, transformed by the technique, turned into strands of the purest, attribute-free primordial unity energy, which slowly flowed into his dantian and qi. The entire process flowed naturally like a gentle stream, without the slightest hesitation or force. Lin Qiye was pleasantly surprised to discover that the cultivation efficiency of Hunyuan Unity technique far exceeded his expectations. The technique operated effortlessly in one cycle, consuming almost no energy, while the progress bar's growth rate was remarkable. Approximately every 10 minutes, he could gain 1 point of progress. Hunyuan Unity technique, level 1, 1/100, Hunyuan Unity technique, level 1, 2/100. Time flew by as he focused intently on cultivation, completely immersed in the thrill of his rapidly growing strength, losing all awareness of the outside world. He had no idea how much time had passed when the progress bar finally reached 100 out of 100, and the system notification sounded again. Ding! Hunyuan Unity technique level up. Current level, level 2, 0/200. At that moment, Lin Qiye felt a tremor throughout his body, as if the Hunyuan Unity energy within him had been purified, becoming more refined and increasing in total volume. His understanding of the technique instantly leaped from the superficial entry level to a new height, with many previously unclear details now becoming crystal clear. So that's how it is. Lin Qiye murmured to himself, his eyes filled with delight. The level up was not just an accumulation of quantity but a qualitative leap. Lin Qiye opened his eyes and realized that dawn had broken. Outside the window, the moon had set, and the sun was rising. Bai Mushi, hearing sounds outside, walked out of her room and looked at him with concern. He hadn't even noticed when Bai Mushi had returned. What time is it now? Lin Qiye asked, somewhat dazed. Bai Mushi, seeing that he had finally finished cultivating, smiled gently and said, "Husband, I came back yesterday afternoon. Seeing how focused you were on cultivating, I didn't dare disturb you." Lin Qiye felt a warmth in his heart. He stood up, stretched his slightly stiff body, and pulled her into his arms, apologizing, "You've worked hard. Have you eaten yet?" Bai Mushi snuggled into his embrace, looked up with crescent-shaped eyes like a lovely moon, and smiled. The food is still warm, waiting for you. While eating, Lin Chia noticed a notification on his terminal. From the Galactic Martial Arts University. Notification to all new students to comprehensively assess the strength levels of this year's incoming students before enrollment and to facilitate more targeted teaching arrangements. Our school has decided to hold a campus-wide placement exam on October 1st, the first day of school. The specific rules for this exam will be announced within 3 days before the exam begins. Please note, the results of this placement exam will not directly affect monthly cultivation resources, dormitory assignments, or other benefits. However, to encourage everyone to strive for excellence, the school has set the following rewards. 1. Students ranked in the top 1,000 in the overall exam will receive a one-time reward of 100 academic credits. 2. Students ranked in the top 100 will, in addition to the credit reward, gain the privilege of selecting a technique from the Grade A Technique Library. Copyright fees for the technique must be borne by the student. 3. Students ranked in the top 10 will, in addition to the above rewards, receive an additional body refinement elixir provided by the school's Alchemy Institute. We hope everyone takes this seriously, prepares diligently, and showcases the best of the Galactic Martial Arts University's new students. Galactic Martial Arts University Academic Affairs Office Imperial Calendar Year 40918, September 5. Lin Chia read the notification, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. A placement exam at the start of school? Although the results wouldn't affect current benefits, the rewards were quite generous. 100 academic credits, the privilege to select from the Grade A Technique Library, and the Body Refinement Elixir. These were huge incentives for any new student. There were still over 20 days until October 1st. For him, that was more than enough time to take his strength to the next level. 5 days later. In his dormitory, Lin Chia sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut. After 5 days of relentless effort, the progress bar for his primordial unity chi technique advanced rapidly. At this moment, the system panel clearly displayed, Primordial Unity Chi Technique, Level 4, 0/400. As the technique's level increased, his control over the pure energy within his body also grew stronger. Just moments ago, when the technique broke through to Level 4, it felt as if countless flashes of inspiration exploded in his mind. A thought surfaced without warning. He slowly extended the index finger of his right hand, focused his mind, and guided a faint trace of primordial unity chi to his fingertip. In the next second, a small orange-red flame ignited out of thin air on his fingertip, flickering gently and emitting a faint glow and warmth. Looking at the tiny flame, Lin Chia's face finally broke into a radiant smile. He recalled Lin Yuechan's warning from 5 days ago. Second, there is comprehension. After cultivating the primordial unity chi to an extremely high level, you must perceive the essence of the world and imbue this pure energy with a unique attribute of your own. Fire, thunder, space, life. In theory, it can be any attribute. But this step is harder than ascending to the heavens. Countless martial artists who practice the primordial unity chi technique spend their entire lives stuck at this step, ultimately becoming unremarkable. Therefore, this process is extremely difficult. Harder than ascending to the heavens? Stuck at this step for a lifetime? Lin Chia looked down at the flame joyfully dancing on his fingertip, his expression turning peculiar. If teacher Lin Yuechan knew that the extremely difficult bottleneck she mentioned was something I broke through in just 5 days, at level 4 of the technique, I wonder what her expression would be? Lin Chia chuckled to himself. With a thought, the flame on his fingertip quietly extinguished, leaving no trace behind. After extinguishing the flame, Lin Chia eagerly opened the system panel to check the changes over the past 5 days. When he saw the data on the panel, he froze, his face filled with disbelief and astonishment. Host, Lin Chia, genetic potential, 12.1%, physical strength, 115+, mental strength, 115+. Spiritual energy, 101+, techniques, 128th set of broadcast gymnastics level 10, max, 8 treasures technique level 5, 5/100, primordial unity chi technique level 4, 0/400, companion, by Mushi, affection level 85, offspring, 5, in gestation, permission points, 2. After advancing the primordial unity chi technique to level 4, not only did his genetic potential suddenly increase by over 1%, but what shocked him even more was that the spiritual energy attribute had skyrocketed from its initial 50+ points to break through the 100-point threshold in one leap. Spiritual energy, is that the ability I just used to create the flame? Lin Xia's heart surged with waves of astonishment. When it came to the various theoretical aspects of cultivation, he was actually only half knowledgeable and didn't understand much. However, the striking numerical growth on the system panel directly told him the incredible changes happening within him. As Lin Yuechan had said, the primordial unity chi technique was easy to start but extremely difficult to master. This difficulty was an insurmountable chasm for countless martial artists. Yet for Lin Xie, who possessed the system, this greatest challenge had become his unparalleled advantage. Just 5 days. Breaking through to level 4 in the primordial unity chi technique had brought him such immense surprises. He could hardly imagine what the future would hold if he continued to upgrade this technique. It seems that the 8 treasures technique and dragon tiger technique will have to take a back seat. For now, the primary focus of my cultivation must be on the primordial unity chi technique, Lin Xie resolved inwardly. At this moment, he was eager to test his current specific stats. So, he opened the school's public facility reservation system, preparing to head to the training hall for a thorough evaluation. However, when he opened the reservation page for the public training hall, he found the densely packed schedule on the light screen almost entirely marked in red as reserved. The nearest available time slot was a full 7 days later, and even the few remaining slots were on the verge of being taken. So popular? Lin Xie quickly and deftly snatched up a reservation for an available time slot on the afternoon of the 7th day. After booking the training hall, he fell into new contemplation. Would this semester's placement test include a practical combat segment? The answer was most likely yes. Although he now had a cultivation method, his spiritual energy was growing rapidly, and he could even ignite flames with his fingers, he still lacked a decent offensive martial skill. In real combat, this was a significant disadvantage. Just like during the last entrance exam, he was almost entirely on the defensive, unable to turn his strength into an advantage. Thinking of this, Lin Xie hesitated no longer. He opened his terminal and sent a message directly to Lin Yuechan. He sincerely inquired whether she could recommend some martial skills suitable for him. Even if it required a paid consultation, he was willing to spend the money. It was a necessary expense. An hour later, Lin Yuechan finally replied. Lin Yuechan, I was in class just now. As for martial skills, you can choose between online or offline options. Lin Yuechan, for online courses, you can pay through the link I sent you to purchase my detailed beginner martial skills video course. Start by learning the 12 most mainstream basic martial skills of the empire. After mastering the basics, you can choose a specific style and continue learning the beginner skill combinations of that style. This set of beginner martial skills should be sufficient for you to handle situations within the next 6 months. Lin Yuechan, for offline one-on-one tutoring, I can analyze your combat style, tailor the most suitable martial skill combination for you, and provide an initial explanation. The cost is 10,000 credits per hour. The first session might be completed within an hour. It's up to you to decide. Lin Xie read these 2 messages and barely hesitated. Lin Xie decisively replied, Teacher Lin, when are you available? Although the online course was cheaper, it was generalized and couldn't provide personalized guidance. What he needed most right now was a professional mentor to point him in the right direction. Choosing the most suitable skill for himself was the top priority. Moreover, the offline course Lin Yuechan had recommended last time, Primordial Unity Technique, had already brought him tremendous benefits. He was even wondering if he could ask Lin Yuechan to recommend another martial skill, like the Primordial Unity Technique, easy to start, challenging to master, and with a high potential ceiling. Soon, Lin Yuechan's reply came, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Lin Yuechan, my schedule is fully booked for the next month. If you don't mind, I can free up an hour the night after tomorrow, from midnight to 1 a.m. Lin Xie was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself how incredibly in-demand Teacher Lin was. He immediately replied, no problem. I'll be there on time the night after tomorrow. With the matter settled, Lin Xie felt a wave of emptiness in his stomach as hunger struck. He stood up, called out to Bai Mushi, who was reading a book, and said with a smile, Dear, let's go eat. Bai Mushi smiled sweetly and said, The food is already prepared. I'll serve it now. She pulled Lin Xie to the dining table and then turned to the kitchen. Before long, a rich aroma of meat wafted out, making Lin Xie's stomach growl even louder. Bai Mushi emerged, struggling to carry a massive alloy tray. On the tray was half a roasted whole cow, sizzling with oil, golden and crispy on the outside. The skin was charred and fragrant, the meat inside tender and juicy, sprinkled with a secret blend of spices that filled the air with an irresistible aroma. Dig in. Eat as much as you want today. Bai Mushi said boldly as she placed the tray on the table. Lin Qiye stared in astonishment. Since practicing Hanyuan Yi Qi Gong, his body seemed like a bottomless pit, with an ever-increasing demand for energy and food. Without hesitation, he picked up the knife and fork and began to feast. He devoured the food like a whirlwind, eating ravenously. Bai Mushi sat across from him, resting her chin on one hand, her eyes filled with tenderness as she watched him eat. From time to time, she served him rice, handed him napkins and drinks, her gaze brimming with happiness and contentment. Before long, half of the roasted cow was reduced to bare bones. Bai Mushi stared at the clean bones, as if they had been licked, and paused for a moment before asking with concern, "Honey, are you full?" Lin Qiye touched his stomach, scratched his head a little sheepishly, and answered honestly, "I feel just a little bit short." Pfft! Bai Mushi couldn't help but laugh at Lin Qiye's childlike expression, as if he had done something wrong, her eyes curving like the crescent moon in the sky. "You're amazing, honey. There's more." With that, she turned and walked into the kitchen, bringing out another identical large tray, which held the other half of the golden, oil-dripping roasted cow. Lin Qiye's eyes widened, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. It turned out his wife had already anticipated his appetite and prepared in advance. This meal was thoroughly satisfying. When the last beef rib was gnawed clean, Lin Qiye finally patted his slightly rounded stomach with satisfaction and let out a long breath. "I'm full. Thank you, honey." He looked at Bai Mushi, his eyes filled with gratitude and love. Bai Mushi smiled brightly, but inwardly she was calculating. Fortunately, Lin Qiye had mentioned yesterday that he couldn't eat enough outside, so she had specially gone to the market today to buy a whole cow, just in case. But unexpectedly, the amount she had prepared for an entire day was completely eliminated in just one meal. It seemed she'd have to make another trip to the market later. Raising a husband with a voracious appetite during his rapid growth phase as a martial artist was truly a sweet yet challenging task. Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi walked hand in hand to the market. On the school's commercial street, the market was bustling with people and filled with a lively atmosphere, offering a wide variety of ingredients. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered the market, they encountered a group of people. Lin Qiye immediately recognized two of them, Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong, who had performed outstandingly in the admissions exam. During the second phase, this pair, leading the students of Tiantai No. 1 High School, completely suppressed the genius class of Haicheng No. 1 High School. They were true prodigies, even causing Lei Qianjun and Su Qingying to retreat. Beside them was another pair of young men and women who looked somewhat familiar, likely from the same class. It seemed they had all successfully entered Galaxy Martial Arts University and would be classmates in the same year. Lin Qiye glanced at them casually and then withdrew his gaze. He wasn't from Tiantai City, didn't know these so-called second-generation martial artists, and had no interest in currying favor with them, so he naturally ignored them. Qin Xiaoxiao, Lu Jinlong, and the others also felt Lin Qiye's gaze almost simultaneously. They curiously glanced at Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi but showed no particular reaction and quickly looked away. "That guy seems familiar," the tall, thin boy next to Lu Jinlong murmured, frowning. The long-haired girl beside him thought for a moment and guessed, "Maybe we saw him in some part of the admissions exam? He looks familiar. But I can't recall anything specific, so he didn't leave much of an impression." The tall, thin boy laughed heartily, his tone full of superiority. "Chuyue, if you don't remember him, it means this person's information wasn't even worth collecting and analyzing. There's a 99% chance he's just some bottom-tier dark horse who happened to emerge from a 4th or 5th-tier small city." Chen Chuyue nodded in agreement. "Yeah, then we don't need to bother with him. I really can't understand why the school's admission policy has to be like this. Every year, they always let in a few of these underdog dark horses, taking up precious admission spots." She curled her lips with a hint of disdain. "And the result? Within a couple of years, their true colors are revealed. Either they desperately fight for resources or collapse under the pressure. Every year, there's always one or two who go crazy or jump off a building." As they spoke, they happened to see Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi selecting a fresh mutated whole cow at a stall. The mockery on their faces became even more pronounced. "Ha, they're still eating this kind of primitive food. How backward," a boy next to Chuyu said with a laugh. "Looking at his genetic potential, it's probably just over 10%. He's still at the stage of relying on food to replenish energy." Qin Xiaoxiao, who hadn't said much, glanced again at Lin Xia's back but quickly returned to her calm demeanor. A tall, thin boy chimed in, Xiyu was right. Once genetic potential exceeds 11%, the body's energy demand increases rapidly. Relying solely on food for energy is too inefficient and can't keep up with the consumption. High-concentration nutrient solutions become a necessity. But for someone from a lower background, how long can they afford the consumption of nutrient solutions? In their eyes, Lin Xia's future was already clear. He was destined to be mercilessly eliminated in this school that gathered the elite of the entire galaxy. Lin Xia was unaware of the evaluations from the heavens-favored children of Tiantai No. 1 High School behind him. At this moment, his attention was entirely focused on the joy of selecting ingredients with Baimushi. The two finally chose a mutated whole cow that looked the most plump and tender, weighing several hundred pounds. After paying, they prepared to drag it home directly. At that moment, the seemingly honest and simple middle-aged stall owner wiped the oil off his hands and took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Young man, the owner looked at Lin Xie and said in a knowing tone, judging by your appetite, you're clearly at a critical stage of cultivation. But let me remind you, relying solely on food for energy is too inefficient. Soon, it won't be able to keep up with your consumption. At that point, you'll need to switch to high-concentration nutrient solutions to sustain yourself. As he spoke, he pulled out an electronic business card from under the counter and handed it over. I have connections here. I can get high-concentration nutrient solutions in bulk at a low price, absolutely reliable. Want to give it a try? All my regular customers swear by it. Lin Xie took the card, smiled, and shook his head. Boss, I don't need it for now. I'll contact you when I do. All right. The owner nodded, not pushing further, and instead became even more enthusiastic. He turned to the nearby refrigerated cabinet, took out a small bottle the size of a thumb filled with light blue liquid, and stuffed it into Lin Xia's hand. Meeting is fate. This is a 10 milliliters trial sample. Take it home and give it a try, the owner explained with a smile. Don't underestimate its size. Its absorption rate is equivalent to eating 10 pounds of beef. If you find it useful, come back to me. The owner had been selling meat here for 40 years, transitioning from a young man with martial arts dreams to a middle-aged man inheriting the family business. He had seen more students than Lin Xie had eaten cows. One look at the temperament and attire of this young couple told him they were likely from a lower background. Such students probably hadn't used high-quality nutrient solutions before and were still relying on food to get by. But if they wanted to continue on the martial arts path, they would soon hit the bottleneck of relying on food for energy. By building goodwill now and giving out some samples, he might secure a long-term business deal in the future. Lin Xie looked at the trial sample in his hand, felt the owner's goodwill, and thanked him again before leaving with Baimushi, dragging the massive whole cow with satisfaction. 2 days later, at noon, the dormitory was silent, with only the steady and long breathing of Lin Xie. Suddenly, his tightly closed eyes snapped open, and a sharp glint flashed in his gaze. Ding! Primordial Unity Technique. Level up. Current level, level 5, 0/500, gene potential plus 1%. Lin Xie took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, as if expelling all the impurities from his body. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Lin Xie gene potential, 13.1% physical strength, 122 plus mental strength, 122 plus spiritual energy, 111 plus techniques, broadcast gymnastics set number 128 level 10, max, 8 treasures technique level 5. 5/100, Hunyuan Chi technique level 5, 0/500, partner, Baimushi, affection level 85, offspring, 5, in gestation, permission points, 2 gene potential had increased by a full 1%. It was now at 13.1%. The system panel showed significant improvements in all data points. It was like riding a rocket. With a thought, a cluster of orange-red flames ignited once again at Lin Xia's fingertips. On the surface, the size and color of the flame seemed unchanged, but Lin Xie could clearly feel that its temperature was 2 or 3 degrees higher than before. Retracting the flame, a strong sense of hunger arrived as expected. Lin Xie had just sat down at the dining table when Baimushi came out of the kitchen carrying a large tray. Here it comes, here it comes. This time, the tray held a whole lamb, roasted to perfection with a crispy exterior and tender, aromatic meat. Since yesterday, Baimushi had switched the menu from whole beef to whole lamb to give her husband a change of taste. Soon, under Baimushi's indulgent and satisfied smile, Lin Xie once again devoured the entire roasted lamb with gusto. He patted his stomach contentedly, stood up, and took Bai Mushi's hand. "Let's go, wife, time to buy groceries." The two headed back to the market on the school's commercial street. On the way, Bai Mushi asked softly, "Husband, what do you want to eat tonight?" Lin Xie thought for a moment and said, "Let's get a whole cow. I feel beef has more energy." Bai Mushi nodded, and the two returned to the familiar beef shop. On the way, Bai Mushi looked at Lin Xie, who was full of energy, and couldn't help but ask with some concern, "Husband, can food alone really replenish you? Should we buy some nutrient solutions? I saw online that once gene potential exceeds 10%, you need to start using nutrient solutions, or it will affect your cultivation progress." Lin Xie shook his head, held her hand tightly, and reassured her, "Not for now, wife. I feel like I'm absorbing everything well." He added, "I don't know what's going on either. After eating a whole lamb or cow, my body feels warm, my strength recovers, and I don't feel any discomfort." Hearing this, Bai Mushi could only sigh softly. "Alright, but you must take care of your body. If you feel anything unusual, you have to tell me." Lin Xie wasn't lying, he himself couldn't figure out what was happening. Was it the special effect of the new technique, Han Yuan Qi technique? Or was it the broadcast gymnastics that had been cultivated to perfection subtly transforming his body? Most likely, it was one of these two techniques. Or perhaps, he had a unique constitution to begin with? Lin Xie shook his head, deciding not to dwell on things he couldn't understand. His principle was always not to overthink unclear matters to avoid unnecessary worry. The two soon arrived at the familiar beef shop. "Boss, we're back." The shop owner greeted Lin Xie and Bai Mushi enthusiastically as soon as he saw them. When Lin Xie once again decisively chose a massive whole cow, the shop owner couldn't help but ask curiously while packing, "Handsome guy, let me ask, how are you managing to digest this? Eating whole cows and lambs every meal for so many days, I've seen plenty of new martial artists, but anyone eating like this would end up in the hospital with stomach issues within 3 days. The body just can't handle it." Lin Xie patted his stomach, revealing a set of white teeth as he smiled and replied, "Sure, I feel great. No problems with digestion at all." After speaking, he paid the bill and effortlessly dragged the packaged whole cow with one hand, turning to leave with light, unburdened steps, as if he were carrying nothing more than a bag of cotton. The shop owner watched Lin Xie's departing figure, instinctively rubbing his bald head, muttering in confusion, "So strange. What kind of technique is this, specifically to strengthen the stomach? Just to save a bit on buying nutrient solutions, practicing something like this seems hardly worth it." Within his limited understanding, he simply couldn't comprehend the peculiar phenomenon surrounding Lin Xie. After returning home, Lin Xie seized every moment to continue his training. Only after advancing the progress bar of the primordial unity technique by over 100 increments did he reluctantly stop. Checking the time, it was almost 11:30. The agreed meeting time with Lin Yuechan was midnight. It was time to set off. Lin Xie changed into his combat uniform from his enrollment days, greeted by Mushi, and headed alone to the No. 10 teaching building in the core area of the school. The campus at night was not as quiet as one might imagine. Along the way, he could still see many students in various combat uniforms coming and going. They moved with urgency and focus. Some had just left the training hall, their bodies carrying traces of sweat and fatigue. Others were hurrying to a teaching building, their eyes gleaming with a thirst for power. Those active on campus at this hour must all be freshmen like me, Lin Xie thought to himself, marveling at the intense training atmosphere here. Arriving once again at the familiar door of room 2202, Lin Xie knocked lightly. "Come in." It was the same cold and crisp voice. He pushed the door open, only to find that besides Lin Yuechan, there was another person in the training room. It was a tall girl with short, neat hair, dressed in a dark red, tight-fitting combat uniform that perfectly outlined her youthful and energetic figure. She was facing away from the door, consulting Lin Yuechan about something. Hearing the door open, she and Lin Yuechan turned to look. Lin Xie's pupils contracted slightly. It was Qin Xiaoxiao, whom he had met a few days ago. However, Qin Xiaoxiao merely glanced at Lin Xie indifferently before withdrawing her gaze. Calmly, she shook her head at Lin Yuechan and said, "I don't know him." After speaking, she bowed slightly and politely said, "Thank you, Teacher Lin, for your guidance tonight. I'll take my leave now." Then, without another word, she turned and left the training room. As Qin Xiaoxiao passed by Lin Xie, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. But her gaze did not linger, as if Lin Xie were nothing more than an insignificant passerby. Lin Xie shrugged, unfazed by this. Once the training room door closed, Lin Yuechan's gaze returned to Lin Xie. Her sharp eyes seemed to pierce through him. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuechan looked him up and down, nodding in satisfaction. In just a few days, you've made significant progress. It seems you've taken my advice and started practicing the blazing sun technique? Hearing this, Lin Xie felt a bit awkward. He hadn't expected Lin Yuechan to misinterpret the situation. However, seeing Lin Xie remain silent, Lin Yuechan assumed he was tacitly agreeing, and her expression grew even more pleased. Very good. Your comprehension is even better than I expected. It seems this technique suits you well. After the semester starts, you can take my course. At Galactic Martial Arts University, choosing a teacher's main course essentially meant becoming their registered disciple. Based on your current condition, your genetic potential should be around 12% to 13%, right? As a 10-star transcendent martial artist, her keen senses allowed her to clearly perceive the nascent yet exceptionally pure fire elemental energy within Lin Xie. This made her even more certain of her judgment. Alright, let's get back to the point. Lin Yuechan went straight to the topic. There are several martial techniques that complement the blazing sun qigong. First, demonstrate the technique for me so I can assess your current level of control over spiritual energy and select the most suitable martial technique for you. Lin Xie felt his scalp tingle as he listened to her words. This was truly a big misunderstanding. He could only brace himself and explain, Teacher Yuechan, the technique I practice is primordial unity. Qigong. Lin Yuechan raised an eyebrow, the smile on her face instantly freezing as she looked at him in surprise. You said you practice primordial unity Qigong? That can't be right. Then the fire elemental power within you. Could it be, you've already comprehended it? Lin Xie nodded stiffly. At that moment, Lin Yuechan's gaze at Lin Xie was as if she were witnessing a miracle. What kind of comprehension is this? In less than a week, he had practiced primordial unity Qigong to the level of comprehension? Could it really be such a coincidence that he was one of those rare individuals, born with a physique perfectly attuned to primordial unity Qigong? Given the current situation, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. You, demonstrate it for me. Lin Yuechan's voice carried a slight tremor that even she hadn't noticed. Following her instructions, Lin Xie moved to the center of the training ground and slowly performed the level 4 primordial unity Qigong. He deliberately restrained some of his movements to avoid shocking Lin Yuechan too much. However, as he performed, Lin Yuechan's eyes widened further and further, and she kept exclaiming in amazement. These fluid movements, this masterful spiritual energy flow. When Lin Xie finished and stood still, Lin Yuechan looked at him with an expression of extreme complexity. Monster, truly a monster. Lin Yuechan muttered to herself as she stared at Lin Xie. But soon, the shock in her eyes was replaced by a more complex and cautious look. Indeed, Lin Xie was a martial arts prodigy. However, in the Galactic Martial Arts University, which gathered the elite of the entire star system, martial arts prodigies were not uncommon. 300 or 400 years ago, during the pioneering era, comprehension was the most critical factor determining a martial artist's potential. But in today's 0755 star system, martial arts had long entered the industrialized era. As the saying goes, if comprehension is lacking, resources can make up for it. How far a person could go on their martial arts journey depended not only on comprehension but also on resources, which were even more crucial during the martial artist stage. Moreover, geniuses often came with various issues. Lin Xie, for instance, had a nearly obsessive habit. He always chose techniques that were easy to learn. In Lin Yuechan's view, this was almost equivalent to a weak martial arts will. Such individuals might advance rapidly in the early stages due to their talent, but when faced with bottlenecks requiring perseverance and determination, such as the critical martial intent stage and martial techniques, they could encounter significant difficulties or even collapse entirely. Since Lin Xie had chosen the path of primordial unity Qigong and demonstrated such astonishing compatibility, she had no grounds to offer further warnings. Young people nowadays were increasingly independent in their decisions, unlike her generation, which followed the arrangements of family and teachers in everything. With this thought, Lin Yuechan suppressed her unnecessary emotions and stopped dwelling on the matter of techniques. She composed herself and brought the topic back on track. Alright, let's talk about martial techniques. Do you have any prior experience with martial techniques? Lin Xie answered honestly, shaking his head. No, I've only practiced broadcast gymnastics and 8 treasures exercise. I haven't learned any offensive martial techniques. Lin Yuechan sighed helplessly after hearing this, shaking her head and letting out a breath. High schools nowadays really teach nothing, do they? Not even the most basic introduction to martial techniques. Well, being a blank slate like this is good, it saves me the trouble of correcting bad habits. She composed herself, her expression turning serious, and began explaining the fundamentals of martial techniques to Lin Xie. Martial techniques are the skills of utilizing one's own strength. Though there are countless variations, they all fundamentally rely on the most basic force exertion techniques. Swords, spears, staffs, and sticks may seem diverse, but in reality, they all follow the same principles. Weapons are merely extensions of your arms, enhancements of your fists. Once you master fist techniques, chopping, slashing, thrusting, and sweeping are all variations of punching. Once your footwork is refined, leaping, dodging, shifting, and turning allow you to wield weapons flexibly, and only then can your strength reach its peak. Therefore, the foundation of all martial techniques starts with fist techniques in footwork. The fist is an extension of attack, and the foot is the root of strength. Without a stable foundation, everything is just a castle in the air. Before her words had fully settled, Lin Yuechan's figure moved. Her feet lightly tapped the ground, and her entire body floated several meters away like a weightless leaf, her footwork agile yet subtly profound. Then, she sank her waist and delivered a straight punch. There was no earth-shattering momentum, nor dazzling visual effects. It was just a simple punch, yet every movement carried an indescribable sense of rhythm, as if each action had been honed through countless repetitions, perfectly mobilizing the strength of her entire body. A set of fist techniques combined with footwork flowed seamlessly, executed in one fluid motion. When she retracted her fist and stood still, the invisible sharpness in the air gradually dissipated. Did you see clearly? This is the basic fist technique and basic footwork. Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Xie and spoke slowly. These are the foundational martial techniques officially issued by the empire, and they form the basis of all martial techniques. Don't be fooled by their simplicity. In reality, they are far more important than the calisthenics you've practiced. Apart from a few long-standing noble families with secret martial techniques, 99% of the empire's martial artists first train these two foundational techniques to the proficient level before choosing subsequent martial technique styles based on their own characteristics. She continued, I'll demonstrate again. Watch carefully, then give it a try. With your aptitude, you might quickly grasp the basics. Experiencing it firsthand is, of course, 10 times better than VR and 1,000 times better than watching digital videos. Lin Xie thought to himself, Teacher Yuechan, you're really overestimating me. An hour passed quickly. Lin Yuechan watched Lin Xie's clumsy demonstration, her brows furrowing. She hadn't expected Lin Xie's performance to rank among the worst of all the students she had taught. This was completely different from her expectations. His movements were stiff, his footwork chaotic, his punches weak and powerless, and he couldn't even grasp the most basic force exertion techniques. After an hour, he should at least have the semblance of it, but Lin Xie's performance was unexpectedly disappointing. Lin Yuechan shook her head, her face showing undisguised disappointment, and said, It seems your talent for martial techniques is very poor, truly poor. You might need to seriously consider whether you should become a theoretical martial arts scholar. Perhaps that path is more suitable for you. Lin Yuechan didn't hold back or sugarcoat her words. In her view, it was better to be harsh now than to let him go astray later and waste his potential. Lin Xie scratched his head, his face showing embarrassment, and asked, Is it that bad? Bad? Lin Yuechan's tone grew even harsher. Let me tell you. That girl you saw earlier is learning an A-grade martial technique, the Crimson Blade technique, under me. In her first hour, she was already able to practice the blade technique with some semblance of form. Though still immature, her foundation is already established. Her sharp gaze fell on Lin Xie, mercilessly continuing to criticize him. And you? You're learning only the most basic fist and foot techniques. After an hour, you can't even stand properly or exert force correctly. What do you think? Lin Xie shook his head helplessly, not arguing back. In Lin Yuechan's eyes, his demeanor was an admission of his incompetence, deepening her disappointment further. However, Lin Xie was secretly muttering to himself, All right, I admit it, I'm just a little slower at getting started. Lack of talent? Just wait until I go back and unlock these two basic techniques in the system. Then we'll see how fast I progress. Seeing Lin Xie's dead pig unafraid of boiling water attitude, Lin Yuechan's frustration at his lack of ambition dissipated quite a bit. She shook her head, knowing that saying more would be pointless. Forget it, the path of martial arts depends on fate. It cannot be forced. She calmed her emotions and spoke in a businesslike manner. The boxing and footwork techniques I demonstrated today will be automatically captured and recorded by the training room's intelligence system. Within 24 hours, a personalized VR teaching video will be generated. You can pay to download it and learn by following my movements. This immersive teaching method is definitely much better than watching those outdated digital videos. She paused, a hint of pride in her tone, before becoming serious again. Of course, during my demonstration, I also incorporated my own martial arts intent. You can repeatedly watch the VR video, which will help you understand the intent of the fist and the intent of the foot. However, compared to the martial intent of martial godling Jean, my intent is like a firefly compared to the moon. Ultimately, how you choose to learn is up to you. Martial godling Jean? What does that mean? Lin Xie asked, his face full of confusion. Lin Yuechan froze for a moment, seeing his puzzled yet curious expression, and realized she had once again mistaken him for one of those aristocratic children. She quickly explained, the official teaching videos for basic boxing techniques and basic footwork techniques come from the main star of the Taurus constellation and were personally demonstrated and recorded by one of the pioneers, Martial Godling Jean. This is common knowledge among most martial arts families. The pioneer of Taurus? Martial Godling Jean? Lin Xie's eyes widened instantly, his heart surging with waves of shock. The pioneer of Taurus. That's on a completely different level compared to the pioneers of the 0755 star system. If the pioneers of the 0755 star system were brave territory, expanders who conquered surrounding star regions using advanced starships and mature techniques after the Galactic Empire had already established a stable domain in Taurus, then the first pioneers of Taurus were founders who, when the Empire faced the completely unknown Taurus star region and hadn't even confirmed the main star, relied on their raw flesh and blood and primitive ships to carve out a bloody path for the Empire and lay the foundation of the main star. They were the true legends, the most glorious names etched in Taurus's history. And the martial god was a legend among legends. It can be said that it was precisely because of these first pioneers that later pioneers of various star systems, like the 0755 star system, could exist. Seeing the undisguised shock and yearning in Lin Xie's eyes, Lin Yuechan continued, that video was recorded using the oldest technology, with rough visuals, far less immersive than today's popular VR holographic tutorials. For ordinary people, VR might be better, but for a genius like you with exceptional comprehension, observing the official original version might allow you to sense the vast martial intent of the martial god. Horror. Voice unconsciously carried a trace of reverence. When martial godling Jean demonstrated his techniques in the video, they contained his martial god-level martial intent. Even though it's the oldest recorded footage, that intent hasn't completely dissipated. If you can grasp even a trace of it, it will have immeasurable benefits for your future martial arts journey. Currently, the top-ranked student in the martial artist grade at our Galactic Martial Arts University has integrated a trace of the martial god's intent into their own martial intent, making them invincible among their peers. After saying all this, Lin Yuechan saw Lin Xie's half-understanding expression and couldn't help but laugh at herself. What was she even doing, seeing his uncoordinated movements earlier? He couldn't even grasp the most basic form, let alone comprehend the elusive martial will. Giving him hope might only make him aim too high and fall harder. Of course, Lin Yuechan shifted the topic, her gaze returning to Lin Xie. The set of punches I demonstrated earlier also carried my martial intent. Compared to martial godling Jean, it's like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon, insignificant. But precisely because of this, my martial intent is easier for beginners like you to perceive and understand. As for those so-called learn basic boxing in 1 day or master explosive punch in 3 days programs on the market, they're all gimmicks with no practical value, just tricks to lure clicks and registrations. Seeing his contemplative expression, Lin Yuechan couldn't help but offer a kind reminder. My personal suggestion is that you start with my VR teaching videos. They're more suitable for your current stage. Alright, thank you, teacher. Lin Xie nodded solemnly. As he walked out of the training room, the cool night breeze on his face cleared his muddled thoughts. Standing in the corridor, he reflected on the past hour's experience and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He had spent 10,000 credit points, and it seemed he'd learned nothing? If he'd known earlier that it was just about teaching basic boxing and basic footwork, he wouldn't have wasted the money. However, as Lin Xie reconsidered, his frustration dissipated. Without Lin Yuechan's words, he wouldn't have gained so much information. Information is the most valuable thing. From this perspective, the 10,000 credit points were well spent. Returning to his dorm on the 298th floor, the warm light dispelled the chill of the night. Mushi hadn't gone to bed yet and was sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Seeing Lin Xie return, she immediately approached him and asked, with concern, "Honey, how did it go? Did you choose your martial technique?" Lin Xie changed his shoes, sat beside her, and recounted the content of tonight's lesson in detail. When Mushi heard that Lin Yuechan had taught basic boxing and basic footwork, a surprised expression appeared on her delicate face. "So even Galaxy Martial Arts University is like this," she said in astonishment. "I always thought only third-rate martial arts universities would have students master basic boxing and basic footwork first before choosing advanced styles based on individual circumstances. I didn't expect even a top-tier martial arts school like Galaxy Martial Arts University to follow the same approach." Lin Xie nodded and then told Mushi about martial god Lingzhan and the concept of martial will. However, Mushi simply shook her head lightly after hearing it, her eyes showing a hint of understanding. "Our teachers never mentioned this," she said softly. "We only use the VR teaching videos recorded by our teachers. Maybe the teachers think that, given our aptitude, even if they explained it, it wouldn't make a difference. Or perhaps our teachers haven't comprehended that martial intent themselves." 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the dormitory living room, Lin Xie repeatedly replayed Lin Yuechan's VR teaching videos. Every movement, every detail of exertion, was dissected, analyzed, and imitated by him. During these 5 days, he barely slept, pouring all his energy into mastering these 2 basic martial techniques. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to move. No longer stiff and clumsy as before, his steps, though still awkward, showed a hint of structure. His punches, though still soft, had found the feeling of exertion. When he stumbled through the complete set of basic boxing and basic footwork, he immediately calmed his mind and looked at the system panel. Technique: basic boxing, locked; basic footwork, locked. He had made it to the entry level. A look of uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. Finally, Lin Xie let out a long sigh of relief, his entire body relaxing. However, this mental relaxation caused the exhaustion accumulated over 5 days to surge like a tidal wave. His head felt swollen, as if stuffed with a tangled mess, heavy and groggy. Instinctively, he began circulating the primordial unity technique, and a pure energy flowed through his body, slightly dispelling his physical fatigue. Yet, the deep-seated drowsiness from his spirit remained entirely unaffected. "I can't go on." He felt his eyelids as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Staggering toward the bedroom, he practically collapsed onto the bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep, even letting out faint snores. Mushi quietly emerged, gazing at his sleeping face with eyes full of tenderness and heartache. She gently covered Lin Xie with a thin blanket, then sat by the bedside, softly extending her hand to caress her still flat belly. "Daddy is working so hard. I guess he's setting a good example for our baby. Isn't he?" It was unclear how much time had passed when Lin Xie slowly woke up. The sky outside the window was already bright again. He leapt out of bed without hesitation, his first instinct to calm his mind and open the system panel. Techniques: basic fist technique, locked; basic footwork, locked. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. System: use permission points to unlock basic fist technique and basic footwork. Ding! Consumed 1 permission point. Basic fist technique has been unlocked. Ding! Consumed 1 permission point. Basic footwork has been unlocked. As the system notification sounded, Lin Xie felt a sudden roar in his mind, as if 2 tightly shut doors had been flung open. All the force techniques, footwork variations, and key moves of the basic fist technique and basic footwork instantly became clear, imprinted in his mind like innate instincts. Basic fist technique, level 1, 0/10, basic footwork, level 1, 0/10. Looking at the clear progress bars on the system panel, Lin Xie's heart surged with joy. As expected, just like the broadcast gymnastics from before, as the most fundamental techniques, leveling up from level 1 to level 2 only required 10 progress points. Level 10 was the maximum perfection. "I'm just getting started. Trying to comprehend martial intent now would probably be the same as before, getting nothing. I might as well focus on leveling up the basic martial techniques first." 5 days ago, when Lin Xie began Practicing the basic fist technique, he first observed an ancient martial god video. However, after 2 days, he was left dizzy and completely unenlightened. He realized that if he kept staring at that blurry digital video, he had no idea when he might grasp the basics. A month? 2 months? He couldn't afford to waste that much time. Under such circumstances, he decisively changed direction and switched to watching Lin Yuechan's VR teaching videos. While watching Lin Yuechan's VR videos, he still couldn't sense the martial intent she mentioned. But he had to admit, her VR videos were far more detailed than the ancient digital ones. Every movement in detail was crystal clear, making learning 100 times easier. It was under these conditions that Lin Xie managed to master the basics of the basic fist technique and basic footwork over the next 3 days and nights. Thinking of this, Lin Xie couldn't wait to leap out of bed. He moved to the center of the living room and assumed a stance. Begin. He started practicing the basic fist technique. From this moment on, he no longer worried about whether his movements were correct or obsessed over the details of his force application. He only needed to complete a full set of the technique. That was his training goal. His movements were so fast they almost left after images, the sound of his punches cutting through the air. One set. Another set, basic fist technique, level 1, 1/10, basic fist technique, level 1, 2/10. Just an hour later, when he completed the 10th round of the technique, the familiar system notification sounded. Ding! Basic fist technique level up. Current level, level 2, 0/20. At that moment, it felt as if a thunderous boom echoed in Lin Xie's mind. It was as though a miniature version of himself appeared in his mental world, practicing the basic fist technique over and over again. Every movement of the little figure was impeccably precise, and every exertion of force was perfectly executed. His understanding of the basic fist technique instantly deepened tenfold, compared to before. So this is how you exert force. This move, so it can be connected like this. Countless previously unclear details suddenly became crystal clear. A bright smile appeared on Lin Xie's face. He sped up his practice once again, his entire being transforming into a tireless whirlwind, continuously performing the technique in the living room. Completing one set counted as one repetition. It was that simple, direct, and effective. Bai Mushi sat quietly to the side, watching him with gentle eyes. She could never quite figure out how her husband had managed to cultivate himself into his current state. From a complete novice who couldn't even be considered a martial artist, he had become one in just a month. Just a few days ago, his movements were still so clumsy that he couldn't even hold a basic stance. But now, although his fist technique still seemed somewhat chaotic, it felt entirely different from yesterday, as if he had become a new person. Even though his speed was absurdly fast, making it look like he was flailing randomly, Bai Mushi had a faint sense that her husband had indeed made significant progress in his technique compared to an hour ago. That intangible sense of rhythm and coordination of power, though still faint, was becoming visibly smoother and more natural. Could this be the mark of a genius? Progressing even through random practice? After spending so much time around Lin Xie, Bai Mushi felt as though her worldview was on the verge of being overturned. She recalled her own struggles in school, spending days practicing a single force exertion technique without ever mastering it. Then she looked at the man in front of her, who seemed to be cheating at life. Bai Mushi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sometimes, you really can't compare yourself to a genius, or it will only lead to frustration. 5 hours later. Ding! Basic fist technique level up. Current level. Level 4, 0/40. With each level up, Lin Xie could clearly feel the subtle yet profound changes in his body. His muscles became tougher, his tendons and bones more compact, and the transmission of power with each punch became smoother and more efficient. He immediately checked the system panel, and sure enough, his physical and mental stats had significantly improved. Host, Lin Xie genetic potential, 13.4% physical strength, 127 plus mental strength, 127 plus spiritual energy, 114 plus techniques, 128th set of radio calisthenics level 10, max, 8 treasures technique level 5, 5/100, primordial. Unity technique level 5, 0/500, basic fist technique level 4, 0/40, basic footwork, 0/10, partner, Bai Mushi, affection level 85, offspring, 5. In gestation, even his genetic potential had increased. In his understanding, techniques were meant to enhance genetic potential, while martial Skills were merely methods of utilizing power. But now it seemed that things were not so simple. Martial skills, in turn, could deeply transform and optimize a martial artist's body, adjusting every muscle and tendon to the most suitable state for exerting force, thereby unlocking hidden potential buried deep within. At the same time, the little figure in his mind was now performing a completely different version of the fist technique. Every move was steady and powerful, faintly carrying a sharp force in the punches, no longer the soft and feeble form from the beginning. Whoosh, he finished his practice and stood still, a strong sense of weakness and hunger instantly overwhelming him, more intense than ever before. So hungry. He quickly rushed to the dining table, where Bai Mushi had already prepared a fragrant roasted whole lamb. Lin Xie picked up a knife and fork and started eating swiftly. However, after finishing the entire roasted lamb, he found that the hunger had only slightly subsided, and his stomach still felt empty. He remembered the bottle of nutrient solution the butcher had given him earlier, took it out, and drank it down without hesitation. A surge of pure energy spread through his stomach, but to his body, which now seemed like a black hole, it was akin to a drizzle falling into a dried-up lake, only causing a faint ripple before disappearing completely. Honey, this. Bai Mushi looked at his still unsatisfied expression and said worriedly, should we just buy more nutrient solutions? If you keep going like this, your body won't be able to take it. Lin Xie shook his head, held her hand, and comforted her. It's okay, dear. I feel fine. It's not yet at the point where I absolutely need nutrient solutions. Feeling his physical state, he pondered. One lamb isn't enough, so let's add a cow. After all, the energy consumption from boxing is much greater than practicing inner strength. It requires more energy replenishment. Lin Xie and Bai Mushi had just stepped out of their apartment, ready to head to the market for supplies. Coincidentally, the door of the neighboring unit opened almost simultaneously with a swish. A chubby figure emerged from inside. He looked about the same age as Lin Xie, with a plump build and a kind smile on his face, though his small eyes carried a hint of shrewdness. He glanced at Lin Xie and then turned his gaze to the gentle and lovely Bai Mushi beside him, his eyes revealing undisguised envy as he gave Lin Xie a thumbs up. Bro, impressive. You must have some serious connections to bring a maid in here. Lin Xie and Bai Mushi were instantly stunned. Maid? Lin Xie looked down at the gentle and considerate Bai Mushi beside him, who took care of everything for him, and then thought about the whole cows and lambs she prepared for him every day. For a moment, he actually felt that this guy's words might have a tiny bit of truth to them. Of course, this thought only flashed through his mind. He looked at the enthusiastic chubby man with a mix of amusement and helplessness, unsure how to respond. Bai Mushi's face instantly turned red to the tips of her ears, so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She reflexively hid behind Lin Xie, lightly tugging at his sleeve. She's my wife. Lin Xie cleared his throat and corrected. What? The chubby man's smile froze instantly, his eyes widened, and his mouth opened as if he could fit an egg inside. He looked Lin Xie and Bai Mushi up and down, his expression quickly shifting from envy to shock, fear, and a complex mix of awe. Wife? In a place like the 298th floor, most people were newcomers, and even the seniors were generally on the 200th floor. Getting married at such a young age, aside from political marriages among major families, he couldn't think of any other possibility. So it wasn't about connections. It was about connections so strong they were unimaginable. Could this guy be the heir of some hidden wealthy family, here to experience life at school? Thinking of this, the chubby man's expression underwent a dramatic change, his previous enthusiasm instantly turning into humility. With a face full of apology, he said, so she's your wife. My apologies. I failed to recognize greatness. Please don't hold it against me, ma'am. Then, with a big smile, he turned to Lin Xie, enthusiastically extending his hand. Hello, boss. My name is Qian Kuan. Please take care of me in the future. If you need any help, just let me know. Looking at Qian Kuan, whose attitude had shifted so quickly, Lin Xie was even more baffled. Lin Xie shook hands with him. Hello, I'm Lin Xie. Qian Kuan immediately pulled out his personal terminal and eagerly handed over his electronic business card. Brother Lin, let's add each other as friends and stay in touch. Lin Xie added him as a friend, and the three of them headed toward the elevator together. Qian Kuan walked while enthusiastically introducing himself. Brother Lin, my family runs the Jian Bailey Nutritional Liquid business, and we're the provincial distributor for Tianmen. If you or your wife ever need nutritional liquid, just let me know, I'll give it to you at cost price. I'm not looking to make money, I just want to be friends with you, Brother Lin. I'll be counting on you at school in the future. At that moment, a figure emerged from the elevator. It was a tall girl dressed in a black, form-fitting combat suit. Her short hair was neat, her face stern, and she exuded an unapproachable coldness. When she saw Lin Xie, Bai Muxi, and Qian Kuan heading toward the elevator, her brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of undisguised disdain flashed in her eyes. She said nothing, walking past them without so much as a glance. Qian Kuan turned to look at the girl's retreating figure and sneered. That's the girl from next door, a local from Terra. You know her? Lin Xie asked curiously. They had just moved in, yet this chubby guy already seemed to know all about their neighbor. Qian Kuan snorted, his tone tinged with contempt. These locals from Terra all think they're better than everyone else. They look down on us outsiders. Did you see the way she looked at us just now? Like we were trash, as if she couldn't wait for us to get away so we wouldn't dirty her space. Lin Xie smiled faintly at his words but didn't comment further. He was no stranger to this kind of regional discrimination. It seemed to exist in every world and every era, unavoidable. Seeing Lin Xie's indifference, Qian Kuan couldn't stop himself from continuing, snorting again as he said, so what if she's a local from Terra? She still has to live next door to us. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Qian Kuan quickly added, but, Brother Lin, you're definitely different. With your status, living on the 298th floor, you must be here incognito, experiencing life. Lin Xie couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head, too lazy to explain. The three of them exited the elevator, and Qian Kuan enthusiastically bid them farewell. Brother Lin, sister-in-law, I'm off to the training hall. See you later. As they watched Qian Kuan's departing figure, Bai Muxi whispered to Lin Xie, honey, isn't this Qian Kuan a bit too enthusiastic? Lin Xie nodded and replied softly, this Qian Kuan might really come from a wealthy family. He's sharp and definitely not as simple as he seems. He's probably just in the habit of gathering information and building connections. He paused, then added, in any case, as long as he doesn't have bad intentions toward us, it's fine. Meanwhile, walking alone, Qian Kuan's mind was racing. This Lin Xie. What a strange person. Lin Xie, the surname Lin. That's a big family name. Which city's Lin family could he belong to? And so young, yet already married. Logically, only top-tier aristocratic families would engage in political marriages for the sake of benefits. For people from other social classes, getting married at this prime cultivation age would be a huge loss. It's a choice no one would make. But from Lin Xie and Bai Muxi, he couldn't detect any of the aura of aristocratic heirs. Instead, they seemed more like ordinary people? Could it be that they were deliberately hiding their identities, being so low-key that he couldn't see through them? Qian Kuan shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Born into a wealthy family, he had grown up hearing his father's teachings and had long committed them to heart. Never easily offend anyone you can't figure out. His family's motto was simple, make more friends, fewer enemies. Getting acquainted first never hurt anyone. Before long, Lin Xie and Bai Muxi returned to the student dormitory building, dragging 3 processed mutant cattle and sheep. As they entered the lobby, an elevator door was just sliding open, about to close. Hurry! Lin Xie quickened his pace, dragging the heavy ingredients as he rushed forward. After all, the elevators here required a wait if you missed one, so catching it now would save time. Moreover, he noticed that there was only one girl standing in front of the elevator doors. The elevator stopped on the first floor, and as the doors opened, the girl stepped in first. She turned her head, her cold gaze meeting Lin Xie's eyes. It was Su Qingying. Su Qingying was momentarily stunned when she saw Lin Xie and Bai Muxi enter. Once they stepped in, the elevator doors slowly closed and began to ascend silently. Lin Xie pressed the button for the 298th floor. Su Qingying glanced at the illuminated number before withdrawing her gaze, resuming her icy, silent demeanor, as if she were the only person in the elevator. Yet, inwardly, she couldn't help but think to herself, 298th floor, so weak, and still a married couple, why not focus on cultivation? Truly useless. The elevator ascended rapidly in the silence, the atmosphere slightly awkward. Soon, the elevator stopped on the 275th floor. Without a word, Su Qingying stepped out, never looking at them again. Once the doors closed again, Bai Mushi let out a small sigh of relief and whispered to Lin Chia, "Hubby, that girl just now, wasn't she Su Qingying from the genius class at Haicheng number 1 high school?" Lin Chia looked at her with some surprise. "You know her too?" Bai Mushi nodded and explained softly, "Mu Jie told me about her. She's their school's iceberg goddess." Hearing this, Lin Chia merely smiled. Iceberg goddess? What did that have to do with him? He could clearly sense that Bai Mushi seemed a little uneasy and jealous. Lin Chia couldn't quite understand a woman's thoughts, but he knew what to do. He extended his arm, pulling Bai Mushi into his embrace, and leaned down to whisper softly in her ear, "What iceberg goddess? In my eyes, they're just characters destined to be trampled underfoot in the future. My goddess has always been, and will always be, only one person." Bai Mushi's cheeks instantly flushed red, her heart pounding like a startled deer. Yet she still feigned ignorance and mumbled softly, who is that?" Lin Chia didn't answer. Instead, he held her tighter and lowered his head, capturing her soft lips in a kiss. The elevator continued its smooth ascent, and in the enclosed space, the atmosphere quickly grew intimate. Ding! The elevator stopped on the 298th floor, and the doors slowly opened. Even after stepping out of the elevator, Bai Mushi's legs felt weak, her cheeks so red they seemed ready to drip blood. She glared at Lin Chia in embarrassment and muttered almost inaudibly, "There are cameras in the elevator." Back in their room, while waiting for Bai Mushi to cook, Lin Chia didn't idle. Before his physical energy was fully replenished, he decided to pause his high-intensity martial arts training. At this moment, he recalled what Lin Yuechan had mentioned about the will of martial arts. Currently, he had already advanced the basic fist technique to level 4, significantly deepening his understanding of this martial skill. With a thought, he reopened the ancient martial god video, curious to see if his current level of cultivation would allow him to gain new insights. On the screen, the figure of martial god Ling Zhan appeared once more. The same blurry footage, the same unadorned fist techniques. Lin Chia focused intently on the screen, immersing himself completely. However, an hour later, the sizzling aroma of roasted beef wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by Bai Mushi's voice, "Hubby, dinner's ready." Lin Chia shook his groggy head and let out a long sigh. His mind was blank, he had gained nothing. He muttered to himself, could it be that level 4 in the basic fist technique is still too low? Maybe I should wait until I max it out at level 10? Or perhaps the level of the basic footwork hasn't kept up, and the lack of harmony between fist and foot is preventing me from comprehending it? He pondered silently. In any case, at his current training pace, maxing out these two foundational martial skills to level 10 wouldn't take too long. First, level up and then talk. Thinking of this, Lin Chia no longer hesitated, turned off the martial god video, and walked to the dining table. Fill his stomach first, then continue working hard. After finishing the whole roasted cow, Lin Chia finally felt his hunger disappear, and his body was once again brimming with energy. Without delay, he immediately threw himself into a new round of training. This time, he alternated between practicing the basic fist technique and the basic footwork. In the living room, his figure sometimes resembled a tiger descending the mountain, with fists roaring through the air. Other times, he moved like a cat hunting a mouse, his footwork light and agile. Although he was still grinding through the progress bar, as his level increased, his movements gradually became more coordinated and fluid, no longer as clumsy as they were at the beginning. Time flew by as he focused on his training. Seeing Lin Chia working so hard, Bai Mushi also began practicing the 8 treasures technique, wondering when she would be able to break through the 10% threshold of her genetic potential. 5 days later. Ding! Basic fist technique level up. Current level, level 10, max. Ding! Basic footwork level up. Current level, level 10, max. When the final system notification echoed in his mind, Lin Chia abruptly retracted his fists and stood still. A series of crackling sounds erupted from his bones, and an unprecedented sense of immense power surged through his entire body. He could clearly feel that his body had undergone a tremendous transformation in just a few days. Host, Lin Chia, genetic potential, 14.9%, physical strength, 140+, mental strength, 140+, spiritual energy, 120+. Techniques, 128th set of broadcast gymnastics level 10, max, 8 treasures technique level 5, 5/100, primordial unity technique level 5, 0/500, basic fist technique level 10, max, basic footwork level 10, max. His genetic potential had skyrocketed to 14.9%. Both his physical and mental strength had surpassed the 140-point threshold. Such a rate of improvement was simply astonishing. He slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind, the miniature figure identical to him began practicing the fist and foot techniques once again. This time, the figure's movements were flawless. Every punch contained the purest force technique. Every step followed the most profound rhythm. The fists and footwork merged perfectly, no longer distinguishable from one another. So this is the realm of perfection? Lin Xie murmured to himself. Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes again, and his entire demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. If he had been an unpolished jade before, now the jade had been refined to reveal its sharp edges. He did not immediately test his strength but instead reopened the teaching video of Martial God Ling Zhan. This time, when the figure of Martial God Ling Zhan appeared on the screen, the world in Lin Xie's eyes was entirely different. It was no longer a simple, blurry image, no longer a set of repetitive movements. With two foundational martial techniques perfected, he could finally begin to grasp the essence of the form demonstrated by the martial god. More importantly, he faintly sensed that behind each seemingly ordinary movement lay an unfathomable, vast intent as boundless as the starry sea. That feeling was indescribable. It was as if a child of the plains, who had never seen a mountain, stood on a plateau for the first time. Through layers of mist, he caught a distant glimpse of the outline of a colossal mountain shrouded in fog. He knew it was a mountain real, majestic, and awe-inspiring. He could feel the invisible pressure it exuded and could imagine its towering presence piercing the clouds and overlooking the earth. But he was far too distant from that mountain. Forget about climbing to the summit to see all the smaller peaks, even reaching the mountain's base seemed an unattainable goal. The path leading to the foot of the mountain was veiled in thick mist, leaving him utterly lost, unsure of where to take the first step. He stared intently at the video, immersing his spirit, will, and perception completely within it. Like a greedy sponge, he tried to capture even the faintest ripple from the vast ocean of meaning. He strove to imitate not just the form of the movements, but to feel the intangible intent behind them. He imagined himself as the martial god in the video, envisioning every punch and kick of his carrying an overwhelming force. However, this attempt brought immense mental exhaustion. The martial will was too immense, too pure, far beyond his capacity to bear. His mental strength was like a small teacup trying to contain an entire ocean. Each attempt made him feel as if his mental world was violently shaking, on the verge of being overwhelmed and crushed by that vast will. Time passed unnoticed. 10 minutes later, Lin Xie suddenly shuddered, as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale instantly, and cold sweat covered his forehead. Frowning, he forcibly pulled himself out of his near-collapse state. His head felt like it was splitting apart, buzzing incessantly, and even his vision doubled. These were signs of mental exhaustion. He immediately sat cross-legged and activated the primordial unity technique. Pure spiritual energy began to flow gently, nourishing his fatigued mind, and the tearing pain gradually subsided. No, it's not working at all. Lin Xie shook his head with a bitter smile. He quickly calmed himself and checked the system. Sure enough, at the bottom of the technique list, a new entry had appeared. Martial will? Uninitiated, looking at this line, Lin Xie was not discouraged in the slightest. Instead, his eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Although the name was a string of question marks, the fact that the system had listed it meant that this path truly existed and could be pursued. However, with his current level, attempting to directly comprehend the martial will of a martial god was nothing short of a pipe dream. The mountain of the martial god is too high. So high that I can't even see its base. For now, it's impossible to climb. Lin Xie muttered to himself, a trace of clarity flashing in his eyes. Then, why not try a smaller hill first? In his mind, the image of a cold and upright figure in a black combat suit appeared. Lin Yuechan. Although Lin Yuechan herself had said that her martial intent was worlds apart from that of a martial god, it was precisely because of this that it was easier to perceive, understand, and grasp. The martial will of a transcendent martial artist, no matter how weak, was still genuine martial will. It had already transcended the constraints of form and stepped into the realm of intent. For him, the towering mountain of the martial god was too distant and illusory. But Lin Yuechan, this small hill, though not tall, was a tangible and reachable first step he could hope to climb. With this thought, Lin Xie hesitated no longer. Without delay, he opened Lin Yuechan's VR video. The screen went black, and when it lit up again, the cozy dormitory had transformed into the familiar room 2202 of the number 10 teaching building. In the vivid and lifelike projection, Lin Yuechan stood quietly at the center of the training ground. As the video played, she began to move. This time, in Lin Qiye's eyes, her every move became clearer than ever before. With his mastery of 2 perfected basic martial techniques, he could easily discern the forced trajectories of her every action and uncover the core secrets behind her every step. More importantly, he could distinctly feel that every punch Lin Yuechan threw carried a scorching and fierce aura, as if it could ignite the surrounding air in an instant. It was an intent filled with aggression, explosiveness, and destructiveness. Although this intent lacked the vastness and all-encompassing grandeur of the martial god's aura, it was more condensed, direct, and within reach. If the will of the martial god is an unfathomable universe, then Lin Yuechan's will is a volcano on the verge of eruption. The universe inspires awe and confusion, while the volcano allows one to directly feel its heat and fury. Lin Qiye cautiously extended his spiritual power. This time, there was no sense of being crushed or overwhelmed. His spiritual power, like a probe, touched that scorching will. Boom! A torrent of blazing, explosive information surged into his mind. He seemed to see a raging fire suddenly erupting in the endless darkness, destroying all obstacles before it with unparalleled speed. Fast, precise, ruthless, explosive, fierce. This was the core of Lin Yuechan's martial will. Lin Qiye greedily absorbed this information, and his spiritual world seemed to ignite with this will, becoming fiery and passionate. The figure practicing martial arts in his mind unconsciously changed its movements. No longer the previous balanced and harmonious stance, it now carried a hint of fiery dominance, a touch of wild flames spreading rapidly. 1 hour later, Lin Qiye exited VR mode, his face flushed and drenched in sweat, his eyes shining with uncontrollable excitement. This time, although he had consumed a large amount of spiritual power, the feeling was entirely different. It wasn't the passive exhaustion of enduring, but the exhilarating satisfaction of actively attacking. He immediately checked the system. Martial will blazing fury, uninitiated, success. Lin Qiye stared at the clear text, not feeling the slightest disappointment, but instead showing a radiant smile. Martial will blazing fury, uninitiated, was much clearer than the previous martial will? Uninitiated. One was completely unknown, while the other had a clear and defined direction. This also indirectly proved that the path he chose was correct. Starting with Lin Yuechan offered a greater opportunity. Initiate. Lin Qiye's eyes burned with intense determination. A bolder, more thrilling idea emerged uncontrollably. In his mind, could it be? Lin Yuechan's martial will blazing fury had a lower initial level and was far inferior to the martial god's martial will in its current state. But as long as he could successfully initiate, as long as the system panel displayed the familiar progress bar, he could then upgrade this martial will level just like cultivating other techniques. If he could elevate this martial will blazing fury to level 10, reaching the perfect realm, would the perfected martial will still be the original Firefly? Would it transform into the dazzling bright moon of martial god level? This thought, once it emerged, was like a star igniting, instantly illuminating his spiritual world and making his blood boil. If this speculation were true, it would mean he had found a shortcut to the pinnacle of martial arts. He could bypass the towering, unreachable mountain of the martial god and start climbing from the accessible hill before him. Ultimately, he could still reach the supreme peak above the clouds. Grind. Lin Qiye clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with unprecedented fire. He no longer hesitated or wavered. No matter what, the previous 2 permission points had already been used to unlock basic fist techniques and basic footwork. Now, his permission points were depleted. This meant that even if he could cultivate martial will blazing fury to the initiated realm, he couldn't immediately unlock the progress bar mode. So, the most important thing now was to make another trip to the Reproductive Management Center. When Lin Qiye mentioned going to the Reproductive Management Center, Bai Mushi's cheeks instantly turned red. She shyly held Lin Qiye's hand and softly urged, "Husband, this money, let's not earn it, okay? I heard that genetic information of martial artists is very important and even needs to be kept confidential. I'm afraid that if it gets out, it might be exploited by those with ill intentions." Lin Qiye pondered for a moment and reassured her, "Official institutions shouldn't have such issues, right? In truth, every action carries risks. At least for now, the benefits of this matter far outweigh the risks. He understood clearly that without the efficient matchmaking facilitated by the Reproductive Management Center, unlocking cultivation techniques, and progressing his progress bar, he wouldn't have achieved his current strength in such a short time. However, Bai Mushi was unaware of his calculations. She merely thought Lin Xie was still chasing after the meager reproductive subsidies, or perhaps, he simply couldn't hold back anymore. Thinking of this, her cheeks turned even redder, and her voice became as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Husband, I'm almost 5 months along. The doctor said, it's okay to be intimate now. As she spoke, she began pulling Lin Xie toward the bedroom. Ah, no, that's not it. Lin Xie quickly stopped her, feeling both amused and helpless. He could only come up with the most reliable excuse, the baby is important. I'm really afraid of hurting the baby. Seeing Bai Mushi's slightly furrowed brows, and the fleeting disappointment in her eyes, Lin Xie's heart softened, and he felt a pang of guilt. He knew that his repeated visits to the Reproductive Management Center for the sake of the many children, many blessings system would eventually be discovered by Bai Mushi. As his strength continued to grow, he would inevitably attract more attention in the future. This matter would sooner or later become an unavoidable topic. Instead of hiding it, it was better to express it in a different way. Lin Xie sat down beside Bai Mushi, gently pulled her into his arms, and looked into her eyes seriously. In a half-joking, half-serious tone, he said, Wife, honestly, I just want to have children, lots of them. Ideally, I want my bloodline to spread across the entire galaxy. Bai Mushi was momentarily stunned upon hearing Lin Xie's bold declaration. She looked up and carefully studied his earnest face, recalling the scene of their first meeting. It seemed, he had said something similar back then. At the time, she had dismissed it as the unrealistic fantasy of a young man and quickly forgotten about it. But now, hearing the same words from this man whose strength was growing at an astonishing rate felt completely different. Could it be, he wanted to turn that youthful fantasy into reality? Bai Mushi's cheeks involuntarily flushed red again. All right, you can go. Bai Mushi finally let go of his hand and said softly. Lin Xie gently kissed her forehead and said tenderly, wait for me to come back. Then he turned and left. Hearing the soft click of the door closing, Bai Mushi slowly walked to the sofa and sat down, raising her hand to touch her still warm cheeks. Just now, her heart had been filled with conflicting emotions. She even had a wild and terrifying thought flash through her mind: should she take the initiative to suggest that Lin Xie find another woman? The words almost escaped her lips. The Empire's marriage laws were designed to regulate ordinary men and women, ensuring population stability. But for martial artists, especially a prodigious talent like Lin Xie with limitless potential, the legal constraints were almost non-existent. Martial artists enjoyed special privileges. They could have multiple partners and even establish vast family networks, all for the Empire's prosperity and the continuation of martial traditions. Lin Xie was already a martial artist, and his future as a genius ensured that his path would only grow broader and freer. The strong possess everything, this is an eternal truth. When Bai Mushi agreed to marry Lin Xie, aside from practical considerations, a part of her deep down had entertained similar thoughts. She thought that as long as she completed the task of childbirth and successfully advanced to become a martial artist, she could escape the constraints of the marriage law and embrace a broader world. But fate played tricks on her. In the end, the one who could easily break free from the bonds of marriage was not Bai Mushi, but Lin Xie. Thinking of this, Bai Mushi cursed herself harshly in her heart. Bai Mushi, you're so foolish. You even thought about actively encouraging him to find another woman? Women of this era aren't as magnanimous as you. Yet reason told her that as the gap in strength between her and Lin Xie widened, this kind of situation might eventually have to be faced. If she took the initiative and behaved more virtuous, showing her dignity, wouldn't that be better than someday having Lin Xie grant her dignity himself? During this period of interaction, Bai Mushi felt that Lin Xie wasn't a cold and heartless man. If she could actively consider his needs, perhaps he might like her a little more in his heart. Thinking of this, Bai Mushi sighed softly again, leaned against the sofa, her gaze somewhat lost. Bai Mushi, when did you become a woman who needs to depend on a man and guess his thoughts? She once thought she would be like the heroine in novels, relying on her efforts to become a respected female martial artist, firmly taking control of her own destiny. But reality was that she had become the woman standing behind a genius, silently gazing at his back. The brighter his brilliance, the more it highlighted her ordinariness. This feeling made her both proud and indescribably disappointed. She shook her head, trying to cast aside her chaotic thoughts. What's the use of thinking about all this? For now, all she could do was take good care of him, look after the child in her belly, and train hard, trying not to fall too far behind him. As for the future, let the future take care of itself. Imushi stood up, took a deep breath, and walked back into the kitchen. No matter what, when he returned, she had to make sure he had a hot meal to eat. On the other side, Lin Chiye once again arrived at the birth management center with practiced ease. It was still the same overly enthusiastic intermediaries, the same familiar official procedures. Not long after, Lin Chiye walked out feeling refreshed, ready to leave. At that moment, a tall staff member with an outstanding temperament, dressed in a gray professional suit, quickly approached him, wearing a professional and respectful smile. Mr. Lin, hello. Hello, Lin Chiye nodded. Here's the thing, Mr. Lin, the staff member said with a smile. In light of your enthusiastic support for the Empire's birth initiatives, we sincerely invite you to attend the charity gala for reproductive welfare, which will be held the night after tomorrow at the Galaxy building in Terra City. Would you be interested? Charity gala for reproductive welfare? Lin Chiye asked, a trace of doubt appearing on his face. The staff member nodded and explained, yes. Martial artists who have made 2 or more donations in the past quarter will receive our invitation. This is both a token of gratitude for your contributions and a high-end networking platform. After hearing this, Lin Chiye immediately lost interest. A charity gala? It sounded grand, but what did it have to do with him? With that time, he'd rather go back to the dormitory and practice his techniques a few more times. The staff member noticed Lin Chiye's lack of interest but didn't give up. She continued to introduce the event in a businesslike manner, as it was her job. This gala's theme is Empire Bloodline Revival Charity, and its format is somewhat unique. During the event, some families or individuals urgently needing bloodline optimization will openly bid for high-quality martial artist reproductive materials. Of course, aside from direct genetic material needs, the gala will also feature and auction rare dual cultivation techniques and precious materials that help enhance the potential of offspring. Lin Chiye's originally lazy gaze instantly sharpened. Upon hearing those words, a family or individual urgently needing to optimize their bloodline? Doesn't that imply that the parties seeking genetic material must also be of high quality? A strong alliance would naturally give their children a higher starting point. This perfectly aligns with his more children, more blessings plan, and the dual cultivation method. This was something Lin Chiye had always wanted to understand but never had the opportunity to explore. These 2 aspects happened to touch on the matters he cared about most. Can anyone attend this gala? Lin Chiye immediately asked. The staff member, seeing his newfound interest, smiled and quickly replied, due to the special nature of the gala, to ensure privacy and security, we only invite eligible donors and representatives of specific families. Alright, I'll attend, Lin Chiye agreed without hesitation. Understood, Mr. Lin. The staff member swiftly operated the terminal, and soon, a beautifully designed electronic invitation shimmering with a faint golden glow was sent to Lin Chiye's personal terminal. Here is your invitation. The gala will take place at 7 p.m. the day after tomorrow, in the banquet hall on the top floor of the Galaxy building. We look forward to your presence. Lin Chiye stored the invitation and left the Fertility Management Center. His mood was entirely different from when he arrived. Initially, he had come for a routine task to earn permission points, but unexpectedly, he had gained an unexpected reward. This fertility charity gala was practically a gift from the heavens. On his way back to the dormitory, the long-awaited system notification sounded in his mind as expected. Ding! Host's genetic material has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward obtained, randomly unlocked cultivation method permission. No cultivation methods remain locked. 1. Permission point awarded. 2 more successes. 2 permission points in hand. Lin Chiye was ecstatic and couldn't wait to begin his martial will initiation plan. He couldn't even wait until he returned to the dormitory. On the suspended railcar back to school, he directly opened VR and fully immersed himself in Lin Yuechan's teaching videos. Before his eyes, light and shadow shifted, and the noisy carriage instantly disappeared, replaced by the familiar 2202 training room. Lin Yuechan's figure appeared once again. Lin Chiye held his breath, focused his mind, and repeatedly tried to sense and mimic the fierce and rapid martial will. He could feel a small flame igniting in his spiritual world. Though weak and flickering, it was real, striving to emulate the volcanic, violent will, attempting to burn brighter and fiercer. Outside the car window, the cityscape sped by. Inside the carriage, Lin Qiye seemed to be in another dimension, completely immersed in his own world, oblivious to everything around him. The station arrival notification brought Lin Qiye out of his immersive state. He rubbed his slightly throbbing temples, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Just now, he felt he was one step closer to the door labeled initiation. He even had a premonition that, given a little more time, he could truly push that door open. Back at the dormitory, Bai Mushi had already prepared a sumptuous meal. Lin Qiye devoured the food to replenish his energy and immediately dove back into cultivation. This time, he didn't watch the VR video. He simply sat cross-legged in the center of the living room, closed his eyes, and repeatedly replayed and practiced the fierce and rapid will in his mind. His spiritual world became his training ground. That small flame, under the urging of his thoughts, tried again and again to erupt with the most intense power. Failure, try again. Fail again, try again. He was entirely immersed in this mental tempering, forgetting the passage of time. No one knew how long had passed. After countless attempts and failures, when that cluster of spiritual flames finally succeeded in simulating the explosive essence of Lin Yuechan's martial will boom, Lin Qiye felt a deafening roar. In his mind, as if something had been completely shattered. The little figure that had been mechanically practicing perfect punches and footwork suddenly underwent a transformation in temperament. It was still performing the same set of basic fist techniques, but now, every move carried a scorching, swift, and unstoppable domineering aura. Every punch seemed to be accompanied by a blazing flame, exuding a beauty of explosive power. He immediately calmed his mind and opened the system panel. At the bottom of the skill list, the text had already changed. Martial will, blazing swiftness, beginner, locked, system, use a permission point to unlock. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye issued the command. Ding! Permission point consumed. 1. Martial will, blazing swiftness has been unlocked. In an instant, an even more overwhelming and purer essence of blazing swiftness surged from the depths of his soul like a divine revelation, perfectly merging with his spirit, vitality, and every cell in his body. He didn't even need to deliberately activate it. Any casual movement now carried that fiery and domineering aura. Martial will, blazing swiftness, level 1, 0/1000. Seeing the familiar progress bar, Lin Qiye smiled. Reaching level 1 required 1000 progress points. This number indirectly proved the power and uniqueness of martial will. To put it into perspective, the B-level primordial unity technique only required 100 points for level 1. This martial will, derived from extraordinary warriors, far surpassed the potential and difficulty of the primordial unity technique. Lin Qiye focused his thoughts and checked his system panel. Host, Lin Qiye gene potential, 15.9% physical strength, 140 plus mental strength, 140 plus spiritual energy, 120 plus skills, 128th set of radiocalisthenics, level 10, max, primordial unity technique, level 5, 0/500, 8 treasures technique. Level 5, 5/100, Basic Fist Techniques, Level 10, Max, Basic Footwork, Level 10, Max, Martial Will, Blazing Swiftness, Level 1, 0/1000, Partner, Bai Mushi, Affection Level, 85, Offspring, 7, in Development, Permission Points, 1 Lin Qiye's eyes widened suddenly. His gene potential had increased by 1%. Gene potential, 15.9%. When did this happen? He carefully recalled everything from unlocking martial will, blazing swiftness to now, but he hadn't done anything. Was it triggered at the moment of beginner level mastery or the instant of unlocking? Regardless, the increase in gene potential was undeniable. No wonder he felt his senses had become sharper, and even his mental state had undergone subtle changes. This discovery lifted Lin Qiye's mood. Bai Mushi noticed the uncontrollable smile on his face and immediately walked over with concern. Honey, how did it go? Lin Qiye opened his eyes, and it seemed as though two flames flickered in his gaze. He smiled and nodded. I've mastered it. Really? Bai Mushi's face lit up with joy and admiration. Honey, you're a genius. She thought to herself, although Lin Qiye said mastered instead of comprehended, the meaning was almost the same. Being able to grasp the elusive martial will was already an incredible feat. Lin Xie felt a surge of warmth as he watched her rejoice for him. He happily reached out and pulled Bai Mushi into his arms. Their eyes met, emotions ran deep. He lowered his head and kissed her. The unease and anxiety caused by the gap in their strength over the past few days were gradually soothed in this loving embrace. After a long while, their lips parted. Bai Mushi leaned against Lin Xie's chest, her legs weak, her face flushed, and she said coyly, I'll go cook. Lin Xie smiled and gently stroked her silky hair. We just ate, no need to rush. Rest for a while first. I can't. Bai Mushi broke free from his embrace, her eyes rekindling with determination and energy as she said, I need to cultivate too. I can't fall too far behind you. Besides, moderate cultivation is good for the baby in my belly. Seeing her adorable, unyielding expression, Lin Xie nodded with a smile. He didn't continue cultivating but instead carefully studied the newly unlocked, martial will, fiery ferocity. How should he train it? Should it be practiced repeatedly? In his mind like, basic fist technique? He tried sitting cross-legged and visualizing the intent of fiery ferocity, but the progress bar didn't move. He then stood up and performed a set of basic fist technique. Martial will, fiery ferocity, level 1, 1/1000, the progress bar moved. Lin Xie felt a surge of joy and immediately activated primordial unity technique. Martial will, fiery ferocity, level 1, 2/1000, primordial unity technique proficiency +1, the progress bar moved again. After an afternoon of repeated attempts, Lin Xie finally arrived at a conclusion that thrilled him. Whether cultivating martial techniques or methods, as long as he consciously or unconsciously integrated and utilized this martial will during the process, the progress bar for martial will would increase simultaneously. Martial will seemed like a passive skill. It was integrated into all his cultivation activities. There was no need to spend extra time specifically grinding this martial will. When he practiced basic fist technique, not only could he improve the technique itself, but he could also enhance his martial will in the process. When he practiced primordial unity technique, he could not only increase his spiritual energy and improve the method's level, but also refine this will. This is practically a buy one get one free, double the joy. Lin Xie was ecstatic. With this, his cultivation efficiency had invisibly risen to a new level. He decided to focus all his energy on improving the levels of his methods and martial techniques. The level of martial will would naturally grow alongside the improvement of other methods. Currently, basic fist technique and basic footwork, these two foundational martial techniques, had already been cultivated to perfection. Continuing to practice these techniques, which had no room for further improvement, just for the negligible progress in martial will, would be a waste of time. He had only two paths ahead: either learn more advanced martial techniques to unlock new progress bars, or push the remaining primordial unity technique and 8 treasures technique to their limits. Lin Xie thought for a moment and quickly made a decision. First, perfect 8 treasures technique. He planned to cultivate 8 treasures technique to perfection. Then, after the semester started, he would purchase the copyright for Dragon Tiger technique and continue cultivating it to perfection. This would also allow him to verify whether these 2D level methods, upon reaching perfection, could truly overcome bottlenecks and seamlessly integrate. Moreover, more importantly, 8 treasures technique was also the method Bai Mushi was currently cultivating. Watching his wife work so hard every day, yet being stuck at the bottleneck between proficient and adept due to her talent limitations, made him feel uneasy. Although his current 8 treasures technique was also at the proficient level and even lagged behind Bai Mushi in some details, he was confident he could soon cultivate this method to perfection. By then, he could guide his wife. Having made up his mind, Lin Xie immediately began practicing 8 treasures technique. Bai Mushi noticed Lin Xie starting to cultivate 8 treasures technique again and frowned slightly, walking over to persuade him. Honey, haven't you already mastered the foundational martial techniques? You could go find teacher Lin Yuechan and switch to a more advanced martial technique. There's no need to go back to practicing 8 treasures technique. Lin Xie did not tell Bai Mushi that he had already mastered the basic martial arts techniques to perfection. He simply smiled and said that his basic martial arts training was going well. Based on Bai Mushi's understanding, Lin Xie's going well at most meant reaching the proficient level, which was already the limit of her imagination. She knew Lin Xie was a genius, but even for a genius, mastering 2 basic martial arts techniques within a dozen days was already astonishing. At most, it would be proficient. As for perfection? She didn't dare to even think about it. I plan to first train the 8 treasures technique to the proficient level, and then I'll coach you, Lin Chia said confidently as he looked at her. Bai Mushi, hearing this, rolled her eyes at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had been stuck at the proficient bottleneck for 2 whole years. Lin Xia's current understanding of the 8 treasures technique was clearly not as advanced as hers, so how could he possibly coach her? However, seeing Lin Xia's confident demeanor, she couldn't bear to dampen his spirits and simply smiled, saying, all right, I'll wait for you to coach me. But you should still make time to see teacher Lin Yuechan, don't neglect your proper duties. Lin Xia smiled and said, no rush. I'll deal with it in a few days. Bai Mushi asked curiously, do you have something going on these next 2 days? Lin Xia thought for a moment and decided. There was no need to hide it from her, so he said, the night after tomorrow, I need to attend an official charity gala for fertility. A charity gala for fertility? Official? What's that? Bai Mushi's curiosity deepened. Lin Xia nodded, opened his personal terminal, and showed her the exquisite electronic invitation. Bai Mushi leaned in to take a closer look. The invitation bore the official emblem of the Empire's Fertility Management Center, and the notes clearly stated, attendance is limited to the invitee only. After reading it, she looked up at Lin Xia with an increasingly peculiar expression. Lin Xia felt uneasy under her gaze and couldn't help but ask, what's with that look? Bai Mushi stifled a laugh and said in an indescribable tone, what's going on? Is the government planning to use you as a model stud for promotion? Lin Xia almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this, feeling a chill run down his spine. No way, he said uncertainly. The government wouldn't be that outrageous, right? They only invited me, they shouldn't do anything weird in public. Seeing his embarrassed expression, Bai Mushi couldn't hold back her laughter anymore. She burst out laughing, waving her hand as she doubled over. Just don't ask me to go with you. I don't want to go, it feels so embarrassing. And you're still laughing. Lin Xia looked at her, laughing so hard she was almost out of breath, and felt his blood boiling. He let out a low growl, stretched out his long arm, and scooped up Bai Mushi, who was laughing uncontrollably. Little demon, take this. Bai Mushi was startled by his sudden move and let out a short cry, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. When she saw Lin Xia's mischievous and slightly menacing smile, she immediately understood his intentions. No, it's daytime, she said, blushing, as she made a half-hearted attempt to struggle in his arms, her voice soft as cotton candy. Lin Xia paid no heed, carrying her with large strides into the bedroom. The door slammed shut with a bang, sealing the tender moment inside. After a passionate encounter, Bai Mushi lay lazily in Lin Xia's arms, her face still flushed, her eyes filled with satisfied allure. Lin Xia gently stroked her smooth back, feeling an unparalleled sense of peace and happiness. He suddenly realized Bai Mushi rested briefly, regained some strength, and then quietly began cultivating alongside him. She refused to believe that her husband could progress faster than she could. 2 days later, night fell. In the heart of Terra City, the lights were dazzling, and the flow of hovering vehicles wove a vibrant tapestry of a bustling futuristic metropolis. The Star River Tower, a landmark of Terra City, stood tall like a sword piercing the sky, reaching into the clouds. Tonight, the top-floor banquet hall of the tower was brightly lit, and the atmosphere was lively. Following the directions on the invitation, Lin Xia took a private elevator to the venue. Stepping out of the elevator, the first thing that caught his eye was a spacious and luxurious lounge. Gentle classical music flowed through the air, and elegantly dressed waiters carried trays as they moved among the crowd. The people in the lounge were either wealthy or influential. They gathered in small groups, speaking in low voices, their every gesture exuding the composure and confidence of those accustomed to power. Lin Xia scanned the room and noticed several martial artists with steady auras, and even a few whose strength he couldn't gauge at all. His arrival didn't attract much attention. After all, tonight's attendees were all heads of prominent families and exceptionally gifted martial arts elites. Lin Xia, dressed in the standard combat uniform of the Galaxy Martial Arts University, stood out awkwardly among the affluent and distinguished crowd. He didn't mind, though, and found a corner to sit in, quietly enjoying the buffet. The event officially began at 7:30 p.m. A woman in a white fishtail evening gown, exuding elegance, stepped onto the stage as the host. With a sweet and captivating voice, she announced the start of the evening and passionately introduced the grand vision of the Imperial Bloodline Revival Charity. For the future of the empire, for the prosperity of the Star River, let the finest bloodlines be preserved and carried forward. Her opening speech was impassioned, and the event quickly transitioned into the public auction of genetic profiles. The first to take the stage was a thin middle-aged man. As soon as he stood still, a massive holographic screen behind him displayed his personal information and his family's appeal. The Zhou family, a moderately well-known business family in Terra City, specialized in traditional mining operations and held mining rights on several resource planets. The family's assets were valued at over 1 billion credits, making them a prominent household in the eyes of ordinary people. However, the next line of the profile revealed the family's hidden struggles beneath their glamorous exterior: severe disruption in martial arts inheritance. For 3 generations, no official martial artist had emerged, and the family's strongest member was merely a quasi-martial artist. The host explained, due to tradition, the Zhou family is unwilling to accept a live-in son-in-law. Today, they are offering a starting reward of 500,000 credits in exchange for genetic material from a martial artist with a potential rating of no less than 12%, solely to continue their family lineage and cultivate descendants with martial arts talent. After the Zhou family representative finished speaking, he stepped down and returned to his seat. However, Lin Qiye noticed that the response was not particularly enthusiastic. The martial artists around him, who were in a similar position, remained indifferent. Perhaps the amount of money was too low? In Terra City, the center of this planet, 500,000 credits might indeed be a trivial sum. But for Lin Qiye, this amount could solve his immediate financial troubles. After all, Bai Mushi had revealed that her family's entire savings didn't even amount to 500,000 credits. And now, all it took was providing some reproductive material. Lin Qiye, who had always believed in the idea of having many children and grandchildren, saw this as an opportunity to earn money. Why not? No matter what, he decided to sign up first. The subsequent families that took the stage were in similar situations. Most of them were once glorious business families or martial arts branches that had now fallen into decline. Their common traits were substantial wealth but a lack of outstanding martial artists among their descendants for several generations, with even male heirs becoming increasingly scarce. Lin Qiye gradually understood the plight of these declining small families. In an empire where martial artists were the dominant force at the top of society, wealth without martial strength was nothing more than a castle in the air, vulnerable to collapse at any moment. Even more critically, the women of suitable age within these families were already in their 30s or 40s, having missed the prime years for childbirth. Moreover, despite their ordinary conditions, they are arrogant and look down on average martial artists. Those exceptionally talented martial artists, in turn, disdain them and their declining families. Unable to aim high or settle low, this ultimately leads to a severe crisis in the continuation of their family bloodlines. Helpless, these families can only lower their standards, spend a fortune, and appear here, hoping to use money to sustain their lineage. After all, hundreds of thousands are just a small expense compared to the future of the family. Even so, at best, they can only attract ordinary martial artists like Lin Qiye, right? Seeing these projects, Lin Qiye's eyes lit up. To him, hundreds of thousands were no small amount. Moreover, this would also complete the task of many children, much happiness. He immediately signed up to participate. At that moment, a young woman dressed in a dark blue combat uniform confidently walked onto the stage under the host's introduction. She was tall, her neat short hair adding to her heroic demeanor, and her delicate face carried a natural air of arrogance. "I am Yi Qinghan, a representative of Xinka Biotech Group." Her voice was cold but clear, carrying an undeniable strength. Lin Qiye looked up at the familiar figure on stage, his face showing a surprised expression. Wasn't this the local girl from Terra who lived next door to him? He hadn't expected her to be a representative of Xinka Biotech Group. Almost simultaneously, what a disappointment! Lin Qiye instantly lost interest in the woman on stage and the Xinku Biotech Group she represented. However, after a brief silence in the banquet hall, the atmosphere became lively again. Lin Qiye quickly understood the reason. The reward of 300,000 credit points, though much lower than the 500,000 offered by some declining families, appealed to the pride of most of the young martial artists present. They likely didn't want their exceptional bloodlines to be traded away in such a transactional manner. Forming an unbreakable bond with a family they had no feelings for or even looked down upon meant unknown consequences, potential troubles, and possibly one or more offspring they might never acknowledge. In contrast, Xinku Group's proposal perfectly addressed their concerns. No risk of bloodline dilution, no future disputes over illegitimate children, and no moral or ethical burdens to bear. Simply providing a sample for scientific research could earn them a hefty sum of 300,000 credit points. This was exactly what most of the young martial artists present truly needed. In no time, many martial artists who had been hesitant began to show eager expressions. Yet, the fervor in the room didn't affect Lin Chia in the slightest as he sat in the corner. For most of the martial artists present, this was the perfect deal. But for Lin Chia, it was the complete opposite. Infertile? What's the point of that? So, they were just collecting raw materials, not looking for someone to carry on the family line. The subsequent companies were not much different from Xianku Biotech. Some were large pharmaceutical groups seeking high-quality genetic samples to test the universality and side effects of new drugs. Others were top martial arts equipment manufacturers needing extensive genetic data to optimize the ergonomic design and neural interface efficiency of combat suits. Without exception, their terms were for research only, no reproduction, and the rewards ranged from 200,000 to 300,000 credit points. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly enthusiastic. For most of the young martial artists present, this was like a pie falling from the sky, a chance to earn a substantial income easily without worrying about bloodline dilution or any subsequent troubles. Only Lin Chia sat idly in the corner, stuffing exquisite pastries into his mouth while secretly sneering. All the excitement in the room had nothing to do with him. An hour later, the gene bidding session finally concluded in a harmonious and friendly atmosphere. The elegant female host returned to the stage, her smile even brighter than before. Thank you all for your tremendous support of the Empire's Bloodline Revival Initiative. Next, we will move on to the most exciting part of tonight's event, the charity auction. All the items in this auction have been generously donated by the guests, families, and enterprises present. All proceeds from this auction will be donated to our Empire's Fertility Management Center to support families with excellent genetic potential but limited financial means, ensuring a brighter future for the Empire. Hearing this, Lin Chia couldn't help but think to himself, what a nice way to put it. Isn't this just a disguised entrance fee? Every faction present had to contribute something, under the guise of charity, but in reality, it was a way to showcase their strength and resources in this high-end circle. Soon, the first auction item was brought up by a beautiful attendant in a cheongsam, respectfully presented on a tray. It was a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat old, silver memory chip. The host introduced, ladies and gentlemen, our first auction item is provided by the Zhou family of Terra City. This memory chip contains an incredibly precious video recording, the training video of the Tsung Hai Hon Lu blade technique, personally recorded 150 years ago by the first patriarch of the Zhou family, one of the pioneering figures of the 0755 star system, the late extraordinary martial artist Zhou Tianheng. As we all know, Zhou Tianheng's Tsung Hai Hon Lu blade technique is unparalleled in its dominance and once achieved great military feats in the development of the 0755 star system. This video is a legacy treasure left by Zhou Tianheng to help future generations better learn the blade technique and comprehend the martial intent. Starting bid, 10,000 credit points. Lin Xie listened to the introduction and thought to himself, isn't this just like the tutoring videos he paid teacher Lin Yuechan to record for him? Except that 150 years ago, the technology in the 0755 star system wasn't advanced enough to produce immersive VR videos, so they had to rely on this old-fashioned digital video format. This kind of thing probably has far more commemorative value than actual training value, right? However, just as Lin Xie's thoughts settled, reality proved to be entirely different. I bid 15,000. Before the host's voice had even faded, a young martial artist sitting at a table not far from Lin Xie, who appeared to be about the same age and similarly dressed in a standard combat suit, raised his hand without hesitation and shouted his bid loudly. This bid seemed to ignite a fuse. I bid 20,000. I bid 25,000. The hall was instantly filled with a flurry of bids, and the previously quiet atmosphere became lively and bustling. Even the martial artists at the table next to Lin Xie lowered their voices and began discussing enthusiastically. I didn't expect the Zhou family to actually bring this out. Expert-level insights into the Tsung Hai Hon Lu blade technique started no less than 100,000 on the market. Although this video is just a digital recording, it was personally made by a pioneer for future generations, and the martial intent it contains is undoubtedly far more apparent. Zhou Tianheng likely didn't hold anything back. He probably never imagined his descendants would decline to this extent. Exactly, nowadays, those instructors always keep something hidden in their tutorials. Every word of these discussions reached Lin Qiye's ears. Why did it feel like the expenses these martial artists incurred for training were on a completely different level from his own? Lin Qiye recalled that he had only sought out Lin Yuechan twice so far, spending just 20,000 credit points. Yet the training tutorials these martial artists mentioned seemed to cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Could it be that Lin Yuechan had given him a significant discount? Because of his identity? Lin Qiye wasn't sure if his guess was correct. In any case, he wasn't particularly interested in this Sun Hai Han Lu blade technique training video. I bid 90,000, a voice called out. I bid 100,000, another voice followed immediately. Ultimately, this memory chip, steeped in historical significance, was sold for 110,000 credit points. Lin Qiye looked toward the source of the bid and saw that the bidder was seated in the Zhou family section. It seemed likely that the Zhou family didn't want this video to circulate outside their lineage. This transaction felt more like money changing hands within the family, conveniently completing the charitable donation process. At that moment, the host's voice rose again, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is the highlight of tonight's event. It is very special because it is not an auction item. The lights in the hall dimmed slightly, leaving only a spotlight focused on the center of the stage. On the massive holographic screen behind the host, all images faded away, leaving only 4 ancient and mysterious seal script characters. With a confident and charming smile, the host announced loudly, tonight's main event is not an auction but a limited-time sale exclusively for our esteemed guests. Over the next 72 hours, you can place orders through your terminals to purchase it. She paused briefly, seemingly giving everyone enough time to digest the news. Next, I will introduce an officially certified B-level dual cultivation technique by the Empire Xian Su Heart Sutra. This technique is primarily designed for men to cultivate. Its characteristics are mysterious and pure. The cultivation process is gentle and health-enhancing, achieving a perfect balance of yin and yang. According to feedback from over 10 billion data points collected by the Empire's Fertility Management Center, when both partners cultivate this technique together, not only does it significantly increase the chances of producing high-potential offspring, but more importantly, it mutually enhances each other's spiritual energy cultivation. Finally, its price is 1 million credit points. No other conditions. Moreover, the Empire offers an interest-free installment plan ranging from 3 to 10 years. Lin Qiye's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing dual cultivation technique. His heart raced wildly, and his breathing became rapid. Dual cultivation technique. It could enhance offspring potential. It could also strengthen both partners' spiritual energy. Every feature deeply attracted him. But 1 million credit points. He recalled that when he exchanged for the B-level Han Yuan Unity technique, he only paid a deposit of 100,000 credit points. The price of this B-level Xian Su Heart Sutra was 10 times that. However, as he looked around, he noticed that most of the guests in the banquet hall appeared calm, even as if it was expected. No shock, no commotion. Lin Qiye instantly understood. It turned out that this grand finale was already an open secret to most of the attendees. Although he was tempted, the price of 1 million credit points was still a huge sum for him. He glanced at his balance of less than 100,000 and his impulse was immediately extinguished by reason. Fortunately, there was a 72-hour consideration period, so there was no need to rush. This matter would be better discussed later. As the evening's atmosphere gradually wound down, the guests began to mingle freely, and the entire banquet hall became more relaxed. Just as he was about to get up and blend into the crowd to leave, a staff member dressed in a gray professional suit quickly approached him with a professional yet slightly surprised smile on her face. Mr. Lin, please wait. Lin Qiye stopped in his tracks, looking at her with some confusion. Hello, is there something you need? The staff member's gaze carried a hint of inquiry, but her tone remained respectful. It's like this, we received your application backstage regarding the 12 projects seeking martial artist genetic material. To continue family bloodlines, you applied for all of them, correct? Yes, is there a problem? Lin Qiye nodded calmly. The staff member quickly explained, there's no problem, it's just, the situation is rather unique. Because the 12 families you applied for, after reviewing your information, unanimously agreed to collaborate with you. All 12 agreed? Lin Qiye was stunned. Yes, all of them, the staff member confirmed. This means we need to arrange 12 sessions for you. This is an unprecedented situation in previous banquets. So, I need to confirm again whether you are aware of the project details and are certain about completing all 12 projects. Additionally, the order of the sessions needs to be arranged. Lin Xie instantly understood. To him, this was not a problem at all, it was an incredible opportunity. 12 projects. This meant he would soon have 12 chances to gain access points. This was far more efficient than sporadically visiting the fertility management center. His face revealed undisguised joy as he decisively replied, I'm certain. I'll take all 12 projects. As for the order, I have no preference. Seeing his decisiveness, a hint of admiration flashed in the staff member's eyes. She quickly recorded the information on her terminal and smiled, saying, All right, Mr. Lin. Your decision has been recorded. Our specialist will contact you through your personal terminal regarding the specific schedule. Thank you very much for your cooperation. At that moment, a steady yet eager male voice sounded behind Lin Xie. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Lin Xie? Lin Xie turned around and saw a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit with a refined appearance smiling at him. It was none other than the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Tianheng's descendant, who had introduced himself earlier on stage. Beside the Zhou family head stood two elegant women in exquisite evening gowns, their features bearing a 5 or 6 point resemblance. Both appeared to be around 35 years old. The Zhou family head extended his hand warmly and said, I am Zhou Wenyan. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Lin. These are my daughters, Zhou Linya and Zhou Linjing. Lin Xie nodded politely and shook his hand. Zhou Wenyan carefully examined Lin Xie, his eyes full of admiration. He got straight to the point and said, Mr. Lin, we've reviewed your profile. I wonder, would you be interested in becoming a son-in-law of the Zhou family and joining us? Son-in-law? Lin Xie was completely stunned. Are people in the capital of this planet always this direct? They had just met. Seeing Lin Xie's surprised expression, Zhou Wenyan chuckled and waved his hand. I understand this might seem a bit abrupt, but opportunities like tonight are rare, so we wanted to be upfront. Our Zhou family greatly admires young talents like you, and sincerely hopes to develop a deeper relationship with you. As his words fell, the two Zhou sisters, Zhou Linya and Zhou Linjing, who had remained silent until now, both blushed charmingly. They looked at Lin Xie shyly, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Although the man before them seemed almost too young, his chiseled features, upright posture, and the powerful aura of youthful vitality he exuded made their hearts race. Moreover, he was a student at the Galactic Martial Arts University. Despite coming from a remote fourth-tier small city and a poor family background, this only highlighted his astonishing personal talent and immense potential. The future was undoubtedly promising. He perfectly matched their ideal criteria for a partner. However, before Lin Xie could recover from the sudden proposal, another group of people quickly approached. Leading them was a shrewder-looking middle-aged man, accompanied by an elderly butler in a neatly pressed tailcoat with a composed demeanor. Behind them stood a beautiful woman. Lin Xie recognized her as someone who had been introduced earlier on stage, representing another family seeking reproductive data, the Yu family. Mr. Lin, Yu family head Yu Zhenhai approached with an even more enthusiastic smile than Zhou Wenyan, directly cutting in. I've heard so much about you, so much. Ignoring Zhou Wenyan's slightly displeased expression, he straightforwardly said, to Lin Xie, Mr. Lin, you are already familiar with our family's situation. I won't beat around the bush if you are willing, the doors of the Yu family are always open to you. My daughter, Yu Siyu, is 32 years old and still unmarried, hoping to find an ideal partner like you. As he spoke, he pushed his daughter forward. Yu Siyu's cheeks flushed red as she looked at Lin Xie, her voice soft and delicate. Mr. Lin, hello. For a moment, Lin Xie found himself caught between the two families, unsure of what to do. The situation was somewhat awkward. The surrounding guests also noticed the commotion and cast curious glances in their direction. Zhou Wenyan's face darkened as he snorted coldly, family head Yu, shouldn't there be an order to things? Yu Zhenhai, however, did not back down, responding with a forced smile, Master Zhou, your words are mistaken. A man as exceptional as Mr. Lin naturally has the right to choose the family that suits him best. While our Yu family may not be as large and prosperous as the Zhou family, we excel in simplicity and would never let Mr. Lin suffer any grievances. Lin Xie never expected to become so sought after. Seeing that the two sides were about to argue, and Noticing that representatives from two other families seemed eager to join in, he raised his hand with a wry smile to interrupt them. Everyone, I truly appreciate your kindness. It's just, I'm already married. Married? These three words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the heated atmosphere in the room. The entire banquet hall fell silent. The smiles on Zhou Wenyan and Yu Zhenhai's faces froze. Behind them, their daughter's eyes, which had been sparkling moments ago, quickly dimmed, replaced by undisguised disappointment and shock. The room remained silent for several seconds. The first to react was Yu Zhenhai. He laughed heartily, breaking the awkward tension. Ah, I see. My apologies for being presumptuous. No problem, no problem. Even if we can't form a match, we can still be friends. Mr. Lin, let's exchange contact information and stay in touch. As he spoke, he took out his personal terminal, enthusiastically offering to exchange contact details with Lin Xie. Beside him, Zhou Wenyan, though his expression was still somewhat sour, let out a cold snort, took out his terminal as well, and said, Mr. Lin, our Zhou family also hopes to be friends with you. With these two families taking the lead, the other family heads, who had been observing from the sidelines, also stepped forward one after another, politely exchanging contact information with Lin Xie. And so, a dramatic competition to win a son-in-law came to an unexpectedly anticlimactic end. Soon, the banquet concluded. Lin Xie politely declined the enthusiastic invitations from the family heads and left the Star River Tower alone. Returning to his school. Inside a luxurious hover car, the atmosphere within the Zhou family was somewhat heavy. Zhou Wenyan leaned back in the soft leather seat, letting out a long sigh filled with regret. He acted so quickly. I didn't expect someone so young to already be married. Sitting beside him, his second daughter, Zhou Linjing, snorted, her tone tinged with disdain and jealousy. Married, yet still out there selling his reproductive data. I think he's just scared of being poor. He'd do anything for a bit of money. What do you know? Zhou Wenyan immediately glared at her, scolding in a low voice. Precisely because of that, we have an even better chance. Being married doesn't mean he can't get divorced. Dad! Zhou Linya, the youngest daughter, interrupted him sharply, her face full of resistance. I absolutely refuse to marry a divorced man. He's just a bumpkin from a fourth-tier small city. So what if he's a student at the Galactic Martial Arts University? If word gets out, what will happen to our Zhou family's reputation? Zhou Wenyan was so furious he could barely speak. Pointing at her, his heart was filled with sorrow. Why had his family fallen to such a state? This was not without reason. Meanwhile, in the Yu family's hover car, the atmosphere was also tense. Yu Zhenhai looked at his sullen daughter and gently consoled her, "See you, don't lose heart. Since he's already married, we can take our time. Start by becoming friends, interact more often. That way, no one will gossip. Who knows, things might change in the future." Yu impatiently rolled her eyes and glanced at her father. Dad, what are you thinking? Do I lack men chasing after me? Why should I go after someone who already has a wife? Hearing his daughter's words, Yu Zhenhai's expression immediately turned cold. He snorted, fine, if you're so capable. Starting next month, don't come to me for pocket money anymore. Dad! Yu was furious, exclaiming, your thinking is so outdated. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths just for the sake of continuing the family line? Is marriage and having children really that important? Yu Zhenhai looked at his daughter in this state and felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion in his heart. Inside Yi Qinghan's hovercar, the atmosphere was as cold as ice. The luxurious cabin was isolated from the clamor of the outside world, quietly gliding along its exclusive track in the night. President Yi. The female assistant sitting in the front passenger seat cautiously broke the silence, her face adorned with a flattering smile. I heard something interesting happen just as the banquet was about to end. Seeing that Yi Qinghan didn't immediately stop her, she continued, I heard that the Zhou family and the Yu family almost got into a fight over a prospective son-in-law. That man seems to be a new student at our Galactic Martial Arts University. Before she could finish her sentence, the atmosphere in the car seemed to grow even colder. Yi Qinghan's icy gaze shot through the rearview mirror like a sharp blade. The assistant froze, her smile vanishing instantly, and the rest of her words got stuck in her throat. She couldn't utter another word as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She realized she had said the wrong thing. Yi Qinghan looked at her assistant's terrified expression, the disgust in her eyes growing stronger. In her mind, the image of Lin Xie surfaced. Disgusting. Someone like him had no right to enter Galactic Martial Arts University. Meanwhile, Lin Xie, the protagonist of all this turmoil, had long since put the banquet's minor episode behind him. He was sitting in a hovercar on the way back to school, happily messaging Mai Mushi. Lin Xie, darling, I'm almost home. Bye Mushi, that's great. I've kept the food warm for you. Come back soon. Looking at the gentle words on the screen, Lin Xie couldn't help but smile warmly. When he returned to the dormitory, the familiar aroma of home-cooked food greeted him. Bai Mushi, wearing an adorable apron, bustled around like a diligent little bee, placing steaming dishes on the table. Honey, how was it? Did the banquet go smoothly? She asked curiously while serving Lin Xie some rice. Did you get to eat anything good? Lin Xie shook his head with a smile, picked up a piece of fragrant roasted meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. Speaking indistinctly, he said, the food wasn't the main thing, it was a bit boring. But the gains were pretty good. Bai Mushi's eyes lit up as she pressed further. Oh? What did you gain? Swallowing his food and taking a sip of water, Lin Xie replied in a relaxed tone. Well, I took on 12 projects. 12? Bai Mushi was momentarily stunned, a bit surprised. That many? What kind of projects are they? In her mind, she assumed that projects from such high-end banquets were likely academic research collaborations or consulting services for major corporations in martial arts. Seeing her curious expression, Lin Xie decided not to keep her in suspense and dropped a bombshell. The pay is about the same for each, around 500,000 credits per project. Clatter, Bai Mushi's chopsticks slipped from her hand without warning, landing on the table with a crisp sound. She froze, her almond-shaped eyes widening in shock, her mouth slightly agape, her face filled with disbelief. She instinctively did some quick mental math. One project at 500,000. 12 projects, that's 6 million? 6 million credits? Bai Mushi felt her mind go blank, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. She recalled how they had previously scraped together less than 50,000 credits with great difficulty. And now, Lin Xie had casually brought back 12 500,000s just by attending a banquet. This figure was completely beyond her comprehension, making her feel as though she were dreaming. Honey, her voice trembled slightly as she stammered, You're not joking with me, are you? Lin Xie looked at her adorable, stunned expression and couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and pinched her cheeks, puffed up from shock, and said with amusement, Why would I lie to you? It's absolutely true. Upon receiving the confirmation, Bai Mushi gasped sharply, and took a long moment to recover from her extreme shock. The next second, she suddenly jumped up from her chair and threw herself into Lin Xie's arms, hugging him tightly. Lin Xie staggered slightly from her unexpected enthusiasm, then smiled and embraced her, gently patting her back as he comforted her softly. All right, don't get too excited. It's just 6 million. There will be more in the future. By the way, they also announced an official B-level dual cultivation technique at the banquet called Xuansu Heart Sutra. It's said to be highly effective in enhancing the potential of offspring and improving the spiritual energy cultivation of both partners. As he spoke, he observed Bai Mushi's reaction. But the price is a bit steep, 1 million credit points. 1 million? Bai Mushi's emotions, which had just calmed down, were once again stirred by this number. However, this time, she was merely surprised by the high cost of the technique, not because it felt unattainable. After all, they were now about to become wealthy with 6 million in their pockets. She simply instinctively felt that spending so much money on a B-level technique might be a bit extravagant. However, when the words dual cultivation technique circled in her mind, her delicate face uncontrollably flushed red, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible, and muttered while poking at the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks, just buy it then. Lin Xie couldn't help but chuckle at her shy and adorable demeanor. He leaned closer to her ear, lowered his voice, and teased in a magnetic tone, What? Are you curious to try it out too? I am not. Bai Mushi glared at Lin Xie in embarrassment, her cheeks so red they seemed ready to drip blood. She stammered in her defense, I'm doing it for the baby's genetic potential. And for your cultivation. Don't overthink it. Seeing her flustered and adorable reaction, Lin Xie laughed even more heartily. After finishing his meal, Lin Xie sent a message to Lin Yuechan. It was already late at night, but extraordinary martial artists hardly needed sleep, as cultivation could completely replace it, so he didn't pay much attention to the time. Lin Xie, hello, Teacher Lin. I'd like to schedule the next martial arts guidance session. When would you be available? After sending the message, he waited quietly. About 10 minutes later, the terminal emitted a soft ding, indicating a reply. Lin Xie opened it to see Lin Yuechan's text, which carried a hint of scrutiny and puzzlement. Lin Yuechan, it's only been a few days, and you want another session? Before Lin Xie could respond, a second message popped up. Lin Yuechan, let me make this clear first. Martial arts cultivation requires patience and focus, it is never achieved overnight. If your foundation isn't solid and you're scheduling sessions just to rush progress, it will be a complete waste of your time and my effort, yielding no results whatsoever. From this message, Lin Xie could sense Lin Yuechan's seriousness and a trace of dissatisfaction. He smiled, unsurprised, and calmly replied. Lin Xie, teacher, I understand your point. However, I feel that my practice over the past few days has been going well, so I'd like to request your guidance again. Lin Yuechan, going well. Ha! These 4 words seemed to convey Lin Yuechan's skepticism, even through the screen. Moments later, her next message arrived. Lin Yuechan, alright. Since you're so confident, then come. Lin Yuechan, tomorrow at midnight, same place, room 2202. Meanwhile, in the training room of Building 10, room 2202. Lin Yuechan had just finished guiding Qin Xiaoxiao. Watching Qin Xiaoxiao's departing figure, she nodded in satisfaction. This was how a true genius should be: humble, diligent, and solid in every step. At that moment, she noticed the chat history with Lin Xie on her terminal, and her brows furrowed slightly again. She shook her head, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. If Lin Xie showed no progress this time and disappointed her, she would no longer take him as a student in the future. Arrogant people were simply not worth her effort. After finalizing the class schedule with Lin Yuechan, Lin Xie had just put down the terminal and was preparing to continue practicing the 8 treasures technique. Beep beep, the terminal chimed again, this time with a message from the official account of the Empire's Fertility Management Center. Dear Mr. Lin Xie, hello. Regarding the 12 projects you applied for at the charity gala, we have completed preliminary coordination and arrangements. You will need to cooperate 12 times in total. How would you like to schedule the upcoming sessions? Lin Xie replied. Lin Xie, I hope as soon as possible. Soon, the Fertility Management Center responded. Understood, Mr. Lin. We have arranged the earliest possible schedule for you. The first session is tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Fertility Management Center, in the First Academy District. Please arrive on time. The next morning, Lin Xie arrived punctually at the familiar white building. He was greeted by a new staff member. She was tall and beautiful, dressed in a sharp professional suit and elegant black stockings, with a flawless professional smile on her face. After Lin Xie explained his purpose, the staff member immediately and respectfully led him to another side of the building. Passing through a corridor requiring access verification, they arrived at a completely different area. The decor here was more luxurious and private, with a faint, calming fragrance in the air. The staff member led him to the door of a private room and smiled, saying, Mr. Lin, this is the exclusive area we have prepared for VIP clients. It offers better privacy and comfort. Please, go in. Lin Xie nodded and pushed the door open. The facilities inside were indeed far superior to those in the regular area. It seemed that the sponsorship fees paid by those families truly made a difference. An hour later, Lin Xie walked out feeling refreshed. Just as he returned to the commercial street of the academy, the long-awaited system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host's genetic material has been successfully matched and fertilization completed. Reward obtained, random unlocking of cultivation technique. Permissions. No cultivation techniques remain locked, 1 permission point awarded. Ding! The host's genetic material has been successfully matched and fertilization completed. Reward obtained, random unlocking of cultivation technique permissions. No cultivation techniques remain locked, 1 permission point awarded. Ding! The host's genetic material has been successfully matched and fertilization completed. Reward obtained, random unlocking of cultivation technique permissions. No cultivation techniques remain locked, 1 permission point awarded. 3 pregnancies? Lin Xie's face lit up with joy. 3 pregnancies in one go, what advanced technology! At that moment, a message from Zhou Wenyan, the head of the Zhou family, arrived. Zhou Wenyan. Mr. Lin, we are truly grateful to you. We just received notification from the hospital that your genetic material is exceptionally outstanding, and the Combination was very successful. Fertilization has been completed. You are a great benefactor to our Zhou family. Looking at the message, Lin Qia's mind involuntarily conjured up the image of the Zhou sisters he had met the previous night, who still carried an air of mature charm. Was it those two sisters? Plus their other sister? All three sisters were pregnant with his children. Lin Xie felt a surge of inexplicable heat rising from his abdomen. He even began to imagine, could he find many women in the future and have them all bear his children, one by one, beautiful women dressed in black silk skirts, their bellies round, were spreading their lineage across the galaxy. He shook his head sharply, forcibly dispelling these dangerous yet tempting thoughts from his mind. Once you have a plan in mind, the killing intent naturally follows. Lin Xie muttered to himself with a bitter smile. The ancients were indeed right. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement and stop thinking about irrelevant matters. Before he could fully regain his composure, the terminal beeped again. A bank notification popped up. Your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer, 500,000.00 credit points. It had arrived. Seeing that string of heart-racing numbers, Lin Xie felt a wave of relief. The Zhou family's efficiency was indeed impressive. With this first sum of money, his biggest worry could finally be set aside. Over the past few days, as his training intensity had steadily increased, his genetic potential had soared to 15.9%. He could clearly feel that the energy obtained solely from food was no longer keeping up with his body's consumption. If this continued, it might affect the efficiency and foundation of his training. It was time to start using nutrient solutions. He immediately thought of his overly enthusiastic, chubby neighbor, Jin Cohen, who claimed to be the general distributor for Jinbao nutrient solutions. However, Lin Xie wasn't one to trust someone so easily. Before contacting Jin Cohen, he decided to check out another place first. Returning to the familiar butcher shop, the middle-aged owner greeted him warmly as soon as he saw him. Hey, handsome. Back to buy more meat? Lin Xie smiled and nodded. After purchasing the meat, he asked, Boss, about that nutrient solution you mentioned last time. The owner's eyes lit up at the mention, and his smile grew even brighter. Wiping his hands, he stepped out from behind the counter, lowered his voice, and said, I knew you'd need it sooner or later. Come, let me show you. He led Lin Xie to the shop's resting area, then unlocked a refrigerated cabinet and took out several vials of nutrient solution, placing them on the table. This one here is the hottest product on the market, Jinbao C3. Look at the color, the texture, it's identical to what's sold in the official stores. And the taste is exactly the same. My stock comes from some special channels, but you can rest assured about the quality, there's absolutely no problem. If you don't believe me, you can buy one here and another from the official store to compare. The owner continued his pitch. One vial of Jinbao C3 provides the energy equivalent to 100 kilograms of top-grade mutated beef. It's fully absorbed by the digestive system, with no side effects or residue. And then there's this Lisan 3X, Xingning AAA. These are all the most mainstream products on the market, the owner said, listing them off like a connoisseur. Officially, each vial is priced at 10,000 credit points. Here, I'm offering them for just 3,000 credit points each. How's that for a deal? Oh, and this one is a local brand, Jin Knows Hua. It's a 1-to-1 replica of Jianbao, and the channel for this is much more legitimate. It's 5,000 credit points per vial. Curious, Lin Xie asked, Boss, what's the channel for this one? The owner lowered his voice and whispered, Don't you know about the recent turmoil in the Waha group? Seeing Lin Xie's puzzled expression, he elaborated, the internal strife between the legitimate heir and the illegitimate son of the Waha family. You didn't know? The chaos has led to lax oversight at the factories, and that's how these products leaked out. Lin Xie was instantly alarmed. He had assumed the products were from legitimate channels, but it turned out they were unbranded, uncertified goods. The quality was hard to trust. The boss looked at the hesitant expression on Lin Xie's face and smiled, saying, Young man, I won't lie to you. Students from Galaxy Martial Arts University, Longting Martial Arts University, and even the entire First District often get their supplies from me. I can sell dozens of boxes every week. He started calculating on his fingers for Lin Xie. I assume you're a freshman, right? Your genetic potential must be high. Even if we calculate at 15%, your daily consumption would require at least 5 bottles of Jianbao C3 to meet your needs, right? At the official price. That's 50,000 credit points a day. But here, it's only 15,000. Calculate how much you can save in a month. The boss's suggestion of 5 bottles a day was truly the style of the wealthy second generation. Based on Lin Chia's current consumption, after eating enough meat, his daily energy deficit would only require 1 bottle of this grade of nutritional liquid to fill. Of course, those rich kids who don't lack money might not bother spending time eating and could drink 4 or 5 bottles a day without any issue. Even so, Lin Chia still felt uneasy. With such unregulated products, who knows if there might be problems inside? After thinking for a moment, Lin Chia said, "Boss, I'll go back and think about it." "No problem," the boss said confidently. "My prices are definitely the most affordable in the first district." After leaving the butcher shop, Lin Chia immediately contacted Qian Kuan. "Lin Chia, are you in the dorm?" Soon, Qian Kuan replied. "Qian Kuan, Lin bro. What's up? I'm over at Taurus Martial Arts University. Qian Kuan quickly added an explanation. "Qian Kuan, my family found me a teacher from Taurus Martial Arts University to help me with some extra lessons. Lin Chia sighed inwardly. These students with connections all had their own ways of doing things, starting their intense competition even before the semester began. In the afternoon, Qian Kuan and Lin Chia met in the lounge area on the first floor of the student dormitory. "Lin bro." As soon as Qian Kuan saw Lin Chia, he quickly ran over and enthusiastically asked, "Lin bro, which brand of nutritional liquid do you want?" "C3, I guess." Qian Kuan immediately operated his terminal and pulled up a list of goods. The first item on the list was Jianbao C3, with the price clearly displayed, purchase price, 6,500 credit points. Pointing to the price, Qian Kuan lowered his voice and sincerely said, "Lin bro, our purchase price is 6,500. Let me know how much you want." 6,500? Lin Chia was shocked. Although it was more than double the price offered by the butcher shop boss, Qian Kuan's price was clearly more trustworthy. "Let's start with a box," Lin Chia said. "Got it." Qian Kuan agreed readily. "Lin bro, I happen to have some left in my dorm. I'll bring it over to you later." Lin Chia quickly said, "No rush. How should I transfer the money to you?" Hearing this, Qian Kuan immediately waved his hand, smiling. "Lin bro, talking about money makes it too formal. It's just a box of nutritional liquid, consider it a gift for meeting you." Lin Chia shook his head with a smile. "That won't do. Even among close friends, accounts should be clear. If you insist, I won't dare accept your stuff." Seeing Lin Chia's firm attitude, Qian Kuan stopped insisting. Scratching his head, he said somewhat sheepishly, "Well, then just pay the purchase price, Lin bro. Please don't be too polite with me." Lin Chia nodded, finally feeling at ease. Then, he casually brought up the topic of unlabeled goods. "Qian Kuan, do you know why there are some unlabeled nutritional liquids being sold on the market?" "Unlabeled goods?" Upon hearing this, Qian Kuan's expression immediately changed. He lowered his voice nervously and said, "Lin bro, you must never buy those things. They're recycled waste liquid and might be contaminated." "Recycled waste liquid?" Lin Chia's eyes widened. In shock, Qian Kuan nodded heavily and explained, "Yes, many nutritional liquids can't be fully absorbed during use, leaving some residue behind. Criminals specifically collect these residues, simply filter them, and then sell them again. Naturally, the price is cheap." Lin Chia listened and couldn't help but feel speechless. As expected, he was still too naive. Those so-called reasons for internal strife were probably all fake. Meanwhile, Qian Kuan looked at Lin Chia's frightened expression and secretly pondered. Why would Lin Chia ask about waste liquid? Logically, someone like him, a top-tier scion of a prestigious family, pampered since childhood, shouldn't have any contact with such things. Could it be that his earlier assumptions were wrong? But judging by his insistence on paying earlier, he didn't seem like someone who would take advantage of small gains. Truly, he was becoming harder and harder to read. Qian Kuan shook his head and decided not to dwell on it. Regardless, making a friend was always a good thing. Midnight, 12 o'clock. Lin Chia once again arrived at the core area of the school, at teaching building number 10. The campus was still brightly lit late at night, with people bustling along the streets, immersed in a strong atmosphere of cultivation. He skillfully made his way to room 2202 and was about to knock on the door. Swish, the training room door slid open from the inside, and a familiar tall figure stepped out. She was still dressed in a dark red, tight-fitting combat suit, her short hair neat, her face cold and elegant. It was Qin Xiaoxiao. The two locked eyes and were momentarily stunned. Qin Xiaoxiao's forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat, clearly just finishing an intense training session, her breathing still rapid. She saw Lin Qiye and merely nodded coldly in greeting before walking past him without a word, offering no further interaction. Lin Qiye watched her departing figure, shook his head slightly, and pushed the door open to enter the training room. Teacher. Lin Qiye entered the training room and respectfully greeted. Lin Yuechan was standing in the center of the room. She did not turn around but spoke in a cool voice, "You're here? Then let's begin. Perform the basic fist techniques and basic footwork for me. Let me see to what extent your not bad has reached over these past 10 days. Her tone was calm, devoid of emotion, but Lin Qiye could sense that beneath the calmness lay a hint of scrutiny and challenge. Yes. Lin Qiye said no more, took a deep breath, and walked to the center of the room. He did not start immediately but first closed his eyes to calm his mind. The next moment, when he opened his eyes again, his entire demeanor seemed to change. If he had previously been a blade sheathed in its scabbard, now that blade had been drawn, its sharp edge fully revealed. He sank his waist and steadied his stance, throwing a straight punch. Whoosh! Before the fist even landed, a scorching and domineering gust of wind surged forward. This punch was no longer the soft and feeble strike from last time, it was brimming with explosive power. Lin Yuechan had been standing casually, but when she felt the sudden burst of aggressive energy from Lin Qiye, her cool gaze revealed, for the first time, a trace of genuine astonishment. This punch wasn't just well executed. Moreover, this aura was martial will? And why does this will feel so similar to her own? How is this possible? A tremendous wave surged in Lin Yuechan's heart. Just a few days ago, he was merely a novice in martial arts, unable to stand steadily or throw a proper punch. Was it really just a few days ago? At this moment, Lin Yuechan began to doubt her sense of time. How long had it been? He had actually comprehended martial will? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Before Lin Yuechan could recover from her shock, Lin Qiye's figure had already moved. Every one of his movements resembled an erupting volcano, exuding an aura of fierce and fiery dominance. His footwork was the same, each step seemed to ignite a flame on the ground, his entire being like a swift blaze of fire, darting, twisting, and maneuvering agilely across the training room. His punches and footwork combined perfectly, centered around the will of fierce and fiery, with the perfected basic fist technique as the framework and the perfected basic footwork as the foundation. As he completed the set of techniques, it flowed seamlessly, like a stream of water. The air in the training room seemed to ignite, and the temperature rose slightly. When the final move concluded and he stood still, the scorching, domineering aura gradually receded into his body. A faint sheen of sweat appeared on Lin Qiye's forehead, his breathing steady, his eyes bright, as he quietly looked at Lin Yuechan, waiting for her evaluation. At this moment, Lin Yuechan was already deeply shocked, unable to speak for a long time. The training room was she looked into Lin Qiye's clear and calm eyes, and the thought of hating iron for not becoming steel had long dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and a hint of anticipation. She paced back and forth, seemingly organizing her words, but ultimately couldn't help asking, "How did you manage to do it?" Lin Qiye scratched his head, a simple and honest smile appearing on his face, as if he had already prepared his response. "I don't know either. I just watched your VR teaching videos every day, and after watching them for a while, it seemed like I suddenly got the hang of it. Watching, and then it clicked?" Lin Yuechan was speechless upon hearing this explanation. She felt her worldview had been shaken like never before, even starting to doubt whether the 3 years of arduous training she had undergone back then had all gone to waste. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Fine. Perhaps only such a prodigy could emerge from an unknown school. She should have been mentally prepared for this. However, she had taught countless students from the Galactic Martial Arts University and had seen many top-tier geniuses. But someone like Lin Qiye she had truly never encountered before. Could it be that her own experience was too limited? Forget it, no point dwelling on this. Lin Yuechan forced herself to suppress her stray thoughts and refocused on teaching. She looked at Lin Qiye, her expression becoming more serious than ever. "Since you've already grasped martial intent, you must be cautious when choosing martial techniques next." She spoke slowly, her tone solemn. "The style of the martial technique must align with Your martial intent. If the two complement each other, the power will multiply, achieving twice the result with half the effort. If they conflict, they will hinder each other, resulting in twice the effort for half the result, and may even affect the growth of your martial will. For example, me. As she spoke, she suddenly pulled out a metal short rod less than half a meter long from the nearby rack. Step back 10 meters. Lin Qiye immediately complied, creating enough distance. Lin Yuechan flicked her wrist, and the metal short rod made a clack-clack sound, instantly transforming into a 2-meter-long silver alloy spear. The spear's body shimmered with light, its tip gleaming coldly, even taller than Lin Yuechan herself, exuding a sharp and lethal aura. She held the spear with one hand, effortlessly spinning it, her entire demeanor shifting once again. If she had previously been like a volcano on the verge of eruption, now she was a crimson lightning bolt tearing through the sky, brimming with unparalleled sharpness and swiftness. Watch closely. Before her words had fully landed, she moved. Without any warning, her figure darted forward like a phantom, the spear in her hand transforming into a fiery dragon emerging from its lair, accompanied by a piercing sound as it thrust forward. Buzz! The spear tip vibrated at high speed in the air, even creating sparks from the friction. With one thrust, she flipped her wrist, the spear moving like a dragon, retracting like lightning. Thrust, lift, chop, smash, sweep. Every move was simple and direct, yet executed with extreme speed and ferocity. The spear's shadows filled the air, resembling a net woven from flames and death, enveloping the entire training room. Standing at a distance, Lin Qiye felt a scorching gust of wind rushing toward him, almost suffocating him. He even had the illusion that he was facing not a person, but a wildfire spreading uncontrollably, a flood bursting forth, filled with unstoppable destructive power. When the final thrust was delivered, Lin Yuechan abruptly retracted her spear and stood still. The overwhelming spear shadows and scorching aura vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. She stood there quietly, her breathing steady, her expression unchanged, with only a trace of lingering battle intent in her sharp eyes. My martial intent is fierce fire and swiftness. So the martial technique I specialize in is the A-grade technique, Blazing Fire Spear. This spear technique pursues ultimate speed and explosive power, perfectly complementing my martial intent. She paused for a moment and added, moreover, this spear technique, when paired with my cultivation method, the fire attribute technique Crimson Sun Prison Suppression Art, will cause burning or even explosive effects inside the enemy upon striking. Although your asterisk primordial Unity Art asterisk is neutral and balanced, since you've already comprehended the fire attribute, it can be considered suitable. Of course, the choice of martial techniques ultimately depends on your personal preference. From your study of basic fist techniques, do you wish to develop further in saber techniques, spear techniques, sword techniques, or staff techniques? Spear techniques seem pretty good, Lin Qiye murmured. His thoughts were simple: the longer the range, the stronger. If the enemy couldn't even get close before being skewered by a spear, wouldn't that be great? Safe. However, with the insight gained from mastering two foundational martial techniques to perfection, he also noticed some nuances in the spear technique he had just seen. Lin Yuechan's spear technique was indeed ferocious, but it gave Lin Qiye a sense of relentless forward momentum, a feeling of either you die or I perish. Every move was an extreme offense, almost entirely abandoning defense. Teacher Yuechan, Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment before voicing his doubt. Isn't this spear technique overly focused on offense? I feel it doesn't seem to have any defensive moves. Lin Yuechan nodded approvingly, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Good observation. You're right, the blazing fire raging spear emphasizes attack over defense. As the saying goes, the best defense is a good offense. Overwhelm the enemy to the point where they can't retaliate, striking them down first. This is the essence of this spear technique. She looked at Lin Qiye and asked in return, I noticed that you were able to comprehend the martial intent of fierce fire's momentum. Isn't that a similar style? That's why I recommended it to you. Or do you prefer a more steady, methodical approach? Lin Qiye was momentarily stunned, questioning himself internally. Am I really such a reckless person? I just wanted to choose a long spear to keep the enemy at a distance and safely poke them to death. How did Teacher Yuechan get this impression? Lin Yuechan put away her spear and looked at Lin Qiye with bright, piercing eyes. Martial intent doesn't lie, it comes from the deepest instincts of your heart. I've taught other students before, and like you, they had similar doubts when they first comprehended martial intent. But later, it was proven that the direction indicated by martial intent was the most suitable path for them. She paused and continued, if you feel this style doesn't suit you, that's fine. The prerequisite technique for the asterisk blazing fire raging spear asterisk is the Surank technique Gale spear technique. This spear technique also emphasizes speed and relentless attacks, making it the perfect foundation for the blazing fire raging spear. If you feel that the extreme offensive style of the blazing fire raging spear doesn't suit you, then after mastering the Gale spear technique to the proficient level, you can switch to 2 other completely different A-rank spear techniques. As she spoke, she lightly swiped the air in front of her, and 2 glowing martial technique manuals were projected. The first is the A-rank technique Heavenly Net Spear. This spear technique is the complete opposite of the blazing fire raging spear in its domineering nature. It emphasizes weaving attacks like threads, creating a dense and resilient spear formation that unfolds like a giant spider web. It excels at using softness to counter hardness, redirecting and neutralizing force, trapping the enemy within your attack range until they are exhausted and defeated. The second is also an A-rank technique, called Mountain Stabilizing Spear. This spear technique balances offense and defense, with strikes as steady as a mountain. It has no glaring weaknesses but also no particularly outstanding strengths, making it a versatile choice best suited for survival in complex battlefield environments. These 3 A-rank spear techniques all use the asterisk Gale spear technique asterisk as their foundation but ultimately diverge into 3 completely different directions. One focuses on offense, one on control, and one on defense. The choice is entirely up to your inner self. After listening to Lin Yuechan's explanation, Lin Xie nodded and said in a deep voice, I understand, teacher. Then I'll start practicing the Gale spear technique first. No matter which direction I ultimately take, building a solid foundation is always the right choice. Lin Yuechan nodded approvingly. Gale spear technique is a C-level martial skill. You can purchase it from the school's technique mall, which should cost 10 academic credits or 100,000 credit points. She suddenly remembered something and asked, do you have money? You don't have any credits right now, and even when you do, you'll need to save them. In the mall, 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 credit points, but in reality, 1 credit is far more valuable than 10,000 credit points. So whenever you can use credit points, use them instead of credits. You'll need credits for many things in the future. Lin Xie nodded and said, understood, teacher. I have money. Enter my referral code. I'll get a commission, and I won't charge you for this lesson. Consider it a congratulatory gift for your comprehension of martial intent. Teacher, this. Lin Xie quickly tried to decline. No need for further words. Lin Yuechan waved her hand, interrupting him, her tone carrying a hint of authority. I only taught you some basic concepts, and you've already comprehended to this extent. I wouldn't feel right charging you more. Seeing her firm attitude, Lin Xie stopped being overly polite and bowed deeply to her. Thank you, teacher. Lin Xie immediately operated his terminal, inputting Lin Yuechan's referral code. Before long, the complete copyright and official teaching VR video for the Gale spear technique were downloaded to his personal terminal. Alright, Lin Yuechan said, watching him finish the operation, her expression returning to its usual calm. The techniques, copyright and tutorial have been sent to your terminal. I won't personally demonstrate this spear technique. After all, it's a low-level martial skill, and I haven't practiced it in a long time. If I were to demonstrate, it might carry traces of the blazing wildfire spear, which could interfere with your pure understanding of the concept of Gale, hindering your practice. She paused for a moment and then mentioned a key point. The essence of the Gale spear technique lies in the word speed, and the foundation of speed is in raising the spear. What you need to practice is how to lift the spear tip and point it at the enemy in the fastest and most efficient way possible. Master this basic movement to the extreme, make it instinctive, and you'll truly have entered the door of this technique. The subsequent moves will naturally follow. Lin Xie nodded, but inwardly he was calculating. You're overestimating me. The key point isn't necessary at all. I'll just grind it to max level directly. But can I grind this C-level Gale spear technique to max level before the entrance exam? And the 8 treasures technique and primordial unity technique are only at level 5. Lin Xie suddenly felt like he was running out of time. Wait. Lin Xie's heart suddenly tightened as he remembered a crucial issue he'd overlooked: entry-level mastery. The entry-level difficulty of C-level martial skills is far higher than that of D-level ones. Back then, even the simplest basic fist technique took him 5 whole days of sleepless effort to barely master. Who knows how long this sea-level gale spear technique will take? 10 days? Half a month? He couldn't afford to waste that much time. Thinking of this, Lin Xie immediately spoke. Somewhat embarrassed, Teacher, is there any D-level spear martial skill that's easier to master? Preferably one with fewer moves, or even just a single move? Lin Xie thought to himself. The fewer moves, the shorter the time needed to practice each one. If there's really only one move, he could practice it hundreds or even thousands of times in an hour, and maybe grind it to max level in a single day. Lin Yuechan was stunned upon hearing Lin Xie's words. She raised her head and looked at him strangely, feeling speechless. Here we go again. Another one of these odd requests. Picking something easy to master is one thing, but now you're asking for fewer moves, preferably just one? What kind of training logic is this? Could it be that he's truly a genius of monstrous talent, with a thought process completely different from ordinary people? They don't need to learn step by step. Instead, they prefer to start with the simplest and purest underlying logic. As long as they understand one key point, they can grasp everything else? The more Lin Yuechan thought about it, the more she felt this explanation made sense. She shook her head, didn't ask further, and directly said, "This is very simple. You can practice the simplified version of the Gale Spear technique. What's it called again?" As she spoke, she began operating on the terminal. Soon, Lin Yuechan found the relevant information on the light screen. Found it, she looked up at Lin Xie. It's called Swift Wind Spear Technique, a D-level martial skill. This is the simplified version of the Gale Spear Technique. The entire spear technique consists of only one move, Swift Wind Thrust. It's specifically designed to practice the fluidity of the two basic movements, raising the spear and thrusting. Lin Xie's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. Just one move. This was practically tailor-made for him. He immediately searched for the Swift Wind Spear technique on the terminal and quickly found the information. Price, 20,000 credit points. Without hesitation, Lin Xie clicked to purchase. Ding! With the sound of a successful payment notification, the complete copyright and instructional video for the Swift Wind Spear technique were instantly downloaded to his personal terminal. This was perfect. Solving the problem of difficulty in getting started, the heavy burden in Lin Xie's heart was finally lifted, and he felt much more relaxed. Lin Yuechan looked at Lin Xie's satisfied expression and felt helpless. She felt that instead of teaching Lin Xie anything serious, she had somehow become a martial skill expert, specializing in finding all sorts of odd martial skills for him. Seeing Lin Xie put away his terminal and prepare to leave, Lin Yuechan curiously asked, "Aren't you going to practice here?" "I'll practice back in the dorm," Lin Xie instinctively replied. Lin Yuechan immediately rolled her eyes at him. Student dormitories strictly prohibit practicing martial skills in such a small space. If you accidentally punch through the wall and damage the facilities, a fine is a minor issue. In serious cases, your residency qualification could be directly revoked. You didn't even know this? Only then did Lin Xie realize, scratching his head awkwardly, I forgot. Previously, he had practiced basic fist techniques and footwork in the dormitory without thinking about it. However, basic fist techniques and footwork wouldn't damage the walls, unlike spear techniques, which are much longer. Lin Yuechan shook her head and continued, I have classes tomorrow morning after 9. From midnight to 9 in the morning, you can use this training room for free. Lin Xie's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, and he quickly said, Thank you, Teacher Yuechan. Lin Yuechan glanced at him and asked, Any other questions? If not, this lesson ends here. Lin Xie thought for a moment and finally mustered the courage to ask, Teacher Yuechan, do you know about the Xian Su Heart Sutra? He was considering buying the dual cultivation technique Xian Su Heart Sutra. However, 1 million credit points was no small amount, and he wasn't sure if the technique was worth it. Perhaps Lin Yuechan, being knowledgeable and experienced, could give him some professional advice. However, upon hearing his question, a peculiar smile appeared on Lin Yuechan's cold face. Little one, what do you mean by this? Her gaze swept over Lin Xie, as if scrutinizing something. Lin Xie felt uneasy under her gaze and quickly waved his hands to explain, Teacher Yuechan, don't misunderstand. I just want to buy it, but I'm worried there might be issues with it, so I wanted to ask for your opinion. After hearing his explanation, the peculiar smile on Lin Yuechan's face did not fade. She looked at Lin Xie, shook her head, and said in a somewhat ambiguous tone, "At your young age, you should focus your mind on your own cultivation and not get involved in unnecessary things." In her view, Lin Qia's actions either indicated ulterior motives or an unstable temperament, distracted by these unconventional pursuits. Either way, it was not the behavior of a talented martial artist. Lin Yuechan wasn't sure if Lin Qia's actions were intentional or unintentional. But for a young man to ask her opinion about dual cultivation techniques right in front of her? Young boys always liked to pull these little stunts to catch the attention of their female mentors. Lin Xie thought Lin Yuechan was about to get angry and was preparing to say something to explain himself. However, Lin Yuechan's tone suddenly shifted, carrying a hint of teasing. "If you can make it into the top 100 in the entrance exam this time, I can tell you about the Xian Su Heart Sutra. Good luck." After saying that, she even winked at Lin Xie. Lin Yuechan wasn't actually angry. Sometimes, teasing these talented yet slightly mischievous young men made her feel younger. Besides, this young man in front of her did spark a bit of anticipation in her. "All right," Lin Yuechan glanced at Lin Xie, waved her hand, and said, "I'm leaving now. Take your time practicing." With that, she turned and left the training room. Lin Xie stood in place, scratching his head as he watched Lin Yuechan's departing figure, feeling a bit puzzled. He admitted that he had gotten a bit carried away earlier, actually asking Lin Yuechan about dual cultivation techniques. Fortunately, Lin Yuechan didn't seem genuinely angry. But what did she mean by her last words? Top 100 and she'd explain it to him? And good luck? Lin Xie's mind flashed with the image of Lin Yuechan's cool yet slightly playful gaze, and his thoughts began to stir. He quickly shook his head, trying to dispel these unrealistic ideas. "What am I thinking?" he muttered to himself. "I should focus on the entrance exam first. Top 100? He glanced at his terminal, where his ranking was clearly displayed, 9,988th place. Lin Xie turned around, picked up a metal shortstaff from the nearby weapon rack, and mimicked Lin Yuechan's earlier movements, giving his wrist a flick. Clack-clack, a crisp mechanical sound echoed as the metal shortstaff instantly extended into a 2-meter-long alloy spear. "Hey, this thing is pretty fun." He gripped the cold spear shaft, feeling its hefty weight, and a sense of novelty surged in his heart. Instead of rushing into practice, he first opened the VR tutorial video for the Gale Spear technique. As the light and shadows shifted, a teacher dressed in a white martial arts uniform appeared in the virtual training ground, demonstrating the technique's sole move, Gale Thrust. Lin Xie watched intently as the teacher's movements were clean and precise. First, the wrist rotated, driving the spear shaft, and the spear tip swiftly lifted to aim forward. Then, the waist and abdomen exerted force, channeling power through both arms as the spear was thrust forward with explosive force. Lift the spear, thrust. The entire motion was fluid and as fast as lightning. As he watched, Lin Xie's brows furrowed slightly, and a flash of insight crossed his mind. The lifting motion emphasized the coordinated exertion of the wrist, forearm, and waist, focusing on the principle of precision. The thrust, on the other hand, concentrated all the body's strength into a single point, emphasizing power. The core techniques of these two movements bore a striking resemblance to the drilling punch and cannon punch from the basic fist techniques. Although one was unarmed and the other involved a weapon, the internal logic of force transmission seemed to be interconnected. Lin Xie's heart stirred. He closed the VR video, took a deep breath, and recalled the force techniques he had just seen, combining them with his understanding of the perfected basic fist techniques. He gripped the alloy spear tightly, his body sinking slightly. Lift the spear. Thrust. Whoosh. The spear sliced through the air with a sharp sound, stopping precisely 3 inches in front of him, the shaft vibrating with a low hum. Ding. Gale Spear technique has been mastered at the beginner level. Gale Spear technique, beginner, locked. The system notification echoed in his mind. Lin Xie froze for a moment. That fast? This was way too quick. Lin Xie hadn't expected to master it so quickly. Could it be the benefits of having perfected both the basic fist techniques and basic footwork? Draw inferences from one example to understand others, master one technique, and all techniques become accessible? If that's the case, could the sea-level Gale Spear technique also not be as difficult as it seems? He immediately opened the VR tutorial video for the Gale Spear technique and began studying it intently. 1 hour later, Lin Xie turned off the video, drenched in sweat, and let out a long sigh, before decisively giving up. No, the Gale Spear technique was more than 10 times more complex than the Swift Spear technique. Just the moves alone had 36 variations, each intricately linked, requiring extremely high levels of physical coordination and mastery of spiritual energy. In his current state, he couldn't even stumble through the first move, let alone get started. Looks like I was overthinking it. Lin Xie shook his head with a wry smile. I should just focus on building a solid foundation first. Lin Yuchan was right. The Swift Spear technique was designed to practice the raise spear and thrust moves of the Gale Spear technique. If that's the case, then he should first master the Swift Spear technique. Perhaps by then, he could achieve the same breakthrough as today, instantly grasping the Gale Spear technique through analogy. With this thought, Lin Xie no longer hesitated. He immediately calmed his mind and opened the system panel. Swift Spear technique. Unlocked, not yet mastered, he still had 3 permission points. System, use permission points to unlock. Ding. 1 permission point consumed. Swift Spear technique. Unlocked. In an instant, a flood of pure insights about the swift thrust surged into his mind like a bursting dam, perfectly merging with his spirit, vitality, and every cell in his body. He didn't even need to think deliberately, his body instinctively grasped the core force techniques of this spear art. Swift Spear technique. Level 1, 0/10. Looking at the familiar progress bar, Lin Xie was ecstatic. As the most basic D-level martial skill, leveling up from 1 to 2 only required 10 progress points. Level 10 would be perfection. Let's begin. Standing in the center of the training ground, the alloy spear in his hand seemed like an extension of his arm. Raise spear. Thrust. Swift Spear technique, level 1, January 10th, raise spear. Thrust. Swift Spear technique, level 1, February 10th. He became completely immersed in this simple and repetitive training. He didn't need to worry about perfecting his movements or obsess over the details of his strength. He only needed to execute the action completely, over and over again. As long as he performed the move, regardless of its precision, the progress bar would increase. 30 seconds later. Ding. Swift Spear technique level up. Current level, 2, 0/20, 1 minute later. Ding. Swift Spear technique level up. Current level, 3, 0/30, 1 hour later. When Lin Xie thrust his spear once more, the familiar system notification finally echoed in his mind. Ding. Swift Spear technique level up. Current level, 10, max. At that moment, Lin Xie felt a thunderous roar in his mind. In his spiritual world, the miniature figure practicing martial arts now held a spear. It wielded the spear, practicing the swift thrust repeatedly. Each raise of the spear was as fast as lightning, each thrust carried overwhelming momentum. All the secrets of this spear technique fused into his soul at that moment, becoming an innate instinct. Whoosh! Lin Xie stood still, withdrawing his spear, and let out a long breath. He could clearly feel that his body had undergone a subtle yet profound transformation in just 1 hour. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Lin Xie genetic potential, 16% physical strength, 150 plus mental strength, 150 plus psionic energy, 123 plus techniques. Broadcast gymnastics set number 128, level 10, max, Huanyuan Qigong, level 5, 0/500. 8 treasures gone, level 5, 5 out of 100, basic fist technique, level 10, max, basic footwork, level 10, max, Gale Spear technique, level 10, max, martial will. Blazing Fury, level 1, 552/1000, partner, by Mushi, affection level, 85, offspring, 10, in gestation, permission points, 2 genetic potential increased by another 0.1%. All basic attributes showed significant growth. What excited him even more was that the progress bar for martial will, Blazing Fury also advanced. As expected, Lin Xie was overjoyed. Practicing martial techniques could also promote the growth of martial will. He turned his gaze once again to the long-sealed sea-level martial technique, Raging Wind Spear technique. This time, he didn't hesitate at all and directly opened the VR teaching video. When the figure of the instructor appeared again and began demonstrating the intricate 36 variations of the spear technique, Lin Xie's perspective on the world had completely changed. With his mastery of the perfect level Gale Spear technique, Lin Xie easily saw through all the thrust-related variations in the Raging Wind Spear technique. However, when the instructor in the video began demonstrating more complex techniques, Lin Xie couldn't help but furrow his brows. Aside from thrusting, the Raging Wind Spear technique also contained a large number of swinging and shaking spear movements. The spear in the instructor's hands seemed alive, sometimes like a serpent darting out of its hole, striking at tricky angles, other times like a willow swaying in the wind, creating layers of spear shadows. These techniques were entirely different from what he had learned before, leaving him dazzled. Moreover, to complement these complex spear techniques, the instructor's footwork became even more intricate. Although Lin Qiye could follow it, many of the details and force application techniques left him completely baffled. Should he force himself to master it here? Lin Qiye thought for a moment, and quickly dismissed the idea. No, it would be a waste of time. His greatest advantage was his ability to quickly perfect techniques after mastering the basics. If he wasted too much time on getting started, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Just then, his terminal rang. It was a call from Baimushi. Lin Qiye quickly answered. Honey. On the other side of the screen, Baimushi's gentle voice carried a hint of concern. Lin Qiye glanced at the clock in the training room and realized it was already 2 a.m. without him noticing. His heart warmed, and he replied softly, I'm training in the practice room. I just got into the zone and wanted to practice a bit longer. You go ahead and sleep, don't wait for me. Okay, but don't overwork yourself. Take care of your health, Baimushi gently reminded him before reluctantly ending the call. After hanging up, Lin Qiye gradually calmed down. Since the Raging Wind Spear technique couldn't be tackled for now, there was no need to force it. He decided to focus on practicing 8 Treasures Gong until the next morning when Lin Yuechan arrived. By then, he could ask her if there was a simplified D-level martial technique similar to the Gale Spear technique for the swinging and shaking spear movements in the Raging Wind Spear technique. If there was, the problem would be solved. With this plan in mind, Lin Qiye put away his spear, sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground, and began practicing 8 Treasures Gong. The night passed without incident. Lin Qiye immersed himself fully in the practice of 8 Treasures Gong, tirelessly circulating his qi and blood, tempering his muscles and bones. With the enhancement of Martial Will Fierce Fire, he found that his cultivation efficiency had greatly improved. When his vital energy circulated, it seemed to carry a hint of scorching heat, and the tempering effect was more pronounced than before. When the intelligence system in the training room prompted, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Qiye slowly finished his practice and emerged from his focused state. He stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, feeling explosive power coursing through his body, and his mental state was unprecedentedly full. Almost at the same time he stood up, the door of the training room slid open with a swish. Lin Yuechan appeared at the door right on time. She was dressed in a sleek black combat uniform, and upon seeing Lin Qiye's energetic appearance, a barely noticeable trace of surprise flashed in her cold gaze. Lin Yuechan's first thought was, could it be that what she said last night had caused this young man to misunderstand? Good morning, teacher, Lin Qiye greeted respectfully. Lin Yuechan nodded, walked into the training room, glanced around casually, and asked, how's your practice going? The swift spear technique is almost mastered, Lin Qiye replied, then brought up the issues he encountered. But for the Gale Spear technique, I still don't quite understand the parts about whipping the spear and shaking the spear, as well as the accompanying footwork. So I wanted to ask, teacher, are there any simplified D-level martial techniques specifically designed for foundational training, like with the swift spear technique? Lin Yuechan was momentarily stunned. Upon hearing this, then revealed a slightly amused expression. You little rascal. She shook her head helplessly. Martial cultivation doesn't have that many shortcuts. Lin Qiye's face showed a hint of disappointment upon hearing this. It seemed he had been too optimistic. However, Lin Yuechan changed her tone and continued, that said, the Gale Spear technique is widely practiced in the Imperial Army, with a large number of users. To help new recruits quickly grasp it, martial arts instructors in the military have indeed summarized and developed some targeted foundational training techniques over the years. Soon, she found the relevant martial technique materials. Here we go. For shaking the spear, there's a D-level foundational martial technique called Vibrating Spear Art, which specifically trains the ability to transmit force to the spear tip through high-frequency vibrations, creating penetration and shock effects. And for footwork, there's another one called Whirling Spear Dance. This technique is more like a basic body movement training, teaching you how to use the strength of your waist, abdomen, and legs to drive the spear for wide-range rotations, blocks, and sweeps. For now, these 2 D-level techniques are related to the Gale Spear technique. Oh, and there's also the basic spear technique. At that moment, the door of the training room slid open again, and a tall, cold-tempered girl walked in. She saw Lin Xie in the training room, and a trace of doubt appeared on her delicate face, but she quickly regained her composure and silently moved to the side to start warming up, clearly not wanting to interrupt Lin Yuechan and Lin Xie's conversation. Seeing this, Lin Xie quickly said to Lin Yuechan, "Then I won't disturb your class, teacher. I'll take my leave now." He nodded politely to the girl as a greeting, then quickly walked out of the training room. Back in the dormitory, Bai Mushi was sitting on the sofa. When she saw him return, a worried expression immediately appeared on her face. "Honey, how was your cultivation?" Lin Xie smiled, walked over, pulled her into his arms, and told her in detail about his cultivation process last night and the questions he had asked Lin Yuechan in the morning. When Bai Mushi heard that Lin Xie had found 2 more simplified D-level martial techniques, she couldn't help but furrow her brows and said worriedly, "Honey, with so many martial techniques, can you manage? Won't it be too scattered and end up affecting your cultivation progress?" In her view, simultaneously practicing so many different martial techniques would require a significant amount of time and energy just to get started, which seemed entirely counterproductive. Lin Xie saw her worried little face and couldn't help but tap her nose, confidently smiling as he said, "You're underestimating me too much. Take that Gale Spear technique for example, the instructor in the video doesn't even perform it as precisely as I do." Pfft, Bai Mushi couldn't help but laugh at his words, her gaze seemingly saying, "Go ahead and brag." The instructors in the official teaching videos were masters who had immersed themselves in this martial art for decades, reaching a state of perfection. Lin Xie had only practiced for one night, how could he possibly be more precise than them? Seeing her skeptical expression, Lin Xie smiled and said, "You don't believe me? I'll teach you right now." "Teach me here?" Bai Mushi chuckled and gave him a gentle push. "Besides, your cultivation is more important. Don't waste time on me." "All right then." Lin Xie nodded, already planning to give Bai Mushi a lesson someday to show her his skills. After staying up all night, Lin Xie, though still mentally energized, felt a trace of fatigue deep within his body. He took out a bottle of Jianbao C3 nutritional liquid from his storage space and drank it in one gulp. A surge of pure energy spread through his abdomen, quickly replenishing his body's consumption and dispelling the fatigue. Then, he sat cross-legged again and began practicing the primordial unity technique, using cultivation as a substitute for rest. 10 hours later, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes from deep cultivation, feeling a strong hunger in his stomach. Bai Mushi had already prepared a hearty meal for him. He devoured the food ravenously but still felt unsatisfied, so he drank another bottle of nutritional liquid. Opening his personal terminal, he glanced at the date. The light screen clearly displayed September 26. There were only 5 days left until the entrance assessment on October 1. Time was growing increasingly tight. In the early hours, Lin Xie once again arrived at the familiar room 2202. Just as he reached the door, he saw Lin Yuechan and Qin Xiaoxiao walking out one after the other. Lin Yuechan saw him and casually waved her hand, saying, "The door's open, go in yourself." Then she turned to Qin Xiaoxiao beside her and said, "The room will be empty tonight. If you need extra practice, you can come and use it for free." Qin Xiaoxiao responded coldly, "Thank you, teacher." Lin Xie nodded to them and walked into the empty training room. Without any delay, he immediately began attempting the basics of basic spear technique, vibrating spear art, and whirling spear dance. However, 4 hours later, Lin Xie reluctantly set down the spear in his hand. None of these 3 martial arts were as easy to grasp as the Gale Spear technique. Each had its unique power exertion techniques and body movement requirements, requiring significant time to comprehend in practice. It seems there's no hope of learning a new martial art before the entrance exam. Lin Xie shook his head, making up his mind. Since that was the case, there was no point in wasting the remaining 5 days on learning new techniques. Instead, he decided to focus all his energy on further improving the levels of primordial unity technique and 8 treasures technique. He decided to return to the student dormitory now. After all, the spiritual energy concentration in the dormitory was much higher than in this ordinary training room, making internal cultivation more efficient. Having made his decision, Lin Xie left room 2202. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Qin Xiaoxiao approaching. When she saw Lin Xie coming out, she merely glanced at him indifferently before looking away. Lin Xie simply nodded slightly in acknowledgement and went on his way. The next morning, Lin Xie did not cultivate but instead went to the reproductive management center again. This was the second of 12 projects. An hour later, he walked out feeling refreshed. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched, and conception has been completed. Reward obtained, randomly unlock cultivation. Technique training access. No unlocked techniques available, 1 permission point obtained. Ding! Host's genetic data successfully matched and pregnancy completed. Reward obtained, randomly unlock cultivation technique training access. No unlocked techniques available, 1 permission point obtained. Ding! Host's genetic data successfully matched and pregnancy completed. Reward obtained, randomly unlock cultivation technique training access. No unlocked techniques available, 1 permission point obtained. 3 pregnancies again. 3 permission points in hand. Lin Qiye was overjoyed. At that moment, his terminal rang. It was a call from Yu Zhenhai, the head of the Yu family. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. On the other side of the screen, Yu Zhenhai's face was full of enthusiasm. We just received notification from the hospital. It worked. Your genetic data is truly outstanding. Our Yu family is deeply grateful. Lin Qiye responded politely. However, Yu Zhenhai shifted the topic, tentatively asking, Mr. Lin, I wonder, is there a chance for us to continue collaborating? Continue collaborating? Lin Qiye was a bit puzzled. Yu Zhenhai quickly explained, Mr. Lin, you may not know. Our Yu family still has 3 eligible women who need to conceive. We were wondering, could we adopt a more direct approach? He paused. Mr. Lin, rest assured, if you're willing, I'll pay you directly. 1 million. What do you think? 1 million. A direct approach? Lin Qiye's heart skipped a beat. Are you testing me with this? Lin Qiye almost instinctively wanted to agree, but a moment of rationality forced him to suppress the impulse. He knew very well that there's no such thing as a free lunch, nor are benefits so easily obtained. There must be something behind this that he wasn't aware of. Until he figured it out completely, he absolutely couldn't agree lightly. Moreover, the entrance exam was imminent, and that was the top priority right now. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye pondered for a moment and said, Master Yu, thank you for your kindness. However, the entrance exam is coming up, and I need to focus on preparing for it. This matter, let's discuss it after the exam. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenhai wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he became even more enthusiastic. Yes, the exam is important. I won't disturb you then. I wish you great success in the entrance exam and a stunning performance. Lin Qiye returned to his dormitory, temporarily putting aside the Yu family's matter, and once again immersed himself in the race against time to cultivate. Another 10 sleepless hours passed. Lin Qiye was starving and dizzy, rushing to the dining table to devour his food. His stomach bulged slightly, yet he still felt empty. Helplessly, he took out a bottle of nutrient solution and gulped it down. 2 bottles a day cost 13,000. If it weren't for taking on 12 fertility projects, he wouldn't be able to afford it. Lin Qiye once again felt the financial strain of cultivation. This era is truly becoming increasingly difficult. Sitting across from him, Bai Mushi frowned slightly. She hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Softly, husband, in the future, let's not go to the fertility management center anymore, okay? Why? Lin Qiye asked curiously. The fertility management center was an important way for him to enhance his strength. Bai Mushi's belly only had one. To have more babies, he relied on the fertility management center. How could he just stop going? Bai Mushi sighed, opened her personal terminal, and pulled up a freshly popped-up galactic headline. See for yourself. She pushed the screen toward Lin Qiye and said softly, Hahawa's matter is now known throughout the Taurus constellation. Hahawa? Lin Qiye looked puzzled. The news headline was shocking. **** The fall of the war god, bloodline disputes. Hahawa plunges into succession chaos. The news provided a detailed report on the death of the legendary war god Zhongqing, master of the mighty Hahawa group, which shook the Taurus constellation. Following his demise, a massive inheritance and power struggle erupted like never before. Apart from the legitimate son born to his officially wedded wife, 30 young individuals claiming to be Zhongqing's illegitimate children suddenly emerged. Armed with DNA test reports issued by authoritative institutions, they aggressively demanded a share of Zhongqing's inheritance. The latest news says the impact is so severe that the empire's authorities are launching a thorough investigation into this matter, Bai Mushi said with a hint of unease in her voice. It's said that these 30 illegitimate children were all born after Zhongqing visited the Reproductive Management Center back in the day. Lin Qiye was dumbfounded. Ha? Is that even possible? Isn't this basically entrapment by the authorities? Children from the Reproductive Management Center fighting for inheritance rights, what a joke. Bai Mushi shook her head. No, insiders revealed that when Zhongqing visited the Reproductive Management Center, he might have been tempted and engaged in some private transactions with certain families. She then glanced at the comments on her terminal and added, private transactions are always full of shady dealings, private transactions. Lin Qiye immediately thought of the call he received earlier today from the head of the Yu family. Could that old man be plotting something similar? However, Lin Qiye quickly dismissed the thought. The Yu family head likely wasn't thinking that far ahead. The reason Zhongqing's case caused such a stir was due to his unexpected death. If he were still alive, reigning supreme over the Taurus constellation, who would dare to challenge his inheritance? Those so-called illegitimate children probably wouldn't even have the right to approach the Hahala group. The Yu family head's true intentions likely had nothing to do with inheritance disputes centuries down the line. Instead, it was about the present. Private transactions implied deeper connections. Once a shared bloodline existed. As a father, how could one ignore their offspring if they achieved great success in the future? Offering a helping hand might be a trivial effort for a powerful individual, but for a declining family, it could be a life-changing favor. Spending 1 or 2 million to gamble on one's future prospects, this investment was simply too worthwhile. This, Lin Qiye realized, was probably the Yu family head's true motive. Understanding this, he felt a sense of relief. Others might worry about being entangled in the karma of these declining families, but for him, it wasn't an issue at all. His system was inherently designed for more children, more blessings. Children were the key to his growth. As for whether the family would split or the inheritance would be contested after his death, well, if I'm dead, why should I care about the chaos that follows? At that moment, a notification popped up on Lin Qiye's terminal. Dear VIP, the limited-time sale for the B-grade dual cultivation technique Xuansu Heart Sutra has only 1 hour remaining before it ends. Lin Qiye glanced at it and didn't hesitate. Buy. He immediately selected the installment payment option. 1 million credit points, 10 years of interest-free payments, with monthly installments of less than 10,000. Given his current earning capacity, he could easily afford it. Ding! Purchase successful. A complete set of Xuansu Heart Sutra cultivation technique materials was instantly downloaded to his personal terminal. Having settled this matter, Lin Qiye was in high spirits. He smiled and said to Bai Mushi, I won't end up like war god Zhongqing. Besides, all those troubles only happened after his death. I'm just a small-time martial artist, nowhere near his level. Bai Mushi, however, quietly gazed at him, her eyes filled with affection. Husband, she said softly, in my eyes, your future achievements will definitely surpass those of war god Zhongqing. Lin Qiye grinned. I like hearing that. Keep going. As he spoke, he reached out and scooped Bai Mushi into his arms. Ah! Bai Mushi let out a startled cry, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Her cheeks instantly turned red. Husband, weren't you going to cultivate? Lin Qiye carried her in his arms, striding toward the bedroom with a chuckle. Even during cultivation, one needs to relax. I just bought the Xuansu Heart Sutra, and it's perfect for us to explore together and learn from each other. Really? Bai Mushi's face turned even redder, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. She buried her head in his chest, not daring to look at him. Of course, it's true. Lin Qiye lowered his head and whispered softly in her ear, his warm breath tickling her, let's start now. The following content, 59 seconds. Husband. I can't anymore. Bai Mushi's voice carried a sobbing tone, her body as soft as spring water, unable to maintain her seated posture any longer. The qi within her had completely spiraled out of control, like a frightened deer, chaotically darting through her meridians. Don't! Lin Qiye shouted in a low voice, trying to stabilize the flow of their cultivation technique. However, it was already too late. With Bai Mushi's surrender, the qi cycle they had painstakingly established between them instantly collapsed. Lin Qiye felt a surge of chaotic energy rebound into him. His chest tightened, and the primordial unity qi within him poured out uncontrollably, vanishing without a trace. Their cultivation had failed. Ultimately, it was his own inadequacy. He couldn't effectively guide and dominate the qi cycle between them. Lin Qiye sighed, glancing at the system panel. Xuansu Heart Sutra, not initiated, as expected, he hadn't even entered the introductory stage. He looked helplessly at Bai Mushi, who lay limp on the bed, gasping for breath, her cheeks flushed. Shaking his head, he realized that cultivating the Xuansu Heart Sutra was far more complex than he had imagined. This technique required the leading practitioner to guide and dominate, achieving a high level of synchronization and harmony in spirit, will, and physical rhythm between both parties. At this point, Lin Xiye was still far from achieving that. Bai Mushi, drenched in sweat and completely drained, clearly needed a good rest. A second attempt wouldn't be possible anytime soon. Lin Xiye could only shake his head, gently cover her with a blanket, and quietly leave the bedroom. Lying on the bed, Bai Mushi felt the lingering sensations deep within her body, her heart filled with both shyness and frustration. She felt like she had once again held her husband back, unable to help him. That subtle sense of unease, born from the disparity in their abilities, crept into her heart once more. Leaving the bedroom, Lin Xiye sat cross-legged and began circulating the primordial unity qi. After completing one cycle, he finally managed to calm the restless energy and blood within him. At that moment, the terminal emitted a soft ding, signaling the arrival of an official notification from the Galactic Martial Arts University. He opened it to find the detailed content regarding the entrance assessment. On the light screen, the rules and rewards were listed in detail. Galactic Martial Arts University, Taurus 0755 Star System Branch, Freshman Entrance Examination Rules, Competition Format 1v1 Combat Duels. Competition Venue School Small Martial Arts Arenas number 1 to number 1000. Competition System. The examination is divided into 2 stages. Stage 1, Round-Robin Tournament Base Points. Each freshman will receive base points corresponding to the genetic potential value recorded during registration. For example, a genetic potential of 12% grants 12 base points. Match pairing. The system will randomly assign 15 opponents to each freshman. Scoring rules. Inflicting serious injury on an opponent or forcing them to surrender earns 1 point. Being seriously injured or surrendering loses 1 point. A double serious injury results in 0 points. Match deadline. All freshmen must complete all 15 matches within 3 days of the start of the semester. Stage 2, Elimination Tournament Qualification. After Stage 1, the top 200 freshmen in total points will qualify for Stage 2. Elimination Rules. The elimination system will be used until the final rankings are determined. Competition Rewards 1. The top 1,000 in the overall ranking of this exam will receive a one-time reward of 100 academic credits. 2 of the top 100 in the overall ranking of this exam will, in addition to the credit reward, gain an additional opportunity to select a technique from the Grade A Technique Library. Copyright fees for the technique must be borne by the individual, but 3 of the top 10 in the overall ranking of this exam will, in addition to the above rewards, receive a bottle of body refining elixir provided by the school's Alchemy Institute. Lin Xiye carefully read through each rule, his eyes flickering with a thoughtful light. This competition system is quite interesting. The base score is directly tied to genetic potential, which from the start categorizes everyone into different levels. Students with high genetic potential are naturally at a significant advantage. Not only do they have higher base scores, but they are also generally stronger, making it almost certain they will win against students with lower genetic potential. Winning a match earns 1 point, losing a match deducts 1 point. Lin Xiye muttered to himself. To stand out in the points competition and make it into the top 200, one not only needs strong abilities to ensure victory in most matches but also a sufficiently high starting point, namely, high genetic potential. It seems this is not just a contest of strength but also a test of talent and accumulation, Lin Xiye understood in his heart. On the very first day of school, the institution had made it unmistakably clear to all new students a harsh reality: in this world where martial arts reign supreme, your talent determines your starting point from the very beginning. And his current genetic potential was 16%, which should place him at a relatively high level among the nearly 10,000 new students. Getting into the top 1,000 and earning the 100 credit reward shouldn't be a problem. Wait. When Lin Xiye's gaze fell again on the line, base points are awarded according to the genetic potential value recorded at the time of registration. His heart sank. At the time of registration, he clearly remembered that when he first enrolled, the genetic potential value in his system file was 10.3%. In other words, his base score was only 10 points. 10 points. Lin Xiye's breath momentarily stopped, and his face turned somewhat grim. This was terrible. Lin Xiye suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. Why wasn't it calculated based on genetic potential before the competition? Who designed these rules? This is so unfair. Lin Xie took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and continue reading. At the end of the rules, there was a line of small print in the notes. Notes 1. The school is not responsible for any injuries sustained during the competition. Contestants must bear the consequences themselves. It is recommended that contestants prepare relevant personal accident insurance before the competition. If not purchased, you may choose the new student carefree insurance provided by this exam sponsor, Terra Peace Insurance. 2. All contestants must use standardized alloy weapons provided by the school. Options include knives, spears, swords, staffs, etc. The use of any private weapons is prohibited. 3. A protective gear and potions must be self-prepared and are allowed during the competition. After reading these notes, Lin Xie's expression grew even more serious. Standardized weapons, this was relatively fair. But self-prepared protective gear and potions? This was another test of financial resources. Those from wealthy families were likely equipped with custom-made advanced combat suits and carried rare potions capable of instantly restoring stamina and energy. And him? Apart from the combat suit he had bought before the entrance exam, he had nothing. It seems that achieving a good ranking in this entrance exam will be very difficult. Lin Xie rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. However, he quickly cast aside these negative emotions. Difficult? So what? The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. Face challenges head-on. Isn't it just a base score of 10 points? Isn't it just lacking advanced armor and potions? But I have the system. If I fail this time, I'll work 10 times harder next time. If that doesn't work, I'll work 100 times harder, 200 times harder, 1,000 times harder. Lin Xie immediately picked up his terminal and sent a message to Lin Yuechan, hoping to consult her about the rules of this exam. Lin Yuechan's reply came quickly. Lin Yuechan, 3 a.m., still room 2202. But this time, only half an hour. The exam rules are out, and too many freshmen are coming to consult me. At 2:50 a.m., Lin Xie had already arrived early at the door of room 2202, waiting. 10 minutes later, the door slid open on time, and Qin Xiaoxiu's figure emerged from inside. She saw Lin Xie, gave a cold nod as usual, and left directly. Lin Xie walked into the training room and saw Lin Yuechan standing in the center of the field, her expression slightly fatigued. Teacher. Lin Yuechan nodded and got straight to the point, asking, "What's your genetic potential?" Lin Xie smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, the base score for this exam is based on the system's record at the time of registration, right? Back then, it was 10.3%. Lin Yuechan nodded calmly upon hearing this. For a grassroots genius, having 10.3% genetic potential at enrollment was already quite impressive. However, with her current perspective, Lin Xie's genetic potential was likely already around 15%. This is what a genius is. In just 1 month, jumping from 10% to 15%. However, not having learned any good cultivation techniques during adolescence and achieving a late surge is also considered normal. Lin Yuechan pondered for a moment and began analyzing for Lin Xie. In the past 5 years, the average genetic potential of freshmen at our branch school has been around 11% to 12%, and this number has been increasing every year. It's not impossible for it to rise to 13% this year, which means the average base score would be 13 points. Based on previous year's data, in the first stage of the points competition, a total score of around 15 points can secure a spot in the top 1,000. In other words, a student with an average base score only needs a 60% win rate in 15 matches, winning 9, losing 6, to achieve a net score of 3 points and be stable. She paused, her gaze falling on Lin Xie. But your situation is different. Your base score is only 10 points. To reach the 15-point threshold, you need a net score of 5 points. In other words, you must win at least 10 matches and lose 5. This is much more challenging. However, she changed her tone, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. With your current strength, it's not impossible. Hearing Lin Yuechan's words, Lin Xie's mood relaxed significantly. He then asked about insurance, combat suits, and potions. Lin Yuechan shook her head and said, "Combat suits have no upper limit. 4. You one-star martial artists, even a top-tier combat suit worth 10 million is still civilian grade. In reality, its effectiveness might only be 10% better than a 1 million grade suit. Even wearing a 10,000 grade suit is Fine, the difference isn't as significant as you think. Potions are the same. These things are mainly for protection, not the key to determining victory. If you encounter opponents who rely on equipment and potions to win, just admit defeat. If you can't beat them, there's no need to risk your life. But, her tone became serious, you must buy insurance. The entrance exam is a life and death battle. If you suffer severe injuries and can't afford treatment, the consequences will be unimaginable. It could truly be life-threatening. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Alright, time's up. Lin Yuechan glanced at the time. Prepare well on your own. Oh, and good luck. Lin Chie looked at Lin Yuechan's playful demeanor, then glanced at her perfect figure. His heart stirred, and he couldn't help but ask, Teacher Yuechan, if I make it into the top 1,000, will there be a reward? Lin Yuechan looked at him with a half-smile, a mischievous grin curling at the corners of her mouth. You're asking me for a reward for making it into the top 1,000? Come back and talk about rewards when you make it into the top 100, little boy. Lin Chie walked out of the training room, subconsciously touching his nose, feeling his cheeks heat up. Teased again. He thought to himself, when will I be able to turn the tables and tease her instead? An extraordinary martial artist. That's someone with genetic potential exceeding 100%. And right now, his was only 16%. The gap was indeed vast. He shook his head and was about to leave when he bumped into a tall girl. The girl was also wearing a combat suit, but the design was extremely eye-catching. Smooth lines, a material full of technological flair, and a striking starlight emblem at her waist. Lin Chie glanced casually and immediately recognized it. It was the latest model from Star Edge, one of the Empire's most famous civilian combat suit brands, the Starfall series. Official price, 9,999,900 credit points. This was one of the million credit combat suits Lin Yuechan had mentioned. What a rich woman! Lin Chie returned to the dormitory and told Bai Mushi about Lin Yuechan's analysis and the equipment and potions he needed to purchase. Combat suits, potions, insurance. Bai Mushi listened attentively, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes full of concern. Honey, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you don't do well this time, it's okay. We'll take it slow. Lin Chie smiled and shook his head, holding her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Bai Mushi took a deep breath, her gaze firm as she looked at Lin Chie and said word by word, Honey, if you're buying, buy the best. If we can't afford the 1,000,000 credit one, then get the 100,000 credit one. If the money's not enough, I'll figure it out. She had made up her mind. Even if she had to push herself harder, she would get her husband the best equipment. And, Bai Mushi continued, the potions we bought for the last exam were just the basics. Now we need to upgrade. Hemostatic, stamina recovery, energy replenishment, get the best of everything. Seeing her unwavering attitude, Lin Chie felt a warm current surge in his heart. He knew he couldn't let down this heavy trust and support. All right. Lin Chie looked at Bai Mushi's determined expression and couldn't help but smile. He gently tapped her nose and said softly, no need to dip into your parents' savings. It's not easy for them to save money either. Did you forget? I still have my projects. Don't worry about the money. Hearing the word projects, Bai Mushi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave him a shy, reproachful look. I was thinking of saving money. In the future, don't do those projects anymore. Okay, Lin Chie agreed repeatedly. But in his heart, he thought to himself, how could that be possible? Reproductive data must be disseminated, no one can stop me. It's my decision. After reassuring Bai Mushi, Lin Chie opened one of the Empire's most famous and reputable online marketplaces, Starry Mall. He skillfully navigated to the Starfall series combat suit he had just seen. 1,000,000 credits was definitely out of reach. He looked for a lower-tier Star Moon series instead. However, when he clicked on the detailed performance parameters and user reviews, he frowned. More design than practicality, overpriced, not great value for money. Next, he quickly found one of Taurus's most famous local brands, Starry Heavy Industries. This brand was known for its solid materials, strong protection, and high cost-performance ratio. At the same price point of around 100,000 credits, Starry Heavy Industries' Guardian model could even rival some higher-end combat suits, although the appearance combined styles from various well-known brands, leading to criticism of plagiarism. The cost-performance ratio is truly high. Place the order. Make the payment. He then went to the potion section and selected several high-efficiency recovery potions suitable for one-star warriors, all from well-known brands. Place the order. Make the payment. Finally, without hesitation, he purchased the new life worry-free insurance offered by Terra Peace Insurance on the insurance page. When he saw the premium, he couldn't help but click his tongue. That's really expensive, $100,000 a year. A series of operations flowed like an assembly line, and in just a few minutes, he spent nearly 1.5 million credit points. Fortunately, all of this could be paid in installments. One has to admit, the efficiency of Starfight Mall is truly impressive. In less than 2 hours, a courier in uniform delivered the first package to the door. It was the Guardian combat suit worth $1 million. Opening the package, a black combat suit with a metallic sheen lay quietly inside. Unlike the futuristic streamlined design of the Starfall series, the Guardian focused more on robustness and practicality. Key areas like the shoulders, elbows, and knees were noticeably reinforced, and the surface was covered with a layer of composite material resembling scales, making it extremely sturdy. Lin Chia quickly put on the combat suit. The close-fitting material immediately adjusted to his physique, perfectly wrapping every inch of his powerful muscles without any sense of restriction, allowing for free movement. How does it look? He walked up to Bai Mushi and spun around. You look so handsome. Bai Mushi's eyes lit up, instantly showering him with unreserved praise. Wearing the black combat suit, Lin Chia appeared less gentle and more stern, exuding a powerful aura that made people feel secure. Just then, the doorbell rang again. The potions and insurance contract were also delivered one after another. With everything ready, Lin Chia glanced at the time. There were only 3 days left until the entrance exam. Without wasting any more time, he immediately began his final sprint. In these last 3 days, he aimed to elevate the levels of Primordial Unity Chi Technique and 8 Treasures Technique by 1 tier. More importantly, Martial Will, Fiery Ferocity could also be upgraded simultaneously. Time flew by in focused training. 3 days later, October 1st, early morning. As the first ray of sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling window into the room, Lin Chia slowly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing in them. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, which turned into a faint white mist in the air, lingering for a long time. After 3 days of sleepless seclusion, his strength had once again made a leap forward. During these 3 days, Martial Will, Fiery Ferocity, had risen from level 1 to level 2. 8 Treasures Technique had also advanced from level 5 to level 6. Just now, as he completed the final circulation of a cycle, the familiar system notification sound finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Primordial Unity Chi Technique level up. Current level, 6/600. He eagerly opened the system panel. Host, Lin Chia, Gene Potential, 18%, Physical Strength, 165+, Mental Strength, 165+, Spiritual Energy, 130+, Techniques, 128th set of Broadcast Gymnastics level 10, Max, Primordial Unity Chi Technique level 6, 0/600, 8 Treasures Technique level 6, 0/120, Basic Fist Technique level 10, Max, Basic. Footwork level 10, Max, Gale Spear Technique level 10, Max, Martial Will, Fiery Ferocity level 2, 188/2000, Partner, Bai Mushi, Affection level 85, Offspring, 13, in development, Permission Points, 5, Gene Potential, 18%. Looking at this number, Lin Chia's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Although his base score was still a pitiful 10 points, his strength was no longer what it used to be. Honey, today is your exam day. Good luck. Bai Mushi had already prepared breakfast and a fresh set of clothes for him, her face full of gentle encouragement. Don't worry. Lin Chia gave her a confident smile, quickly finished his breakfast, and changed into a brand new Guardian combat suit. As he stepped out of the dormitory building, the entire Galactic Martial Arts University was filled with an atmosphere of tension and excitement. Countless freshmen, just like him, poured out of their dormitories, converging into streams of people heading toward the martial arts arena. Every face was filled with anticipation, nervousness, and a thirst for victory. Lin Chia's overall ranking was 9,988, placing him at the bottom among nearly 10,000 freshmen. According to the system's matching rules, the lower the ranking, the earlier the matches began. He quickly received a notification for his first match on his personal terminal. Match, round 1 time, 8:00 AM location, Martial Arts Arena number 988. Following the map's guidance, Lin Chia arrived at Martial Arts Arena number 988. It was a small arena of about 500 square meters, with a floor made of special energy-absorbing material and surrounded by a transparent energy shield. He selected a standard metal short staff from the weapon rack. With a flick of his wrist, the short staff instantly transformed into a 2-meter-long alloy spear. Holding the spear, he stood quietly in the center of the arena, waiting for his opponent to arrive. Moments later, at the other end of the arena, a tall and aloof figure slowly walked in. She was dressed in a dazzling combat suit that shimmered like a meteor, its sleek lines perfectly accentuating her alluring figure, exuding a futuristic technological aesthetic. It was none other than the million-credit Starfall series. Lin Qiye's pupils contracted slightly, and he froze for a moment. His opponent turned out to be his neighbor, whom he hadn't seen for some time, and also the representative of Shinka Biotech Group he had met at the banquet, Yi Qinghan. At the same time, Yi Qinghan also noticed Lin Qiye standing in the center of the arena. When she recognized him, her delicate face instantly frowned, her eyes filled with intense disdain and contempt. It was this lowly opponent. What bad luck! Annoyed, she just wanted to end this boring match as quickly as possible. Even looking at him for another second felt like an insult to her eyes. On the holographic screen above the arena, the profiles of both contestants were clearly displayed. Lin Qiye overall ranking, 9,988 genetic potential, 10.3%. Base score, 10 Yi Qinghan overall ranking, 9,987 genetic potential, 10.3% base score, 10 Meanwhile, across Galactic Martial Arts University, 1,000 small arenas were simultaneously hosting one-on-one matches. On the top 10 live streaming platforms of the 0755 star system, the university's official live streaming channels were instantly activated. Everyone could freely choose to watch any match through their terminals. However, the vast majority of viewers focused their attention on arenas number 1 to number 10. These were the debut matches of the top-ranked freshmen, true battles of titans. As for the lower-ranked arena number 988, its live streaming channel was desolate, with only a handful of viewers, most of whom were friends and family of the contestants. In the student dormitory, Bai Mushi sat cross-legged on the sofa, dialing her father Bai Jinfeng's number. She wasn't watching the popular matches but had projected the terminal onto the wall, displaying the real-time footage of arena number 988. "Dad, quick! Open the live stream and watch arena number 988. My husband is competing." From the other end of the call came Bai Jinfeng's laughter. "Mushi, our whole family has been watching for a while now. Your uncle is here too." The screen switched to show Bai Jinfeng, Bai's mother, Bai Jinyun, and her younger siblings all gathered in the living room, watching the holographic screen. Bai Mushi couldn't help but smile as well. She gazed at the familiar figure on the light screen, holding a long spear and standing tall, silently cheering him on. "Husband, you must do your best." Meanwhile, in the grand hall of a luxurious manor in Terra City, a group of people gathered in front of a massive 300-inch LCD screen, which was broadcasting the match live. Is there even a need to fight? Miss 9 is definitely going to win. This guy named Lin Qiye is just too unlucky, running into our Miss 9 in the first round. Exactly, but being able to witness Miss 9's brilliance firsthand is probably the luckiest thing in his 3 lifetimes. Several servants standing behind the sofa wore ingratiating smiles as they flattered. On the main sofa sat 3 men and 3 women. The 3 middle-aged men bore some resemblance, clearly brothers. The women beside them were all elegant and extraordinary in demeanor. A middle-aged man sitting on a side sofa looked at the man seated in the center, who exuded a calm and commanding presence, and asked with a smile, "Big brother, Miss 9's genetic potential should be at 13% now, right?" The man addressed as Big Brother was Yi Qinghan's father, Yi Tianxiong. He nodded calmly, though his tone carried a trace of barely perceptible sternness. "She still can't endure hardship. If she were more dedicated, it would be at least 15% by now." The third brother on the other side chuckled, trying to smooth things over. "Big brother, you're being too strict. A 3% increase in genetic potential in a month. At this rate, she'll graduate smoothly in 3 years. That's already excellent. Miss 9 is fortunate to live in an era where she can use the latest genetic editing technology." Yi Tianxiong shook his head at this, a complex expression flashing in his eyes as he sighed. "The so-called latest technology is nothing but scraps discarded by the main star. You haven't been to the main star, so you don't know how terrifying the competition is there. Those truly elite families start optimizing and training their children's genes from birth. By the age of 8, they can become formal martial artists, and by 10, they can aim for transcendence. The industrial foundation of our 0755 star system is still too weak. We can't compare to the main star. Take it slow, the third brother consoled. If our generation can't make it, there's still the next one. Miss 9 can use this technology now, and maybe by the time little 19 grows up, our star systems technology will have caught up, allowing him to aim for transcendence at 10. These influential figures, who casually decided the future of their family amidst their banter, never once truly regarded the opponent on the screen, Lin Xie, as worthy of their attention. In the martial arena, Yi Qinghan's gaze toward Lin Xie was as cold as ice. She pulled a long alloy blade from the weapon rack. At this moment, her only thought was to instantly kill this man she despised the moment the match began. Poor as he was, he had the audacity to shamelessly sell his reproductive data, utterly disgracing the Galactic Martial Arts University. In her eyes, such bottom-tier trash had no right to enter the university, let alone live as her neighbor. As the countdown above the martial arena reached 0, a crisp chime echoed throughout the venue. The match began. Yi Qinghan moved. Her figure seemed to transform into a streak of lightning. Without any unnecessary movements, she lightly pushed off the ground with her toes. She could clearly feel it, a cold and sharp sensation emanating from her chest. Slowly and with great difficulty, she lowered her head. A gleaming silver spear tip, shimmering with an icy light, had somehow silently pierced through her multi-million-dollar Starfall combat suit and emerged from her chest. Not a single trace of blood stained the spear tip. When had this spear been thrust? When had he moved? Why hadn't I seen it? Countless questions surged through her mind like a tide, yet she couldn't utter a single word. The intense pain and suffocating pressure engulfed her entirely, plunging her vision into darkness as her consciousness began to blur rapidly. The next second, a flash of white light appeared. A staff member dressed in a white medical uniform materialized beside her, swiftly and professionally catching her falling body and administering a dose of adrenaline. Yi Qinghan wanted to speak, to declare that she hadn't lost, that this was impossible. However, the blood surging up her throat blocked all her words, reducing her voice to meaningless gasps of ha. Her final conscious moment froze on Lin Xie's face, a face calm and even slightly indifferent. It was as if the earth-shattering spear he had just delivered was no more significant to him than crushing an ant beneath his foot. At that moment, Lin Xie moved. The spear withdrew, its shaft now stained with blood, which dripped slowly to the ground. Above the training arena, bold crimson letters flashed across the holographic screen. Lin Xie, victory. In the student dormitory. We won. Bai Mushi leapt off the couch in excitement, punching the air with her small fists. Her face was aglow with pride and joy as she stared at the frozen image on the screen. Immediately after, the live stream displayed a highly detailed replay and data analysis, graciously provided by the sponsor. Dixie Intelligence, bringing you the most thrilling moments. The replay, shown in ultra-slow motion, vividly captured the lightning-fast exchange. At the exact moment when Yi Qinghan launched her attack, Lin Xie's spear moved with terrifying speed, defying the natural order of reaction time. It carved an almost imperceptible trajectory, striking Yi Qinghan's forward charge with pinpoint precision. There were no superfluous movements, no dazzling techniques, just the simplest, most direct maneuver, gale thrust. At the bottom of the screen, a line of striking data appeared. Instantaneous impact force peak, over 10,000 kilograms. Bai Mushi's eyes widened in shock, utterly startled by the number. In Haicheng, within the Bai family villa, Bai Jinfeng and Bai Jinyun were also glued to the screen, staring at the astonishing scene. 10,000 kilograms? Bai Jinfeng turned to Bai Jinyun with a face full of disbelief, his voice trembling. I didn't see that wrong, did I? Bai Jinyun was equally stunned. He murmured, this kid, he's something else. They had once been peripheral martial artists who graduated from the academy, their peak strength achieved during those years. Back then, their maximum instantaneous impact force had never exceeded 2,000 kilograms. And now, Lin Xie had surpassed their peak by fivefold? Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Yi family's mansion in Terra City, an eerie silence reigned. Just moments ago, the Yi family members had been chatting and laughing, brimming with confidence and grandeur. But now, every single person sat frozen in their seats, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. All eyes were locked onto the screen, where the figure of Lin Xie was shown slowly withdrawing his spear and turning away. Silence. A deathly silence. The servants were so terrified that they barely dared to breathe. After a long while, Yi Tianxiong finally broke the suffocating quiet, his voice hoarse and low. That was the Gale Spear technique? Third brother Yi Tianhai swallowed hard, replying, It seems so. That spear, it perfectly embodies the essence of the Gale Spear technique. So sinister. To think someone could master it to such a refined level. With that single spear thrust, an instantaneous force exceeding 10,000 kilograms, his genetic potential must be at least over 20%. This guy really put on quite the act. Sitting on the other side, second brother Yi Tianshan shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No, this isn't just about making it to the top. A genetic potential of 20%, how? Could he rank only this low? Look at Xiao Jiao, who only managed to increase to 13%. Even if I estimate generously, he could at most reach 16%. In other words, with 16% genetic potential, to unleash a force of 10,000 kilograms with a single strike, even if it wasn't perfect, it was definitely close to perfection." Yi Tianxiang nodded, his face grim. Although his second and third brothers hadn't said anything, they were surely laughing their heads off inside. Nearly 50 million spent. And they lost the first match. The money wasn't the issue. The humiliation this time was enormous. On the other side, after finishing the match, Lin Xie walked straight into the rest area of the martial arena. According to the rules, there was at least a 30-minute break between matches. Reflecting on the earlier fight, he felt a bit surprised. The main reason was Yi Qinghan's Starfall combat suit, worth tens of millions, which was truly astonishing. It instinctively made him think she was a tough opponent, forcing him to go all out. The moment he struck, he hadn't considered holding back. That fiery and fierce martial will erupted without reservation. Unexpectedly, the opponent turned out to be a paper tiger, pierced through with a single strike. 10 million, and that's all it amounted to. Lin Xie shook his head. He didn't dwell on it further, closing his eyes to begin practicing the primordial unity technique to recover the energy expended in that strike. The 30-minute break passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xie's terminal buzzed again, notifying him of the second match. Match, second round, time, 8:35 a.m., location, Martial Arena number 901. When Lin Xie entered Martial Arena number 901, his second opponent, a burly and robust-looking male student holding a sword and shield, was already waiting there. Upon seeing Lin Xie, the male student immediately displayed a wary expression. Lin Xie, overall rank, 9987, genetic potential, 10.3%, base points, 11, Lu Yuhao, overall rank, 9115, genetic potential, 11.0%, base points, 12, match, begin. The bell rang. The burly male student didn't recklessly attack like Yi Qinghan had. Instead, he immediately assumed a standard defensive stance, holding his alloy shield in front of him and focusing intently on Lin Xie, as if facing a formidable enemy. Lin Xie glanced at the shield in his opponent's hand, then at the sword. With a 2-meter-long spear against a short sword less than 1 meter, he had a natural advantage in attack range. Even if the opponent blocked with the shield, he could quickly withdraw the spear, leaving little time for a counterattack. It had to be said that the easy victory in the first match had given Lin Xie a great deal of confidence. Narrowing his eyes, he circled his opponent, searching for an opening. The atmosphere in the martial arena instantly grew tense. Suddenly, Lin Xie moved. Without any warning, he shifted his footing, and the spear in his hand shot out like a venomous snake, carrying a scorching gust of wind as it aimed straight for his opponent's face. The burly male student's pupils contracted. Reacting swiftly, he immediately raised the alloy shield in his hand, positioning it horizontally in front of him. Clang! However, in the next second, a deafening crash echoed through the martial arena. The burly male student felt an overwhelming force, like a mountain torrent, pouring down on him. His hands went numb, and his entire arm lost sensation. The alloy shield in his hand was deeply dented by the terrifying power of the strike, almost deforming completely. Such immense strength? The burly male student stared at him in horror, unable to comprehend how his opponent's strike could possess such terrifying flash of white light streaked by, and the medical personnel in white appeared out of thin air once again, quickly stopping his bleeding and administering an emergency injection. Lin Xie, victory! The word victory appeared once more on the holographic screen. In the live stream room, Bai Muxi and the Bai family erupted into enthusiastic cheers again. Meanwhile, in Arena 901, Lin Xie slowly lowered his weapon. He glanced at his opponent, who was being urgently carried away by the medical team, his expression completely unperturbed. This competition didn't seem as difficult as he had imagined. Lin Xie put away his spear and turned to leave the arena. In the student dormitory. Amazing! My husband is incredible! Bai Muxi waved her little fists excitedly, wishing she could rush to Lin Xie right then and give him a big hug. She quickly opened the livestream replay, wanting to save the videos of these two thrilling matches as a keepsake. However, when she clicked download, the system displayed a notification: sorry, you do not have download permissions. Only the participant or their immediate family members are authorized to download match recordings. Seeing this, Mushi immediately submitted an application to prove her family relationship through the system. Fortunately, her information had already been registered when she moved into the dormitory, so the application was approved almost instantly. She immediately began downloading the videos of the two exhilarating match. When he saw Lin Chia's calm demeanor and his spotless combat uniform, his eyes lit up instantly. Full of envy, he said, "Brother Lin, judging by your state, your performance this morning must have been great." He himself had fought 4 matches that morning, with 2 wins and 2 losses, narrowly avoiding death on the training field. Lin Chia smiled modestly and said, "It was all right." Xian Kuan immediately turned to introduce him to the man and woman beside him. "Let me introduce you. This is Brother Lin, Lin Chia, my neighbor, from the Lin family of Haicheng." The Lin family of Haicheng? The man and woman were slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then quickly put on polite smiles and nodded at Lin Chia. "Chen Fanyu, a pleasure to meet you. Li Chenyu." The elevator soon stopped at the 281st floor, and the man and woman stepped out. After the elevator doors closed, Li Chenyu whispered to Chen Fanyu, "That Lin guy, could he have won all 5 matches? Look at his combat uniform, it's as good as new." Chen Fanyu snorted disdainfully and said, "How is that possible? Didn't you hear the fat guy say he lives next door to him? That's on the 298th floor, where the worst freshmen of our class are. I bet his combat uniform got wrecked, and he's just putting on a show with a new one. Men, you know, they need to save face." "I think so too." Li Qianyu nodded, then lowered her head to check her personal terminal. Suddenly, her face showed a look of shock. "Look! The school's official list of top 10 outstanding performers of the morning is out." She opened the video, and the voice of a sharp, professional female announcer in a silver-gray uniform came from the terminal. "Sponsored by Starfront Mecca. After comprehensive evaluation by our expert panel, the top spot on this morning's top 10 outstanding performers list goes to Lin Chia from Arena 988. Lin Chia achieved an impressive record of 5 consecutive victories in the morning matches, with a total time of under 5 minutes, showcasing what it truly means to be swift and decisive. Let's relive his earth-shattering shot through this highlight reel. Isn't that Brother Lin from earlier?" Li Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the familiar figure on the screen. The sneer on Chen Fanyu's face froze instantly. He stared unblinkingly at the video, watching the man he had just dismissed as putting on a show effortlessly take down opponents with 1 shot each. His expression darkened, and his brows furrowed tightly. Back at the dormitory, as soon as the door opened, a fragrant breeze greeted him. Mushi threw her arms around his waist, looking up at him with sparkling eyes full of unreserved admiration and affection. She leaned in and gave him a kiss. After a long moment, their lips parted. Mushi's face was flushed, her eyes glistening with tears, and she gazed at Lin Chia with deep emotion. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "Husband, you're amazing." Elsewhere, in the school's training room, Lin Yuechan had just finished her practice and was wiping the sweat from her forehead with a towel. Her terminal displayed the official notification for the top 10 outstanding performers of the morning. She casually opened it, and when she saw the familiar name at the top of the list, she froze for a moment. Then, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on her usually cool face. That kid, not bad at all. In the school's top-tier medical center. Therefore, in the next 3 matches, she was restless and hesitant. Even though her opponents were far weaker than her, she only managed a dismal record of 1 win and 2 losses. In the final match, she was sent to the medical center once again. She could imagine her father's utterly disappointed expression. She felt as though her life hadn't truly begun, yet it had already turned bleak. Just as she was in utter despair, an official notification popped up on her terminal. She clicked on it numbly, and when she saw that the man who had defeated her with a single shot had been named the morning's top 1, she was stunned. She watched the video replay over and over again, seeing Lin Chia effortlessly eliminate other opponents with the same one-shot technique. Unknowingly, the hatred and unwillingness in her heart began to dissipate significantly. So, it wasn't that she was too weak. It was that this guy was too strong, too extraordinary. Losing to someone like him didn't seem so hard to accept. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was unaware that her mindset was undergoing a subtle change. The first match of the afternoon was also his sixth match of the day. Match number. Sixth match time, 2:00 p.m. match venue, Martial Arena number 765. When Lin Xie walked into the Martial Arena and saw his opponent already waiting, he was momentarily stunned. It was Su Qingying? She was dressed in black combat gear, holding a shield and blade, her demeanor as cold as an iceberg, the iceberg goddess from Haicheng No. 1 High School. At the same time, Su Qingying also noticed Lin Xie entering. She looked at the boy in black combat gear and frowned slightly. This person seemed familiar? Where had she seen him before? In Su Qingying's memory, Lin Xie didn't leave a deep impression. She only vaguely remembered that they might have crossed paths once. It wasn't until Lin Xie picked up a metal short rod from the weapon rack, flicked his wrist, and transformed it into a 2-meter-long alloy spear that Su Qingying's pupil slightly contracted, and she instantly remembered. It was him, the dark horse from the grain district who had eliminated Yin Feilong during the entrance exam. She had been matched against him. At this moment, the holographic screen above the Martial Arena displayed Lin Xie overall ranking, 818 gene potential, 10.3% base points, 15 Su Qingying overall ranking, 748 gene potential, 12% base points, 15 the same 15 points as her? A faint ripple passed through Su Qingying's heart. But soon, this ripple was replaced by an even stronger fighting spirit. Su Qingying's gaze, like two icy sharp swords, locked firmly onto Lin Xie. She held her shield in her left hand and her blade in her right. Her body slightly lowered into a stance that balanced offense and defense. An inch longer, an inch stronger. She understood this principle well. Facing Lin Xie, who wielded a long spear, Su Qingying was naturally at a disadvantage. But she also knew where her advantage lay. As long as she could block his first strike with her shield and quickly close the distance to within 1 meter, Lin Xie's seemingly powerful spear would lose its threat and become no different from an ordinary wooden stick. Her gaze instantly sharpened, and her entire being exuded a cold and intense killing intent. Anyone standing in her way would face only one outcome, death. Her gaze instantly sharpened, and her entire being exuded a cold and intense killing intent. Anyone standing in her way would face only one outcome, death. However, when Su Qingying's killing intent surged toward Lin Xie like a tidal wave, it seemed to collide with a volcano erupting in full force. Lin Xie sensed the change in her gaze, and the dormant fighting spirit within him was instantly ignited, burning like a raging fire. He unleashed that blazing fire like martial will without reservation. Buzz! Su Qingying felt an intense and scorching invisible aura pressing down on her like a tidal wave. Her killing intent, in the face of this more refined and higher-level will, was like snow meeting the blazing sun, instantly melted, evaporated, and shattered. She involuntarily shivered. In that moment, she felt her momentum completely crushed, as if she were standing in a sea of raging flames. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose, the air became scorching, making it hard for her to breathe, and her cheeks burned. A fear and sense of insignificance, emanating from the depths of her soul, gripped her heart in an instant. Humiliation. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged in her chest. Could it be she was truly afraid? A ridiculous and terrifying thought emerged in Su Qingying's mind. He had comprehended martial will? Her mind suddenly recalled her tutor's evaluation of her. Her killing intent, honed through countless trials, was already approaching the realm of true martial will. Just one final step away. And in the annual entrance exams of the Galactic Martial Arts University, fewer than 20 students could achieve this level. Su Qingying's heart was in turmoil, unable to calm down. But she forced herself to stay composed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could someone from a remote agricultural district possibly comprehend a domain that only top-tier geniuses could touch before even enrolling? It must be an illusion. At that very moment, Su Qingying's pupils suddenly contracted. Here it comes. Lin Xie's spear in his hand seemed to transform into a black lightning bolt, carrying a scorching and powerful force as it thrust forward fiercely. Su Qingying focused her mind, remaining calm and unflustered. She held her shield in her left hand, precisely meeting the incoming spear tip. At the same time, her right foot stomped hard on the ground, adjusting her center of gravity to the optimal position. She was ready. The moment the shield collided with the spear tip, she would use the recoil force to shoot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out. Su Qingying's shield successfully blocked Lin Qia's powerful thrust. But at that very moment, just as she was about to lunge forward, an intense sense of danger, like a cold electric current, surged through her entire body. Danger! This combat intuition, honed through countless brushes with death, had saved her from peril many times before. This time, she chose to trust it without hesitation. She abandoned the idea of charging forward, her toes pressing hard against the ground as her entire body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, retreating rapidly. Swish! Almost simultaneously with her retreat, a flash of cold light, impossibly fast, grazed past her neck in an instant. Lin Qia's spear, after being deflected, thrust forward again at an inconceivable speed. The spear moved like a dragon, the cold light arriving first. The spear tip, like a blazing spark, suddenly bloomed in her beautiful yet fear-filled eyes, carrying a destructive brilliance that reflected the pallor on her face. In the next moment, Su Qingying felt a chilling sting on her neck. Immediately after, warm liquid gushed out. Instinctively, she reached up to touch it, her hand coming away covered in blood. Su Qingying's face turned deathly pale in an instant. Without hesitation, she pulled a high-efficiency hemostatic spray from the tactical pouch at her waist and sprayed it fiercely on the wound. Her heart was filled with lingering fear. If she hadn't retreated decisively just now, her neck would likely have been pierced through by that spear. That thrust just now was simply too fast. So fast it defied all logic. The first thrust was blocked, yet the second thrust followed so seamlessly, with almost no pause or buildup. A spear technique at the mastery level? Meanwhile, on the other side of the training arena, Lin Xia looked at the injured and retreating Su Qingying, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. This was his first misstep since the start of the match. Facing a stronger opponent, this match was no longer as easy as before. Lin Xia chose not to continue attacking. After 5 matches in the morning, he was already very clear about his strengths and weaknesses. The perfected Gale Spear technique had only one move, Gale Thrust. Within the attack range of 1.5 to 2.5 meters, this move was almost lethal, with hardly anyone able to defend against it. However, once beyond this optimal attack range, pursuing the opponent could easily lead to a disadvantage. His gaze locked onto Su Qingying's neck, which was rapidly healing. Now, it wasn't him who was anxious, but the opponent. If she kept defending, she would only exhaust her stamina and mental strength. If she wanted to win, she had to take the initiative to attack. And once she entered his attack range, that would be his opportunity. Su Qingying clearly understood this as well. She knew she couldn't passively wait any longer. Dragging it out would only lead to being worn down to death. She had to take the initiative to attack. Resolving herself, her eyes became firm, no longer hesitating. The spiritual energy within her began to surge wildly, and the cold killing intent rose once again. Kill! With a sharp cry, she charged at Lin Xia like a leopard. The alloy longsword in her hand was ready to strike. She had made up her mind, even if she had to endure one of his spear strikes, she would close the distance. In the next second, Lin Xia moved. It was still that astonishingly fast spear strike. Bang! She blocked it. Su Qingying used all her strength, fiercely striking with her alloy shield, successfully deflecting the deadly spear strike. The immense force instantly numbed her arm, and the alloy shield flew out of her hand. But she succeeded. She managed to close the distance. However, just as she was about to lunge forward and end the match with the short blade in her hand, she was horrified to discover that Lin Xia, at the moment of his spear strike, had simultaneously taken a step back. This step, seemingly simple, perfectly widened the distance between them to 2 meters. Danger! Danger! Su Qingying's heart sounded frantic alarms. She forcibly halted her forward charge, her toes pressing hard against the ground as she tried to retreat again. But Lin Qia's second spear strike was already coming, as fast as lightning. Thud! The cold spear tip instantly pierced through the combat suit on her left chest, stabbing into her flesh. Immediately, violet energy exploded in a flash of white light, and medical personnel in white uniforms quickly appeared, separating the two and beginning emergency treatment for Su Qingying. Su Qingying raised her head, her eyes filled with humiliation, glaring fiercely at Lin Xia. An unprecedented sense of shame and anger surged in her heart. On the holographic screen above the martial arts arena, the final verdict finally appeared. Lin Xie, victory. Lin Xie slowly withdrew his weapon, finally taking a good look at his masterpiece. He awkwardly scratched his nose. This really wasn't his fault, it was Su Qingying's fault for retreating too quickly. He had originally intended to pierce her spine with one strike, completely incapacitating her. Who would have thought that she would twist her body at the last moment, avoiding the vital point? As a result, it led to this somewhat awkward situation. Who could be blamed for this? In the student dormitory, Bai Mushi shivered as she watched Su Qingying being urgently carried away by medical personnel on the light screen. She instinctively looked down at herself. If her own Big Thunder were to explode like that, she would truly feel like dying. The Galactic Martial Arts University was terrifying. Just an entrance exam, and the intensity and brutality of the battles were far beyond any competition she had ever seen at the third-rate martial arts teacher training university in Haichang. Haichang, Su Family Manor. An elderly man with white hair and beard, exuding an aura of authority without anger, sat in the main seat, quietly watching the match on the light screen. He was none other than the head of the Su group, old Su Qingying's grandfather. When he saw his granddaughter being forced into a desperate situation by that unknown young man, repeatedly struck until she was defeated and severely injured, his previously calm and composed face finally showed a trace of dissatisfaction. He said nothing, merely stood up slowly, snorted coldly, and turned to leave the hall. Left behind were several middle-aged men and beautiful women, exchanging glances, not daring to breathe loudly. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room of Martial Arts Arena number 765 had already exploded. Originally, there were only a handful of viewers, but Lin Xie's earlier recognition as one of the top 10 spectacular contestants of the morning had attracted many curious spectators. At this moment, the number of viewers had exceeded 500. Various comments flooded the screen like a tidal wave. Whoa! This guy is way too fierce. Love this decisive and ruthless style, even taking down women. One strike, clean and efficient. Love it. That Su Qingying isn't weak either. According to the data, she's a genius, yet she got completely dominated? That backward step followed by the counterthrust was absolutely stunning. Textbook-level execution. Feeling sorry for the goddess for a second. Oh no, the goddess exploded. Tiantai City, Tiantai Martial Arts Teacher Training University, male dormitory. Bai Mujie was staring excitedly at his personal terminal. He was one of the 500-plus viewers. After watching the entire match, his expression was as peculiar as could be. Su Qingying, the high and mighty genius class school beauty of Haichang No. One high school, worshipped by countless people as a goddess, had been beaten by his brother-in-law as if she were a child, and in the end, even got blown up. The comment, "Oh no, the goddess exploded," that had flashed across the screen earlier was his handiwork. After posting it, he slapped his thigh and muttered regretfully to himself, "Damn. Why did I stay in Tiantai to study at this lousy university? I should have gone to Terra City. Even if it was a fifth-rate university, I could have followed my brother-in-law around and clung to his coattails every day." The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. He immediately called his father. "Bai Jinyun. Hello, Dad. I want to drop out. I want to retake the entrance exam and go to Terra City for university." "Why, Dad? Did you watch my brother-in-law's live stream?" There was silence on the other end of the line for several seconds. Then came Bai Jinyun's furious roar, "You little brat, did you get your brain stuck in a door? Drop out? Repeating a year? Do you think money grows on trees? Chiyi is in the 1st Academy District, can you even get into the 10th Academy District? You better finish your university studies properly. After graduation, if you want to go to Terra City, then go work there. Stop causing trouble for me now." With that, the call was abruptly ended. Bai Mujie listened to the beep-beep sound from the terminal, his face filled with despair. Lin Xie, after securing his 6th victory, had already accumulated a total of 16 points. His overall ranking soared from 818th to 748th. 30 minutes later, the 7th match began. His opponent was a burly, muscular male wielding a massive alloy sword. The sheer size of his figure and weapon exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. As soon as the match started, the giant sword-wielding opponent let out a thunderous roar, charging forward like a raging bull. The massive sword in his hand whistled through the air, slashing down with the intent to split Lin Xie and his weapon in two. However, what greeted him was Lin Shiye's already unleashed blazing fury martial will. The scorching and domineering aura swept over the giant sword-wielder like an invisible storm, instantly shaking his spirit. His charging momentum abruptly faltered. For Lin Shiyi, this momentary flaw was fatal. One strike. Over. Points, 17. Ranking, 599. 30 minutes later, his 8th match was about to begin. Match, 8th round match time, 3:10 p.m. Match venue, Martial Arena number 701. This time, his opponent was a seemingly ordinary male with an unusually sharp gaze. Lin Shi. Yi overall ranking, 599 gene potential, 10.3% base points, 17 Gao Yuan overall ranking, 455 gene potential, 14% base points, 17. Before the match even started, the live stream room for Martial Arena number 701 had already attracted hundreds of viewers. Most of them were Gao Yuan's high school classmates, now scattered across various martial arts universities, both public and private. The live chat was lively, with everyone cheering for Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan, go for it. Take down your opponent. Finally, Gao Yuan is up. Our sharpshooter from Tiantai High. Gao Yuan's marksmanship surpassed all the teachers back in Tiantai High. Now that he's at Galaxy Martial Arts University, he must be even stronger. Galaxy Martial Arts University has 10,000 students, all the best freshmen in the galaxy. You can't underestimate anyone. Come on, Lu Jinlong, that kind of genius, has already entered the top 100. In the 200 to 500 range, who could possibly be a match for Gao Yuan? He's been hailed by the principal as a once-in-a-century marksmanship prodigy. The last match's dual-blade opponent was pretty strong, but Gao Yuan was even better. Inside the martial arena, Gao Yuan held his long spear and froze for a moment when he saw Lin Shiyi across from him. This guy, where had he seen him before? Oh, right. Wasn't he the underdog he had encountered on the commercial street that day? He made it into the top 500. 2. Gao Yuan was genuinely surprised, but as a former opponent, he didn't take Lin Shiyi seriously. When he saw Lin Shiyi's unremarkable appearance and noticed that he had also chosen a long spear, a faint, confident smile appeared on his face. Spear against spear, he had never lost. The last time he lost was at the age of 9, in a match against his father, who was then a quasi-martial artist. But a month later, he defeated his father. Even someone like Lu Jinlong, a genius, could only slightly surpass him when comprehending martial will. This underdog in front of him was no match at all. No matter what, he was determined to win. The match began. Lin Shiyi wasted no time, unleashing his powerful martial will instantly. Across from him, Gao Yuan's previously calm demeanor was suddenly overwhelmed by a fierce and domineering aura. He felt an invisible flame rushing toward him, causing his pride and confidence to waver like a candle in the wind before this higher-level will. What? Gao Yuan widened his eyes in terror. Martial will? How could this low-tier contestant possess martial will, something only geniuses like Lu Jinlong have? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gao Yuan's mind went blank in an instant, and his gaze momentarily lost focus. At that very moment, Lin Shiyi's spear had already thrust forward. Gao Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, and his rich combat experience made him instinctively block the spear horizontally in his panic. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Lin Shiyi's spear was actually blocked by him. Despite the immense force causing Gao Yuan's tiger's mouth to go numb, he still managed to block it. The livestream chat exploded instantly. Awesome! Gao Yuan is truly impressive. Such quick reflexes. That block was a stroke of genius. The opponent is fast, but he's no match for Yuan Ge. On the martial stage, Lin Shiyi was slightly stunned as well. He could tell that his opponent's spear technique was extremely solid, even better than his own. But Lin Shiyi didn't hesitate. His second spear strike was already on its way. Clang! 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 Under Lin Shiyi's storm-like attacks, Gao Yuan gradually lost the initiative, becoming increasingly constrained with each move. Gao Yuan grew more and more panicked. He felt as though he wasn't facing a mere opponent but a living volcano constantly erupting magma. That domineering martial will, like an invisible flame, relentlessly scorched his spirit, leaving him restless and short of breath. His forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat, and the hand gripping his spear trembled slightly under the immense pressure. The spear technique he had always been proud of became slower and harder to execute under the oppressive force. of this terrifying martial will. The spear in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, and his movements grew stiff. He could only rely on his refined spear skills to barely defend himself. But his defensive circle was being compressed bit by bit. The atmosphere in the livestream grew tense as well, with noticeably fewer comments. Everyone held their breath. What's going on? Why is Gao Yuan being suppressed? The opponent's spear, it's so fast. What kind of spear technique is this? It feels like just one move. But why is it so powerful? The fifth strike. Lin Qiye's spear tip finally broke through Gao Yuan's seemingly impenetrable defense and pierced his right shoulder blade. The flame attribute energy exploded violently within the wound. Ah! Gao Yuan let out a miserable scream, his right arm instantly losing strength. But his eyes were filled with unwillingness and madness. My spear technique is divine, how could I lose here? Gao Yuan actually switched to his left hand, gripping the spear single-handedly, and thrust it with all his might toward Lin Qiye's heart. In the livestream, Gao Yuan's classmates exclaimed in shock. Oh no! Yuan Ji is injured. Come on, Gao Yuan. Fight back. But his spear stopped halfway. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Lin Qiye's spear, which had already struck first, piercing his heart. Gao Yuan felt his legs give way, and he collapsed to his knees uncontrollably. White-clad medical personnel quickly appeared to administer emergency treatment before carrying him away on a stretcher. 8 consecutive victories. The livestream chat, which had been rapidly scrolling with comments, fell silent in an instant. A deathly quiet. Then, the chat exploded. Gao Yuan lost. His heart was pierced. Too ruthless. This guy is way too brutal. Sigh, there's always someone stronger out there. Yeah, Gao Yuan is definitely a genius in our Tiantai city, but at Galactic Martial Arts University, he's just not enough. Who exactly is this Lin Qiye? He's incredible. Wait, I think I've seen this guy somewhere before? It seems to be in the entrance exam. No way. Bai Mujia had been racking his brain, thinking about how to defend his brother-in-law in the live chat later and uphold his dignity. But then, less than 10 seconds into the match, that so-called once-in-a-century genius was pierced through with a single strike from his brother-in-law. Although it was clear that the opponent's marksmanship was indeed excellent, solid fundamentals and quick reflexes, he still couldn't withstand his brother-in-law's simple, brutal, and decisive attack. A once-in-a-century genius? Bai Mujia curled his lips and suddenly recalled Su Qingying, the school beauty of Haicheng No. 1 High School, who had been defeated by his brother-in-law not long ago. She was also a renowned prodigy in Haicheng, second only to Lei Qianjun in strength. And what happened? Didn't she also end up being utterly defeated by his brother-in-law, leaving the field gravely injured? At this moment, Bai Mujia suddenly understood. Those who could get into the Galactic Martial Arts University and rank within the top 1,000 were all top-tier geniuses in their respective high schools and cities, admired by countless people. In their own worlds, they were undoubtedly the protagonists. But unfortunately, they encountered his brother-in-law. Match number, 9th match time, 2:35 p.m. match venue, arena number 765. When Lin Qiye entered the arena, his opponent stepped in almost simultaneously. It was a tall, delicate-looking girl. Unlike his previous opponents, she didn't choose a melee weapon. Instead, she took a metallic, gleaming alloy longbow from the weapon rack. As soon as she entered the arena, she didn't hesitate. With a light tap of her toes on the ground, her figure moved like a swallow, quickly retreating. In an instant, she widened the distance between herself and Lin Qiye to a full 50 meters, standing at the other end of the arena. Lin Qiye was momentarily stunned. A long-range archer? Lin Qiye overall rank, 455 gene potential, 10.3% base points, 18 Sun Yuning overall rank, 299 gene potential, 14.8% base points, 18. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Almost at the exact moment the bell sounded, Sun Yuning moved. Draw, knock, aim, shoot. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. Whoosh! An alloy arrow, gleaming with a cold light, shot out with a sharp whistling sound, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. It instantly crossed the 50-meter distance, heading straight for Lin Qiye's face. So fast. Lin Qiye's pupils contracted. His basic footwork activated instantly, and his body shifted at an extremely tricky angle to the side. The deadly arrow narrowly grazed his cheek, bringing a gust of wind and leaving a shallow scratch on his face. That was close. If he had been just 0.1 seconds slower, he might have been shot in the head. The livestream chat exploded instantly. Holy crap! Almost a headshot. This Archer girl is fierce, fast and accurate. This time, Gun Brother is doomed. A spear against a bow? He's going to get kite to death. In the student dormitory, Mushi's heart clenched. Instantly, her small hands nervously balled into fists. But deep down, she still firmly believed her husband would definitely win. On the field, Lin Chiye hadn't even had time to catch his breath when the second arrow was already on its way. Sun Yuning's firing speed was beyond imagination. Lin Chiye's expression changed. He knew he couldn't keep dodging passively like this. The spear in his hand was almost useless against such rapid long-range attacks. If this continued, he would only be worn down to death. Courting death. Rage flared in Lin Chiye's heart, and he decided to stop holding back. Martial will, blazing fury like a dormant volcano, it erupted with a thunderous roar. Buzz, an invisible yet scorching will, like a tangible shockwave, instantly crossed dozens of meters and surged towards Sun Yuning in the distance. At this moment, Sun Yuning was drawing her bow and knocking an arrow, preparing to release her third shot, when she suddenly felt an overwhelming aura rushing at her, as if a massive wildfire capable of consuming everything was bearing down on her. It was as though an illusion appeared before her eyes. The entire world became distorted and blurred, the air thick with a searing heat that made it nearly impossible to breathe. An unprecedented look of terror appeared on Sun Yuning's face. What was happening? Was this a mental attack? In the instant she froze, Lin Chiye had already moved. His footwork was as swift as the wind, and his entire body shot towards Sun Yuning like a cannonball. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. By the time Sun Yuning barely regained her senses, Lin Chiye had already closed the distance to 20 meters. Alarmed, she hastily released her third arrow. However, her mental state had already crumbled, and the shot was wildly inaccurate. The arrow flew out, not even grazing Lin Chiye's clothing. The audience in the livestream was dumbfounded, thinking Sun Yuning lacked the psychological fortitude to handle the pressure. Despite having the advantage, she had made such a rookie mistake. Little did they know the immense pressure Sun Yuning was under at that moment. The next second, as Sun Yuning frantically tried to knock her fourth arrow, a shadow suddenly appeared before her like a ghost. She looked up, and what she saw was not a person, but a blazing inferno that seemed capable of swallowing her whole. She was like a fragile blade of grass facing an endless wildfire. The fear from the depths of her soul instantly shattered all her defenses. Just as Sun Yuning opened her mouth to shout "I surrender," the icy tip of a spear had already pierced through her left chest. The immense force carried her backward, pinning her violently against the wall of the martial arena. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, dampened by the wall's special noise-canceling treatment. Only then did Sun Yuning manage to weakly utter those two words. "I surrender." Immediately, a large mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth. Medical personnel in white uniforms quickly appeared, skillfully extracting Sun Yuning from the wall and administering emergency treatment. While tending to her wounds, they occasionally cast strange glances. Yuyun, the noblewoman's face was full of worry. "Go check on Yuning quickly. How is she?" Sun Yuyun took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in her heart, and tried to keep her voice calm. "Mom, don't worry. You know the school's medical standards. Yuning's life won't be in danger. I'll go to the medical center to see her in a bit." That's good. The noblewoman let out a sigh of relief but then indignantly added, "That boy named Lin Chiye, he was way too heavy-handed. How could he treat a girl like that?" "I understand, Mom." Sun Yuyun nodded, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. "Don't worry, I won't let this matter slide." After ending the call, Sun Yuyun didn't immediately head to the medical center. She sat back down on the sofa and pulled up the replay of the match, watching it over and over again. She wanted to see clearly how that guy named Lin Chiye had managed to win. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Lin Chiye was sipping on a nutrient drink. However, in the livestream room, aside from Lu Feng's group of friends and family, there were also many veteran viewers who had followed Lin Chiye from his previous matches. Another once-in-a-century talent? Let's hope this one lasts a few more seconds. The last opponent, someone named Gao Yuan, was hyped up like crazy too. And what happened? He got taken down in seconds. By one shot, bro. Yeah, it was so embarrassing I felt secondhand shame for them. Honestly, anyone who can get into Galaxy Marshall University and rank in the top 500 is a prodigy. But some are just prodigies, while others are prodigies among prodigies. One Shot Bro is different. I've been watching since his 6th match against Su Qingying, and he hasn't lost a single match since. All instant kills. What's the deal with One Shot Bro anyway? His initial ranking was so low, but his strength is terrifying. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. This is definitely a case of playing the pig to eat the tiger. I looked him up. His name is Lin Qiye, and he seems to be from some kind of grain district school in Haicheng. A grain district in a small city? No way. How could a monster like this come from a place like that? Meanwhile, Bai Muxi and Bai Mujie were chatting privately. Bai Mujie, sis. No need to watch. It'll be over in 10 seconds again. Bai Muxi, let's hope so. After all, this opponent is ranked 201, stronger than anyone he's faced before. Just as she finished speaking, the match began in the martial arena. The moment the match started, a bone-chilling killing intent erupted from Lu Feng's eyes. His figure moved as fast as lightning, transforming into a blur as he charged at Lin Qiye. This killing intent, honed through countless life and death battles, was already incredibly pure, just one step away from becoming true martial will. Every opponent he had faced before had succumbed to this killing intent, making critical mistakes under its pressure. This guy in front of him would be no exception. However, just as Lu Feng's icy killing intent was about to reach Lin Qiye paused for a moment, and his martial will erupted with a thunderous force. This killing intent, why? Does it feel so familiar? Have I seen it somewhere before? Before Lin Qiye could think further, the icy killing intent was like ice thrown into molten lava, instantly incinerated by the scorching, domineering blazing fire rampage will. Lu Feng felt an unstoppable, terrifying aura crash into his mental world like an erupting volcano. His mind buzzed, going completely blank for a moment, and his body froze mid-charge. At that moment, Lin Qiye's spear, as if already prepared, struck swiftly. One thrust. Thud. The cold spear tip pierced through Lu Feng's heart without suspense. The battle was over. The entire process was so fast that no one had time to react. In the livestream room, Lu Feng's group of friends and family fell completely silent. Meanwhile, Bai Mujie's private message popped up immediately. Bai Mujie, see? What did I say? This time it was even faster. Only 3 seconds. So fast. Lin Qiye, 10 consecutive wins. His overall ranking skyrocketed once again, reaching 201. He was now just one step away from the top 200 promotion threshold. The nickname One Shot Bro spread rapidly across the freshman section of the Galaxy Marshall University forum and various livestream platforms, thanks to his series of clean, decisive victories. More and more people began paying attention to this mysterious dark horse who had risen from rank 9988. His livestream room, which initially had only a handful of viewers, had now become a popular channel with thousands of regular viewers. That simple, brutal, yet domineering single strike had become his signature move. People called him One Shot Bro because Lin Qiye always ended matches with a single strike. If one strike wasn't enough, then 2 strikes, 3 strikes. With the conclusion of his 10th match, Lin Qiye's afternoon battles came to an end. Although every match seemed like an effortless instant kill, the high-intensity battles had taken a significant toll on his stamina and mental energy. Every time he pushed martial will, fierce fire, to its limits, it felt like a 100-meter sprint on a mental level, consuming a massive amount of focus and energy. It was now 5 in the afternoon. 10 matches, 10 victories. His total score had skyrocketed from the initial pitiful 10 points to 20 points, and his overall ranking had soared like a rocket, from the initial 9,988th place all the way to 201st. In just one day, he had achieved an astonishing comeback, climbing nearly 10,000 ranks. He was now just one step away from breaking into the top 200. This meant that the qualification for the second stage's double elimination tournament was within reach. Next, there was a 3-hour break. At 8 p.m., he would face the final 5 matches of the first stage. The nickname One Shot Bro had become a sensation across the freshman forums and major live streaming platforms, thanks to his series of instant victories, making him the most dazzling dark horse of this year's entrance exams. However, Lin Qiye was not blinded by his success. What occupied his mind was his battle against the archer Sun Yuning. Although he had won that match with ease, he was well aware of his lack of effective countermeasures against long-range opponents. Sun Yuning's strength wasn't formidable. Her mental collapse under the impact of his martial will had given him the opportunity to close the distance. But what if he encountered a stronger, more composed archer? What if the opponent also possessed martial will? No, he had to find a way to address this weakness. Although there were only 3 hours of rest, to him, this was a precious opportunity for improvement. Lin Xie opened his personal terminal, instantly overwhelmed by a flood of messages and friend requests. On the screen, red notification dots were densely packed, and pop-ups appeared one after another, almost overwhelming the entire interface. There were congratulatory messages from the heads of families he had met at the charity gala, their words sincere and filled with attempts to win him over. Zhou Wenyang, Mr. Lin, so talented at such a young age. Today's battle has made you famous in Taurus. Congratulations, Yu Zhenhai. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on your victorious start. A 10-win streak is enough to outshine all other prodigies. Looking forward to our next collaboration. There was also Qian Cohen, that chubby guy, bombarding him with 666 emojis, spamming the screen. Qian Cohen, bro. Lin. Damn. Bro Lin. You're amazing. One shot bro. From now on, you're my idol. And even more friend requests from strangers, with various avatars and all sorts of accompanying messages, some even including inappropriate images. Boss, please take me under your wing. One shot bro, are you recruiting followers? Hey handsome, want to date online? I'm super sweet. Looks like I've become famous. Lin Xie chuckled, then shook his head and marked all the messages as read. Without any hesitation, he directly called Lin Yue-chan. Teacher Yue-chan, is the training room available now? I'm willing to pay. On the other end of the line, Lin Yue-chan's voice carried an unmistakable tone of laughter and surprise. You're done with your matches? Congratulations on your 10-win streak. Come over, I'm here right now. You can use it for free today, and feel free to ask me any questions. Lin Xie smiled and said, Thank you, Teacher Yue-chan. As he walked toward the teaching building, he made another call to Bai Mushi. Dear, I'm heading to the training room. I won't be coming back tonight. Alright, Bai Mushi's voice was full of pride and joy. I'll bring you some nutrient solutions. You must be exhausted. Lin Xie felt a warmth in his heart and replied with a smile, Not now. You can't enter the teaching area. I'll call you when I'm done here. Okay, darling, good luck. Soon, Lin Xie arrived at training room 2202. As he pushed the door open, a wave of heat greeted him. In the center of the training room, Lin Yue-chan stood, holding a gun in one hand, her figure like a spinning red lightning bolt. The alloy spear in her hand seemed to transform into a living fire dragon, each swing accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound in visible airwaves. The spear's shadow danced fiercely, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Hearing the door open, Lin Yue-chan slowly retracted her spear and stood still. The disappearing spear's shadow and heat made it seem as if nothing had happened. She glanced at Lin Xie, a hint of admiration flashing in her cold gaze, and asked, You just finished 10 matches, and you're really not going to take a break? Lin Xie shook his head, smiling bitterly. Teacher Yue-chan, there's no time to rest. I feel like my shortcomings are too significant. If I don't address them, I can't feel at ease. As he spoke, he projected the recording of his match against the archer Sun Yuning onto the training room's large screen. Lin Yue-chan patiently watched, and when she saw Lin Xie's final, astonishing spear strike pinning Sun Yuning to the wall, even she couldn't help but show a look of approval. That last strike was decisive, and the suppression of willpower was well executed. However, Lin Xie pointed at the video, his expression serious, and said, If my opponent hadn't been intimidated by my martial intent, if her mindset had been steadier and her shooting speed faster, I might not have had the chance to get close. Instead, I could have been kite to death. So, he looked at Lin Yue-chan, his eyes earnest. I plan to practice the Ma's Shadow Javelin. After all, it's just one move, easy to learn, and it might provide an unexpected countermeasure in critical moments. Ma's Shadow Javelin? Lin Yue-chan's brows immediately furrowed upon hearing the name. She glanced at the martial technique's description and almost burst out laughing. A D-rank martial technique with virtually zero growth potential, no follow-up techniques to connect with, and the javelin's accuracy relies entirely on personal feel, extremely unstable. She pointed out bluntly, do you know that a professional archer starts systematic training at the age of 4 or 5? You're starting so late and want to compete with them? That's challenging someone else's professional skills. Lin Xia's face turned red at her words, and he scratched his head awkwardly, unable to say a word. Lin. Yue-chan looked at his embarrassed expression, sighed, and softened her tone slightly. Your thinking is correct, knowing to strengthen your weaknesses is very good. But your method is completely wrong. Practicing spear techniques alone has a natural disadvantage against long-range archers. The solution isn't to turn yourself into a long-range fighter but to use a shield to block their arrows. She stood up, walked to the weapon rack, and took down a small alloy shield. You're a melee spearman. Your advantage lies in the burst and suppression after closing the distance. She threw the alloy shield sharply at Lin Xia. When facing long-range enemies, your focus shouldn't be on how to engage in a ranged duel but on how to charge safely under fire and then take them down with your spear. Her sharp gaze fell on Lin Xia as she said in a deep voice, what you need to learn now is shield techniques. Use a shield to block and deflect those deadly arrows, creating opportunities and time for yourself to charge. This is the proper path for you as a spearman. Lin Xia was enlightened by her words, and a look of sudden realization appeared on his face. He looked at Lin Yue-chan, giving her a sincere thumbs up and praising her earnestly. Teacher Yue-chan, you truly are experienced. You saw the crux of the problem at a glance. Lin Yue-chan was momentarily stunned, then narrowed her sharp eyes slightly, scrutinizing Lin Xia. Finally, she rolled her eyes in exasperation, the gesture appearing somewhat playful. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Then, shaking her head in a mix of amusement and annoyance, she added, the spear is a weapon primarily wielded with both hands, emphasizing wide, sweeping movements. It can't be paired with a heavy shield like a sword and shield fighter. The only suitable options are small, agile wrist shields or bucklers. She pointed to a few small shields on the weapon rack and continued, coincidentally, there's a very basic D-level shield technique called Basic Small Shield Technique. It's practically tailor-made for someone as lazy as you. Its core move is deflecting and redirecting force. Lin Xia's eyes immediately lit up. Teacher Yue-chan, you really understand me. Alright. Lin Yue-chan waved her hand and said, take your time practicing. Good luck. With that, she turned and left the training room before Lin Xia could say another word. Lin Yue-chan walked briskly out of the training room, the crisp and hurried sound of her combat boots echoing in the empty hallway. Her mind was still replaying Lin Xia's peculiar requests for martial techniques. After spending so much time with him, she felt as though she was starting to be influenced by him. Just a couple of days ago, while teaching other female students, she had unconsciously suggested that they draw inspiration from some basic C-level and D-level martial techniques. She could still vividly recall the puzzled expressions on those students' faces. Thinking back on it now, Lin Yue-chan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. As an extraordinary martial artist and a mentor at Galactic Martial University, she had actually been influenced by the mindset of a freshman. If word got out, it would be a complete joke. This couldn't go on. She had to stay away from him. It felt like just being near him was enough to be affected by this little guy. Lin Xia only wondered for a second about why Lin Yue-chan had left in such a hurry before his excitement over learning a new martial technique took over. Without hesitation, he purchased the copyright for Basic Small Shield Technique from the terminal store. The VR teaching video downloaded instantly. Lin Xia eagerly clicked on the video. The light and shadows before his eyes shifted, and he seemed to be transported to another time and space. A stern-faced instructor in martial arts attire appeared in the center of a virtual training ground. Holding a small alloy round shield in his left hand, the instructor continuously demonstrated the core move, deflecting and redirecting force. The instructor's movements seemed simple, but they contained a high level of skill. He didn't block attacks head-on with the shield but instead used subtle wrist rotations and coordinated body movements to tilt the shield at a slight angle the moment an attack arrived. This allowed most of the impact to slide off along the curve of the shield, achieving the effect of using softness to overcome hardness. Lin Xia watched intently, committing every detail to memory. With his solid foundation in basic fist technique and basic footwork, he easily grasped the force logic behind each of the instructor's movements. Half an hour later, Lin Xia turned off the VR video. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the alloy small shield Lin Yuechan had tossed to him. Mimicking the movements from the video, he rotated his wrist and lowered his body. An invisible flow of energy seemed to gather in front of him, as if he had already anticipated the direction of an incoming attack. At that moment, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Basic small shield technique has been mastered at the entry level. Asterisk basic small shield. Technique asterisk, entry level, locked, success again. Lin Qiye was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he spent 1 permission point to unlock it. Ding! 1 permission point consumed. Basic small shield technique has been unlocked. Asterisk basic small shield technique asterisk, level 1, 0/10. Time flew by as he focused on his training. 15 minutes later, ding! Basic small shield technique level up. Current level 10, max. Lin Qiye put away the shield and let out a long breath. Then his eyes lit up, and he felt a surge of joy. In just 15 minutes, he had perfected a D-level martial technique. This speed was incredible. With the technique perfected, he felt his understanding of shield techniques instantly deepen, as if it were innate. Moreover, he could clearly sense slight improvements in his physical and mental attributes. He immediately opened the system panel to check. Host, Lin Qiye Gene Potential. 18.3% physical fitness, 170 plus mental strength, 170 plus psionic power, 130 plus cultivation techniques, broadcast gymnastics set 128. Level 10, max, Huinyuan Qigong, level 6, 0/600, 8 treasures gong, level 6, 0/120, basic fist techniques, level 10, max, basic. Footwork, level 10, max, swift spear techniques, level 10, max, basic small shield techniques, level 10, max, martial will. Blazing Fury, level 2, 688/2000, partner, by Mushi, affection level, 85, offspring, 13, in gestation, permission points, for both. Physical fitness and mental strength attributes increased by 5 points each. However, gene potential only grew by 0.3%. So little? Lin Qiye looked at the barely changed gene potential value and couldn't help but mutter to himself. After thinking for a moment, he decided to send a message to Lin Yuechan. On one hand, he wanted to ask about this situation, on the other, he hoped she could recommend other martial techniques. After sending the message, he began searching the martial technique library at school to see if there were any other techniques suitable for him. Soon, Lin Yuechan replied to his message. Lin Yuechan, it's normal for gene potential to increase slowly. The techniques you're practicing are all D-level martial techniques, and many of the areas they train overlap. Most of the core power points are already covered by your 2 foundational fist and footwork techniques. Since your foundation is already at such a high level, practicing these simple techniques naturally results in less improvement in gene potential. Lin Yuechan, I don't have any suitable recommendations, you'll have to filter them yourself. Don't ask me about these things again in the future. Lin Qiye looked at Lin Yuechan's somewhat impatient reply and felt puzzled. Was she angry? Why? Could it be that she was annoyed by his constant questions about these low-level D-grade techniques? Shaking his head, Lin Qiye had a ridiculous thought. Could it be menopause? Although Lin Yuechan looked very young, Lin Qiye knew that to become a mentor at the Galactic Martial Arts University, her strength must be unfathomable, and her actual age was certainly not small. Shaking his head again, he dismissed these random thoughts. Women's minds were too hard to guess, better to focus on cultivation. He glanced at the time, 2 hours and 10 minutes until tonight's competition. If he could find suitable D-level martial techniques, he might be able to perfect 2 more. 2 hours later, Lin Qiye finished his practice and stood up, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. He eagerly opened the system panel and saw 3 new entries, his face lighting up with joy. Basic shield strike techniques, level 10, max, Chen's. Flying shield techniques, level 10, max, Ma's shadow javelin, level 10, max. Lin Qiye certainly wouldn't miss Ma's shadow javelin. Although Lin Yuechan had said Ma's shadow javelin was useless, in such a short time, Lin Qiye didn't have the luxury to filter more options. Encountering it was fate, let's go. Next, he found Li Chen's flying shield techniques from the evaluation of Ma's shadow javelin and continued practicing. Then, returning to the home page of the store, the system intelligently recommended basic shield strike techniques to Lin Qiye, and he continued practicing. Although these 3 D-level martial techniques combined only increased his gene potential by a negligible 0.2%. The real surprise was Martial Will Blazing Fury, level 3, 266 out of 3000. Martial Will had broken through to level 3 in just 2 hours. This was the biggest surprise. With the improvement of martial will, Lin Xie could clearly feel a revolutionary change in his mental world. That scorching, domineering, and unstoppable martial will no longer required deliberate activation. It had become as natural as breathing, deeply integrated with his soul, blood energy, and even every thought, merging into one. When he stood still, this martial will was like the lava deep within a volcano, silent and restrained, yet containing a terrifying energy ready to erupt at any moment. But when his heart stirred and his fighting spirit surged, this martial will would instantly transform into a sky-devouring blaze, erupting from his body with a thunderous force. The most direct effect of the enhancement of this martial will was its suppressive power on the enemy's spirit, which grew exponentially. To illustrate, a level 1 martial will is like a newborn baby, crying and waiting to be fed. A level 2 martial will, however, is like a 2-year-old child, able to walk and crawl. A level 3 martial will is akin to a preschooler. While their essence remains unchanged, their magnitude is entirely different. Lin Xie glanced at the time. Only 30 minutes remained until the evening match began. He stretched his muscles, finished a bottle of nutrient solution, and left the training room. Exiting the teaching area, Lin Xie immediately spotted a familiar figure anxiously waiting under the street lamp. Bai Mushi was holding an entire box of Jianbao C3 nutrient solutions. When she saw him come out, her face instantly lit up with a relieved and radiant smile, and she quickly ran over. "Honey." Lin Xie immediately stepped forward, effortlessly taking the box from her hands with one hand and smiling as he said, "Thank you for your hard work, my wife." Then, with his other hand, he gently pulled Bai Mushi into his arms. Bai Mushi's cheeks instantly flushed red. She could clearly feel the scorching and powerful aura emanating from Lin Xie, as if it could melt her whole being. "I'm off," Bai Mushi said, her face burning, nodding vigorously. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Good luck." Watching Lin Xie turn and walk away, his tall and powerful figure exuding strength, Bai Mushi's heart continued to pound wildly. She raised her hand to touch her burning cheeks, feeling a wave of shyness in her heart. What's going on? Just looking into his eyes earlier made her feel as if her whole body was ignited by a blazing fire, burning intensely. It's just too hot. The 11th match. The opponent's overall ranking was 187th. As long as he won this match, Lin Xie would successfully break into the top 200 qualifying line. In the live broadcast room of Arena 187, the atmosphere was already electric, with the online audience exceeding 5,000. On the screen, the barrage of comments was so dense it almost covered the entire display. Here we go. Brother one-shots. 11th match. 11 consecutive wins are within reach. The opponent is Ling Xiaoqing, ranked 187th. She's already lost 4 matches in a row. 11 consecutive wins. 11 consecutive wins. Brother one shot, go for it. Take down the opponent and break into the top 200. Finally, Brother one shot's match is here. Watching those instant kills is just too satisfying. However, amidst the cheers for Lin Xie, there were also some different voices. Sigh, Xiaoqing's luck is just too bad. Yeah, who would've thought she'd run into 4 monsters in a row who've comprehended martial will? Is that for real? It's true. Her mentality has completely collapsed. In the last 3 matches, she surrendered the moment she saw martial will. Exactly. She surrendered directly in the last 3 matches. The psychological shadow is just too big. Is martial will really that terrifying? Surrendering without even trying? Soon, someone came forward to explain. You don't get it, do you? Martial will isn't just about a gap in strength. It's a suppression of the spirit and soul. Think about it, if you're fighting someone and just one look from them makes your legs go weak, so much so that you can't even hold your weapon, how are you supposed to fight? Exactly. Facing an opponent who's comprehended martial will, unless you have it too, there's no chance of winning. Forcing it will only result in a worse beating, or even leave lifelong psychological trauma. Surrendering is the wisest choice. Sigh, there's no helping it. The suppression from martial will is just too overwhelming. It's not even a contest. Look at Xiaoqing's last match, she was clearly traumatized. Inside the arena, Lin Xie's 10th opponent slowly walked in. She was a tall girl with a healthy, powerful wheat-colored complexion. Her height was nearly 1.9 meters, clearly half a head taller than Lin Xie. She took 2 heavy alloy fist shields from the weapon rack and equipped them on her fists. Lin Xie, comprehensive ranking, 291, gene potential, 10.3%, base points, 20, Ling Xiaoqing. Comprehensive ranking, 187, gene potential, 17%, base points, 19. When Lin Xie saw her 17% gene potential, his expression immediately turned serious. 17% gene potential as a freshman? This battle might be tough. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Lin Xie didn't hesitate. The moment the match started, his familiar martial will, blazing fury, awakened like a giant beast, instantly sweeping across the arena. The scorching, domineering, and unstoppable aura locked onto Ling Xiaoqing at the other end of the arena. In an instant, however, an unexpected scene unfolded. Ling Xiaoqing's expression froze the moment she felt that despair-inducing aura, then turned as sour as if she had swallowed a fly. She stomped her foot hard, causing the alloy fist shields to crash onto the ground with a loud clang, and roared, "Damn it! What kind of freak is this? Why is each one more monstrous than the last? This martial will is even stronger than the last one. How am I supposed to fight?" Without hesitation, Ling Xiaoqing raised her hand and shouted with all her might, "I surrender." Lin Xie, victory! The system's crisp notification sound announced that this highly anticipated match had ended the very second it began. Lin Xie stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Although the match was over, Ling Xiaoqing didn't leave the arena. She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Lin Xie angrily and complaining loudly. "Why do I keep running into you freaks who've mastered martial will?" Then, changing her tone, she strode up to Lin Xie and said, "Add me as a friend. Teach me how to master martial will, I'm begging you." Lin Xie looked at the tall, fiery, and straightforward, wheat-skinned girl in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh as he opened his terminal. Thus, under the watchful eyes of thousands of spectators, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded in the arena. The two contestants, who had just finished a life-or-death duel, didn't shake hands or leave the field. Instead, they stood in the center of the arena, casually scanning each other's codes to exchange friend requests. The live-stream chat exploded after a brief moment of silence. "What did I just see? Can't beat them? Join them? Full marks for this move. Ha ha ha, this girl is so real. I'm a fan now. Is brother Gun's charm so great that even his opponents want to befriend him on the spot? Don't twist it, she's asking for advice. But this scene is just too weird. I declare this the most harmonious moment of this year's entrance exams." After successfully adding Lin Xie as a friend, Ling Xiaoqing said with a frustrated expression, "Damn it, I was about to break into the top 100. But then I got seriously injured and lost to the first person with martial will, and now it's like I'm cursed, running into 4 of you in a row. I couldn't beat the previous ones, and I definitely can't beat you. I can feel it. Your martial will is even stronger than theirs. This is so unfair. I had no choice but to surrender. You guys are basically cheating." Ling Xiaoqing snorted in defiance and said, "Just wait. Within 3 months, I'll definitely master martial will. When the 10th school joint exam comes, I, Ling Xiaoqing, will be back." Lin Xie looked at the tall, wheat-skinned girl in front of him and said with a wry smile, "Good luck." Next, Lin Xie faced a male opponent ranked 149, who wielded a long staff. The boy was agile and nimble, moving like a monkey. Lin Xie guessed this had something to do with the techniques and martial skills he practiced. As soon as the match began, the opponent took the initiative. Letting out a loud battle cry, he leaped high into the air, the alloy staff in his hand slicing through the air in a fierce arc, carrying immense power as it smashed toward Lin Xie. However, what greeted him was Lin Xie's terrifying level 3 martial will. Boom! The young man felt an invisible, all-consuming aura of terror instantly shatter his spirit. His airborne figure abruptly froze mid-air. It was this fleeting moment of vulnerability. Lin Xie's spear, like a lurking venomous dragon, struck with precision and speed. One thrust, a direct hit. As expected, the battle ended in mere seconds once again. 12 consecutive victories. Lin Xie's ranking successfully climbed to 149th place. The audience in the live stream room, initially shocked, had grown somewhat numb. In the barrage of comments, people no longer discussed who Lin Xie's opponent was but instead passionately debated another topic. 13 consecutive wins. When will One Spear Bros streak finally end? I'm betting on the next match. The opponents are bound to get stronger, he can't keep winning instantly. I'm betting on 15 consecutive wins. One spear bro is invincible. Place your bets, place your bets. No more changes. Amid the heated discussion, the matchup for Lin Chia's 13th match was quickly updated. Match number, 13th match time, 8:35 p.m. match venue. Martial Arena number 89. When Lin Chia stepped into Martial Arena number 89, his 13th opponent entered almost simultaneously. It was a tall figure dressed in a dark red combat suit, with short, sharp hair and a cold yet stunningly beautiful face. The moment he saw his opponent, clearly, Lin Chia was slightly taken aback. It was Qin Xiaoxiao. 4 hours earlier, at the medical center of Galaxy Martial University, Qin Xiaoxiao, wearing a tattered combat suit, walked in slowly. Her expensive custom-made suit was riddled with tears, and her fair skin bore several deep gashes that still oozed blood. Yet, her clear eyes sparkled with an unprecedented cold and sharp light, like a peerless sword freshly honed, exuding a chilling aura. She was about to register at the front desk when she ran into a gloomy-faced young man. It was Gao Yuan, the so-called once-in-a-century genius who had just been praised by his friends at the martial arena. Seeing Qin Xiaoxiao in this state, Gao Yuan was momentarily stunned, then revealed a hint of schadenfreude, blurting out instinctively, "Xiaoxiao, you lost too?" Qin Xiaoxiao shot Gao Yuan a cold glance. "I won. I'm in the top 100 now." "What?" Gao Yuan's smile froze instantly. He pointed at the wounds on Qin Xiaoxiao's body, stammering, "Then what about this?" "Just superficial injuries," Qin Xiaoxiao shrugged indifferently, as if discussing something trivial. "It's too unsightly, so I came to get them fixed." With that, her icy gaze swept over Gao Yuan from head to toe, and she asked flatly, "You lost?" Under her gaze, Gao Yuan felt his face burn as if he'd been slapped in public. His face turned red. His eyes darted away, and he forced out an excuse, I was careless. I lost to someone with martial will. That guy from the Haicheng Grain district." He comprehended martial intent. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoxiao merely shook her head lightly and said no more, walking past him into the medical center. However, in her heart, she scoffed coldly. Trash is trash. Losing is losing. Making excuses for yourself won't change that. Martial intent? Just because she hadn't comprehended it didn't mean she could blame others for having it. Besides, having martial intent didn't guarantee victory. Her last opponent had martial intent, and she still won. Moreover, under the extreme pressure of life and death in that moment, she had also taken that step and comprehended her own martial will. Martial will, icy execution. Lying in the comfortable medical pod, the soft blue repair light gently swept over her wounds, bringing waves of tingling relief. Feeling bored, Qin Xiaoxiao opened her personal terminal and clicked into the school's official forum. At this moment, the forum was already flooded with posts about today's opening exam, reaching unprecedented popularity. She browsed casually, but when she saw a post with a title pinned at the top and marked hot in bold red font, she couldn't help but stop. Title: Shocking Comeback. The biggest dark horse of the opening day won. Dunbro Lin Chia, 10 consecutive wins, all instant kills, strongly advancing to the top 200. Lin Chia? Qin Xiaoxiao saw the familiar name, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She clicked on the post, which detailed Lin Chia's journey from rank 99-88 all the way up, accompanied by highlights from each match. When she saw the man holding a long spear, his expression calm as he swiftly defeated every opponent. With one shot each, her face finally showed a moved expression. This guy, 10 consecutive wins? That's pretty impressive. At this rate, she might very well encounter him in the next 5 matches. However, Qin Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a confident smile. This guy is only relying on the advantage of his martial will to bully weaklings like Gao Yuan in the early stages. But now, she also possessed martial will. In this regard, he had no edge over her. And in other aspects, techniques, martial skills, combat experience, family background, she far surpassed him. He absolutely had no chance of beating her. Unexpectedly, 4 hours later, it really happened. When Qin Xiaoxiao saw that her opponent was Lin Chia, her delicate face finally showed a hint of killing intent. She looked at the man across from her, holding a long spear and maintaining a calm demeanor, and her eyes instantly ignited with battle spirit. She had just comprehended martial will, icy slaughter. In terms of martial will, she was no longer inferior to him. And in other aspects, techniques, martial skills, combat experience, Family background, she completely crushed him. 4 hours ago, at the medical center, she had thought this in front of Gao Yuan. Now, she thought the same. She admitted that this guy, with 10% genetic potential, had come this far, which was indeed strong and monstrous. But he wouldn't get past her. I will win. The livestream room was buzzing with excitement. Wow! It's Qin Xiaoxiao. This is going to be good. Xiaoxiao's performance in the last match was amazing. Martial will suppression, instant kill. Comprehending martial will really makes a difference. One Gun Bro has also comprehended martial will. Yeah, this match is truly a clash of titans. Fire and ice, too. Extremes. Did the person above just come out of a foot massage parlor? I'm betting on Qin Xiaoxiao to win. The school beauty of Tiantai. #1 high school, her techniques and martial skills are top-notch, and her foundation is incredibly strong. I'm still rooting for One Gun Bro. A dark horse should stay dark all the way. Qin Xiaoxiao coldly glanced at Lin Chie and slowly retrieved 3 exquisitely designed Jean serums, each shimmering with different colors, from the tactical pouch at her waist. Without any expression, she pierced the needle into her fair neck. As the 3 serums were injected, she could clearly feel her body undergoing dramatic changes. The first, a crimson rage factor, caused her muscles to instantly swell with blood, exploding with power. The second, a sky blue, spirit of the cheetah, made her tendons and ligaments incredibly flexible and elastic, instantly enhancing her agility and reaction speed to a new level. The third, a golden, spiritual vein expansion serum, widened the meridians within her body like expanded river channels, significantly increasing the flow rate and total amount of spiritual energy. This was the confidence she had as the direct descendant of the Qin family of Tiantai. These 3 serums were cutting-edge products developed by top biotech companies across star systems, obtained through her family's trading company, and were unavailable on the market. Not only did they have no side effects, but after their effects wore off, the special energy they contained would gradually be absorbed by the body, subtly enhancing the various functions of the martial artist, achieving true permanent strengthening. Qin Xiaoxiao felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through her body. Her originally fair skin flushed with an abnormal redness, and her muscles visibly swelled and expanded at an astonishing rate, making her dark red combat suit even tighter, exuding an explosive sense of strength. Moreover, her entire figure seemed to elongate, growing several centimeters taller. She knew she had already secured an unbeatable position. In the livestream chat, the moment viewers saw Qin Xiaoxiao inject herself with 3 unknown substances. On the spot, the comments section exploded. Wow! What's the point of fighting now? Injecting drugs on the spot? Isn't this cheating? Seriously? She's injecting herself right there? Exactly, how is this even fair? Brother Gun is going to lose. However, these voices of doubt were quickly drowned out by another wave of more composed comments. Can you guys stop overreacting? Clearly, you've never watched high-level matches before, you bumpkins. Hilarious. Isn't this standard practice in the top 100 matches? If you've never seen it, it just shows how little you know. Exactly. The rules clearly state that contestants can bring their own substances, so of course they can use them. This competition is all about strength and resources. Lin Chie watched Qin Xiaoxiao's seamless series of actions, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He had seen people use various substances before, but injecting oneself before the match even started? This was a first for him. Truly eye-opening. It seemed he was still too inexperienced. But as he thought about it, since he was already here, surrendering was not an option. He took a deep breath, pushed aside his distracting thoughts, and gripped his long spear tightly. His gaze became sharper and more focused than ever. Opposite him, Qin Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and pulled 2 alloy short blades from the weapon rack. Above the arena, the holographic screen displayed the profiles of both contestants clearly. Lin Chie overall rank, 149 gene potential, 10.3%. Base points, 22. Qin Xiaoxiao overall rank, 89 gene potential, 13% base points, 22. The atmosphere in the livestream chat instantly ignited. It's over, it's over. Brother Gun's 13-win streak is about to end. Yeah, Qin Xiaoxiao not only comprehended martial will but also used substances on the spot. How can he possibly win? Exactly. Brother Gun is strong, but he's ultimately from a grassroots background. His resources are far too lacking. What a pity. I was hoping to see him create a miracle. There's no helping it. This is reality. When faced with absolute resources, talent sometimes just isn't enough. In the male dormitory of Tiantai City, Mujie stared at the light screen, his mood sinking to rock bottom. He paced back and forth in the room anxiously, his fingers flying across the terminal as he tried to compose a message to comfort his sister. But after thinking for a long time, he ended up deleting it word by word. Right now, saying anything would be useless and would only make his sister worry more. Sigh. Brother-in-law, please don't push yourself too hard. In the student dormitory of Terra City, Mushi couldn't bear to keep her eyes open, silently praying in her heart. Husband, you must stay safe. If you really can't win, surrendering is fine. As long as you don't get seriously injured, that's more important than anything. The bell rang, signaling the official start of the match. Qin Xiaoxiao didn't waste any time probing her opponent. The corners of her mouth curved into a cold smile. At this moment, she seemed like a frost goddess walking among mortals. The power within her roared, her agility surged, and her psychic energy flowed like a torrent. She even felt an illusion, as if she were omnipotent, capable of crushing everything before her with ease. She moved. In the eyes of others, her dual-blade-wielding figure resembled a crimson serpent, slithering across the ground in an eerie arc, her movements elusive and impossible to pin down. This was precisely the A-grade martial technique she had mastered, Crimson Serpent Blade Technique. She transformed into a dark red lightning bolt that tore through the void, surpassing the sound barrier as she instantly closed the distance to Lin Xie. Almost simultaneously as she charged forward, her incomparably condensed martial will erupted with a thunderous force. Martial will, Frost's killing chill. Buzz, an icy, bone-chilling, and murderous aura, like a polar cold wave sweeping through everything, instantly enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Qin Xiaoxiao's gaze was cold and sharp, filled with absolute confidence. With the enhancement of the triple potion, her speed, strength, and reflexes had reached a whole new level. Coupled with her martial will, capable of freezing souls, as long as she could affect her opponent for even 0.1 seconds, as long as she could successfully close the distance to within 2 meters, the battle would shift to her rhythm. At that moment, the seemingly invincible spear in Lin Xie's hand would completely lose its advantage of range, turning into a cumbersome burden. Meanwhile, the twin blades in her hands would transform into the scythe of death, launching fatal strikes from every cunning angle around him. She could already envision her opponent under the assault of her twin blades, filled with terror and despair, ultimately collapsing in a bloodied heap. Or perhaps screaming in fear and surrendering. Both scenarios were entirely possible. Qin Xiaoxiao's overwhelming aura indeed exerted immense pressure on Lin Xie. He could clearly sense the explosive surge in her power and the murderous intent that seemed capable of freezing the air itself. Lin Xie dared not show the slightest negligence and immediately unleashed his full strength. Just as Qin Xiaoxiao's martial will was about to touch Lin Xie, it was met with the eruption of a volcano. Lin Xie's gaze instantly turned fiery, and the martial will that had long fused with him, martial will, raging fire, awakened like a slumbering dragon, sweeping out with an even more domineering and ferocious force. Boom! Ice and fire collided, and two completely different martial wills clashed fiercely in midair. There was no earth-shattering sound, no dazzling visual effects, but on a spiritual level, it was as if an invisible nuclear bomb had detonated. Qin Xiaoxiao felt her martial will, icy desolation, melt, evaporate, and collapse instantly upon contact with the opponent's more concentrated and scorching will, like ice thrown into molten lava. Her mind buzzed as if struck by an invisible hammer, her vision darkened, and her forward momentum froze abruptly. Her cold eyes were suddenly filled with endless shock. How could this be? Her martial will had been crushed? His martial will. Why is it so strong? However, on the battlefield, victory and defeat are decided in an instant. In a duel between masters, this momentary lapse was fatal. Lin Xie's spear was already waiting at the endpoint. Without hesitation or mercy, he thrust forward. Qin Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted sharply, snapping out of the terrifying impact of the will clash. Her rich combat instincts allowed her to raise her twin blades in a cross before her at the last moment. However, Lin Xie's spear was far more cunning than she had imagined. The gleaming tip of the spear, like a nimble venomous snake, slipped through the gap between her twin blades at an inconceivable angle and shot forward. Qin Xiaoxiao could only let out a startled cry, twisting her body with all her might. Put! The icy spear tip, carrying a scorching force, mercilessly pierced through her right shoulder. Boom! The fiery energy contained within the spear tip exploded violently. Ah! Qin Xiaoxiao let out a piercing scream, her entire body jolted backward by the immense explosive force. The spear tip withdrew, bringing with it a gush of searing blood that splattered onto the martial arts arena floor, sizzling upon contact. It was only then that Qin Xiaoxiao realized in horror that Lin Qiye's spear technique seemed more refined and terrifying than any spear master she had ever encountered, including Gao Yuan, who was hailed as a once-in-a-century talent. How could this be? Were the spear instructors at Tiantai No. 1 High School all useless? If Gao Yuan's spear technique was a once-in-a-century talent, then what did this man's spear technique count as? She was wearing the $10 million Judgment Nun combat suit, yet it had been pierced through with a single strike. What did this signify? The moment of explosive power from that shot just now surpassed 15,000 kilograms. And what's with this flaming spiritual energy? She could clearly feel a scorching, violet energy rampaging through her wound, wreaking havoc on her flesh and tissues. Wasn't he supposed to come from a humble background? How could he possibly cultivate a spiritual technique that only top-tier aristocratic families have the resources to support? While Qin Xiaoxiao was furiously cursing in her mind, her actions didn't falter in the slightest. She immediately pulled out a high-potency hemostatic injection from her waist and forcefully jabbed it into her mangled right shoulder. The effect of the injection was almost instantaneous. The wound began to shrink and heal visibly to the naked eye. However, before she could even let out a breath of relief, Lin Qiye's second strike was already upon her. The tip of the spear, glinting coldly, seemed to disregard the distance of space and appeared before her once again. Qin Xiaoxiao was utterly horrified. She pressed her toes hard against the ground, her figure retreating in a flash like a startled swan. Yet Lin Qiye's figure, like a shadow, closed in almost simultaneously. His footwork, though seemingly simple, was actually the most fundamental, basic footwork. Every step was precise, maintaining the distance between them firmly at 2 to 3 meters. This distance was the optimal range for a spear's attack. No matter how Qin Xiaoxiao dodged or retreated, she could never escape the ever-looming spear tip. Her movements were entirely locked within Lin Qiye's attack range. Moreover, that raging, wildfire-like scorching will constantly seared her spirit, leaving her feeling overwhelmingly oppressed and uncomfortable. Under this dual pressure, her once proud speed and techniques became sluggish and stiff, unable to even unleash 70% of her strength. Qin Xiaoxiao couldn't comprehend it. Both of them wielded martial will, yet why did hers seem as fragile as a child's before his, completely unable to withstand a single blow? Could it be his martial will surpassed hers by an entire level? This thought struck her as absurd and filled her with indignation. Qin Xiaoxiao knew she couldn't continue like this. If she kept defending passively and got cornered, her fate would be nothing but a spear through her body. Biting down on her silver teeth, a hint of resoluteness flashed in her eyes. Her left hand darted into the tactical pouch at her waist like lightning, retrieving her final trump card, a special syringe filled with a deep purple liquid. Rage. This was a military-grade banned substance her father had secretly procured, capable of granting a martial artist an explosive surge of strength far surpassing their limits in a short time. She had originally prepared this for true monsters on the level of Lu Zhenlong. She never expected to use it on this unknown, unremarkable man. However, the moment she retrieved the syringe, her movements faltered for just an instant and Lin Qiye caught that instant with sharp precision. Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly felt the scorching will from her opponent surge explosively. It was no longer just suppressing her, it was now a trial aimed at completely incinerating her soul into oblivion. Terrified, she raised her head, only to meet Lin Qiye's eyes that seemed to flow with molten lava, burning with blazing wildfire. In that instant, Qin Xiaoxiao felt as though her eyes, even her very soul, were about to be pierced and scorched by that terrifying gaze. No! In that moment, Qin Xiaoxiao felt as if the entire world before her had turned red. The man before her, and the spear in his hand, seemed to merge entirely into one. He was no longer a man, nor a spear, but an erupting, unstoppable volcano of molten lava. That scorching, overwhelming will surged like relentless waves, instantly collapsing her fragile mental defenses and completely drowning her consciousness. Don't. Under the shadow of death, Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes flared with a desperate, furious resistance. Suddenly, the stern yet commanding face of her grandfather appeared in her mind. She was the most outstanding granddaughter of this generation in the Qin family, and also her grandfather's most beloved descendant, it was precisely because of this special status that she possessed cultivation resources far beyond her peers, allowing her to reach this point today. She absolutely could not lose. If she lost to an ordinary person with no reputation, she would no longer be the unique best. If she comprehended martial will but was defeated by a nobody, wouldn't that be a declaration to everyone that she was worthless? If that happened, all her efforts and sacrifices would be deemed unworthy of further investment. Her grandfather's favor and the family's resources would unhesitatingly shift to other, more promising descendants, and she would become just like those siblings she had long left behind, an insignificant existence. No, she absolutely could not lose. Qin Xiaoxiao abandoned all defense and charged headlong toward the deadly spear tip, rushing forward without hesitation. She was determined to kill the man in front of her before losing consciousness, even if it meant mutual destruction. Thud! The spear pierced her heart without suspense. However, her heart, strengthened by potions, continued to beat stubbornly despite being impaled, providing her with one last burst of strength. Spitting blood, Qin Xiaoxiao forced her body through the spear and continued charging at Lin Qiye. She poured the last trace of her spiritual energy and life force into the twin blades in her hands, unleashing the final move of the Crimson Serpent Blade technique. The short blades in her hands seemed to come alive in an instant, transforming into crimson venomous snakes flicking their tongues. The blade light no longer traveled in a straight line but twisted and darted unpredictably through the air, drawing dazzling, intricate arcs. At extreme speed, the blade left behind several blurred afterimages, making it impossible to distinguish which was real and which was fake. All the afterimages targeted 3 different points: Lin Qiye's eyes and throat. In that instant, Lin Qiye was forced to make the most accurate judgment in a split second. However, in the next moment, clang! A crisp sound rang out, and she stopped. She stared in disbelief at her short blade, which had been firmly blocked by a small shield that appeared out of nowhere. Immediately after, Qin Xiaoxiao watched in despair as the alloy blade in her hand was sent flying. The small shield, carrying an unstoppable force, slammed heavily into her chest. This was a shield bash? Boom! The massive impact sent her already faltering body flying. As a result, what she witnessed was the bloody and shocking scene of Lin Qiye driving a bullet straight through Qin Xiaoxiao's heart. She was instantly stunned, her entire body frozen in place. What followed, Qin Xiaoxiao's final desperate counterattack in the face of death, nearly made her heart leap out of her throat in terror. It wasn't until she saw Lin Qiye using his small shield to effortlessly block the fatal strike and send Qin Xiaoxiao flying that her suspended heart finally settled back into place. Thank goodness, her husband was safe. That was all that mattered. She collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath, feeling as though she had just gone through a life-and-death battle herself, her entire body drenched in sweat. Then, as she looked at the man in the light screen, standing tall with his gun in hand like a god of war, a surge of indescribable and complex emotions welled up in her heart. Yi Qinghan had just finished a match and immediately returned to her dressing room. As she removed her combat suit, she opened Lin Qiye's match livestream. Ever since she started watching his matches, it was as if she had regained her confidence and courage to stand tall once again. That blazing, raging inferno determination, instead of becoming her nightmare, acted like a shot of adrenaline, sweeping away her previous slump and driving her to an unstoppable 3-game winning streak. Watching the scene on the light screen where Lin Qiye pierced Qin Xiaoxiao's heart with a single strike and then sent her flying with the shield, she got so excited that she jumped off the sofa, waving her small fists, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Beautifully done! Stab her! Perfect shot! Seeing that domineering strike from Lin Qiye, she felt as though her entire body was ignited, her blood boiling, her heartbeat accelerating. Even her typically cold and delicate face was tinged with an unusual blush, giving her an overwhelming and captivating beauty. Her gaze at the man in the light screen unconsciously softened, becoming misty and moist, as if it could draw out threads of longing. 1 hour later, at Arena 39, Lin Qiye's 14th match was about to begin. The livestream chat room was already packed with viewers, with the online count surpassing a staggering 20,000. This number was astonishing for a personal livestream of a non-main arena, second only to the top 5 most popular battle arenas. It was important to note that this was the peak period for freshman entrance exams across the major cities and martial arts universities of the 0755 star system. Most people were focused on the matches of their own friends and relatives. Only those whose matches had ended or who had little hope for their own acquaintances' performances would venture into other live streams. For Lin Xiaoyue to attract such massive attention was a testament to the shocking impact of his 13 consecutive victories. The chat room comments were abuzz with excitement. Arena 39. Does that mean his opponent is ranked 39th? Holy crap! If he wins again, won't Gun Brother directly break into the top 50? This is insane. The speed of this rise is unbelievable. When Lin Xiaoyue stepped into the arena, his opponent entered almost simultaneously. It was a sharp-eyed, lean young man. As soon as he stepped in, he ignored Lin Xiaoyue and began speaking passionately into the void. Hello, everyone. I am Zhou Hongkai. I'm currently wearing the latest Star Dragon 1 biocombat suit developed by Star Zhou Corporation. Priced at 20 million, this suit's defensive capabilities rival those of billion-level combat gear on the market. You've all seen along the way that this suit can easily withstand instantaneous forces below 16,000 kilograms. Even beyond that, it can absorb over 50% of the impact, far exceeding other suits in the same price range. Moreover, wearing it doesn't hinder mobility. It feels just like your own skin. That's the magic of our exclusive biotechnology. Lin Xiaoyue paused for a moment, dumbfounded. His opponent, was he live streaming to sell products? Meanwhile, the live-stream chat room erupted into laughter, with informed viewers immediately revealing the opponent's background. Holy crap! It's the Star Zhou Corporation's prince. The president of Xingzhou Group, I've heard, has over 1,000 children. Every year, dozens of them are arranged to enter major martial arts universities, and during various practical exams, they live-stream to promote their own battle armor. This Zhou Hongkai is the most outstanding among his sons. For this freshman entrance exam, Xingzhou Group even paid to set up VIP live-stream rooms on major platforms, buying traffic to promote their products. This guy's genetic potential is as high as 18%. Wearing the Xinglong 1 battle armor, he's practically invincible, sweeping through with 12 consecutive wins. The main thing is that the Xinglong 1 is just too overpowered. It takes 16,000 kilograms to break its defense. Even with martial will, it's useless if you can't break through the defense. Wasn't Deng Wenji unable to break through the defense earlier, forced into a corner and lost? In the last match, Lu Jinlong finally broke through at the last moment to win the fight. At this moment, Zhou Hongkai in the martial arena seemed to be looking at the bullet comments and continued explaining, losing to Lu Jinlong isn't shameful. In the last match, I almost caught him. If I had, he would have been the one to lose, not me. He paused, glanced at the comments again, and sneered disdainfully. What? My opponent this time is Yicheng Ge? Never heard of him. In a certain dormitory, Sun Yuyun was watching the match between Lin Qiye and Zhou Hongkai while calling her recently recovered younger sister, Sun Yuning. The Sun family was a prominent household in Terra City, holding shares in several large corporations, including Xingzhou Group. It was worth noting that not long ago, the president of Xingzhou Group had even hosted a grand entrance banquet for his dozen or so sons entering school this year. At the banquet, he publicly praised Zhou Hongkai, calling him the most outstanding among his 1,000 sons, a prodigy with boundless potential, and promised to arrange for him to join Xingzhou Group's management immediately after graduation. Who would have thought that Lin Qiye would achieve 14 consecutive wins and stand on the same martial arena as this Crown Prince of Xingzhou Group? Yuning, relax and focus on the competition. Leave everything else to me. Her voice was gentle yet firm. That Lin Qiye made you suffer such grievances, your sister will definitely help you get justice. On the other end of the line, Sun Yuning replied, Sis. Actually, I'm fine. It's normal for accidents to happen in competitions. Alright, I understand. Don't think about the competition anymore, leave it to me. Okay, sis. Sun Yuning hung up the phone with a slight sob. After comforting her sister, the determination on Sun Yuyun's face was quickly replaced by a wry smile. She shook her head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Getting justice, it was nothing more than temporary comfort. For now, it was better to let her sister complete the first stage of the competition. She had just finished watching the thrilling livestream of Lin Qiye's match against Qin Xiaoxiao. Unbelievable. School hasn't even started, and he's already comprehended martial will. Not only that, but he also completely overwhelmed another top-tier genius who had also comprehended martial will. Although she was a senior in her 4th year, she had only barely grasped martial will after the entrance exams during her freshman year. Even though she was currently stronger than these freshmen, the top talents among them would surpass her in less than half a year. How could she possibly help her sister get justice? Once the entrance exams Moreover, taking her sister to make connections would be the real key. Especially with someone like Lin Xie, a grassroots talent with no background, he was worth befriending and investing in. On the martial arena, Zhou Hongkai was still advertising. Place an order in our live stream. Room today to enjoy a newcomer discount and receive a tactical pack worth tens of millions for free. It's the same as the one on my waist. The instant use medication feature, which is only available in billion-level combat suits, can be yours too. As he spoke, Zhou Hongkai snapped his fingers. See? This gesture recognition feature is exclusive to tactical packs worth tens of millions. A soft hiss echoed through the air. From within the tactical pack, a micro-injector precisely pierced his waist, delivering the liquid medication into his body. Immediately afterward, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, in a sudden motion, he flung his eyes open, his face alight with an expression of extreme euphoria. Visibly, a faint purple hue rapidly spread from his neck, covering his exposed skin in an instant. His muscles began to swell and flush with blood at a speed discernible to the naked eye. The battle armor stretched tautly over his now bulging physique, every contour radiating an explosive sense of power. Incredibly, even his height increased by a few centimeters, transforming him into a being akin to a feral beast awakened from slumber. He couldn't suppress a low, exhilarated growl, as his entire skeleton emitted a sharp, crackling sound. Alright, the match is about to begin. Watch as I easily take down this so-called dark horse, one-shot brother. Don't forget to place your orders in our live stream today to enjoy newcomer discounts and receive a complimentary ultra-fast tactical pack worth millions. Oh, and one more thing, I'm using Celestial Source Corporation's God King No. 1, a composite augmentation serum that enhances strength, agility, and mental focus all in one. Place an order for the Star Dragon No. 1-foot bio battle armor during this match, and I'll throw in 2 crates of God King No. 1 serum, enough to last you 1 or even 2 years. This offer is only valid during the match. Come on, family, don't miss out. Having said this, Zhou Hongkai grabbed an alloy shield hammer from the weapon rack. Above the martial arena, a holographic screen displayed the profiles of both competitors. Lin Xie, comprehensive rank, 89. Genetic potential, 10.3%. Base points, 23. Zhou Hongkai, comprehensive rank, 39. Genetic potential, 18.0%. Base points, 23. Zhou Hongkai glanced at Lin Xie and bellowed, "So you're one-shot brother, huh? Unless your gun can deliver a force of at least 16,000 kilograms, don't even dream of penetrating the defense of my Star Dragon No. 1. With that, he began advancing in heavy strides, resembling a humanoid tank as he charged toward Lin Xie. Though Zhou Hongkai's demeanor seemed casual, as if he didn't take Lin Xie seriously, Lin Xie was well aware of the truth. His seemingly heavy steps were, in fact, extraordinarily cautious, each one carrying a distinct rhythm. While his footwork appeared straightforward, Lin Xie's master-level proficiency in basic footwork allowed him to discern the truth. Zhou Hongkai was fully prepared to change direction or dodge at any moment. This was an opponent who might seem rough on the outside but was exceptionally cunning at heart. Lin Xie didn't hesitate, there was no room for probing or testing. He unleashed the full force of his martial willpower in an instant. Boom! An unseeable storm of blazing fury and swiftness, willpower swept across the entire martial arena, crashing down on Zhou Hongkai, who was charging forward with massive strides. Whoa, martial intent. The relaxed grin on Zhou Hongkai's face immediately froze. He had intended to throw out a few more mocking remarks, perhaps something along the lines of "no wonder you're a dark horse," but within 0.1 seconds, his expression underwent a dramatic transformation. This martial willpower, what on earth was it? How could it be even fiercer than Lu Zhenlong's earlier? Zhou Hongkai felt an overwhelming force crashing into his mental world, a terrifying aura as if a volcanic eruption had descended upon him, threatening to reduce his very soul to ashes. The combat willpower he had always prided himself on was instantly torn apart, shredded like fragile paper against this superior and more domineering will. A deafening buzz echoed in his mind, leaving his brain completely blank. In his daze, it seemed as though the entire world had transformed into a blazing inferno. The air reeked of sulfur, suffocating him to the point where he could barely breathe. His once steady charge came to an abrupt halt, his body freezing mid-motion. His previously strong and calculated steps now faltered in a fatal misstep. In that fleeting moment of Zhou Hongkai's mental collapse, a glint of cold light flashed. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed through the arena. Lin Xie's figure seemed to merge with the long spear in his hands, transforming into a black lightning bolt that tore through space, covering the distance between the two in the blink of an eye. Thud! The spear's gleaming tip, radiating unmatched penetration power, mercilessly pierced through the Star Dragon No. 1 armor, which was touted to withstand impacts of up to 16,000 kilograms. The tip sank deeply into Zhou Hongkai's heart without hesitation. The next second, boom! The energy contained within the spear's tip erupted inside Zhou Hongkai's heart. Zhou Hongkai's massive body trembled violently as he lowered his head in disbelief, staring at the gaping, bloody hole in his chest. Through the wound, he could even see the shattered remnants of his own heart. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My Star Dragon No. 1 armor was supposed to withstand 16,000 kilograms of force. Before that thought could fully form, his consciousness ebbed away like a receding tide. Before Zhou Hongkai's body could even hit the ground, a flash of white light appeared. Medical personnel clad in pristine white uniforms materialized out of thin air, swiftly supporting his collapsing figure to administer emergency treatment. Lin Xie, victory! The live streaming room fell silent, as if the entire audience had collectively lost their voices. A few seconds later, the silence shattered like glass, erupting into a frenzy akin to a pond exploding with fish after a bomb had been dropped into it. Holy sh***. What did I just witness? One shot, another single shot? That was the Star Dragon No. 1. The so-called top-tier armor capable of withstanding impacts of 16,000 kilograms. And it just got pierced like that? The speed of that shot. I couldn't even see it clearly. How terrifying is One Shot Brother's power? 14 consecutive wins. One Shot Brother is still making history. This isn't just a dark horse anymore. This is a celestial horse. I declare, from today onward, I'm a die-hard fan of One Shot Brother. If anyone dares to slander him, they'll answer to me. Meanwhile, in the VIP livestream room of the Star Joe Corporation, the atmosphere was entirely different. The barrage of comments was an unrelenting wave of mockery. False advertising. Refund. 2 million credits for armor, and it got pierced by a single shot? What kind of overblown nonsense is this? Exactly. They claimed it was on par with billion credit models. Looks like it's not even worth 200,000. I don't care, refund us. Refund. Ha, this is the biggest PR disaster of the year. Mr. Zhou, come out and explain yourself. This is hilarious. 1 second he's bragging, the next he's getting humiliated. The gear on One Shot Brother, though, that's the real deal. Star Mist. The first combat suit for the younger generation. Though the 2 million credit combat suit was out of reach for most viewers, it didn't stop them from enjoying the spectacle. At the top of the Star Joe Corporation's headquarters, in the luxuriously decorated chairman's office, old Mr. Joe watched the livestream with a smile, his hands resting on the slender waist of his tall and curvaceous secretary. However, when he saw Lin Xie's spear pierce through Zhou Hongkai's heart, his smile froze abruptly. With a sudden burst of anger, his hands clenched tightly, snapping the secretary's waist in two. Useless. Utterly useless. He kicked away the secretary, who collapsed into a pool of blood, writhing in pain. Pointing at the screen, where his son lay motionless in a pool of blood, he roared with fury, defeated by a low-class nobody wearing star mist? How dare he? Just as Lin Xie was about to leave the martial arena, a group of people carrying professional filming equipment suddenly surged in from another entrance, rushing straight to the center of the arena. Lin Xie paused, slightly stunned. Leading the group was a tall, poised, and professional-looking young woman wearing a sleek silver-gray business suit. She held a microphone bearing the official logo of the Galactic Martial University. With a sweet yet professional smile on her face, she walked directly toward Lin Xie. "Hello, Lin Xie," she greeted, extending her hand. "I'm Chen Shuwei, a reporter for the official university livestream channel. Congratulations on your outstanding 14-win streak. May I conduct a brief post-match interview with you?" Lin Xie looked at her, then at the dark, looming camera lenses behind her. The smile on Chen Shui's face grew brighter, and she let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. Finally, she had met a normal person. She didn't even know how difficult her interviews along the way had been. These genius freshmen, each one more arrogant than the last, all with their noses in the air. She tried her best, talking until her mouth was dry, yet hardly anyone was willing to be interviewed. At this moment, Chen Shuwei looked at Lin Xie's calm and slightly serious face and couldn't help but find him particularly pleasing to the eye, even somewhat handsome. "Lin Xie, thank you for your cooperation. As the exclusive interviewee for our official livestream, you will receive a box of Rapid No. 1 Enhancement Potion provided by the exam sponsor, Eternal Life Technology, as a small token of appreciation," she said with a smile. "Oh, there's such a good deal? Lin Chia raised an eyebrow, a hint of unexpected joy appearing on his face. Chen Shuwei was amused by his straightforward reaction, and her smile became even more genuine. That's right, it's our way of thanking you for your cooperation. So, can we start the interview now? She asked. Let's begin. Lin Chia nodded in agreement. Chen Shuwei immediately adjusted her posture, handed the microphone to him, and began her questioning with a smile. Lin Chia, first of all, congratulations again on achieving an astonishing record of 14 consecutive victories and successfully entering the top 40 of this year's freshman entrance exam. As the biggest dark horse of this exam, do you have any thoughts you'd like to share with our millions of viewers? Lin Chia thought for a moment and calmly replied, "It feels okay, the opponents weren't very strong." The livestream was instantly flooded with 666 and Versailles comments. Lin Chia, in your last shot, the explosive force directly pierced through your opponent. Could you tell us what your peak strength was at that moment? Chen Shuwei immediately threw out the second question, which was the audience's most anticipated one. 10,000 kilograms, maybe a bit more. Lin Chia thought for a moment and replied calmly. A bit more? Chen Shuwei's eyes lit up instantly, and she pressed further, specifically, how much? Actually, I don't know, Lin Chia admitted honestly, shaking his head. At that moment, the holographic screen above the martial arts arena, sponsored by DC Intelligence, finally displayed the exciting replay and data analysis. The screen froze at the moment Lin Chia delivered his final shot. Peak impact force, over 10,000 kilograms. The livestream audience burst into laughter upon seeing the over 10,000 kilograms result. The comments section exploded like a fireworks display, filled with jokes and memes. Ha ha ha, a little bit. It's really just a little bit. A meme of two fingers pinching the entire galaxy was spammed across the screen. I believe it. One shot bro. Always tells the truth. Too real. This response deserves full marks. The entertainment value is off the charts. Chen Shuwei looked at Lin Chia's serious demeanor and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Chia, we've noticed that in your previous 13 matches, you only used a long spear. However, in your recent duel with Qin Xiaoxiao, you pulled out a small shield at a critical moment to block her fatal counterattack. When did you start practicing shield techniques, and why hadn't you used them before? She continued. Lin Chia thought for a moment and replied, I learned it this afternoon. I don't feel very proficient yet, so I haven't used it much. This afternoon? Chen Shuwei was stunned again. The livestream fell into a brief silence before erupting into an even more intense barrage of comments. Did I hear that right? Learned it at noon? Are you kidding? Learned it in the afternoon and managed to block Qin Xiaoxiao's fatal strike in actual combat? I don't believe it. This has to be bragging. This isn't Versailles anymore, it's an insult to my intelligence. Is it possible that he's telling the truth? Upstairs, are you out of your mind? How could that be possible? Chen Shuwei looked at Lin Chia and secretly marveled at how this guy's entertainment value was absolutely maxed out. She continued, Lin Chia, one last question. Next, you will face the final and most crucial match of the day. Do you have anything to say to your last opponent? Lin Chia pondered for a moment, then looked up at the camera and calmly said, I hope he's a bit weaker so I can achieve 15 consecutive wins. After speaking, he nodded at Chen Shuwei and turned to leave the martial arena, leaving behind a stunned Chen Shuwei and a live stream room already flooded with comments. Damn! That was a perfect display of arrogance. Hope he's weaker? Is that even something a human would say? Too cocky. Too bold. But I love it. At Xiaoying, at Tang Dongshan, at Chen Xuani. The barrage of comments tagging these three names referred to the current top 3 prodigies in the rankings. As soon as Chen Shuwei's interview ended, she quickly returned to the official livestream office backstage at the martial arena. The office was tense and bustling. The general supervisor, a composed young male teacher, immediately gathered several key staff members, including Chen Shuwei, who had just finished the interview. All right, everyone. The male teacher knocked on the table and got straight to the point. For tonight's final match, our main station needs to select 2 highlight battles for focused live streaming and commentary. The first match is a given, Arena 1, Chen Xuani, ranked 1st, versus Hao Linjun, ranked 9th. There's no debate about that. He paused, scanning the group, and asked, the key is the second match. We have 2 options, Arena 2, Tang Dongshan versus Lu Jinlong, or Arena 3, Xiaoying versus the dark horse Lin Xie, who just achieved 14 consecutive wins. Which one do you think we should choose? As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately responded, Teacher, I think we should choose Arena 2. Tang Dongshan and Lu Jinlong are both top-tier prodigies, and their match will definitely be explosive and highly exciting. Exactly. While Lin Xie is a dark horse, he comes from an ordinary background, and his strength is far behind Xiaoying, who's ranked third. This match might be one-sided and lack entertainment value. The general supervisor listened to the discussion but did not immediately express his opinion. Instead, he turned to Chen Shuwei. Shuwei, what do you think? You just interviewed Lin Xie, and his popularity is currently very high. Chen Shuwei thought of Lin Xie's calm and polite demeanor and sighed inwardly. In the final match, facing the top-tier prodigy Xiaoying, Lin Xie was bound to lose. Sigh, considering how cooperative and well-mannered you were, I won't recommend you to the main station to embarrass yourself. So, Chen Shuwei said, Teacher, I think Lin Xie's attitude is indeed commendable, and he was very cooperative during the interview. However, in terms of strength, the gap between him and Xiaoying is still quite significant. I'm concerned that if this match is broadcast on the main station, the large disparity in skill might result in a lack of excitement, which could affect our viewership ratings. The general supervisor nodded thoughtfully. The concerns raised by the core staff were valid. While Lin Xie, as a dark horse, had generated significant traffic and buzz, the main station's audience ultimately wanted to watch thrilling matches. A one-sided crushing defeat would indeed struggle to captivate viewers. In contrast, the showdown between Tang Dongshan and Lu Jinlong was clearly the safer choice. Alright, he finally nodded and made the decision, we'll go with Arena 2. Shuwei, please keep an eye on the match in Arena 3 and be ready to cut to any exciting moments. Understood, teacher, Chen Shuwei replied. An hour later, the final match of the first phase of the entrance exam was about to begin. In the official live stream room of Galaxy Marshall University, 2-star commentators were already in position. The male commentator enthusiastically introduced, Good evening, viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of Galaxy Marshall University's freshman entrance exam. Tonight, we will be focusing on two highly anticipated highlight battles. First, at Arena number 1, we have the top-ranked freshman, Chen Xuani, facing off against the 9th-ranked Hao Linjun. The female commentator added in a sweet voice, yes, another highlight match will take place at Arena number 2. The second-ranked Tang Dongshan will go up against the 17th-ranked Lu Jinlong. These two matches can be considered an early clash of the top combatants among this year's freshmen, absolutely unmissable. With their introductions, the majority of the audience's attention was drawn to Arenas number 1 and number 2. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the livestream room for Arena number 3 was equally lively. Although it wasn't selected for the main broadcast, the final match at Arena number 3 still attracted over 100,000 viewers. The livestream chat was flooded with comments. Wow! It's Xiaoying. Brother One Shot actually got matched with Xiaoying. This is going to be good. This is definitely the most anticipated showdown of the night. Who do you think will win? My money's on Xiaoying. I'm betting on Brother One Shot. His martial willpower is unparalleled. If Xiaoying gets overwhelmed by his aura, he'll definitely lose. Xiaoying is amazing. 15 consecutive wins, he's got this. That Brother One Shot may be strong, but his streak ends here against Xiaoying. Exactly. Xiaoying is a spiritual cultivator, martial willpower suppression doesn't work on him at all. Without the advantage of martial will, Brother One Shot is just an ordinary spearman. That's right. Go, Xiaoying. Crush him. Nonsense. Our Brother One Shot relies on skill, not some intangible martial will. Exactly. Did you see Brother One Shot's spear techniques and strength? Even without martial will, he can still pierce through his opponent. What's so great about being a spiritual cultivator? He'll still get beaten. Go, Brother One Shot. 15 consecutive wins make history. Lin Xie stepped into the arena and saw his final opponent. A tall boy with sharp, hawk-like eyes stood silently at the center of the field. At his feet lay over a dozen standard alloy weapons scattered about: blades, spears, swords, staffs, axes, hammers. He had brought one of nearly every weapon and laid them out in front of him, as if setting up a stall. Lin Xie, comprehensive rank, 39, genetic potential, 10.3%. Base points, 24, Xiaoying, comprehensive rank, 3, genetic potential, 16.0%, base points, 30. As Xiaoying saw Lin Xie enter the arena, he unhesitatingly pulled out a vial of sea blue liquid from his waist and injected it directly into his neck. As the serum entered his body, his previously sharp eyes were instantly covered with a deep blue hue, radiating an unusual brilliance. Even the roots of his short black hair began to shimmer with a faint blue glow. The bell rang, signaling the start of the match. Xiaoying did not immediately attack but stood still, a confident and arrogant smile playing on his lips. He spread his arms wide, and in an instant, an invisible field of mental energy radiated outward from him. The dozen or so alloy weapons scattered on the ground began to tremble slightly and then slowly floated into the air. Blades flashed, swords gleamed, spears formed a forest, and staffs rained down. The weapons seemed to come alive, pointing at Lin Xie and exuding a chilling killing intent. The livestream room erupted instantly. Here it comes. Here it comes. The barrage of 1,000 arrows. This is the ultimate sword mastery, don't you get it? Oh my god. Is this telekinetic control? So cool. Controlling over a dozen weapons at once? How strong must his mental power be? Brother, one shot is doomed. He only has one spear, how can he block this? It's over. In the boys' dormitory of Tiantai City, Bai Mujie stared at the screen, where Xiaoying looked like a god or demon and was so frightened that he dropped his bag of chips. He wanted to defend his brother-in-law in the livestream chat but didn't know what to say for a moment. To him, the scene was simply too terrifying. Student dormitory. Bai Mushi clasped her hands tightly against her chest, closed her eyes, and silently prayed for Lin Xie. Husband, you must stay safe. Medical Center, VIP Ward. Xin Xiaoxiao lay pale in the medical pod, the soft blue repair light gently brushing over her wounds. She didn't know why she had opened the live broadcast of this match, but as she watched Xiaoying on the screen, she couldn't help but feel that Lin Xie would win. In another lounge, Yi Qinghan had just finished her 15th match of the day, achieving an impressive 5 consecutive victories. At this moment, she stared excitedly at the light screen, her eyes revealing undisguised fervor. In her view, no matter how dazzling the opponent's formation was, this man was destined to win. However, just as Xiaoying was about to control the weapons and launch a fierce attack on Lin Xie moved. No probing, no holding back. Martial will blazing fury, erupted with a roar. Martial will? Useless. Xiaoying's lips curled into a confident sneer. He believed Lin Xie would end up like all his past defeated opponents, unable to shake his mental world even with martial will. But in the next second, the corner of his mouth, which had been slightly raised, suddenly twitched violently. He felt an unprecedentedly powerful scorching will, like the shockwave of a supernova explosion, crashing fiercely into his crystal spirit. Crack! A sound seemingly from the depths of his soul. His once indestructible crystal spirit was instantly covered in web-like cracks under this higher-level will. A storm of shock surged in his heart. How is this possible? He clearly felt the scorching will pouring through the cracks into his mental world, like a wildfire spreading, consuming everything. The intense pain overwhelmed him, leaving his mind blank and his vision doubled. The alloy weapons that had been floating beside him fell to the ground, uncontrollably due to his loss of mental control, clanging loudly. Ah! Xiaoying screamed, clutching his head. He tried to use his mental power to resist the martial will, but if the martial will completely crushed his mental power, his mental world would suffer devastating damage. Just one collision of wills had already left him severely injured. The live broadcast room fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events. What the hell? What happened? What's wrong with Xiaoying? He seems to be injured? Impossible. He didn't even move his hands, how could he be hurt? However, Lin Xie gave him no chance to catch his breath. With a shift of his footwork, his entire body shot forward like a cannonball, crossing dozens of meters in an instant and appearing right in front of Xiaoying. For the first time, genuine fear appeared in Xiaoying's eyes. He bit his tongue hard, the sharp pain temporarily pulling him out of his mental trauma. He quickly retreated, raising his hands as 2 alloy daggers that had fallen to the ground shot toward Lin Xie like arrows. Clang! Clang! The small shield in Lin Xie's hand seemed to come alive, precisely deflecting the first dagger, attacking from the front. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he skillfully parried the second dagger sneaking in from the rear right. Basic small shield technique, Chen's flying shield art. 2 perfected D-level martial techniques were seamlessly combined and executed by Lin Xie at this moment. Block! deflect, counter-strike. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, continuous and fluid. The live broadcast room erupted once again with thunderous exclamations. Wow! That shield technique. Isn't he the spear guy? How is his shield technique so amazing too? This guy is a total monster. Meanwhile, Lin Chia closed in once more. He gave Xiaoying no chance to catch his breath. His footwork, ghostly and swift, followed closely, and the black spear in. His hand shot straight like lightning toward Xiaoying's heart. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, Xiaoying unleashed his full potential. His already cracked mental world was pushed to its limits at this moment. Crimson blood instantly sprayed from his nostrils. Immediately after, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. The high-tech combat suit he wore suddenly emitted a dazzling white light. Upon closer inspection, a visible, rippling spiritual energy membrane had formed on the surface of the suit, resembling water waves. Spiritual energy shield, an experienced viewer exclaimed in the livestream chat. With the amplification from the combat suit combined with Xiaoying's own spiritual energy, this shield can withstand an instantaneous impact of 20,000 kilograms. At the same time, Lin Chia's spear arrived. Clang! A deafening sound rang out. The spear tip struck the spiritual energy shield with pinpoint accuracy, causing the entire shield to tremble violently and crack like a spiderweb. Yet, it did not shatter. It managed to withstand Lin Chia's strike. At the moment Lin Chia's spear was blocked, the weapons, spears and swords, that had fallen behind him began to tremble slightly. As if imbued with a final burst of life, they suddenly changed direction and transformed into deadly streaks of light, launching a final, desperate attack toward Lin Chia's unguarded back. Watch your back, spear brother. Wow! Is this a comeback? However, Lin Chia's face showed no trace of panic. His gaze was eerily calm. His hand holding the spear was as steady as a rock. The second strike. The third strike. The fourth strike. Lin Chia's spear seemed to transform into an unrelenting black lightning, striking with terrifying speed, repeatedly and precisely at the same cracked point. On the shield. Clang! 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 The cracks on the spiritual energy shield deepened and expanded visibly. The shield's cries of resistance grew from sharp to muffled, as if it could collapse at any moment. Xiaoying, meanwhile, was in utter misery. Each impact was an unbearable strain on his mind and body. Blood no longer flowed just from his nostrils but poured from his eyes, ears, and mouth, all 7 orifices. Just a little more. He stared intently at the weapons about to pierce Lin Chia's back. Suddenly, like a long-suppressed volcano, it erupted with a roar. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like a dam bursting, more intense than ever before, completely overwhelming the display. Wow! I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned. What kind of godly battle is this? This match was incredible. This is the true pinnacle showdown. One Gun Bro. Forever a legend. 15 consecutive wins. A flawless record. Rising from rank 9988 all the way to 3rd place. This is straight out of a novel. That shield counter at the end was so cool. I was completely blown away. I declare that starting today, I'm a super fan of One Gun Bro. Anyone who disses him, I'll fight them. Xiaoying gave it his all. That final strike was so tragic. Yeah, even though he lost with honor. This was a true battle of geniuses. Now no one can say One Gun Bro relies on luck, right? That marksmanship, that shield technique, that combat awareness, absolutely top tier. I take back what I said before. One Gun Bro isn't a dark horse, he's a prehistoric crocodile. He's obliterating everyone. My mom asked me why I'm watching the livestream on my knees again. Soon, the screen was filled with comments like 666 and One Gun Bro is awesome. Everyone was completely shaken by this thrilling, constantly reversing showdown. As Xiaoying was urgently carried away, the holographic screen above the martial arts arena updated the final rankings. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Lin Chia's name quickly shot up to 3rd place. Meanwhile, Xiaoying, who lost the match, had his points deducted, causing his rank to plummet from 3rd place to Lin Chia's previous position of 39th. Immediately after, the final ranking list for the first phase of the Galactic Martial Arts University appeared simultaneously on the screens of all arenas and livestreams. However, the final list revealed a strange phenomenon. First phase total points ranking 1 ST place, Xianxianyi, total points, 34 2 ND place, Tang Dongshan, total points, 33 3 RD place, Lin Chia, total points, 25. Lin Xie, ranked third, had a total score that was a full 7 or 8 points lower than the first and second places. This huge point gap left everyone feeling puzzled and confused. One gun bro is awesome. The value is just too high. Inside the martial arts arena, Lin Xie let out a long breath. After 15 consecutive high-intensity battles, especially the 5 matches that evening, each one pushing his martial will to the limit, he was utterly exhausted. He felt completely drained. He put away his spear and shield, turned around, and was about to leave to get some much-needed sleep. Unexpectedly, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the arena's passageway. Chen Shuwei was leading her interview team, quickly running toward him. She was running so fast that her professional suit was slightly disheveled, a thin layer of sweat glistened on her smooth forehead and prominent nose, and her cheeks were flushed from the exertion. Lin Xie, she gasped, blocking his path, her voice trembling slightly. We meet again. At this moment, Chen Shuwei's heart was filled with excitement and joy. She hadn't initially thought much of Lin Xie, but she never expected him to rise against all odds, even defeating spiritual cultivators. This was something she couldn't have dreamed of, and now she had the chance to witness and document such a legendary moment firsthand. From the bottom of the rankings, with 15 consecutive victories, he had ultimately broken into the top 3. Such a dark horse legend was unprecedented in the nearly 20-year history of the Galactic Martial Arts University branch, and she would be the first and only reporter to conduct an exclusive interview with him. She was just a second-year student at the school, interning in the official livestream channel out of personal interest. Now, looking at the boy in front of her, who appeared slightly fatigued but whose gaze remained calm, her beautiful eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Student Lin Xie, congratulations! Once again, 15 consecutive victories, finishing in third place. This is absolutely the most miraculous and legendary achievement of this exam, perhaps even in the past decade. May I ask, how are you feeling right now? Chen Shuwei's voice trembled with excitement, but she still maintained her professionalism. Lin Xie looked at her excited expression, then glanced at the dark camera lens behind her, and sighed helplessly. Pretty tired, he said honestly. I just want to go home and sleep. The livestream chat was instantly flooded with a barrage of ha and so relatable. Chen Shuwei was momentarily stunned, then smiled warmly and continued. Student Lin Xie, we noticed that your final score is far behind the first and second places, yet you still achieved an impressive third place. What do you think about the ranking system? I think the rules are a bit unfair. Lin Xie shook his head seriously and complained. It's not very friendly to students like me with average potential. I hope the school can improve it. The livestream chat erupted into laughter again. Ha 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 ha. Average potential? Bro, are you kidding me? I don't believe you're such a sly old fox. This is peak humble bragging. I've learned something new. Chen Shuwei stifled her laughter and posed one final question. Student Lin Xie, the first stage of the competition has ended. In the upcoming elimination rounds, you'll face even stronger opponents. What is your goal? Upon hearing this, Lin Xie raised his head, and his slightly weary eyes instantly sharpened like an eagle's. He stared directly at the camera and calmly uttered 2 words. Keep winning. As the interview concluded, Chen Shuwei looked at the boy in front of her, who, despite his exhaustion, still exuded a calm and composed demeanor. A trace of admiration rose in her heart. This boy had boundless potential. Building a good relationship with him now would be an invaluable investment, both for herself and the organization she represented. She put away the microphone, her face adorned with a sincere smile, and said to Lin Xie, "Thank you for your cooperation today. On behalf of the program team, I'd like to treat you to a meal, which would also help us with follow-up coverage." "Thank you, but I'm too tired today. Maybe another time." Lin Xie shook his head, honestly declining. The series of matches had drained him of too much energy. All he wanted now was to return to a place with warm lights and delicious food, and get a good night's rest. Chen Shuwei wasn't the least bit embarrassed by his refusal. Instead, she smiled and said, "Then let's add each other as friends. We can stay in touch." Lin Xie nodded and opened his personal terminal. The screen lit up, immediately flooded with a torrent of messages and friend requests. The unread messages in the top right corner had already reached 99 plus, flashing incessantly. He glanced at it and saw that the top message was from Baimushi. "Hubby, I roasted a whole lamb and a whole cow for you." Next came an official notification. "Important notice. The first stage of the points competition has concluded. Tomorrow, October 2nd, will be a rest day, during which all martial arenas will undergo maintenance. The second stage elimination rounds will officially begin at 8 a.m. the day after. Tomorrow, October 3rd. All top 200 students who advanced, please prepare accordingly. Best of luck in your battles. A rest day tomorrow? Lin Xie thought for a moment, wondering how much strength he could gain in a single day. Following that were messages from his father-in-law and mother-in-law, Bai Mujia, Chen Kuan, Zhou Wenyan, and Yu Jinhai. His in-laws sent messages filled with pride and heartfelt congratulations. Xian Kuan, the chubby social butterfly, bombarded him with a string of 666 and bow to the one-shot king.jpg memes. Bai Mujie was so excited he was incoherent. Brother-in-law, you're my only idol. A god. You're my god. Zhou Wenyan and Yu Jinhai sent their congratulations and once again brought up the topic of collaboration. Lin Xie was still considering it. Friend requests were also at 99 plus. Lin Xie's gaze swept briefly over the screen, then he scrolled straight to the bottom and found the friend request Chen Shuwei had just sent. He clicked accept. Afterward, he raised his hand and long pressed mark all as read. Instantly, the entire world quieted down. When Chen Shuwei saw her friend request accepted, a bright smile bloomed on her face. She playfully winked at Lin Xie and said with a grin, "Well, handsome, check your terminal." With that, she waved, leading the interview team, and turned to leave decisively. Lin Xie looked down in slight confusion and noticed that Chen Shuwei, whose friend request he had just accepted, had already sent him a new message on his terminal. Chen Shuwei, hello, Lin Xie. Chen Shuwei, I'd like to invite you to a meal to thank you for supporting my interview. Are you free tomorrow? Lin Xie stared at Chen Shuwei's message, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Let's talk after the second phase is over." As soon as the message was sent, Chen Shuwei replied almost instantly. Chen Shuwei, all right. She seemed rather aggrieved. Lin Xie shook his head, put away his terminal, and turned to leave the martial arts arena. A meal? Is she joking? On the day before the second phase, time is so precious. Who has time to accompany her for a meal? If eating could instantly boost his strength, Lin Xie might consider it. Just as Lin Xie walked out of the passageway, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who looked refined and scholarly, quickly approached him. Upon seeing Lin Xie, the man immediately displayed a warm yet composed smile. "Hello, Lin Xie," he greeted. Lin Xie glanced at the young man, who promptly handed over an electronic business card with respect. "I'm your advisor, Zhou Wenba," the young man said with a smile. "Congratulations on finishing the first phase of the competition with a flawless record of 15 consecutive victories. I wish you even greater success in the upcoming second phase." He paused briefly. "Before continuing, the main reason I'm here is to add you as a friend. If you encounter any issues at school in the future, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Additionally," Zhao Wenba's tone grew slightly more serious as he adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and said solemnly, "During the period before the entrance exam concludes, if any clubs approach you, no matter how generous their offers, please refrain from accepting their invitations. After the exam, the student council will organize a special recruitment briefing for outstanding freshmen like you. At that time, you can choose to join the student council or any club you prefer." Student council? Clubs? Lin Xie was baffled. Were the student council and clubs what he thought they were? He looked at Zhao Wenba, who claimed to be his advisor, and asked directly, "What are clubs? And what exactly is the student council?" Zhao Wenba adjusted his glasses again and replied in a gentle yet firm tone, "Lin Xie, your most important task right now is to focus on preparing for the second phase of the competition. As for these trivial matters, I'll explain them to you in detail after the exam." With that, he nodded politely, turned, and left, giving Lin Xie no chance to ask further questions. Lin Xie watched his departing figure and frowned. Clubs and the student council, how mysterious. He thought for a moment and decided to send a message to Lin Yuechan. "Lin Xie, Teacher Yuechan, what are clubs?" However, after sending the message, there was no reply for a long time. Lin Xie shook his head, deciding not to dwell on things he couldn't figure out. When he returned to his dormitory, he was greeted by a table full of steaming, sumptuous dishes that had already been prepared. The rich aroma of meat instantly dispelled his fatigue. "Honey, you're back." Bai Mushi, like a cheerful little bird, dashed out of the kitchen and threw herself into his arms. "Yes, I'm back," Lin Xie said, holding her tightly and kissing her forehead. As Lin Xie devoured the roasted whole lamb, his personal terminal beeped with a notification. It was a reply from Lin Yuechan. Lin Yuechan, the student. Council and clubs are essentially the same type of organization. If you choose to join one, you can enjoy the resources and conveniences they provide, but you also need to fulfill corresponding responsibilities and follow their arrangements. Lin Yuechan, for example, I joined the student council back then, and upon graduation, I followed the organization's arrangement and chose to stay at the school to teach. Lin Yuechan, what's wrong? Did a club approach you? Don't agree just yet. Lin Xie looked at these messages, and the fog of confusion in his heart finally cleared a bit. So that's how it is. The student council and clubs are indeed different from what he had imagined. Why does it feel like forming factions? University gangs? Once you join, you can receive protection and resources, but you also need to contribute to the organization. Lin Xie suddenly thought, could he work for two organizations at the same time and play the double agent? It seems this matter indeed requires careful consideration. He temporarily set aside these thoughts and focused on his new cultivation techniques and martial skills. Tomorrow, he would have a full day of rest. For him, this was undoubtedly the last and most precious opportunity to make a final push. He needed to make the most of these 24 hours to improve his strength. Lin Xie's gaze fell on Bai Mushi, who was looking at him with eyes full of admiration. Her clear almond-shaped eyes shimmered like spring water, sparkling with charm at the corners of her eyes and brows. As he looked at her, Bai Mushi's cheeks instantly turned red. She instinctively avoided his intense gaze, her heart pounding like a startled deer. Lin Xie's heart also began to race wildly. A thought involuntarily emerged from the depths of his mind: Xian Su Heart Sutra. 4 days ago, due to insufficient understanding of the technique and Bai Mushi's shallow cultivation level, their first attempt had failed. But now, Lin Xie felt he was ready. This time, perhaps, it could succeed? Once this thought arose, it was like a spark igniting a wildfire within him. He felt an inexplicable surge of heat rising from his lower abdomen, quickly spreading to every part of his body. He looked at Bai Mushi's shy expression, his Adam's apple involuntarily moving up and down, his voice turning hoarse. Wife. Bai Mushi lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Lin Xie stood up, walked to her side, and lifted her from the chair. Ah! Bai Mushi let out a startled cry, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her flushed face in his chest, not daring to look at him. Husband, aren't you going to cultivate? I'm starting now. Lin Xie carried her with large strides toward the bedroom, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. We'll cultivate together. As he carried her into the bedroom, that familiar yet unfamiliar heat surged again. Bai Mushi seemed to recall something, her face turning even redder. She remembered their failed attempt 4 days ago. She remembered his warm and domineering aura, how it had rampaged through her body, leaving her powerless to resist. She remembered how she had been overwhelmed by the powerful impact, ultimately causing the technique to collapse. That time, she had felt like a small boat adrift in a storm, constantly on the verge of being swallowed whole. She buried her burning cheeks deeply in Lin Xie's chest, her heart pounding like a drum, and murmured softly, Last time, it was all my fault. My cultivation level was too low and held you back. Lin Xie listened to her voice, tinged with a hint of grievance and self-blame, and his heart softened. He gently placed her on the bed, leaned down, and planted a tender kiss on her smooth forehead, softly comforting her. Silly girl, how could I blame you? Last time, I was too impatient and didn't control the rhythm well. He looked into her eyes, his deep gaze filled with reassuring confidence. This time is different, he said in a low voice. My strength has improved significantly since then. This time, I'll take the lead. You just need to relax and completely trust me. The bedroom was bathed in soft light. Bai Mushi looked into his determined yet gentle eyes, and her restless heart gradually calmed down. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and nodded. Let's do it. Lin Xie's voice was deep and powerful. Thousands of words omitted, as the technique began to operate. Bai Mushi felt as if her body had been thrown into a massive furnace. Lin Xie's primordial unity chi was like a gentle flame, tempering her meridians over and over, cleansing her bones and muscles. At first, she could barely endure it. But as the technique's speed increased, the gentle flame gradually revealed its domineering nature. Bai Mushi's skin began to flush with a captivating redness, and crystalline beads of sweat seeped from her forehead, sliding down her delicate cheeks. Her breathing grew increasingly rapid, each exhale carrying a searing heat. She felt as though her body was on the verge of melting completely. A tingling sensation, like an electric current, surged from her limbs to the depths of her soul, leaving her utterly powerless. Sensing her changes, Lin Xie immediately adjusted the technique, softening his energy to try to ease her burden. However, his current strength was simply too overwhelming. A minute passed. Bai Mushi felt as though her spiritual world was about to be overwhelmed by the vast energy. Her consciousness began to blur, and it seemed as if countless brilliant stars were spinning and exploding before her eyes. She clenched her teeth, desperately trying to hold on, unwilling to burden her husband again as she had last time. However, the limits of the body are not something that willpower alone can overcome. 1 minute and 1 second. As the technique reached its most critical moment, Bai Mushi could no longer endure it. The taut string finally snapped. She suddenly opened her eyes, which shimmered with tears of pain and pleading. Her voice, trembling and tinged with sobs, cried out, "Husband, I can't do it anymore." With Bai Mushi's surrender, the hard-earned cycle of energy collapsed once again. Lin Xie felt a tightness in his chest, and the hope of completing the technique was dashed once more. It had failed again. He looked at Bai Mushi, who lay limp on the bed, drenched in fragrant sweat and too weak to even move a finger. He sighed helplessly and gently covered her with a blanket. Ugh! Bai Mushi turned to her side, burying her face in the soft pillow. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she let out suppressed sobs. Crystal-clear tears slid from the corners of her eyes, soaking the pillowcase. "Husband, it's all my fault, it's all because I'm too weak." Her voice was thick with sobs and self-reproach. I dragged you down again." Seeing this, Lin Xie's heart ached. He immediately sat by the bed, gently pulling her into his arms and comforting her softly. "Silly girl, don't say that. It's my fault for not controlling it well, it has nothing to do with you. You've already done great, so much better than last time." He gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said half-jokingly, "Look, this time we lasted 1 minute and 1 second. That's a whole 2 seconds longer than last time. That's a huge breakthrough." Bai Mushi was amused by his deliberately light-hearted tone and let out a soft laugh through her tears. 2 seconds? What kind of breakthrough is that?" she muttered with a nasal tone. "Why wouldn't it count?" Lin Xie said with a serious expression. "It shows we're making progress. Who knows, maybe after another 100 or 200 tries, we'll succeed." However, despite his words, Lin Xie was secretly calculating in his mind. Each session of cultivation was an enormous strain on Bai Mushi, and it always took her several days to recover afterward. For someone like him, racing against time, this was a luxury he could hardly afford. Suddenly, Lin Xie thought of Lin Yuechan. She had once said that if he could make it into the top 100, she might share the Xiansu Heart Sutra with him, but he quickly shook his head. Lin Yuechan had probably just been joking, teasing him casually. How could he take it seriously? An extraordinary martial artist, how could someone like him possibly take notice of a mere novice like her? Yet, Zhou Wenyan and Yu Zhenhai, they were genuinely sincere. Meanwhile, next door, floor 298, room 165. Yi Qinghan was curled up alone on the sofa, her delicate and cold face illuminated by the massive holographic screen in front of her, which was repeatedly playing the highlights of Lin Xie's match today. She watched it over and over again, and at some point, an unusual flush had appeared on her cheeks, her heartbeat inexplicably accelerating. The domineering and scorching martial will that erupted from that man, like a wildfire spreading across the mountains, not only failed to become her nightmare but instead acted like a deadly poison. It made her tremble in fear while simultaneously drawing her into an irresistible fascination, replaying the moments again and again. She instinctively opened her personal terminal and saw the friend request she had sent long ago, still unanswered. A faint trace of bitterness and disappointment flickered in her heart. She was the representative of Shinka Biotech Group, the pride of the Yi family in Terra City, and had always been the center of attention since childhood. No one had ever dared to ignore her like this. This was the first time she had actively sent a friend request to a man. Yet, he hadn't even acknowledged it. An unprecedented emotion, a mix of bitterness and loss, spread through her heart. She thought indignantly, but her gaze was involuntarily drawn back to the figure of that man on the screen. The image froze on the moment Lin Xie faced off against Qin Xiaoxiao. When she saw him instantly shatter. Qin Xiaoxiao's ice desolation, with an eruption as fierce as a volcanic explosion, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and her heartbeat quickened. It was as if she had returned to that martial arena, reliving the fear of being dominated by that scorching will. But this time, beneath the fear, there was a strange tremor and excitement that even she couldn't understand. Monster! She murmured to herself, her cold eyes flickering with complex emotions. At that moment, a faint but distinct sound, clear to a martial artist's ears, came from the wall next door. Yi Qinghan frowned, puzzled. Was someone training? Then, a suppressed, trembling moan of pain faintly reached her ears. Though the sound was weak, it pierced her heart like a needle. It was that woman's voice. Yi Qinghan's expression instantly darkened. A scene flashed through her mind. That woman named by Mushi must be trembling all over, drenched in fragrant sweat, struggling desperately against that overwhelming power, retreating step by step. Anger and jealousy surged from the depths of her heart without warning. Why? Why could that weak and insignificant woman endure his immense power so intimately? And she herself couldn't even secure a spot as his friend. This thought made her feel as if an invisible hand was gripping her heart, leaving her bitter and miserable. If it were her, could she withstand it? Bang! Yi Qinghan suddenly grabbed the pillow beside her and hurled it against the wall, producing a muffled thud. Her cold and delicate face was already flushed with an abnormal redness, her eyes swirling with complex emotions. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lin Xie arrived. Early at the familiar white building, the Reproductive Management Center. He moved with ease, as if he were returning home. A young woman in a pristine black suit, exuding a cool and professional demeanor, saw Lin Xie's VIP credentials and immediately greeted him with a polite and respectful smile, guiding him to his exclusive VIP room. Half an hour later, Lin Xie walked out feeling refreshed, as if the entire world had become clearer and brighter. When he returned to the core area of the school, Building 10, the long-awaited system notification sounded like heavenly music in his ears. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and fertilization is complete. Reward obtained, random unlocking of cultivation technique permissions. Charging collapse fist unlocked. Ding! The host's genetic data has been successfully matched and fertilization is complete. Reward obtained, randomly unlocked cultivation technique permission. Stick swinging technique unlocked. Ding! Hosts. Genetic data successfully matched and conception completed. Reward obtained, randomly unlocked cultivation technique permission. Sky splitting whip unlocked. Another 3 pregnancies. Charged collapse punch, D-level fist technique, consists of only one move. It concentrates all the body's power into a 1-inch area of the fist tip. For an explosive burst, pursuing ultimate penetration. Stick swinging technique, D-level staff technique, consists of only one move. It uses wrist vibrations to create high-speed swings at one end of the staff, unpredictable in its variations. Sky-splitting whip, D-level whip technique, consists of only one move. It infuses energy into the whip tip, releasing it at extreme speed to produce a sonic boom effect that tears through the air. These 3 D-level martial techniques were all intelligently recommended by the school's martial arts mall. Instantly, 3 distinct streams of martial technique insights surged into his mind like torrents. Charged collapse. Punch, level 1, 0/10, stick swinging technique, level 1, 0/10, sky splitting whip, level 1, 0/10, Lin Xie looked at the 3 familiar progress bars and smiled. Why bother with dinner plans? Donating genetic material directly is far more practical, efficient, fast, and it contributes to the empire's population growth. This is the true path to sustainable development. Ding! Host successfully conceived offspring count has exceeded 15. Achievement unlocked, branching out. Special reward obtained. Dragon Vitality Potion, 1 day, X1 Dragon Vitality Potion, 1 day upon consumption, the host will remain in peak condition energy, physical strength, mental state, and spiritual energy for 24 hours, ignoring fatigue and depletion, with greatly enhanced cultivation efficiency. Lin Xie's pupils contracted sharply, and a storm of emotions surged in his heart. Dragon Vitality Potion? This is practically a tailor-made miracle drug for him. Ignoring fatigue and depletion, 24 hours of peak condition. Doesn't this mean he can perform countless rounds of extreme intensity training during the most critical day ahead? This miracle drug can be saved for later. When Lin Xie stepped into the familiar training room 2202, a faint fragrance greeted him. Lin Yuechan was still there. She was still dressed in her sleek black combat attire, sitting cross-legged in the center of the room, meditating, with an almost imperceptible flow of spiritual energy circulating around her. Hearing the door open, she slowly opened her sharp phoenix-like eyes, her gaze landing on Lin Chia. She frowned slightly and spoke in a teasing tone, "Young man, you're brimming with energy." Lin Chia froze for a moment, instinctively glancing at himself, a look of surprise appearing on his face. "Teacher Yue-chan, this, you can tell?" Lin Yue-chan chuckled lightly. "I'm a transcendent martial artist. Isn't heightened perception normal? The mixed aura of hormones and life energy on you, I can sense it from 10 meters away." Lin Chia felt instantly awkward, but seeing Lin Yue-chan's faintly amused expression, he couldn't help but say, "Since you know everything, teacher, then you must also know that I've already made it into the top 3. Lin Yue-chan was momentarily stunned, not yet grasping the meaning behind his words. Lin Chia continued, "You mentioned before that if I could make it into the top 100, you'd teach me how to cultivate the Xian Su Heart Sutra, right? Now, I'm in 3rd place." A mix of indescribable embarrassment and offended astonishment surged onto her delicate face, causing her ears to flush with a charming redness. "This little rascal! Congratulations!" On reaching the 2nd stage, Lin Yue-chan forcefully changed the subject. "You only have 1 day of rest, and you're still here to train?" Lin Chia nodded, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. "No choice, the training room is too hard to book." Lin Yue-chan took a deep look at Lin Chia and said, "Then go ahead and practice." After speaking, she turned around and left the training room without looking back, her movements crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. "Why does it feel like she's avoiding me? Could it be?" Lin Chia shook his head, throwing away these messy thoughts. "Whatever, no one's here anyway, it's more comfortable to train alone. Grind." Without any further delay, Lin Chia immediately began his intense training of the swing stick technique. Swing stick technique, level 1, 1/10, swing stick technique, level 1, 2/10. 1 hour later. Ding! Swing stick technique level up. Current level, level 10, max. Next up was sky splitting whip. Ding! Sky splitting whip level up. Current level, level 10, max. Then came charged collapse punch. Ding! Charged collapse punch level up. Current level, level 10, max. 3 hours. Later, all 3D level martial techniques had been mastered to perfection. However, Lin Chia did not stop and continued training Gale Thrust. He knew that although these basic martial techniques were already perfected and couldn't directly enhance his genetic potential or physical attributes, they could still provide a steady stream of experience points for his more important martial will, Blazing Fury. Over and over, he practiced Gale Thrust, repeatedly honing his skills. Time flew by as he focused on his training. At 10 p.m., Lin Chia finally stopped and stood upright. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and his combat suit clung tightly to him, outlining his explosive muscle contours. Yet his eyes shone brightly, as if two eternal flames were burning fiercely within them. He eagerly opened the system panel. Host, Lin Chia genetic potential, 18.6% physical strength. 182 plus mental strength, 182 plus spiritual energy, 140 plus techniques, 128th set of radio calisthenics level 10, max, primordial unity technique level 6, 0/600, 8 treasures technique level 6, 0/120, basic fist technique level 10, max, basic footwork level 10, max, gale spear technique. Level 10, max, basic small shield technique level 10, max, beginner shield strike technique level 10, max, Chin's flying shield technique level 10, max, Ma's shadow javelin technique level 10, max, charged collapse punch level 10, max, swing stick technique level 10, max, sky splitting whip level 10, max, martial will, blazing fury level 4, 888/4000, partner, by Mushi, affection level 85, offspring, 16, in development, permission. Points, 1 martial will, blazing fury has reached level 4. At this moment, his power underwent a dramatic transformation. If the previous martial will was like a fire, then now it had become a volcano. A level 1 will is like a newly ignited flame, flickering and unstable. A level 2 will is like a burning campfire, taking shape and beginning to show some deterrence. A level 3 will is like a raging wildfire, majestic and overwhelming, capable of easily shaking an opponent's spirit. But all three share a common flaw: they are difficult to control. They are like an uncontrollable blaze, erupting under pressure, with very crude control either fully unleashed or completely suppressed. Even if Lin Chia didn't actively channel it, the scorching aura would naturally emanate from him, exposing his emotions and fighting intent. However, Level 4 Martial Will, Blazing Fury completely changed all of this. That power was no longer an ethereal flame but had condensed into a towering, steady, living volcano, deeply rooted at the center of his spiritual world. His control had undergone a qualitative leap. When his mind was as calm as still water, this spiritual volcano would fall silent, perfectly restraining all passion and ferocity, as heavy as a mountain and as tranquil as a placid lake. From the outside, he appeared no different from an ordinary martial artist. The once uncontainable domineering aura was now perfectly concealed, not leaking in the slightest. But when his fighting spirit surged, he could freely control the eruption of this volcano. No longer the crude, impulsive mode of the past, he could even choose to release only half or 30% of its power, like the thick smoke before a volcanic eruption, applying just the right amount of pressure on his opponent while keeping a deadly trump card in reserve. This newfound mastery reminded him of Lin Yuechan. Although he was Yi Qinghan could no longer hold back. She suddenly stood up from the sofa, strode to the door, and yanked it open. But as the cold air from the hallway brushed against her flushed cheeks, her courage instantly vanished. She stood at the doorway, staring at the tightly closed door across the hall, her heart filled with frustration and inner turmoil. Knock? If I knock, what should I say? Should I say, I'm a representative of Shinka Biotech Group, and I want to collect your reproductive data for research? I'm the heiress of the Yi family, the pride of Terra City. That would be so humiliating. If word got out, how could I ever show my face again? Yi Qinghan forcefully shut the door and leaned against the cold door panel, her mind in a fierce struggle. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Maybe I should send a woman to test him first? That night, Yi Qinghan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Lin Xie did not continue his cultivation. Balance and moderation are the keys to longevity. He gently held Bai Mushi in his arms, feeling her steady breathing and warm body, a sense of tranquility washing over him. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep, entering a profound dream state. Outside the window, the night was deep, and stars twinkled. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight filtered through the gap in the curtains and fell on his face. Lin Xie's eyes snapped open. His gaze was no longer weary, instead, it shone with a brilliance akin to the stars. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength throughout his body, his mental state more vibrant than ever. Honey, you're awake. Beside him, Bai Mushi had already woken up and was gazing at him tenderly with her sparkling eyes. Lin Xie pulled her into his arms and kissed her forehead as a morning greeting. He got up and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, pulling the curtains open. Golden sunlight instantly flooded the room, dispelling all shadows. He looked out at the majestic scholars' forest and the steel jungle bathed in morning light in the distance, his eyes igniting with fierce determination. Phase 2, the elimination rounds. I'm ready. When Lin Xie stepped out of the dormitory building, the entire Galactic Martial Arts University was enveloped in an atmosphere even more tense and solemn than the day before. Today marked the first day of the elimination rounds. To stand out from nearly 10,000 freshmen and make it into the top 200, one had to be a genius among geniuses. Here, every match was a true test of skill. The first round would feature 100 matches simultaneously across the university's 100 small martial arts arenas. The matchups for the first round had long been automatically determined by the system based on the final rankings of Phase 1. Ranked third, Lin Xie's opponent was the third to last, ranked 198th. Lin Xie had achieved an astonishing 15 consecutive victories in Phase 1, becoming a breakout star, with his popularity and buzz skyrocketing. As a result, the official channel of Galactic Martial Arts University had no hesitation in selecting Arena Number 3, where Lin Xie would compete, as the focal match of the first round, broadcasting and commentating on it live. Even before the match began, the holographic screen above the arena was already cycling through advertisements from various sponsors, promoting their products. First up was the massive ad for the Star Dragon 1 Bio Battle Armor. A warrior, clad in the armor, navigated through a virtual asteroid belt, effortlessly fending off attacks from abyssal void beasts, and finally standing proudly amidst the light and shadow of a planetary explosion. A deep male voice narrated, Star Dragon 1, born to dominate the battlefield. Originally, the model for this armor was Zhou Hongkai, but after losing to Lin Xie, he was immediately replaced by the corporation. The screen transitioned to an ad for Whale Tech. Several radiant gene serums rotated slowly in virtual test tubes. When injected into a warrior's body, energy streams surged through their meridians, with speed, strength, and reaction data curves skyrocketing. Finally, a single punch shattered the ultimate crystal barrier. WhaleTech, break through your limits. Next came the advertisement for the latest private hover sports car from Taurus Power, with its streamlined body racing across a virtual interstellar track, showcasing the prestige and exceptional status of a successful warrior. The entire martial arts arena, rather than being a battlefield for an intense showdown, felt more like a bustling commercial exhibition. After 10 minutes of advertisements, the voices of two-star commentators finally echoed throughout the arena and the livestream. Dear viewers, welcome back to the scene of the Galactic Martial Arts University Freshman Entrance Exam. The male commentator's voice was full of enthusiasm. The thrilling elimination round is about to begin. Today, our main station will focus on broadcasting the first round match at Arena Number 3. That's right, pushing limits and forging legends. Do see. Nutritional liquid helping you become faster and stronger, the female commentator added sweetly. This match is packed with highlights and suspense. On one side, we have the ultimate dark horse, Lin Xie, nicknamed One Gun Bro, who achieved a perfect record of 15 wins in the first phase, rising from rank 9988 to break into the top 3. And on the other side, we have Wang Haotian, a formidable competitor who also fought his way through the first phase, ultimately ranking 198th. Presented by Dixie Intelligence, Contestant Information Round 1 Lin Xie, Overall Rank, 3 Wang Haotian, Overall Rank, 198. As the introductions concluded, Lin Xie and his opponent Wang Haotian entered the arena from their respective tunnels. Wang Haotian, of medium build but with a resolute gaze, immediately picked up a heavy alloy tower shield and a short-handled warhammer from the weapon rack, assuming a standard defensive stance and fixing his eyes on Lin Xie, as if bracing for a tough battle. The livestream audience instantly buzzed with excitement. This combo, why does it look so familiar? Don't you know? It's the standard equipment of the Imperial Expeditionary Army. So, he's a military enthusiast. This match is going to be intense. Lin Xie walked calmly to the weapon rack. He first picked up a 2-meter-long alloy spear, then a small alloy round shield. Next, he grabbed a set of 6 short javelins and clipped them onto the tactical buckle on his back. Spear, shield, javelins. His gear looked like a mix-and match. The livestream chat exploded. Whoa, did I see that right? Is this One Gun Bro? What the heck? Isn't he a spearman? Why is he carrying a shield and javelins now? This doesn't feel right. What happened to one shot, one kill? Why does it look like this now? I'm dying of laughter. Did he get influenced by Xiaoying? Beat her and now he's copying her style? Exactly. Ha ha, possession. +1. One Gun Bro, time to reveal the truth. I'm actually a hexagonal warrior. This is going to be good. Wonder what Wang Haotian is thinking right now. Alloy Tower Shield and Short-Handled Warhammer reminds me of the Imperial Millennium Expeditionary Army. If he were a true Legion soldier, capable of summoning the spirit of the army, he could counter martial intent. Nonsense, no freshman could summon the spirit of the army. Amid the lively chat, the countdown in the arena ended, and a crisp bell rang. The match officially began. Without hesitation, Lin Xie unleashed his martial intent, a force as explosive as a volcanic eruption, charging fiercely toward Wang Haotian. Faced with this terrifying intent that could instantly crush ordinary warriors, Wang Haotian trembled slightly before slamming his alloy tower shield heavily onto the ground. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, like the beating of a war drum. From beneath his combat uniform on his left chest, an equally resilient intent burst forth, though not as domineering as Lin Xie's. It was like a towering reef, solid, steadfast, and immovable. Despite his pale complexion and the cold sweat on his forehead, his gaze remained unwavering. Lin Xie, your martial will is strong and domineering, but I withstood it. Wang Haotian's eyes ignited with fighting spirit. He let out a low roar, holding the tower shield firmly in front of him like a moving fortress. Facing Lin Xie's spear tip, he charged forward. He wanted to use his proudest defense to counter the opponent's unstoppable sharpness. Lin Xie was slightly surprised. Although Wang Haotian didn't look relaxed, his willpower had indeed withstood the impact of his level 4 martial will without collapsing on the spot. It was worth noting that his martial will had already reached level 4. Even a rookie like Qin Xiaoxiao hadn't performed as well as Wang Haotian. Could it be that Wang Haotian's martial will was also very strong? Lin Xie chose not to clash head-on. Facing such an iron-like opponent, a frontal assault would be like striking a stone with an egg. The best strategy was to flank. Lin Xie shifted his footwork, and in an instant, like a ghostly shadow, he bypassed Wang Haotian's massive tower shield and appeared at his rear flank. However, Wang Haotian's reaction was much faster than Lin Xie had anticipated. At the very moment Lin Xie moved behind him, Wang Haotian suddenly twisted his body behind the tower shield. The short-handled war hammer in his hand, like a cannonball, whistled through the air and smashed fiercely toward Lin Xie's head. The strike was both swift and ruthless, packed with explosive power. Clang! At the critical moment, Lin Xie's small shield in his left hand met the blow with precision. The clash of metal resounded, sparks flying everywhere. A tremendous force transmitted through the shield, numbing Lin Xie's arm. He didn't resist the force directly but instead retreated a step at the moment of contact, dissipating the terrifying power like a tumbler. As he retreated, his left hand darted like lightning toward his back. In the next instant, a short javelin glinting with cold light appeared in his hand. The Ma clan's shadow javelin. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Xie flicked his wrist, and the short javelin shot out instantly, transforming into a silver flash. The javelin was incredibly fast and struck at a tricky angle, piercing precisely through the gap in Wang Haotian's swinging war hammer, aiming straight for his heart. Clang! A crisp metallic collision rang out. Wang Haotian's combat uniform tore open at the chest, revealing an ancient, heavy bronze medal. The medal was engraved with crossed swords and burning stars, exuding an aura of iron and solemnity. In the livestream, sharp-eyed viewers gasped instantly. Wow! That's the third-class Holy War medal. Almost simultaneously, the male commentator at the main desk shouted excitedly, "It's the third-class Holy War medal. This is the foundation of our empire, forged with countless blood and iron during the 1,000-year-long Holy War. Student Wang Haotian is actually a descendant of a Holy War veteran. No wonder he could withstand Lin Xie's terrifying martial will. It turns out the military spirit within the Holy War medal is protecting him." However, the male commentator's passionate speech was abruptly interrupted, because in the next second, the situation on the battlefield changed dramatically once again. Lin Xie's gaze remained calm and unshaken. He didn't know what the third-class Holy War medal was, he only knew that the opponent's left chest was protected. In that case, he'd strike the right side. Lin Xie shifted his footwork, and the spear in his hand thrust forward once more. Cold light flashed, and the spear shot out like a dragon. Thud! The icy spear tip mercilessly pierced through Wang Haotian's right chest. Boom! Flame energy erupted instantly. Blood immediately drenched half of Wang Haotian's body. Yet Wang Haotian let out a roar like a wounded beast. There was no retreat in his eyes, instead, an even more frenzied fighting spirit ignited. He abandoned his tower shield, letting blood gush freely, and charged at Lin Xie like a cannonball for a final assault. He was determined to trade injury for victory. However, Lin Xie's reaction was even faster. He retreated continuously, his figure ghostly as he easily widened the distance. The spear in his hand withdrew and thrust forward. Again! Thud! 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 After 3 or 4 successive psionic explosions, Wang Haotian's body was riddled with wounds, his flesh mangled and bloody. His forward momentum finally ran out, and his stout body wavered before collapsing to his knees in exhaustion, losing consciousness entirely. A flash of white light appeared as medical personnel dressed in white swiftly arrived. They staunched his bleeding and carried him away on a stretcher. Lin Xie, victory! The female commentator, stunned by the ferocity of the battle, left her cherry-like lips slightly agape. For a moment, she struggled to find words, as so brutal. Congratulations to Lin Xie for advancing to the next round. The male commentator, however, quickly returned to his professional demeanor and announced with vigor, "Let's congratulate Lin Xie." Furthermore, Wang Haotian has been rushed to Terra Central Hospital for emergency treatment. As the descendant of a Holy War hero, he will undoubtedly receive the highest standard of medical care. In a modest farmhouse courtyard in Haicheng, an elderly man with graying hair but a still straight posture quietly watched the live broadcast on the glowing screen. Around him stood dozens of middle-aged and younger men and women, all exuding a calm and composed presence. The courtyard was silent. After a long while, someone couldn't help but sigh softly, saying, "Sigh, Haotian still lost." However, the old man slowly stood up, a weathered yet gratified smile appearing on his face. Very good, he said, his voice not loud but full of authority. That kid Hao Yen, very good. Losing because one's skills are inferior is normal. But having the courage to bite off a chunk of the enemy even in the face of death, that's commendable. Very good. He turned his head to the middle-aged man beside him and spoke in a deep voice, the third-class Holy War medal passed down by our ancestors, it wasn't wasted on him. After the school year begins, have him join the school's Blood Battle Society. After graduation, he'll enlist directly. In the resting room, Lin Chia looked at the flood of information and reports on his terminal and only now realized that his opponent earlier had such an astonishing background. A descendant of a Holy War veteran? A third-class Holy War medal. Lin Chia held profound respect in his heart for those veterans who, during the Millennium Holy War, forged glory for the Empire with their blood. He understood that without those forebears who had shed their blood and sacrificed their lives to carve out a path in the endless darkness and flames of war, there would be no current prosperity of the Galactic Empire. They were the foundation of the Empire, the backbone of the nation, and heroes that every successor should remember and honor. At the entrance of the Galactic Martial Arts University, there stood a massive statue over 100 meters tall. It depicted an unnamed hero clad in astral armor, wielding a giant sword, gazing out into the endless starry sea. Billions of warriors, like Wang Haotian's ancestors, had silently sacrificed themselves in the Millennium Holy War for the Empire and for civilization. They were the prototype for the pioneer's statue. Their spirit and will had long been immortalized as an everlasting monument, standing tall amidst the galaxy, safeguarding the descendants of future generations. A sense of unprecedented solemnity and reverence surged within Lin Chia's heart. He suddenly realized that, powerful as his martial will seemed, it might still be insignificant in the vastness of the stars. After 2 hours of recovery, Lin Chia felt that his physical and mental states had both returned to their peak condition. During these 2 hours, he hadn't been entirely idle. Although the rest area was small and didn't allow for free movement, he could still practice the raising the spear and thrusting techniques of the Gale spear art in place. He didn't even need a real spear. By holding a short metal rod, applying light force was enough. With each exertion, he activated the circulation of his martial will, fiery ferocity. In just these 2 short hours, he performed over 1,200 idle thrusts, pushing his martial will's progress bar forward significantly. Martial will, fiery ferocity level 4, 2088 out of 4,000. This time, the number 3 martial arena where Lin Chia was located wasn't chosen by the main station as the focus battle, because at arena number 1, a more eye-catching showdown is about to take place. The monster ranked first among the freshmen, Chen Xianyi, will face off against Qin Xiaoxiao, ranked 100th. This match has drawn the attention of the entire school and even the entire 0755 galaxy. Meanwhile, Lin Chia's match seems somewhat ordinary. Round 2, match location, arena number 3, Lin Chia, overall rank, 3, Ling Xiaoqiang, overall rank, 97. When Lin Chia sought his opponent's name, he was slightly stunned. It's her again? Ling Xiaoqing, the tall, wheat-skinned girl who surrendered in fear during the first phase. Truly, what a narrow path fate has led them down. At the same time, the live stream room for arena number 3 was already bustling with activity. The chat was like an exploded ammunition depot, with comments flooding in. Whoa, this matchup is insane. One shot. Bro is facing Surrender Sis again. Ha ha ha, I'm betting 50 cents she'll surrender instantly again. Feeling sorry for Surrender Sis for a second, what kind of divine luck is this, running into one shot bro again. It's over, it's over. Surrender Sis's path to advancement ends here. But honestly, Surrender Sis fought pretty fiercely in her last match, turning the tide against the odds. Who would have thought she'd meet her nemesis so soon? Inside the arena, Ling Xiaoqing stared at the familiar figure across from her, her expression shifting dramatically. First shock, then a blank stare, and finally an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but found herself unable to utter a single word. Heavens, are you joking with me? I just managed to adjust my mindset, and now my opponent in the second round is you again? How am I supposed to fight this? Ling Xiaoqing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to curse. She told herself she couldn't back down. She lost the first phase because she was too scared to even make a move. This time, no matter what, she had to give it a try. What if her opponent had just performed exceptionally well that day and wasn't in top form today? What if her own fighting spirit, tempered by yesterday's trials, had grown stronger? Ling Xiaoqing gave herself a thorough pep talk, her gaze regaining determination. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Ling Xiaoqing let out a spirited shout, throwing all her fear aside and charging toward Lin Xiye. She aimed to seize the initiative, using the most ferocious attack to suppress her opponent and leave him no chance to unleash his martial will. However, what greeted her was Lin Xiye's already unleashed level 4 martial will, Blazing Fury. Boom! Ling Xiaoqing felt an even more terrifying, domineering, and concentrated fiery will than the previous day, like an erupting volcano, crashing into her mental world with an unstoppable force. In that instant, she felt as though her soul was about to be burned to ashes. All her courage and fighting spirit were instantly overwhelmed, torn apart, and crushed by this higher-level will. Her charging figure abruptly froze, her eyes filled with endless shock and despair. What's going on? Why is it even more terrifying than yesterday? Am I hallucinating? I'm done. I'm done. I'm never fighting again in this lifetime. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and, with all her strength, let out a heart-wrenching scream, I surrender. Inside the arena, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Lin Xiye's spear tip stopped steadily 3 inches from Ling Xiaoqing's throat, the sharp wind blowing her bangs into a wild dance. Lin Xiye, victory! The live stream room instantly erupted. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. This girl is too funny. Charge. Sudden stop. Surrender. All in one. Fluid motion. I give this performance full marks. This is definitely the fastest match in this year's entrance exam. No contest. Feeling sorry for Surrender sis. The psychological shadow from this must be big enough to build a villa. I hereby declare that from today onward, I'm a loyal fan of Surrender sis. The person above, you're not right in the head. One shot bro, I've already handed the spear to your mouth, and you still won't take it? Too relatable. This is the real reaction of ordinary people when facing a strong enemy. Stop laughing, if you keep laughing, our Xiaoqing is going to cry. Our Xiaoqing? Bro, are you serious? Xiaoqing, don't cry, stand up and keep going. To the person in front, I suspect you're driving, but I have no evidence. The tone of the comments quickly shifted to humor. Everyone was laughing uncontrollably at Ling Xiaoqing's god-level performance. The nickname, Surrender Sister, both loud and teasing, spread across the entire Galactic Martial Arts University following this match. In fact, within just a few minutes, someone had created a custom meme of Ling Xiaodi's charge and surrender, which quickly went viral on major social media platforms. In an unexpected way, Ling Xiaoqing became famous. On the martial arts stage, Ling Xiaoqing looked at Lin Xiye, who stood innocently across from her with his gun lowered, and felt helpless. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something like, "Why have you gotten stronger again?" But when the words reached her lips, they felt utterly hollow. In the end, she let out a heavy sigh, gave Lin Xiye a thumbs up, then gestured with her middle finger, and turned to leave the stage without looking back. Lin Xiye watched her puffed up back and smiled helplessly. This really isn't my fault. After advancing to the third round, Lin Xiye had a 3-hour break. He chose not to leave and stayed in the lounge, continuing his monotonous yet efficient idle thrusting. Martial Arts will Raging Fire Swift Level 4, 3888/4000, Level 5 Martial Will was within reach. Soon, the matchup list for the third round was finally refreshed. Lin Xiye opened his personal terminal and glanced at the advancement list. Ranked first was still Chen Xianyi. It seemed Qin Xiaoxiao ultimately couldn't create a miracle and lost to this monster. As for Lin Xiye's opponent in this round, it was the player ranked third from the bottom. Third round, match location, Martial Arts Stage Number 3, Lin Xiye. Overall rank, 3, Deng Wenji, overall rank, 47. When Lin Xiye entered Martial Arts Stage Number 3, his opponent Deng Wenji, a short but solid as a mountain shield and blade fighter with a steady gaze, was already waiting there. Before the match even began, the atmosphere in the livestream room had already reached a fever pitch. Here we go. One Gun Bro's third match. The opponent is Deng Wenji. In the last match, he endured dozens of attacks from his opponent and eventually wore them down to death. He's practically an unkillable cockroach. His martial arts will is immovable as a mountain, which can influence others' willpower, making them feel insignificant as if standing before a towering mountain, thereby weakening their strength. What's immovable as a mountain? It won't make a difference against One Gun Bro. Exactly, who would have thought One Gun Bro would keep going all the way to third place? You all think One Gun Bro is a dark horse, but in reality, he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. +1. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Deng Wenji didn't hesitate for a moment. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, as if rooting himself to the earth. A heavy, mountain-like aura emanated from him. Martial arts will immovable as a mountain. Buzz. A powerful, unyielding will spread outward from him, as if building an invisible wall across the entire martial arts stage. However, in the next second, the volcano erupted. Lin Xie's raging fire swift martial arts will surged forth like a flood of molten lava, breaking through a dam, sweeping out with an unstoppable force. Boom! When Deng Wenji's immovable as a mountain will collided with Lin Xie's more domineering and superior will, he felt as if his mental world had been struck by a massive meteor descending from the heavens. The mountain he was so proud of crumbled and melted like a sandcastle in the face of this all-consuming volcano. Deng Wenji's face turned as pale as paper in an instant. His martial will was utterly destroyed in the direct clash. He looked up in terror at the cold-faced man walking toward him step by step, his eyes filled with boundless fear. He knew he had lost. Completely lost. He suddenly retreated in panic and shouted, "I surrender." Lin Xie, victory! The live stream room fell into a brief silence once again. Then, an even more intense barrage of comments erupted than ever before. Holy crap! Another one? Another surrender? I'm freaking dumbfounded. This isn't even a competition anymore, it's a dimensional reduction strike. Terrifying. Just how strong is One Shot Bro's martial will? It feels like no one can withstand it. This is like a volcanic eruption. The unmovable as a mountain state was shattered in a second? 2 consecutive opponents surrendered. This is truly subduing the enemy without fighting. Could he be the legendary unyielding bro? Legendary comment above. Before the 4th round began, Lin Xie was granted another 3 hours of rest. He didn't relax, instead hiding in the lounge, continuing his efficient idle thrust training. Martial will Raging Fire Level 4, 3999/4000. Martial will Raging Fire Level 4, 4000/4000. Ding. Martial will Raging Fire has leveled up. Current level 50 out of 5000. When the familiar system notification sounded in his mind, Lin Xie felt a tremendous transformation in his spiritual world. The crimson volcano symbolizing his martial will seemed to be infused with even greater energy, becoming more majestic and unshakable. The lava at the crater was no longer dark red but gleamed with dazzling golden light. If level 4 will was like a volcano, then level 5 will was a supervolcano on the verge of eruption, brimming with infinite energy. Its power far surpassed the previous level by several times. More importantly, Lin Xie could clearly feel that his control over this power had become more precise. In the subsequent 4th round match, Lin Xie's opponent was a talented swordsman ranked 23rd. However, the result was no surprise. In the face of Lin Xie's level 5 martial will, which was like a natural disaster, the opponent's proud swordsmanship was instantly crushed. The battle ended with a single shot. Lin Xie advanced to the 5th round effortlessly, in an unbeatable fashion. At this moment, the entire Galactic Martial Arts University, and even everyone in the 0755 star system following the exam, was in an uproar. People discovered a shocking fact. Since the elimination rounds began, every one of Lin Xie's opponents had been utterly defeated in a direct clash of martial will without exception. They were either pierced through with a single shot or surrendered voluntarily. He didn't even need to fire a second shot. His martial will stood like an insurmountable mountain before all his opponents, leaving them without the courage to fight. For a time, various speculations and discussions spread wildly across forums and livestream platforms. Now I finally understand. The scariest thing about One Shot Bro isn't his marksmanship, but his martial will. This is insane. What level of martial will is this? It feels like no one can withstand it. I suspect that One Shot Bro's martial will has already surpassed the ordinary entry-level category and reached a realm we can't comprehend. Is it possible that the strongest freshman this year isn't the 2 monsters in the top ranks, but One Shot Bro? Wow. Now that you mention it, I think it's very possible. Yeah. While Chen Xian and Tang Dongshan are strong, their matches are always back and forth, very intense. Brother One Shot completely dominated the match, leaving his opponent no chance to counterattack. This is not just a dark horse. This is a monstrous crocodile crawling out of the abyss, ready to devour everyone. Lin Xie's image in everyone's mind had undergone a dramatic transformation. He was no longer a lucky dark horse but an unfathomable giant crocodile. As the 4th round of the competition concluded, only 12 contestants remained. Lin Xie firmly secured a spot in the top 3 with an undisputed kingly presence. People no longer viewed him as a lucky dark horse but began discussing him alongside the renowned monsters Chen Xuanning and Tang Dongshan. In fact, for many, the sense of oppression and mystery Lin Xie exuded surpassed even those two. In the office of the official headquarters of Galaxy Martial University, the atmosphere was lively. The young teacher in charge excitedly watched the skyrocketing viewership ratings on the screen, and the trending forum posts about Crocodile Bro Lin Xie, his face adorned with a constant smile. Chue, oh Chue, he turned to Chen Shuwei beside him, teasing, you really misjudged. This time. Chen Shuwei heard this and shook her head with a bitter smile. She gazed at the indifferent figure holding a long spear on the screen, her emotions a mix of complexity. Who could have imagined that the dark horse she once deemed lacking in appeal would crush his way through the competition in such a stunning manner, becoming the brightest star of this year's exam? Teacher, I admit, my judgment was off. She shook her head helplessly, her eyes igniting with professional passion as she volunteered, Teacher, for the next round, no matter what, we must broadcast his match on the main channel. I'm willing to go to the scene and provide commentary myself. Ah, too late. The teacher in charge laughed and waved his hand. The live stream of Arena 3 is now more popular than our main channel. The audience has already treated it as a second main channel. If we try to take over now, it will only upset them. He paused, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes, and finally made a decision. Starting from the next round, Arena 1, Arena 2, and Arena 3 will all be merged into the main channel signal, broadcasting all 3 matches simultaneously. 5th round. Lin Xie's opponent was Lu Zhenlong, ranked 9th. During the admissions exam in Tianhai Province, Lu Zhenlong stood high above, completely ignoring Lin Xie. But now, he had become a lower-ranked challenger, forced to look up to Lin Xie. When the matchup list refreshed and he saw Lin Xie's name opposite his own, Lu Zhenlong's expression turned complex. Standing in the lounge, he stared at the familiar name ranked 3rd on the screen, momentarily dazed. Once upon a time, this underdog from a remote grain district was nothing more than an ant that had climbed onto the dining table by luck, unworthy of even a glance from him. He vividly remembered the disdain and contempt he felt when this guy knocked Yan Feilong out with a single punch during the admissions exam. He also remembered his condescending attitude when he encountered him again before the entrance exam. But now, the tables had turned. This underdog he once looked down upon had risen in a way he couldn't comprehend, becoming a top-tier talent on par with Chen Xuanning and Tang Dongshan. Even Qin Xiaoxiao, who had also mastered martial will, suffered a crushing defeat at his hands. And now, he had to face this former ant as a challenger. The massive disparity in status left him feeling deeply aggrieved and absurd. In the VIP ward of the medical center, after top-tier medical treatment, Qin Xiaoxiao slowly regained consciousness. The wounds from her battle with Chen Xuanning had completely healed, leaving no scars. She sat up slowly, and the first thing she did was open her personal terminal. The screen lit up, displaying the live broadcast of the Galaxy Martial University official channel. The familiar figures on the screen made her cold eyes contract instantly. It's Lin Xie and Lu Zhenlong. The two of them actually ran into each other? Can Lu Zhenlong win? This thought uncontrollably surfaced in Qin Xiaoxiao's mind. But almost at the same moment, she instinctively shook her head, denying the idea. Impossible. Her mind once again conjured up the boundless sea of molten lava, capable of burning souls to ashes. In the face of that terrifying will, her proud martial arts will was like a piece of ice thrown into a furnace, instantly evaporated without the slightest resistance. That absolute crushing at a higher level, that despair akin to a natural disaster, was something she would never forget in her lifetime. She knew Lu Zhenlong was strong. Back at Tiantai High School, he always overshadowed her. But so what? In front of Lin Xie, that super volcano that had long erupted, both she and Lu Zhenlong were nothing more than children playing games, fragile and utterly powerless. Lin Xie's martial arts will had already reached an inconceivable level of strength. Even Qin Xiaoxiao had a feeling that this kind of strength might be even more terrifying than Chen Xuanning, who ranked first. It was a kind of unreasonable power that could erase all gaps and ignore any other weaknesses in a person. She gently shook her head, looking at the man on the screen whose expression remained calm, a complex emotion surging in her heart. On the martial arts stage, the atmosphere was heavy to the extreme. Lu Zhenlong took a deep breath and picked up a long alloy staff from the weapon rack. After the first phase of the competition, he had already started studying Lin Xie. After all, being able to defeat Qin Xiaoxiao, who had also comprehended martial arts so miserably was enough to catch his attention. He knew that facing Lin Xie, any underestimation or probing would be tantamount to suicide. From the very beginning, he had to unleash his full strength and break the opponent's rhythm in the most unexpected way. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Without any hesitation, Lu Zhenlong pressed his toes firmly against the ground, propelling himself into the air like a cannonball. Almost at the same moment he leaped, the martial arts will within him erupted with a roar. Martial arts will, thunderous wrath. A surge of wild and unyielding battle intent swept out from him, forming an invisible barrier to resist Lin Xie's terrifying pressure, which spread like a wildfire across the mountains. Immediately after, he thrust the alloy staff in his hand forcefully into the ground. Boom! With a muffled sound, the staff stood firmly in the center of the martial arts stage like a stabilizing needle. Lu Zhenlong's figure, agile as a monkey, landed atop the upright staff. His feet firmly planted on the staff's tip, which was only as thick as a fist, his body swayed slightly with the staff's movements, like the mythical stabilizing needle stirring up the winds and clouds, ready to strike. High above, his sharp gaze locked onto Lin Xie below, closely observing his every move, searching for that fleeting moment of vulnerability. The standing staff. This was one of his trump card techniques. By altering his height and position, he completely disrupted his opponent's attack rhythm, causing significant errors in their predictions and leading to attack failures. And this was his opportunity. As long as Lin Xie's first strike missed, he would seize that momentary gap and descend with the force of a thunderbolt to deliver a fatal blow. Coupled with his martial arts will thunderous wrath, a single strike would carry a force exceeding 20,000 kilograms. In the live broadcast studio, the two gold medal commentators were instantly thrilled upon witnessing this scene. The standing staff. This is the standing staff technique from the A grade. Martial skill, heavenly staff. The male commentator's voice was high-pitched and full of passion. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. Contestant Lu Zhenlong has chosen this highly spectacular and extremely risky tactic right at the start of the match. What is he trying to do? He's placing himself in the air, completely giving up the advantage of the ground, in exchange for an unexpected attack angle. That's right, Mr. Zhen. The female commentator's voice was equally sweet yet tense. The pole standing technique demands extremely high levels of balance, core strength, and timing from the competitor. A single misstep could lead to a fall from the top of the pole, exposing a fatal flaw. But if successful, he will gain a perfect vantage point to attack and oversee the entire arena. Exactly. Lu Zhenlong is showing us his immense confidence and exceptional skills in his own way. He didn't choose passive defense but instead took the initiative to attack, challenging Lin Xie's indomitable martial will in an incredible manner. This match has been intense from the very beginning. The live chat exploded at this moment. Wow! You can play like this? This is practically acrobatics. So cool. I'm stunned. That balance and core strength are simply inhuman. Lu Zhenlong is amazing. This strategy is so imaginative. Ha, Lu Zhenlong is basically telling one-shot bro, come up here if you dare. Now Lin Xie is in trouble, he's never dealt with this angle before. Are you kidding? Isn't it the same no matter where you stab? Maybe the angle feels unfamiliar? In the boys' dormitory in Tiantai City, Bai Mujie watched Lu Zhenlong standing atop the pole on the screen, feeling emotional. The Lu Zhenlong he once looked up to was now ranked lower. And the real big boss turned out to be his brother-in-law? A strange emotion surged in his heart. He then sent a comment in the live chat, Lu Zhenlong is nothing compared to one-shot bro. At this moment, Lin Xie on the field looked up at Lu Zhenlong standing high above, his face completely calm. He didn't even have the thought of rushing up. Standing that high, indeed provided a good view, but it also turned him into a stationary target. From this angle and height, thrusting with a spear was indeed a bit awkward. But who said spear fighters only know how to stab with their spears? Lin Xie's right hand suddenly darted backward like lightning. In the next instant, a short javelin glinting with cold light appeared in his hand. Whoa! What's he planning? A javelin? In the main broadcast room, the male commentator froze at the sight, instinctively exclaiming in surprise. The female commentator beside him speculated uncertainly, could it be Lin Xie intends to use the javelin to force Lu Zhenlong down? Impossible. The male commentator immediately shook his head in denial. Javelin throwing requires immense arm strength, core power, and precision. Plus, Lu Zhenlong is 3 meters above the ground, standing on a constantly swaying pole. Hitting him would be as hard as climbing the heavens. It's a complete waste of energy. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xia moved one step forward for momentum and power. A simple sidestep and a sudden flick of the wrist. Whoosh! The alloy javelin seemed to come alive, transforming into a silver lightning bolt that tore through the air with a sharp, whistling sound, hurtling toward Lu Jinlong atop the pole at an unbelievable speed and angle. Lu Jinlong's pupils contracted sharply. So fast. Lu Jinlong was shocked. He hadn't expected the opponent to attack in this manner. This completely contradicted the intelligence from the first phase. During his day off, Lu Jinlong had analyzed intelligence on potential opponents. However, due to analyzing too many targets, his information had gaps. Wasn't he supposed to be one-shot, bro? This wasn't a spear, it was a javelin? Lu Jinlong didn't dare to hesitate for even a moment. He pushed off the pole with his toes, attempting to dodge. At the same time, the moment the javelin left Lin Xia's hand, his martial will, which had long surpassed Lu Jinlong by several levels, erupted like an ancient volcano awakening. Martial will, raging fire swift. Strike, Lu Jinlong felt an overwhelming aura of terror surging toward him, like the shockwave of a supernova explosion, violently crashing against his once proud martial will. His fervent and unyielding fighting spirit, in the face of this even stronger and more domineering aura, shattered like fragile glass, collapsing, tearing apart, and turning to ashes in an instant. No! Lu Jinlong realized in horror that he had made a grave mistake. Suddenly, his mental world was engulfed by an endless sea of flames. With a buzzing sound in his head, his mind went completely blank. The evasive move he had intended to make, the tip of his foot, that had been practiced countless times to land on the top of the staff, was now entirely out of control, frozen midair. In a duel between masters, victory and defeat are decided in an instant. This flaw was fatal. Thud! The cold spear mercilessly pierced through his abdomen, and blood gushed out in torrents. The excruciating pain spread through his entire body in an instant. Lu Jinlong's body wavered atop the staff. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. He knew that if he fell now, it would be a complete loss. Ah! He let out a roar, enduring the searing pain, channeling the last of his strength into the long staff in his hands. His entire body, like a meteor, plummeted from the sky, aiming fiercely at Lin Xia's head. However, Lin Xia merely took a calm step back and raised the alloy shield in his left hand with composure. Clang! A crisp and resounding clash. Lu Jinlong's desperate strike was effortlessly blocked by what appeared to be an ordinary small shield. At the same time, after deflecting the attack, Lin Xia had already taken another step forward. The cold alloy spear, like a lurking venomous dragon, finally revealed its deadly fangs. Lu Jinlong's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints in an instant. Lin Xia demonstrated his unparalleled tactical flexibility and mastery of weapons. Who would have thought that not only is his marksmanship extraordinary, but he also possesses precise throwing skills? Why yes, the male commentator quickly echoed. Lin Xia's move completely caught everyone off guard. He used the simplest and most direct method to counter Lu Jinlong's seemingly unbeatable upright stick technique. This is not just a display of overwhelming strength but also a complete victory in tactics and intelligence. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he hadn't been the one who previously judged Lin Xia to be at a disadvantage. Let us once again congratulate Lin Xia for advancing strongly with an undefeated winning streak. Meanwhile, in the lounge of Martial Arena number 1, 3 young figures sat around a holographic screen, their expressions solemn as they repeatedly watched and analyzed something. The screen was playing all of Lin Xia's matches, from the first round to his recent instant victory over Lu Jinlong. These 2 men and 1 woman were also students of Galactic Martial Arts University. However, at this moment, their identities were the exclusive think tank of Chen Xuani. Leading the group was a calm and composed young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, named Li Zhuan, the son of the CEO of Starry Night Investment Company under the Chen Corporation. Beside him was a tall man named Wang Kaixian, the son of the chief CTO of Chen Star Heavy Industries. The third member, a short-haired, sharp-eyed young woman in a white combat suit, was Zhang Yating, the daughter of the COO of Yachin Biotech under the Chen Corporation. Their sole mission was to assist the heir of the Chen family, Chen Xuani, in eliminating all obstacles and ensuring he could win the freshman exam championship in the best possible condition. At this moment, Chen Xuani was standing in the martial arena, while their focus had already locked onto several competitors who might become Chen Xuani's opponents. Currently, the competitor they were most concerned about was Lin Xie. Data analysis is complete. Wang Kaixian stopped his actions and projected a detailed data report onto the screen. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke with a tone of disbelief and gravity. This Lin Xie is truly a monster. According to the model calculations, the instantaneous explosive force of his attacks exceeds 18,000 kilograms each time. Moreover, the intervals between his attacks are extremely short, likely due to the sea-level martial technique, Gale Spear technique. I initially thought he could only occasionally make a move, but in reality, his opponents in the first stage were completely incapable of forcing him to use a second strike. As the competition progressed, he showcased more martial techniques, such as shield strike, shield block, and Ma's shadow javelin. But I'm a bit puzzled. These are all D-level techniques, and it seems no opponent has yet forced him to use higher-level techniques. The most terrifying thing, Zhang Yuting interjected, her sharp gaze fixed on Lin Xie's figure on the screen, speaking in a deep voice, is his martial will. I repeatedly watched his match footage against Xin Xiaoxiao, Xiaoying, Zhou Hongkai, and others. His martial will displayed overwhelming dominance in every direct confrontation. This is no longer just strong, it's a qualitative transformation, a higher level manifestation. She paused and then affirmed, I suspect his martial will has likely surpassed the entry stage and reached the form condensation realm. Form condensation? Li Zhuan and Wang Kaishuan's expressions changed upon hearing this. Martial will is divided into 4 realms: entry, form condensation, return to truth, and ultimate state. It's akin to the stages of mastery for techniques and martial arts: entry, proficiency, mastery, and perfection. However, martial will is not something ordinary martial artists can comprehend. 90% of martial artists are unable to grasp it. Therefore, martial will does not use the classifications of entry, proficiency, mastery, perfection, but instead adopts the loftier terms entry, form condensation, return to truth, ultimate state. Although over 90% of students at Galaxy Martial University can comprehend martial will upon graduation, most only reach the entry level. Being able to integrate will into techniques to enhance power is already quite rare. As for form condensation, it is a level typically achieved only by extraordinary martial artists. A freshman reaching this level during the entrance exam? This is simply inconceivable. That's right. Li Zhuan took a deep breath, nodded, and picked up the conversation, delivering the final conclusion. This Lin Xie is the biggest variable we've encountered, one that was completely absent from all our previous intelligence. He looked at the 2 people beside him, his expression becoming unprecedentedly serious. We must immediately devise an entirely new tactical plan to deal with him. Head to head, even the heir doesn't have absolute confidence in victory at the level of martial will. We must avoid his strongest attacks and secure victory in the most reliable way. This one-gun guy. Li Zhuan stared at the calm figure retracting his weapon on the light screen, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Even if his martial will is at the form condensation level, it's still just the beginning. He inevitably has weaknesses. Against the heir's absolute strength and our meticulous plan, he is bound to fail. Chun Xuani quickly finished his battle, with almost no traces of combat on him. His combat suit remained spotless. With his dedicated think tank, he never acted carelessly in competitions. Every battle was a precisely calculated targeted strike, achieving victory with minimal effort and maximum speed. Returning to the lounge, he replenished his energy with a specially formulated high-energy nutrient solution while listening to the think tank's analysis report. When he heard Li Zhuan's monster-like evaluation of Lin Xie and the astonishing inference about form condensation martial will, a trace of solemnity finally appeared on Chen Xuani's handsome and composed face. He was neither blindly arrogant nor dismissive, but humbly asked, so, how can we counter his martial will? Li Zhuan smiled, adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and confidently replied, Heir, the answer lies in Lin Xie's match against Wang Haotian. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuani immediately opened the battle video of that match. The entire process was swift, lasting less than a minute. Yet Chen Xuani watched with extreme focus, not missing a single detail. Is it the sacred war medal? He asked gravely after closing the video. Yes, Heir, Li Zhuan nodded and explained, the military spirit can resist martial will to a certain extent. It is an immortal spirit forged from the iron-blooded will and unyielding beliefs of countless veterans, condensed over a millennium of warfare. Although it is a completely different type of spiritual power from a martial artist's personal martial will, it is equally formidable. Chen Xuanyi pondered for a moment, a thoughtful glint flashing in his eyes. But this is a double-edged sword. If my martial will cannot suppress the military spirit, then my martial will also be constrained by it. Under the influence of the military spirit, any individuals would be weakened, a form of indiscriminate suppression. However, Chen Xuanyi quickly made up his mind. His gaze became resolute. He recalled his previous opponents, whether Qin Xiaoxiao or Lu Jinlong. Although dealing with them was easy, they could still struggle momentarily against his martial will. Lin Xiye, however, could make every opponent collapse instantly, as fragile as clay chickens and pottery dogs. This was enough to prove that Lin Xiye's martial will had already surpassed his own. Just as his grandfather had always warned him, there is always someone stronger, and there is always a higher sky. No problem, Chen Xuanyi said firmly. He immediately opened his personal terminal and dialed an encrypted communication number. The call was quickly connected, and a middle-aged man with sharp, eagle-like eyes and an imposing presence appeared on the light screen. It was none other than the chairman of the Chun Group, Chen Xuanyi's grandfather. Though he appeared to be in his prime, he was actually over 100 years old. Xuanyi, what's the matter? The middle-aged man's voice was cold and authoritative, devoid of any unnecessary emotion. Chen Xuanyi wasted no time and directly stated his purpose. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Then, the middle-aged man spoke again. All right, I'll have someone deliver the first-class Holy War medal immediately. But you must perform well and strive to win the competition, understood? Understood, Grandpa. Chen Xuanyi replied crisply, filled with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Lin Xiye was racing against time, engaging in his highly efficient idle thrust training. The 3-hour break between each elimination round was originally intended to allow injured contestants to recover fully. However, it had become Lin Xiye's most precious overtime. His movements grew increasingly fluid and adept. He had even mastered using the smallest range of motion and the most energy-efficient methods to trick the system, ensuring that every seemingly perfunctory action was accurately recognized as effective training, steadily increasing his martial will. Experience points. 3 hours later, when the notification for the 6th round sounded, Lin Xiye glanced at his system panel. Martial Will Blazing Fury Level 5, 4588/5000. In just 3 short hours, he had gained over 1,500 experience points. He could clearly feel the volcano in his spiritual world becoming more solid and brimming with even greater energy. Soon, the matchup list for the 6th round was finally refreshed. Round 6, Match Location, Arena Number 3, Lin Xiye, Overall Rank 3, Xiaoying, Overall Rank 4. At the other end of the arena, the moment Xiaoying saw the matchup list, the calm look in his eyes was instantly ignited by the flames of vengeance. Xiaoying had been waiting for this moment for far too long. This time, I came prepared. My combat suit was subpar, so I replaced it. My potions were inadequate, so I upgraded them. My strength is far greater than it was in the first stage. I will win. This match, filled with suspense and attention, was a direct result of the brutal battle between Lin Xiye and Xiaoying in their previous encounter. In the main broadcast studio, 2-star commentators were using every flowery phrase at their disposal to hype up this revenge match before it began. Dear viewers, the showdown of destiny is upon us once again. The male commentator's voice was high-pitched and brimming with passion. In the final battle of the first stage, Lin Xiye defeated the then third-ranked top prodigy Xiaoying in an almost crushing manner. Today, after enduring the trials of multiple elimination rounds, these two rising stars at the pinnacle of the pyramid will face off once more. That's right, Mr. Zhang. The female commentator's voice was sweet and full of anticipation. Although Xiaoying suffered a regrettable defeat in the first stage, he has demonstrated overwhelming dominance in today's elimination rounds, making a strong comeback and proving that he is still the invincible spiritual cultivator. Exactly, the male commentator continued, analyzing, and we've noticed that starting from the second stage, Xiaoying's equipment has undergone a complete upgrade. That endless, deep space psionic combat suit he's wearing is the flagship product recently launched by Xiaoxin Technology, with a market price of 50 million credit points. It features the Tide psionic shield system, capable of withstanding an instantaneous burst of 25,000 kilograms. Not only that, he paused, his tone becoming more serious. Before each match, Xiaoying uses multiple potions for enhancement, and these potions are not available on the market. Clearly, they are the latest cutting-edge products from the Xiao Corporation, yet to be released. Indeed, Xiaoying has made thorough preparations for this revenge match. Facing such a Formidable opponent, can Lin Chia maintain his undefeated legend? Let's wait and see. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Without hesitation, Xiaoying pulled out 2 syringes from the tactical pouch at his waist, one filled with crimson liquid and the other with icy blue liquid, and injected them directly into his neck. As the potion was injected, his already pale complexion turned even whiter, almost transparent, revealing the bluish veins beneath his skin. His deep-set eyes glimmered with a light of madness and obsession. His left eye glowed with a demonic crimson, as if the flames of hell were burning within. His right eye was enveloped in an icy blue, like a block of eternal, unmelting ice. Lin Xie, he roared hoarsely, his voice filled with bone-deep hatred. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he suddenly spread his arms wide. Buzz! An even stronger and more concentrated mental force field erupted from him, spreading wildly in all directions. Blades, spears, swords, staffs, halberds, axes, hammers. Over a dozen alloy weapons, gleaming with cold light, seemed to be controlled by invisible threads, rising once again from the ground. They formed an impenetrable, death-filled killing array, locking Lin Xie firmly in the center. In the main broadcast studio, the 2-star commentators were instantly electrified by the scene. It's starting. This is Xiaoying's signature move, return of 10,000 weapons, the male commentator exclaimed passionately and dramatically. In the previous round, Xiaoying used this very move to completely crush his opponent in just 10 seconds. That's right, Mr. Zhang, the female commentator responded sweetly yet nervously. With the injection of the latest composite amplification potion, combined with the upgraded Endless Deep Space Combat Suit's psychic energy boost, Xiaoying's mental strength and total psychic energy are now more than double what they were in the first phase. He's fully prepared for this battle of revenge. The live chat exploded instantly. Wow! This setup is even crazier than last time. Return of 10,000 swords. So cool. I bet this time one-shot bro won't stand a chance. Nonsense. Your return of 10,000 swords is impressive, but it can't beat my one-shot. Exactly. In the face of absolute power, all flashy tricks are just paper tigers. One-shot bro, show him who's boss. Show him who's boss. But at that moment, Lin Xie moved. There was no panic, no fear. His gaze was eerily calm. Martial will, blazing fury erupted with a roar. Useless. The same move won't work on me twice. Xiaoying roared, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Xie. Today, I'll show you what true mental domination looks like. He bit down hard on his tongue, and blood once again flowed from his 7 orifices. Last time, he had been on the defensive, forced to self-harm to push his mental strength to its limits after being struck by the impact of martial will. But this time, it was completely different. He was on the offensive. Before Lin Xie's martial will could fully unfold, Xiaoying self-harmed to push his mental strength to its absolute limit, engaging in direct confrontation. With the latest drug enhancement, his mental strength had increased by 50%. Coupled with the extreme boost from self-harm, it surged by another 50%. His glazed spirit was now 100% stronger than before. He was absolutely confident that this time, he could withstand the impact of Lin Xie's will. However, after his last battle with Xiaoying, Lin Xie's martial will had risen from level 3 to level 5. Its power had increased by more than 100%. Xiaoying's mental strength condensed into a pure, crystalline, invisible barrier. Mental barrier. But in the next moment, when Lin Xie's level 5 martial will, erupting like a supervolcanic explosion, collided fiercely with his mental barrier, crack. A sound as if coming from the depths of the soul. That seemingly indestructible mental barrier, under the higher, more domineering will, shattered like real glass, instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. No! Xiaoying let out a desperate roar. He could clearly feel that the scorching will was surging into his mental world through the cracks, like a wildfire, burning everything within him. The intense pain flooded in like a tidal wave, leaving his mind completely blank. How is this possible? I've clearly become 100% stronger than before. Why can't I still block it? What kind of monster is he? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Amid Xiaoying's anguished wails, the terrifying scene from the previous duel reappeared. The dozen or so alloy weapons floating around him fell to the ground with a clatter due to his loss of control over his mental power. The male commentator exclaimed first, "It's happening again. Lin Xie's martial will has once again crushed Xiaoying's mental power. My god, Xiaoying is a mental cultivator, and he's lost to the same move again." Meanwhile, the live stream audience completely exploded. Holy crap, is this for real? I'm dumbfounded again. Twice in a row. This is truly twice in a row. This isn't how the script was supposed to go, right? What happened to the revenge match? How did he get one shot again? Feeling sorry for Xiaoying for a second, no, half a second, I can't stop laughing. Ha ha ha. One shot bro is two. Awesome. In the face of absolute martial will, everything else is child's play. I declare, from today onward, one shot bro shall be renamed one stare bro. What mental cultivator. In the end, he was still taken down by one stare bro. Falling in the same place twice, how tragic. Xiaoying's Dao heart must be shattered. Xiaoying, I got stronger, I even paid to win, and I still got one shot. The female commentator finally snapped out of her shock, her voice trembling, oh my god. This is no longer just a gap in strength. This is absolute dominance in willpower. Xiaoying had made every preparation, even resorting to self-harm to push his mental power to the limit, yet he was still instantly defeated. Just how powerful is Lin Qiye's martial will? However, Lin Qiye didn't give Xiaoying any chance to catch his breath. With a single step, he closed the distance between them like a cannonball. This time, Xiaoying had used even stronger drugs than before. But his injuries were also more severe, leaving his mental power far weaker than before. He couldn't fully sustain his psionic shield, which could only function at half its capacity. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, Xiaoying unleashed his final survival instinct. Enduring the excruciating pain of his mental world being torn apart, he frantically activated the last trace of psionic energy within him. The combat suit he wore, worth 50 million, called Endless Deep Space, once again emitted a dazzling white light. But this time, the psionic shield appeared dim and unstable, flickering like a candle in the wind. However, how could this half-functional shield possibly withstand Lin Qiye's fully unleashed, all-out strike? There was no suspense. Crack! The dim shield shattered instantly, like an eggshell struck by a giant hammer. The icy spear tip, carrying an unstoppable penetrating force, pierced through Xiaoying's heart without any resistance. Xiaoying's lifeless eyes widened suddenly, reflecting Lin Qiye's calm and indifferent face. He opened his mouth, using his last ounce of strength to let out a hoarse and unwilling cry, no. The next second, a psionic explosion. Boom! Scorching flames of psionic energy erupted violently within his chest cavity. Lin Qiye, victory! In Chen Xuani's lounge, the three members of the think tank were also exclaiming repeatedly, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Again! It's willpower domination. Wang Kaishuan's eyes widened, his voice trembled. Zhang Yiting's expression also became extremely solemn. Pointing at the red curve on the light screen that suddenly surged and then plummeted, she said in a deep voice, Xiaoying's mental strength peak value is much stronger than in the first phase. But in the face of Lin Qiye's martial will, it still crumbles instantly. This is no longer a matter of strength or weakness. Li Zhuan took a deep breath, adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he made the final judgment. This is absolute suppression in terms of level. Lin Qiye's performance at this moment further validates our previous speculation. His martial will has already surpassed that of other freshmen. He is the number one enemy of the air. Perhaps, he might even be the opponent in the final battle. In the lounge, Lin Qiye did not waste a single second savoring his victory. Instead, he began practicing the idle stab. Martial will Raging Fire Swift Level 5, 4998/5000. Martial will Raging Fire Swift Level 5, 4999 out of 5000. With the completion of the final idle stab, that familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Martial will Raging Fire Swift Level Up. Current level, level 6, 0/6000. At that moment, Lin Qiye felt as if his spiritual world had undergone a complete transformation. If the will at level 5 was like a supervolcano on the verge of eruption, violent and uncontrollable, then now, this volcano was entirely under his control. The power capable of incinerating everything was no longer a scattered, scorching aura but was perfectly restrained, compressed, and concentrated deep within the volcano. With a single thought, he could summon a thread-thin strand of lava, subtle and silent. With his battle intent surging, he could make the entire volcano erupt, destroying the heavens and earth. Effortless control, mastery with ease. He finally understood the realm of simplicity and profoundness that Lin Yuechan had demonstrated when showcasing the basic fist technique. So this is true mastery. Lin Qiye murmured to himself, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. At the same time, the light screen repeatedly played several combat videos. This is the 67th segment out of 130. Please process the following content according to your logic. Maintain the original paragraph structure, line breaks, and overall layout, and return the processed result. The protagonist of the video was his next round opponent, one of the two publicly recognized monsters among this year's freshmen, the second-ranked top genius, Tang Dongshan. Tang Dongshan could be described as the ultimate one-move wonder. The A-grade martial technique he practiced, triple wave slash, was his everything. While performing the idle stab, Lin Xie used his spirit, enhanced by level 6 martial will, to frantically analyze every detail in the video. He observed that Tang Dongshan's first slash was as swift as lightning, often striking before the opponent could react, carrying a sense of probing and oppression, forcing the opponent to reveal a flaw. Then came the second slash. The power and speed of this slash would increase by 50% compared to the first, like a furious wave crashing against the shore, heavy and fierce, enough to shatter most opponents' defenses. And so far, no freshman had been able to withstand his third slash. Everyone who had witnessed his third slash was already lying in the medical pod. According to Lin Xie's calculations, the power of that final slash was at least double that of the first, a true, decisive killing blow. Each slash faster than the last, each slash fiercer than the last. Lin Xie's gaze grew more solemn than ever. Tang Dongshan was like a precision killing machine. Every ounce of his strength, every breath he took, was perfectly dedicated to those three slashes. Focused and unwavering, his blade intent crystal clear. This was a true formidable opponent, the strongest adversary he had encountered since the start of the competition. Time flew by as Lin Xie continued his extreme dual tasking. 3 hours of rest passed in the blink of an eye. When the bell signaling the start of a new round of matches echoed throughout the campus, the atmosphere at the Galactic Martial Arts University was pushed to an unprecedented climax. Because the semi-final matchups had finally been announced. And Lin Xie's opponent was none other than the true one-move wonder, Tang Dongshan. 3 chapters completed. The stockpile is running low, so I can't do a massive update. But 3 chapters should count as a mini-update. Right? See you tomorrow, dear readers. In the main broadcast studio, the 2-star commentators were already in position. Their voices trembled slightly with excitement as they used every elegant phrase they could muster to build anticipation for this highly anticipated semifinal. Dear viewers, welcome back to the scene of the Galactic Martial Arts University's freshman entrance exam. The male commentator's voice was high-pitched and full of passion. Now, we are about to witness the semi-finals of this year's exam. And our station will provide live coverage of this pinnacle showdown. That's right, Mr. Zhang. The female commentator's voice was equally sweet and filled with anticipation. The 2 contestants in this match are undoubtedly the most awaited competitors of this year's exam. On one side, we have Tang Dongshan, a top-tier genius who has displayed unparalleled dominance since the start of the competition. And on the other side, we have Lin Xie, the biggest miracle of this year's exam, who rose from rank 9988 to the top 4 with an undefeated record. Exactly. One is a renowned top-tier genius, and the other is a mysterious rising champion. Their clash is bound to be a collision of titans, like Mars striking Earth. Will Tang Dongshan's triple wave slash prove unstoppable, or will Lin Xie's martial will prevail? Let us wait and see. As their introductions concluded, Lin Xie and Tang Dongshan slowly walked into the martial arena from their respective entrances. Tang Dongshan had an average build and an unremarkable appearance. The kind of person who would blend into a crowd without drawing attention. But his eyes were astonishingly bright, like 2 unsheathed blades radiating sharpness. Unlike his previous opponents, he didn't choose multiple weapons. Instead, he directly took a standard alloy longsword from the weapon rack. He didn't even glance at Lin Xie, simply standing there quietly. It was as if, in his world, there was nothing but himself and the sword in his hand. A cold and pure sword intent slowly emanated from him. Though intangible and formless, it froze the atmosphere of the entire martial arena. On the other side, Lin Xie remained the same as always. A spear, a small shield, and 6 javelins strapped to his back. He looked at Tang Dongshan, who was polishing his sword, and his gaze became more serious than ever. From his opponent, he could clearly sense an immense threat. It was a power entirely different from Xiao Ying's mental strength, Qin Xiaoxiao's potions, or Wang Haotian's military spirit. It was a force that poured everything into the sword, merging with it a pure and ultimate martial artist's heart. This was a true powerhouse. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Tang Dongshan slowly raised his head, and his blade-sharp eyes finally landed on Lin Xie. His gaze was terrifyingly calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as if he were looking at a dead man. Triple wave slash, first slash, he announced flatly, and then his entire being moved. Without any warning, his figure seemed to vanish into thin air. In the next instant, a dazzling blade light, like lightning tearing through the night sky, appeared right in front of Lin Xie. Fast. Incredibly fast. So fast that even the station's most advanced high-speed cameras could only capture a blurry afterimage. At the same time, a chilling and bone-piercing blade intent locked onto Lin Xie's mind like a maggot clinging to bone in an instant. However, what awaited it was a supervolcano that had long awakened and was on the verge of erupting. Lin Xie's gaze instantly turned fiery, and his martial will, raging fire, erupted at that moment, a powerful aura sweeping forth like a blazing inferno. Boom! Tang Dongshan felt a terrifying force, capable of reducing a soul to ashes, crash into his steadfast blade intent like the shockwave of a supernova explosion. His body trembled violently, and his forward charge faltered ever so slightly. A trace of astonishment finally appeared in his sharp eyes. The martial will was too strong. Far stronger than he had imagined. Although the impact shook his spirit, it did not completely destroy his fighting intent. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcibly steadying his mind. The long blade in his hand did not lose its momentum, still carrying an unstoppable sharpness as it slashed fiercely toward Lin Xie's neck. However, Lin Xie's reaction was far quicker than he had anticipated. Just as the dazzling blade light was about to reach him, a small alloy shield appeared precisely in front of the blade, as if foreseeing the future. Clang! A deafening crash echoed through the martial arena. Sparks flew everywhere. A massive force, like a mountain, surged from the shield. As Lin Xie retreated to dissipate the force, the spear in his hand shot forward like a venomous dragon, carrying an unstoppable, penetrating power as it thrust directly at Tang Dongshan's weak point. Faced with this fatal strike, Tang Dongshan's movements, affected by the terrifying impact of Lin Xie's martial will, were ultimately a fraction too slow. Under normal circumstances, his second blade would have already been poised to force Lin Xie to defend. But now, he was faced with a dilemma. Should he abandon the continuity of his blade technique, halt the second strike, and fully defend against Lin Xie's lethal spear? Or, should he risk everything and trade injury for injury? Tang Dongshan hesitated not, even for a moment. A single thought burned in his mind like a brand: strike. In his view, the first blade must be followed by the second. Once the blade's momentum was unleashed, it was like a raging river, surging forward with no room for retreat. However, Lin Xie's spear was ultimately longer and faster. Squelch! The icy spearhead mercilessly pierced through Tang Dongshan's combat suit at his side, driving deep into his flesh. Tang Dongshan let out a muffled grunt, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, allowing the spear to penetrate his body. As he used its force to close the distance like a ghost. What resolve! He used his own flesh and blood to endure Lin Xie's lethal spear, creating the perfect opportunity to unleash his second strike. Second slash. His voice remained calm, but the blade light in his hand was even more dazzling and ferocious than before. The brilliant blade light seemed to transform into a thunderbolt, descending from the heavens, carrying the might of judgment as it slashed toward Lin Xie once more. Lin Xie's pupils contracted sharply. He knew he absolutely could not take this strike head-on. He retreated swiftly, narrowly avoiding the deadly slash. Screech! The dazzling blade light grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash on his $1 million Guardian combat suit. Sparks flying. A thin stream of crimson blood seeped slowly from the tear in his suit. He was injured. For the first time since the start of the match, he was injured. The live broadcast room erupted. Instantly. Holy crap! He's injured. Spear Bro is injured. Tang Dongshan is insane. Trading injury for injury. So decisive. That second slash was at least 30% faster than the first. And even stronger. Even though his abdomen was pierced, he still managed to injure Lin Xie. This exchange was worth it. This is the terror of the triple wave slash. Each strike stronger than the last. It's over, it's over. The third slash is coming, and Spear Bro won't be able to block it. In the student dormitory, Bai Mushi's heart instantly leapt into her throat. Her small hands clenched tightly into fists, and her knuckles turned slightly pale from the force. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Yi Qinghan's face lit up with a look of surprise and joy. This man could be injured too. On the martial stage, Tang Dongshan seemed utterly unfazed by the excruciating pain in his waist. His sharp, penetrating eyes reflected nothing but an icy battle intent. He stared at the blood-seeping wound on Lin Qia's shoulder and spoke calmly, his voice as chilling as a cold wind from the abyss. The third slash. But in the next moment, spiritual energy erupted. The fiery energy that had already penetrated Tang Dongshan's body along with the spear suddenly exploded just as his blade's momentum faltered. Pooh! Tang Dongshan felt as if a scorching, violent force had instantly shredded his internal organs. He spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his innards, his face turning as pale as paper in an instant. A tidal wave of unbearable pain swept through his entire body. Adding to that, the tyrannical willpower that clung to his mental realm like maggots on a bone kept gnawing away at him. Under the dual assault, even though his resolve was as firm as a rock, his actions inevitably faltered for a brief moment. In a battle between masters, even the slightest hesitation could be fatal. However, Tang Dongshan suddenly let out a roar, like that of a wounded beast. Ignoring his severe injuries, his left hand shot out abruptly, gripping the spear embedded in his waist tightly, leaving Lin Qia with no chance to pull it out. Lin Qia's expression hardened as he noticed this. With his spear restrained, he still had his javelin. Without hesitation, he released the spear and, like lightning, his shield-wielding left hand darted toward his back. In the next moment, a short javelin, gleaming coldly, appeared in his hand. The Ma clan's shadow javelin. At such close range, there was no need to aim. Lin Qia flicked his wrist, and the short javelin shot forward like a silver serpent, aiming directly for his opponent's face. Tang Dongshan stared at the fatal glint rapidly enlarging in his pupils. He spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes flashing with madness and determination. His third slash was just about to strike. Dodge? No, he would not dodge. Tang Dongshan was gambling. He bet that his blade was faster and fiercer. He knew Lin Qia was betting that he wouldn't dare to risk mutual destruction. But he would pour all his life and will into this third slash to end the fight. Even if his head was pierced, as long as Lin Qia fell first, the victory would still be his. The third slash. In the live stream, accompanied by tens of millions of viewers, the entire audience collectively held their breath at that moment. Even the two gold-tier commentators unconsciously fell silent, their eyes filled with tension and awe. Time seemed to slow infinitely in that instant. Tang Dongshan's figure, in the eyes of everyone, transformed into an eternal streak of brilliance. He infused all his life, will, and even soul into this final slash. The dazzling blade light was as bright as daylight yet eerily silent. Facing this slash, Lin Qia's gaze was disturbingly calm. He neither retreated nor dodged. He knew he could neither retreat nor evade. The only thing he could do was one thing: block. Clang! A deafening crash reverberated throughout the martial stage. The alloy shield in Lin Qia's hand let out a sorrowful groan, unable to bear the overwhelming force the moment it collided with the dazzling blade light. In the next second, under countless horrified gazes, the shield cracked and shattered, disintegrating into a storm of flying metal fragments. The dazzling blade light, undeterred after shattering the shield, carried its unstoppable sharpness and crashed down. Ah! Lin Qia let out an uncontrollable cry of agony, filled with excruciating pain. Blood gushed out like a fountain from his right shoulder. His right arm was severed cleanly at the root by the slash. If he hadn't retreated to alleviate the force, half of his body might have been cleaved apart. It was only because Tang Dongshan's severe injuries had weakened the third slash's power. Otherwise, Lin Qia would likely have been killed instantly. However, just as Lin Qia screamed in pain and his right arm was severed, at that exact moment, the short javelin that had been ready to strike flew from his remaining left hand. PSHHH. The coldly gleaming short javelin seemed to defy spatial distance, piercing through Tang Dongshan's left eye with an incomprehensible speed and precision. The sharp javelin tip passed unimpeded through the back of his skull, even tearing out a blood-streaked fragment of his skull, exposing the fragile brain tissue within. Tang Dongshan's final thought was to remain standing, to greet the end of this battle as a victor. Yet, when he saw the man opposite him, though missing his right arm and drenched in blood, still standing resolutely, not collapsing as he had imagined, the light in his sharp eyes finally faded completely. Lin Qia, victory! The crisp system notification rang out, declaring the end of this brutal battle. In the next second, two white lights flashed simultaneously. Two medical personnel in white uniforms appeared on the martial stage as if teleported, rushing to provide emergency treatment to the unconscious Tang Dongshan and the bloodied, still standing Lin Qia. Lin Qia glanced at his now empty right shoulder, feeling the searing, bone-deep pain. Yet a bitter, wry smile appeared on his face. Damn it, that 10 grand of medical reimbursement was totally worth it. In the broadcast studio, the two gold-tier commentators were already frozen in place. The live stream, after a few seconds of eerie silence, utterly erupted. The barrage of comments exploded like nuclear bombs, flooding the entire screen with unprecedented density. WTF? What did I just see? What did I just witness? Was that mutual destruction? This isn't a match anymore. This is a real fight to the death. Too brutal. Too tragic. Damn it, I cried. Brother Spear. Forever a legend. Tang Dongshan may have lost, but he lost with honor. This is a true warrior. This is the spirit of our galactic martial university. To be reborn through death, to never retreat. My mom asked why I was watching the stream on my knees. In the student dormitory, Bai Mushi's face was already streaked with tears. Droplets of sorrow slid down her cheeks, soaking her clothes. Her heart felt torn between two opposing emotions, overwhelming joy for his victory and deep worry for his injuries. When she saw Lin Qia's right arm severed and blood gushing out, her heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly by someone, the pain almost suffocating her. Only when the final victory notification appeared on the holographic screen did her suspended heart settle slightly. Without hesitation, she trembled as she typed out a message to Lin Qia. Bai Mushi, darling, are you okay? Meanwhile, in the next room, on the 298th floor, room 165, a stifled scream of excitement and trembling erupted from Yi Qinghan's room. Ah! Her usually cold and sharp face was flushed crimson, burning hot. She threw herself onto her soft bed, clutching a pillow, rolling back and forth. Lin Qia's figure, like a brand, was seared into her mind, impossible to erase. The moment of his severed arm, the final desperate counterattack, his blood-soaked, solitary figure standing tall. Each scene acted as a powerful catalyst, causing her blood to boil, her heart to race, her breath to quicken. At the same time, in training room 2202 of the 10th teaching building in the school's core area, Lin Yuechan stood alone, quietly watching the enormous holographic screen. The screen replayed the brutal battle. When she saw Lin Qia win the duel at the cost of losing his arm, a complex expression emerged on her face. In the main broadcast studio, a long silence passed before the male commentator regained his voice. His face, flushed with excitement, radiated both shock and fervor. He leapt from his commentator's seat, waving his arms and roaring with all his might. A miracle! We witnessed a miracle! Lin Qia! He did it! He created another miracle. He defeated the invincible Tang Dongshan. With an undefeated record, he advances to the final match. He will face the top-ranked Chen Xuani. In Chen Xuani's lounge, the three members of his think tank had fallen silent. They watched the replay of Lin Qia's final shot on the screen, their faces filled with shock. Just as they had anticipated, Lin Qia had indeed fought his way to the end, becoming the opponent in the final match. Medical Center. Thanks to the most advanced nanomedical robots, Lin Qia's severed right arm had been reattached. Although it was wrapped in thick biological bandages, the intense pain had long disappeared under the effect of highly efficient painkillers. For the next hour, he couldn't engage in vigorous activity to avoid affecting the healing process. This was the first time Lin Qia had experienced such VIP treatment. Of course, he hoped he would never have to go through it again. The previous match had been a close call. Fortunately, his martial will had impacted Tang Dongshan's performance. At the same time, his mastery of basic shield techniques and footwork had been just barely sufficient for such a battle. At that moment, the door to the ward was gently pushed open. A familiar figure, carrying a faint fragrance, quickly walked in. "Honey!" When Bai Mushi saw him, tears welled up in her eyes again. She hurried to the bedside, carefully holding his intact left hand, her voice trembling with sobs. You scared me to death. Silly girl, I'm fine, aren't I?" Lin Qia looked at her tear-streaked face, his heart aching. He quickly used his left hand to gently wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes, softly comforting her. "See, my hand is reattached. I'm okay." Bai Mushi sniffled, looking at his bandaged right arm, but her tears flowed even more fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Qia felt helpless and could only gently pull her into his arms, letting her release her emotions in his embrace. However, just as the two were sharing a tender moment, the door to the ward was pushed open again. A tall figure stood hesitantly at the doorway, holding a delicate gift box of nutritional supplements. When she saw Lin Qia and Bai Mushi tenderly embracing, she froze instantly. It was the girl who lived next door, Yi Qinghan? What was she doing here? Yi Qinghan hadn't expected to open the door and see Lin Qia comforting the woman named Bai Mushi in his arms. Horror! Heart suddenly clenched, overwhelmed by an inexplicable bitterness and grievance. She stood at the doorway, unsure whether to enter or leave, feeling momentarily at a loss. In the end, she mustered her courage, cleared her throat, and broke the awkward atmosphere with a deliberately calm tone. Ahem. What a coincidence. This dry opening line instantly made the atmosphere in the ward even more delicate. Lin Xie looked at her with some confusion, while Bai Mushi instinctively sat up straight from Lin Xie's embrace, her tear-streaked eyes filled with vigilance and scrutiny. Are you here to visit? Lin Xie broke the silence. First, yes. Yi Qinghan stiffly nodded, placing the gift box of nutritional supplements on the bedside table, her gaze wandering, avoiding direct eye contact with them. My family's company needs some reproductive data. I heard you were injured, so I stopped by to check on you. I was wondering if we could discuss cooperation. She didn't even know why she had come here. Wasn't the plan to let other women test the waters first? Yet, in a moment of impulse, she had come directly. What puzzled her even more was why she had used such a clumsy excuse to explain herself. It was so embarrassing she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Stopped by? From the 298th floor to the medical center? And to discuss cooperation? Bai Mushi looked at Yi Qinghan, her vigilance deepening. What exactly was this woman up to? Reproductive data? How was she planning to obtain it? Thank you, we'll talk about the collaboration later. Lin Xie nodded politely without saying much. After all, the other party was a company heiress, and it was necessary to give her some face. Moreover, he seemed to have hurt her quite badly, so showing some courtesy now was only appropriate. The hospital room fell into an awkward silence again, and the air seemed to freeze. Yi Qinghan stood there, feeling completely out of place. Her hands, accustomed to controlling everything, nervously clutched at the hem of her clothes, unsure of where to put them. She stole a glance at Lin Xie with her peripheral vision and sought his bandaged right arm. That inexplicable emotion surged in her heart. Once more, she took a deep breath, as if summoning great courage, and finally spoke again, her voice several tones lower, carrying a hint of concern she herself hadn't noticed. Your hand, is it okay? It's fine. The doctor said it'll be better after 2 days of rest. Oh, that's good. The conversation broke off again. Yi Qinghan felt her cheeks begin to flush and knew she couldn't stay any longer. Staying would only make things more awkward. Well, you guys talk, I'll head out first. She left this sentence behind and quickly walked out of the hospital room as if fleeing. However, just as she reached the door, she suddenly seemed to remember something. She turned back abruptly, her face flushed, and said, "How about we add each other as friends?" Lin Xie nodded, opened his terminal, and prepared to accept the request, only to find that his friend request list was already buried under a 99+ notification. He scrolled for a while before finally finding Yi Qinghan's avatar among the countless requests and clicked accept. It was only then that he noticed the request had been sent on the first day after the competition ended. Yi Qinghan watched Lin Xie's actions and also saw the exaggerated list of friend requests. Her cheeks instantly turned as red as an apple. It turned out she had sent the request long ago, but he had treated her like countless other strangers and completely ignored it. She felt as if her last shred of dignity had been shattered. Unable to stay any longer, she turned and ran away immediately after adding him as a friend, her retreating figure looking utterly embarrassed. Watching her flee, Bai Mushi frowned even more deeply. She turned to Lin Xie and asked softly, "Honey, what's wrong with her?" A woman's intuition is always frighteningly sharp. Lin Xie was momentarily at a loss and chuckled helplessly. "How would I know?" "All right then." Bai Mushi wanted to say more but, seeing Lin Xie's calm expression, ultimately swallowed her words. She knew now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. "Honey," she said, gripping Lin Xie's hand again, her expression becoming incredibly serious, "the finals are coming up soon, do your best." Though she was deeply worried, she knew the only thing she could do at this moment was to give him her utmost trust and encouragement. Lin Xie looked at her worried little face, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. He clasped her hand tightly in return, letting silence speak louder than words. "Mainly, I won't jinx myself." 3 hours later, the medical pod's repair cycle ended. Lin Xie moved his recovered right arm, although he could still feel a faint discomfort, which affected about 3% of his condition. The overall recovery rate of 97% was far better than expected. At this moment, Lin Xie recalled the scene from the previous match where Tang Dongshan had been struck by a javelin through the head and collapsed. That shot had been delivered without any hesitation. After all, Tang Dongshan's 3 strikes had been equally lethal. In such life-and-death moments, any hesitation would mean his own demise. Lin Chia opened his terminal, which was filled with messages from a few freshmen or senior students. Lin Chia didn't have many friends to begin with. Qian Koan, Lin Bro. Awesome. Chun. Chue, Lin Chia, that shot of yours was amazing. Lin Chia replied to each message, explaining that he had mostly recovered and casually asked about Tang Dongshan's condition. Soon, they responded. Chen Koan, that guy Tang Dongshan, his brain was practically blown out by you. I estimate he'll have to lie in the medical pod for at least 10 days to half a month before he can come out. Chen Shuwei, that's good. Tang Dongshan is out of life-threatening danger and is currently undergoing brain tissue repair. The recovery period is expected to be 10 to 15 days. Cellular replication technology will compensate for the missing parts of his brain, but over the next year, he may experience occasional short-term memory loss. This is a normal side effect and won't affect his basic life or training. Lin Chia hadn't expected such severe brain damage to be treatable. He thought for a moment and sent Chen Shuwei a message. That's good. On the other side of the screen, Chen Shuwei saw these brief 5 words and bit her lip lightly. On the light screen, the message she had just typed was still flashing. Good luck in the finals, I'll treat you to a meal after the match. She hesitated for a moment but ultimately deleted the line word by word. This man's mind was now 100% focused on the upcoming finals. Any invitation unrelated to the battle might annoy him, so forget it. In the end, she only sent one sentence, don't worry. Wishing you success in the finals. Meanwhile, Lin Chia started chatting with Qian Kuan. Such severe brain damage can be treated? I thought it was certain death. Brother Lin, you're usually busy with training, so you might not have noticed. This is called cellular targeted replication technology, a cutting-edge science that has only matured in the past 7 or 8 years. But only Terra and a few top-tier provincial cities have the equipment and expertise for it. As long as there's no abyssal contamination, emergency rescue within half an hour, and the brain isn't completely destroyed, it's fine. Lin Chia recalled what Bai Mushi had mentioned, that the current entrance exams were entirely different from before. Was all of this due to the technological advancements of the past 7 or 8 years? The reason why Galactic Martial University dared to arrange such an entrance exam was also because of Terra's top-notch medical technology. Galactic Martial University, Arena Number 1. This was the focal point of the entire First Academy District and even the city of Terra at this moment. Above the arena, dozens of drones hovered and danced, transmitting every detail of the scene in real time to major live streaming platforms from various angles. In the main broadcast room, the number of online viewers had surpassed an astonishing 10 million. Students and teachers from various academies, as well as many social elites who had heard the news, flocked to the official main broadcast room to witness the birth of this pinnacle showdown. Before the match officially began, major sponsors continued their relentless bombardment. Surpass your limits, forge your legend. Ducey Nutritional Liquid, make you faster and stronger. Dixie Smart, your most caring housekeeper. Xingmi Combat Suit, the first combat suit for young people. The entire arena, rather than being a battlefield for a life-and-death showdown, was more like a carnival of capital and technology. Lin Chia had no idea how much sponsorship Galactic Martial University had received. The ad time alone lasted a full hour. And during this hour, Lin Chia's right arm had almost 99% recovered. After the ads ended, the 2-star commentators in the main broadcast room were already in position. Their voices trembled slightly with excitement as they built up the momentum for this highly anticipated final showdown. Dear viewers, welcome to the Galactic Martial University Freshman Entrance Exam Finals. Today, we will witness the birth of a champion here. The 2 opponents, one is the undefeated king, Chen Xuani, renowned for his flawless record, and the other is the biggest miracle of this year's exam, Lin Chia, who climbed from rank 9,988 all the way to the finals, also with a flawless record. This will be a true pinnacle showdown, a fateful battle to determine who is the strongest freshman of this year. Will it be Chen Xuani defending his kingly glory, or Lin Chia achieving a dark horse victory to create a new legend? Let's wait and see. With their passionate introduction and the thunderous cheers of the crowd, 2 figures slowly walked into the martial arena from their respective entrances. Chen Xuani took a 3-pronged, double-edged blade from the weapon rack. The black combat suit he wore shimmered under the lights with a glow akin to moonlight. It was Night God, the flagship product newly launched by Yehua Technology, priced at a staggering 1 billion credit points. Next, under the gaze of tens of millions of viewers, Chen Xuani calmly retrieved 3 syringes filled with orange, silver, and green liquids from the tactical pouch at his waist and injected them one by one into his neck. In the main live broadcast studio, the male commentator's voice suddenly became extraordinarily high-pitched. Practically shouting, he announced an astonishing piece of news to all the viewers. Dear audience, the substances Chen Xuani is using right now are the 3 groundbreaking civilian genetic serums from his group's subsidiary, Yachen Biotech, which are about to be launched simultaneously across the galaxy. The first one, Force God. It can forcibly enhance a warrior's genetic potential in a short time. Chen Xuani's genetic potential is already close to 25%, and with the boost from the Force God serum, his genetic potential will temporarily break through the 30% threshold. His base explosive power will directly reach a terrifying 3,000 kilograms. Based on Chen Xuani's mastery of the A-rank martial technique 7 kills of the breaking army, which has reached the entering the hall level, the instantaneous explosive force of each of his strikes will exceed 30,000 kilograms. This is a terrifying figure capable of instantly killing any warrior of the same rank. Even challenging higher levels would be a breeze. The second serum, codenamed Awakening God. It can increase a warrior's mental strength by more than 50% in a short time. The third serum, codenamed Spirit God. It similarly enhances a warrior's total spiritual energy and recovery speed by over 50%. This series of shocking data was like a barrage of heavy bombs, instantly igniting the entire live broadcast studio. The comments section exploded with a frenzy of messages, so dense it flooded the entire screen like a nuclear blast. Holy crap! 30% genetic potential? 30,000 kilograms of explosive force? Is this guy even a freshman? Cheating! This is officially sanctioned cheating. It's over, it's over. Brother Gun is going to get obliterated. How can anyone fight this? They're not even in the same league. This is the power of a top-tier family? Terrifying. Just hand the championship to Chen Xuani already. What's the point of fighting? Isn't this just bullying? Isn't this normal? The path of martial arts is paved with resources. Whoever has money is stronger. How can you train in martial arts without money? In Tiantai City, inside the boys' dormitory, Bai Mujie was dumbfounded. 30% genetic potential? That was the threshold for a 3-star warrior. It was the level of those lofty instructors at their Tiantai Martial Arts Normal University. And now, this was merely the performance of a freshman at the Galactic Martial Arts University? Bai Mujie's worldview was shaken like never before. He instinctively glanced at his roommates, who were engrossed in playing the holographic game King of Martial Gods. They seemed completely uninterested in the Galactic Martial Arts University freshman exam finals happening far away on Terra. At that moment, Bai Mujie finally understood why his roommates were indifferent to the Galactic Martial Arts University competition. It turned out that the joys and sorrows of people were not connected. To them, the Galactic Martial Arts University competition on Terra was like a battle of gods in another dimension, unreachable and unreal. It wasn't even the same playing field, not even the same world. Just as ants wouldn't concern themselves with wars among humans, the gap was too vast to resonate. They were people from 2 different worlds, destined never to intersect, let alone connect. In the student dormitory, Yi Qinghan was also staring intently at the light screen when she saw the 3 groundbreaking potions used by Chen Xuani. Her heart sank involuntarily. She unconsciously bit her lip. The martial artist enhancement potion that her own Xinku Biotech group was so proud of, even its most advanced version, could only boost genetic potential by 15% for a short time, and it came with some side effects. Meanwhile, the Force God potion from the Chun Corporation's biotech company could elevate genetic potential from 25% to 30%, meaning it could increase by 25% on the original basis. Her company's technology had fallen behind to such an extent? Her gaze then shifted to another figure. Images of that indestructible marksmanship and the domineering will capable of burning everything flashed through her mind, causing Yi Qinghan's cheeks to flush uncontrollably. Not long ago, in a moment of impulsiveness, she had gone to the hospital under the clumsy pretense of seeking cooperation to approach him. At the time, she felt nothing but embarrassment and shame. But now, that excuse might actually be worth proposing to her family. That man carried 2 Many secrets, especially his unfathomable martial will, which far exceeded everyone's understanding. Perhaps his reproductive data could reveal the mysteries within, providing new insights into enhancing martial will quality or even other breakthroughs. She was absolutely not trying to get closer to Lin Xie. It was all for her family's business. On the martial stage, Lin Xie could clearly feel the aura of the man opposite him surging at a visibly insane rate. He seemed like a prehistoric beast awakening bit by bit. The terrifying sense of oppression even sent a chill down Lin Xie's spine. So this is the strength of the number one rank? However, Lin Xie's gaze remained as calm as water. There was no trace of fear in his heart, only boundless fighting spirit. As the bell rang, the match officially began. Without hesitation, Lin Xie unleashed his level 6 martial will blazing fury, which had long been integrated with him. Buzz! A terrifying will capable of incinerating everything and destroying the heavens and earth swept across the entire martial stage like an invisible storm, crushing fiercely toward Chen Xuani at the center. Chen Xuani's body trembled violently. He could clearly feel a scorching will, more terrifying and domineering than he had imagined, frantically assaulting his mental world. The first-class holy war medal on his chest began to heat up slightly, emanating an iron-blooded and solemn aura to resist the scorching will rushing toward him. Even with the protection of the military soul, it couldn't completely block the invasion of this higher level, more domineering will. He could clearly feel that his strength was suppressed by at least 30%. The genetic potential that had just been forcibly boosted to 30% by the potion was now brutally suppressed to around 20% under this terrifying will. Chen Xuani's heart sank. Fortunately, he was prepared. He looked at the calm-faced man opposite him and couldn't help but feel a trace of admiration. Grandpa was right, there's always someone stronger out there. If someone like Lin Xie had been born in the era of pioneers, he might have grown into a martial god. But now, he could only serve as his stepping stone. Perhaps in the future, he could be recruited into the Chun Corporation as a henchman. Lin Xie realized that his martial will didn't dominate as absolutely as it had before, and he was slightly surprised. But the spear in his hand didn't pause for even a moment. The best defense is offense. His footwork shifted, and his entire body shot forward like a cannonball toward Chen Xuani. The spear in his hand transformed into a streak of black lightning, launching the first attack. However, Chen Xuani's reaction was equally swift, like lightning. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his three-pronged blade tracing elegant, yet deadly arcs in the air, its overwhelming momentum meeting Lin Xie's spearhead head-on. Clang, 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 clang. The crisp sound of clashing metal echoed through the training ground like a torrential downpour. Chen Xuani's swordsmanship was both dazzling and domineering, with every move containing endless variations. On the other hand, Lin Xie's spear techniques, though seemingly basic, were incredibly solid, pushing speed, precision, and ruthlessness to the extreme. Every strike and thrust of his, while appearing unremarkable, was exceptionally stable, perfectly blocking all of Chen Xuani's attack routes. For a moment, the two were locked in an intense battle, evenly matched and unable to determine a winner. In the main live broadcast room, the two star commentators had already gone wild. Their voices, hoarse with excitement, narrated the lightning-fast battle to tens of millions of viewers at breakneck speed. "My God! They're going at it," the male commentator practically shouted. Chen Xuani's 7 slashes of the Conqueror is unstoppable, while Lin Xie's spear techniques, though basic, are flawless. The pace of their offense and defense is pushed to the absolute limit. This is a true peak showdown. Exactly, Mr. Zhang, the female commentator's voice was filled with tension and excitement. We can see that Lin Xie, facing Chen Xuani's storm-like attacks, not only chose not to defend but instead opted for an even more aggressive counterattack. He's using his strongest approach to directly confront Chen Xuani. The live chat was flooded with comments like OMG and 666. Is this really a fight between freshmen? Too fast. I can't even see their movements clearly. This is what a true clash of titans looks like. Everything before this was just child's play. Brother Spear is amazing. To hold his own against Chen Xuani's relentless assault. Not just holding his own, I feel like Brother Spear is even gaining the upper hand. Exactly. While Chen Xuani's swordsmanship is flashy, many of his attacks are being neutralized by Brother Spear with the simplest moves. In the student dormitory, Qin Xiaoxiao was both training and watching the live broadcast. When the battle on the screen began, her movements came to a halt. Her cold, clear eyes flickered with a complex light. To outsiders, Lin Chia's mastery of basic martial techniques seemed to have reached perfection, returning to simplicity, completely suppressing Chen Xuanyi's seemingly dazzling swordsmanship. But only someone like Qin Xiaoxiao, who had actually fought both of them, understood that the reality was far more complicated than it appeared. Every block and thrust from Lin Xie, though seemingly effortless, actually pushed his strength, speed, and reflexes to their absolute limits. The physical and mental toll on him was no less than that of Chen Xuanyi's grand, sweeping sword techniques. At this rate, what appeared to be an evenly matched duel would ultimately turn into a battle of endurance and reserves. By then, the deciding factor would be who had more potions and whose potions were stronger. Scenes of her own battles against the two flashed through Qin Xiaoxiao's mind. Losing to Lin Xie had been like being overwhelmed by a volcanic eruption of domineering will, pierced through the heart by a single spear, quick and decisive. Though humiliating, it was at least straightforward. Losing to Chen Xuanyi, however, was a completely different experience. It was being slowly worn down by his absolute strength, having every ounce of resistance chipped away, every shred of fighting spirit extinguished, until she was utterly drained and defeated. Who could possibly match the resources of the heir to the Chen family conglomerate? The answer was self-evident. On the training ground, Chen Xuanyi felt a sense of relief when he saw Lin Xie choosing to engage in direct combat. As long as it was a head-on clash, as long as it was a battle of attrition, victory was guaranteed to be his. In terms of supplies, potions, and stamina, who could possibly outlast him, Chen Xuanyi? What he truly feared were lunatics like Tang Dongshan, who disregarded all logic and decided life or death within 3 strikes. As long as he played it safe, drained his opponent's stamina and willpower, victory would be within his grasp. The fierce battle on the training ground raged on. The clash of metal rang incessantly, sparks flew, and fierce winds howled. However, as time passed, the balance of the battle began to inevitably tilt in Chen Xuanyi's favor. Although Lin Xie's martial will was strong, he still had an insurmountable gap compared to Chen Xuanyi in terms of techniques, martial skills, and even basic physical attributes. Chen Xuanyi's profound mastery of techniques ensured that the spiritual energy within him flowed endlessly, as if it would never run dry. His more refined grade A martial skills made every attack unpredictable and threatening. In contrast, Lin Xie, though solid in fundamentals, had overly simplistic moves, making prolonged defense impossible. Under Chen Xuanyi's storm-like attacks, Lin Xie's stamina quickly drained, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. Slash! 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 Brilliant flashes of blade light streaked across, and Lin Xie's $1,000,000 Guardian combat suit instantly bore several deep gashes that exposed bone. Bright red blood spurted from the wounds, staining his black combat suit. Despite Lin Xie's terrifying suppression through martial will, Chen Xuanyi's genetic potential still maintained around 20%. Meanwhile, Lin Xie's genetic potential had only just reached 18.6%. Not to mention, Chen Xuanyi's techniques and martial skills were far superior to Lin Xie's. With this widening gap, Lin Xie gradually fell into a disadvantage. In the livestream room, the voices of the 2 gold-tier commentators grew heavy. It was all to activate the gesture recognition function in the Night God combat suit. The cell activation agent, which had long been placed in the hidden slot of the combat suit, was silently injected into his body at the moment of the move change. The agent's effects erupted instantly. He could clearly feel every exhausted cell in his body being reactivated at this moment. Filled with unprecedented vitality, his physical strength, mental state, and even spiritual energy all returned to their peak condition in an instant. Lin Xie looked at Chen Xuanyi, whose aura not only hadn't diminished but had grown even stronger than at the start of the battle, and only one thought remained in his mind: this guy is cheating. Instinctively, he reached for the tactical pouch at his waist. Inside lay a bottle of system-rewarded Dragon Vitality Agent. Damn it. You use it, I use it too. Let's see whose is stronger. Almost at the same moment Chen Xuanyi's aura surged, Lin Xie made the same move. His left hand darted into the tactical pouch at lightning speed. In the next instant, a syringe appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he plunged the needle fiercely into his neck. In the main broadcast room, the 2-star commentators went wild upon seeing this scene. Oh my god! Lin Xie is injecting himself. This is the first time Lin Xie has used an agent in combat. Is this his trump card? The female commentator's voice trembled with excitement. Lin Xie is going all out against Chen Xuanyi. But, the color of this agent doesn't look like a booster agent. The male commentator was skeptical. Is Lin Chiye using a healing agent? Or a stamina recovery agent? Either way, he hasn't given up. He's still fighting. The live chat exploded instantly. Whoa whoa whoa. One Shot Bro is using an agent too. Fight. Go all out. One Shot Bro, take him down. One Shot Bro has an agent too? How did I not know this? This is going to be good. Both are using agents now. Let's see whose is stronger. Come on, One Shot Bro's agent looks like stamina water. Are you kidding? Stamina water is injected into the neck? Forget it, One Shot Bro's agent can't compare to Chen Xuani's. Yeah, no matter how tough One Shot Bro is, the result will be the same in the end. True, in terms of agent resources, One Shot Bro is far behind Chen Xuani. On the martial stage, Chen Xuani shook his head and sighed inwardly as he watched Lin Chiye's futile move. Competing in agents? You're bound to lose. However, in the next second, the calm expression on his face froze. As the dragon vitality agent was injected, an indescribable warm current, seemingly capable of elevating the soul, swept through Lin Chiye's entire body in an instant. He could clearly feel every exhausted cell in his body being reactivated, strengthened, and transcended at this moment. All the wounds on his body visibly healed. His nearly depleted physical strength, mental state, and even spiritual energy were restored and surged at an astonishing speed, even surpassing their peak. He felt as if he had transformed into a god walking among mortals, brimming with infinite power. Chen Xuani also noticed the change in Lin Chiye's aura. This agent seems strong. But I can inject 2 more doses. How many can you take? Chen Xuani no longer held back, unleashing all his power without reservation. The 3-pronged blade in his hand seemed to transform into a black lightning bolt tearing through the heavens. On the other side, Lin Chiye slowly straightened his body. His deep eyes no longer showed any trace of fatigue, replaced by a golden glow like the ever-burning magma deep within a volcano. Come! A low shout erupted like thunder. Under the stunned gaze of tens of millions of viewers, the two figures once again transformed into streaks of light tearing through space, colliding fiercely. Clang! 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 On the martial arts field, the clash of metal rang out like a torrential storm, sparks flying, fierce winds howling, transforming the entire area into a death zone. Although Lin Chiye's physical condition had returned to its peak, he still fell slightly short in the face of Chen Xuani's superior base attributes and more refined A-grade martial techniques, being forced into retreat step by step. However, whenever his breath became slightly disordered and his stamina was about to decline, the mysterious energy from the vigorous dragon elixir within him would surge like a rushing river, instantly replenishing him and bringing him back to peak condition. He was like a cheat code with infinite life and energy. No matter how fierce Chen Xuani's attacks were, he could withstand them steadily and recover his state in an almost shameless manner. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes passed. In the main broadcast room, the 2 gold-tier commentators were already shouting themselves hoarse, their voices raspy. Yet their excitement remained at its peak. My God! What is going on here? The male commentator practically roared. Lin Chiye, he blocked it again. Yes, Mr. Zhang. The female commentator's voice was also filled with shock. We can see that Chen Xuani's attacks are becoming increasingly fierce, but Lin Chiye is like an immovable reef. No matter how great the impact, he can recover completely in the next second. How on earth is he doing this? The live chat exploded. Whoa! I'm completely dumbfounded. What kind of monsters are these two? Why does it feel like Chen Xuani is falling behind the more he fights? One Gun Bro's elixir must be an unreleased new product. Who would have thought that behind One Gun Bro lies a massive capital powerhouse? Meanwhile, all the executives from biotech groups and companies following the match were unable to sit still. They picked up their terminals and used all their connections to frantically investigate the mysterious elixir Lin Chiye was using. Dr. Li, the data model is out. Based on the duration of the effects and the recovery curve, this level can't be achieved with the raw materials currently available in our galaxy. Whale Technology Board of Directors? Countless encrypted communications were circulating wildly within the upper echelons of the 0755 galaxy. Students at the Galactic Martial Arts University immediately received instructions from their elders to use all their networks to find out who was behind the sudden emergence of One Gun Bro Lin Chiye. While they hadn't seen products from the 0755 galaxy before, just by observing the effects and performance, they could roughly guess the source. However, Lin Chia's elixir was completely incomprehensible. They couldn't identify or deduce its origin. Could it be the latest product from the Taurus main star? Or even the newest creation of a cross-galaxy biotech giant? Was Lin Chia backed by such terrifying forces? On the martial arts field, the more Chen Xuanyi fought, the graver his expression became. He could clearly feel his stamina and strength slowly but irreversibly declining over time. Meanwhile, the guy opposite him seemed like an inexhaustible monster. No matter how he attacked, Lin Chia could always recover to his best state in the next second. This was completely illogical. What kind of elixir was he using? How could its effects last so long? In the moment of Chen Xuanyi's mental distraction, Lin Chia keenly seized the fleeting opening. Clang! The spear in Lin Chia's hand, like a venomous dragon lying in wait, finally revealed its deadly fangs. The gleaming tip of the spear broke through Chen Xuanyi's impenetrable defense at an unbelievable angle, piercing precisely into his left shoulder. Squelch! Blood instantly stained his black combat uniform. This was the first time Chen Xuanyi had been injured since the match began. However, just as Lin Chia was about to detonate the psionic energy at the tip of his spear, Chen Xuanyi reacted. He let out a muffled groan, his body suddenly retreating, and astonishingly, he forcibly pulled out the spear tip that had not fully pierced him with his own flesh and blood. In the main broadcast studio, the two-star commentators were momentarily struck speechless by this scene, utterly shocked. Unbelievable. He's injured. Chen Xuanyi is injured. The male commentator's voice was hoarse with excitement. Lin Chia. He did it. He successfully broke through Chen Xuanyi's defense and left him with his first wound. Yes, Mr. Zhang. The female commentator was equally stunned. After a fierce 20-minute exchange, Lin Chia finally seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack. The outcome of this match now seems more uncertain than ever. The live chat exploded instantly. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. What did I just see? Chen Xuanyi actually got injured? Spear Bro is insane. He managed a counter kill? So strong. Are these two even human? I'm freaking out. This is what a true peak showdown looks like. Qin Xiaoxiao stared at the unbelievable scene. On the screen, her usually cold eyes showing genuine emotion for the first time. She had thought the outcome of this match was already set in stone. But now, this man had actually forced Chen Xuanyi into a position where he was injured, relying solely on his own strength. Could it be he really has a chance to win? In another dorm room, Yi Qinghan's face was flushed with excitement, her entire body trembling slightly. She watched the man on the screen, standing bloodied yet calm, her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her chest. At that moment, her personal terminal rang. It was her father, Yi Tianxiong, calling. Hello, Dad. She forced herself to suppress the surging emotions in her heart, trying to keep her voice steady. On the other end of the line, Yi Tianxiong's voice came through. Qinghan, do you know Lin Chia? The one currently in the freshman exam finals, Chen Xuanyi's opponent. Yi Qinghan's voice trembled slightly. Dad, what's wrong? You're all freshmen. See if you can get to know him and investigate his background. Use all your connections to find out everything about him, especially the origin of the potion he's using. Hearing her father's words, Yi Qinghan's heartbeat quickened. On the battlefield, Chen Xuanyi looked at the wound on his shoulder, which continued to bleed, his expression dark and grim. He suddenly snapped his fingers. It was the most basic gesture recognition. The same cell activation potion as before. The syringe, already stored in the hidden slot of his combat suit, was instantly injected into his body again. The effects of the potion erupted once more. His stamina, depleted from the intense battle, was instantly restored to its peak. The wound that had been bleeding profusely began to close and stop bleeding at a speed visible to the naked eye. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that his foundation would lose to an unknown underdog. He still had potions, but what about his opponent? How much longer could he hold on? Chen Xuanyi's expression was as dark as ever, but he had no time to think further, as Lin Chia's attacks came sweeping in again like a violent storm. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing was more intense and piercing than ever before. Sparks erupted in the center of the battlefield like dazzling fireworks. The two figures moved so fast they became a blur, colliding and intertwining in a frenzy in the arena. The flashes of blades and spears, each clash unleashing a terrifying force capable of tearing through steel. The entire battlefield trembled slightly under the cataclysmic aftershocks of their fight. In the main broadcast studio, the voices of the two-star commentators were already hoarse, but they still gave it their all, shouting to narrate this epic showdown for tens of millions of viewers. They're still fighting. They're still going at it. 30 minutes straight. This is the longest match in the entrance exam for freshmen at the Galactic Martial Arts University. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Lin Xie has single-handedly dragged the godlike Chen Xuanyi into the most brutal war of attrition. Everyone watching the live broadcast was utterly shocked. They had initially thought this would be a one-sided crushing victory. But now, what they were witnessing was a peak duel, evenly matched and impossible to predict. On one side was a top-tier genius with deep foundations, excellent equipment, and an ample supply of potions. On the other side was a mysterious king with iron will, astonishing recovery, and seemingly endless stamina. This battle had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. And at the center of the battlefield, Chen Xuanyi felt it most deeply and was the most shocked. The man before him was the real monster. Every time he thought he was about to exhaust his opponent's stamina and claim victory, the slightly disordered breathing of his opponent would suddenly surge back to its peak in an instant. It felt as if there was an inexhaustible energy source hidden within the man. No matter how much he tried to deplete it, he could never extinguish it completely. A perpetual motion machine? This absurd and terrifying thought uncontrollably surfaced in Chen Xuanyi's mind. Impossible. Even if such a potion existed, how could the opponent's body withstand it? I've been exposed to potions since childhood, and even with such resistance, I can only use the cell activation potion 3 times in a short period. How could Lin Xie possibly manage it? Absolutely impossible. He looked at the man opposite him, whose gaze remained as calm as still water, and for the first time, a sense of absurdity arose in his heart. Could I actually lose? No. I can't let this continue. Chen Xuanyi's eyes instantly became incomparably resolute. He knew he couldn't let himself be dragged down by his opponent's bizarre rhythm any longer. He had to end this quickly. At that moment, he clearly felt the peak state brought on by the cell activation potion, beginning to show signs of decline within his body. Now's the time. He let out a roar, and the trident in his hand changed its form once again. Like Mount Tai crashing down, it carried an overwhelming force as it smashed toward Lin Xie's head. The gesture recognition function of the Night God combat suit was triggered once more. The last cell activation potion, hidden in the secret compartment, was instantly injected into his body. This was his final potion. He had to use this last burst of energy to completely crush the enemy before him, before his stamina was entirely depleted. However, what greeted him was still Lin Xie's rock-solid defense. Clang! The alloy shield in Lin Xie's hand once again met the attack with precision. The massive impact sent him retreating repeatedly once more. But this time, he was no longer as disheveled as before. He only stepped back 3 paces before firmly planting his feet, dissipating the terrifying force entirely. Chen Xuanyi watched this scene, and the sense of powerlessness in his heart grew stronger. His storm-like offensive still couldn't break through Lin Xie's seemingly simple yet impenetrable defense. Was he really going to be dragged to death? This absurd and humiliating thought caused a sharp, indescribable pain in his proud heart. No, I absolutely cannot. Not just because his physical strength was exhausted, but more critically, the effects of the 3 doses of new drugs injected before the match had finally begun to wear off. His strength was fading, agility declining, and spirit wilting. As his physical condition deteriorated rapidly, the martial will that had been pestering him like a swarm of mosquitoes finally found a breakthrough. Boom! Lin Xie's blazing fury, martial will surged like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly shattering Chen Xuanyi's already crumbling mental defenses. It poured into his spiritual world, burning everything within. Ah! Chen Xuanyi let out a piercing scream. He finally understood the extreme fear and despair felt by Qin Xiaoxiao, Xiaoying, and all the other opponents who had lost to Lin Xie. Before, the feeling of being engulfed by an endless sea of fire, with their very souls burned to ashes. Finally, at the moment when Chen Xuanyi's offensive stalled, Lin Xie moved. The spear in his hand was no longer used for blocking or counterattacking. It transformed into a black lightning tearing through space, striking with an unstoppable force. Thud! The cold spear tip, without suspense, pierced through Chen Xuanyi's body once again. This time, it was his heart. Spiritual energy exploded. His heart shattered. Yet, Chen Xuanyi let out a roar like a wounded beast. With the last shred of his willpower, he forcibly suppressed the severe injuries within his body and swung. Chen Shuwei swept in with her interview team. Like a whirlwind. Her charming face was lit up by an inexplicable gleam in her eyes, as if threads of light could be drawn from them. Looking at the boy in front of her, whose combat uniform was torn, she felt her heart race. So handsome. Lin Xie, Jr. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement as she prepared to hand him the microphone. At that moment, a familiar figure squeezed in. It was the counselor, Zhao Wenba. With a broad smile, Zhao Wenba unceremoniously pulled Lin Xie aside, away from the live broadcast camera, while casting a stay calm glance at Chen Shuwei. Lin Xie, this is fantastic. You've really brought glory to us. Zhao Wenba said excitedly, patting his arm, lowering his voice, and speaking quickly. To keep it brief, let me tell you something first. According to school regulations, during your time at the university, the school holds unified management and commercial cooperation rights over your name, image, and portrait. Of course, this is to concentrate resources and help you maximize your benefits, you understand? Lin Xie nodded. It seemed there was a sponsor involved. Seeing that Lin Xie wasn't resistant, Zhao Wenba continued with satisfaction. Xingmi has promised 12 million, paid over 6 months. Most importantly, for your 4 years in college, they'll provide you with the latest model of top-tier combat suits for free. 12 million? And top-tier combat suits for free? Lin Xie was slightly surprised but quickly calmed down. Thinking about it, it wasn't that strange. After all, he had secured first place, the first place at Galactic Martial University. That was a huge advertising effect. They were only offering 12 million. The latest top-tier combat suits were clearly for advertising purposes, and of course, they'd be happy to provide them. Lin Xie asked, Mr. Zhao, do I have to wear Xingmi combat suits during my time at university? Zhao Wenba smiled and said, for the next 6 months, it's mandatory. Lin Xie nodded, understood. Not bad, he could get 12 million and a set of Xingmi top-tier combat suits worth 30 million within the first 6 months. As for what happens after 6 months, he might even secure a higher endorsement fee. And there's more. Zhao Wenba continued, Dusi Group is directly giving you 5 million in cash, buying out 1 year. Plus, during your time at university, you can use their concentrated nutrient liquids in unlimited quantities for free. Another 5 million, along with an endless supply of cultivation supplements. Not bad, not bad. Lin Xie suddenly felt that this path was turning out quite well. What do I need to do? Lin Xie asked straightforwardly. Zhao Wenba nodded in satisfaction, pulled him back in front of the camera, and handed him a cue card. Just read 2 lines of add copy into the camera. Make it quick, strike while the iron is hot. Lin Xie took a deep breath, accepted the microphone handed over by Chen Shui's team, and, under countless curious gazes, cleared his throat and read in a slightly stiff tone, Xingmi. The first combat suit for young people, and my first combat suit. He paused briefly and continued with the second line. Dusi nutrient liquid, faster, stronger, and I love it too. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire live broadcast room fell silent for a second, followed by an explosion of even more intense comments. Whoa! Champion ads, absolutely killer. Faster, stronger? One shot bro, you're hilarious. Xingmi and Dusi hit the jackpot with these ads. Zhao Wenba clapped his hands in satisfaction, signaling that it was done, and handed the stage back to the utterly stunned Chen Shuwei. Facing the camera, Chen Shuwei quickly adjusted her expression, her face brimming with excitement as she said, Champion. Congratulations to Lin Xie for winning the championship. May I ask, is there anything you'd like to say to the fans who supported you? Lin Xie raised his head and saw the senior's eyes, which seemed eager to devour him whole. His temper gradually flared. A temptress. This was way too alluring. He took a deep breath and calmly said, Thank you all for your support. Then, Chen Shuwei looked into his seemingly burning eyes, feeling her cheeks grow even hotter. She instinctively licked her dry lips and asked, What do you plan to do next? To celebrate this great victory? Would this junior understand what I mean? Chen Shuwei could feel the volcanic passion surging within Lin Xie, along with the unmistakable intensity of his aggressive gaze. However, Lin Xie simply shook his head and said, Go home and celebrate with my wife. Wife? Chen Shui's smile froze instantly, her eyes filled with surprise. This junior actually had a wife? A top-tier family? A marriage of resources? Chen Shuwei was utterly shocked. Lin Qiye's background clearly stated that he came from an ordinary worker's family in Haicheng's grain district. Was it all fake? Chen Shuwei scrutinized Lin Qiye, thinking to herself, so that's how it is. Only someone from an even more elite background could defeat the top-tier second generation. Her gaze toward Lin Qiye completely changed. So what if he had a wife? Those were just political marriages, superficial at best. In reality, relationships between martial artists didn't need to be so complicated. She, Chen Shuwei, didn't care. However, facing Chen Shuwei's eager gaze, Lin Qiye simply said, "Alright, I can't wait any longer. That's it for now." With that, he stood up, hastily ended the official interview, and left the martial arts arena without looking back. He was silently cursing to himself. This vigorous dragon potion definitely had issues. Why did his inner reactions grow stronger every time he looked at this senior? Why did it feel like her gaze was glowing? This was getting out of hand. He had to go home. Although it felt like Chen Shuwei was hinting at something, suggesting that tonight's victory celebration might lead to something more. Who knew if she was just toying with him? If he acted impulsively and she rejected him, what would he do then? Better to wait for his wife at home. Safe. Reliable. He even thought of Bai Mushi's clear eyes, tearfully calling out, "Husband, I can't take it anymore." Bai Mushi might not be ready yet. Then, uncontrollably, he thought of Lin Yuechan's elegant face. Lin Qiye shook his head violently, almost overwhelmed by the heat. What kind of fantasies were these? He needed to get home first. Watching Lin Qiye's hurried departure, Chen Shuwei stood frozen in place for a long time. Was I just rejected? Lin Qiye walked briskly, ignoring the various astonished, admiring, and reverent gazes cast his way. Many students mustered the courage to approach him, hoping to add him as a friend, but he waved them off without stopping. However, just as he stepped out of the core area, a familiar and gentle figure under the street lamp ahead made him stop in his tracks. "Qiye!" Bai Mushi saw him, her eyes sparkling like stars lighting up the night. Lin Qiye quickly stepped forward. In the astonished gazes of the students who wanted to befriend him, he pulled the girl with the slightly rounded belly into a tight embrace. The next second, everyone was stunned as he lowered his head and kissed her. The last day of July, for updates completed. Dear readers, please send some rewards. A new August, and the new plot will be even more exciting. Not far away, Yi Qinghan, who had just arrived, witnessed the scene. She watched the two tightly embracing and passionately kissing under the street lamp, feeling an invisible pain in her heart, so bitter it was hard to breathe. She stared intently at Lin Qiye's back, her eyes filled with intense jealousy and unwillingness, emotions she herself couldn't understand. I just want to kill that woman and take her place. After a long while, the two separated. Lin Qiye directly picked up Bai Mushi, whose face was flushed and legs were weak, carrying her in his arms. Ignoring the shocked gazes around them, he strode toward the student dormitory. Left behind were shattered glasses on the ground and a group of stunned freshmen. Soon, the forum of Galactic Martial Arts University was flooded with gossip posts like Lin Qiye's mysterious girlfriend, freshman champion's love, a catalyst for martial arts or a stumbling block, and breaking news. Champion's girlfriend's belly slightly swollen, suspected pregnancy. These posts sprouted like mushrooms after the rain. Photos, videos, and various angles of candid shots spread across the campus network, instantly going viral. Hot topic hashtag freshman champion Lin Qiye, already married, hashtag original. Poster, Pegasus Meteor third kick. Guys, I'm speechless. I was just about to get close to brother Lin Qiye when I saw him passionately kissing a girl under the streetlight. After the kiss, he carried her away in a princess hold. That possessiveness, that boyfriend power, absolutely off the charts. Attached are 9 high-definition photos. One ST commenter, martial arts enthusiast, holy crap. Is this for real? The guy who defeated Chun Xian from the Chun group is actually indulging in romance? 2ND. Commenter, defying heaven, you're thinking too small. Didn't you notice the girl's belly? Slightly swollen. What does this mean? It means brother Lin Qiye is incredibly strong and full of vitality. This is the true demeanor of a powerhouse. 3RD commenter. Daily life of an old senior, TSK, young people these days. Back when we enrolled, our mentors would constantly remind us. The path of martial arts is rugged and lonely. Severing emotions is the only way to reach the peak. Romantic entanglements will only slow down your cultivation. But now, it seems times have changed. 4th commenter, a bowl of noodles in my belly, you guys don't get it. This is definitely a political marriage. Someone like Lin Xie, who's a monster in martial arts, can't possibly come from an ordinary family. There must be a massive force behind him. This woman is likely from another top-tier faction, and their union is a strategic alliance, a resource exchange. 5th commenter, fireworks enthusiast, sob, my newly crowned male idol is already taken, and he's even married. My youth is officially over. Countless people were discussing it. The man who was revered as a freshman legend actually had a partner? And her belly was slightly swollen, suspected pregnancy? From a young age, they had been taught martial arts principles, with teachers constantly emphasizing, focus solely on cultivation to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Romantic relationships would only slow down the speed of drawing your sword. If you wanted to start a family, you should wait until your martial arts journey had come to a halt. And Lin Xie's partner might even be pregnant? This was simply. Could it be that the beliefs they had held since childhood were wrong? Xin Xiaoxiao stared at the posts that analyzed everything in detail, painting Lin Xie's background as an epic and grand tale, feeling both shocked and bewildered. She even began to doubt her own memory. That boy from the entrance exam, wearing cheap combat gear, hailing from a remote agricultural district. That boy who brushed past her on the commercial street, utterly unremarkable. Could he really be the heir of some hidden aristocratic family? How was this possible? Looking at the posts mentioning pregnancy again, she immediately showed a disdainful expression. Talking about a swollen belly. As martial artists, shouldn't we focus on cultivation? Starting a family should only happen when one's strength can no longer improve, right? In another dorm room, Yi Qinghan was equally puzzled. She clearly remembered that at the charity gala for fertility, Lin Xie was seated among those lower-class martial artists willing to sell their reproductive data for tens of thousands of credit points. Later, her secretary even told her that those struggling small families were fighting fiercely over Lin Xie's reproductive data. Would a true heir of a top-tier family do such a thing for a mere tens of thousands of credit points? Moreover, the terminal Lin Xie used was the most basic version. Could it be that he had truly taken the concept of low profile to such an extreme, leaving no detail overlooked? At this moment, Lin Xie, the man who had stirred up all this commotion, had long since left the external chaos behind. Holding his gentle and lovely wife, he walked briskly forward, completely ignoring the shocked and curious gazes around him. Bai Mushi's cheeks were as red as fire, her face buried deeply in his chest, her body heating up, so embarrassed she could hardly breathe. Scoundrel! It's all because of this scoundrel. How am I supposed to face people in the future? As soon as they returned to the dormitory and the door closed, Lin Xie could no longer suppress the volcanic desire surging within him. He gently placed Bai Mushi on the soft bed, his eyes burning with undisguised possessiveness. Wife. His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a kind of magic that could make one's heart tremble. Bai Mushi was flustered by his fiery gaze, her body weak, instinctively trying to retreat. But in the next second, she was tightly embraced by his passionate and firm arms. Husband. Wife. Lin Xie's voice was resolute and confident. This time, it will definitely succeed. Bai Mushi understood he was referring to the Xian Su Heart Sutra. Looking into his eyes, which seemed to burn with flames, and feeling the domineering and powerful aura emanating from him, her unease miraculously calmed. She obediently nodded, gently stroking her slightly rounded belly, and said, "Be gentle, the baby has been a bit restless lately." In an instant, the raging flames completely consumed her again. The following tens of thousands of words are omitted. 1 minute and 5 seconds. Bai Mushi couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her eyes once again brimming with crystalline tears. Husband. I'm sorry. Lin Xie sighed inwardly but still wore a gentle smile on his face. He softly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and comforted her tenderly. Don't say such silly things. There's progress this time. Isn't there? You're almost catching up to the time it takes me to poop. However, the effects of the vigorous dragon potion were still ongoing. Lin Xie felt the flames within him burning even stronger, showing no signs of dissipating. No way. If this continues, I'll suffocate from this unrelenting energy. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the desire surging within him, and got out of bed. He couldn't just waste time here, he had to find a way to vent it. Go to the reproductive management center? The thought arose but was immediately dismissed. No way. The Reproductive Management Center had regulations to ensure success rates and the health of martial artists. There must be at least a 3-day interval between projects, and only one attempt was allowed. Practice martial arts. Like in battle, pouring all his energy into endless combat might temporarily make him forget the raging flames within. Absolutely not because of Lin Yuechan's remark, "When you can make it into the top 100, I'll teach you." The Xian Su Heart Sutra. Cough cough, I definitely don't harbor unrealistic fantasies about Lin Yuechan. Soon, with the broadcast of Chen Shui's exclusive interview and the rampant spread of various rumors, an even more shocking truth surfaced. That woman wasn't Lin Xie's girlfriend, she was his wife. Oh my god. Wife? This news, like a deep water bomb detonating, instantly caused an unprecedented uproar among the entire freshman group. Married at this age? Could this be the legendary political marriage that only top-tier aristocratic families engage in? For a time, various speculations and discussions arose. I've been saying it all along. Brother One Shot is definitely not some grassroots dark horse. Exactly. Look at the potion he used in the finals, its effects were even stronger than Chen Xianyi's. That must be a top-tier new drug. Right. To defeat Chen Xianyi, how could he possibly be an ordinary person from the food district? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be an unimaginably powerful force behind him. Could it be a hidden family from the Taurus main star? Or perhaps a cross-constellation? Super financial conglomerate? Countless speculations rendered Lin Xie's identity increasingly mysterious and unfathomable. Inside the 2202 training room, Lin Yuechan had just finished an intense training session. Her face was slightly flushed, and her body was drenched in fragrant sweat. She picked up a towel to wipe off the sweat and casually opened her personal terminal to browse various trending posts on the forum. When she saw the speculations about Lin Xie's mysterious background, her delicate and charming face revealed an expression of mixed amusement and helplessness. A hidden family? A super conglomerate? Her mind couldn't help but recall the scene from the freshman reception day when she first met Lin Xie. That slightly reserved young man, that gentle and shy girl, and those two middle-aged men with mediocre abilities who displayed an extremely humble attitude toward her. They seemed to have no connection whatsoever with a hidden family or super conglomerate. However, a trace of doubt flickered in Lin Yuechan's eyes. During the finals, the potion Lin Xie used indeed raised suspicions. Its potency and duration had already surpassed the manufacturing capabilities of the 0755 star system. Could it be? Just then, Lin Yuechan's personal terminal suddenly rang. She saw the familiar name flashing on the screen, and a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. She casually swiped to answer the call. "Ms. Yuechan, sorry to bother you," Lin Xie's slightly urgent voice came from the other end of the line. "May I ask, is the 2202 training room available now? I'd like to use it." Lin Yuechan's surprise deepened upon hearing this. He had just finished the finals and secured first place in the entrance exam. Wouldn't a normal person take some time to relax and enjoy the joy of victory? Yet he wanted to dive straight into training without even resting? Could this be the reason behind his astonishing achievements? Or perhaps, could this young man have some inappropriate thoughts? Thinking of this, her cheeks involuntarily flushed slightly. However, Lin Yuechan did not refuse. After a moment of contemplation, she said calmly, "Come over." 10 minutes later, the door to the 2202 training room slid open. Lin Xie's figure appeared at the entrance, his breathing slightly hurried, and a fine layer of sweat glistened on his forehead, indicating he had rushed over. Lin Yuechan leaned against the weapon rack, arms crossed, watching him leisurely. Her sharp phoenix eyes scanned him up and down, her expression a mix of amusement and scrutiny. "Young man, such fiery energy," she remarked. Lin Xie felt uneasy under her gaze, his anxiety intensifying. He forced himself to suppress his inner restlessness and said in a deep voice, "Ms. Yuechan, I'm ready to start training." "No rush," Lin Yuechan replied nonchalantly, raising her hand slightly, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. "Wait a bit longer." "Wait?" Lin Xie froze, his gaze involuntarily falling on her combat suit, which perfectly outlined her curves. In this situation, facing such a stunning beauty, he found it impossible to maintain a calm mind. Not to mention, the effects of the vitality potion hadn't worn off yet. Seeing his somewhat stiff expression, Lin Yuechan's smile deepened, clicking her tongue in amusement. "Look at that, young people are so full of energy, it's practically overflowing." Lin Xia's cheeks warmed slightly, and he couldn't help but retort, Ms. Yue-chan, I seem to recall we had an agreement. He had thought Lin Yue-chan would tease him with a few words, as she had done before, and then find an excuse to leave. Leaving would be best, no lingering around to distract him. However, to his surprise, Lin Yue-chan fell silent for a moment after hearing his words. Seeing her rare silence, Lin Xia's heart tightened, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Could it be? Did she actually take it seriously? As soon as this thought arose, it was like a spark igniting dry wood, instantly setting off a raging fire in his already restless heart. The boundless energy from the vigorous dragon elixir, mixed with his most primal desires, erupted violently. Martial will, fierce blaze, buzz. A will more ferocious, scorching, and aggressive than ever before surged uncontrollably from him, like an awakened ancient volcano, sweeping through the entire training room in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yue-chan's expression changed dramatically. She felt a terrifying aura capable of burning her very soul to ashes, crashing into her mental world. Like the shockwave of a supernova explosion. Lin Yue-chan involuntarily took a step back, but her sharp phoenix eyes suddenly lit up. Your martial will? How could this be? How could it be so strong? Lin Yue-chan was filled with doubt and shock, but her body's reaction was faster than her thoughts. Boom! An equally scorching, domineering, yet more refined and pure will erupted from her petite frame like a suddenly awakened phoenix, forcefully meeting Lin Xia's ferocious aura head-on. The two fierce blaze martial wills, originating from the same source, clashed violently in mid-air, igniting the very air in the training room and causing the temperature to soar dramatically. Lin Yue-chan's heart was in turmoil. How was this possible? A freshman who had been at the academy for less than a month, a boy she had personally witnessed starting from scratch to comprehend martial will, was now unleashing a willpower that could rival hers, even faintly suppressing her. This was beyond genius, it was monstrous. How much time had passed? His martial will had undergone such a massive transformation? The refinement, dominance, and the seemingly all-consuming power of this will had already faintly touched the threshold of true essence. 1 month, from beginner to peak martial will? It was simply unbelievable. Yet the reality was right before her, undeniable. At the very moment this fiery martial will reached its peak, a completely different, bone-chilling martial will descended without warning. The coldness, like the icy winds of the underworld, instantly permeated the fiery domain, carrying a killing intent capable of severing all life. Icy desolation. The intensity of this martial will was no less than the previous one. Buzz. In an instant, the two scorching, domineering, fierce blaze wills and the icy desolation will formed a fragile yet terrifying balance in the small training room, confronting and restraining each other. At this moment, the door to the training room slid open. A stunning figure dressed in a pink combat suit, with a fiery and alluring presence, gracefully walked in. Her beauty was breathtaking, her demeanor seductive, and her peach blossom eyes seemed to radiate charm at every moment. The woman glanced around at the scene of this fiery and icy confrontation, finally fixing her gaze on Lin Yue-chan. Her red lips curved into a captivating smile, and her voice was sweet and alluring. Oh my, Yue-chan, your training room is so lively today. I almost got burned myself. Lin Yue-chan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xia, and the refined and pure fierce blaze will emanating from her instantly vanished without a trace. As Lin Yue-chan withdrew her will, Lin Xia immediately felt the oppressive confrontation that had nearly crushed his spirit ease by half, and the pressure reduced significantly. The newly arrived woman chuckled softly and similarly withdrew her icy desolation. Only then did Lin Xia react, hurriedly forcing himself to rein in his own uncontrollable, ferocious will. The flames that had swept through the training room were finally, with great difficulty, locked back into the cage of Lin Xia's mental world. Lin Yue-chan calmly introduced, this is Si Qingwan, the supervising teacher of the Tribunal Society. Qingwan, this is the Lin Xia I mentioned to you. Oh? Si Qingwan's gaze landed on Lin Xia as if it had substance, scanning him from head to toe with great interest. Her red lips curved into a captivating smile. I know, you're the top freshman of our year, right? I watched the competition. Then, she chuckled softly and said, Yue-chan, you're really something. The competition just ended, and you couldn't wait to bring him to your training room? Her tone carried a hint of teasing, making Lin Xia feel like prey being watched by two lionesses. Lin Yue-chan frowned in displeasure. Stop talking nonsense. He's just full of energy and came here on his own to burn it off. Full of energy? Si Qingwan licked her seductive lips, her gaze growing even more alluring. So much vitality that it's practically overflowing. Little brother, would you like me to help you channel it? Lin Yuechan's brows instantly shot up. She glared at her. Si Qingwan, I brought you here to check if there's any issue, not to flirt with him. Lin Xie was caught between laughter and tears. Teachers, is there something wrong with me? Si Qingwan let out a soft laugh, ignoring his question. Instead, she stepped closer to him, leaned in slightly, and sniffed lightly near his neck. A rich fragrance mixed with her warm breath, making Lin Xie freeze instantly. The scent of youth. I like it, Si Qingwan murmured, her breath warm and teasing. She revealed a look of intoxication and whispered softly to Lin Xie, little brother, ever considered me? My teaching methods are much gentler than someone else's. At these words, Lin Xie felt like his mental world, the volcano ignited by the vigorous dragon potion, had been mercilessly detonated with an entire truckload of explosives. Boom! His mind went blank, his string of rationality humming loudly, on the verge of snapping. He regretted it deeply, regretting why he hadn't just gone to a public training room instead of coming to Lin Yuechan's territory. He had come to vent his energy, but now? This wasn't venting, it was adding fuel to the fire, hastening his demise. Lin Yuechan, this woman, was simply inhuman. Flirting with him was one thing, he could endure it. But she had even called another stunning woman over. One was an icy, explosive presence like an impending volcanic eruption, blazing rapid fire. The other was seductive like a demon, yet carried a chilling frost deep within, icy death's embrace. Fire and ice, a pincer attack. What kind of new trial was this? What exactly did these two gorgeous teachers want? Or perhaps these two dazzling women just found it amusing to watch a hot-blooded young man like him struggle on the brink of losing control? Si Qingwan. Lin Yuechan finally lost her patience, her voice turning cold in an instant. She stepped forward, directly pulling Si Qingwan away from Lin Xie's side, her gaze icy. If there's nothing wrong, leave immediately. Oh, why so petty? Si Qingwan chuckled, gracefully spinning with the force of Lin Yuechan's pull. She showed no trace of anger and even took the opportunity to cast a bewitching glance at Lin Xie. In the next moment, an exquisite business card shot out from her terminal, hovering in front of Lin Xie. Lin Xie, add me as a friend. If you ever have any questions during your training, you can always ask me. Si Qingwan's smile, both innocent and seductive, made Lin Xie's heart race. Honestly, who could refuse such a stunningly beautiful and unfathomably powerful teacher? His hand rose almost instinctively, and the light screen of his terminal lit up. Lin Yuechan's patience finally ran out. Without hesitation, she grabbed Si Qingwan, who was still smiling, by the arm and directly shoved her toward the door. Bang! The heavy alloy door slammed shut with a resounding noise, cutting off Si Qingwan's melodious yet provocative laughter from the room. The training room instantly fell silent. Lin Xie's hand hovered in midair, the light screen of his personal terminal displaying Si Qingwan's friend request. The profile picture showed Si Qingwan's dignified smile, completely different from the alluring and captivating face he had just seen. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xie decisively pressed, accept. Adding a friend was no big deal, right? Teacher Lin Yuechan treated him well, and teacher Si Qingwan was also a teacher at the school. Having one more person to consult with was definitely a good thing, wasn't it? Yes, that's it. It absolutely wasn't, because this beautiful teacher was both stunning and charming. The air seemed to still carry two distinctly different yet equally enchanting fragrances, one as cool as snow, the other as rich as orchids. They intertwined like invisible hooks, constantly stirring his agitated blood, which had been unsettled by the potion, making him feel as if ants were crawling all over his body. He exhaled deeply, his gaze regaining sharpness and determination. He couldn't think about it anymore. He had to do something immediately, or he feared this pent-up energy would drive him to the brink of collapse. Training. Only intense training could suppress all of this. His eyes, like unsheathed swords, locked onto the weapon rack not far away. Just as he was about to head toward the weapon rack, his personal terminal vibrated slightly, interrupting his movement. A message popped up. The sender was Yi Qinghan. The message was polite, with a hint of cautious probing. Hello, Lin. Sorry to bother you. May I ask if you're available tomorrow? My family's Shinka Biotech Group would like to discuss a long-term strategic cooperation project with you. Shinka Biotech Group? Lin Xie's gaze slightly sharpened. He remembered that Yi Qinghan's family business had been mentioned at that fertility charity gala. It specialized in collecting top-tier martial artists' reproductive data for developing gene Optimization potions and conducting compatibility research for martial techniques. Using my reproductive data for research? What a joke! My reproductive data should only be used for reproduction, not as experimental material for analysis. Lin Qiye didn't hesitate and directly replied, not interested. The message had barely been sent when Yi Qinghan replied almost instantly, her tone filled with urgency. Lin, we didn't explain clearly. The compensation for the cooperation is 1 million credits per session. Additionally, we can sign the highest level confidentiality agreement to absolutely ensure that your reproductive data will not be used for any form of reproduction. To Yi Qinghan, this was undoubtedly the best offer in the world. For martial artists willing to sell their reproductive data, their biggest concern was the secret cloning or reproduction of their offspring, leading to endless ethical and legal issues. Shinka Group's absolute non-reproduction clause was designed to alleviate such concerns, serving as a guarantee of integrity and safety. Looking at this message, Lin Qiye almost laughed in anger. Not used for reproduction? Then what use is this cooperation to me? What I want is to expand my lineage, to have many descendants. Who cares about some ridiculous research project? The flame of frustration in his heart, stoked by this untimely conversation, burned fiercely, consuming the last shred of his patience. In a cold tone, he typed his final reply, I'll say it again, not interested. I have no interest in your company's project. Don't contact me again in the future. Why did it feel like every woman today was playing games with him? In the dormitory next to Lin Qiye's, Yi Qinghan tossed and turned on her soft bed, unable to sleep. Her usually proud and delicate face was now filled with grievance and frustration. The glow of her phone terminal reflected in her slightly trembling eyes. She kept her ears perked, carefully listening to the sounds from the neighboring room, afraid of disturbing him. Only after confirming that everything was completely quiet over there did she muster the courage to send the first message. But the result was such a cold response. Why? She couldn't understand. A collection fee of 1 million per session was a fortune for any martial artist. Moreover, the XINK Group also provided top-notch security guarantees, promising it would never be used for reproduction. Such conditions were enough to attract countless martial artists, so why did he reject it without hesitation? He clearly accepted the fertility projects of those 12 small families. Wait, fertility projects? This thought flashed through Yi Qinghan's mind like lightning, leaving her completely stunned. She suddenly sat up from the bed, her eyes first showing a trace of disbelief, which was quickly replaced by shock. She had discovered the key point. He rejected the exorbitantly priced research project offered by XINK Group, which was guaranteed not to be used for reproduction, yet he accepted those fertility projects whose rewards were far inferior but whose sole purpose was to have children. Could it be that he didn't care about money or research at all, and what he truly wanted was children? As soon as this thought emerged, Yi Qinghan's expression instantly became peculiar. Then, an uncontrollable surge of heat rose from her heart to her head, dyeing her cheeks and ears with a captivating blush. No way. Could he really be that kind of person? Thinking about Lin Qiye's obsession, even fervent pursuit, of having children, Yi Qinghan's worldview was shaken like never before. Her heart raced uncontrollably as she realized she had uncovered Lin Qiye's secret. She took a deep breath, her trembling fingers typing a line of text on the terminal. What if it's about the fertility project? However, time ticked by. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The screen remained silent, with no reply at all. Yi Qinghan's heart sank bit by bit as time passed. Had she guessed wrong? Then why wasn't he replying? Could it be? A more despairing thought surfaced in her mind. He didn't dislike the research project, he disliked me? At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if the sky had collapsed. Why? Meanwhile, Lin Qiye was completely immersed in his training, entirely unaware that Yi Qinghan had sent him another message, as he had muted her notifications. Holding a long spear, he practiced the moves of the basic spear techniques in the spacious training room. Thrust, lift, chop, sweep, smash. Every move was executed with meticulous precision. The boundless energy from the vigorous dragon elixir found its perfect outlet at this moment, like a raging river, fully unleashed through each spear strike. His body was heating up, his muscles were singing, and his focus was sharper than ever. In this extraordinary state, within just a few minutes, he felt the threshold of beginner level was already within reach. Outside the training room, Lin Yuechan's face was cold. "Si Qingwan, since you've confirmed that Lin Xiye has no issues and shows no signs of abyssal contamination, hurry up and leave." Si Qingwan's alluring smile gradually faded, but the interest in her peach blossom eyes only grew stronger. "Don't be like that. I think Lin Xiye and I could get to know each other better. Are you rushing me away because you're afraid I'll steal your chance?" She dragged out her tone, looking at Lin Yuechan meaningfully. Lin Yuechan's gaze sharpened, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I didn't say anything," Si Qingwan chuckled softly, strolling leisurely, her voice low and penetrating. "I'm just stating the truth." She stopped walking, stared directly into Lin Yuechan's eyes, and said word by word, "Lin Yuechan, you and I have been stuck at the peak of the condensed form stage for 5 whole years now. Have you really never considered using the Guiyuan heart method to break through the martial arts bottleneck?" This statement hit Lin Yuechan's heart like a heavy hammer. The Guiyuan heart method, a B-level technique that had been widely circulated among the upper circles 50 years ago. It is a one-time auxiliary cultivation technique that fuses the purest power of primal yin or yang with martial will, tempering it day and night. Once used, there is no second chance. The conditions for cultivation are extremely stringent. The practitioner must be unscathed and must have reached the transcendent realm before the age of 25 to qualify for cultivation. Simply put, in the 0755 star system, only true geniuses have the potential to cultivate it. When encountering a member of the opposite sex with martial will of the same level, this technique can be activated. Through the ultimate clash of spirit and flesh, the harmony of yin and yang, and the intense collision and fusion of two peak martial wills without reservation, it forcibly tears through the bottleneck barrier, creating a fleeting yet critical opportunity for breakthrough for the one who initiates the technique. Lin Yuechan's martial will had been stuck at the peak of the condensed form stage, a seemingly short step away, yet as insurmountable as an abyss, for 5 whole years. She could clearly feel the unbreakable barrier, and even had a despairing premonition that without a monumental stroke of fortune, she might remain trapped here for another 10 years, or even longer. As for saving the precious, one-time opportunity of the Guiyuan heart technique for after her martial will reach the true essence stage, that was likely an unrealistic fantasy. Martial will at the true essence stage corresponded to the mysterious realm beyond transcendence. To cultivate to the peak of true essence and then attempt to break through the bottleneck to touch the legendary extreme realm, how distant, how elusive that was. It was a path whose end might not even be visible within a lifetime. To gamble this one and only chance on such an intangible future was nothing short of a fool's dream. The bottleneck that had plagued her for 5 years was the real shackle that needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Si Qingwan, watching Lin Yuechan's expression freeze in an instant, licked her vibrant red lips. Her eyes sparkled with fervent desire, her gaze seemingly piercing through the walls to fall on the young man training with all his might. Besides, his vitality is so abundant, and he's the undisputed top freshman of this class, with limitless potential. Compared to those aging men whose vitality is waning, I'd much rather give my first time to him, Si Qingwan said, her gaze shifting back to Lin Yuechan with a faint smile. "I know you've thought the same thing. I have not." Lin Yuechan's face turned bright red in an instant, as if her secret had been exposed. She retorted with a mix of shame and anger, "Don't talk nonsense. Besides, we're transcendent beings. And he's just a martial artist. Doing this would harm his foundation." "Foundation? He's the top freshman, so his foundation is undoubtedly the best. What are you hesitating for?" Si Qingwan's tone carried a hint of mockery. "Are you afraid of gossip? A teacher making a move on her student? Lin Yuechan, we are transcendent martial artists. What we pursue is the pinnacle of martial arts, the ultimate in life, not the laughable opinions and rules of ordinary people." She stepped forward, closing in on Lin Yuechan, her voice lowering. "If you're unwilling, I am. I don't mind teaching him. For you, to see if our ice and fire can spark something extraordinary." "You!" Lin Yuechan's breath caught instantly, her eyes blazing with fury. The pain of being unable to break through the bottleneck, the yearning for a higher martial realm, the shame of being seen through by a peer of the same level, and the strong possessiveness born from the instinct of a powerhouse to not let others seize the opportunity, all these emotions erupted at once. "How dare you!" Lin Yuechan growled through gritted teeth, suppressing her seething rage. Before the words had fully left her mouth, a violent, scorching will exploded from her body, like uncontrollable magma, instantly sweeping through the entire corridor. Si Qingwan's smile remained, as her sharp martial will rose to meet it head-on. Though martial Wills of ice and fire clashed madly in the narrow corridor. At the end of the corridor, a few passing students felt as if half their bodies were thrown into a furnace while the other half plunged into an icy abyss. The terrifying pressure that seemed to emanate from the depths of their souls made their legs go weak. They couldn't even scream, only able to crawl and scramble away in panic. Ha! Just as Lin Yuechan's fury was about to reach its peak, Si Qingwan suddenly laughed. The overwhelming chill receded like a tide, vanishing in an instant as if it had never existed. Then, she swayed slightly and turned to leave. Lin Yuechan stood alone in the empty corridor, motionless for a long time. Si Qingwan's words were like a pebble dropped into her once calm heart, stirring countless ripples. A bottleneck. Her martial will had been stuck at the peak of the condensed form stage for far too long. That sense of helplessness, of being unable to progress, no matter how hard she tried, had tormented her day and night. And now, a possible opportunity was right before her, within reach. But, in her mind, the image of Lin Qia's flame-filled eyes flashed. Pride and desire clashed fiercely within her heart. After a long while, she exhaled a deep breath. The confusion and hesitation in her cold phoenix-like eyes dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented determination tinged with a hint of madness and resolve. The path of martial arts is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. She suddenly turned around and pushed open the heavy door of the training room once more. This time, her gaze toward Lin Xie was complex yet fervent. Lin Yuechan stepped into the room, where the scorching atmosphere, a mix of boundless energy and sweat, was even more intense than when she had left. Lin Xie was holding a long spear, repeatedly practicing basic thrusts. The spearhead sliced through the air, producing sharp whistles. He had no idea what had transpired between the two women outside. He only knew that when he saw this woman reappear, saw the flames seemingly burning in her eyes, and felt the queen-like, domineering aura of power emanating from her, his already restless heart exploded with a roar. The flames in Lin Xie's eyes, already blazing, now sparked wildly, as if they were about to erupt in the next moment. Martial will, raging fire surge. Buzz. A wild, primal, and fiercely aggressive martial will burst uncontrollably from his body like a beast breaking free from its cage. At the same time, an equally scorching yet more refined and pure martial will descended like a queen, forcefully meeting his ferocious momentum head-on. The two identical, raging fire surge, martial wills clashed violently in the training room, as if igniting the very air. Lin Yuechan's sharp phoenix eyes gleamed with brilliance. Si Qingwan was right. He was the opportunity. He was the spark that could ignite her, enabling her to achieve her final transformation. The Firestone. The long-suppressed yearning and excitement for a higher realm instantly overwhelmed Lin Yuechan's once calm heart of a strong warrior. As she looked at the young man before her, whose eyes burned like stars, her proud heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. Lin Xie let out a frustrated growl, turning his back to her and pouring all his irritation and energy into the long spear in his hands. However, Lin Yuechan showed no intention of leaving. She slowly walked up behind him, her voice cold yet laced with a hint of provocation. "What's wrong? Still haven't vented all that fire?" Lin Xie's movements froze. Without turning his head, he said in a deep voice, "Teacher, my fire is intense. Don't push me." "Oh?" Lin Yuechan chuckled softly, her laughter echoing in the empty training room, clear and tantalizing. "And what if I do?" Her words were like oil poured onto the flames. Lin Xie spun around abruptly, staring at her with an intensity that seemed as if he wanted to devour the woman before him. At that moment, Lin Yuechan's mind suddenly flashed back to the finals, where Lin Xie had endured Chen Xuani's fierce attacks, showcasing an almost abnormal recovery ability and a formidable physique. A thought instantly formed in her heart. The corners of her mouth curved into a playful smile as she walked to the weapon rack and casually picked up an alloy spear. The spear vibrated slightly, emitting a clear humming sound. Then, she smiled. It was a smile Lin Xie had never seen before, one filled with unique charm. It was as if a 1,000-year-old glacier had suddenly thawed, revealing the molten lava beneath, tinged with a hint of madness and determination, and an ecstatic joy of meeting a worthy opponent. She slowly raised her hand, her snow-white fingertips lightly brushing her red lips, her voice lazy and husky as she asked, word by word, "Want to learn the Qian Su Heart Sutra?" Lin Xie immediately felt his mouth dry, his Adam's apple involuntarily moving up and down as he nodded. "Come," Lin Yuechan said, holding the spear and pointing it at Lin Xie from a distance, her gaze sharp and fiery. "Aren't you full of energy with nowhere to use it? Take one strike from me, and I'll teach you the Qian Su Heart Sutra." Lin Xiye was speechless upon hearing this. I'm hot-tempered, but I'm not stupid. You're a transcendent martial artist. And a 10-star transcendent at that. How am I supposed to take it? Come on, Lin Yuechan remained unmoved, lightly curling her fair fingers, her lips carrying a mysterious smile. I'll only use the same basic strength as you. Lin Xiye's gaze brazenly swept over Lin Yuechan's perfect curves, outlined by her tight combat suit, and an inexplicable fire and desire for conquest burned fiercely in his chest. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a single word, fine. Feeling his scorching gaze, Lin Yuechan's delicate face flushed slightly. This brat really has guts. A trace of annoyance flashed through her heart, and with a soft shout, she didn't thrust the spear straight as Lin Xiye had expected. Instead, she launched herself powerfully with her legs, leaping high into the air. The alloy spear in her hand, wielded like a battle staff, carried the force of 1,000 pounds as it smashed down heavily toward Lin Xiye's head. This strike was overwhelming, like thunder. Lin Xiye's pupils contracted sharply. Without time to think, his body instinctively reacted. With a low roar, he rooted his legs, engaged his core, and raised the small round shield in his hand above his head with force. A perfected basic shield technique. In the next instant, the spear and shield collided with a deafening crash. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed throughout the training room. Lin Xiye felt as if he had been hit head-on by a rampaging beast, his body completely out of control as he was sent flying backward. Bang! His back slammed heavily against the distant alloy wall, producing a dull thud. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted from Lin Xiye's mouth. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and his entire skeleton seemed on the verge of falling apart. Damn! Lin Yuechan's face turned pale as she saw the scene, rushing over in a panic. She had used too much force just now. Triggered by his aggressive gaze, her mind had momentarily faltered, and she failed to perfectly control her strength. Did she really cripple him? However, just as Lin Yuechan reached Lin Xiye's side, Lin Xiye's movements froze for a moment. Without turning his head, he said in a deep voice, "Teacher, my temper is flaring. Don't push me." Oh? Lin Yuechan chuckled softly, her laughter echoing clearly and seductively in the spacious training room. What if I push you? This single sentence was like pouring oil on a fire. Lin Xiye abruptly turned around, staring at her intently, his gaze as if he wanted to devour the woman before him. At that moment, a scene from the finals flashed through Lin Yuechan's mind, Lin Xiye enduring Chen Xian's attacks head-on, showcasing his near-unnatural recovery ability and formidable physique. A thought instantly formed in her mind. The corners of her lips curved into an amused smile. As she walked to the weapon rack and casually picked up an alloy spear, the spear vibrated slightly, emitting a clear hum. Then, she smiled. It was a smile Lin Xiye had never seen before, one filled with a unique charm. It was as if a millennium-old glacier had suddenly melted, revealing the surging lava beneath, tinged with madness, determination, and the exhilaration of meeting a worthy opponent. She slowly raised her hand, her snow-white fingertip lightly brushing her red lips. Her voice carried a lazy, husky tone as she asked, word by word, "Want to learn the Xian Su Heart Sutra?" Lin Xiye immediately felt his mouth go dry, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily as he nodded. "Come," Lin Yuechan said, holding the spear and pointing it at Lin Xiye from a distance. Her gaze was sharp and intense. "Aren't you full of energy? If you can take one strike from me, I'll teach you the Xian Su Heart Sutra." Lin Xiye was speechless. "I may have a temper, but I'm not stupid. You're a transcendent martial artist. And a 10-star one at that. How am I supposed to take it? Come on, Lin." Yuechan remained unmoved, her fair fingers beckoning slightly, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. "I'll only use the same basic strength as you." Lin Xiye's gaze unabashedly swept over Lin Yuechan's breathtaking curves, accentuated by her tight combat suit. The nameless fire from the vigorous dragon potion, mixed with primal desire for conquest, burned fiercely in his chest. He gritted his teeth and forced out a single word, "Fine." Feeling his scorching gaze, as if it could melt her, Lin Yuechan's delicate face flushed slightly. This kid really has guts. A trace of annoyance flashed through her heart. With a soft cry, she didn't thrust the spear as Lin Xiye had expected. Instead, she suddenly exerted force with her legs, leaping high into the air. The alloy spear in her hands was wielded like a battle staff, carrying immense momentum as it came crashing down on Lin Xiye's head. The strike was powerful and swift, like a thunderbolt. Lin Chia's pupils contracted sharply. Without time to think, his body reacted instinctively. With a low roar, he rooted his legs firmly, engaged his core, and raised the small round shield in his hands above his head with all his might. A perfected level basic shield technique. In the next instant, the spear and shield collided with a deafening crash. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the training room. Lin Chia felt as if he had been struck by a rampaging beast. His body was completely out of control as he was sent flying backward. Boom! His back slammed heavily against the distant alloy wall, producing a dull, heart-stopping thud. Ugh! A mouthful of blood spurted uncontrollably from Lin Chia's mouth. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted, and every bone in his body was on the verge of breaking apart. Damn it! Lin Yuechan's face turned pale at the sight. She rushed over in a panic. She had used too much force just now. Provoked by his aggressive gaze, her mind had wavered, and she failed to perfectly control her strength. Could she have seriously injured him with that strike? However, just as Lin Yuechan reached Lin Chia's side, her heart filled with anxiety and chaos, an unexpected change occurred. From Lin Chia's seemingly frail body, a surge of boundless life energy suddenly erupted. One moment he was weak and breathless, the next he flipped over and stood up, fully restored to his peak condition. Lin Chia's physical injuries healed instantly, but the shock in his heart surged like a tidal wave. He had no idea that Lin Yuechan had momentarily lost control of her strength due to a slight disturbance in her mind. He thought this was the true essence of a transcendent martial artist. Even though they were using the same basic power, the force, technique, and even the way transcendent martial artists wielded their strength underwent a qualitative transformation. His pride, the perfected basic shield technique, turned out to be as fragile as paper in the face of a true master. Of course, the immediate priority wasn't marveling at Lin Yuechan's prowess, but rather, Lin Chia coughed and said, "Teacher Yuechan, does this count as catching it?" Seeing him like this, the last trace of worry in Lin Yuechan's heart dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented admiration and fervor. She looked at him, her cold and sharp gaze gradually softening, and her exquisitely beautiful face slowly blossomed into a breathtaking smile, more genuine and radiant than ever before. "Still calling me teacher?" Her voice became slightly lazy and husky, carrying a faint magnetism that gently stirred Lin Chia's heart. Lin Chia froze, unable to react. He saw the light in Lin Yuechan's phoenix eyes flicker, her lips curling into a smile that could captivate the world. Her red lips parted slightly. "Call me sister." Lin Chia felt the string of his rationality snap completely at that moment. The powerful energy from the potion, mixed with the extreme desire provoked by the stunning beauty before him, surged like a flood breaking through a dam, relentlessly assaulting his final defenses. His Adam's apple bobbed violently as he struggled to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. That, sister. When Lin Yuechan heard the trembling sister, the flames in her phoenix eyes burned even brighter. Good. Her voice was filled with deadly allure as she slowly straightened up and walked toward Lin Chia step by step. Just as the atmosphere of ambiguity and danger reached its peak buzz, a sudden, urgent communication request shattered the silence in the training room. Lin Yuechan's terminal rang. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes, but she still casually answered the call. "Hello?" A serious and urgent male voice came from the other end of the line. "Is this teacher Lin Yuechan? We've just received the highest directive. There's an abnormal energy fluctuation at Abyssal Rift number 13, suspected to be a high-level abyssal creature breaking through the seal. A state of emergency has been declared. You are required to report to the first assembly point within 1 hour. I repeat, within 1 hour." After listening, Lin Yuechan calmly replied, "All right, within an hour, no problem." With that, she decisively hung up the call. Lin Chia vaguely heard mentions of the Abyss, assembly, and 1 hour from the other end of the line. These few short sentences were like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, instantly sobering him up. An assembly within an hour? She's leaving? After teasing him to this extent, she's leaving? Don't do this to me. He stared at Lin Yuechan intently, feeling as though this woman had been deliberately provoking him from the start, just to see him lose control. "Woman, you're playing with fire." Just as Lin Chia's furious gaze was about to ignite her, Lin Yuechan took only a few seconds to think. Temporary missions, high-level abyssal creatures, none of it could stop the wild thought in her heart at this moment. She had already sorted out her priorities. She slowly turned around, the displeasure from being interrupted long gone, replaced by that dazzling smile as radiant as a blooming flower. She looked at Lin Xie, her red lips slightly parted, her voice carrying an undeniable dominance and allure. Continue. Now, let me teach you. Before her words had even finished, she suddenly lunged forward like a swift leopard, pouncing on him and pinning him to the ground. Instantly taken down. With the strength of a transcendent martial artist, Lin Xie had no way to resist. Little brother, she leaned down, her warm breath brushing against Lin Xie's ear, her voice tinged with a teasing smile. How much you can learn depends on your own ability. Thousands of words omitted. Inside the training room, two martial wills, both embodying blazing fury, collided like two erupting volcanoes, completely clashing with each other. Violent, scorching, and filled with primal aggression. The powerful energy from the vigorous dragon elixir within his body, along with his own martial will, surged like a flood finding an outlet, being wildly pulled and devoured by an invisible vortex. However, just as he was about to be completely assimilated and burned out by this terrifying will, the mysterious Essence Heart Sutra within him began to operate at high speed on its own. A profound and endless aura firmly protected his mind, allowing him to be repeatedly tempered and refined by this higher-level flame while even as he was being frantically drained. He could clearly feel that Lin Yuechan was cultivating some kind of domineering and incomprehensible technique. She was like a queen at the eye of the storm, commanding this soul-rending storm of will. 1 minute later, as this violent clash of will and desire reached its peak, Lin Yuechan, who had kept her eyes tightly shut, suddenly trembled. In her mental world, filled with raging flames, the bottleneck that had trapped her for 5 whole years was forcibly pried open by an imperceptible crack during this extreme collision. A pure and primordial martial intent, as if from the dawn of creation, flowed through this crack like the first light of dawn, instantly illuminating her once dark mental world. This is it. Lin Yuechan took a deep breath, and suddenly opened her eyes. Her martial will had not yet broken through to a higher realm, but she had seized that fleeting opportunity. The door to a higher level had revealed a tiny crack to her. What she needed now was time to reflect, to comprehend, and to fully grasp this opportunity, ultimately pushing open that door. The effects of the returning origin heart method had reached their peak, and the door that had troubled her for 5 years had finally opened a critical crack, and her body, in turn, was entrusted to the young man beneath her. As the storm subsided, Lin Yuechan slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Xie's sharply defined face, a complex and unprecedented sweetness welling up in her heart. He had helped her achieve the most significant breakthrough in her martial journey. In return, she should also help this young man with boundless potential. Lin Yuechan began to gently and firmly guide his chaotic energy. However, 2 minutes later, humph! Lin Yuechan let out an involuntary soft snort, her previously radiant eyes now showing a trace of undisguised disappointment. She rolled off Lin Xie with a swift and decisive motion, without the slightest hesitation. Her delicate and beautiful face, though tinged with a charming blush, and dotted with fine beads of sweat on her forehead, remained composed and steady. In contrast, Lin Xie was already panting heavily, drenched in sweat, looking utterly disheveled as if he had just been fished out of water. Although the powerful energy from the vigorous dragon elixir instantly restored him to his original state, the interruption had completely disrupted the circulation of the mysterious Essence Heart Sutra. In the face of a transcendent martial artist, he was utterly defeated. This time, he could no longer blame the opponent's strength. It was he, the one in control, who was simply not up to the task. Just as Lin Xie was filled with frustration and unwillingness, the system notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind without warning. Partner, Lin Yuechan, favorability 60, ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving the hidden achievement, challenging beyond your level. Achievement description, as a martial artist, you challenged a transcendent martial artist. Although you failed, your courage is commendable. Achievement reward, when engaging in duel cultivation with a target 1 major level higher than yourself, the pregnancy probability will be adjusted, with a guaranteed minimum of 1%. Lin Xie was suddenly stunned, and a storm surged in his heart. 1%? Facing a transcendent martial artist, there's actually a guaranteed 1% chance? This can't be true. System, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lin Xie couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, he really couldn't hold it in. Lin Yuechan rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, her tone full of obvious disdain. Still laughing? You're still laughing? 3 minutes, just 3 minutes. What right do you have to laugh? You haven't even reached the entry level. The entry threshold for the Xian Su Heart Sutra is 10 minutes. You're far from it, you little weakling. As she spoke, Lin Yuechan paused, her gaze scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you even capable anymore? How am I not capable? Lin Qiye suddenly leapt up from the ground, an unprecedented fire of defiance burning in his eyes. A man's dignity cannot be challenged. The effects of the vigorous dragon potion were still active. He felt like he could fight for another 300 rounds. Let's go again. Lin Yuechan looked at his stubborn, unyielding expression, and a playful smile appeared on her cold face. The following is omitted for thousands of words. 3 minutes. Not good enough. Are you even capable? Lin Qiye retorted indignantly, I'm just worried, Teacher Yuechan, that you might accidentally end up pregnant. That wouldn't be good. Lin Yuechan, hearing this, looked at him with a half smile. Oh, you want me to end up pregnant? Lin Qiye didn't know what came over him, but her gaze provoked him into boldly speaking his mind. Yes. After saying it, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. But the next second, he regretted it. He was doomed. Lin Yuechan was a transcendent martial artist. She could crush him into pulp with a single slap. Although this was the Galactic Martial Arts University, and she wouldn't actually kill him, even a minor punishment from her would be unbearable. However, to his surprise, Lin Yuechan didn't get angry. Instead, she laughed. That smile carried a hint of contempt. Little boy, you're overthinking it. She slowly straightened up, walked up to him, and looked down at him. You're a martial artist, I'm transcendent. The gap between us isn't just a disparity in strength, it's almost like we're different species. She extended her fair index finger and lightly tapped Lin Qiye's chest, her tone full of provocation. You want to? Sure, go ahead and try. Lin Qiye licked his dry lips, looked up at Lin Yuechan's imposing aura, and weakly said, Sister, this isn't appropriate, is it? Lin Yuechan's smile blossomed completely at that moment. That smile was intoxicating, yet filled with deadly danger. Unfortunately, she leaned down, her warm breath brushing against Lin Qiye's ear, her voice as soft as a lover's whisper. I'm in my dangerous period today. What's wrong? She raised her eyes, her fiery gaze locking onto his. Are you scared? The following is omitted for thousands of words. 4 minutes. Still not good enough. 5 minutes. Little weakling, give up. 6 minutes. Although Lin Qiye still couldn't break through the 10-minute threshold, the disdain and mockery on Lin Yuechan's face had long disappeared. Replacing it was an unprecedented sense of shock. This little guy was like an endlessly tireless ox. Every time he was knocked down, he could rise again in the next second, with an even fiercer stance, launching an even more intense charge. This time, when Lin Qiye leapt up from the ground. After his failure, his eyes, burning with raging flames, locked firmly onto her. Lin Yuechan's gaze toward him had completely changed. How long had it been? From the finals until now, several hours had passed. During this time, he had endured high-intensity battles and the current training. That could only be described as a juicer-like ordeal, yet he was still so full of vitality. What kind of potion was this? She had coached so many classes and seen countless elite heirs use top-tier secret medicines, but she had never encountered anything with such powerful and absurdly long-lasting effects. Although she had already confirmed that Lin Qiye carried no trace of contamination, this boundless energy still compelled Lin Yuechan to ask, what exactly did you use? Lin Qiye took a deep breath and offered the explanation he had prepared long ago. I don't know either. A while ago, I had a dream where someone whose face I couldn't see gave me a bottle of medicine. When I woke up, it was actually on my bedside table. Even as he said it, he felt a little embarrassed. But in truth, this was the most unverifiable excuse he had deliberately prepared. It sounded fake, but in the history of the Galactic Empire, there were indeed similar precedents, more than one. The most famous, of course, was the great emperor who ushered in the Golden Age, who had twice obtained treasures in his dreams. Medicine from a dream? Lin Yuechan shook her head. To be honest, she didn't believe a single word. But Lin Qiye's rise was so incredible that this absurd explanation had become the most plausible reason to account for it all. Looking at the boy in front of her, brimming with energy that seemed almost inhuman, an outrageous thought involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Could it be the chosen one? Another chosen one after the great emperor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She even instinctively glanced toward Forget it, who cares where he came from? Lin Yuechan quickly suppressed all her doubts in her heart. Have you told anyone else about this? Lin Xie looked at the perfect figure before him, his body's instincts overpowering his thoughts, and replied hoarsely, no. As he spoke, his hand unconsciously reached out. Exclamation point. Lin Yuechan slapped away his mischievous hand as if struck by lightning, glaring at him with a mix of shame and anger. Then she said, if anyone asks again in the future, just say, I gave it to you. Lin Xie was slightly stunned, and a warm feeling instantly surged in his heart. However, before this touch of emotion could ferment, it was completely consumed by the increasingly raging fire within him. He looked at the woman before him, cold on the outside but fiery within, her eyes burning with flames, filled with undeniable resolve. Again! But just as he lunged forward, the next second, he was sent flying in a spread eagle position. Lin Yuechan looked down at him from above, rolling her eyes helplessly, her cool and delicate face full of disdain. Again, what again? I have a mission to carry out. With that, she no longer paid any attention to Lin Xie and walked straight toward the training room's washroom. Soon, Lin Yuechan emerged from the washroom, dressed in a fresh combat uniform. She didn't even glance at Lin Xie, only coldly tossing out a sentence, go take a shower, and activate the deep cleaning program for the training room while you're at it. Before her words had fully landed, she turned and left the training room without looking back. The heavy alloy door closed with a thud, sealing everything behind it. Lin Xie looked down at the sticky sweat covering his body and, without dwelling on anything, immediately got up and rushed into the washroom. At the same time, he activated the training room's ventilation and deep cleaning mode, and the faint sound of mechanical operation began. Warm water cascaded down from above, washing away the fatigue from his body. Lin Xie washed himself while silently reflecting. He had been training for about an hour. Although the process was quite challenging and embarrassing, he managed to persist for 6 minutes during the last attempt. He was now close to reaching the 10-minute threshold required to master the introductory level of the Xian Su Heart Sutra. When Lin Xie emerged from the bathroom, the training room had been completely refreshed, filled with a clean and invigorating atmosphere. The previous ambiguous and heated tension had completely dissipated. After taking a cold shower, the fiery heat within him had somewhat subsided, though it still felt like a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. He thought for a moment and decided to return to the weapon rack, picking up the alloy spear once again. If he couldn't extinguish the flames of desire entirely, he would let them fuel his martial arts training. He focused intently on practicing the basic spear techniques: thrusting, lifting, chopping, sweeping, and smashing. Perhaps the challenging teaching session with Lin Yuechan had given him new insights into the application of strength, or perhaps his pent-up energy had found the perfect outlet. His progress was astonishing. Before long, the system notification sounded. Ding! Basic spear techniques has been mastered. Lin Xie glanced at the system interface, where the remaining single permission point stood out prominently. Should he use it here? He quickly calculated in his mind. Although he had touched the threshold of the Xian Su Heart Sutra, he was still one step away from truly mastering it. Lin Yuechan had gone on an urgent mission and likely wouldn't return anytime soon. As for Bai Mushi, her strength was too weak. Given her current physical condition, she could only endure 1 session per day. Relying on her to break through the threshold of the Xian Su Heart Sutra would be inefficient. On the other hand, he could earn 3 permission points by donating again at the Reproductive Management Center tomorrow. Until then, it seemed impossible to master the Xian Su Heart Sutra on his own. Instead of waiting idly, it would be better to invest the last permission point into the already mastered basic spear techniques. With this thought, Lin Xie decisively made up his mind and stopped hesitating. System, use the permission point to unlock basic spear techniques. Ding! 1 permission point. Moreover, he just defeated me and achieved the top rank among the freshmen. Li Zhuan immediately bowed slightly and followed up. The heir is right. We cannot accuse the top freshman based on mere speculation. However, this matter is of great importance and cannot be ignored. Chen Xian's gaze fell on Li Zhuan, and he gave him a deep look without speaking. Then, he picked up the teacup on the table and asked in a calm tone, "Would you like some tea?" This was a subtle hint for them to leave. Li Zhuan and the other 2 immediately understood, bowed, and took their leave. As they stepped out of the hospital room, the heavy soundproof door slowly closed behind them. Li Zhuan stopped in his tracks, recalling the meaningful look Chen Xian had given before leaving. A knowing smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He turned to Zhang Yuting and asked, Yuting, I remember you have a good relationship with Zhang Yalan from the tribunal society, right? Zhang Yuting nodded, yes, she's my elder cousin from the same clan. Why? Li Zhiwen displayed a righteous expression and said, solemnly, for the empire and for the school, it's best to clarify the suspicions surrounding Lin Xie as soon as possible. Go and discuss with Zhang Yalan whether we can use the tribunal's channels to conduct a background check on Lin Xie. If there's no issue, it will be clear after the investigation. Zhang Yuting hesitated, but didn't the heir just say not to suspect people casually? Li Zhiwen gave her a look, as if she were an inexperienced child. The heir's status is noble, and he is busy with many affairs. There are things he cannot say and actions he cannot take. As his think tank, we should ease his burdens. Lowering his voice, he coaxed, we can submit the clues to the tribunal anonymously. They will conduct a fair and compliant investigation. This way, we won't wrong Lin Xie, and we can also address our concerns about the school's safety, right? If he truly has no issues, it will just be a routine check. But if he does? A cold glint flashed in Li Zhiwen's eyes, then we will have eliminated a major threat for the empire. Zhang Yuting immediately understood and nodded, got it. I'll contact Zhang Yalan right away. Li Zhiwen nodded in satisfaction and reminded her, remember, it's an anonymous report. We're just concerned students who care about the empire's safety and don't want to see the school infiltrated. 4 hours later. Unlike the lively buildings of other campus societies, the Tribunal Society's office building was cold and quiet. At the entrance of the second training room, Zhang Yuting's cousin Zhang Yalan stood silently. She was tall and elegant, dressed in the standard uniform of the Tribunal Society, her posture upright and her demeanor professional and composed. Above the door, a red indicator light flashed silently, signaling that important matters were underway inside and interruptions were not allowed. Finally, the light turned from red to green. The heavy alloy door slid open, revealing a spacious and orderly interior. Zhang Yalan stepped inside and saw a young man in a black combat uniform standing in the center of the training room. His breathing was subtle yet profound, and an aura of sharp, sword-like pressure emanated from him. Vice President, Zhang Yalan stopped at a safe distance and bowed slightly. I have work to report. The young man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and cold, devoid of emotion. He was the vice president of the Tribunal Society, Sealing Wang. Speak, he said, his voice cold and authoritative. Zhang Yalan began her report promptly, her tone steady and her points clear. Over the past week, the Society's anonymous reporting inbox has received a total of 27 letters. And in the past 4 hours this afternoon, more than 30 additional letters have been submitted. Sealing Wang's face remained expressionless. Zhang Yalan continued, the content of these reports is highly consistent, all pointing to the same individual, the top freshman of this year, Lin Xie. Upon hearing this name, Sealing Wang's gaze shifted slightly, fixing on Zhang Yalan. The report mainly focuses on 3 points, Zhang Yalan continued. First, his strength has grown abnormally in a short period of time, completely defying common sense. Second, the source of the potion he used in the finals is unknown, and its effects far exceed known technology. Third, combining the above 2 points, the whistleblower suspects he may have been corrupted by the Abyss or is the product of some forbidden experiment. It is recommended that the tribunal conduct a thorough investigation to ensure the safety of Galactic Martial University. After listening, Sealing Wang asked, are they all anonymous? Zhang Yalan's heart skipped a beat. Although she maintained a calm expression, a trace of panic involuntarily flashed in her eyes. She quickly adjusted her emotions, lowered her head, and replied, yes, Vice President. All the reports are anonymous. Sealing Wang said nothing further. His gaze shifted from her face to the metal nameplate on her chest engraved with her name and position, staff member Zhang Yalan. He merely glanced at it calmly, without any extra expression, but it made Zhang Yalan feel as though she had been completely seen through, a chill rising up her spine. Understood. Sealing Wang nodded, withdrawing his gaze, his tone returning to its usual coldness. This matter is of great importance, involving the top freshman of this year and having significant implications. I need to consult the supervising teacher and the president before making a decision. Until then, this matter must not be disclosed. Zhang Yalan quickly responded, yes. She dared not hesitate, immediately bowing and retreating swiftly. It was only when the heavy alloy door slowly closed behind her, cutting off that icy gaze, that Zhang Yalan realized her back was already drenched in cold sweat. Standing before the vice president, she felt not only the oppressive force of martial will but also a mental scrutiny that made her feel her inner thoughts were laid bare. This mental pressure was far more suffocating than direct physical confrontation. Meanwhile, inside the training room, Ling Wang stared at the tightly closed door, his gaze still calm and unperturbed. In his mind, Zhang Yalan's profile appeared clearly. Zhang Yalan, from the Zhang family of Yinshan. The family business, Yachen Biotechnology, is a key supplier to the Chen Group. In many people's eyes, the Zhang family is almost synonymous with being a vassal of the Chen Group. He pondered for a moment but did not delve further. Instead, he took out his personal terminal, pulled up a number, and directly initiated a voice call. Beep beep beep, the voice call rang for over 10 seconds. Just as Ling Wang thought the other party wouldn't answer, it was finally picked up. On the other end of the line came a slightly hoarse, lazy female voice. Little Aunt Ling Wang, address me by my title at school. Ahem. Teacher Si Qingwan. What is it? The voice on the other end was calm, revealing no emotion. Here's the situation. Ling Wang succinctly recounted the anonymous reports in Zhang Yalan's briefing. After hearing his account, the other end of the line was silent for a moment. Just as Ling Wang thought she would issue instructions, Si Qingwan instead said indifferently, the president is not here. You host a meeting. Your work efficiency is too poor. Immediately after the freshman exams ended, I already conducted preliminary contact and investigation on Lin Chia. Si Qingwan's voice carried an undeniable authority. Lin Chia is undoubtedly a clean person. As for the secrets he carries, those are his personal experiences and privacy. The tribunal has no right to interfere. Si Qingwan hung up the call with Ling Wang, a meaningful smile appearing on her lips. Elsewhere, in training room 2202. Buzz. With a crisp gunshot, a figure froze in midair. Lin Chia lowered his gun and stood upright. His posture as straight as an arrow. The training room was spacious, its hard alloy floor covered with shallow scratches and footprints, marks left by 6 hours of uninterrupted training. He was bare-chested, his muscles firm and powerful, his body drenched as if he had just emerged from water. Sweat slid down his sharply defined face, dripping onto the scorching floor and evaporating instantly. His consciousness was immersed in the system. Panel. Basic Spear Technique, Level 4, 0/400. At that moment, the training room door slid open with a hiss. The visitor was Qin Xiaoxiao. She was dressed in a black, tight-fitting combat suit, originally intending to consult her mentor Lin Yuechan. However, as soon as she pushed the door open, she was greeted by this scene. Lin Xie, the top freshman, was practicing the most basic spear techniques, bare-chested and drenched in sweat. His focus was so intense that it seemed as though the world had narrowed down to just him and the spear in his hands. That near-masochistic madness and determination sent a shiver through Qin Xiaoxiao. Was this the reason he had become the top freshman? In the instant she was lost in thought, the sound of the door startled Lin Xie. Reflexively, he turned his head. When his gaze landed on Qin Xiaoxiao and her alluring figure tightly wrapped in the combat suit, the suppressed fire in his heart reignited instantly. For a fleeting moment, his eyes, fixed on Qin Xiaoxiao, were filled with an unmasked, intense possessiveness. Qin Xiaoxiao, of course, caught his wolf-like gaze. Her delicate face flushed instantly, and her heart skipped a beat despite herself. However, in the next second, a stronger sense of vigilance quickly overpowered that trace of shyness. As the pride of the Qin family, her future had long been meticulously planned. She had originally intended to step into the mysterious realm within 3 years and cultivate the Guiyuan heart method. She understood better than anyone that her perfect physique was her ultimate trump card for breaking through martial bottlenecks and reaching higher realms. For this reason, she had been following Lin Yuechan to learn and seeking guidance from talented seniors. Before achieving her goals, any romantic entanglements could potentially ruin her martial path, something she absolutely could not allow. With this in mind, Qin Xiaoxiao forcibly suppressed the ripple of emotion that had just arisen in her heart, her gaze regaining its calm and composure. Lin Xie also snapped out of it, cursing himself inwardly, and quickly turned away, presenting his back to her. He channeled the newly ignited fire within him into even more intense spear training, using it to resist the deadly temptation. Qin Xiaoxiao watched him train furiously with his back to her, then quietly moved to sit on the side. She opened her personal terminal to try contacting Lin Yuechan, only to find the communication line unreachable. After waiting for 10 minutes, seeing that Lin Yuechan still hadn't appeared and Lin Xie showed no signs of stopping, she quietly left. Hearing the door close, Lin Xie finally let out a sigh of relief. He quickly walked to the door and locked the training room from the inside. If anyone else interrupted him, he feared he might lose control. He calmed his mind once more and resumed his intense training. Another 13 hours passed. It was already the afternoon of the next day. Buzz! The sound of the spear echoed again as Lin Xie stood still, spear in hand. His consciousness sank into the system panel. Basic spear technique, level 6, 400/600. Lin Xie checked the time, there were still 3 hours left before the drug's effects wore off. He estimated that in 2 hours, his basic spear technique could reach level 7. He continued training. Meanwhile, at the Judgment Court Society's office building, in the first conference room, the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was solemn. All the society's officers and above sat upright, their breathing subdued. At the head of the conference table, Xiling Wang sat expressionless, his deep, cold eyes slowly scanning everyone present. He spoke calmly, his voice not loud but resonating clearly in every corner of the room. This emergency meeting has been convened to announce one matter. Recently, the Society's anonymous mailbox has received numerous reports against this year's top freshman, Lin Xie. The content is highly consistent, accusing him of being connected to the abyss. As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in commotion, with everyone showing expressions of shock. Xiling Wang raised his hand and gently pressed down, and the entire conference room immediately fell silent. He continued, Supervisor, Teacher Si Qingwan, after the freshman exam ended, we immediately sent someone to investigate Lin Xie. The conclusion is this. Xiling Wang paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Yalan, who was sitting in the corner with a slightly pale face. Lin Xie has no connection to the abyss. This matter ends here. All related reports are to be sealed and destroyed immediately. Organize the relevant reports and prepare to publish them on the official account. Understood? The meeting ended. Xiling Wang stood up, and before leaving the conference room, his gaze seemed to linger on Zhang Yalan for just a moment. That brief glance sent a chill down Zhang Yalan's spine. As soon as the meeting ended, Zhang Yalan immediately contacted Zhang Yuting. An hour later, in a private room of a restaurant on the commercial street near Galaxy Martial University, Zhang Yuting looked at her cousin, who seemed puzzled, and asked, Sister Lan, what's wrong? Zhang Yalan recounted everything from the meeting to Zhang Yuting, not even omitting Xiling Wang's final glance. Her tone carried an unmistakable worry. I think he knows it was us. After listening to Zhang Yalan's account, Zhang Yuting pondered for a moment, her face showing no trace of panic. After a brief pause, she picked up her teacup, gently blew on the steam, and said firmly, Sister, don't worry, this isn't a big deal. Teacher Si Qingwan sent someone to investigate and announced the results before the club. This isn't about protecting Lin Xie, it's about maintaining the stability and authority of the tribunal. She can't let rumors tarnish the reputation of the freshman top scorer and undermine the university's credibility. As for Vice President Xiling Wang, a shrewd glint flashed in Zhang Yuting's eyes. They're all smart people who understand the bigger picture. It would be foolish to clash with us over an anonymous report that hasn't been verified. Don't worry, this matter will soon be forgotten. An hour later, in Li Zhiwan's dormitory, Zhang Yuting and Wang Kaixin sat on the sofa while Li Zhiwan quietly listened to Zhang Yuting's report. After she finished, Li Zhiwan nodded, showing no surprise, but instead a knowing smile. It seems Lin Xie is one of Si Qingwan's people. The Si family came from the main star. Lin Xie is likely an illegitimate child of some big shot in the Si group. That's why there's such a huge gap in background and strength. Coming to Galaxy Martial University is probably just to polish his credentials. Now, the misunderstanding is resolved, isn't it? Training Room 2202. Lin Xie stood still after firing his gun, exhaling a white arrow of air that lingered for a long time. Basic marksmanship. Level 7,000 out of 700. Finally, his basic marksmanship had reached level 7. The perfection of level 10 was within reach. At that moment, the heavy alloy door of the training room suddenly slid open with a hiss. Lin Yuechan's figure appeared at the entrance. She had changed into a clean combat uniform, but there was still a trace of lingering fatigue and killing intent between her brows. Clearly, the so-called emergency mission had been anything but easy. However, when her gaze fell on the boy in the training room, drenched in sweat and standing tall, that trace of fatigue and killing intent was instantly replaced by a complex glimmer. She leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, looking at Lin Xie with a faint smile. Her voice carried a hint of hoarseness from just returning from the battlefield. Working so hard, huh? The effects of the potion in Lin Xie's body, which had been dormant for 20 hours, were reignited by her appearance. That familiar, maddening heat surged again, like drywood catching a spark, instantly blazing to life. He looked at Lin Yuechan's alluring figure wrapped in her combat uniform, swallowed involuntarily, and with a fiery gaze, couldn't help but say, "Teacher Yuechan, I've been waiting for you." Hearing this, Lin Yuechan felt no trace of anger. During this mission, she had faced life and death situations multiple times, but under that extreme pressure, she clearly felt that her martial will, which had been stagnant for 5 years, had actually loosened. The bottleneck that had once seemed unreachable was now within her grasp. And the root of it all came from this young boy in front of her. Because of her concern for him, as she looked at the boy who was closest to her and had brought her the opportunity for a breakthrough, a trace of genuine tenderness rose in her heart. She glanced at the man opposite her, who was once again full of vitality, and a playful smile reappeared in her sharp phoenix eyes. "Hey, you still up for it?" Lin Xie grinned and said, "Bring it on." "All right." She crossed her arms and looked at him leisurely. "Let me see what you're capable of." Thousands of words omitted, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, 9 minutes, 9 minutes and 20 seconds, 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Just a little more, and he could have broken through. Unfortunately, the immense energy that had been sustaining his prolonged effort receded like a tide at that moment. The effects of the vigorous potion had finally worn off. Lin Xie smacked his lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. The next second, he was kicked away. Lin Yuechan asked indifferently, "The potion's effects wore off?" Without waiting for Lin Xie to answer, she disdainfully threw out a remark, "Useless little guy." Lin Xie was instantly furious. He leapt up from the ground, pointed at her, and shouted, "These days, everyone has their moment to shine. Don't underestimate the younger generation." Lin Yuechan's charming face, full of spring-like allure, raised an eyebrow slightly. With a half-smile, she said, "Young man, not bad with words, huh?" With that, she ignored him and turned to head straight for the bathroom. Lin Xie pouted, feeling as though his entire body had been drained, with exhaustion washing over him like a tide. He focused his thoughts and pulled up his personal system panel to check his gains this time. Host, Lin Xie Gene Potential, 18.7% Physical Strength, 185 plus Mental Strength, 185 plus Spiritual Energy, 150 plus. Techniques of Broadcast Gymnastics Set Number 128 Level 10, Max, Basic Fist Techniques Level 10, Max, Basic Footwork Level 10, Max, Gale. Spear Techniques Level 10, Max, Basic Small Shield Techniques Level 10, Max, Beginner Shield Strike Level 10, Max, Chin's Flying Shield. Techniques Level 10, Max, Maj Shadow Javelin Level 10, Max, Charged Collapse Fist Level 10, Max, Stick Techniques Level 10, Max. Sky Splitting Whip Level 10, Max, Primordial Chi Technique Level 6, 0/600, 8 Treasures Technique Level 6, 0/120, Basic Spear Techniques. Level 7, 10/700, Martial Will, Blazing Fury Level 6, 666/6000, Xian Su Heart Sutra, Not Initiated Companions, by Mushi, Favorability 85, Lin Yuechan, Favorability 70, Offspring, 16, in Gestation, Permission Points, 0. Lin Xie's gaze quickly scanned the panel and finally fixed on the Companions section. Lin Yuechan, Favorability 70? He raised an eyebrow, remembering that her favorability had been 60. Before, it had risen to 70 so quickly? Thinking back to her earlier disdainful attitude, he couldn't help but chuckle. Her words were harsh, but her actions were honest. Ha, women. While bathing, Lin Yuechan's personal terminal suddenly rang. The screen displayed the name Si Qingwan along with a charming and alluring smiling face. It was a video call request. W.C. Qingwan's laughter grew even more cheerful. "So, there's no problem, right? Mission accomplished?" "No problem at all." Lin Yuechan gritted her teeth and said, "If there's any issue, I'll notify you immediately." "Oh, really?" Si Qingwan's tone was full of teasing. Lin Yuechan was at a loss for words and replied irritably, "Hanging up now." From the other end of the phone came Si Qingwan's smug chuckle. All right, got it. I won't disturb you anymore. Continue with the mission, continue with the mission." The door of the mist-filled bathroom was pushed open, and Lin Yuechan, now dressed in her combat uniform, walked out. Her face carried the natural flush of someone fresh from a bath, adding a touch of laziness and allure. Water still dripped from the ends of her hair, and her beauty was so striking that Lin Xiye was momentarily stunned. Seeing his dazed expression, Lin Yuechan's lips curved into a faint smile, her voice tinged with a hint of teasing. "Do I look good?" Lin Xiye instinctively nodded and answered honestly, "You look good. Teacher is the most beautiful." But in his heart, he was secretly muttering, right now, Teacher Yuechan seems the most beautiful, but when I get home, I'll think my wife Bai Mushi is the best looking. What a sin, what a sin. This must be the mistake all men in the world are bound to make. Lin Yuechan, however, rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. "I told you, don't call me teacher." In private, being addressed as teacher by this young man, with whom she had the most intimate relationship, always gave her an indescribable, forbidden sense of guilt. It made her feel strange, a thrill she couldn't explain to others. Lin Xiye grinned but didn't respond, his roguish demeanor making Lin Yuechan both annoyed and amused. "Alright, go wash up quickly and leave. I have class later." Lin Yuechan shot him a glance and urged. Lin Xiye nodded. 10 minutes later, he was indeed unceremoniously kicked out by Lin Yuechan. As soon as he stepped out of training room 2202, he happened to see a tall girl in a combat uniform walking toward him. Lin Xiye remembered seeing her once before at the training room entrance, though he wasn't sure if she was a classmate or an upperclassman. The tall girl clearly recognized Lin Xiye as well. Her gaze carried a hint of curiosity as she glanced at him. Both of them politely nodded slightly in acknowledgement before passing each other. The girl stopped at the door of training room 2202, watching Lin Xiye's retreating figure. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. This new student of teacher Lin Yuechan's looked a bit familiar. Where had she seen him before? When Lin Xiye walked out of the training building, the dazzling sunlight instantly filled his vision. He instinctively squinted, a warm sensation enveloping his entire body. This feeling, as if he had been away for ages, made him subconsciously raise his wrist to check the time on his personal terminal. It showed 5 p.m. 5 p.m.? He had actually spent an entire day and night in the training room? So much time had already passed? At that moment, a few pinned messages from the school's official channel flashed at the bottom of the screen. Galactic Marshal University Academic Affairs Office, notification on the distribution of rewards for the 40918 Freshman Entrance Exam Champion, Galactic Marshal University Administrative Office, invitation for Lin Xiye to speak as the freshman representative at the opening ceremony, rewards. And a speech? Lin Xiye only glanced briefly at the messages without clicking on them. Instead, he quickened his pace toward the student dormitory, because Bai Mushi was still waiting for him in the dorm. The thought of the gentle and shy Bai Mushi made Lin Xiye's heart burn with excitement again. Hadn't the effect already worn off? Why was there still a lingering warmth? Lin Xiye shook his head and quickened his steps toward the dormitory. Back at the dormitory building, Lin Xiye was waiting for the elevator in the lobby when, unexpectedly, he ran into Su Qingying again. Su Qingying clearly hadn't expected to see him there either. She froze for a moment, a trace of barely concealed awkwardness appearing on her face. The wounds on her body had long healed under the treatment at the medical center, but the moment she saw Lin Xiye, her chest still ached faintly. It wasn't physical pain, but emotional. The deep imprint left after her pride was completely shattered by that unstoppable shot. She instinctively averted her gaze, pretending to look at the numbers changing on the elevator display, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Just as the elevator was about to close, a tall girl rushed in and, upon seeing Lin Xiye, exclaimed in delight, "Wow! Are you Lin Xiye? I'm a freshman too. My name is Zhou Liyun. Can I add you as a friend?" Lin Xiye nodded politely, skillfully, opened his personal terminal, and exchanged contact information with her. This scene was clearly imprinted in Su Qingying's eyes. Her heart inexplicably twinged. Her grandfather had once taught her, "Qingying, in university, you must set aside unnecessary pride and make more friends. Especially with Lin Xiye, he's from Haichang like you and is also the top freshman this year." Watching the girl named Zhou Liyun so effortlessly add him as a friend, Su Qingying's fingers unconsciously clenched and then relaxed. She bit her lip, took a deep breath, and summoned her courage, just about to speak. Ding. The 275th floor arrived. The courage she had just mustered instantly deflated like a punctured balloon. Su Qingying bit her lip, silently cursed herself for being useless, and ultimately swallowed her words, stepping into the elevator. Quietly. Forget it. Next time. I'll find another chance. When Lin Xie pushed open the dormitory door and saw the delicate figure sitting on the bed, waiting for him with a worried expression, a faint sense of guilt arose in his heart. Of course, it wasn't much, just a tiny bit. Ever since the many children, many blessings system descended upon him, he was destined to commit the mistakes that all good men inevitably make. Honey, you're back. Bai Mushi's eyes lit up instantly when she saw Lin Xie. She immediately approached him and asked with concern, "You've been cultivating for a whole day and night. How are you? Are you tired?" Looking at his lovely wife before him, with her familiar fragrance wafting over, the small flame in Lin Xie's heart flared up again. Though he didn't lose control, he didn't intend to restrain himself either. At home, why hold back? Lin Xie smiled faintly, stepped forward, and directly scooped up the startled Bai Mushi by the waist. "Not tired," he said in a husky voice near her ear. "Perfect timing, you can help me test the results of my cultivation." Bai Mushi was both shy and flustered by his sudden move, her small fists weakly pounding against his firm chest as she protested coquettishly, "Honey. What are you doing? It's still broad daylight." Thousands of words omitted. 9 minutes and 45 seconds later. "Honey, no. I can't. Anymore." Bai Mushi looked as if she had just been pulled out of water, her face flushed, her shimmering eyes filled with both satisfaction and a hint of pleading. Lin Xie chuckled, leaned down, gently brushed away the sweat-dampened strands of hair from her forehead, and said with a smile, 9 minutes and 45 seconds. "Honey, you're amazing. Just a little more." Success in mastering the basics was only a matter of days. "Take it slow, no need to rush." Bai Mushi took a deep breath, clutching Lin Xie's arm, and softly pleaded, "Honey, let me rest for a bit." Lin Xie leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "See? Even the baby is excited." Bai Mushi immediately shot Lin Xie a shy glare, then closed her eyes, her face turning as red as an apple. Meanwhile, in the neighboring dormitory, Yi Qinghan was on the verge of losing it. That faint, suppressed yet still discernible sound had come through again. She bit her lip hard, buried her head in the pillow, and tightly covered her ears with the quilt. Yet, that annoying sound seemed to penetrate all barriers, drilling straight into her mind. Why hasn't Lin Xie replied to my message? Could it be, does he really hate me that much? Lin Xie casually picked up his personal terminal and recalled the 2 official notifications he had seen earlier that morning. He first opened the notification about the distribution of rewards, and the detailed content immediately unfolded on the screen. Notification on the distribution of rewards for the champion of the 40918 freshman entrance exam. Dear Lin Xie, congratulations on achieving the championship in the freshman entrance exam with an undisputedly outstanding performance, showcasing the top-tier excellence of our new students. Based on the reward rules announced before the exam and the resolution of the school committee, the details of your championship rewards are as follows. 1. Exclusive champion rewards, a one-time reward of 200 academic credits. 2 selections from the Grade A Martial Arts Library, copyright fees to be borne by yourself. 2 bottles of body-tempering elixir. 2. Comprehensive ranking rewards, including all rewards for the top 1,000, top 100, and top 10, a one-time reward of 100 academic credits. 1 selection from the Grade A Martial Arts Library, copyright fees to be borne by yourself. 1 bottle of body-tempering elixir. All the above rewards can be claimed via the terminal within 1 year. 3. Freshman privilege adjustments, ranking adjustment. Your comprehensive ranking among this year's freshmen has been corrected from 9,988 to first based on the final results of this exam. This ranking will serve as the foundational basis for all resource allocations and privilege determinations during your time at the university. Dormitory adjustment. In light of your exceptional performance, you are entitled to apply for a one-time unconditional dormitory adjustment. You may choose to move to a lower floor, where the spiritual energy is more abundant. If you wish to make this adjustment, please click the link below to apply within 7 days. Failure to do so will be considered a waiver of this right. Galactic Martial Arts University Academic Affairs Office. Lin Xie felt a surge of excitement after reading it. There were even exclusive champion rewards. This was equivalent to 3 times the rewards for the top 10. What generosity! Moreover, he was now ranked first. He could even move to a lower floor, where the spiritual energy would be richer. Lin Chiye glanced at Bai Mushi, who had already fallen into a deep sleep. Once Bai Mushi wakes up, they'll move. He then opened the next notification. Official notification inviting Lin Chiye to speak as the freshman representative at the opening ceremony. Dear Lin Chiye, the 40918 freshman opening ceremony of Galactic Martial Arts University is one of the most important annual events of our school. In light of your outstanding performance in the entrance exam and the extraordinary determination you demonstrated, the Student Affairs Department has proposed, and the school committee has unanimously approved, to formally invite you to speak as the sole representative of this year's freshmen at the opening ceremony. Specific arrangements are as follows. Ceremony. Time, Imperial Calendar 40918, October 6, 9 a.m. Ceremony location, Central Plaza. Speech segment, expected around 9:45 a.m., with a suggested duration of 3 to 5 minutes. Your speech will be broadcast live to all faculty, students, alliance representatives, and major media outlets. To ensure the smooth progress of the ceremony, please submit the draft of your speech to your counselor, Zhao Wenba, by October 5. We look forward to your brilliant speech, which will mark a new chapter for all freshmen. Galactic Martial Arts University Student Affairs Department. After reading these 2 messages, Lin Chiye continued scrolling and immediately noticed a message he had long ignored. The content was just a short line. Yi Qinghan, what if it's the reproduction project? Lin Chiye's eyebrows raised slightly. Only then did he remember that in his extremely irritable state yesterday, he had seemingly rejected her rather rudely. Unexpectedly, she actually. What is this woman trying to do? If she's proposing cooperation now, it would mean this is a private, personal collaboration. So, does that mean using the most direct method? To be honest, Lin Chiye was now somewhat uninterested in such a direct approach, because it lacked soul. It's not like at the Birth Management Center, where you can have triplets at once, with both permission points and credit points credited instantly. Lin Chiye continued scrolling through his unread messages. He didn't have many friends, and apart from Chin Kuan's messages saying wow, amazing, and treat me to a meal, there were a few congratulatory messages from some girls. Lin Chiye patiently replied thank you to each one. At the very bottom were 2 messages from his counselor, Zhao Wenba. The first message was sent right after the competition ended, congratulating him on winning first place among the freshmen, but he hadn't seen it at the time as he was in a rush to return to the dormitory. The second message was sent last night and contained a link to a holographic VR video, along with a note, Student Lin Chiye, this is the school's VR guide for new students. It should address most of your questions about the school's policies, club selection, credit acquisition, and so on. If you have any further questions, feel free to contact me via the terminal at any time. Lin Chiye opened the VR video link. Light and shadows shifted before his eyes, and he seemed to find himself in a grand virtual hall. A teacher dressed in a professional uniform with an elegant demeanor slowly appeared. She wore a sweet and confident smile, and her voice was clear and pleasant. Hello, students. I am your homeroom teacher for the 40,918th cohort of freshmen, Han Yusen. Over the next 4 years, I will accompany you on your journey of growth. At Galactic Martial Arts University, teachers are not just knowledge transmitters but also guides on your martial arts path. We hope to see in you the courage to face challenges and the boundless possibilities of youth. At the same time, we hope you can draw valuable experience and wisdom from us. Please remember, we are not just teacher and student but also partners who learn from each other and progress together. As Lin Chiye listened, he began practicing the 8 treasures technique. Since it was a relaxed form of cultivation, it didn't require full concentration, and the progress bar seemed to advance automatically. Teacher Han Yusen smiled slightly, and the virtual scene shifted to showcase various school facilities. Next, I will introduce the school's basic systems. First is the credit system. Credits are the universal currency at Galactic Martial Arts University. You can earn credits by achieving your semester cultivation goals, passing various exams, and completing tasks both on and off campus. Credits can be used to purchase advanced cultivation technique permissions, exchange for rare cultivation resources, book private tutoring sessions with teachers, and more. As for courses, the school provides free public courses for all freshmen. In the first academic year, there is one public course each morning, afternoon, and evening. Please note that public courses only provide lectures and do not include Q&A sessions. If you have questions, you'll need to contact the teacher privately, which usually consumes a certain amount of credits. The virtual scene shifted again, revealing the student union building and the emblems of various clubs. Secondly, and most importantly, the student union and clubs. Please remember, the student union and clubs at Galactic Martial Arts University are not just interest groups, they are crucial platforms for your growth during your time at the university and for your career development after graduation. The organization you choose to join will largely determine your cultivation direction over the next 4 years and your future career path. In these organizations, you can meet like-minded peers and enjoy the resources and conveniences they provide. However, you will also need to take on corresponding responsibilities and follow the organization's arrangements. At the end of the video, there will be links to the recruitment brochures for the student union and all the clubs, which you can click on to learn more. At this point, a hint of pride appeared on teacher Han Yusen's face. As your homeroom teacher, I myself came from the student union, specializing in the body refinement stream technique, Moon Goddess Glazed Body. This technique is exclusively for female cultivation. If any girls or anyone aspiring to become female are interested, feel free to come and talk to me. Finally, teacher Han Yusen's expression became solemn and dignified as she slightly bowed. I wish you all courage and progress in your new journey at Galactic Martial University, and may your martial destiny flourish. As her words fell, teacher Han Yusen's figure gradually faded away. The virtual hall before Lin Xie also dissipated, returning him to reality. In front of him appeared a virtual light screen bearing the official certification mark of Galactic Martial University, clearly displaying several large characters: Student Council and Freshman Club Recruitment Guide. Lin Xie clicked to enter, and rows of badge icons glowing with different lights were neatly arranged before him. Student Council Judiciary, Club Blood Battle, Club Guard Corps, Club Pioneers, Club Administrative Institute, Club Legal Institute, Club Spiritual Cultivation Institute, Club Planetary Merchant Club. Looking at these club names, Lin Xie suddenly understood. He realized the educational model of Galactic Martial University. The cultivation method you practice and the martial path you follow are entirely up to you or your family to decide. However, the club you choose to join essentially determines your future career direction and social network. Joining the Judiciary Club means that you will enter the Empire's judicial and law enforcement system in the future. At school, you will meet your future colleagues. After graduation, you will become the backbone of the Empire's courts across various planets. As a graduate of Galactic Martial University, you might even directly enter mid to high-level positions upon graduation, and your superiors and peers are likely to be your former seniors. Joining the Blood Battle Club means entering the Empire's military, becoming a hardened soldier facing the abyss and participating in external wars. The Guard Corps Club trains officers stationed across various star systems to protect the Empire's territories. The Pioneers Club cultivates future managers and core crew members of the Pioneer Fleet, tasked with expanding the Empire's cosmic domain. The Administrative Institute Club and Legal Institute Club correspond to the government's civil service system and the legal system, respectively. As for the Spiritual Cultivation Institute Club, it is a relatively unique group that specifically recruits cultivators with strong spiritual power or other martial artists related to the spiritual domain. The Planetary Merchant Club, on the other hand, represents an extremely special and powerful group within the Galactic Empire, the cradle of super merchants who traverse various star systems, wielding astonishing wealth and resources. Lin Xie did not make an immediate decision. He understood that the information written in these recruitment guides was merely surface level. The real situation within the clubs, factional struggles, resource allocation, and other truly useful details would require an insider with expertise to explain. After pondering for a while, he opened his personal terminal, found Lin Yuechan, and initiated a video call. The video quickly connected, and Lin Yuechan's delicate face appeared on the light screen. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, a thin layer of sweat glistened on her forehead, and the background showed the 2202 training room. "I'm in class. What's up?" Her voice remained cold. Lin Xie asked, "Yuechan, when will you be free?" Lin Yuechan raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly guessing the matter, and chuckled lightly. "Is it about the clubs?" "Tomorrow," she replied indifferently. "Tomorrow morning is the freshman opening ceremony." "You're the freshman representative, right?" Lin Xie nodded. "Yes. Before Lin Xie could continue, Lin Yuechan decisively ended the video call. At that moment, the girl sitting across from Lin Yuechan looked at her curiously. Just now, who was that? She had been training under Lin Yuechan in the Crimson Sun prison technique for 3 years, yet it was the first time she had seen her teacher show such a warm smile during a video call. Could it be Yuechan's younger brother? After ending the video call, Lin Xie resumed practicing the 8 treasures technique. Since it was just relaxed cultivation, there was no need to focus too much, and the progress bar slowly advanced. After finishing a round of training, he opened his personal terminal and found several new messages. Ling Xiaoqing's message was straightforward: I joined the Pioneers Club. What about you? Zhou Liyun, who had added him as a friend in the elevator, seemed a bit shy. Lin, have you decided which club to join? Chen Shui's message was full of enthusiasm and familiarity. Lin, the top student, the response to the last interview was fantastic. To thank you and celebrate your achievement as the top freshman, can I treat you to a meal? Pleading emoji. By the way, several senior sisters at the main station are your fans and would love to meet the freshman legend of your class. The last message was from Qian Kuan. Lin, my dad's company sent over a batch of new nutritional liquids, and they work great. I want to give you a few boxes to try and help me evaluate the taste and effects. Your practical experience is definitely more reliable than us weaklings. When will you be at the dorm? I'll bring them over. Grinning emoji. Lin Xie raised an eyebrow. Zhou Liyun and Chen Shui's messages, he decided not to reply for now. One was unfamiliar, and the other purely wanted to build connections. No need to bother thinking about how to respond. But Ling Xiaoqing joining the Pioneers Club might have some background. Pioneers Club? Sounds interesting. Any insider info? I haven't decided yet. Lin Xie appreciated this little dark-skinned girl who had surrendered to him twice with such decisiveness. After handling Ling Xiaoqing's message, he replied to Qian Kuan. New nutritional liquid? How much is it? I'll transfer the money to you. If you're being so polite, I wouldn't dare buy it from you. Although do see nutritional liquid already covered his needs, there was no reason to reject Qian Kuan's goodwill. Unexpectedly, just as he sent the message, the dormitory doorbell rang. Lin Xie checked the door monitor and saw Qian Kuan standing cheerfully at the door, carrying 3 neatly packaged boxes. Lin Xie opened the door. Seeing him, Qian Kuan enthusiastically placed the 3 boxes of new nutritional liquid at the entrance and explained with a smile, Lin, these are new products not yet on the market. They're in the internal testing phase now. Rest assured, they're absolutely safe. Our family is drinking them too. Noticing Lin Xie was about to speak, Qian Kuan quickly waved his hand, saying, Lin, don't mention money, too formal. Let's just be friends. After saying this, he didn't enter the dorm but stood at the door curiously asking, by the way, Lin, have you decided on a club yet? Which one are you planning to join? Lin Xie shook his head. Haven't decided yet. What about you? Qian Kuan scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. With my cultivation talent, I can't compare to a genius like you, Lin. I'm probably going to join the Administrative Institute Club or the Legal Institute Club. Still waiting for news from my dad. Lin Xie was a bit surprised. Why not join the Planetary Merchants Club? Isn't your family in business? Qian Kuan laughed helplessly at this. Lin, you're overestimating me. The Planetary Merchants Club is full of experts in interstellar business. With my small stature, wouldn't I need tens of thousands of bodyguards just to run a single deal? My dad already planned it out for me. Our family handles the money, and I just need to graduate smoothly, join the Administrative Institute or Legal Institute in Tianmen City, and settle into a stable mid-level position. That's mission accomplished. Hearing Qian Kuan's words, Lin Xie gained a deeper understanding of these clubs. Some club names sounded impressive, but whether one could succeed depended on connections and background. Qian Kuan's family had wealth and influence in Tianmen City, and the prestigious Administrative Institute Club at Galactic Martial University was their stepping stone to establishing political connections and entering city management. Meanwhile, the Planetary Merchants Club, though seemingly glamorous, posed a 99% chance of becoming stardust in the vast galaxy for those without sufficient strength and powerful backing attempting interstellar business. Qian Kuan had just left when Lin Xie's personal terminal emitted a notification sound. It was Ling Xiaoqing replying to his message. After a brief exchange, he quickly understood the situation. Ling Xiaoqing's ancestor turned out to be the legendary martial god Ling Zhan, who had left an illustrious reputation in the Taurus constellation. This was the same martial god Ling Zhan whose martial intent Lin Qiye had previously tried to comprehend but failed to grasp. Of course, after thousands of years of lineage propagation, the bloodline had become diluted. Today, the Ling family of Xuanqing was merely a small branch compared to the main Ling family that controlled the Taurus constellation's primary star. 500 years ago, Ling Xiaoqing's ancestors, a couple of martial artists from the main star, had participated in the development of the 0755 star system, establishing their roots there. Although the Ling family of Xuanqing was now considered a prominent family locally, it was worlds apart from the true main family. The Ling family's plans for Ling Xiaoqing were entirely different from those of Qian Kuan's family. They did not intend for her to pursue a path in local administration but hoped she would join the Pioneers Society. This way, she could eventually return to the Pioneers system. Ling Xiaoqing did not explicitly state this, but Lin Qiye immediately grasped the underlying secret. Martial god Ling Zhan had numerous students, and their descendants were now undoubtedly scattered across key positions within the Pioneers system, forming a vast faction bound by heritage. For this faction, a young individual like Ling Xiaoqing, who possessed both talent and the martial god bloodline, was naturally seen as one of their own. This diluted yet pure martial god bloodline was her ticket into this circle. Imperial calendar, October 6th, morning. The sunlight, like molten gold, pierced through the thin clouds of Terra Star and mercilessly poured onto the central plaza of the Galactic Martial Arts University. The jade-like ground, faintly glowing with a greenish hue, was illuminated to a warm luster, and the massive star map engraved upon it seemed to come alive, with golden radiance slowly flowing through it, outlining a miniature of the universe. At 8:30 a.m., the ceremony officially began. Over 10,000 freshmen, dressed in brand new black combat uniforms, stood solemnly in formation within the designated area of the plaza, ranked according to their entrance exam results. They resembled a silent black forest, their formation stretching from the pioneer statue to the edge of the plaza, each person's expression unique. At the very front, Lin Qiye stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the towering 100-meter pioneer statue. On both sides of the plaza were areas reserved for senior student representatives. Unlike the excitement of the freshmen, most of the seniors appeared indifferent or even impatient. Apart from the student council and leaders of major societies, the majority of seniors were merely there for the spectacle, showing little interest in the freshmen who were about to face real-world challenges. The truly talented seniors were mostly occupied with missions or training and would not bother attending the freshman opening ceremony. Beneath the pioneer statue, a solemn yet simple podium had already been set up. The principal, deans of various colleges, and teachers like Lin Yuechan and Si Qingwan were already in place. On either side of the podium were the more distinguished guest seats. On the left were officials from the 0755 Star System University Alliance, dressed in crisp dark blue uniforms, their expressions serious, representing the highest echelon of imperial education. Seated alongside them were imperial military officers and several sharp-eyed high-ranking officials from the tribunal. On the right were representatives from major financial conglomerates and elite families. Chen Xian's father, Chen Haoren, the representative of the Chen Group, sat upright with a dignified expression. Beside him were representatives from the Yi, Xiao, and Shu families, among other forces. Though they appeared to be attending the ceremony, every glance was evaluating the potential and value of this year's freshmen, calculating future networking investments. Within the designated area of the plaza, hundreds of floating holographic cameras hovered silently in the air like loyal swarms of bees. Official Star System Media, major mainstream outlets, and the campus television team led by Chen Shuwei were conducting comprehensive, multi-angle live broadcasts. At exactly 9 a.m., the ceremony officially commenced. The majestic and ancient imperial battle hymn, like a rhythm resonating from the depths of the stars, echoed across the entire square. The melody carried the iron-blooded spirit of expansion and the solemnity of protecting civilization, instantly igniting everyone's emotions. Arise! All the faculty and students stood solemnly, their impassioned singing converging into a powerful momentum that soared to the skies. After the song ended, a gray-haired middle-aged man with a profound aura, the president of the Galactic Martial Arts University, stepped onto the podium. His voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. Here, the first thing you must learn is not how to throw a punch, but why you fight. The spirit of the pioneers is about exploration, sacrifice, and protection. I hope that when you leave here, you take with you not only great strength but also a heart devoted to the empire and humanity. May Marshal Fortune prosper. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted. The alliance representatives nodded in satisfaction, the military leaders' gazes were resolute, and the corporate representatives whispered among themselves. Subsequently, representatives of the faculty and senior students gave speeches, one emphasizing the essence of cultivation, the other half-jokingly pointing out the harsh competitiveness of campus life. At 9:45, the host's enthusiastic voice resounded across the venue. Now, let us welcome with the warmest applause the top scorer of this year's entrance exam and the representative of the new students, Lin Xie, to deliver his speech. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Lin Xie took a deep breath and stepped out of the lineup. At this moment, before countless light screens, countless pairs of eyes were fixed on him. In the dormitory, Bai Mushi clenched her hands tightly, her eyes brimming with tears as she watched her husband's upright figure on the screen. Pride and joy filled her heart. Among the new student formation, Yi Qinghan looked up at that figure, her emotions a mix of grievance, curiosity, and a faint stirring she was unwilling to admit. Not far away, Qin Xiaoxiao and Su Qingying's expressions were equally complex. The opponent they once dismissed had now reached a height they could no longer touch. Standing second in line, Chen Xuani remained composed, his cold gaze betraying no emotion. In the media section, Chen Shuwei pursed her lips, muttering to herself, while the camera zoomed in on Lin Xie, highlighting his handsome features. In the faculty section, Si Qingwan watched the scene with interest, her peach blossom eyes glinting with amusement. Beside her, Lin Yuechan maintained her usual calm demeanor, her lips curving slightly in a hint of emotion. In the live broadcast room, the commentator's voice was already brimming with excitement. The miracle from Haicheng's Grain District, Lin Xie. Let's hear what this top freshman has to say. Lin Xie stood at the podium, facing the vast audience and the silent pioneer statue. He felt little nervousness, only thinking, let's get this over with quickly. Respected leaders, teachers, and dear fellow students, good morning. The speech, polished by artificial intelligence, was highly formal. It was filled with standard positivity, expressing gratitude to the school, envisioning the future, and declaring determination. This concludes my speech. Thank you all. As the final word fell, he bowed slightly. After a brief silence, thunderous applause and murmurs erupted. Lin Xie stepped down from the podium, letting out a sigh of relief. Those few minutes were more exhausting than a fight. Just as he returned backstage, his personal terminal vibrated slightly. The first message was from Bai Mushi, a live screenshot of him delivering his speech. At the podium, with the Grand Pioneer statue in the background, accompanied by a line of text, "Hubby, you're so handsome." A gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Xie's lips. The second message followed shortly after, sent by Lin Yuechan. It was a photo taken from the faculty section, capturing his upright posture and resolute gaze. There were no words, but the image spoke volumes. Soon, Lin Xie returned to the new student formation, and the ceremony approached its conclusion. The student council president solemnly handed the heavy school flag to Lin Xie, who could feel the power emanating from it. I swear. He raised his right fist and, along with tens of thousands of freshmen, faced the statue and solemnly pledged pioneering, safeguarding, loyalty, training for the rise of the empire, fighting for the survival of humanity. The oath echoed through the skies, lingering for a long time. At 10:15 a.m., the ceremony concluded. When the host announced the dismissal, the solemn atmosphere of the central square was instantly broken, and noise and commotion began to spread. Lin Xie had just stepped down from the high platform, his tension not yet fully relaxed, when he was immediately targeted by several purposeful streams of people. The first to approach was not an ordinary freshman but several senior student leaders wearing different club uniforms, exuding strong auras. Leading the group was a short-haired young man from the Blood Battle Club. He was burly, muscular, and carried a military-like presence in his gaze. Striding up to Lin Xie, he spoke directly and loudly. Lin Xie, I'm Zhang Chuanmong, the vice president of the Blood Battle Club. I've watched your matches, and that fierce spirit of yours is exactly what our club is looking for. Are you interested in joining us? If you do, the club will apply for an Imperial Reserve officer status for you and provide free private tutoring in multiple A-grade techniques. We only welcome truly Strong competitors forged in blood and fire. Almost simultaneously, another young man with a refined demeanor and a hint of business acumen approached with a smile. Lin Xie, I'm Chen Hanbin, the vice president of the Planet Merchant Club. You might also consider joining our club. We can offer you the best platform to transform your strength into wealth. If you agree, we can immediately assign you a professional financial advisory team to help you convert all your spoils and resources into the highest market value. In the future, the club's Taurus Interstellar Trade Alliance can even provide you with over 1% dividends. Representatives from the Legal Affairs Club, Guard Corps Club, and other clubs quickly surrounded him as well. Standing behind the vice president of the Guard Corps Club, Sun Yuyan looked on in surprise. She hadn't expected Lin Xie to be so popular, with 5 or 6 club vice presidents vying to extend enticing offers. She had originally planned to use this opportunity to get to know Lin Xie, add him as a friend, and perhaps arrange a meal together sometime. But it seemed she had no chance now. Other freshmen were also being approached by various club leaders. Chen Xian glanced at the surrounded Lin Xie, politely declined the invitations from the crowd, and calmly left. Although he had failed in the freshman exams, his status as a noble heir remained unchanged. Chen Xian's sister had already arranged everything for him. Her close friend was the vice president of the Tribunal Club, so he would directly join that club. The family's plan for Chen Xian was to reach 100% genetic potential within 18 months, graduate, and head to the Terra Tribunal, or even the Taurus main star. Other freshmen with distinguished backgrounds and family connections had similarly well-laid plans. Among the crowd, Yi Qinghan clenched her fists tightly, wanting to step forward but hesitating due to her girlish reserve and the shadow of being overlooked. Watching the major clubs place such importance on Lin Xie, Xin Xiaoxiao felt an increasing sense of urgency. She had to find a way to establish a connection with Lin Xie. On the edge of the crowd, Xin Xiaoxiao and Su Qingying stood together, their complex expressions fixed on Lin Xie, who was surrounded by people. Their innate pride kept them from squeezing into the noisy crowd, but their gazes couldn't leave the figure at the center. At this moment, Lin Xie, overwhelmed by the attention from several groups, didn't know how to respond when his personal terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated slightly. It was a message from Lin Yuechan, concise and commanding. 2202, come immediately. Lin Xie immediately perked up and loudly addressed the surrounding crowd. Apologies, everyone, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please excuse me. However, just as the words left his mouth and before he could make a move, 2 figures appeared like phantoms, blocking his path. They were 2 senior girls dressed in the standard uniforms of the Legal Affairs Society. Their expressions were icy, and their eyes carried an air of condescension. The leading female officer glanced at Lin Xie, then at the vice president not far away, and said in a displeased tone, Lin Xie, our President E from the Legal Affairs Society hasn't even spoken to you yet, and you're in such a hurry to leave? Are you looking down on our Legal Affairs Society? The other female officer snorted coldly and chimed in, top freshman, truly impressive. But don't forget, this is Galaxy Marshall University. The most important things here are rules and respect. Behind them, the vice president of the Legal Affairs Society, E. Jing Ai, stood with her arms crossed, quietly observing the scene. She was indeed displeased with Lin Xie's lack of respect for his seniors, thinking that no matter how outstanding a freshman was, they should show basic respect to their elders. Before the words had fully settled, a bone-chilling martial will erupted simultaneously from the 2 female officers. Both were 4th-year students who had also comprehended martial will, and they had no fear of Lin Xie. While a freshman comprehending martial will might give them an edge among their peers, that advantage was limited to freshmen. Among the seniors, who hadn't comprehended martial will, the 2 waves of martial will focused on Lin Xie, forming an invisible pressure field, as if 2 small mountains were pressing down on him. Their intent was clear, to use their aura to force Lin Xie to bow his head in public and learn respect. However, at that very moment, a martial will erupted from Lin Xie, 100 times more ferocious, 1,000 times more scorching, and filled with a primal, domineering aggression, like an ancient volcano awakening and sweeping out from within him. Martial will, raging inferno. This will was so pure, so concentrated, so domineering, it seemed capable of incinerating everything in its path. In the face of this blazing inferno, the martial will of the 2 female officers was like snowflakes thrown into a furnace, instantly shattered and melted away. Ugh! The two turned pale as paper, stumbling back 2 steps as if struck by a heavy blow, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Their Marshall will had been utterly crushed by a freshman in an instant? How was this possible? Jing Ai, the vice president of the Legal Affairs Society, who had been watching from the sidelines, froze in place. The dissatisfaction on her face was replaced by deep shock the moment Lin Qia's Marshall will erupted. Her own Marshall will was at the peak of semi-condensation, just a step away from perfection. Yet in the face of that ferocious will, she felt a shudder that came from the depths of her soul. It wasn't just a suppression of level, it was an absolute domination in essence. The concentration of the opponent's Marshall will far surpassed her own. This was absolutely not a power a freshman should possess. The terrifying will came as swiftly as it disappeared. After dispersing the aura of the 2 female officers, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Lin Xie didn't even spare a glance at the 2 pale-faced women. With a slight circulation of energy within him, his steps became light and agile, and he slipped through the stunned crowd like a fish, heading toward the core area. The crowd only saw a blur before their eyes, and the figure at the center of the encirclement had already broken free, and was striding quickly away. It wasn't until Lin Qia's figure completely disappeared that the deathly silence on the scene erupted into chaos. Everyone was dumbfounded. If the earlier competition had been something they watched through a screen, this time, they had personally experienced the suffocating terror of Lin Xie. It wasn't just strength, it was an absolute domination on the level of martial will. Jing Ai, after a brief moment of shock, was overwhelmed by a surge of resentment and humiliation. Lin Xie, he dared to so mercilessly crush her subordinates in front of so many people. How was this any different from slapping her in the face in public? When had Jing Ai ever been humiliated like this? She remembered this grudge. Not far away, Sun Yuyun stood frozen in place. The crazy women of the Legal Affairs Institute were notorious, backed by the #1 figure of Galaxy Martial University, the Silver Martial Empress Lu Russian. For the past 2 years, they had been running rampant at Galaxy Martial University. The deputy president of the Legal Affairs Institute, Jing Ai, was one of Lu Russian's top generals, known as the Imperial Blossom. But Sun Yuyun never expected that this group of crazy women would dare to offend Lin Xie, the top freshman. These crazy women, do they even think? How long can Lu Russian stay at Galaxy Martial University? Offending Lin Xie now, do they really think the top freshman is easy to bully? This is someone who defeated the heir of the Chun group, Chen Xuani, to claim the title of top freshman. The door to training room 2202 was ajar. Lin Xie pushed it open and entered. As soon as he stepped inside, a loud bang echoed behind him. The heavy alloy door slammed shut, followed by the dull click of the lock engaging. Lin Xie's heart raced with alarm. He turned sharply, only to meet Lin Yuechan's fiery phoenix eyes, which seemed to blaze with flames. She was dressed in a black combat suit that accentuated her perfect curves, arms crossed as she leaned against the door. Her face bore a faint, predatory smile, full of aggression. In broad daylight, what was she planning? Teacher Yuechan? Lin Xie swallowed hard, tentatively calling out, instinctively taking a step back. Lin Yuechan, however, advanced step by step, her overwhelming aura as a transcendent martial artist enveloping the room, making the air thick and scorching. Our handsome top freshman was quite impressive during his speech at the ceremony. Her voice carried a lazy rasp, tinged with a unique allure. Before her words had fully landed, her figure flickered like a phantom. Lin Xie felt an irresistible force overwhelm him. Lin Yuechan's eyes and brows carried a hint of post-satisfaction languor. She slowly shook her head, her gaze filled with disdain and disappointment, as if she were looking at a tool that wasn't very useful. Sigh, she sighed lightly, her tone tinged with amusement. Is this all? You still haven't mastered the Xuansu Heart Sutra? Lin Yuechan was genuinely puzzled. The adorable boy before her was sometimes so strong it was unbelievable, yet other times so weak it was contemptible. Lin Yuechan's expression and tone made Lin Xie furious. As a man, how could he let a woman look down on him? He suddenly raised his head, glaring at her with gritted teeth, and said angrily, "You're bullying the weak with your strength, this is unfair." Oh? Lin Yuechan raised an eyebrow, leaned down, and her snow-white fingers lightly traced his chin. Her sharp phoenix eyes were full of mockery. So what you're saying is, right now I'm big and you're small. When you get big, you'll turn the tables and bully me instead? Shall we wait for that day? Thousands of words omitted, 9 minutes and 55 seconds. Lin Xie sat on the ground, calming his turbulent energy and blood. He glanced at Lin Yuechan and asked, Teacher Yuechan, can we talk about the club matters now? Go back. Lin Yuechan didn't even lift her eyelids, directly cutting him off. Her tone was as indifferent as swatting away a bothersome fly. Ha! Lin Xie was completely dumbfounded. He propped himself up against the wall, standing up, and looked at her in disbelief. Go back? Lin Yuechan finally raised her eyes. The phoenix eyes that had been so alluring moments ago had returned to their usual coldness. She gave Lin Xie an annoyed look. What? I have private lessons with other students later. Do you think I have nothing better to do all day? She paused, then said matter-of-factly, didn't we agree to discuss serious matters at midnight? Lin Xie's mind buzzed, almost fainting from anger. He pointed at himself, then at the tightly locked door, his voice trembling with frustration. So you called me over, locked the door, just for these 20 minutes? What do you take me for? A power bank? Playing with me, huh? He finally couldn't hold back and blurted out. Lin Yuechan heard this, but instead of showing any guilt, a playful smile appeared on her face. She chuckled softly and said leisurely, Yes, I'm playing with you. So what? Not happy? She stepped forward, poking Lin Xie's chest with her fingertip, her tone dripping with provocation. Then hit me. She stretched lazily, her breathtaking curves once again on full display. Then, with a click, she unlocked the door. All right, she waved her hand, remember to come on time tonight. Don't be late. Lin Xie was speechless. There was nothing he could do, he couldn't beat her. His heart was filled with indignation. These days, everyone has their moment to rise, don't underestimate the poor youth. One day, I'll make you pregnant. Yes, pregnant. A 1% chance there will be a day it happens. In the afternoon, Lin Xie once again arrived at the familiar white building, the Fertility Management Center. It was so familiar it felt like home. A young lady in a brand new black suit, exuding a cold and elegant aura, saw Lin Xie's identification and, with a complex look in her eyes but a smile on her face, led him to his exclusive VIP room. Half an hour later, Lin Xie walked out feeling refreshed, as if the whole world had become clearer and brighter. When he returned to school, the long-awaited system notification sounded in his mind like heavenly music. Ding! Host's genetic data has been successfully matched and conception completed. Reward obtained, random unlock of cultivation technique permissions. No locked techniques available, 1 permission point granted. Still 3 consecutive successes. Lin Xie sighed inwardly, the Fertility Management Center truly was a great place. He skillfully opened the system panel. Permission points, 3, just short of unlocking the basics of the Xian Su Heart Sutra. Offspring, 19, in gestation. 19 children. What rewards will there be after they're born? When Lin Xie pushed open the dormitory door, Bai Mushi had just woken up. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she lazily sat on the edge of the bed. Seeing him return, her sleepy face instantly blossomed into a sweet smile. Honey, you're back. Lin Xie walked over, gently embraced her, and inhaled the comforting fragrance on her body, his worries dissipating. He briefly told Bai Mushi about the rewards from the opening ceremony and the dormitory change. Really? We can move downstairs? Bai Mushi's eyes lit up instantly, her face full of joy. I heard the lower the floor, the denser the spiritual energy, which is better for the baby's development. Of course it's true, Lin Xie gently tapped her nose and said with a smile, we'll apply now and move immediately. Bai Mushi nodded vigorously, her face full of determination. The two didn't have much luggage and quickly packed up. Lin Xie submitted the dormitory change application through the terminal, and it was approved almost instantly. Dear Lin Xie, your dormitory change application has been approved. New dormitory address, floor 200, room 001. Moving staff will arrive at your current dormitory door within 5 minutes to provide free moving services. The efficiency was truly impressive. Soon, the dormitory doorbell rang. Several young men and women in new student council uniforms stood at the door, their expressions upright, faces full of enthusiasm and respect. The leading young man said loudly, Senior Lin, hello. We are preparatory members of the student council's life department, sent to assist with your move. Here they are. Bai Mushi responded cheerfully, opening the door. When they saw Lin Xie and Bai Mushi nestled beside him, their eyes flashed with amazement and curiosity. They hurriedly helped carry the small amount of luggage while introducing themselves, their words filled with admiration for Lin Xie. After a few exchanges, Lin Xie learned that these 4 young people were freshmen who had just passed the assessment to join the student council, and this task was their first assignment. Their minds were already in turmoil. This was Lin Xie, the top freshman, the legendary one-shot bro, rumored to be the illegitimate son of some interstellar tycoon. In person, his aura was even stronger than in photos and videos. And the woman beside him, was she the rumored pregnant wife? Her belly was noticeable. She looked plain and unremarkable, like the girl next door. Could it be the speculations on the forum were true? Was Lin Xie's true identity actually the illegitimate son of some interstellar financial magnate, abandoned and left to fend for himself? They couldn't stop guessing in their hearts, but they dared not slacken their words. During the conversation, a bold girl, her eyes shining, said, "Senior Lin, can we add you as a friend? If you ever need anything, you can always reach out to us." At Galactic Martial University, strength was respected regardless of grade level, and the weak addressed the strong as seniors. So, it was perfectly normal for them to call Lin Xie senior. Lin Xie nodded politely and was about to open his terminal. Just then, the door of the neighboring dormitory opened slightly. Yi Qinghan stood at the doorway. She seemed to have heard the commotion outside and came out to take a look. However, when her gaze fell on Lin Xie, Bai Mushi, the group of student council members behind them, and the packed luggage, she froze instantly. They were moving out? A thought flashed through her mind. Yes, the ranking from the entrance exam. With changes in rankings, dormitory assignments could be adjusted. Her rank had entered the top 3,000, qualifying her to apply for a room on a floor with denser spiritual energy. And Lin Xie, he was the top freshman. Of course, he would move out. This simple logic, however, felt like an invisible hammer, striking Yi Qinghan's heart hard. Her usually proud face lost all color, turning pale. Moving out. The distance of just one wall, the distance that made her feel so close to him, the distance that fueled all her unwillingness and curiosity, was about to disappear? No way. She hadn't yet completed the task her father had given her, hadn't yet changed his perception of her, hadn't yet. Yi Qinghan clenched her hands at her sides tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white. Lin Xie noticed her and gave her a polite nod of acknowledgement before turning back to continue his conversation with the student council members. That glance was calm, indifferent, and even carried a hint of courteous detachment. It was as if he had merely seen an insignificant stranger. That glance completely shattered the last line of defense in Yi Qinghan's heart. To her, it was even more painful than being ignored. So, in his heart, she was really just a neighbor whose name wasn't even worth remembering. "Senior Lin, everything's ready. Let's go." "Alright, thank you." The group chatted and laughed as they surrounded Lin Xie and Bai Mushi, heading toward the elevator. The sound of their footsteps and cheerful voices gradually faded in the empty corridor. Yi Qinghan stood alone at the doorway, like a forgotten statue. It wasn't until the sounds completely disappeared that she suddenly snapped out of it. No! She quickly turned and rushed back into her dormitory, her trembling hands opening her personal terminal. She swiftly pulled up her student information interface. Below the comprehensive ranking, 2889, there was indeed a link glowing faintly, dormitory adjustment application. If he could move, so could she. Without hesitation, she clicked the link. Your new dormitory has been assigned, floor 271, room 017. Floor 271. Yi Qinghan was on the verge of tears. She seemed to vaguely hear earlier that the preparatory members of the student council mentioned Lin Xie's new dormitory floor while joking with him. It was the 200th floor? The 200th floor, and the 271st floor. The difference was too vast. 10 minutes later, at dormitory 001 on the 200th floor, when the heavy alloy door slid open, Bai Mushi looked at everything in front of her and couldn't help but let out a small gasp. Compared to the tiny single dormitory on the 298th floor, this was practically a mansion. The total area was more than twice the size of the previous one. More importantly, as soon as she stepped inside, she could clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was on a completely different level than before. Taking a deep breath made her feel refreshed, and even the baby in her belly seemed to become more active. "Wow, honey, this place is amazing." Bai Mushi happily spun around the living room, her face radiating a joyful smile. Meanwhile, in the vice president's office of the Law Institute's club, Yi Jing-ai, the vice president of the Law Institute, was sitting in the boss chair with a grim expression. On the sofa opposite her sat several girls in Law Institute uniforms, all her subordinates. Sister Jing-ai, we absolutely cannot swallow this insult, one girl said indignantly. He's just a freshman, yet he dares to disrespect our Law Institute like this. It's outrageous. Exactly, another girl chimed in. We are the Empress's people. Today, he didn't just slap our sisters in the face, he slapped Sister Jing-ai's face. He slapped the Empress's face. Yi Jing-ai coldly swept her gaze over the group and said in a deep voice, "Understood. All of you, leave now." Her subordinates, hearing this, felt as if they had been pardoned and quickly got up to leave. As the office door closed, Yi Jing-ai's expression turned extremely ugly. She knew very well that such a humiliating matter could never be reported to Empress Lu Russian. That exalted empress, for the past 2 years, had been wholly immersed in cultivation, striving to break through to the legendary perfect transcendence realm. Everyone at Lunar Martial University knew that Lu Russian had been eligible to graduate 2 years ago but chose to suppress her realm in order to achieve perfection in body refinement, spiritual energy, and mental strength, forging the most flawless foundation for superpowers. To disturb her with such trivial matters? That would be self-inflicted humiliation and would only mark her as an incompetent fool. Yi Jing-ai took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her turbulent emotions, and dialed into the encrypted video conference of the Imperial Flower Corps leadership. As the light screen lit up, one by one, the influential figures who dominated the campus appeared. They were all vice presidents of various clubs, the most central figures under Empress Lu Russian in the Imperial Flower. Everyone's here. Yi Jing-ai glanced around and got straight to the point, her voice. I see. The reason I've invited you today is to discuss the recruitment of the freshman top scorer, Lin Chia. I have encountered some obstacles. As soon as she finished speaking, Meng Yao, one of the vice presidents of the tribunal, revealed a mocking expression on her sharp face. She was using a delicate little file to shape her nails and didn't even bother to look up. Obstacles? Yi Jing-ai. I heard that during the ceremony today, you were humiliated in front of the entire school, along with your 2 idiotic subordinates. What now? You want us to clean up your mess? Yi Jing-ai's face instantly turned red, and she slammed the table hard, causing ripples to spread across the virtual desktop. Meng Yao. Watch your words. What? Can't take responsibility for your actions? Meng Yao finally looked up, her gaze as sharp as a blade. You can't even handle a freshman with no background. I think it's time to replace the vice president of the Law Institute. Yi Jing-ai was burning with rage, almost losing control. Damn Meng Yao. If it weren't for the Empress still needing this vicious dog. Alright, both of you, calm down. The elegant and dignified figure of the student council, Vice President Han Ingwen, appeared on the main screen. She smiled to ease the tension, her tone gentle yet carrying an undeniable authority. Meng Yao, that's not the right way to put it. After all, he is this year's top freshman. A bit of arrogance is normal and understandable. Her words were flawless, simultaneously appeasing Yi Jing-ai and giving Meng Yao a compliment, instantly pulling the focus of the meeting back on track. Meng Yao let out a light snort, giving Han Ingwen some face, and said no more. Yi Jing-ai, however, was unconvinced and spoke sharply. The student council already has Lady Empress and the 4th-year chief, and the heir of the Chen family will definitely join as well. It's full of experts. What resources could a newcomer like him possibly get? The tribunal also has the 2nd-year and 3rd-year chiefs. He has no place there. My invitation for him to join the Legal Affairs Institute, with full support, is already a tremendous favor. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of condescending confidence. Don't be fooled by his current glory. At the end of the day, he's just a low-level martial artist. How are true powerhouses made? Through massive resources, top-tier techniques, guidance from renowned mentors, and family heritage. What does Lin Chia have? People like him are all show and no substance, their foundations as fragile as a castle in the air, easily toppled by the slightest storm. Oh, Meng Yao put down her nail file, a mocking smile on her face. The top freshman you belittle so much single-handedly and publicly defeated the heir of the Chun group, Chen Xuani. Yi Jing-ai, you're working so hard to discredit him. Did you strike some deal with the Chen family to help Chen Xuani save face? You're slandering me. Yi Jing-ai's face turned red instantly. She stood up abruptly, pointing at Meng Yao on the screen and shouting angrily, Meng Yao, stop tarnishing my name. My loyalty to Lady Empress is as clear as day. Everything I do is to strengthen our Empress flower, to clear obstacles for Lady Empress, and to carve out a space for the women of Marshall University. But, you, always speaking so sarcastically, have you been holding a grudge against our Legal Affairs Institute and are now taking the chance to suppress us? Suppress you? Meng Yao sneered, as if she just heard the biggest joke. Jing Ai, you're giving yourself too much credit. With those few incompetent subordinates of yours? She leaned forward slightly, her sharp gaze seemingly piercing through the screen. I'm just reminding you not to bring personal grudges into organizational decisions. Lin Xie is currently the most sought-after talent in the entire Galactic Marshall University. If Empress Flower wants to recruit him, we either don't act, or we act with enough sincerity and the right attitude. Not with this condescending, charitable demeanor of yours that only pushes people away. And, Jing Ai, Meng Yao said leisurely, your intelligence work is as poor as ever. Lin Xie is not the low-level martial artist you imagine him to be. What do you mean? Jing Ai's brows furrowed instantly, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Meng Yao smirked disdainfully, as if watching a clown perform. You still don't know? Lin Xie is from the C family. Teacher Si Qingwan personally stepped in to suppress all the anonymous reports against him. Isn't that obvious enough? The Si family. Si Qingwan? Jing Ai's heart sank abruptly. Meanwhile, on the meeting screen, the expressions of the other high-ranking members of Empress Flower, who had been watching the drama unfold, instantly turned serious. A subtle ripple of unease passed among them, and their exchanged glances carried a newfound gravity. Not only that, Meng Yao set down her teacup and dropped another bombshell, her gaze sweeping over everyone, to ensure they were listening. Go and investigate further. Lin Xie has been very close to teacher Lin Yuechan from the student council. They both share the surname Lin. She left the sentence unfinished, but the implications within her words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's minds. This time, it wasn't just Jing Ai, even Han Yingwen, who had always maintained her composure, showed a rare moment of visible emotion on her elegant and dignified face for the first time. The breathing of the other vice presidents also collectively hitched at this moment. Lin Yuechan, that woman, rumored to be from the Lin family, the ruling star of the Taurus constellation. Jing Ai's pupils contracted sharply. All her previous anger and unwillingness were instantly replaced by a chilling fear that surged from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Could it be Lin Xie is from the ruling Lin family? An even more terrifying thought began to grow uncontrollably in her mind. Could he be the heir of the Lin family's new generation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But he might be an illegitimate child of some big shot in the Lin family. His resume clearly stated. Could it be that the resume from the Haicheng Grain District was also fake? Jing Ai's face turned deathly pale, cold sweat streaming down her back. The others on the light screen also fell into a deathly silence. The expressions of amusement they had earlier were now completely gone, replaced by deep shock and a re-evaluation of the situation. A mysterious freshman who could make Si Qingwan personally step in to protect him and had close ties with Lin Yuechan. All their previous judgments about him being all show and no substance or lacking a solid foundation now seemed utterly laughable. It wasn't that his foundation was unstable, it was that their level was simply incapable of touching his true foundation. Han Yingwen, the vice president of the student council, whose eyes always carried a gentle smile, now had only deep contemplation in her gaze. This person was no longer someone they could casually recruit, test, or even suppress. He was a ferocious dragon lying in wait among the freshmen. Jing Ai, you fool. That's enough. Han Yingwen, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. Since Lin Xie is close to teachers Si Qingwan and Lin Yuechan, there's no need for us at Imperial Flower to try recruiting him. Her gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced directly at Jing Ai, whose face had already turned ashen on the screen. Jing Ai, Han Yingwen's voice carried no trace of emotion. You didn't provoke him, did you? This simple question sent a chill down Jing Ai's spine, her heart skipping a beat. She quickly forced a smile that looked worse than crying and hastily denied, How could I? Han Yingwen, I only sent someone to invite him. He was the one who didn't appreciate it. I absolutely didn't do anything inappropriate. She secretly felt relieved that she had only sent two subordinates to test the waters and hadn't approached him personally. Han Yingwen gave her a deep look but didn't press further. Some things only needed to be hinted at. From now on, no one in the organization is allowed to contact or test him. Just pretend this person doesn't exist. As for you, Yijing AI, Han Yingwen's tone turned cold again, keep your subordinates in check and don't cause me any more trouble. If your stupidity leads to losses for the organization. She didn't finish her sentence, but the icy look in her eyes said it all. Yes, I understand. Yijing AI nodded repeatedly, cold sweat soaking her back. Han Yingwen no longer looked at her and directly ended the video call. The light screens dimmed one by one, and the conference room returned to silence. Yijing AI sat in her chair, her face dark. The relief of narrowly escaping disaster intertwined with the humiliation of being reprimanded, churning in her heart. Lin Xie. The Lin family, the C family, no, I can't just let this go. This isn't just about my pride as Yijing AI, it's about all the female warriors of Galactic Martial University. This world always prepares crowns for men. As long as they are strong enough, arrogant enough, there will always be women like Meng Yao and Han Yingwen included, eager to step aside, to kneel and kiss their feet. They've forgotten how, over the past 3 years, Her Majesty the Empress has painstakingly created the environment we have today, an environment where a woman's abilities and ambitions should be recognized and respected. Yet Lin Xie, with his crude male logic, is attempting to erode this pure land. His public crushing of my subordinate was not just a show of force but a declaration of war against us female warriors. His gaze and demeanor seemed to say, look, women, even if you establish your own order, I can destroy it with just one finger. Every challenge he made today was testing the boundaries of our new order. If we back down, it would be tantamount to admitting that everything Her Majesty the Empress personally built is nothing more than a fleeting illusion, powerless against true male strength. The efforts of all of us over the past 3 years would become a joke. I will not allow it. Therefore, my face, Jing Ai's face, is not just my own. It represents the dignity of Her Majesty the Empress, the honor of all my sisters and the imperial daughters, and this hard-won era where female warriors can hold their heads high. I will use my own methods, using wisdom to crush his pride, to show everyone the ultimate fate of foolish men who challenge the new era created by Her Majesty the Empress. A trace of madness flashed in her eyes, but she was unaware of the increasingly dense darkness behind her, as if it had come alive, silently writhing, converging, and entwining. The night deepened. At 11:45 p.m., Lin Xie got out of bed and dressed. He leaned down and gently kissed Bai Mushi's smooth forehead. Wife, I'm going to continue training with teacher Lin Yuechan. Bai Mushi nodded obediently and said softly, okay, husband, go ahead. Once the dormitory door closed softly and Lin Xie's presence completely disappeared, Bai Mushi let out a long sigh of relief. She touched her still slightly flushed cheeks. The baby in her belly seemed to really enjoy the warm and powerful spiritual energy that emanated from her husband during his training. But that feeling of her body being completely out of control, her soul seemingly floating away, was so embarrassing she could die from it. Going to train with teacher Lin Yuechan was good. It gave her a chance to rest and calm her emotions. As the senior students gradually returned to campus, the main roads of the school were still bustling with traffic and people even in the early hours. Lin Xie arrived at the door of training room 2202 and found it still closed, so he waited quietly outside. Before long, the door slid open. The person who walked out was the same familiar figure, Qin Xiaoxiao. Qin Xiaoxiao was visibly surprised to see Lin Xie. She recalled her grandfather's video call and his firm tone. Xiaoxiao, he is not your enemy. To defeat the heir of the Chen family and claim the top spot among the freshmen, his background must be incredibly strong, terrifyingly so. If he truly has no background, then that's even more frightening. Our Qin family absolutely needs to establish a connection with him, understand? Her usually cold and aloof face tried hard to muster a smile, though it looked a bit stiff. Hello, Lin Xie. Lin Xie nodded and replied, hello. But inwardly, he was thinking, I actually preferred your cold and indifferent demeanor. However, in the next moment, Qin Xiaoxiao's actions left him completely stunned. She brought up her personal terminal, her face still maintaining that forced smile, though there was a faint trace of nervousness. Can we add each other as friends? Hearing this, Lin Xie suddenly remembered something, and his gaze involuntarily drifted to Qin Xiaoxiao's chest. symmetrical, same size. He could no longer clearly recall whether the big bomb he had previously destroyed was on the left or the right, as Qin Xiaoxiao was not the only girl who had left a deep impression on him. Now it seemed that both sides were fine. The medical technology at Galactic Martial University was indeed advanced. Qin Xiaoxiao immediately noticed Lin Xie's gaze. The smile she had just managed to put on froze instantly, and a blush crept up her cheeks. Lin Xie suddenly realized his rudeness, quickly withdrew his gaze, coughed lightly, and skillfully opened his personal terminal, displaying his business card. Qin Xiaoxiao's eyes still carried a hint of embarrassment and annoyance, but she extended her terminal and added Lin Xie as a friend. After the soft ding sound, she took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and said, "Lin, we're both examinees from Tiantai province, so we're kind of hometown folks. I wonder if you have time someday for us to grab a meal together and get to know each other?" "Maybe another day," Lin Xie replied without much thought. He wasn't deliberately brushing off Qin Xiaoxiao, he was genuinely busy. Every day was consumed by cultivation, leaving no time for socializing. He hadn't even mastered the Qiansu Heart Sutra. The Hanyuan Qigong and 8 Treasures technique were still waiting for him to improve their proficiency. Once the 8 Treasures technique reached perfection, he would need to start and cultivate the complementary Dragon Tiger technique. He was eagerly anticipating whether these two techniques, once perfected, could directly merge into the sea-level technique 8 Treasures Dragon Tiger Force. As for spear techniques, he hadn't even started on the D-level skills Vibrating Spear Technique and Whirling Spear Dance. The entry-level mastery of the sea-level skill Gale Spear technique was even further away. Where would he find time for a meal? Hearing this perfunctory response, Qin Xiaoxiao's hard-earned smile instantly reverted to a cold demeanor. She nodded slightly, said a simple all right, and then turned and walked away briskly. Lin Xie didn't think much of it and directly entered training room 2202. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw Lin Yuechan wearing a tight black combat suit, stretching her body. Her curves appeared particularly alluring under the lighting. Her eyes carried a hint of lazy charm, and when she saw Lin Xie enter, she immediately rolled her eyes, a mix of embarrassment and teasing. "Heh, the top freshman, wherever you go, girls line up to add you as a friend." Lin Xie grinned. "Teacher Yuechan, is that tone jealousy?" Lin Yuechan's sharp eyes swept over him, carrying a sense of superiority and pressure. Her martial will was like an invisible flame, enveloping Lin Xie. However, Lin Xie merely grinned, and his own powerful martial will erupted, instantly pushing back her aura. The two martial wills clashed fiercely in the air, locked in a stalemate, making the atmosphere in the training room feel thick and scorching. He was determined to cultivate his martial will to level 7 within the next few days. Then, they'd see who could overpower whom. Still, Lin Xie couldn't help but wonder, if he truly surpassed her in martial will, would this woman become so enraged that she'd kick him flying with all her strength? Lin Yuechan's expression remained cold. She suddenly turned, slapping her palm onto the control panel on the wall. Bang! The heavy alloy door slammed shut, accompanied by the sound of it locking. Lin Xie's heart skipped a beat. Damn, he shouldn't have been so arrogant. Now the door was shut. Lin Yuechan turned back, her face carrying a faintly amused expression, and lunged directly at him. The next 10,000 words are omitted. 9 minutes and 57 seconds later, Lin Xie lay on the ground, letting out a deep sigh. Completely suppressed. When would he finally rise up and become a true man? Lin Yuechan shook her head disdainfully. Her breathing still steady, though her face now carried a captivating blush. Useless. Without medication, you're just a waste. Lin Xie was speechless and retorted, "You're an extraordinary martial artist bullying someone weaker. How can you say that about me?" Lin Yuechan chuckled at his words, her gaze unintentionally drifting downward. "Oh, so you're admitting you're small?" Lin Xie. He couldn't win in a fight. The chances of pregnancy were low. Ugh, life was tough. He was completely speechless. Wasn't his purpose for coming here not to argue with her. Swish! The door of training room 2202 slid open again. The damp and slightly peculiar smell inside had long been completely extracted by the powerful ventilation system. Both of them had finished washing up. Lin Yuechan had changed into a dark red, tight-fitting combat suit, which made her snow-white skin and alluring figure even more striking. She sat cross-legged on the mat in the center of the training room, her delicate face restored to its usual cold and calm demeanor. "Speak." She raised her eyes and looked at Lin Xie. What do you want to ask? In my current situation, which club would be better to join? Or, should I just join the student council? Lin Xie asked. Lin Yuechan explained indifferently, joining the student council basically means entering the reserve system of the Galactic Empire High School Alliance. Being an extraordinary martial artist is the minimum requirement for graduating from Galactic Martial University. After graduation, most members enter the first or second-tier universities and become teachers. Lin Xie blurted out, just like Teacher Yuechan? Lin Yuechan glared at him unhappily. Haven't I told you not to call me teacher? Calling her teacher made her feel strange. Did this young man not understand that? However, Lin Xie understood perfectly. He just wanted to call her teacher. Calling her teacher gave him a subtle thrill, suppressing the odd feeling in her heart. Lin Yuechan continued, of course, there are people like Si Qingwan who can choose to stay in the academic system or the tribunal system as they wish. Lin Xie was shocked and silently marveled. You can tell her connections are strong just by hearing that. Lin Yuechan went on to analyze, if you don't have any background or connections, and your resume is really as it shows. Guard Corps Club, Administrative Council Club, and Judiciary Council Club, these three clubs mainly focus on internal affairs within the empire, and place the highest importance on relationships and networks. They're not suitable for you. Spiritual Cultivation Club, you're not a spiritual cultivator, so you don't qualify at all. She glanced at Lin Xie and said meaningfully, then, Student Council, Tribunal Club, and Blood Battle Club are the most suitable for you. The Student Council is the core hub. As a member of the Galactic Martial University Student Council, you naturally have connections within the Academic Alliance. The other two, one leads to joining the Tribunal after graduation, and the other leads to joining the Imperial Legion. Whether it's capturing heretics, dealing with Abyss remnants, or engaging in external blood battles, promotion mainly depends on strength. As for Planetary Merchant Club, the risks are too high. Without a powerful family as a backing, it's a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Capturing heretics? Dealing with Abyss remnants? Engaging in external blood battles? Lin Xie felt a bit uneasy as he listened. Why did all of this sound so dangerous? This woman really thinks too highly of me. My peaceful, prosperous system doesn't allow me to take risks at all. Lin Xie coughed lightly and silently organized his words in his mind. Teacher Yuechan, actually, resources aren't that important. The main thing is that I'm the kind of person who prefers quiet cultivation and is quite attached to home. Lin Yuechan was speechless upon hearing this and rolled her eyes at him. Here we go again. This young man always has strange thoughts in his head. Which martial artist's path of cultivation isn't about competing with others, fighting against the heavens, and seizing resources in blood and fire? Without resources, how will you improve your strength? By dreaming? Lin Yuechan rebuked him mercilessly. She looked at Lin Xie's indifferent attitude and was utterly exasperated. At Galactic Martial University, who isn't a prodigy? Just because you're ahead now doesn't mean you'll stay ahead step by step. If you don't compete or fight, you'll eventually be left behind. She felt that Lin Xie was simply wasting his opportunities. Being the top freshman, what an honor and starting point. How could he have such unambitious thoughts? Lin Xie helplessly spread his hands. Teacher Yuechan, you see, I became the top freshman without using too many resources. I just prefer cultivating quietly and don't like competing for those things. Ahem, what I mean is, my cultivation method might be a bit different from others. What I need most is a stable environment where I can focus without distractions. Everything else is secondary. Look, he pointed at himself, I haven't even fully mastered my current techniques and martial skills yet, so how could I have the energy to think about anything else? For me, having a quiet training room where I can practice my techniques daily is far more useful than being given a bunch of things I can't use. Besides, Lin Xie's tone became sincere as he looked into Lin Yuechan's eyes and said softly, I don't want to be too far from home either. After all, you're at the school too. Isn't it nice to come over and cultivate with you every day? You. Lin Yuechan's heart started beating faster as she listened to these words that were almost a confession. A wave of inexplicable sweetness surged from her heart, extinguishing most of her anger. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Her ears began to heat up, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. This little rascal always knows how to say things to coax people. She forcibly suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and changed the subject. Originally, Si Qingwan wanted you to join the Judgment Court Club. She's the supervising teacher of the Judgment Court. Lin Xie nodded seriously. Didn't you say they capture heretics and deal with remnants of the abyss? That's too dangerous. I just want to cultivate quietly and enjoy peaceful times. Lin Yuechan was so choked by his words that she almost couldn't catch her breath. Peaceful times, my foot. Is this really the top freshman of Galaxy Martial Arts University, surpassing Chen Xuani? Lin Xie recalled the rude obstruction by two girls from the Judicial Office Club after the freshman opening ceremony earlier in the day and followed up on her words. The Judicial Office Club. I did have a minor conflict with their people after the ceremony today. Why are they targeting me? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Yuechan's cold phoenix eyes, and her lips curled into a smile, showing great interest. Oh, something like that happened? She laughed, her voice tinged with obvious schadenfreude. Well, after Lu Ruyan went into seclusion, her group of Imperial Flower members has become increasingly arrogant. They even tried to recruit you through the judicial office? This isn't recruitment at all, it's clearly an attempt to intimidate you into submission. Lu Ruyan? Imperial Flower? Lin Xie's curiosity was piqued. Yes, Lu Ruyan is a fifth-year senior and is now recognized as the #1 at Galaxy Martial Arts University, Lin Yuechan explained with a light laugh. She and the one from Longting Martial Arts University are referred to by the students as the Twin Empresses. Empress? Lin Xie smacked his lips, thinking the title sounded quite imposing. Lin Yuechan shook her head, seemingly unimpressed by the title, and continued explaining. The so-called Imperial Flower is an all-female organization founded by Lu Ruyan. Now, more than half of the high-level positions in the student council and major clubs are occupied by her people. She herself focuses on cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks, while daily affairs are managed by the high-level members of the Imperial Flower on her behalf. After listening, Lin Xie nodded thoughtfully and summarized, I see. So, Lu Ruyan is the empress who focuses on cultivation and ignores worldly matters, while these Imperial Flower members are like her personal handmaidens who handle daily affairs for her? Lin Yuechan was amused by this bold yet apt analogy, and her cold demeanor instantly broke, her eyes and brows radiating a bright smile. Personal handmaidens? That's an interesting way to put it. Your understanding isn't entirely wrong. She laughed so hard that her curves under the combat uniform rose and fell, making Lin Xie feel a bit parched. After laughing, she restrained her expression, regained some of her coldness, and gave Lin Xie a sidelong glance, warning him irritably, but you'd better only say such things in front of me. If this gets out, don't expect me to help you. What if I accidentally offend them? Lin Xie looked at her, his gaze carrying just the right amount of innocence and probing. Teacher Yuechan, will you help me? Help you? Lin Yuechan snorted lightly, her sharp phoenix eyes sizing him up and down. Why should I help you? I'm not your nanny. Lin Xie pondered for a moment, his face showing a serious expression of weighing pros and cons. If that's the case, with the Empress's power being so great, should I just give in and join the Judiciary Council? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and she nodded. It's not impossible. The Judiciary Council has plenty of resources. If you're willing to bow your head, they should offer you decent treatment. How about you contact their vice president now and sign up directly? Ahem, Lin Xie coughed and quickly waved his hand. Just kidding, just kidding. What a joke. If it weren't for the lack of a legitimate reason at school, he would have used his martial will to intimidate those two women in the square today. He would have already taken them down with one shot each, blowing them away for daring to block his path. Lin Yuechan rolled her eyes dramatically, unsurprised by Lin Xie's nonsense. Judging by his fierce style of blasting opponents with one shot during competitions, she knew he was far from being a good-natured person. Bowing to the girls of the Judiciary Council? Impossible. She sighed lightly, sat back cross-legged, and adopted a serious expression. All right, no more jokes. Let's talk business. With your strength and potential, not competing for core resources would be a waste. She pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of various options in her mind. First, there's the Student Council, she began, her tone calm. The Student Council oversees campus affairs, with various factions entrenched, but it's also where resources are most concentrated. As the top freshman, joining it would immediately grant you high status and influence. The advantages are a large platform, extensive connections, and I'm in it, so I can look out for you. When she mentioned the last point, her voice instinctively softened, as if it was the aspect she valued most. But the drawbacks are also obvious, she continued, her tone shifting to objective analysis. The student council is deeply complicated internally, with the Chen family and Lu Ruyan's imperial flower faction deeply rooted within. She proposed what seemed like a decent option, but her tone was somewhat indifferent, clearly aware that it wasn't the optimal choice. Lin Xie said nothing, simply watching her quietly, waiting for her to continue her analysis. Lin Yuechan's fingers lightly tapped her knee as she spoke faintly. Actually, the Judiciary Club is the most suitable for you. The advantage is power. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to analyze calmly. The Judiciary Club is essentially the school's judiciary, the highest enforcer of school rules, independent of other clubs, with the authority to investigate all students. Within the school, they embody discipline itself. Joining the Judiciary Club would be like gaining the strongest protective shield. No one would dare to openly target you. You could focus on your cultivation without being drawn into conflicts. This sounded tailor-made for Lin Xie. And the drawbacks? Lin Xie asked sharply. Lin Yuechan's expression instantly turned cold, her eyes flashing with vigilance and hostility. The drawback is occasional field assignments. Lin Xie saw her expression and immediately realized she was lying. Her phoenix eyes, usually sharp as a blade, were now unconsciously drifting elsewhere, her tone carrying a hint of unnatural stiffness. Field assignments? Such an excuse wouldn't fool even a 3-year-old. For students at Galactic Martial University, dangerous field assignments often meant high credits and valuable combat opportunities. How could they simply be labeled as drawbacks? The real drawback was a figure instantly appeared in Lin Xie's mind. That fiery pink combat suit, those alluring black wavy locks, and that captivatingly seductive face, seemingly always radiating charm. Si Qingwan, that stunning enchantress, who had whispered softly in his ear with a mischievous smile, asking if he needed big sister's guidance. He instantly understood. This close friend of hers posed a tremendous sense of threat to Lin Yuechan. This, indeed, was her true flaw. Watching her excited yet wary expression, Lin Xie chuckled inwardly, though he feigned confusion outwardly. If I remember correctly, isn't teacher Si Qingwan the supervisor there? Isn't it a good thing to have her looking after me? Sounds like if I join, no one would dare mess with me. You. Lin Yuechan was momentarily at a loss for words, her chest heaving with frustration. Of course, she knew it was a good thing. Rationally, she understood that under Si Qingwan's supervision, Lin Xie would receive the utmost protection and the freest space to grow, which was nothing but beneficial for him. But emotionally, she was utterly unwilling. Just thinking about Lin Xie spending his days with that dazzling enchantress made her heart feel uneasy. Ultimately, reason barely managed to prevail. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her irritation, and spoke in a tone that was almost resigned. Yes. Objectively speaking, that is indeed the best option for you right now. She raised her head, fixing Lin Xie with a stern and warning look. But remember this. Joining the club is one thing, but you must keep your distance from her. Outside of necessary professional interactions, no private contact is allowed. If I find out that she's using some peculiar excuse to tutor you one-on-one. She didn't finish the sentence, but the threatening look in her eyes said it all. Lin Xie, observing her conflicted demeanor, wanting him to go yet fearing it, both angry and anxious, was inwardly amused but deliberately put on a look of sudden realization. He let out a heavy sigh. In that case. He paused, pretending to deliberate deeply, and finally spoke in a tone full of understanding. Then I might as well join the student council instead. It sounds like no matter where I go, there will be disputes. I might as well choose a place where you can look after me. He lifted his gaze, eyes sincere, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Though teacher Si Qingwan does sound quite reliable, I'd rather join the student council in comparison. Lin Yuechan's heart softened at his words. The irritation and vigilance in her heart were instantly replaced by a sweet warmth. She was about to say something when suddenly she realized something was off. No! She blurted out almost instinctively, her tone firm and leaving no room for argument. You have to join the Tribunal Society. Lin Xie was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait. Sis, what are you doing? Lin Yuechan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly put on a stern face, letting out a small, awkward huff. Her eyes darted elsewhere as she stubbornly replied, "Si Qingwan just called me earlier, specifically asking me to convince you to join. If you back out now, wouldn't that make me, Lin Yuechan, look petty?" Lin Xie, seeing her stubborn pride in the way she was clearly suffering for the sake of her image, was both amused and exasperated. "Ah, women. No, no," he quickly waved his hands, speaking earnestly, "it's not that. I just feel like the environment in the tribunal society doesn't suit me, so I don't want to go. It has nothing to do with you, okay?" In truth, did it matter much to Lin Xie which club he joined? Not at all. His real ace was his unique abilities, not any resources a club could provide. His decisions were never based on which club was stronger but rather on which one would save him the most trouble and allow him to better navigate complex relationships. Lin Xie smiled and said, "The student council isn't bad. With you looking out for me, if there's anything I don't want to do in the future, I can just skip it, right?" This remark was half a joke and half genuine, yet it was like a feather, brushing precisely against Lin Yuechan's heart. She froze slightly, the sharpness and coldness in her gaze softening instantly. Yes. In the student council, he'd be under her protection, she could naturally look after him, protect him, and keep those annoying things from bothering him. As for Si Qingwan, she had only asked for her help, not guaranteed success. As long as she did her best, the outcome would ultimately be Lin Xie's own choice, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Lin Yuechan's displeasure instantly vanished, replaced by an indescribable sense of satisfaction, as if someone was relying on her. Really? Her voice unconsciously softened, even carrying a hint of joy she herself hadn't noticed. Lin Xie nodded firmly, his tone resolute, "Yes, I've decided to join the student council." Lin Yuechan raised her eyes, her phoenix-like gaze once again revealing a touch of spring warmth, like peach blossoms quietly blooming after the snow melts, enchanting and captivating. She looked at him, the corners of her mouth curling into a meaningful smile. This little boy really knew how to talk. Since he was so obedient, so endearing, shouldn't she give him a little reward? Lin Xie's alarm bells instantly went off. He was all too familiar with that look. It was the precursor to a storm. He immediately leapt up from the ground, retreating as he bid farewell. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now. I'll handle the club application myself." Without waiting for Lin Yuechan's response, he turned and quickly walked toward the door, his movements as agile as a leopard. However, as fast as he was, someone was faster. Just as he was about to touch the door switch, a shadow flashed past him like a ghost. Lin Xie only felt an irresistible force strike him from behind, causing him to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground. Bang! He hit the floor, and before he could react, the figure had already appeared at the door like the wind. With a light wave of her slender hand, she pressed a button on the control panel. Click! The heavy alloy door closed with a sound, and the red light of the internal lock lit up mercilessly. Lying on the ground, he looked up again, and what met his eyes were a pair of pristine white ankles slowly approaching. The dark red combat suit clung tightly to her slender calves, making the exposed skin appear even more translucent under the light, like the finest mutton fat jade. 9 minutes and 59 seconds. A charming flush spread across Lin Yuechan's delicate face, her breath slightly labored, her phoenix-like eyes shimmering with a watery glow. She turned her head to look at Lin Xie, who was drenched in sweat, and Si Qingwan's tone instantly rose, glaring at Lin Yuechan with disbelief, as if scrutinizing a child caught lying. "Are you jealous and deliberately stopping him from coming to me? You're crazy." Lin Yuechan, as if her tail had been stepped on, blushed instantly and retorted guiltily, "What do I have to be jealous about? If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself." With that, she directly hung up the video call. Back at the dormitory, as soon as she opened the door, the enticing aroma of food wafted over. "Honey, time for a late-night snack." Bai Mushi greeted Lin Xie with a beaming smile as he returned. She leaned close to him, catching the fresh scent of his shower, and her heart ached. Her husband must have been sweating a lot, working so hard on his cultivation. "Okay." Lin Xie nodded with a smile and sat down at the dining table. However, just as he picked up his chopsticks, his personal terminal rang with an incoming video call. The name displayed made Lin Xie's eyelid twitch. Si Qingwan. He looked up at Bai Mushi and said, "Honey, let me take this video call first. It's from a supervising teacher of a club." Then, she watched as Lin Xie sat on the sofa and swiped to answer the video call. On the light screen, a stunningly beautiful face immediately caught her attention. Bai Mushi froze for a moment, a trace of jealousy welling up in her heart. What a gorgeous woman. On Si Qingwan's end, she immediately noticed Bai Mushi, not far behind Lin Xie. Clicking her tongue in amazement, she teased, "Lin Xie, you're really hiding a lovely wife here." Lin Xie smiled faintly, showing no hesitation. "She's my wife, Bai Mushi." "Wife?" Si Qingwan's smile froze instantly, a flash of surprise crossing her face. Her first thought was a political marriage between prominent families. But, this question circled in her mind, briefly before she suppressed it. Today, her main goal was to invite Lin Xie to join the Judiciary Club. "I have high hopes for you, Lin Xie," Si Qingwan said straightforwardly. "Why are you unwilling to join the Judiciary Club?" Lin Xie responded politely, "Thank you for your kind offer, Teacher Si, but I plan to join the student council." As expected, Si Qingwan sneered inwardly. It must be Lin Yuechan being jealous again. Honestly, she gets jealous over everything. Her smile grew even brighter, and her tone softened. "Lin Xie, is there some misunderstanding? I think you're a perfect fit for the Judiciary Club. To be honest, I have great expectations for you. As the supervising teacher of the club, I can ensure that your work in the club will go very smoothly." At the dining table, Bai Mushi perked up her ears, quietly eavesdropping. She understood now her husband had turned down this beautiful teacher's invitation and chosen to join the student council instead. Lin Xie's tone remained firm. "Thank you, Teacher Si, but I still feel the student council suits me better. I prefer a stable environment and don't want to get involved in conflicts." Hearing this, a trace of disbelief flashed across Si Qingwan's eyes. Not wanting to get involved in conflicts? She couldn't help but recall Lin Xie's godlike presence during the finals. This is what he calls not wanting to get involved in conflicts? She didn't believe it. This must be an excuse Lin Yuechan taught him to say. "Lin Xie," Si Qingwan's tone took on a hint of seduction as she leaned forward. Slightly, her gaze seemingly piercing through the screen to reach his soul. "Our Judiciary Club isn't just about combat. Our more important mission is to maintain order on campus and oversee the operations of all clubs. By joining us, you'll gain higher authority and access to an intelligence network beyond that of ordinary students. Think about it, wouldn't that be a better kind of stability? With power, you can truly avoid being disturbed." Her words were clearly aimed at the trouble Lin Xie had faced with the judiciary office after the opening ceremony. Lin Xie sighed and replied, "Sincerely, Teacher Si, I'm not joking. I just want to cultivate quietly. As for eliminating the abyss or capturing heretics, I really have no interest in those things. I'm the kind of person who just loves the feeling of home and wants to come back every day." At the dining table, when Bai Mushi heard the word home, her heart instantly felt as if it were filled with honey, so sweet it was. About to overflow. Her beautiful, sparkling eyes became even softer, gazing tenderly at Lin Xie's back. Meanwhile, on the other end of the video call, Si Qingwan, after a brief moment of shock, curved her lips into a faint, ambiguous smile. "Attached to home? Heh, is it attachment to this pampered canary, or to the volcano beneath the iceberg?" However, Si Qingwan didn't expose him. She simply hummed thoughtfully and continued to guide him. "Student Lin, the credits and resource rewards for the tribunal's field missions far exceed those of the student council. Plus, you'd be eliminating the abyss and heretics, contributing to the empire. That's an honor." Lin Xie remained unmoved, firmly replying, "Teacher Si, I really just want to focus on my cultivation." Si Qingwan, seeing Lin Xie's unyielding attitude, felt a bit displeased. "He's just a talented, promising, and handsome young man. Is it really necessary to be so uptight? Can't best friends share good things? Is there a need to be so possessive? Stingy?" Si Qingwan withdrew her smile, her tone returning to calmness, even tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Since you've made up your mind, I won't insist. But I'll say it again, the tribunal's doors are always open for you." With that, she decisively ended the call. Lin Xie put away his terminal and returned to the dining table. Bai Mushi immediately asked with concern, "Honey, is that teacher angry?" Lin Xie smiled, ruffling her hair. "It's fine, nothing to be angry about. If every club supervisor came to recruit me, I couldn't possibly split myself into pieces and join them all, could I?" Saying this, he began enjoying the late-night snack Bai Mushi had lovingly prepared for him. Bai Mushi, her eyes sparkling like stars, gazed at Lin Xie, recalling his earlier words about being attached to home, her heart brimming with sweetness. But she also felt she shouldn't hold her husband back, so she mustered her courage and said, "Honey, you really don't need to worry about me. Join whichever club you think is best for your future development. Don't hesitate because of me. Lin Xie, just about to take a big bite of lamb chop, froze at her words. Ha? Oh, no, it's fine. Just seeing you and the baby every day puts me at ease. He looked into Bai Mushi's watery eyes, smiled, and said, I'm not someone who likes to compete for the sake of it. For me, the ultimate goal of cultivation is to protect the people I most want to protect. And you and the baby are the ones I want to guard with all my heart. So being able to stay by your side every day and see you safe is my greatest motivation. He paused, his tone becoming serious. This is my martial path. Hearing this, Bai Mushi was instantly overwhelmed with happiness and sweetness. She nodded heavily, tears welling up in her eyes. Honey, I understand. She picked up a piece of meat and brought it to Lin Xie's lips, her eyes full of tenderness. Honey, eat more. You work so hard on your cultivation. Soon, Lin Xie finished his late-night snack and cuddled with Bai Mushi on the sofa, enjoying this rare moment of peace. He opened his personal terminal and found the Student Council application portal. A simple application form popped up, requiring basic information and a reason for joining. Lin Xie thought for a moment and typed a line in the reason for joining field. I hope to serve the school and my fellow students while further honing my martial path. After writing, he clicked submit. A new prompt immediately appeared on the screen. Student Council Recruitment Office, your application has been submitted. The review results will be notified within 3 working days. Please wait patiently. The next second, an official notification popped up on the screen. Dear student Lin Xie, congratulations. Your membership application has been approved. Initial status, Student Council Probationary Officer. Initial rating, yes, top freshman, please. Proceed to the 5th Vice President's office on the 3rd floor of the Student Council Central Building between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. tomorrow to complete the final registration procedures. Probationary Officer? Lin Xie raised an eyebrow. Slightly, but upon seeing the S-level rating and the instruction to register at the Vice President's office, he understood. This probationary officer title was merely a formality. As the top freshman, his treatment was clearly different. At that moment, Lin Xie's terminal rang with a video call invitation. It was his parents. Lin Xie's eyebrows twitched slightly. He knew that what was bound to come would eventually come. He glanced at Bai Mushi, who was gently peeling fruit for him, and lightly patted the back of her hand to reassure her before answering the call. The screen lit up, and the faces of Lin's father and mother, squeezed into somewhat distorted, overly ingratiating smiles, instantly appeared on the screen. Xie! Lin's mother called out in an overly enthusiastic tone as soon as she spoke. How are you adjusting over there in Terra? Oh my, the school dormitory looks so grand. Her sharp eyes caught sight of Bai Mushi at the edge of the frame, and her smile instantly became 10 times brighter as she quickly adjusted the camera. Oh my, it's Mushi. Mushi, your belly, it seems to have grown a bit bigger. How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? You must take good care of yourself and eat more nutritious food. Lin's father nodded repeatedly beside her, his face glowing with joy, acting like a background prop as he chimed in, yes. You young people need to know how to take care of yourselves. We always had high hopes for you too, and now seeing you doing so well, we can finally be at ease. Seeing their unusually enthusiastic demeanor, Lin Xie found it somewhat amusing. He knew his parents all too well. Their sudden attentiveness was never without ulterior motives. He couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush, so he set down his water glass and asked directly, Dad, Mom, did something happen at home? On the other end of the video, Lin's mother quickly waved her hand, laughing awkwardly and exaggeratedly. No, nothing happened. What could possibly happen? We just missed you and wanted to see how you're doing. Oh, by the way, we watched your freshman competition. Champion! My goodness, my son is actually the champion of the Galactic Martial Arts University. You've really brought us so much pride. We're so proud of you. Exactly. Lin's father immediately chimed in, his face once again plastered with a smile, his tone brimming with pride. Just a few days ago, Director Wang from the City Education Bureau, Manager Li from the Grain District, and even your high school principal, Principal Wang, all came to visit us personally. That scene, when has our family ever been this lively? Even the neighbors look at us differently now. Lin Xie nodded calmly, understanding in his heart. So that's how it is. Seeing Lin Xie remain silent and simply listen quietly, Lin's mother finally grew a bit anxious. She rubbed her hands together and got straight to the point. In a probing and ingratiating tone, she said, Well, Xie, now that you're the top freshman at Galaxy Martial University, a dragon among men with limitless prospects. You see, a lot of businesses have been approaching us lately. Lin Chia sighed. He knew that if he didn't make things clear, this kind of situation would never end. Dad, Mom, all my commercial endorsements at school are managed uniformly by the university. It's a rule at Galaxy Marshall University, and I have no authority to decide. Looking at the two expectant faces on the screen, he said calmly, how about this? I'll go to the relevant department at school tomorrow, get their contact information, and you can talk to them directly. He paused and added, but I must remind you, doing this privately is illegal. What? Lin's father widened his eyes upon hearing this, his voice rising involuntarily. You won the championship with your own strength, why should they control whether you take ads or not? Isn't this just bullying? Lin Chia couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Dad, that's just how their rules are. If you don't believe me, you can ask Principal Wang. They definitely know more about this than you do. Well, then forget it. Forget it, forget it. Lin's mother quickly changed her tune, frightened by the mention of illegality. We won't take them. We won't take them. We were just talking to you, that's all, really. Lin's father, however, remained indignant, feeling that his son simply didn't want to help the family and was using an excuse to brush them off. He let out a heavy humph, muttering under his breath, this isn't allowed. That isn't allowed, I think you've just grown wings and don't want to help the family at all. With that, he stormed off angrily. Lin's mother hurriedly added to the screen, yeah, don't take it to heart. Your dad just has that bad temper. Seeing you and your wife doing well makes me happy, really. So, we won't bother you anymore. You two rest early. After saying this, she hastily ended the video call. The light screen dimmed, and the living room returned to silence. Baimushi extended her soft arms and gently hugged Lin Chia from behind. She didn't say anything, just rested her cheek against his back, hoping to offer him some warmth and comfort. However, in the next moment, she felt a familiar, fiery aura emanating from in front of her. She looked up and met Lin Chia's eyes, which had reignited with flames and carried a hint of mischief. Baimushi's face instantly turned red. She rolled her eyes at Lin Chia, both shy and annoyed. Before she could say a word, she let out a small gasp as Lin Chia effortlessly scooped her up by the waist and strode toward the bedroom. Honey! Baimushi buried her face deep in his chest, protesting softly in embarrassment. Lin Chia lowered his head and chuckled softly in her ear, his husky voice filled with undeniable dominance. Now that I'm full, I have energy again. The earlier troubles had long been cast to the winds. The Shen Su Heart Sutra, its initiation was now within reach. The following tens of thousands of words are omitted. 10 minutes. At the moment when both their bodies and minds reached their peak, Lin Chia felt as if his spiritual world had experienced a resounding boom, as if an invisible shackle had been completely broken. The fragile psychic energy loop between him and Baimushi, which had previously required effort to maintain, suddenly became clear. Like two converging rivers, it naturally merged into one, forming a perfect, self-sustaining cycle. The spiritual energy within him, driven by this cycle, began to operate in an unprecedented, profound, and efficient manner. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Shen Su Heart Sutra has been successfully initiated. Baimushi was drenched in fragrant sweat, her soft body collapsed into Lin Chia's embrace. Her delicate cheeks were flushed with a captivating redness, and her shimmering, watery eyes gazed at him affectionately, as if threads of emotion could be drawn from them. Lin Chia lowered his head and planted a firm kiss on her smooth forehead, unable to hide the joy in his heart, and chuckled softly, wife, we did it. Baimushi responded contentedly, nodding obediently. She extended her small hand, gently caressing her slightly rounded belly, feeling the lively and cheerful life force within. Nourished by the spiritual energy, a blissful smile spread across her face. Suddenly, Baimushi's body trembled slightly, and a flash of incredulous joy flickered in her dazed, beautiful eyes. She could clearly sense that the spiritual energy within her, which had previously flowed like a gentle stream, had been repeatedly refined and tempered during the mysterious cycle. Now, it had converged into a surging torrent, furiously attacking the bottleneck that had troubled her for so long. Husband! She tightly grasped Lin Chia's arm, her voice trembling with barely contained excitement. I think I'm about to break through. Almost as soon as her words fell, Lin Chia distinctly felt a subtle yet extraordinarily active wave of spiritual energy emanating from Baimushi's body. This was the sign of a martial artist's breakthrough. Lin Chia's gaze instantly sharpened. Without hesitation, his figure flickered and disappeared from the bedside like a phantom. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he was holding a bottle of Ducey nutritional liquid and a bottle of the new nutritional liquid sent by Qian Kuan. Here, wife, he handed the 2 bottles to Bai Mushi, speaking gently. Choose whichever flavor you like and replenish your energy. Bai Mushi was at a critical moment in her breakthrough, and her body instinctively craved energy replenishment. She took the Ducey nutritional liquid, skillfully twisted it open, and took a small sip. The familiar, gentle energy instantly spread through her limbs, invigorating her. Then, she curiously picked up the beautifully packaged new product and tried a sip. With just one sip, her eyes lit up. Although the effects were similar, this flavor was more pleasant and easier to accept. The rich and pure energy surged into her energy sea like a warm tide, making the previously somewhat fatigued torrent of spiritual energy within her once again surge with vigor. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and drank the entire bottle of the new nutritional liquid in one go. Seeing this, Lin Qiye immediately handed her another bottle. Bai Mushi drank it down again without hesitation. When the second bottle of nutritional liquid was consumed, the torrent of spiritual energy within her, which was attacking the bottleneck, finally reached its peak. Pop, a soft sound, seemingly existing only on the spiritual level, echoed as the solid barrier was shattered with unstoppable force. Bai Mushi's body trembled violently, and an aura far surpassing her previous state flashed across her body before quickly receding. She had successfully broken through. After completing everything, a wave of intense fatigue suddenly overwhelmed her. Bai Mushi let out a satisfied little burp, too lazy to even open her eyes. She instinctively stretched out her arms, tightly hugged Lin Qiye beside her, buried her cheek in his warm chest, and instantly fell into a deep sleep. When Bai Mushi woke up leisurely, the first thing she saw was a pure white ceiling and the faint scent of disinfectant. She realized she was not in her dormitory but in a spacious and bright single hospital room. She paused for a moment, instinctively trying to sit up, and turned her head to see the figure that made her feel utterly at ease. Lin Qiye was sitting cross-legged on the sofa not far away, his eyes slightly closed, his breathing steady, clearly having just finished a round of cultivation. Seemingly sensing her movement, Lin Qiye slowly ended his practice, opened his eyes, and revealed a gentle smile. He quickly walked to the bedside, picked up a bottle of nutrient solution from the nightstand, unscrewed it, and handed it to Bai Mushi, smiling as he explained, "I saw you fall asleep last night and was a bit worried, so I brought you to the hospital for a checkup. It's nothing serious, the doctor said both you and the baby are doing well." At that moment, the door to the ward clicked open. A female doctor in a white coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a professional demeanor, walked in. Seeing Bai Mushi awake, she gave a professional smile. "Awake," she said as she approached the bedside, picked up a clipboard, and began a simple routine checkup. While examining her, she said, all your physical indicators are stable, and the baby is very active and developing well. Just make sure to maintain proper nutrition after you go home. You can be discharged after completing the formalities this morning." She put away her stethoscope, but her sharp gaze swept over Lin Qiye with a peculiar expression. Then, pushing her glasses up, she added in a meaningful, businesslike tone, "By the way, young man, having abundant energy is a good thing. However, you should still pay attention to the intensity of your activities and not overdo it." With that, she said no more, nodded, and turned to leave the ward briskly. The air froze instantly. Lin Qiye and Bai Mushi exchanged glances. Bai Mushi's cheeks immediately turned bright red. Lin Qiye, with his thick skin, showed no reaction. Bai Mushi, both embarrassed and annoyed, suddenly turned her head and glared at Lin Qiye fiercely, her eyes seemingly saying, "It's all your fault." In the afternoon, Lin Qiye arrived at the central building of the student council as instructed. Students in various uniforms hurried about, their expressions serious, holding data tablets as they moved through the spacious and bright hall. Lin Qiye made his way to the 3rd floor and found the room with a plaque that read 5th Vice President's Office. The door was open, and a very capable-looking girl in a student council uniform was sitting at the desk, processing documents. When she saw Lin Qiye enter, she immediately stood up, her face breaking into a professional yet enthusiastic smile. "Hello, Lin Qiye. I am the 5th." Although the effect was similar, this flavor was smoother and easier to accept. The rich energy surged into her dantian like a warm tide, instantly revitalizing her previously fatigued spiritual energy, making it surge once more. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and quickly drank the entire bottle of the new nutrient solution without leaving a drop. Seeing this, Lin Xie immediately handed her another bottle. Bai Mushi drank it all in one go again. When the second bottle of nutrient solution entered her system, the torrent of spiritual energy within her, which was pushing against the bottleneck, finally reached its peak. Pop! A soft sound echoed in the depths of her mind as the solid barrier was broken through with unstoppable force. Bai Mushi's body trembled, and a far stronger aura than before flashed across her body before quickly receding. She had successfully broken through. After completing all this, a wave of intense fatigue washed over her. Bai Mushi let out a satisfied burp, too lazy to even open her eyes. She instinctively stretched out her arms, tightly hugged Lin Xie beside her, buried her face in his warm chest, and instantly fell into a deep sleep. When Bai Mushi slowly woke up, the first thing she saw was a pure white ceiling and the faint smell of disinfectant. She realized she was not in her dormitory but in a spacious and bright private hospital room. She froze for a moment, instinctively trying to sit up. Turning her head, she immediately saw the figure that made her feel at ease. Lin Xie was sitting cross-legged on the sofa not far away, his eyes slightly closed, his breathing steady, clearly having just finished a round of cultivation. Seemingly aware of her movements, Lin Xie slowly opened his eyes, a gentle smile immediately appearing on his face. He quickly walked to the bedside, skillfully picked up a bottle of nutrient solution from the nightstand, unscrewed it, and handed it to Bai Mushi, explaining with a smile, "You fell asleep last night, and I was a bit worried, so I brought you to the hospital. It's nothing serious, the doctor said you and the baby are both doing well." At that moment, the door to the ward clicked open. A female doctor in a white coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a professional demeanor, walked in. Seeing that Bai Mushi was awake, she gave a professional smile. Awake, she asked as she approached the bedside, picked up a clipboard, and began a routine checkup on Bai Mushi. While examining her, she said, all your physical indicators are very stable, and the baby in your belly is quite active and developing well. Make sure to supplement your nutrition after you go home. You can be discharged after completing the formalities this morning." After finishing, she put away her stethoscope and gave Lin Xie a once-over. Then, pushing up her glasses, she added in a meaningful, businesslike tone, "Young man, having energy is a good thing. However, you should still pay attention to the intensity of your activities and not overdo it." With that, she said no more, nodded, and briskly left the ward. Suddenly, an awkward silence filled the air. Lin Xie and Bai Mushi exchanged glances. Bai Mushi's cheeks instantly turned bright red. Lin Xie, with his thick skin, showed no reaction. Bai Mushi, both embarrassed and annoyed, abruptly turned her head and glared at Lin Xie fiercely, her eyes seemingly accusing him. "This is all your fault." In the afternoon, Lin Xie arrived at the central building of the student council as instructed. Students in various uniforms hurried about with serious expressions, holding data tablets as they moved through the spacious and well-lit hall. Lin Xie made his way to the third floor and found the room with a plaque that read Office of the 5th Vice President. The door was open, and a girl in a student council uniform, looking very capable, was sitting at a desk handling documents. When she saw Lin Xie enter, she immediately stood up, her face showing a professional, yet warm smile. "Hello, Lin Xie. I'm Zhang Yuting, Secretary to Vice President Han Yingwen. Vice President Han is currently in an emergency meeting and asked me to wait here for you." As she spoke, she picked up a prepared file and a delicate badge from the desk and handed them to Lin Xie. "This is your membership information and the student council officer badge. Please confirm them." At the same time, Zhang Yuting was quietly observing Lin Xie. So this was the mysterious student who had dominated the freshman exams and defeated Chen Xuani, the heir of the Chen family? Aside from his undeniable strength, judging by his appearance alone, he seemed really ordinary. He lacked the innate nobility and composure of Chen Xuani and didn't exhibit the sharpness one would expect from a top-tier genius. He appeared calm and unremarkable. However, Zhang Yuting thought to herself, the more ordinary he seemed, the more it confirmed Li Zhuan's speculation. He was likely the illegitimate child of some big shot. Yes, very likely. While she was lost in her thoughts, Lin Xie had already skimmed through the documents. Everything seemed in order, and the badge felt slightly heavy in his hand. The front bore the emblem of Galaxy Marshall University, while the back was engraved with his name and a unique serial number. "Is that all?" Lin Xie put away the documents and badge, looking up to ask. Zhang Yuting snapped out of her thoughts and quickly smiled. "Lin Xie, please wait a moment." Vice President Han specifically instructed that you must wait for her. She'll be here shortly. Lin Chia's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't want to waste his precious cultivation time on such meaningless waiting. Was this an attempt to assert authority on his first day? Just as he felt a slight displeasure in his heart, the office door was gently pushed open, and a graceful, elegant long-haired girl walked in. She wore a gentle smile on her face, and her eyes always carried a hint of laughter, making people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. "You must be Lin Chia, right?" she asked with a soft and kind voice, smiling. "I'm Han Yingwen. Sorry, I've been so busy lately and kept you waiting." Seeing her so humble, Lin Chia's displeasure dissipated. He shook his head. "You're too polite, Senior Han. I just arrived as well." Han Yingwen smiled and nodded, then turned to Zhang Yiting beside her and said, "Yiting, you can step out for now." Once the office door was closed, Han Yingwen walked up to Lin Chia and personally introduced the benefits of the student council to him. "Your initial rating is S-level, which grants you access to most B-level and below materials. Your direct superior is me. Additionally, based on your personal profile and the mentor matching principle, you will be automatically assigned to the research group led by teacher Lin Yuechan." She paused for a moment and added, "Of course, as the top freshman, you have no mandatory task requirements in your first academic year. You are free to choose whether to participate in the daily work of the student council or devote all your energy to cultivation. The student council will provide a fixed monthly stipend of 10 credits as a basic subsidy." 10 credits per month didn't mean much to Lin Chia. However, getting something for nothing wasn't bad either. Besides, what he lacked the least right now was credits. The championship reward from the entrance exam alone was a hefty 300 credits, along with the privilege to select from the A-level technique library 3 times? Thinking of this, Lin Chia nodded. "Any other questions?" Han Yingwen asked with a smile, her demeanor as warm as that of a friendly elder sister. "Senior Han, Lin." Chia thought for a moment and asked, "Does the student council have a place where I can stay and cultivate without being disturbed?" He had his own plans in mind when he asked this question. Although Training Room 2202 was available to him, he needed a place where he could focus entirely on improving his strength without distractions. Hearing his question, a trace of difficulty appeared on Han Yingwen's face. "Well, Lin, that might be a bit challenging," she sighed and explained. "Our student council currently has over 10,000 members, but even counting the 3 underground levels, there are only 100 dedicated cultivation rooms. At this time, almost all of them are occupied." Lin Chia nodded in understanding. Good resources are always in demand, that's normal. If no one wanted them or they were given away for free, that would be the real problem. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Han Yingwen continued, "However, the cultivation rooms in the student council operate on a survival of the fittest principle. If you have your eye on a particular room that's currently in use, you can directly challenge the occupant. As long as you win the usage rights to that room will be yours." She brought up a light screen and displayed the ranking list of cultivation rooms. The cultivation rooms are divided into S, A, B, and C levels. The higher the level, the denser the spiritual energy, and the higher the cost. In theory, with your S-level freshman rating, you can directly challenge for an A-level cultivation room. But Han Yingwen's tone shifted. As she kindly reminded him, the ones occupying A-level cultivation rooms now are mostly upperclassmen in the top 5% of the school. Lin Chia understood the implication behind her words. Without rushing to respond, he continued to ask, "Then, how exactly are the S, A, B, and C levels classified?" "It's quite simple," Han Yingwen explained. "They're categorized by the concentration of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy concentration in a C-level cultivation room is roughly equivalent to that of the 100th floor of the student dormitory, but the environment is more conducive to practicing martial techniques. As for the S, A, and B levels, their spiritual energy concentration far exceeds that of the student dormitories." Then, Han Yingwen glanced at Lin Chia. "There is only one S-level training room, and it is currently being used by senior sister Lu Ruyan." "Empress Lu Ruyan?" Lin Chia nodded. "I understand." He did not continue to ask further questions. Although Han Yingwen seemed approachable, it was their first meeting after all, and there might be hidden matters. For deeper questions, it would be more reliable to ask Lin Yuechan. "Thank you, senior sister Han, for clarifying." He stood up and said politely, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "All right." Han Yingwen also stood up, smiling as she escorted him to the door. "If you have any questions in the future, Feel free to contact me anytime. Walking out of the vice president's office, Lin Xie looked at the badge in his hand, and a preliminary plan had already formed in his mind. The challenge was inevitable. Currently, he was living on the 200th floor, and even the lowest level C-class training room had better conditions than his dormitory. Lin Xie left the student council building and immediately sent a message to Lin Yuechan, inquiring about the specific rules for challenging the student council training rooms. However, as soon as the message was sent, Lin Yuechan's reply popped up quickly, concise yet filled with undeniable authority. Busy now, midnight at the usual place. Lin Xie looked at the time and couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Again. With this time. He hesitated for a moment but still mustered the courage to reply, Teacher Yuechan, could we change the time? The next second, Lin Yuechan's reply popped up again, only 4 words, yet brimming with icy killing intent, come if you want. Lin Xie. On the way, Lin Xie suddenly remembered the Xian Su Heart Sutra that he had yet to unlock. System, unlock. Ding. Consumed 1 permission point, Xian Su Heart Sutra unlocked. As the system notification sounded, an indescribable warm current suddenly surged through his entire body. This warm current was gentle, yet vast, as if the essence of life was flowing within him, instantly filling his entire being. Lin Xie's heart stirred, and he immediately opened the system panel. Gene potential, 19.7%. It actually directly increased by 1%. Lin Xie was instantly invigorated. Back at the dormitory, Baimushi's slightly rounded belly was visible as she excitedly practiced the 8 treasures technique. Since her breakthrough last night, she felt her body had undergone a tremendous transformation, even her control over her body had reached a new level. She felt the energy and blood surging within her, warm and comfortable beyond words. All of this was thanks to the mysterious technique her husband had given her. Thinking of this, Baimushi's face turned red again. When she saw Lin Xie return, she immediately came up to him. Husband, you're back. Lin Xie smiled and nodded, stepping forward and habitually pulling her into his arms, his nose filled with the familiar fragrance from her body. He softly said, how does it feel to become a martial artist? Baimushi's face instantly flushed red, and she pressed her cheek against Lin Xie's firm chest, feeling the steady and powerful heartbeat. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Husband, it feels very different. I just don't know how to describe it. Lin Xie nodded. When he had first advanced to become a martial artist, he had the same reaction. It was a wondrous feeling brought about by the leap in the level of life itself. However, he did not know that the waves in Baimushi's heart at this moment were far more turbulent than he could imagine. She had been cultivating for so many years, practicing day and night, barely touching the threshold of becoming a martial artist, yet always blocked by that solid barrier. But last night, just by practicing the Xian Su Heart Sutra with her husband, that mysterious spiritual energy fusion, that experience akin to enlightenment, just one cycle had allowed her to easily break through the bottleneck. That feeling was not just physical pleasure, but a resonance between the soul and power. It was the unprecedented sense of satisfaction. An accomplishment from seeing herself and her lover merge into one, climbing to higher realms together. This feeling was intoxicating, and even more so, utterly irresistible. The shy instincts within Baimushi clashed fiercely with her yearning for strength and her intense desire to progress alongside him. In the end, the stirring from the depths of her soul completely overwhelmed her. Restraint. She wanted to become stronger, to always feel her husband's warm and powerful spiritual energy. She wanted to cultivate with him again. Lin Xie sat on the sofa with Baimushi in his arms, ready to share his experiences from the student council. However, he keenly noticed that her body had stiffened slightly, and her breathing had grown rapid. Lowering his head, he met a pair of glistening, watery eyes, as if they could drip with emotion. Those eyes, once shy, now burned with a passionate and bold flame. Husband. Baimushi's red lips parted slightly, her voice soft and sweet, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Before Lin Xie could react, he felt a warm breath approach him. The next second, Baimushi leaned in of her own accord. At the moment their lips met, Lin Xie was suddenly taken aback. He could clearly sense a budding will emanating from Baimushi's body. She was on the verge of comprehending martial will? This realization left him utterly astonished. Was this the result of the Xuansu Heart Sutra? Or was it due to Baimushi's own unique qualities? However, this moment of surprise and curiosity lingered in his mind for only a fraction of a second before the sight of the beautiful woman before him, with her pregnant belly and her active pursuit. completely swept away all other thoughts. Right now, what mattered most was her. Thousands of words omitted. Two rivers destined to converge met without any barriers at this moment, naturally merging and flowing together, forming a cycle more perfect and resilient than ever before. Husband. Baimushi's face was flushed, her body glistening with fragrant sweat, as she let out a soft, alluring murmur, tinged with a lazy satisfaction and an ultimate sense of reliance. Her first sensation was one of unparalleled comfort. The wondrous experience of spiritual energy blending seamlessly, the harmony of their souls ascending to higher realms together, made her feel as though every strand of her hair was trembling and singing with joy. Her second sensation, however, was that she was too weak. After just one cycle, the vast and pure spiritual energy flow had nearly drained all her strength and spirit. In the next moment, an overwhelming wave of bliss and exhaustion swept over her. She didn't even have time to utter another word before she fell into a deep sleep. In Lin Qiye's arms. The sunlight streaming through the window landed perfectly on the tip of her delicate nose. Her pretty nose twitched slightly, and in her sleep, she instinctively burrowed closer into his embrace, seeking a more comfortable position. Lin Qiye gazed at his wife's sweet sleeping face, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. He gently laid her down on the soft bed, covered her with a light blanket, and then got up, walking quietly to the window to draw the heavy curtains. Only then did Lin Qiye recall the wave of willpower that had emanated from Baimushi during her earlier kiss. How was this possible? He thought back to how he had painstakingly approached the threshold of martial will himself. It was only after mastering the basic fist techniques to perfection and repeatedly observing and comparing Lin Yuechan's demonstrations that he had barely managed to grasp a faint, elusive sense of essence beyond the moves. And Baimushi? She clearly didn't have such conditions. At most, she had directly experienced the martial will that erupted from Lin Qiye, yet she had already touched upon the embryonic form of will. The most plausible explanation was talent. Perhaps her aptitude in conventional cultivation was mediocre, but in the mysterious realm of martial will, she possessed a talent far beyond ordinary people and even beyond herself. Lin Qiye's gaze once again fell on that serene, peaceful sleeping face. He didn't disturb her, merely turned quietly and walked to the center of the living room to begin practicing the primordial unity technique. At midnight, the heavy alloy doors of training room 2202 slid open right on time. From within, a cold and aloof figure slowly emerged. It was still that familiar face, Qin Xiao. When she saw Lin Qiye standing at the door, she was visibly startled for a moment. Then, recalling the awkwardness of the previous night, her expression instantly stiffened. She merely gave a cold nod as a greeting and brushed past him without saying a word. Her family had repeatedly urged her to lower her pride and build connections with talented peers, especially Lin Qiye, who was from the same province. But when had Qin Xiao ever learned how to please a guy? She had already mustered all her courage to greet him and even invite him to dinner, only to be met with his indifferent attitude. She really couldn't do it. Thinking of this, the irritation in Qin Xiao's heart grew stronger, and she left even faster. Lin Qiye hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Qin Xiao and shook his head helplessly. As soon as he entered the training room, a familiar scent, cool with a hint of sweetness, wafted over. Lin Yuechan was sitting cross-legged in the center of the training room, wearing a black combat suit that accentuated her perfect curves. Her eyes were slightly closed, as if she were meditating. Hearing footsteps, she slowly opened her eyes. Those sharp phoenix-like eyes carried a trace of laziness and mischief. Lin Qiye cursed her as a vixen in his heart but maintained a calm expression as he sat directly across from her and got straight to the point. Han Yingwen said my rating qualifies me to challenge the A-level training rooms, but their users are all upperclassmen in the top 5% of the school rankings. I want to know if there's anything I should be aware of. Be aware of? Lin Yuechan chuckled softly, her laughter echoing clearly in the spacious training room. The only thing to be aware of is not to get yourself killed. The student council's training room challenges are completely open. The challenge venue is the school's martial arena, but unlike the entrance exams for freshmen, you're allowed to use any weapons or methods, Lin Yuechan said, her tone turning serious. As long as you buy enough insurance and notify medical personnel to stand by in advance, the school won't take responsibility for any outcomes. She looked at Lin Qiye with a scrutinizing gaze. Let's not even talk about the differences in weapons, equipment, and potions. You're a freshman who just enrolled, and your genetic potential hasn't even reached 20%. You want to challenge upperclassmen who've been honing their skills here for years? Their genetic potential is at least 80%. You are really confident, aren't you? Moreover, she added, those who occupy the A-level training rooms are no pushovers. They often have their own factions backing them. If you defeat one, you might provoke an entire group. At that point, you won't just be facing one person's challenge but the relentless harassment of an entire faction. Lin Xie frowned slightly. So there's no way around it? Lin Yuechan rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. You should give up on those unrealistic fantasies. Genetic potential at 80%, do you even understand what that means? Even if your martial will could suppress half their strength, the remaining power would still be far beyond what you can handle. She stood up, looking down at him from above, and concluded with a sentence full of undisguised disdain. At the end of the day, you're just too weak. Take your time and train, little guy. With that, she turned and walked toward the door without looking back, leaving Lin Xie with a graceful departing figure. With a soft click, the door opened and then closed. Lin Xie stood there, stunned. She just left like that. He inexplicably let out a deep sigh of relief, but at the same time, a faint, indescribable tinge of frustration arose. Forget it. He shook his head, casting these stray thoughts out of his mind. Since he couldn't take on the challenge for now, he would focus on improving himself first. Whatever, he'd grind through basic gun techniques for now. At 7:30 in the morning, Lin Xie slowly finished his practice and stood up. A night of hard training had not been in vain. Ding! Basic gun techniques has been upgraded to level 8. He glanced around the empty training room. Lin Yuechan had yet to show up. After some thought, Lin Xie decided not to wait any longer and turned to leave the training room. Back at the dormitory, as soon as he pushed the door open, he was greeted by a stunning sight. Bai Mushi's slightly rounded belly was particularly eye-catching in the living room as she focused intently on practicing 8 treasures technique. Her delicate, charming face was slightly flushed from the flow of blood and energy, with fine beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Her expression was one of deep concentration and seriousness. The scene was indescribably beautiful. The maternal glow of nurturing life combined with the focus of a martial artist created a unique and powerful allure. Lin Xie did not disturb her. He simply walked to the side, took 3 bottles of Du-C nutritional solution from the storage cabinet, unscrewed the caps, and drank them down in one go. The pure energy instantly replenished the exhaustion of the night. Not long after, Bai Mushi finished her practice. Her slightly flushed face was still glistening with fine beads of sweat. She opened her eyes and, upon seeing Lin Xie, her gaze immediately lit up. Husband! She eagerly leaned into Lin Xie's arms, her whole body snuggling against him like a soft, cuddly kitten. Lin Xie was about to speak when he felt her soft hands wrap around his waist. Her cheek gently rubbed against his chest, her voice carrying a hint of laziness and coquettishness. Husband! You trained all night. You must be tired. Not tired. Lin Xie lowered his head, kissed her smooth forehead, and said with a smile, seeing you at home fills me with energy. Bai Mushi looked up, her eyes sparkling with a fiery passion. Husband, she bit her lip lightly, as if summoning great courage, her voice soft and tender. I felt something very different while practicing 8 treasures technique today. Ever since we trained together last night, her cheeks turned as red as if they were on fire, but her gaze was resolute. I feel so warm inside. I want to experience that feeling again, that feeling of us growing stronger together. Lin Xie's heart stirred as he looked into her soft, silk-like eyes, which held an undeniable longing, mixed with a hint of shyness. Before he could respond, Bai Mushi stood on her tiptoes and kissed him. A string of question marks instantly popped up in Lin Xie's mind. Bai Mushi seemed to have awakened something incredible. Her passionate and proactive kiss carried a hint of exploration and desire. The string of question marks in Lin Xie's mind was instantly melted by this sudden warmth. He was momentarily stunned, but soon took the lead, turning passive into active. Their touch quickly became fiery and entwined. Bai Mushi's body trembled violently, feeling an overwhelming yet gentle aura envelop her. Her legs instinctively weakened, and she had to cling to him tightly just to stay upright. After a long while, their lips parted. Lin Xie chuckled softly, tightened his arms, and effortlessly scooped her up in a bridal carry. Ah! Bai Mushi let out a small gasp of surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her burning face burying itself deeply into his chest in embarrassment. In the bedroom, the heavy curtains were only half drawn, allowing the soft morning light to filter through the sheer fabric, casting dappled patterns on the plush bed. Lin Xie gently placed Bai Mushi on the soft bed. Looking at her face, which was so red it seemed about to catch fire, he couldn't help but tease her in a low voice. "Weren't you quite bold just now? Why are you shy now? You're a bad guy." Imushi covered her face with her small hands, revealing only a pair of shimmering, watery eyes. She glared at him with a mix of shyness and annoyance, but her voice was soft and coquettish. Lin Chia chuckled, leaned down, and gently traced his fingertips across her smooth cheek, feeling the delicate warmth of her skin. He gazed into her eyes, which were evasive yet carried a hint of anticipation, and then kissed her. In an instant, the blazing flames engulfed her completely once again. When the cultivation method of the Xian Su Heart Sutra began to operate, Lin Chia carefully guided the gentle stream flowing between the two of them. The spiritual energies, originating from the same source, merged and intertwined at this moment with unprecedented harmony. A perfect, stable, and endlessly regenerative cycle was established with a resounding force. Imushi's body trembled slightly as an indescribable, profound sensation spread through her entire being. She could clearly see her spiritual energy, like joyful little fish, swimming and frolicking in her husband's vast and boundless ocean of spiritual energy. With each fusion, each cycle, her spiritual energy was repeatedly refined, becoming purer and more condensed. Meanwhile, the budding form of her will, nurtured by this warm and powerful spiritual energy, was like a seed receiving sunlight and rain, growing visibly stronger and more resilient. An unprecedented sense of security and happiness enveloped her completely. She no longer felt any tension or shyness, relaxing entirely and entrusting everything about herself, without reservation, to the man beside her. No one knew how much time had passed when the tide of spiritual energy gradually subsided. Lin Chia exhaled a satisfied breath. This high-quality dual cultivation session left him feeling that both his mental strength and spiritual energy had significantly benefited. As for Baimushi, who was nestled in his arms, she was already drenched in fragrant sweat, her body soft and pliant like spring water, too lazy to even lift a finger. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Lin Chia's life developed a peculiar yet rhythmic pattern. During the day, he trained tirelessly in the training room, constantly consolidating and familiarizing himself with his rapidly growing strength. At night, he returned to the gentle embrace of Baimushi, immersing himself in the ultimate fusion of spirit and body brought by the Xian Su Heart Sutra. Lin Yuechan had been busy with something these past few days and was nowhere to be seen, leaving the dormitory as a private world for him and Baimushi. Baimushi's transformation astonished Lin Chia even more. She shed her initial innocence and shyness, and under the nourishment of spiritual energy and the cultivation of love, she blossomed like a budding flower, revealing breathtaking beauty. Now, every smile and gesture of hers carried an innate charm and allure. Whenever Lin Chia returned to the dormitory, exhausted and overheated from training, Baimushi's gentle comfort would quickly soothe him, transforming his fatigue into the purest strength that settled within him. This was a higher level of harmony and completeness. Moreover, his physical stamina, mental strength, and spiritual energy were steadily soaring at an astonishing rate every day. Especially his spiritual energy, which was increasing by 10 points daily. It had surged from 160 to 190. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy ocean within him growing more vast, his mental strength rising accordingly, and his control over his power reaching a new level of precision. Holding the increasingly radiant and enchanting Baimushi in his arms, Lin Chia felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment and contentment. During this time, Lin Chia skillfully made another trip to the birth management center. The results were equally delightful, 3 more successes. As the system notifications rang out in succession, his permission points increased by another 3 points. So far, he had successfully completed 5 of the 12 small family birth projects he had taken on. Thrust, lunge, slash, sweep, smash. Each movement, from its initial clumsiness, became increasingly skillful and seamless. His combat uniform was already soaked with sweat, which had evaporated from his body heat, leaving behind a faint layer of white salt residue. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, as the sun rose in the east, when Lin Chia completed another standard thrust, buzz. A sound, completely different from before, clear and resonant, suddenly echoed through the training room. It seemed as though the sound did not come from the alloy spear itself but from his very marrow, his soul. Lin Chia withdrew his spear and stood still, eyes closed, his entire being immersed in a profound and mysterious state. He could clearly see every muscle, every fascia, every bone within his body, as if they were connected to the spear in his hand by invisible threads. His breathing, his heartbeat, The flow of his energy all perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of the spear. At this moment, the spear was no longer just a weapon, it was an extension of his body, a manifestation of his will. Ding! Basic spear techniques has reached level 10, max. Perfected. As the system notification sounded, Lin Qiye abruptly opened his eyes. In those deep, profound eyes, it was as if stars were swirling, bright and full of vitality. He didn't look at the system panel again but instinctively twirled the spear in his hand. This simple, seemingly effortless motion carried an aura of seamless perfection, a return to simplicity. It was as if he wasn't practicing spear techniques but dancing, writing, using his body to interpret the essence of the word spear to its utmost. In that moment of perfection, he distinctly felt an invisible force gently pluck at the genetic chain within his body. A warm current rose from every corner of his limbs and bones, instantly transforming into a surging river, carrying boundless life energy that furiously washed through his entire being. Crack! Crack! Lin Qiye could even hear the faint yet crisp sounds of his bones, as if they were breaking under pressure and then being reborn anew. His muscle fibers tore and reformed amidst a resonant hum, becoming tougher, more explosive. At this moment, Lin Qiye felt as though he had broken free from some invisible shackle. The entire world, in his perception, became clearer, more transparent. This was an all-encompassing transformation. He immediately opened the system panel, his gaze locking onto the most critical data. Genetic potential, 20.7%, he had broken through 20%. Previously, when he had perfected techniques like basic small shield techniques and other D-rank martial skills, the increase in genetic potential was negligible, almost imperceptible. But this time, the perfection of basic spear techniques had directly boosted his genetic potential by a full 1%. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Qiye arrived at a conclusion. Those single-move D-rank martial skills, while powerful, refined only specific parts of the body and focused more on force application techniques. Basic spear techniques, however, was different. It encompassed thrusts, lunges, slashes, sweeps, smashes, and other foundational movements, engaging nearly all muscle groups and bones in the body, providing comprehensive refinement. Thus, when this most holistic foundational martial skill reached perfection, the feedback it provided naturally far exceeded that of others. Understanding this, Lin Qiye felt even more at ease. Moreover, his martial will was only one step away from reaching level 7. If Lin Qiye's guess was correct, stepping into level 7 martial will would mark the so-called return to simplicity realm. Martial will Blazing Fire, level 6, 5888/6000. Glancing at the time, it was already the morning of October 10th, Imperial calendar year 40918. Grinding a bit more wouldn't be enough to level up, and he had matters to attend to in the morning. So Lin Qiye rinsed off the sweat on his body, changed into clean combat gear, and prepared to head to the first martial arts arena. This morning marked the first public lecture for the freshmen of the 40,918th class. The lecturer for this session was no ordinary figure, it was none other than Duan Hanyuan, the current president of the Galactic Martial Arts University. What he was going to teach wasn't a specific cultivation system but rather a comprehensive overview of martial arts from a macro perspective. He would guide all the freshmen on their future cultivation paths, explain the pros and cons of various systems, and advise them on how to make choices based on their individual circumstances. It was said that President Duan was one of the few true experts at Galactic Martial Arts University who had stepped into the legendary mystic realm. It's worth noting that while Galactic Martial Arts University is the top institution in the 0755 star system, most students who graduate each year only reach the pinnacle of martial artists. Someone like Lin Yuechan, who entered the transcendent realm at such a young age, was as rare as a phoenix feather or unicorn horn, a true prodigy. As for the mystic realm beyond the transcendent level, for the vast majority of martial artists, it was as distant as a myth, a realm they might never touch even after a lifetime of effort. In the future, if these students ever had the chance to encounter a mystic realm expert again, it likely wouldn't be in a classroom but on the battlefield of a deep abyss, gazing up at a figure as awe-inspiring as a deity. Thus, for all the freshmen, today's lecture was far more than just the first class of the semester. It might very well be the only chance in their lives to hear a mystic realm expert personally impart wisdom and resolve their doubts at such close range. When Lin Qiye arrived at the first martial arts arena, he was greeted by a spectacular scene of bustling activity. Nearly 10,000 freshmen, dressed in various combat uniforms, converged like a black tide at the massive entrance of the arena. To accommodate all 10,000 students for the lecture, the university had directly opened up this gigantic venue, which could hold up to 20,000 spectators. The entrance was divided into 10 security check lanes, but even so, long queues stretched out in front of each lane, forming a dense crowd that seemed endless at a glance. Just as Lin Xie was about to casually join the end of one of the lines, he caught sight of a special lane on the far left out of the corner of his eye. It was almost empty, standing in stark contrast to the crowded lines nearby. Focusing his gaze, he saw a line of text clearly displayed on the light screen at the entrance of the lane, TOP 200 exclusive lane. Without a second thought, Lin Xie strode toward the exclusive lane. His movement instantly became the center of attention. Look! It's Lin Xie. Gun brother. He's walking over. Damn, is this what being the top freshman looks like? So envious, no need to queue, just walk right in. The students slowly shuffling forward in the crowded lines naturally noticed Lin Xie's relaxed and confident figure. Discussions erupted, their gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and a touch of rightful reverence. In the crowd, Shen Kuan was squeezed together with a few friends. When he spotted Lin Xie, he immediately nudged his companions with his elbow, his face brimming with pride. See that? Gun brother. He used to live next door to me. Not far away in another line, Yi Qinghan tilted her head, her gaze complicated. As she followed that figure, she watched him walk effortlessly toward the exclusive lane, enjoying the privilege of being the center of attention, and her emotions were a mix of bitterness and admiration. The sting of rejection still fatally hurt, but more than that, there was a feeling she didn't want to admit, a fascination and longing. Meanwhile, Chen Shuwei was weaving through the crowd. With her campus TV team, she directed the cameraman to capture various shots while glancing sideways and pursing her lips. But her hands didn't stop moving. She immediately signaled the cameraman beside her to give Lin Xie's back a long close-up shot, muttering under her breath, "Come on, follow the shot." The two girls next to Qian Kuan were instantly filled with curiosity. Wow! Qian Kuan, do you know Lin Xie? Is he really that aloof? A girl with a sweet and alluring demeanor asked, her eyes sparkling. Another tall girl leaned in and lowered her voice, gossiping, "What's he like? In person? Is it true, like the forum says, that he has a wife?" Their conversation immediately caught the attention of nearby students, and curious ears perked up all around. Qian Kuan basked in the brief moment of being the center of attention, cleared his throat, and said mysteriously, "Aloof? That's just what people who don't know him think. Brother Lin is actually very easygoing, but he's especially focused on his cultivation and doesn't like being disturbed." After thinking for a moment, he added, "And brother Lin and his wife are very loving." A boy standing in line nearby overheard and couldn't help but interject, his tone tinged with disbelief and jealousy, "TCH, you talk like you know him well. How would you even know?" Qian Kuan simply smiled enigmatically and didn't argue back. But inwardly, he was furiously complaining, "How could I not know? That house isn't soundproof at all, okay?" Lin Xie walked to the entrance of the exclusive passage and found a few people already waiting in line. Standing at the very front were Qin Xiaoxiao and Lu Jinlong. When they saw Lin Xie approaching, the two of them almost simultaneously stopped their conversation, and the atmosphere instantly became quiet and tense. Lu Jinlong turned around, his sharp, hawk-like eyes filled with undisguised scrutiny and battle intent. Beside him, Qin Xiaoxiao's cold gaze swept over Lin Xie's face before quickly lowering, as if she were merely glancing at an irrelevant stranger. Behind them came the sound of slightly hurried and disorganized footsteps, breaking the silence. Lin Xie. A voice filled with obvious nervousness and trembling came from behind. Lin Xie paused his steps, turned around, and calmly looked at the person approaching. What met his eyes was Su Qingying, lightly biting her pink lips. What a coincidence! Su Qingying felt like she was in a tough spot. Her parents and grandfather at home were all paying attention to her, urging her to make friends with Lin Xie. How was she supposed to make friends? From childhood to now, all she had done was cultivate, she had never learned how to do this. Under Lin Xie's calm and unwavering gaze, Su Qingying felt her brain was about to crash. She blurted out her thoughts directly, "Lin Xie, can we be friends?" No, I mean, can we add each other as friends?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Saying be friends was way too abrupt. And then correcting herself to add each other as friends made her seem clumsy. Su Qingying's delicate face turned visibly red, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. How embarrassing. But then she realized that this was the VIP exclusive passage, and apart from the few of them, there was no one else around. Fine. Embarrassing is embarrassing. She had already said the most embarrassing thing anyway. With this thought, a strange courage suddenly surged from within her. At this moment, Su Qingying decided to go all in. She raised her head, her cheeks still burning, but her gaze became resolute as she looked directly at Lin Xie, as if to say, yes, that's exactly what I mean. What are you going to do about it? Lin Xie looked at the girl in front of him, who had gone from nervous to determined, her cheeks red like a ripe apple, and couldn't help but feel amused. Without saying much, he directly opened his personal terminal and pulled up his friend card. Su Qingying, seeing this, felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She quickly opened her terminal and swiftly completed the friend request. Standing nearby, Qin Xiaoxiao took in everything with her cold eyes, a flicker of complex emotion passing through them. There was a trace of disdain for Su Qingying's lowering of herself, almost to the point of flattery, but more than that, there was a restlessness she herself was unwilling to admit. Of course, she also wanted to chat with Lin Xie like this. But to approach him proactively like Su Qingying, wagging her tail like a little puppy, she just couldn't do it. While Qin Xiaoxiao was locked in an internal struggle, Su Qingying raised her head. Though her cheeks were still burning, her gaze had become much calmer. She casually asked, "Are you joining a club or the student council?" Lin Xie smiled and replied, "The student council." Su Qingying nodded slightly and said softly, "Oh, I joined the Legal Affairs Club." Legal Affairs Club? Lin Xie glanced at her calmly but said nothing. At this moment, Qin Xiaoxiao, who was ahead, had already passed through security, and it was Lin Xie's turn to enter. The person verifying identities was a tall senior wearing a student council uniform. She had been operating the equipment with a bored expression, but when Lin Xie stepped forward and scanned his personal terminal on the sensor beep, a crisp notification sound rang out, and Lin Xie's personal information instantly appeared on the light screen at the entrance. Below his name and photo, the label top 1 stood out prominently. The senior's previously indifferent expression vanished without a trace, replaced by a mix of shock, admiration, and a hint of nervousness. Top 200 and top 1 were worlds apart. Her attitude immediately became exceedingly respectful. Lin Xie, your seat is on the lowest level, in box 1. She paused, her cheeks slightly flushed, and asked hesitantly, Lin, may I add you as a friend? Lin Xie nodded politely and exchanged friend information with her. After thanking her, he walked into the exclusive passage leading to the interior of the martial arts arena. The spacious passage spiraled downward, and as Lin Xie descended, he could faintly sense, even through the thick soundproof walls, the tsunami-like roar and fervent heatwave of the audience above. At the end of the staircase was the lowest level of the martial arts arena. Here, a ring of small, private boxes surrounded the central stage. Some box doors were lit, indicating they were occupied, while others were dark. Lin Xie walked straight to the box with the prominent golden one engraved on its door. This was his designated seat. For freshmen ranked in the top 200, they were granted the closest boxes to the central stage. Among these, the best positioned and largest box 1 was reserved for the top-ranked freshman, Lin Xie. This was the proof of strength that Galaxy Martial University bestowed upon its top freshmen. Lin Xie pushed open the door, and the sight inside the box made his eyes light up. It resembled a small, luxurious lounge, complete with soft, comfortable sofas and a massive holographic screen that occupied an entire wall. The screen was broadcasting a live feed of the central stage from the best possible overhead perspective. Through the floor-to-ceiling window facing the arena, one could also clearly see the central stage with the naked eye. Lin Xie sat down on the sofa, took out his Duci nutrient drink, unscrewed the cap, and took a leisurely sip. On the holographic screen, the light and shadows on the central stage flickered slightly. A poised and elegant woman stepped onto the stage. She wore a form-fitting black cheongsam with golden patterns, which did nothing to conceal the breathtaking curves beneath. As she moved gracefully, the hem of her cheongsam swayed gently, perfectly outlining her slender waist and the smooth, rounded curves of her figure. Though her demeanor was the epitome of elegance, it exuded an innate charm that stirred the imagination. Lin Xie's eyes were fixed, stunned. This is the principal? While nearly 10,000 new students in the venue were either dazed or restless, the beautiful woman walked to the center of the stage. Her slightly husky voice instantly echoed throughout the hall. Students, I apologize. I am the vice principal, Xiaoruoxue. Due to a sudden large-scale energy disturbance in the Abyss Rift, Principal Duan has temporarily gone to the front lines to provide support. Therefore, I will be taking over this first public lecture today. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Qia's heart skipped a beat. Abyss Rift disturbance? He immediately thought of Lin Yuechan, whom he hadn't been able to contact for days, and an indescribable worry surged in his heart. Could she have gone to assist as well? Lin Qia turned to look toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, but what he saw of Vice Principal Zhao's figure carried an inexplicable eeriness. Behind her, the shadow cast on the ground by the strong spotlight seemed to have a life of its own. It stretched and shrank, its shape constantly shifting, growing and shrinking, appearing and disappearing. A chill from the depths of his soul made every hair on his body stand on end. It wasn't a physical cold but an instinctive fear of the unknown and ominous. At the edges of the shadow, Lin Qia seemed to see countless tiny, tentacle-like darkness silently writhing and spreading, only to be forcibly suppressed and retracted by some invisible force the next moment. It felt as though her shadow was connected to another unknown dimension. However, when Lin Qia blinked and tried to look again, the eerie scene had vanished without a trace. The shadow lay quietly at her feet, its outline clear, with no abnormalities. It was as if the heart-stopping moment earlier had been nothing but his imagination. He couldn't tell if it was real or an illusion. The abyss. The word surfaced in Lin Qia's mind involuntarily. He recalled Lin Yuechan once mentioning that when martial arts cultivation reached higher levels and entered the realm of the mysterious, it would inevitably involve the abyss, with countless intricate connections. Could this beautiful vice principal before him also be a powerful figure who had stepped into the mysterious realm? Lin Qia had no intention of resting. While watching Xiaoruoxue's lecture, he began practicing the primordial unity qi technique. At that moment, Xiaoruoxue spoke gently, a faint smile gracing her face. Of course, I also graduated from Galactic Martial University, so standing here today, I am, in a way, your senior. I have seen countless geniuses streak across the sky like meteors, and I have also seen many people fade into obscurity because they chose the wrong path. On the path of martial arts, the first step is always more important than any step that follows. It determines how high a sky you can see. The charm in her gaze instantly reignited the atmosphere in the hall. So, standing here today, what I want to share with you is not some profound secret technique but rather some personal insights and experiences. I hope to light a small guiding lamp for your martial arts journey. The path of martial arts has countless methods, but they all lead to the same destination. Xiaoruoxue's voice was calm, yet profound. Today, I will not teach you specific techniques but will instead point you in the right direction. As her words fell, a massive holographic screen behind her lit up, displaying two large words: body refinement, inner cultivation. These are the two main systems of martial arts cultivation in the Empire today and the two primary paths you will choose in the future, Xiaoruoxue said, extending her hand to point at the words body refinement. The body refinement path uses the physical body as a vessel to cross the sea of suffering. The pursuit is for ultimate strength, ultimate speed, and ultimate defense. The core of its cultivation lies in breaking the shackles of the human body through various extreme tempering methods, continuously unlocking genetic potential. Once perfected, a mere gesture can shatter mountains and split the earth, with the physical body becoming indestructible. Of course, while the body refinement path focuses on the physical body, it also incorporates spiritual energy cultivation, using spiritual energy to temper the body, achieving harmony inside and out. In the past, this path was the most arduous yet the most solid. Every advancement required endless sweat, blood, and even the cost of life. However, in this era, with the breakthroughs in various cultivation elixirs, the difficulty of the body refinement path has significantly decreased, but it has been replaced by a massive demand for resources. Thus, the body refinement path today has shifted from a brutal test of willpower and physical endurance to an extreme competition of resources and foundation. Choosing this path means choosing a heavenly ladder built upon endless wealth. Her gaze swept across the room as she continued. The moon god glazed body, which has gained popularity in the past decade, is a prime example of the body refinement path. Her slender finger pointed to the second term, inner cultivation. The inner cultivation path uses the heavens and earth as a furnace to temper oneself, pursuing ultimate control over spiritual energy. Inner cultivation practitioners initially train in non-attribute foundational spiritual energy to establish a solid base. Once their cultivation reaches a certain level, they can specialize in a specific attribute, such as wind, thunder, water, or fire, based on their insights and aptitude, thereby unleashing even greater power. This path is relatively balanced and values both comprehension and talent. Different techniques may focus on offense, defense, and recovery, or spiritual attacks. Traditional techniques like the Crimson Sun, Prison Suppression Art, 5 Thunder True Law Manual, and Azure Sea Spirit Technique are representatives of this path. Of course, Xiao Ruoshui's tone shifted. Besides these two mainstream paths, there are also some relatively niche but equally powerful schools. For instance, spiritual cultivators who specialize in tempering the mind and wielding willpower as a weapon, or other unconventional techniques. I won't elaborate on them here. Xiao Ruoshui paused, giving the new students ample time to digest and reflect. Among these paths, there is no absolute superiority, only what suits you best. In your first month at Galactic Martial University, your task is to explore, experience, and find the path that suits you the most. Of course. A faint smile appeared in Xiao Ruoshui's eyes. There are always some prodigies who are not content with walking just one path. While this can indeed lead to great power, it also means you must invest several times the effort and resources of ordinary people. This path is not to be attempted lightly without immense determination, wisdom, and fortune. That's all I have to say. The path lies before you. How you choose is entirely up to you. At that moment, the abrupt sound of a video call request interrupted Lin Chiyu's thoughts. He glanced down, and his heart skipped a beat. The caller ID displayed the name Lin Yuechan. Without hesitation, Lin Chiyu immediately swiped to answer. The screen lit up, and a face, stained with dust and blood yet still stunningly beautiful, instantly appeared before his eyes. Her breathing was slightly labored, and her gaze carried a trace of fatigue and lingering killing intent, clearly indicating she had just been through a fierce battle. Lin Yuechan, are you okay? Seeing her in this state, Lin Chiyu could no longer suppress his worry. The words burst out of him, his tone filled with an urgency he himself hadn't realized. On the other end of the video, Lin Yuqi had just escaped the life and death crisis of the abyss, and the first figure that emerged in her mind was that annoying little boy. It was an indescribable impulse, a desire to see him immediately. However, when she truly saw his familiar face and heard his concerned words, Lin Yuechan realized that the countless things she had prepared to say were stuck in her throat, unable to come out. The tenderness that surged during the life and death moments, the relief of surviving the ordeal, the fear she wanted to express, all of it was blocked when she saw his unharmed face, ultimately transforming into an inexplicable mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Clenching her teeth, she forcibly suppressed the complex emotions churning within her and spat out 2 words through gritted teeth, "I'm fine." After a pause, she awkwardly added, "I just came out of the abyss." After speaking, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. She didn't know what to say next, simply staring at the face on the screen. The tension in her heart, wound tight from the life and death struggle, finally began to ease. The next second, Lin Yuechan saw Lin Chiye smiling at her, and an unexplainable surge of anger flared up within her. This little brat, couldn't he ask a few more questions? Couldn't he say something nice? Just as she was about to lose her temper, Lin Chiye suddenly laughed. His smile was bright and warm, instantly dispelling all the gloom in her heart. "It's good that you're okay," he said sincerely. Then, as if completely unaware of Lin Yuechan's complex emotions, he leaned closer to the screen with a curious expression and asked enthusiastically, "What does the abyss look like? When will you take me to see it?" Lin Yuechan. Lin Yuechan was momentarily stunned, then found herself both exasperated and amused. This fearless little brat. Do you think the abyss is some kind of tourist attraction? However, when she saw the clear, curious eyes on the screen, devoid of any fear, the anger in her heart inexplicably dissipated. She sighed helplessly, and her sharp phoenix eyes unexpectedly softened with a hint of affection and expectation. She slowly shook her head, her voice unconsciously gentler, carrying a touch of seriousness, yet imbued with an indescribable warmth. When your genetic potential reaches 100% and you're ready to step into the extraordinary, then we'll talk. After saying this, she didn't wait for Lin Chiye to respond and hastily ended the video call, feeling a bit flustered. However, the moment the screen went dark, a smile unknowingly blossomed on her dust-streaked face, a smile even she hadn't noticed. This woman, though domineering and strong-willed, still made his heart tighten inexplicably at the thought of her possibly encountering danger in the abyssal rift. Now that Lin Xie knew Lin Yuechan was safe, he felt a sense of relief. He then continued practicing the primordial unity technique. +1, +1, +1, 2. Hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the first class came to an end. Vice Principal Xiao Ruoshui's phoenix eyes, seemingly capable of seeing through people's hearts, slowly swept across the room. Finally, her red lips curved into a meaningful smile, and her soft yet slightly husky voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears once again. The path is already beneath your feet. Your marshal will determine your destiny. So, as your senior and as the vice principal of Galactic Martial University, I hereby wish every student present. She paused slightly, her gaze carrying a myriad of emotions that made the entire room hold its breath. Martial fortune and prosperity. And I look forward to seeing your figures again in higher places someday in the future. The moment her voice fell, her enchanting figure seemed to vanish as if it had never appeared, quietly fading and dissipating into the interplay of light and shadow, leaving behind a faint, elusive, and intoxicating fragrance. Meanwhile, Lin Xie completed his practice of the primordial unity technique. He exhaled deeply. Martial will blazing fire level 6, 5900/6000, just 100 more repetitions to level up. Practicing the primordial unity technique once every 10 minutes means 100 repetitions would take 1000 minutes, roughly 16 hours to upgrade. At the same time, Lin Xie's terminal emitted a soft chime. The light screen lit up, displaying the public course schedule for the upcoming week, just issued by the Academic Affairs Office. Monday, 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., Ocean Spirit Technique, location, 3rd Martial Arena. Lin Xie glanced at the schedule. Each class was only 2 hours long, likely introductory overviews of the techniques taught by each instructor. After some thought, he decided to attend both the afternoon and evening classes in person. The main reason was to get a more direct sense of whether it would be necessary to attend these courses in the future. Before Lin Xie could leave the private room, his personal terminal received a new message. It was from Su Qingying. Su Qingying, Yijing AI, the vice president of the Law Society, just asked me about you. Lin Xie read the message, his expression unreadable. He tapped his fingers lightly and replied, "What did you say?" The message had barely been sent when Su Qingying replied almost instantly. "Su Qingying, I said I didn't know." The next second, as if worried Lin Xie wouldn't believe her, she quickly sent another message. "Su Qingying, I really don't know. If I had known she had such intentions, I wouldn't have joined the Law Society." Her candidness couldn't have been more obvious. She was making her stance clear, she would never do such a thing. Lin Xie looked at the two messages and couldn't help but smile. Interesting. No matter what, her proactive honesty at this moment left Lin Xie quite satisfied. After some thought, he replied with 2 words, "Got it." Then he added, "Thank you." On the other side, Su Qingying sat in her dorm room, staring at Lin Xie's lukewarm reply. Her heart was instantly in turmoil, filled with unease. What does he mean by this? Does he trust me? Or does he think I'm overthinking? Or perhaps, he doesn't care at all? She nervously bit her lip, replaying her earlier decision over and over in her mind. That woman Jing AI, though outwardly polite and considerate, always carried a subtle air of scrutiny and manipulation in her gaze. She needed Su Qingying solely because both she and Lin Xie hail from Haicheng in Tiantai province, one of the few connections that could tie her to Lin Xie as a fellow talisman. And Lin Xie. He was the undisputed top freshman, a peerless prodigy who had defeated Chen Xian head-on, someone even instructors like Si Xingwan and Lin Yuechan regarded with special attention. His future was limitless. Choosing between Yijing AI and Lin Xie wasn't even a question. So, she gambled. She gambled that Lin Xie would value her honesty. As Lin Xie exited the exclusive passageway, he saw 2 figures standing there. They were none other than the subordinates of Yijing AI, the vice president of the Law Society. Seeing them, Lin Xie's brow furrowed ever so slightly. He ignored them and walked straight ahead. However, it was clear they didn't intend to let him leave so easily. One of the female staff members quickly stepped forward as Lin Xie approached, forcing a smile onto her face, though it appeared somewhat stiff and unnatural. "Junior Lin Xie, hello." She blocked Lin Xie's path and politely said, "What happened last time was our fault, a misunderstanding. To express Our apology, our president would like to invite you to the hotel for a gathering to clear things up. This way, please. No time. Without even thinking, Lin Xie shook his head and refused outright. Clear up a misunderstanding? Right now, his mind was entirely focused on cultivation. How could he waste time on these inexplicable people? As soon as he said this, the expressions of the two female staff members instantly turned a bit unpleasant. Another female staff member quickly stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. Her tone was softer than the previous one. Junior Lin, there are too many people here, and it's not convenient to talk. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xie interrupted her unceremoniously. If there's something to say it here. If not, I'm leaving. After the last incident, Lin Xie had briefly researched this club through his terminal. He discovered that these crazy women from the Law Society were experts at studying rules and exploiting loopholes to manipulate others. He didn't know how he had offended them, but his intuition told him that their approach was definitely not for anything good. They were probably digging a pit for him to fall into. The female staff member glanced behind Lin Xie and quickly said, "Here's the thing. Yi Hua Technology wants to invite you for an in-depth collaboration. They hope you can become their spokesperson in the 0755 star system. You must have heard of Yi Hua Technology." In the finals, the combat suit worn by Qin Shuani, the first heir, was Yi Hua Technology's flagship product, the Night God, which sells for a staggering 1 billion credit points. However, Lin Xie simply shook his head calmly and said, "Not interested." The female staff member glanced at Chen Shuani, who was walking out of the passage behind Lin Xie, and raised her voice. "Yi Hua Technology is willing to pay all your breach of contract fees. They will also pay you an additional 1 billion credit points as an endorsement fee. You don't have to worry about anything. Yi Hua Technology sees great potential in you." Lin Xie followed the female staff member's gaze and saw Chen Shuani walking out. He roughly understood the situation. Without even looking at the two female staff members, he turned and left. Under the faintly erupting martial will from Lin Xie, the two female staff members broke out in cold sweat, not daring to move recklessly. At this moment, the two female staff members saw Chen Shuani not far away. He glanced at them expressionlessly, scaring them so much that they hurried back to the third vice president's office of the Law Society. Chen Shuani watched the two female staff members flee in panic, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Were those two subordinates of Yi Jing AI, the vice president of the Law Society? What is Yi Jing AI trying to do? Is she provoking me? Or is this the intention of the Imperial Flower behind the scenes? Law Society, third vice president's office. The heavy curtains were only half drawn, and the slanting light divided the room into two realms of light and shadow. Yi Jing AI sat quietly behind her desk, half of her body hidden in the thick darkness. Her eyes were bloodshot, yet they shone with an unusually bright, almost pathological excitement. Knock, knock. The office door was gently knocked. "Come in." Her voice was hoarse yet calm. The two female staff members pushed the door open. When they saw Yi Jing AI's half-lit, half-shadowed face, their bodies involuntarily trembled, and deep fear flashed in their eyes. President, one of the female staff members mustered her courage, her voice trembling slightly as she reported the matter. The other female staff member quickly added, "Went very smoothly, extremely smoothly." "Oh." Yi Jing AI did not look up. She merely traced her fingers lightly across the desk. That casual gesture, however, exerted immense pressure on the two of them. "Everything you said to Lin Xie was overheard by Chen Shuani?" "She did." The female officer nodded quickly, as if eager to prove her worth, and hastily added, "Word for word. Chen Shuani heard it too. We saw with our own eyes how his expression changed, and then he just left directly." Very good." Yi Jing AI finally lifted her head, her eyes hidden in the shadows seeming to flicker with two ghostly green flames. She nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. "Dismissed." "Yes." The two female officers, as if granted amnesty, quickly bowed and saluted before retreating from the office in a hurry. Once the door was closed, the first female officer grabbed her companion, lowered her voice, and said worriedly, "The president's instructions seem a bit different from what we actually did, don't they? Stop talking about it." The other female officer immediately interrupted her, growling in a low voice, "Didn't I say we completed it smoothly? She told us to find Lin Xie and wait until Chen Shuani came out before saying anything. Didn't we do all that? But things seem a bit different." from what the president had in mind. Lin Qiye completely ignored us and just left, and Chen Shuani's expression was really strange. That's not our problem. We followed orders, and the rest has nothing to do with us. Let's go. In the office, Yi Jing'ai slowly leaned back in her chair, letting out a satisfied and delighted chuckle. The sound echoed in the silent room, chilling and eerie. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. All of this was a carefully orchestrated play by her. No matter what, a thorn had now been planted in Chen Shuani's heart. Directly confronting Lin Qiye? Too foolish. Using someone else's hand to strike was the real strategy. Offend me? I'll make you understand that sometimes, the knife doesn't need to be in your own hand. She took a deep breath, her face revealing an almost obsessive, intoxicated expression. Recently, after she had decisively punished a few Tianli who dared to challenge the dignity of female warriors, she had been dreaming more and more frequently of the female war goddess under the great emperor's throne. In her dreams, the war goddess, clad in black and gold armor, wielding a divine spear, and exuding unparalleled grace, stood atop an endless sea of stars, silently watching her with those black gold eyes that seemed to see through everything. The war goddess approved of me. She even bestowed upon me the secret elixir. This proves that the war goddess recognizes my wisdom and my methods. But what was unreasonable was that the war goddess instructed me to share the elixir with all my subordinates so that everyone could improve together. This shouldn't be. This doesn't make sense. Shouldn't I, as the president, improve first and then lead my subordinates to progress? Yi Jing'ai extended her tongue, lightly licking her dry lips, savoring the transformative sensation brought by the entire bottle of the secret elixir. Genetic potential. Just yesterday, it had increased by a full 5%. More than the gains from 3 months of training. What does this mean? It means that what I'm doing is right. I must improve first. Only by becoming stronger can I more forcefully suppress those ungrateful Tianli and uphold the matriarchal path for all female warriors. Then I can lead my subordinates to progress. Yi Jing'ai burst into maniacal laughter, her voice sharp and twisted, reverberating endlessly in the empty office. Ha 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 ha. As her deranged laughter echoed, the thick darkness behind her seemed to come alive, silently writhing, gathering, and surging. The darkness grew denser and deeper, as if it intended to swallow the entire room, along with her soul, twisted by desire and ambition. On the 200th floor, where Lin Qiye also resided, in Chen Shuani's student dormitory, the space was spacious and elegant, with the faint aroma of tea lingering in the air. He sat quietly on the sofa, gracefully pouring himself a cup of tea. His handsome face, always calm and unruffled, showed no trace of emotion. The 3 members of the think tank, Li Zhiwen, Wang Kaixian, and Zhang Yating, sat upright, quietly waiting. Chen Shuani recounted the events that had occurred after the first class today in a tone that was almost objective and indifferent. After finishing, he picked up his teacup, gently blew on the floating tea leaves, swept his gaze over the 3 of them, and calmly asked, "What do you think Yi Jing'ai really means?" Li Zhiwen adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and was the first to speak, his voice steady. "Your Highness, analyzing from the most direct motive, Yi Jing'ai is deliberately trying to sow discord. She wants to exploit the competitive relationship between us and Lin Qiye to intensify the conflict. There is significant animosity between her and Lin Qiye." Wang Kaixian immediately let out a derisive laugh and said disdainfully, "That's way too low level. Who would fall for such an obvious trick? Is she out of her mind? If she wants to use us as pawns, she should at least consider whether we're willing to be used." Zhang Yating pondered for a moment before raising her head and speaking in a more cautious tone. "Your Highness, this might not necessarily represent the overall intention of Di Nu Hua. Just in the past couple of days, Vice President Han Ingwen of the Student Council mentioned to me in casual conversation that Yi Jing'ai's behavior has been growing increasingly erratic. Several male students suffered significant losses at the hands of the Law Society over minor verbal offenses. The incidents caused quite a stir, and they even went to the Student Council to file complaints. Vice President Han is quite troubled by this." Chen Shuani listened to their discussion, his slender fingers gently stroking the warm teacup as he quickly integrated all the information in his mind. He slowly raised his eyes, a hint of icy clarity flashing in his deep gaze. He said in a low voice, "So, this Yi Jing'ai has truly gone mad?" For Lin Qiye, the matter with the Law Society was just a minor episode. His day was packed with activities. In the afternoon, He appeared punctually at the third martial arts training ground to attend a public lecture on the Shanghai Spirit Technique. The instructor was an elegant middle-aged man who explained the essence of the technique, overcoming hardness with softness, enduring and profound, in a way that was both thorough and accessible. Although Lin Xiye had no intention of practicing it, he listened with great interest, committing the technique's characteristics and weaknesses to memory. That evening, back in his dormitory, he activated his unique dual-focus training mode. Feeling that there was little difference between watching live and using the terminal in his dorm, he preferred the freedom and comfort of the latter. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting warm patches of light in the room, Bai Mushi slowly woke up. She opened her sleepy eyes, rubbed them habitually, then reached out her small hand to gently caress her increasingly noticeable belly, her face unconsciously softening with maternal radiance. She got up slowly, pushed open the bedroom door, and prepared to freshen up. However, as soon as she stepped out, she saw the figure that gave her immense reassurance. Lin Xiye was exuding a steady rhythm of energy as he practiced the primordial unity technique. The morning light fell on the side of his face, casting a faint golden glow over his sharply defined features, making him appear both focused and full of strength. Bai Mushi's steps halted unconsciously as she quietly watched the scene. This was her husband, the top freshman at Galactic Martial Arts University. He was truly so hardworking. Whether it was day or night, as long as he had free time, he seemed to always be training, like a tireless perpetual motion machine. Although his training posture was a bit odd. Bai Mushi tilted her head, watching Lin Xiye's crooked and awkward movements, unable to suppress the strange feeling in her heart. She remembered that in the textbook for Hunyuan Yi Qi Gong, none of the standard cultivation postures resembled what he was doing now. His movements had never been standard, yet they were terrifyingly powerful. As she was lost in her thoughts, Lin Xiye slowly finished his practice. He exhaled a long stream of white mist and suddenly opened his eyes. In those deep, piercing eyes, it seemed as though a flash of lightning passed through, sharp and radiant. At that very moment, he felt a thunderous explosion in his spiritual world, as if an invisible barrier had been completely shattered. An unprecedented clarity surged into his mind. He could distinctly sense that the martial will of Blazing Fire Swift within him was undergoing a profound and earth-shaking transformation. Martial will Blazing Fire Swift level 7, 1/7000. He felt that the martial will within him was undergoing a mysterious and fundamental change. If levels 4 to 6, the condensation realm, focused on control, level 4 being the initial condensation of form, binding wild power into shape, level 5 mastering control, wielding the power as if it were an extension of oneself, and level 6 pushing the concept of control to its peak, achieving effortless manipulation and transformation. Then stepping into level 7 martial will mark the first step toward the true essence realm beyond ultimate control. What is true essence? It is returning to the original nature. What is the true essence of Blazing Fire Swift? It is light, heat, and the destruction that consumes all things. At this moment, Lin Xiye's mind was free of the concepts of control and being controlled. That golden martial will was no longer a tool he needed to wield, it was himself. He was Blazing Fire Swift, and Blazing Fire Swift was him. Wherever his martial will reached, it was the domain of Blazing Fire Swift's flames. His fury was the inferno that scorched the heavens. His gentleness was the hearth that dispelled winter's chill. There was no distinction between control and lack of control, for it simply was. This was a realm that defied description, a transcendence beyond words. In simple terms, this qualitative transformation brought an overwhelming, suppressive effect. Previously, Lin Xiye's level 6 martial will could forcibly suppress the strength of those who had just entered the martial will realm, reducing their power to only about 50% of its original capacity. But now, with his level 7 martial will stepping into the threshold of true essence, the method of suppression had fundamentally changed. It was no longer a simple strength-based domination but a higher-level rule and position. When Lin Xiye released his martial will, which resembled a golden blazing sun, those beginner martial artists still struggling to control their flames would be horrified to find that the fire they had painstakingly mastered seemed to encounter its sovereign, instinctively trembling, submitting, and even turning against them. Within the domain of this true essence will, he was the master of fire. Thus, with Lin Xiye's current martial will, suppressing those beginner martial wills was no longer a matter of merely weakening their strength, it was suppression at the very source. If a level 7 martial will were to suppress Chen Xuani during the finals, no matter what trump cards Chen Xuani had to resist ordinary martial wills, Lin Xie could directly suppress him to only half his strength. Perhaps even less. The gap between them was terrifyingly vast. The blazing martial will surge like an invisible flame, sweeping through his entire being from within. It did not burn flesh and blood but rather the invisible impurities and shackles hidden deep within the genetic chain, limiting the leap of life's essence. Inside Lin Xie's body, it was as if a phoenix-like rebirth was unfolding, a fiery tempering of his very being. He could clearly feel it, his very bones were glowing faintly under the scorching willpower, becoming sturdier than ever before. His blood surged like boiling magma, flowing endlessly and brimming with explosive vitality. He could even sense a layer of impure substance being forcefully expelled from his pores by that domineering fiery will in an instant. An unprecedented sense of purity and strength coursed through every fiber of his being. It was as if the burden weighing down his entire body had been lifted, leaving him light yet brimming with power. He felt as though the current version of himself could take on 10 or even 8 of his former selves. Could this be the transformation brought by reaching the true essence realm? Lin Xie's heart trembled violently. Without any hesitation, he opened the system interface. When his gaze landed on the genetic potential section, his whole body froze, his breathing coming to a complete halt in that instant. Genetic potential, 30.7%. Not 1%, not 2%, not 3%, but a leap of 10%.